Falling stars descend upon the world. Souls traverse realms anew. Within the city of Wutan, a branch descendant of the Shao family, Shao Chun, awakens amidst the echoes of fallen genius. The path ahead appears shrouded in uncertainty, when suddenly, the celestial voice of the system resonates, revealing a mysterious fragment of a map, an unnamed martial art, and a modest boon. The crossroads of fate lie at his feet. In this era of the rising flame emperor, can he seize the opportunity and carve out his own celestial path? Ultimately, the choice is yours. Chapter 1. The Fallen Genius, A New Beginning. The sky above Wutan City is cloaked in a dull gray, mirroring the sentiments of the many clan members gathered in the Shao family's martial arena. Upon the high platform, before the testing stone tablet, a frail youth bites his lip, his right hand trembling slightly as it rests against the cold surface of the stone. After a moment of silence, a blinding light erupts from the top of the tablet, coalescing into words that send the crowd into an uproar. Do Qi, third stage. Xiaoyan, Do Qi, third stage. Rank, low. The examiner, devoid of expression, casts a fleeting glance at the youth, announcing the result in a monotone that reverberates harshly through the hushed square. TSK, TSK. Once again a third stage, this genius is remarkably consistent. One voice sneers. Alas, he has brought shame upon our Shao family. Remember when he was merely 11, but another laments. Shoo, keep your voice down. The clan leader is still up there. Mockery, regret, and schadenfreude pierce through the air like icy needles, targeting the youth known as Xiaoyan. He slowly raises his head, revealing a handsome, yet stubborn, and indifferent countenance that belies his years. His obsidian eyes sweep over the crowd, once filled with deference, but now brimming with disdain, and a wry smile tugs at the corners of his mouth as he silently descends the platform, fading into the throng. On the dais, the clan leader, Xiao Zhan, briefly reveals a flicker of unnoticeable pain in his eyes before he can only let out a resigned sigh. Amidst the crowd, a modestly dressed youth observes the scene with quiet contemplation. His name is Shao Chun, sharing the same name as you, and he embodies your identity in this world. Not a direct descendant of the Shao family, he is merely a side branch. Having lost his parents at an early age and raised on the family charity, he has just turned 15 this year. You watch Xiao Yan's desolate figure retreat, your heart stirred with tumultuous emotions. You are acutely aware that he is far from a true failure. Rather, a powerful soul resides within the ring upon his finger, incessantly siphoning his Do Qi. You know that it will not be long before the medicine elder awakens, and Xiao Yan will soar to greatness once more, becoming the flame emperor who will astonish the entire Do Qi continent. And yet, you are but an ordinary side descendant with mediocre talent, possessing merely a fifth stage of Do Qi. In this world where power reigns supreme, your future appears all too predictable, perhaps to become a low-tier Do practitioner, attending to trivial family matters, marrying, and living a mundane life. You refuse to accept this fate. Having arrived in this world and witnessed the dawn of a legend, can you truly remain a mere bystander? Detection of the host's intense desire has been noted, binding conditions met. Activating Path of the Strong System. A cold, mechanical voice abruptly resonates within your mind. System binding successful. This system shall assist the host in ascending to the pinnacle of the Do Qi continent. Please exert effort in cultivation to unlock further functionalities. Initial task released. Choice task description. The future path unfolds before you, and your choices shall determine your starting point. Please select one of the following three options as the initial boon granted by the system. The subsequent narrative chain will activate based on your selection. Option 1. Mysterious fragment of a map. You unexpectedly acquire a seemingly ancient, tattered map that appears to lead to an unknown location. IT may harbor astonishing treasures or bring forth endless troubles. This choice will lean towards an adventurous quest narrative. Option 2. Unnamed martial art. You discover an obscure and neglected scroll of martial arts in an abandoned attic, its cultivation methods distinctly unconventional, with unknown powers and uncertain prospects. This choice will lean towards a self-cultivation exploration narrative. Option 3. Modest boon. You choose to tread steadily. The system will slightly enhance your cultivation aptitude and provide a stable supply of low-level resources. This choice will lean towards a steady growth narrative. You must make a decision immediately. What will you choose? Please select. 1. Mysterious fragment of a map. Point 2. Unnamed martial art. Point 3. Modest boon. Chapter 2. The choice of the nameless technique. Xiao Chen's consciousness lingered on the cold, mechanical voice echoing in his mind, accompanied by three distinctly clear options. Option 1. A mysterious fragmented map. Option 2. The nameless technique. Option 3. a modest assistance. Time was of the essence, leaving little room for hesitation. The fragmented map hinted at unknown risks and opportunities. As merely a fifth-tier fighter from a collateral branch, he doubted his ability to explore any treasures it might conceal, for the greater likelihood was that it would lead to his demise. The modest assistance, while seemingly the most prudent choice, was inherently limited as its very description suggested a low ceiling of potential. It might elevate him slightly above the average collateral descendant. It would scarcely suffice to alter his destiny or propel him to the pinnacle of power. Thus, it appeared that only one option remained. I choose the second option, the nameless technique, Xiao Chun silently affirmed within himself. Choice confirmed. Initial reward dispensing. As the system's cold voice faded, Xiao Chun felt an influx of information surge into his mind, not in the form of words or images, but as an enigmatic comprehension, deeply etched into the recesses of his memory. It was an exceedingly peculiar method of cultivation, distinct from any foundational techniques known to his family. This technique bore no name and appeared to be incomplete, revealing only the methods for its first tier of cultivation. It required the practitioner to simultaneously channel the energies of heaven and earth to refine both the body and the meridians. The process was described as excruciatingly painful. Yet the resulting enhancement of fighting energy and the fortification of the body promised far more than ordinary techniques could offer. Moreover, it seemed to impose stringent demands on the efficiency of energy absorption and transformation, starkly contrasting with the Xiao family's balanced and harmonious fighting techniques. With the transmission of information concluded, the system interface materialized, remarkably succinct. Host, Xiaoqin, Realm. Fighting Energy, Tier 5, Technique. Nameless Technique, Fragment. First Tier, Fighting Skills, Items. None, Current Task, Choice completed. New Task, Preliminary Cultivation. Successfully operate the Nameless Technique for the first cycle. Reward, minor enhancement of fighting energy. As Xiaoqin absorbed this sudden influx of knowledge regarding the technique, the testing the training ground was also nearing its conclusion. The crowd gradually dispersed, many still murmuring in nostalgia and discussion over the once great genius, Xiao Yan. Xiao Chun gathered his thoughts, choosing not to glance in the direction from which Xiao Yan had departed. He understood that the legend belonging to Xiao Yan had yet to truly commence, while his own path was only just beginning to be paved. Silently, he left the training ground and returned to his modest dwelling in a secluded corner of the Xiao estate. As an orphan from a collateral lineage, the resources available to him were scant. Though this dilapidated abode was far from ideal, it was the only sanctuary where he could devote himself to his cultivation. After securing the door, Xiao Chun settled cross-legged on the cold wooden bed, inhaling deeply to steady his racing heart, which thumped wildly with excitement and apprehension. Closing his eyes, he recalled the peculiar route of the technique and endeavored to sense the energy particles permeating the world around him. The process proved to be fraught with difficulty. Having practiced the family's foundational techniques for many years, he was accustomed to their operational methods. But abruptly switching to a technique that was entirely different and far more intricate led to a profound sense of rejection, both physically and mentally. Time and again, he attempted and failed. The energies he sensed either could not be drawn into his body, or they dissipated the moment they entered his meridians due to erroneous pathways, resulting in waves of slight discomfort. Sweat soaked his garments, and the veins on his forehead pulsed lightly. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Chun stubbornly persevered through the mounting feelings of defeat and physical discomfort, resolutely starting anew time and again. He recognized that if he could not conquer this first step, then the so-called system and the promise of a changed destiny would be nothing more than an illusion. As time trickled by, the sky outside darkened. Just as Xiao Chen's mental fortitude began to wane from prolonged concentration and his awareness grew hazy, he bit down hard, propelled by an indomitable will, and once more attempted to guide a faint thread of heavenly energy according to the nameless technique's prescribed pathway. This time, the energy did not immediately dissipate upon entering the meridians. Instead, it trudged along an unprecedented, peculiar route, gradually advancing a short distance. Though this progress was minuscule, the sensation was entirely different. A searing pain surged forth, as if that thread of energy were not gentle, but a blazing iron, forcibly carving its way through his meridians. Yet, alongside this agony, an unparalleled sense of solidity and a faint surge of power began to manifest within the refined energy. There is hope. Xiao Chen's spirit soared, and the overwhelming joy swiftly eclipsed the pain. Without a moment's hesitation, he concentrated all his energy, delicately guiding this first thread of newly transformed energy to continue along that extremely arduous route. The process remained torturous and slow. Each advancement felt akin to slicing through his meridians with a dull blade. However, Xiao Chun could distinctly sense that, through this painful ordeal. His meridians were being forcibly widened and fortified by this overpowering energy, while the energy itself grew increasingly refined and pure. Time slipped away, and after an indeterminate duration, when that faint yet exceptionally refined energy finally completed a sluggish and incomplete cycle, trembling as it merged into his Dantian's energy vortex, a profound hum resonated through him. Xiao Qin's body jolted. The previously dispersed fifth-tier fighting energy within his Dantian began to stir, accelerated by the infusion of that high-quality energy, commencing a rapid rotation and compression. A draw far more potent than what he had experienced during his cultivation of the family techniques surged from within, hungrily absorbing the surrounding energies of heaven and earth. Ding! Preliminary cultivation task completed. Reward dispensing. As the system notification chimed, a gentle energy surged forth from the depths of his being, merging into his Dantian. In an instant, Xiao Qin's aura escalated at a visibly remarkable pace. Mid-tier, fifth-tier fighting energy, late fifth-tier, peak fifth-tier. Ultimately, his realm stabilized at the pinnacle of the fifth tier. Just a step away from ascending to the sixth tier, Xiao Qin's eyes flew open, an uncontrollable wave of elation washing over him. He felt the fighting energy within him solidifying considerably, alongside a subtle aching sensation in his meridians and an enhanced resilience, compelling him to clench his fists tightly. The results of a single successful operation were astoundingly significant. Though the nameless technique was excruciating to cultivate, the benefits it bestowed were simply beyond imagination. Yet, before he could revel in his triumph, an overwhelming sense of weakness and hunger crashed over him like a tidal wave, nearly causing him to faint. He quickly understood that this technique demanded a tremendous toll on the body, far beyond that of conventional methods. It seemed that in future cultivations, he must prepare ample food or medicinal pills to replenish his strength. Gasping for breath, a radiant smile graced Xiao Qin's face. Challenges heralded opportunities, and within them lay the potential for greatness. He pushed open the door, stepping into the deepening night, where stars twinkled above. He felt the meager coins in his thin purse, barely a handful of gold pieces, his entire fortune. Cultivation required resources, and powerful techniques demanded vast amounts of support. To acquire resources, one needed either strength or wealth. Presently, he possessed neither. Gazing out into the tranquil courtyard, Xiao Qin recognized the necessity of devising a means to address this pressing reality. At this moment, he faced a new choice. 1. Proceed to the Family Combat Skills Hall and attempt to undertake family tasks to earn a meager reward of gold coins. Secure, yet yielding meager returns and time-consuming. 2. Dare to venture to the perilous outskirts of the Beast Mountains beyond Wutan City, seeking fortune and searching for low-grade herbs or magical cores. Dangerous, yet potentially rewarding. 3. Seek out the Xiao family marketplace to explore any temporary employment opportunities or attempt to sell some of his self-crafted low-level items. A compromise, necessitating a certain level of skill or capital. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Qin made his decision. Please select the next course of action. 1, 2, 3. Chapter 3. A treacherous entry into the mountains. Choosing to head towards the Beast Mountains was undoubtedly a bold decision. Yet, the intense yearning instigated by the nameless technique and the urgent need for resources eclipsed his fear of danger. Xiao Qin was acutely aware that diligently completing family tasks would yield insufficient income to facilitate his rapid advancement. The following morning, as dawn broke, Xiao Qin meticulously inspected his belongings: a common short sword bequeathed by his father, several hard-baked wheat cakes, a water pouch, and the meager remaining coins in his possession. He secured the short sword at his waist, inhaled the brisk morning air deeply, and stealthily slipped out of the Xiao family's back door. Striding purposefully towards the outskirts of Wutan City, the Beast Mountains sprawled across the Gamma Empire, its fringes presenting a perilous forbidden zone for the inhabitants of Wutan City, yet simultaneously a treasure trove brimming with opportunities. Various herbs flourished there, alongside a multitude of first and even second-tier magical beasts. For those beneath the rank of combatants, even the periphery demanded utmost caution. Upon exiting the city, the clamor of urban life was swiftly supplanted by an ancient stillness. Towering ancient trees loomed overhead, while thorny vines sprawled everywhere. The air was thick with the scent of earth and decaying leaves, occasionally pierced by the distant howls of unknown beasts, sending shivers down one's spine. Xiao Qin steeled himself, cautiously selecting his path based on fragmented information from his recollections, and ventured deeper into the forest. He dared not delve too far, remaining in the outer regions, his keen eyes scanning the ground and the roots of trees for any signs of low-grade herbs. Blood typically thrived in the shade, nestled against rocky outcrops. The bone-cleansing flower might be found near streams. He recalled the scattered knowledge of herbs acquired during family lectures. diligently searching. Time passed slowly, yet his harvest was meager, only a few young blood, barely worth 10 coins in total. The forest proved far more challenging to navigate than he had anticipated, and the constant tension drained his energy significantly. Just as he pushed through a thicket, a faint rustling sound reached his ears. Xiao Chun's body tensed instantly. He stepped back sharply, gripping the hilt of his short sword tightly. Before him, among a pile of dead leaves, a serpent-like magical beast, approximately the thickness of an arm and clad in a dull gray-brown hue, slowly raised its triangular head. Its cold, serpentine eyes locked onto Xiao Chun, its crimson tongue flicking in and out. A first-tier magical beast, the withered leaf serpent, known for its rapid speed and potent venom. While not lethal, a bite could cause prolonged paralysis and pain for a combatant, severely impairing mobility. In this forest, immobility equated to certain death. Xiao Chun's heart raced, cold sweat soaking his back. This was his first encounter with a magical beast alone. Previously, he had only heard tales of their ferocity from the elders of his family. The withered leaf serpent coiled and launched itself like a gray bolt of lightning, aiming directly for Xiao Chun's calf. In that critical moment, the unseen technique instinctively activated within his mind. Although his combat energy could not be unleashed, the subtle control over his physical strength and enhanced reflexes manifested. He twisted his body to the side in a near instinctual reaction. Swoosh! The serpent grazed his pant leg, its sharp fangs slicing a gash in the fabric. With a narrow escape from that perilous strike, Xiao Chun was drenched in cold sweat, yet the instinct for survival ignited within him. He understood that fleeing would likely result in pursuit, and he had to retaliate. With a fierce yell, he charged forward instead of retreating, channeling all 5 segments of his peak combat energy into his arm. Gripping the short sword tightly, he plunged it forcefully towards the serpent's vital point. This thrust encompassed all his fear, tension, and resolve. To his astonishment, it was swifter than his usual practice. Thud! The short sword pierced directly into the withered leaf serpent's vital spot. The creature writhed violently, its tail thrashing against the ground, producing a cacophony of sounds. Xiao Chun clung to the hilt, twisting with all his might. The serpent's struggle soon ceased, and it lay limp, devoid of life. Ding! Successfully slain a first-tier magical beast. Withered leaf serpent gained a minuscule amount of experience. The system notification chimed softly. Xiao Chun gasped for breath, gazing at the lifeless serpent, his arms still quivering. In that fleeting moment, he had palpably felt the threat of death. Once he regained his composure, a wave of relief washed over him, coupled with the exhilaration of having slain a magical beast on his own for the first time. He cautiously used his short sword to slice open the serpent's head, retrieving a small, grayish-white crystal, no larger than a fingernail. A first-tier wood-type magical core. Though of low quality, it was still worth dozens of coins. This was nearly equivalent to all his previous possessions combined. The joy of his findings dulled the remnants of fear. He carefully stowed the magical core and briefly processed the serpent's body, extracting its valuable gallbladder and some meat. After this harrowing encounter and battle, he felt a heightened sense of caution, yet also a newfound boldness. He continued his search, and perhaps fortune smiled upon him, as soon thereafter he stumbled across 2 well-aged bone-cleansing flowers near a secluded ravine. With utmost care, he harvested the herbs and placed them in a prepared wooden box. Observing his haul for the day, a smile finally graced Xiao Chun's face. 1 first-tier magical core, 2 bone-cleansing flowers, along with some scattered blood. Altogether, their value should exceed 100 coins. This would suffice to purchase a considerable amount of nourishing herbs and food, sustaining him for a time as he cultivated his skills. As the sun began its descent, the forest's light dimmed, and the distant roars of nocturnal beasts echoed ominously. Xiao Chun dare not linger. Quickly orienting himself and retracing his steps back. Initially cautious, his urgency propelled him forward, and he moved with increased speed. However, just as he neared the forest's edge, believing himself safe, a cacophony of hurried footsteps and voices suddenly erupted ahead. Brother, that kid seems to have entered from this direction. He doesn't look like a wealthy person. But going into the mountains alone, he might have something of value? Whether he has anything or not, we'll find out when we corner him. In this place, no one would know if he dies. A wave of dread washed over Xiao Chun. He immediately ducked behind a massive rock, holding his breath. 3 disheveled mercenaries, armed and menacing, emerged from the forest path, their eyes scanning the surroundings with ill intent. Their presence was formidable. The leader likely possessed combat energy at the 7th segment or higher. Xiao Chun cursed his misfortune. He hadn't encountered great danger in the mountains, but had instead run into highwaymen near the exit. Engaging them head-on would be futile, given their numbers. He anxiously contemplated his options. One attempt to stealthily circumvent them and leave from another direction, avoiding detection, risking getting lost or encountering other dangers. And they might sense his presence. Two, toss the recently acquired bone-cleansing flowers to create a distraction, diverting their attention, and then make a swift escape, risking some of his haul, but potentially ensuring his safety. Three, remain still, hoping they wouldn't discover him, waiting for them to depart. A passive approach, carrying a high risk of detection. Xiao Chan held his breath, his mind racing. Choose a response. 1, 2, 3. Chapter 4. Sacrificing Wealth for Life, A Journey of Terror. As the three mercenaries drew ever closer, their searching gazes nearly sweeping over the massive boulder that concealed him, Xiao Chen's heart raced alarmingly close to his throat. Engaging them directly would lead to certain death. Taking a detour would consume precious time and risk getting lost, while remaining stationary was tantamount to awaiting his demise. In a flash of insight, he resolved to prioritize his life over his wealth. Swiftly and silently, he extracted the wooden box containing the bone-washing flower from his bosom, casting a fleeting glance towards the denser thicket to his left. Estimating the distance and force required, he hurled the box with all his might towards that direction. The box arced gracefully through the air, striking the trunk of a distant tree with a sharp crack, its lid flinging open to reveal two somewhat translucent bone-washing flowers that stood out conspicuously in the dimly lit forest. What sound is that? The three mercenaries were immediately drawn to the noise, their gazes uniting in that direction. Is that medicinal material? It appears to be bone-washing flowers. The sharp-eyed leader recognized them instantly, a greedy expression creeping onto his face. Quick, let us investigate. We mustn't let anyone else take advantage, one of his companions urged. The trio, abandoning their meticulous search of the surroundings, hastily brandished their weapons and sprinted towards the source of the wooden box, their attention wholly captivated by the valuable herbs worth dozens of gold coins. Now's the moment. Without a shred of hesitation, the instant the three turned to dash away, Xiao Chun burst forth from behind the boulder, channeling all 5 segments of his peak do qi into his legs, bolting towards the forest's edge. The subtle control over his body bestowed by the unnamed technique manifested at this moment, propelling him to a speed far surpassing his usual pace. His feet barely touched the ground, minimizing any noise. The wind howled past his ears, and he dare not glance back, pushing his body to its utmost limits. Damn it! We've been fooled. A furious roar erupted from the lead mercenary in the distance, as they swiftly realized something was amiss. The act of throwing the herbs had been too conspicuous. Chase him. That brat is definitely fleeing outside. Let us eliminate him. The cacophony of footsteps and curses surged behind him, drawing ever closer. Their prowess surpassed his own, and naturally, their speed was greater. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Chun felt a searing pain in his lungs, yet he dared not pause. The silhouette of Wutan City was now faintly visible, with the main road just ahead. You little bastard. Stop right there. The shouts from behind grew alarmingly close, and he could even hear the whistling of weapons slicing through the air. An arrow zipped past his ear, embedding itself in a tree trunk ahead, its fletching quivering violently. Startled, Xiao Chun instinctively rolled to evade a second arrow that might have followed, simultaneously bursting out from the forest's edge onto the relatively flat main road. The thoroughfare was dotted with a few passers-by and caravans. The three mercenaries, upon witnessing this, instinctively hesitated, a wary expression crossing their faces. To brazenly commit murder and pillage on the main road outside Wutan City posed too great a risk, as it could easily attract the attention of the city guards or powerful families. Damn it, consider yourself lucky this time. The lead mercenary shot a venomous glare at the staggering Xiao Chun, begrudgingly spat on the ground, and cast a glance at the 2 bone-washing flowers that had been hastily collected, albeit slightly damaged in the scuffle. Ultimately, he and his 2 subordinates retreated into the shadow of the forest, cursing under their breath. It was not worth a greater risk for such diminished value in herbs. As they withdrew, Xiao Chun finally breathed a sigh of relief, his legs weakening as he nearly collapsed onto the ground. Leaning against a nearby tree, he gasped for air, his back drenched in cold sweat. That was too perilous. Just moments ago, he had brushed against death. Once calmness settled, a pang of regret washed over him. Those 2 exquisite, bone-washing flowers were now lost, worth dozens of gold coins. However, upon reflection, it was fortunate that he could trade them for his life. At least the first-tier magic core and some blood remained intact. He adjusted his clothes, torn by thorns and dust-laden, striving to present himself less disheveled, then lowered his head and hurried towards Wutan City. Upon returning to the Xiao family, dusk was settling in. He kept silent, stealthily entering his small room and securing the door. Lighting an oil lamp, he meticulously laid out the day's spoils. The grayish-white magic core emitted a faint energy pulse under the dim light, while the several blood appeared rather unremarkable. Beep. Energy source detected. First tier, wood-type magic core. Would you like to absorb it to enhance your Do-Chi? Note: direct absorption of magic core energy is wasteful and may contain impurities. The system can assist in purifying absorption, enhancing efficiency by 50 and filtering out most impurities. The system's notification chimed at the perfect moment. Xiao Chun was momentarily taken aback, then elated. The system possessed such a function? Directly absorbing magic core energy for cultivation was a practice reserved for Do fighters or even Do masters, typically requiring medicinal assistance to temper the volatile energy. The system could actually aid in purifying the absorption? This was undoubtedly a stroke of fortune. Although his initial plan was to sell the magic core for funds to purchase gentler cultivation resources, the system's direct absorption was evidently more efficient, allowing for a quicker transformation into strength. Strength was the most fundamental foundation. Absorb. Without hesitation, Xiao Chun made his decision. He grasped the magic core and settled into a cross-legged position, activating the unnamed technique once more. As the technique commenced, the system appeared to generate a peculiar pull, slowly extracting the energy from the magic core, which was then filtered and purified through a mysterious method, transforming into a relatively milder, yet still far more potent green energy flow that surged into his meridians. Ugh! Even after purification, this energy remained far more domineering than the energy of the heavens and earth. Upon entering his meridians, a familiar tearing sensation surged once more, even more intense than before. Xiao Chun stifled a groan, beads of sweat instantly dotting his forehead, yet he gritted his teeth, guiding this formidable energy along the path of the unnamed technique. The agony persisted, yet his breath steadily and perceptibly accelerated. Time elapsed unmeasured, and, as the last trace of energy from the magic core was fully absorbed, disintegrating into powder in his hand. Boom! The Do-Chi cyclone within his dantian suddenly expanded, contracting and ultimately stabilizing at a more robust state. Do-Chi. Sixth segment. He had successfully broken through. Moreover, his realm felt solid, and the Do-Chi, having undergone the dual tempering of the magic core's energy and the unnamed technique, appeared exceptionally dense, far surpassing that of ordinary sixth-segment Do-Chi. Beep. Successfully absorbed first-tier magic core. Do-Chi elevated to sixth segment. New task issued. Consolidation and exploration. Task description. Familiarize yourself with the power of sixth-segment Do-Chi and attempt to master a basic Do technique to enhance combat capability. Rewards. Corresponding rewards based on mastery level. Feeling the enhanced power coursing through him, a radiant smile broke across Xiao Chen's fatigued face. All the risks and sufferings had proven worthwhile. Now reaching the sixth segment, he could attempt to practice the most rudimentary Do techniques from the family's martial arts hall. Though merely of the yellow rank, it was certainly better than being unarmed. The next day, rejuvenated, Xiao Chun prepared to head to the family's martial arts hall. However, he had barely stepped out when he encountered three individuals blocking his path on a narrow road. Leading them was a tall and robust young man named Xiao Ko, the grandson of the family's third elder, who often bullied the collateral descendants due to his status and the prowess of his seventh-segment Do-Chi. Flanking him were two of his usual lackeys. Ah, is this not our diligent cousin, Xiao Chun? Xiao Ko remarked with a sardonic tone, his gaze scrutinizing Xiao Chun with ill intent. I heard you sneaked out of the family yesterday. What, did you stumble upon something valuable? Do let your cousin assist you in appraising it. It was evident he had caught wind of something, or perhaps it was merely his habitual antagonism. Xiao Chun felt a chill run through him, yet maintained a calm demeanor, responding, Cousin Xiao Ku, you jest. I merely stepped outside for some fresh air. There is nothing of value to be found. Fresh air? Xiao Ku stepped closer, his tone laced with menace. Spare me the pleasantries. I heard you ventured into the mountains beyond the city. A worthless fool at the 5th level of fighting spirit dares to tread such dangerous grounds? If you haven't met your demise out there, consider it sheer luck. Hand over whatever you have, lest you endure a beating. His two lackeys, eager for skirmish, closed in around him. Xiao Chen's expression grew cold. Had this been yesterday, he might have been forced to swallow his pride or surrender the blood-gathering grass. However, now that he had just reached the 6th level, despite his adversary being at the 7th, the unique nature of his cultivation technique allowed him to wield a fighting spirit far denser than that of others at the same level. This presented an opportunity to test both his strength and the progress of his system tasks, albeit with considerable risk. Xiao Chun faced a decision. 1. Endure for a moment of tranquility and surrender the remaining blood-gathering grass to avoid conflict, a prudent choice, yet humiliating, potentially inflating his adversary's arrogance. 2. Attempt to negotiate. emphasizing family rules, hoping his opponent would not dare to strike hard, a choice with risks, possibly inciting further anger. 3. Refused to yield and attempt to resist, thus testing his newfound strength against his opponent, the riskiest option, potentially leading to injury, but could clarify his own capabilities and even establish his authority. Gazing at the menacing Xiao Ku, Xiao Chen clenched his fists. Chapter 5. Tactful negotiation. Faced with Xiao Ku's aggressive demeanor and the encroaching lackeys, Xiao Chen's mind raced. Engaging in direct confrontation posed too great a risk. After all, his opponent was at the 7th level, and, outnumbered, he had just recently broken through, still mastering his newfound power, with slim chances of victory. Yet to capitulate and relinquish the hard-earned blood-gathering grass would not only be demeaning, but could embolden his adversary to intensify future extortion attempts. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Chen suppressed his rising anger, forcing a somewhat stiff smile as he replied, "Cousin Xiao Ku, your words are somewhat exaggerated. While the family does not prohibit members from training outside, I merely took a stroll near the outskirts of the city, gathering a few ordinary blood-gathering grasses. Of little worth, I trust they would not pique your interest." As he spoke, he subtly released a hint of his 6th-level fighting spirit, neither provoking nor too overt, merely allowing his opponent to sense the shift, thus enhancing his negotiating leverage. Shifting the conversation, Xiao Chen maintained a calm tone while instilling a cautionary note, reminding, "The family rules explicitly forbid members from forcibly seizing the belongings of others. Violators face corporal punishment. Cousin, being the grandson of the 3rd elder, you surely appreciate the importance of adhering to family protocols. I would not wish for you to incur the displeasure of the enforcement team over such trivial matters. Should clan leader Xiao Zhan learn of this, it would indeed reflect poorly on the 3rd elder as well." By invoking family rules, the enforcement team, clan leader Xiao Zhan, and the 3rd elder, he subtly hinted to Xiao Ku that escalating the situation would yield no benefit for anyone, especially for someone of his esteemed lineage. Indeed, upon hearing Xiao Chen's words and sensing his apparent breakthrough to the 6th level, coupled with the allusions to family regulations and elders, Xiao Ku's brow furrowed. His arrogance somewhat diminished. He had merely sought to extort a small advantage, not to escalate matters to the enforcement team. After all, a few blood-gathering grasses were hardly worth it. He regarded Xiao Chen with a scrutinizing gaze. "You've broken through to the 6th level?" His tone bore a hint of surprise and skepticism, as even at this level, Xiao Chen remained insignificant in his eyes. "Fortuitous, I suppose," Xiao Chen replied coolly. Xiao Kun narrowed his eyes, studying Xiao Chen for a moment, as if weighing the pros and cons. Finally, he scoffed, "Humph," sharp-toned. "A few worthless blood-gathering grasses? I truly wouldn't want them. Consider yourself fortunate this time." He waved his hand, signaling his lackeys to step back, then leaned in closer, lowering his voice in a threatening whisper, "But boy, do not think that reaching the 6th level grants you the right to act recklessly. Be cautious in the future. Do not leave any incriminating evidence in my hands. We're leaving." With that, he turned away with his 2 lackeys departing in a huff. As Xiao Chen watched their retreating figures, the tension in his body slowly eased, a fine sheen of sweat coating his back. Had he mishandled the situation, he might have faced a severe beating. While it was a humbling experience, he had averted conflict for the time being, preserving his meager gains and buying himself some time. Strength. Once again, he acutely felt the reality that this world revered power above all. Without strength, he had no choice but to endure and compromise. His resolve to elevate his power intensified. Without further ado, he made his way directly to the family's combat hall. The Xiao family's combat hall was an imposing structure, one of the family's significant strongholds. Guards stood sentinel at the entrance, while an appointed steward managed the registration and distribution of combat techniques within. Upon entering the hall, a mingling aroma of books and faint energy fluctuations enveloped him. The interior was spacious, with rows of neatly organized bookshelves, each laden with various scrolls. However, most were merely ordinary paper or animal skin scrolls, with only a scant few luminous jade slips radiating energy, housed in a more secure inner area, indicating their greater value. At present, the hall was sparsely populated, with only a handful of family members perusing their selections. The steward overseeing the combat hall was a stern-looking middle-aged man named Xiao Shan, a formidable grand fighter who typically kept to himself, delegating most tasks to his assistant. A fighter-level steward. Xiao Chen approached the steward, respectfully bowing, "Esteemed steward, I am Xiao Chen, having attained the 6th level of fighting spirit, seeking to select a combat technique for my training." The steward glanced up, a flicker of recognition crossing his features, aware of Xiao Chen's status as a side branch member. His demeanor was neither cold nor warm, strictly professional as he gestured toward an outer section. "Over there are the low-grade yellow-tier combat techniques. Feel free to browse. Once you've made your selection, Come back to register. You are aware of the rules? Yes? No damage, no disclosure, and return within a month. Yes, thank you. Esteemed steward. Xiaochen bowed once more and proceeded to the designated area. The scrolls lining the shelves appeared somewhat worn. Low-grade yellow-tier combat techniques represented the most basic tier within the realm of fighting spirit, with limited variety. Xiaochen meticulously examined the labels affixed to the scrolls. Stone-crushing palm. Low-grade yellow-tier, a palm technique capable of shattering stones when mastered. Requires a fighting spirit level of 5 or above. Basic swordsmanship. Low-grade yellow-tier, not a true combat technique, but a skill to enhance the lethality of sword-type weapons through fighting spirit. Requires a fighting spirit level of 4 or above. Wind steps, low-grade yellow tier. A mobility technique that slightly boosts speed and agility. Requires a fighting spirit level of 6 or above. Heavy mountain fist, low-grade yellow tier. A fist technique that delivers powerful strikes but is somewhat slow. Requires a fighting spirit level of 6 or above. Breath concealing technique, low-grade yellow tier. An auxiliary technique that can somewhat obscure one's presence, making it difficult for lower-level practitioners to detect. Requires a fighting spirit level of 3 or above. Note, effects are weak, easy to learn but hard to master, of limited practical value, caution advised. While the selection was limited, each technique possessed its unique attributes. The offensive techniques, such as shattered palm and heavy mountain fist, alongside weapon skills like basic swordsmanship, agility techniques such as wind steps, and a few unique supportive abilities like breath concealment technique, occupied Xiaochen's thoughts as he contemplated his situation. The nameless martial art he practiced had endowed him with a substantial amount of fighting energy, which should suffice to sustain the consumption of combat techniques. While offensive techniques were undoubtedly vital, he found himself lacking in means for survival and adaptability. The perilous encounter in the forest yesterday, coupled with the recent blockade by Xiao Ku, had illuminated the significance of speed and evasion. Although breath concealment technique was noted for its low practical value, it might yield unexpected effects in certain specific situations. He could only choose one and needed to deliberate carefully. 1. Opt for shattered palm or heavy mountain fist, enhancing frontal assault capabilities to compensate for insufficient output, leaning towards direct combat. 2. Choose wind steps, increasing speed and agility, enabling him to flee when outmatched, thus enhancing survival and maneuverability in battle, leaning towards survival and mobility. 3. Select basic swordsmanship, complementing his existing short sword to exploit the advantages of weaponry, requiring a weapon, leaning towards weapon specialization. 4. Pursue breath concealment technique, taking an unconventional path. It might unexpectedly assist in reconnaissance, evasion, and ambush, leaning towards support and strategy. Xiaochen's gaze traversed the scrolls of combat techniques. Please make your selection. 1, 2, 3, or 4. Chapter 6. Taking an unconventional path. Initial mastery of breath concealment. Xiaochen's eyes lingered momentarily on the somewhat solitary scroll of breath concealment technique. While offensive techniques were alluring and agility had practical applications, the remarks regarding its minimal efficacy, ease of learning yet difficulty in mastering, and low practical value only served to pique his curiosity and incite a contrarian desire. The task issued by the system was to attempt mastering a basic combat technique, with no stipulation that it must be an offensive one, regardless of its perceived shortcomings. Breath concealment technique was indeed a legitimate combat technique, and its low requirements aligned perfectly with his current training needs. More importantly, he sensed that this seemingly undervalued supportive technique might prove more beneficial in critical moments than direct confrontation. His experiences in the forest had taught him that, at times, concealing oneself was more crucial than showcasing strength. Thus, he resolved to select it. With determination, Xiaochen reached for the scroll of breath concealment technique. Upon registering with the steward, the official's expression morphed into one of apparent surprise, swiftly followed by a barely concealed disdain as he beheld Xiaochen's choice. Breath concealment technique? The steward raised an eyebrow, adopting a tone that bordered on caution. Have you thought this through, young man? This technique is dreadfully tedious to practice, and its effects are minimal. At best, it might deceive those a few levels beneath you, but among peers, it proves nearly useless, a sheer waste of time. It would be far more practical to choose shattered palm or wind steps. Xiaochen maintained a calm demeanor and resolutely replied, "Thank you for your reminder, esteemed steward, but I would still like to give this a try." The steward, witnessing his resolve, shook his head and ceased further persuasion, muttering during the registration process, "Another who refuses to heed advice, they will come to regret it." Clearly, others had once harbored the same curiosity or taken an unconventional path, yet their outcomes had likely been far from ideal. Having completed his registration, Xiao Chun departed from the combat technique hall. Faint echoes of mocking laughter from other disciples who had chosen their techniques trailing behind him. He actually picked breath concealment technique? What use does that worthless technique serve? He must think the offensive ones are too challenging. Ha. A mere branch family member with such limited insight. Ignoring their derision, Xiao Chun clutched the scroll tightly and hastened back to his modest quarters. The opinions of others mattered little. What was paramount was whether this technique would genuinely prove useful to him. After securing his door, he eagerly unfurled the scroll. The contents were indeed uncomplicated, perhaps even somewhat rudimentary. Its primary principle involved utilizing fighting energy to create a unique frequency that enveloped the body, simulating the energy aura of the surrounding environment, thereby achieving the goal of concealing one's own fluctuations and diminishing one's presence. The key to mastering it lay in the meticulous control of fighting energy and maintaining the stability of that distinctive wave. As the steward had mentioned, it was easy to learn but challenging to master. While intra-level practice was straightforward, genuinely achieving the effect of concealment, especially while in motion, posed significant difficulty. Although the consumption of fighting energy was minimal, it necessitated continuous, highly concentrated control. The requirement for fine manipulation of fighting energy? As Xiao Chun read this, he felt an unexpected thrill. He had been troubled by the arduousness of practicing the nameless technique, which seemed to serve little purpose beyond enhancing fighting energy and physical conditioning. However, this technique demanded an exceptionally fine guidance and refinement of the energy absorbed into the body. Otherwise, it could lead to intense pain or even damage to the meridians. This inadvertently meant he had been honing his control over fighting energy all along. Without hesitation, he began to follow the method outlined in breath concealment technique, channeling the solidified 6 segments of fighting energy within him, attempting to generate that subtle wave and envelop his body. On his first attempt, the fluctuations of fighting energy were tumultuous, failing to create any effective coverage. The second attempt yielded a slightly steadier wave, yet the range was too limited. By the third attempt, he realized that compared to the intricate guidance required to channel the wild energy of the nameless technique through convoluted pathways, maintaining this relatively simple wave coverage, while still challenging, was not insurmountable. The exceptional control instilled by the nameless technique became evident at that moment. After merely half an afternoon of practice, the fluctuations of fighting energy around his body had begun to stabilize, though they were still far from the high-level state described in the scroll, in which one seamlessly blended with the surrounding environment. Nevertheless, he could distinctly sense that his aura had indeed diminished slightly. He approached the sole dilapidated bronze mirror in his room, scrutinizing his reflection. His appearance remained unchanged, yet his presence seemed to have lessened, making it easy to overlook him unless one looked closely. Ding! Successfully grasped the basic yellow tier combat technique breath concealment technique, entry level. Task completion and exploration stabilized at 60. Reward, slight enhancement of mental acuity, with improved perception and control over fighting energy. The system's notification resonated, bringing a refreshing sensation to his mind, enhancing clarity in his thoughts and sharpening his awareness of the flow of fighting energy within him. Indeed, it was beneficial. Xiao Chun felt invigorated. The system's acknowledgement confirmed that his choice was not misguided. This breath concealment technique was a perfect complement to the nameless technique. He continued to practice, immersing himself in the exquisite sensation of finely manipulating fighting energy, until nightfall, when hunger compelled him to cease his efforts. Glancing at the few remaining blood-condensing herbs and a mere handful of coins, Xiao Chun sighed. Training breath concealment technique consumed little fighting energy, but the nameless technique and nourishing his body required substantial energy replenishment. This scant resource was woefully inadequate. He must find a way to earn more coins or directly acquire training resources. The next day, Xiao Chun set forth once more from the Xiao family. This time, rather than recklessly venturing into the Beast Mountain Range, he made his way to the bustling marketplace of Wutan City. The market was alive with chatter. A multitude of stalls and shops lining the streets, with vendors vociferously hawking their wares. Medicinal herbs, magic cores, weapons, and scrolls of martial techniques, mostly low-tier or even incomplete, were available in abundance. Wandering aimlessly, Xiao Chun perused the prices of various items while contemplating how he might earn money. Refining pills? He lacked the knowledge. Crafting weapons? Even less likely. Working for others? The income was meager. As he ambled through the market, his attention was captured by a small stall nestled in a corner, where a small crowd had gathered, seemingly captivated by some commotion. As he squeezed through the crowd for a closer look, he beheld a middle-aged man with a sallow complexion presiding over a stall adorned with peculiar, mud-streaked stones of various shapes. Beside him stood a sign that read, mystical betting stones, 100 gold coins each, non-refundable. These so-called betting stones were raw stones unearthed from unique mineral veins or ancient ruins, possessing the ability to obscure soul perception. Within their depths, they might harbor precious magical cores, rare metals, or even combat techniques, though they could equally contain nothing at all, entirely reliant on one's keen eyesight and luck. At that moment, a young man clad in luxurious attire hesitated over a stone the size of a basin, while several companions urged him on. "Come on, Wang Xiao. You might just uncover a third-tier magical core." One exclaimed. 100 gold coins is nothing for you, Wang Xiao. Take the gamble. With a resolute grimace, Wang Xiao paid the fee, drawing a dagger from his waist, its blade enveloped in fighting spirit, and cautiously began to slice the stone. The onlookers held their breath in anticipation. Layer after layer peeled away until only ordinary stone fragments remained. "It's a bust. There's nothing." A murmur of disappointment rippled through the crowd. Wang Xiao, visibly perturbed, cursed his misfortune and turned to leave with his companions. The stall owner, his expression impassive, collected the gold coins as if it were an everyday occurrence. Xiao Chun, observing the unremarkable stones, felt a sudden stir within his heart. His soul perception, enhanced by the system, was stronger than that of others at the same level, yet it could not penetrate the perception-obscuring stone skin. But what of the system? He inwardly inquired, "System, can you detect the contents of these stones?" Simple energy detection is possible, requiring a small expenditure of mental energy. The results will only provide feedback on energy intensity, without specifying the exact item. Each detection must be spaced 10 minutes apart. A glimmer of hope. Although he could not ascertain the precise nature of the contents, he could discern the presence of energy. This was infinitely better than mere guesswork. He surveyed the remaining 5 stones on the stall, each varying in size and shape. "System, begin detection on the first stone," he commanded silently. Detecting. Energy feedback. Weak, nearly imperceptible. The second stone, detecting. Energy feedback. None. The third stone, detecting. Energy feedback. None. The fourth stone, detecting. Energy feedback. Weak, mixed, and impure. The fifth stone, the smallest of the lot, merely the size of a fist, bore a pockmarked surface. Detecting. Energy feedback. Moderate strength, relatively pure energy. Xiao Chen's heart raced as his gaze fixated on that fifth little stone. Moderate strength and relatively pure energy. This could very well contain something valuable. Yet, he maintained an air of nonchalance, casually inspecting a larger stone that exhibited no energy response. "How much for this one, boss?" 100 gold coins, flat rate, the stall owner replied lazily. 100 gold is too steep. This stone looks utterly ordinary. Xiao Chen began to haggle, eventually feigning indifference as he gestured toward the small stone. "How about I take this smaller one as well? It has an interesting shape. I could use it as a decoration." The stall owner glanced at the least appealing stone, likely predicting it would remain unsold. After a moment's feigned hesitation, he waved his hand dismissively. "All right, since you're the first customer today, I'll let both go for 150 gold coins. Take it or leave it." Suppressing his excitement, Xiao Chun produced the last of his scant gold coins and reluctantly pledged several blood at a nearby herb stall for a meager sum. Finally scraping together 150 gold coins to hand over to the stall owner. With the 2 stones, one large and one small, in hand, he retreated to a less populated corner. Lacking professional tools, he once again drew his short sword and began cautiously cutting into the larger stone. As anticipated, it yielded nothing but powder. Taking a deep breath, he commenced the meticulous incision of the fist-sized stone. With utmost care, he peeled away the stone's exterior layer by layer. Suddenly, a glimmer of moist green light emanated from the fissures within. Xiao Chen's spirit surged, and he proceeded with heightened caution. Ultimately, a crystal the size of a pigeon's egg, completely verdant and imbued with pure, gentle energy, appeared in his grasp. Was this a second-tier, would attribute magical core? No. It seemed even more refined and gentle than an ordinary second-tier magical core. Xiao Chen's heart raced wildly. A second-tier would magical core was worth at least 1,000 gold coins. Moreover, its energy was exceptionally mild, making it highly suitable for absorption. He quickly grasped the magical core, attempting to use concealment technique to suppress its faint glow and energy fluctuations while hastily departing the marketplace. Clutching this precious treasure, Xiao Chun felt a blend of exhilaration and trepidation. This magical core held value far exceeding a mere 1,000 gold coins. Absorbing it directly could potentially propel his cultivation to new heights. Yet, he noted a few shadowy figures at the marketplace entrance casting fleeting glances his way, their eyes flickering with intent. Perhaps his subtle reaction during the transaction had drawn the attention of some discerning individuals. Although fighting was prohibited within the confines of Wutan City, the same could not be said for the outskirts. He now faced two choices. 1. Return immediately to the Shao residence and seclude himself to absorb the magical core. 2. Take a roundabout route, visiting several apothecaries or material shops to acquire auxiliary herbs or sundries, disguising himself as an ordinary shopper to obfuscate his true intentions before stealthily returning home. Shao Chun stroked the warm magical core in his possession and made his decision. Chapter 7. The burden of possession, currents of intrigue emerge. With the extraordinary wood magical core, worth its weight in gold, nestled in his grasp, Shao Chun quelled the tumult of excitement and anxiety within him. The lingering gazes at the marketplace entrance ignited a sense of caution. A direct return to the Shao residence would be too conspicuous, should any ill-intentioned individuals uncover the truth. His days of peace would be irrevocably shattered. Drawing a deep breath, he forced a calm, albeit slightly disappointed expression onto his face. After all, he had indeed failed to extract anything valuable from the large stone, then pivoted and melded once more into the bustling throng of the marketplace. He first entered a larger herbal shop, using his final few copper coins to purchase a small bag of the cheapest Qingxin grass leaves, a substance of negligible medicinal value, typically consumed merely for psychological comfort. Holding the bag prominently, he made it quite conspicuous. Next, he browsed several stalls selling assorted trinkets, picking up this and that, yet ultimately purchasing nothing, merely engaging in idle banter with the vendors as if he were a penniless youth aimlessly wandering about. Throughout this endeavor, he diligently activated the concealment technique, striving to minimize his presence, all while cautiously observing his surroundings. Sure enough, he noticed the two figures from the marketplace still lingering nearby. Neither too close nor too far, their eyes occasionally sweeping over him, clearly not willing to give up. Shao Chun stifled a cold smirk within, concealing his true feelings beneath a mask of indifference. He intentionally took a few convoluted turns, slipping into a narrow alley selling inexpensive clothing. Utilizing the cover of stalls and the throng of shoppers, he swiftly changed into a dust-coated outer garment he had prepared in advance. The inside and outside were of two different deep hues, tousled his hair slightly, and altered his gait just enough to blend in with a group of women who had just completed their shopping, hastily exiting the alley with his head lowered. Though these actions were simple, the effect of the concealment technique in diminishing his presence, combined with the chaotic noise of the marketplace, allowed him to successfully shake off his pursuers, at least for the moment. Sensing the absence of their watchful gazes, Shao Chun dared not linger. Rather than heading directly home, he circled around, slipping through a small gate at the rear side of the Shao residence, swiftly returning to his modest quarters. He firmly closed the door and secured the bolt, allowing himself to finally exhale deeply, his back drenched in cold sweat. The tension he experienced just moments ago surpassed even that of facing a withered leaf snake. Strength, or the lack thereof, rendered the acquisition of treasures akin to a child clutching gold in the marketplace. Shao Chun was once again acutely aware of this reality. Had he possessed the prowess of a fighter or even a fighter master today, there would have been no need for such trepidation. Once he had calmed his nerves, he eagerly retrieved the verdant magic core. The pea-sized crystal radiated a soft, pure green light within the dim confines of the room, exuding a rich aura of life energy that was utterly refreshing. Detected a viable energy source, pure second tier with system magic core, embryonic life crystal. Energy is pure and gentle, infused with a life essence, boasting a remarkably high absorption efficiency and minimal impurities. Would you like to absorb it? The system's notification chimed once more, presenting an uncertain designation, embryonic life crystal. Although Shao Chun had never encountered this term before, the descriptors, pure, gentle, life-infused, and highly efficient, clearly indicated its value far exceeded that of an ordinary second-tier magic core. Without any hesitation, he opted to absorb it. Only by transforming it into his own strength could he truly realize its significance. He once again settled into a meditative position, holding the magic core tightly, and activated his unnamed cultivation technique. This time, the sensation of energy flooding into his body was distinctly different. Gone was the overwhelming and tearing sensation he had experienced when absorbing the withered leaf snake's magic core. Instead, he was enveloped in a warm and soothing embrace, akin to a gentle spring breeze. The pure and powerful life energy flowed like a sweet spring, continuously surging into his meridians, rapidly refining into solidified fighting energy, while a portion merged into his limbs and bones, nourishing his flesh and even his soul. He could distinctly feel the subtle changes occurring within his body, becoming more vibrant, with his meridians seemingly growing more supple and expansive. The slight internal injuries and fatigue brought about by cultivating the unnamed technique began to gradually mend and dissipate under the nurturing touch of this life energy. The sensation of enhancement was so delightful that it bordered on intoxication. The cyclone within his dantian spun with unprecedented speed, swelling as his fighting energy soared. Mid-sixth stage. Late sixth stage. Peak sixth stage. He shattered through the bottleneck with an explosive force. Fighting energy. Seventh stage. Yet, the energy was far from depleted. His cultivation continued to ascend steadily, progressing towards mid-seventh stage. Ultimately, as the last vestiges of energy from the magic core were fully absorbed and transformed into colorless powder, his cultivation stabilized at the mid-seventh stage of fighting energy. In the span of a single day, he had surged from the peak of the sixth stage to the mid-seventh stage. Such speed, if known, would astonish all of Wutan City. Xiaochen opened his eyes, a fleeting brilliance flashing within them, his entire being brimming with a newfound sense of power, feeling more invigorated than ever before. He sensed that the richness and solidity of his fighting energy at this moment was likely not inferior to that of a typical 8-stage fighter. This was the benefit brought forth by the unnamed technique and the high-quality energy source. Ding! Successfully absorbed special energy source. Fighting energy elevated to mid-seventh stage. Physical body received slight nourishment and enhancement. Task stabilization and exploration completion, 100. Reward, proficiency in the fighting skill breath restraining technique significantly enhanced, reaching a proficient level. Mental fortitude slightly increased. The System S rewards promptly arrived. Xiao Chun felt a surge of inspiration, attempting to practice breath restraining technique, and indeed found it more intuitive. With the fluctuations of fighting energy stabilizing and concealing his presence significantly improved. Should he encounter those individuals from the marketplace again, he now possessed a greater assurance of eluding their notice entirely. The joy stemming from his newfound strength filled his heart. Yet, he was acutely aware that mid-seventh stage fighting energy was merely considered above average among the younger generation of the Xiao family. There remained 8th and 9th stages. Not to mention those who had already become fighters, such as Xiao Ning. Not to mention the vastness of the outside world. He needed to swiftly master an offensive fighting technique to truly unleash his potential, Xiao Chun mused. Now that his fighting energy had reached the 7th stage, he could attempt to train in the slightly more advanced yellow-tier, low-level fighting techniques available at the Fighting Technique Hall, such as Heavy Mountain Fist or Wind Step. However, he did not plan to return to the Fighting Technique Hall just yet. Having just achieved a breakthrough, it was crucial to solidify his gains. Infrequently switching techniques was not advisable. More importantly, he was out of money. Cultivation was inextricably linked to resources. He needed a new, relatively safe channel for resource acquisition. A few days later, while Xiao Chun was in his room consolidating his cultivation and familiarizing himself with his newfound 7th-stage power, a knock resonated from outside. Upon opening the door, he found a stranger from the Xiao family waiting. Young Master Xiao Chun. The servant presented a delicately crafted invitation. Miss Sunur is hosting a small gathering in the courtyard tomorrow, inviting the young members of the clan to attend, and has specifically tasked me with delivering this invitation to you. Xiao Chun was taken aback, accepting the invitation. The esteemed young lady of the ancient clan, Xiao Sunur, why would she invite someone as inconspicuous as him, a side-branch disciple? He was well aware that this seemingly gentle girl held a preeminent status among the younger generation of the Xiao family. Those fortunate enough to receive her invitation were typically the cream of the crop among the direct descendants or those closely related to her. Could this be an opportunity? A chance to engage with the core circle of the family? Yet it could also attract undue attention, bringing potential trouble. To go or not to go? Xiaochen pondered as he gazed at the invitation, which emitted a faint fragrance, lost in thought. Accept the invitation and attend. Politely decline, citing cultivation as an inconvenience. Discreet and prudent, avoiding trouble, yet potentially missing an opportunity. Xiaochen weighed the pros and cons. Please make a choice. 1, 2. Chapter 8. Sunur's Gathering, Beneath the Surface. Xiaochen gazed at the exquisite invitation in his hand, his thoughts racing. Xiao Sunur held an extraordinary position within the Xiao family, and attendees of her gatherings were certainly not ordinary youths. This was an opportunity to glimpse the core circle of the Xiao family, to gather more information, and perhaps even catch wind of developments concerning Wutan City or even the Gamma Empire. Though it was risky, it was worth the venture. Being overly reserved could sometimes lead to missed opportunities. Thank you, Miss Sunur, for the invitation. I shall certainly be present on time tomorrow. Xiao Chen nodded to the servant, responding in a calm tone. The servant appeared somewhat surprised by his prompt acceptance, but said nothing further, bowing before departing. As he closed the door, Xiao Chen regarded the invitation thoughtfully. Why had Xiao Sunur invited him? Was it due to his recent breakthrough to the 7th stage? Though he had not fully revealed his aura, Perhaps someone had sensed the change? Or was there another reason? He recalled the shrewdness and depth hidden beneath Xiao Sun's gentle demeanor from the original text, realizing he must proceed with utmost caution during this visit. The following day, Xiao Chun deliberately donned his most presentable attire. Though still modest, it was clean and neat. He utilized breath-restraining technique to conceal his cultivation level to around the 6th stage, ensuring he neither drew too much attention nor appeared too weak to be dismissed. The gathering was set in a serene courtyard at the back of the Xiao family estate, a locale typically reserved for the family's upper echelons or those favored among the younger generation. Upon his arrival, Xiao Chun found approximately 10 young individuals already gathered in the courtyard, all prominent figures of his generation within the Xiao family. Naturally, at the center of attention was Xiao Sun, adorned in a light purple gown, her beauty striking, exuding an elegant and ethereal grace as she engaged in conversation with those beside her. Surrounding her were the elite of the younger generation, Xiao Ning, who had already reached the fighter level, Xiao Mei with her 9th stage fighting energy, and several direct descendants at the 7th and 8th stages. Xiao Yin was notably absent. He likely remained on the back mountain, training alone, or perhaps due to his reputation as a waste, he had not received an invitation. Xiao Chun's arrival drew some subtle attention. A few direct descendants cast astonished and scrutinizing glances, clearly surprised that this collateral relative would also grace the gathering with his presence. "Cousin Xiao Chun, you have arrived," greeted Xiao Sun, her gaze softening into a gentle smile that felt like a refreshing spring breeze, suggesting that she was not taken aback by his arrival. "Please, make yourself comfortable. There is no need for formalities." "Thank you, Miss Sun," Xiao Chun replied with a respectful nod, then discreetly settled into an inconspicuous corner, silently observing the attendees. The atmosphere of the gathering appeared relaxed and congenial, as participants sipped tea and engaged in casual conversation, sharing amusing anecdotes about their cultivation experiences or the latest happenings in Wutan City. Yet, Xiao Chun could keenly sense the undercurrents of turmoil beneath the surface. As the grandson of the Grand Elder and the first among the younger generation to achieve the status of a fighter, Xiao Ning subtly positioned himself as a leader, making disparaging remarks about Xiao Yin while boasting about his own prowess. Several young women, including Xiao Mei, clustered around Xiao Ning and Xiao Sun. Xiao Sun maintained a graceful smile, responding with poise. However, Xiao Qin noticed that whenever someone made excessively mocking comments about Xiao Yin, a flicker of chilling disdain would momentarily cross her eyes. "I have heard that the Guerrier and Uba families have grown quite close recently, seemingly conspiring against our Xiao family's business in the market, causing significant disruption," remarked an informed descendant. "They're nothing more than a bunch of clowns. Once I break through to a 3-star fighter, I shall make them pay." Xiao Ning scoffed, brimming with confidence. Xiao Sun gently caressed her teacup and replied softly, "In matters of commercial competition, one must exercise caution. I have heard they seem to have enlisted the help of a first-rank alchemist, who has introduced several commendable healing potions that have attracted numerous mercenaries." "An alchemist?" The crowd gasped in surprise. The status of an alchemist is exalted. Even a first-rank one could disrupt the balance in a city like Wutan. Xiao Qian's heart stirred at the thought. An alchemist? Now that is the most esteemed profession in the Doqi continent. If one could become an alchemist. At that moment, a rather jarring voice interrupted. "Oh, isn't this our industrious cousin, Xiao Chun? I heard you visited the market a few days ago and stumbled upon a stroke of luck, unearthing a fine stone." Xiao Chun looked up to find Xiao Ku eyeing him with a malicious grin. It was evident that, although Xiao Chun believed he had evaded surveillance that day, Xiao Ku or his informants had likely caught wind of some details. This remark immediately drew the attention of many to Xiao Chen's corner. Maintaining a composed expression, Xiao Chun calmly replied, "Cousin Xiao Ku is jesting. It was merely a stroke of luck to cut out a small piece of worthless scrap, barely breaking even. Hardly a matter of fortune." He once again employed the concealment technique, rendering himself appear more ordinary, his words a blend of truth and pretense. "Is that so?" Xiao Ku clearly did not believe him, stepping closer and raising his voice. "But I heard that what you unearthed glows with a vibrant green light. Its energy not weak at all. Have you become so wealthy that you no longer recognize your poorer relatives? Why not show it to everyone and let them see?" He was clearly provoking Xiao Chun, attempting to put him on the spot. If Xiao Chun had indeed discovered something valuable, being publicly called out would inevitably attract envy. If he could not produce it, or if the item was subpar, he would become a subject of ridicule. The atmosphere in the room turned decidedly tense. Even Xiao Ning and Xiao Mei revealed expressions of intrigue. Xiao Sun, however, merely shifted her gaze, quietly observing without intervening. Xiao Chen internally scoffed, recognizing this as Xiao Ku's revenge for his previous failure. As he pondered how to respond, whether to endure in silence or suddenly. A cool voice resonated from the entrance of the courtyard. Since when did a gathering of the Shao family become a venue for forcing others to reveal their assets? Everyone turned to see a slender figure clad in a black robe, standing tall and straight, a hint of derision gracing his countenance. It was none other than Xiao Yan. His sudden appearance left all present momentarily stunned. A glimmer of barely perceptible brightness flickered in Xiao Sun's beautiful eyes. Xiao Ku, upon seeing Xiao Yan, was engulfed in anger, sneering, "I thought who it was. It turns out to be our family's once promising genius. So, 3 years later, your Douqi is still at the third stage? Is this a place you should be?" Yet Xiao Yan did not deign to look at Xiao Ku, his gaze landing squarely on Xiao Chen as he spoke coolly. Luck is also a part of strength. What is gained, and what is lost. There is no need to prove anything to others. His words subtly alleviated the pressure on Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen looked at Xiao Yan with surprise. This future Emperor of Flames, despite his current plight, already exuded an innate pride and clarity. With Xiao Yan's arrival and remarks, the focus shifted away from Xiao Chen significantly. Xiao Ning and others immediately turned their barbs toward Xiao Yan, unleashing a torrent of cold jibes. Yet Xiao Yan maintained his composure, occasionally retorting with sharp wit, effectively leaving Xiao Ning and his companions at a loss. Xiao Sun tactfully intervened to smooth over the situation, redirecting the conversation back to family matters and cultivation as though the earlier incident had never transpired. The gathering continued for a while longer before attendees began to take their leave. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Chen rose to bid farewell to Xiao Sun. She smiled and nodded, but as he turned to depart, she quietly remarked, "Cousin Xiao Chen, sometimes hiding too deeply may not be a good thing." Xiao Chen's body stiffened slightly before he regained his composure, not looking back as he walked away. A chill ran through him. She had indeed perceived something. This young lady from the ancient clan was far more astute than he had imagined. Upon leaving the courtyard, Xiao Chen was intercepted on a narrow path, not by Xiao Ku, but by Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan regarded Xiao Chen with a scrutinizing and curious gaze. "You seem different from before." Xiao Chen felt a wave of caution wash over him, but maintained a smile, saying, "Cousin Xiao Yan is jesting. People are always changing. Thank you for your timely intervention earlier." It was a mere trifle. Xiao Yan waved his hand, seemingly unconcerned. After a moment's contemplation, he suddenly inquired, "Have you recently experienced difficulties in condensing your Douqi during cultivation, or even noticed it inexplicably dissipating?" Xiao Chen was taken aback. Xiao Yan's question was clearly a test to see if he had encountered a similar predicament. Did he suspect that Xiao Chen was also being affected by some external force siphoning his Douqi? This was a highly sensitive matter. How he responded could profoundly impact his future relationship with this future Emperor of Flames. To truthfully disclose that he had not faced such an issue while expressing curiosity, severing ties, and minimizing risk, but possibly missing a chance for deeper communication. To be vague and indicate that cultivation is indeed challenging, with everyone facing difficulties, leaving a margin, maintaining distance, and avoiding offense. To imply that he too had faced some peculiar obstacles in his training, albeit different from Xiao Yan's, thereby expressing empathy, indicating understanding and drawing closer, but requiring utmost caution to avoid deeper inquiry. Xiao Chen gazed into Xiao Yan's seemingly calm, yet keenly perceptive eyes, swiftly weighing his options. "Please make a choice. 1, 2, 3. Chapter 9. The Ambiguous First Encounter. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's question, Xiao Chen was internally shaken but endeavored to maintain his composure. He astutely realized that Xiao Yan was probing for a kindred spirit amid his profound confusion and anguish. A direct denial could further alienate the already sensitive individual, while full acknowledgement was out of the question, as it would lead to unpredictable repercussions. After a moment's deliberation, a hint of a bittersweet smile graced his face, and he lowered his voice slightly, imbued with a sense of shared plight. "Cousin Xiao Yan, to be candid, who among us can navigate the path of cultivation without hurdles? My aptitude is lacking, and my progress is slow. At times, I too feel as though the flow of Douqi is obstructed, as if something invisible is hindering me, preventing me from achieving my full potential. The anguish contained within, alas, is perhaps known only to oneself." His words were articulated with great finesse, neither affirming the disappearance of his fighting spirit nor explicitly stating the difficulties he faced in its operation, merely hinting at the hindrances that obstructed his path, common tribulations encountered during cultivation, particularly for those of mediocre talent. Yet, he employed the vague expression of being unable to exert his full potential, placing particular emphasis on the suffering and the notion that only he was aware of it, aiming to evoke an emotional resonance in Xiao Yan. Indeed, upon hearing his words, especially the final phrase, "the anguish contained within, alas, is perhaps known only to oneself," A faint ripple of emotion flickered in Xiao Yan's icy gaze. Over the past 3 years, he had endured scorn and ridicule. Never once had anyone expressed an understanding of his plight. Even his father and Sun'er offered more sympathy and encouragement than this kind of empathetic recognition born from similar experiences. Although Xiao Qin's situation was evidently distinct from his own, the disappearance of fighting spirit and its operational stagnation are two separate matters. The pain of cultivation obstacles and the lack of understanding from others strangely found an outlet at this moment. Xiao Yan regarded Xiao Chun with a deeper gaze, his scrutiny diminishing slightly, replaced by an indescribable complexity of emotions. He let out a self-deprecating smile, his tone softening. No longer cold, but imbued with a rare hint of despondency. Indeed, that feeling is truly unbearable. He paused, as if contemplating saying more, but ultimately merely shook his head. Resigning, well, take care of yourself. With that, he turned away, heading towards the back mountain, his figure still slender, yet seemingly no longer entirely isolated from the world. Observing Xiao Yan's departing silhouette, Xiao Chun released a gentle sigh of relief. The seemingly simple conversation had been perilous in reality. It required him to bridge the gap while concealing his secrets, a delicate balance to strike. Fortunately, it appeared to have achieved its intended effect, at least leaving an impression in Xiao Yan's mind as a fellow cultivator experiencing setbacks, which might yield some advantages in the future. The relationship with this future flame emperor necessitated careful cultivation. Xiao Chun mused inwardly before also departing. After narrowly escaping in the market and having a brief gathering with Sun'er, Xiao Chun had come to a deeper understanding of the importance of resources. With his cultivation reaching the mid-7th stage, the consumption of the unnamed technique had increased significantly. Relying solely on the meager resources provided monthly by his family felt utterly inadequate. He directed his gaze once more towards the monster mountain range outside Wutan City. Though fraught with danger, it was currently the quickest path to acquire resources. This time, he prepared more thoroughly. He spent his last bit of money to purchase some inexpensive healing potions and detoxifying powders, and stockpiled ample provisions and water. Upon re-entering the monster mountain range, Xiao Chun felt an unmistakable difference. With his mid-7th stage prowess, along with the solidified fighting energy and the enhanced proficiency of the breath-holding technique, he felt significantly more composed than during his last venture. He cautiously delved deeper, avoiding known strong monster territories, focusing instead on searching for medicinal herbs and isolated first-tier low-level beasts. Over the course of several days, utilizing his heightened senses and the assistance of the breath-holding technique, he successfully evaded several beast packs and slayed a few first-tier low-level monsters, collecting some herbs of moderate value. The harvest was quite satisfactory, yet he also encountered dangers on multiple occasions, sustaining several shallow wounds. One day, while searching at the edge of a valley, he suddenly caught a faint, peculiar fragrance. Following the scent, he discovered a bizarre flower, entirely crimson and resembling a bird, nestled in a crevice of a steep cliff, emanating a subtle wave of fire attribute energy. Could this be the crimson sparrow orchid? Judging by its color and energy, it must be at least 20 years old. Xiao Chen's heart leaped with joy. The crimson sparrow orchid serves as a vital material for refining certain second-tier pills, and even when consumed directly, it holds numerous benefits for cultivators of fire attribute techniques, rendering it quite valuable. He surveyed the surroundings, confirming there were no formidable beasts guarding it, and carefully began to scale the cliff, preparing to pluck the flower. Just as his hand was about to touch the crimson sparrow orchid, an unforeseen change occurred. Whoosh! A sharp sound of slicing air surged from the side, aimed directly at his wrist. The speed was astonishing, accompanied by a fierce wave of fighting energy. Xiao Chen's heart sank in terror at this critical moment. He instinctively activated the wind step, though he had yet to formally cultivate it. He had observed its introduction in the combat techniques hall and subconsciously mimicked its exertion method, alongside the breath-holding technique, twisting his body into an awkward position in midair, narrowly evading the attack. Crack! A diamond-shaped metal dart embedded itself deeply into the rock where he had just stood, vibrating violently. Xiao Chun landed and swiftly retreated, cautiously scanning the direction from which the dart had come. 3 men clad in mercenary attire emerged from the woods, led by a scar-faced man with a fierce gaze, his aura unmistakably reaching the peak of the 8th stage of fighting energy. The 2 men behind him also appeared to possess 7th stage fighting energy. Kid, nice reflexes. The scar-faced man licked his lips, greedily eyeing the crimson sparrow orchid. This herb is coveted by our Blood Wolf mercenary group. If you're smart, scram quickly, lest my men take action and you end up injured. Another case of murder and robbery. Xiao Chen's heart sank. The opponent's strength was clearly superior, and they were outnumbered. The crimson sparrow orchid was worth at least several hundred gold coins. To abandon it now was simply unacceptable. Moreover, given their readiness to kill over a slight disagreement. It was evident they were not kind-hearted. Even if he relinquished the flower, it was uncertain whether they would truly let him go. The perilous cliff left him with no retreat. Below lay a deep gorge, a fall into which would undoubtedly spell his demise. The situation was dire. Xiao Qin's mind raced. He considered negotiating, offering to share a part of his find in exchange for a safe retreat, hoping they desired only the herbs, though this seemed unlikely. Alternatively, he could utilize the breath-holding technique and the terrain, launching a sudden attack to attempt to slay or severely injure the weakest among them, creating chaos to escape, a high-risk gamble, but perhaps with a glimmer of hope. Lastly, he could call for help, hoping nearby mercenaries or members of the Xiao family would hear him, muddying the waters of the situation. Xiao Qin's gaze sharpened as he fixated on the advancing trio, his hand slowly gripping the short sword at his waist. Please make a choice. 1, 2, 3. Chapter 10. Desperate counterattack, the cliffside struggle for survival. Negotiation? Engaging in dialogue with these bloodthirsty mercenaries, clearly harboring ill intentions, is akin to seeking shelter from a tiger. Calling for help? In this remote wilderness, it is more likely to attract even more hungry wolves, or worse, no one may respond, exposing his own panic. Only a desperate fight offers a sliver of hope. In a flash of insight, Xiao Qin made the most dangerous yet potentially effective decision. He deliberately displayed a hint of terror and hesitation on his face, slightly retreating as if intimidated by their imposing presence, while secretly channeling the breath-holding technique to its utmost limit, rendering his aura faint and indistinct. Simultaneously, the solidified fighting energy of his mid-7th stage surged uncontrollably, pouring into his legs and sword-wielding arm. At least you know your place. The scar-faced man, seeing Xiao Qin retreat, scoffed and relaxed his guard, stepping forward to pluck the crimson sparrow orchid. Now is the moment. Just as the scar-faced man sidled up to reach for the flower, Xiao Qin sprang into action. He forcefully pushed off the cliff wall, not retreating, but, like an arrow released from its bow, unexpectedly lunged toward the weakest among the trio, the mercenary on the left who wielded 7th stage fighting energy. The breath-holding technique rendered his movement nearly soundless until he erupted into action, the wave of fighting energy suddenly exploding forth. Watch out! The scar-faced man reacted swiftly, shouting in anger, but he was already a fraction too late. The targeted mercenary had not anticipated that this seemingly weak boy, masked by the breath-holding technique to appear as only possessing 6th stage energy, would dare to launch a sudden counterattack with such speed. In his haste, he barely had time to raise his long knife in defense. Mountain-crushing fist, Xiao Qin roared inwardly, though he had never practiced any form of martial arts. In this moment of dire urgency, he channeled all of his strength, along with the formidable physical power bestowed by an unnamed technique, emulating the striking method of the heavy mountain fist witnessed in the Combat Academy. He concentrated all his might into his right fist and unleashed a thunderous strike. Simultaneously, his left hand concealed a short sword at his waist, poised for action. This attack was devoid of any embellishment. It was a pure amalgamation of power, speed, and timing. Bang! A dull thud resounded as Xiao Qin's fist collided forcefully with the blade of his opponent as hastily raised long knife. The solidified fighting spirit, coupled with immense physical strength, erupted suddenly. The mercenary felt an overwhelming force far surpassing that of a 7th stage fighter coursing through the blade, shattering his grip and causing blood to spill forth as the long knife was sent flying from his hand. Staggering backward, he left his defenses wide open. Death! A glint of ferocity flashed in Xiao Qin's eyes as the poised left-hand short sword struck like a viper, accurately targeting the opponent's exposed midsection as he faltered, thrusting directly at his heart. All of this transpired in a heartbeat, so swift it was suffocating. Thud! The short sword penetrated without resistance, swiftly withdrawn and accompanied by a spray of warm blood. The mercenary's eyes widened in disbelief, terror etched across his face as his body crumpled to the ground, lifeless in an instant. Ding! Successfully killed a 7th stage mercenary. Gained a minuscule amount of experience. The system's cold notification echoed in the air. Old 6, you little bastard. You're seeking death. The scarred-faced mercenary and another 7th stage fighter finally registered what had transpired. Their faces a blend of rage and shock as they howled and charged forward with their weapons. They had never anticipated that, in a single encounter, they would suffer a loss. Having struck true, Xiao Qin did not linger, leaving no time to collect his spoils. Utilizing the momentum from his previous advance, he rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the furious slash aimed at him by the scarred face. The blade grazed his back, tearing a long gash in his clothes, and the chilling aura of the blade sent shivers across his skin. Another mercenary followed suit, lunging at his abdomen with a longsword. Xiao Chun found himself at the precipice of a cliff, with little room to evade. In a moment of desperation, he hurled the short sword toward the face of the sword-wielding mercenary, forcing him to defend and granting Xiao Chun a fleeting opportunity. At the same time, he exerted his strength not forward or backward, but toward the jagged crevice in the cliff where the crimson orchid grew. His objective remained fixed on that precious herb. Having forged a deadly feud, he could not afford to leave empty-handed. Stop him. The scarred face recognized his intent, howling as he pursued, ignoring the incoming attack. Xiao Chun braced himself for a hit, grasping the crimson orchid and yanking it from the ground, swiftly tucking it into his bosom. Just then, the blade of the scarred face struck again, the sharp fighting spirit already grazing his back. There was no escaping. A flicker of madness crossed Xiao Chun's eyes as he lunged forward, leaping directly off the cliff. What? The scarred face and the other mercenary rushed to the edge, witnessing Xiao Chun plummet rapidly, quickly engulfed by the mist below. Damn it! A madman! The scarred face seethed, his complexion turning a shade of iron as he pounded his fist against the cliff wall. Not only had he failed to acquire the crimson orchid, but he had also lost a subordinate. Boss, from this height, he is surely dead, right? The other mercenary said, a tremor in his voice. Serves him right. Search old 6S body. We're leaving. The scarred face cast one last resentful glance at the unfathomable abyss, spitting in disdain. However, mere moments after descending several meters, Xiao Chun, in a rapid fall, thrust the short sword he had clutched tightly, having only discarded the scabbard. The true blade remained hidden in his sleeve, fiercely against the cliff face. Clang, screech. A cacophony of harsh friction erupted, sparks flying. The short sword carved a deep groove into the rock, significantly slowing his descent. Yet the force of his fall was so great that the sword nearly slipped from his grasp, the impact causing his palm to bleed anew. The violent jolt sent waves of pain through his very core. Determined, he clung to the hilt of the sword, while his other hand frantically clawed at the protruding rocks and vines along the cliff, seeking a foothold. After plummeting for over 30 meters, he finally found a slightly jutting rock to brace against. His descent came to a sudden halt. He dangled precariously from the cliff, his heart racing. Above, he could vaguely hear the curses of the scarred-faced mercenary fading into the distance, clearly believing him to be doomed and departing. Xiao Chun gasped for breath. The pain in his back, a burning reminder of the blade's caress, his internal fighting spirit nearly spent, his body feeling as if it were in disarray. But at long last, he had survived. He glanced down into the abyss below, then back up to the towering cliff top, a wave of trepidation washing over him. That had truly been a gamble for his life. After a brief respite, he began to carefully ascend the cliff, leveraging the protruding rocks and vines. The arduous climb taking over an hour before he finally exhaustedly reached the summit once more. Confirming that the three mercenaries had departed, he allowed himself to relax, collapsing to the ground to tend to his wounds. Fortunately, the injury from the scarred face's blade was superficial, primarily caused by the aura of the blade. He retrieved the unscathed crimson orchid, feeling the pure fire attribute energy within, a smile finally gracing his face. It was worth it, though he had narrowly escaped death. The rewards were substantial, and through this life-and-death struggle, he had gained a deeper understanding of his own strength and adaptability in combat. Ding! Having experienced life-and-death combat, successfully escaped. Willpower has been honed, practical experience increased. New task issued, digest the gains. Task description: consume the crimson orchid to enhance strength and reflect on the battle experience. Reward: compensation based on the degree of enhancement and depth of reflection. It was time to find a secure location to process his recent acquisitions. He needed to elevate his strength swiftly, otherwise he might not be so fortunate should he encounter similar dangers again. Xiao Chun steadied his resolve and prepared to depart. However, he suddenly noticed a small, inconspicuous gray bag lying beside the corpse of the mercenary he had slain. It appeared to be a possession of the fallen fighter. Should he disregard it and hastily vacate this perilous place? Or, Xiao Chun hesitated, eyeing the bloody bag. Approaching to inspect it, he pondered what treasures it might hold. There was a possibility of acquiring additional spoils, but also a risk of wasting time or attracting trouble. Ignore it and leave immediately to avoid the return of the two mercenaries. The safest and most prudent option. Please make a choice. 1, 2. Chapter 11. Unexpected gains on the path of the alchemist. Despite his exhaustion and the lingering pain of his wounds, the personal effects of a mercenary could potentially harbor valuable items. Gold coins, medicinal herbs, or even low-level combat techniques were all highly alluring to Xiao Chun, who found himself in dire need of resources. Summoning his strength, he rose cautiously, scanning his surroundings for any signs of the two mercenaries' return before hastily moving toward the lifeless body of the fallen mercenary. Crouching down, he suppressed the scent of blood as he picked up the unremarkable gray bag. The fabric was ordinary, stained with a hint of blood and dirt, and felt somewhat heavy in his hands. He untied the drawstring and emptied its contents. With a clink, dozens of gold coins scattered across the ground. Though not an enormous sum, it was still a small fortune. In addition, there was a small porcelain vial containing several pungent, low-quality recovery pills, their efficacy likely negligible. Xiao Chun felt a tinge of disappointment, preparing to stow away his belongings when his gaze was drawn to an object nestled at the very bottom of the burlap sack. It was a palm-sized black iron shard, its edges somewhat jagged and its surface marred by rust, appearing utterly unremarkable, akin to a piece of scrap metal haphazardly picked up from the ground. Yet, in his grasp, it felt strangely cold and heavy, a stark contrast to its diminutive size. A flicker of curiosity ignited within Xiao Chun as he meticulously wiped away the dirt from the iron piece. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that its surface bore some exceedingly faint, indecipherable patterns, while the reverse side was etched with even more obscure ancient characters. After a prolonged effort, he could barely make out what seemed to be the character for soul. At that precise moment, as his fingers brushed against the indistinct inscription, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. The nameless technique within him began to stir ever so slightly, and the mental acuity bestowed upon him by the system rewards rippled in his mind. Simultaneously, an abrupt system notification echoed in his ears, detected a carrier containing fragmented soul information. It is sealed with a portion of incomplete information flow, suspected to be related to the alchemist's inheritance. The information is extremely fragmented and chaotic. Would you like to attempt to read it? Warning: the reading process may accompany slight mental shock, and the integrity of the information cannot be guaranteed. The mention of alchemist's inheritance sent a jolt through Xiao Chen's heart, causing his breath to quicken. An alchemist, the most revered profession in the Duki continent. Countless powerful beings flocked to this esteemed existence. Even the most basic first-grade alchemist held a status far beyond that of an ordinary fighter. Could this seemingly worthless piece of iron possibly relate to an alchemist? Despite the system's warning of extreme fragmentation and chaos within the information, this was undoubtedly a monumental stroke of fortune. Even the slightest clue could be worth an immense fortune. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Chun commanded the system to proceed with the reading. He was confident he could endure the mild mental shock. Beginning to read, the system announced. At the instant the command was given, the black iron shard in his hand suddenly became searing hot. A torrent of vast, chaotic, and fragmented information surged into his mind like a catastrophic flood. An intense pain enveloped his head, as if countless steel needles were piercing his soul. Various indistinct images, broken texts, twisted symbols, and a myriad of fragmented insights regarding herbal processing and flame manipulation rushed forth, intertwining and colliding in a cacophony of confusion. This was far more than a mere slight mental shock. Had it not been for the enhancement of his soul power due to the nameless technique, along with the previous system rewards bolstering his mental acuity, he might have fainted from the sheer force of it all. Clenching his teeth, veins bulged on his forehead. Cold sweat drenched his body, and he trembled slightly from the agony. He fought to maintain his consciousness, striving to capture useful fragments from the chaotic stream of information. The information flow is too chaotic, attempting to filter and stabilize. The system's auxiliary function activated, diminishing the ferocity of the onslaught. Some relatively clear fragments gradually emerged. A fragment of a basic fire condensation technique. It appeared to be a method for condensing Duki flames, though it was mostly incomplete. With a bizarre operational route that consumed Duki excessively, and the crucial subsequent parts were missing. Several purification techniques for low-tier herbs, albeit incomplete, contained one or two particularly exquisite methods that diverged significantly from the common practices known to him on the continent. A glimpse of a forbidden technique called soul ignition. Its description was vague, suggesting that it involved burning soul power to temporarily enhance flame potency or perception, but with dire consequences, and the information was severely lacking. A plethora of incomprehensible, fragmented runes and energy structure diagrams appeared in disarray. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before the torrent of information finally began to subside. Gasping for breath, Xiao Chen's pallid complexion was illuminated by a glimmer of shock and excitement in his eyes. Although the information was horrifically fragmented, particularly the core basic fire condensation technique, which lacked its most critical components and could not be directly practiced, it undeniably touched upon the realm of alchemists. The herbal purification methods, though incomplete, provided him with fresh perspectives. And even a mere glimpse of the soul ignition technique offered him a nebulous understanding of the application of soul power. Most importantly, this iron shard validated the existence of a path, a treacherous trail that could potentially lead to the alchemist's domain. Reading complete. Information integrity is below 15. Archived. Congratulations, host, for acquiring fragmented alchemist inheritance information. New task issued. The budding flame. Task description. Attempt to initially condense Dookie flames based on the obtained fragmented information. Perfection is unnecessary. Successfully invoking fire attribute Dookie is all that is required. Reward. Slight enhancement of soul perception. Unlock. Alchemist Apprentice Vocational Prefix Virtual. With the system's task assigned, Xiao Chun carefully stored the black iron shard, gold coins, and elixirs, especially safeguarding the shard close to him. The value of this item far surpassed that of 10 red sparrow orchids. He suppressed the urge to immediately study the incomplete basic fire condensation technique, knowing that lingering here was ill-advised. He swiftly tidied the scene and, despite enduring pain and mental fatigue, made his way rapidly away from the cliffside. Instead of returning to Wutan City, he found a secluded, dry cave on the outskirts of the mountain range. After ensuring his safety, he partially concealed the cave entrance with stones. Inside, he first tended to his wounds, swallowing a low-grade recovery elixir to restore his Dookie before eagerly immersing himself in his thoughts, recalling the fragmented basic fire condensation technique. Though incomplete, the initial sections regarding sensing and mobilizing the fire attribute Dookie, as well as the preliminary condensation process, were relatively intact. However, its operational route was exponentially more complex and refined than any technique he had encountered, demanding an exceedingly high level of Dookie control and consuming Dookie at an alarming rate. High demands? Excessive consumption? Instead of dismay, Xiao Chun felt exhilaration. This was precisely suited for him. The Dookie cultivated from the nameless technique was solid and robust, and his control had been honed far beyond that of his peers. What appeared to be rigorous conditions could, in fact, turn into an advantage for him. Holding his breath and concentrating, he formed an awkward and esoteric hand seal, cautiously attempting to mobilize the solidified Dookie within him according to the fragmented technique, striving to extract a thread of fire attribute essence and guide it through an exceedingly delicate and intricate meridian path. The process was extraordinarily arduous. Separating a specific attribute's essence was inherently challenging, and the operational route was particularly obscure, demanding an almost perverse level of precision in Dookie manipulation. Several times, due to unstable control, the condensed fire attribute essence would dissipate in an instant, even causing a slight burning sensation in his meridians. The consumption of Dookie was also alarmingly rapid. Just a few attempts left him feeling significantly drained. Yet he did not relent. Failure after failure, he regrouped time and again. His formidable mental strength and meticulous Dookie control proved pivotal at this moment. Finally, after an indeterminate number of attempts, a thread of flame, thinner than a hair, flickering and nearly transparent, was laboriously birthed at his fingertips. Though it was merely a feeble flicker that seemed on the verge of extinguishing and lasted less than 3 breaths before dissipating due to insufficient Dookie, ding, past the budding flame completed. Successfully invoked fire attribute Dookie and condensed a prototype. Reward, slight enhancement of soul perception. Unlock, Alchemist Apprentice Vocational Prefix. Current profession, Alchemist Apprentice, not yet initiated. He succeeded. A weary yet exhilarated smile broke across Xiao Chen's pale face. Though he remained a far cry from a true alchemist, this undoubtedly marked a momentous beginning. He had successfully taken the most challenging first step. After the exhilaration, an overwhelming sense of fatigue and the emptiness from depleted energy surged over him. Suppressing his excitement, he turned his gaze to the red sparrow orchid. This precious herb, imbued with pure fire attribute energy, was the perfect remedy to replenish his exhausted energy and even enhance his cultivation. He gingerly divided the red sparrow orchid into 3 portions, consuming one. The gentle yet powerful fire attribute energy instantly unfurled within him, swiftly replenishing his depleted fighting spirit and propelling his cultivation steadily towards the late stage of the 7th rank. Uncertain how much time had passed, Xiao Chun awakened from his meditation. His injuries significantly healed, and his cultivation firmly stabilized at the late stage of the 7th rank, with the peak now within reach. Just as he prepared to leave the cave and return to Wutan City, distant voices and footsteps abruptly echoed from outside, seemingly approaching his direction. Search thoroughly. That brat can't have gone far. Injured and having jumped off the cliff, he must be hiding nearby. Damn it, if we find him, we'll flay him alive to avenge Old Six. It was the voices of the 2 members of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps. They had returned and were conducting a search. A sense of urgency gripped Xiao Chen's heart as he immediately stifled his presence and peered through a crack in the stone. He could see the scar-faced man and another mercenary cursing as they drew closer to the cave. The cave was not particularly concealed, and it would soon be discovered. The situation was dire. Xiao Chen's eyes flickered rapidly. He could conceal himself in the deepest part of the cave with the use of the concealment technique, betting on the hope that they would not discover him, a risky gamble, as being found would mean certain doom. Alternatively, he could take the initiative, striking when they were unprepared, utilizing the cave's terrain to launch a surprise attack, attempting to eliminate one of them and make his escape a precarious endeavor, as they were likely on guard. Another option was to create a distraction to divert their attention, then escape from the other side of the cave, if such an exit existed, amidst the chaos, requiring the right opportunity and terrain. Please make a choice. 1, 2, 3. Chapter 12. A feint to the east, evasion from danger. Hiding equated to gambling with his life, and taking the initiative against two already prepared mercenaries, whose strength was at least equal to his own, seemed a daunting task. Only by creating chaos could he find a slim chance of survival. Xiao Chun's mind raced, his gaze sweeping across the cave. It was not deep, and besides the entrance, there were no other exits. He had to utilize everything within the cave. He suddenly seized several stones of manageable size from the ground, while the fighting spirit within him, which had just begun to recover, surged once more. He recalled fragments of the incomplete basic fire condensation technique, not to condense flames, but to attempt to compress a surge of fire attribute fighting spirit to an extreme degree, making it highly unstable. Just as the footsteps outside grew ever closer, nearly reaching the cave entrance, Xiao Chen's eyes gleamed with determination. With all his might, he hurled one of the stones against the inner wall of the cave. Bang! The stone struck the rock face, producing a tremendous echo. Simultaneously, he forcefully propelled the highly compressed, unstable fire attribute energy towards a thicket at an upward angle near the cave entrance. Boom! A muffled yet sufficiently attention-grabbing sound erupted, as the energy burst within the thicket, igniting several dry leaves and sending up a plume of black smoke. What sound was that? Over there! Something's happening! The scar-faced man and his companion immediately voiced their surprise and shouted. Their attention was instantly captured by the crashing sound from within the cave and the explosion accompanied by smoke at the cave's entrance. Let us check it out. Be cautious. Don't let that brat trick us again. The two hesitated, with the scar-faced man gesturing for his companion to carefully peer into the cave, while he himself remained focused on the direction of the smoke, wary of potential ambushes or other individuals. Now was the moment. What Xiao Chun desired was exactly their fleeting distraction and hesitation. He had already calculated the angle. At the instant of throwing the energy in stone, he crouched low like a leopard, pushing the concealment technique to its limits, rendering his presence nearly imperceptible, and dashed towards the cave entrance, blending into the shadows. His speed was unparalleled, and he moved without a sound, as the scar-faced man and his companion were distracted by the unusual sounds from within the cave. Xiao Chun had already slipped out from the visual blind spot at the edge of the cave entrance. Huh? Did I just see a shadow? The seventh-rank mercenary seemed to catch a glimpse of a faint shape out of the corner of his eye and instinctively gasped. What? The scar-faced man whipped around, only to see a fleeting silhouette vanish into the dense forest at an astonishing speed. Damn it! It's a trick! Pursue him! The scar-faced man instantly grasped the situation, infuriated, and bellowed to chase after him. However, just as they were about to set off, a thunderous crash erupted from the thicket they had just been observing, where the explosion had occurred. A stone that Xiao Chun had cleverly lodged in a tree fell due to the vibrations from the burning bushes below, creating an even greater commotion. This unexpected second noise caused the scar-faced man and his companion to pause instinctively, their vigilance redirected towards that direction, fearing traps or ambushes. It was during these few breaths of delay that, when they turned back to pursue Xiao Chun, the dense forest obscured any trace of him. Under the influence of the concealment technique, even his presence was undetectable. Bastard! Bastard! The scar-faced man's face turned ashen with rage, and he struck a nearby tree with his blade, sending wood chips flying. Once again, this brat had outsmarted them. They had lost another brother and gained nothing. Boss! That kid is incredibly elusive, with astonishing speed, and he can conceal his presence, another mercenary said, still shaken. Useless. The scar-faced man spat angrily. But he also recognized the futility of the chase and could only shout in frustration. Let us go. Return to gather reinforcements. Issue a bounty. I refuse to believe a mere brat can escape the vicinity of Wutan City. In the depths of the forest, Xiao Chun pushed his speed to the utmost, running without pause until he was thoroughly distanced from that area, ensuring no one was pursuing him before he dared to stop and catch his breath. Phew, phew. He leaned against a large tree, his heart racing, both from fear and the strain of his rapid flight. That had truly been a harrowing experience. Any misstep could have led to disastrous consequences. The Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps had now become his sworn enemies. Xiao Chen's eyes grew cold. They would undoubtedly not let this matter rest, and he would have to exercise utmost caution in his future activities around Wutan City. After a brief respite, he promptly rose and made his way back towards Wutan City with heightened vigilance. This time, he did not allow any delays and successfully returned to the city before nightfall. Upon entering the city, he distinctly noticed an increase in guards near the city gate, their gazes frequently scanning the incoming crowd. A thought sparked in Xiao Chen's mind as he activated the concealment technique, blending discreetly into the throng and entering the city unscathed. Upon returning to the Xiao family's humble abode, he finally exhaled in relief. Despite the harrowing experience in the Monster Beast mountain range, the rewards had been substantial. Not only had he advanced to the late stage of the 7th rank, but he also possessed the valuable red sparrow orchid, 2 portions remaining, and most importantly, he had obtained that mysterious black iron piece, granting him a glimpse into the world of alchemy. He carefully stored away the remaining red sparrow orchid and the black iron piece, then began to tally his other gains, several gold coins, and a few low-grade recovery pills. Better than nothing. In the ensuing days, Xiao Chen secluded himself, diligently consolidating his cultivation at the late stage of the 7th rank, while persistently attempting to practice the incomplete basic fire condensation technique. Although he still struggled to stabilize the formation of flames, his mastery over fire attribute battle energy became increasingly adept, and his soul perception gradually heightened through systematic rewards and continuous practice. During this time, he caught wind of some discussions among the family servants, mentioning that the Blood Wolf mercenary group outside the city seemed to be offering a bounty for a young lad, with vague descriptions but substantial rewards. A sense of vigilance welled up within Xiao Chen. One day, while he was practicing the manipulation of a sliver of fire attribute battle energy in the small courtyard behind his residence, he was suddenly alerted by a commotion in the front courtyard, accompanied by a familiar, irksome, and arrogant voice. It was Xiao Ku, seemingly entangled with someone. Cousin Xiao Ning is about to celebrate his birthday. Shouldn't you collateral descendants show some respect? Displaying no filial piety at all, do you understand the rules? Hurry up. Bring out anything of value. Xiao Chun furrowed his brow and quietly crept to the corner of the front courtyard to observe. He saw Xiao Ku, accompanied by 2 lackeys, cornering a diminutive, anxious-looking collateral youth, Xiao Ming, who was typically meek and often bullied. Xiao Ming clutched something tightly in his hands, seemingly reluctant to relinquish it. Xiao Ku, are you bullying someone again? A cool voice rang out. Xiao Chun turned to see Xiao Yu, who had appeared out of nowhere, clad in a striking red outfit that accentuated her slender figure. With her brows drawn together, she glared at Xiao Ku. Despite being a woman, Xiao Yu was spirited and had attained the 8th rank of battle energy. She was known for her chivalrous heart, unable to tolerate the bullying of the weak by Xiao Ku and his ilk. Xiao Yu, I'm not doing anything, Xiao Ming exclaimed, relief washing over him at her presence, as if he had found a savior. Xiao Ku, upon seeing Xiao Yu, tempered his arrogance slightly but still retorted, Xiao Yu, mind your own business. We're merely collecting birthday gifts for cousin Xiao Ning. This is a serious matter. How shameless. You think you can just extort others? Get lost. Xiao Yu rebuked without hesitation. Sensing Xiao Yu's formidable presence, Xiao Ku's expression shifted through several emotions before he shot a venomous glare at Xiao Ming. Kid, consider yourself lucky. We're leaving. With that, he stormed off, flanked by his companions. Xiao Yu offered a few comforting words to Xiao Ming before turning to leave as well. Xiao Chen observed the entire scene, deep in thought. Xiao Ning's birthday? This could serve as an opportunity. The family's core descendants celebrating a birthday, particularly that of the eldest elder's grandson, Xiao Ning, the foremost among the younger generation, would undoubtedly attract many notable figures, including members from other families. It was a prime occasion to gather intelligence, assess the situation, and perhaps even access some resource channels. However, as collateral descendant, it was evident he would not receive an invitation. How could he possibly partake in such an event? His gaze flickered as a plan began to form in his mind. Perhaps he could leverage the recently bullied Xiao Ming, or consider the unoffered birthday gift as a means to an end. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Chen stepped out from his hiding place and approached the departing Xiao Ming. Upon seeing Xiao Chen approach, a flicker of anxiety crossed Xiao Ming's face, and he instinctively hid the item in his hand behind his back. Xiao Chen donned a congenial smile. Cousin Xiao Ming, are you all right? Xiao Chen intends to exploit the opportunity presented by Xiao Ning's birthday. Please choose one of the following options. 1. Directly inquire with Xiao Ming about the birthday gathering and express a desire to participate. 2. Hint that he can assist Xiao Ming in dealing with Xiao Ku's troubles in exchange for entry into the gathering, if Xiao Ming has a way. 3. Focus on the birthday gift. Ask Xiao Ming about his preparations, and perhaps offer advice or enhancements, thereby establishing a foothold. Chapter 13. Gifts as a stepping stone, concealed intentions. Upon noticing Xiao Chen's approach, Xiao Ming's expression relaxed slightly. Although he was also a collateral descendant, Xiao Chen was not known for bullying others and seemed to have recently improved in strength, Xiao Chun concealed his power around the sixth rank, making him feel somewhat safer in comparison to Xiao Ku's gang. Xiao Chun, cousin. Xiao Ming spoke softly, still somewhat timid. I'm fine. Thank you for your concern. Xiao Chun smiled and casually asked, I heard Xiao Ke mention that cousin Xiao Ning is celebrating his birthday, and that he is collecting gifts? Sounds like quite the affair. At the mention of this, Xiao Ming's face clouded with sorrow and indignation. Yes, these direct descendants expect us collateral ones to show our respect for their birthdays. I finally saved up enough to buy a low-tier warming jade, which I intended to use for my own cultivation, he said, instinctively tightening his grip on the white jade stone that emitted a faint warmth, its quality indeed rather mediocre. Following his lead, Xiao Chun feigned curiosity. This birthday gathering, it sounds lively? Who will be attending? Xiao Ming, lacking cunning, replied honestly, I've heard it's quite bustling. Almost all the direct descendants will be there, and even some prominent shopkeepers from the marketplace. I think the Gale family and the Uba family will send someone to present gifts too. He spoke with a hint of envy and trepidation. Such an occasion was entirely beyond the reach of someone like him. Oh, other families will also be attending? Xiao Chun's eyes brightened slightly. This information was crucial. He feigned a look of yearning and distress. Alas, cousin Xiao Ning is indeed the leader among our generation, and we, as cousins, should express our sentiments. It's a pity my status is too lowly. I fear I won't even be able to enter the door, let alone show my regard. He sighed, observing Xiao Ming's reaction. Xiao Ming nodded in deep agreement, murmuring, yes, for us collateral ones. Unless we are explicitly summoned to serve, we cannot participate at all. This warming jade of mine will probably just be collected by the steward and might not even reach cousin Xiao Ning. Collected uniformly? Xiao Chun seized upon this detail, his mind racing. Who is responsible for the collection? Will there be a registration process? Will they inspect the gifts? Xiao Ming pondered for a moment and replied, it seems to be handled by a trusted steward of cousin Xiao Ning, Xiao Ming, who is in charge of receiving and registering in a side hall. As for inspection, they probably will take a glance. Anything too inferior might be discarded or embezzled. Xiao Chun quickly calculated in his mind. The presence of a dedicated person for collection and registration implied that gifts needed to be presentable, at least not too shabby, lest one risk being turned away or offending someone. On the other hand, this also presented an opportunity, an avenue for his sentiments to be acknowledged, perhaps even earning him a ticket to entry. What he needed was not a formal invitation, but rather a justification and timing to briefly enter the gathering and assess the situation. A sufficiently sincere gift might serve as his key. He glanced at the low-tier warming jade in Xiao Ming's hand, and a plan emerged in his mind. Lowering his voice, he said, cousin Xiao Ming, this warming jade of yours is indeed rather ordinary. Even if you submit it, it may hardly catch cousin Xiao Ning's eye and might even be looked down upon by the steward. Xiao Ming's complexion paled, his spirits dampened further. Then what should I do? This is all I have. Xiao Chun shifted his tone. Recently, I came across an excellent medicinal herb by chance, which I intended to keep for myself, but it might serve better as a gift. How about this? You can present your warming jade along with my medicinal herb as a combined token of our goodwill. With a more substantial gift, the steward might be more amenable, and perhaps during registration, they might mention our names. This is certainly better than you presenting just the warming jade alone. His words were half-truths. He indeed planned to use a portion of the crimson sparrow orchid, divided into 3 parts, each worth far more than the low-tier warming jade, as the main gift, but he would never mention Xiao Ming's name. He merely required a pretext, a plausible reason to present a gift, and involving Xiao Ming would mitigate his own abruptness while also making it easier to glean specifics regarding the gifting process and location. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ming's eyes instantly sparkled with hope, yet he hesitated, a flicker of disbelief crossing his face. Really? Are you truly willing to assist me, cousin Xiao Chun? But the medicinal herbs must be quite valuable, right? Though timid, he was not foolish. Xiao Chun waved his hand dismissively, adopting an air of magnanimity. We are all brethren. It is only fitting we support one another. While the herbs are indeed fine, the goodwill it may garner from cousin Xiao Ning is perhaps of greater significance to us collateral branches. Wouldn't you agree? His words, delivered with grandiosity, struck a chord with Xiao Ming, who yearned for recognition yet often found himself beleaguered. Indeed, Xiao Ming was swayed, gratitude illuminating his face as he hurriedly handed the warm jade in his possession to Xiao Chun. Thank you, cousin Xiao Chun. I truly appreciate it. Then, I shall trouble you with this. He felt as though he had struck a tremendous bargain, not only alleviating his predicament, but perhaps also gaining a modicum of advantage. Xiao Chun accepted the smooth yet low-energy warm jade, inwardly chuckling, while outwardly nodding earnestly. Rest assured, I shall handle it. Do you know when the steward, Xiao Meng, typically receives gifts in the side hall? And where exactly is that? After confirming the time and location for the acceptance of congratulatory gifts from Xiao Ming tomorrow afternoon, in the side hall outside Xiao Ning's courtyard, and offering him some reassurances, Xiao Chun departed with the low-grade warm jade in hand. Upon returning to his modest dwelling, Xiao Chun retrieved a piece of Qi Kelan. Although primarily beneficial for fire attribute cultivators, its pure energy and over 20 years of age made it quite valuable, sufficient to be presented. He placed the Qi Kelan alongside the low-grade warm jade into a prepared, ordinary wooden box. Observing the box, a faint smile graced Xiao Chen's lips. This token of goodwill should suffice to attract the steward's attention. His intention was not to curry favor with Xiao Ning, but rather to seize this opportunity to enter that realm and observe the movements of various clans, particularly concerning the news of the Jialia family and the Oba family hiring alchemists. Perhaps he might even catch wind of some developments regarding the Blood Wolf mercenary core bounties. The following afternoon, Xiao Chun donned a clean outfit, clutching the wooden box, and proceeded to the designated side hall outside Xiao Ning's courtyard as directed by Xiao Ming. Indeed, the atmosphere here was more vibrant than usual, with collateral relatives and minor family stewards frequently entering and exiting the side hall, bearing assorted gift boxes. A middle-aged steward, resplendently attired and exuding an air of arrogance, sat leisurely behind a table in the hall, methodically receiving gifts, while an attendant diligently recorded the offerings. When it was Xiao Chun's turn, he presented the wooden box. Steward Xiao Meng did not even lift his eyelids, casually opening the box. Upon seeing the vibrant, beautifully shaped Qi Kelan brimming with energy, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. He examined the herb closely, then glanced at the unassuming warm jade beside it, before finally raising his gaze to appraise Xiao Chun. Collateral relative? Xiao Chun? He glanced at the roster and seemed to have no recollection of the name. This Qi Kelan is of commendable age. You clearly are quite generous. His tone carried an air of scrutiny. Xiao Chun slightly bowed, maintaining a respectful yet confident demeanor. This is merely a token of my goodwill, wishing cousin Xiao Ning progress in his cultivation. Xiao Meng nodded, his expression softening somewhat. The value of this gift stood out amidst the myriad of congratulatory offerings from collateral relatives. He scribbled a few notes in the registry and, unusually, inquired further. Thoughtful indeed. The banquet tonight will be held in the front hall. You may remain here in the side hall to assist, and in doing so, you can also witness the event. Success. Xiao Chen's heart stirred. Although he was merely to assist in the side hall, it was in close proximity to the main hall, where he would undoubtedly overhear and observe many things. Thank you, steward. Xiao Chun feigned astonishment at his good fortune. As night fell, the Xiao family's front courtyard was aglow with decorations, bustling with activity. Inside the main hall, toasts and cheers echoed, with Xiao Ning, the guest of honor, exuding vigor as he received the admiration of the crowd. Direct descendants, market shopkeepers, and representatives from the other two prominent families gathered in unison. Xiao Chun, alongside several other collateral relatives permitted to remain in the side hall, carried trays of wine and delicacies. Weaving between the side hall and the connecting corridor to the main hall. Seemingly busy, he was, in truth, all ears, keenly capturing snippets of conversation within. He overheard considerable flattery directed at Xiao Ning, as well as complaints from market managers regarding recent business. As anticipated, the conversation swiftly turned to the Jialia and Oba families. I've heard that Mr. Liu Shi from the Jialia family has produced a rejuvenation powder with remarkable effects, priced 10% lower than comparable pills on the market, which has siphoned off many of our customers. The Oba family has also seized the opportunity to launch several effective healing elixirs. The two families together possess formidable momentum. Alas, if only our Xiao family could also hire an alchemist. Xiao Chun felt a chill run down his spine. The situation was indeed dire. He noted that the representatives from the Jialia and Oba families were two astute middle-aged men. While they wore polite smiles, there was an unmistakable glimmer of pride and amusement in their exchanged glances. Just then, a slight commotion arose at the entrance of the main hall. Xiao Zhan, the clan leader, was accompanying a young woman clad in a light purple gown. Indeed, it was Xiao Suner. Her entrance instantly captivated the attention of the entire assembly, prompting Xiao Ning to rush forward to greet her. Xiao Suner's arrival seemed to temper the smiles of the two family representatives, infusing their expressions with a hint of caution. While Xiao Chen observed intently, he suddenly overheard two servants responsible for fetching dishes from the kitchen speaking in hushed tones nearby. Have you heard? The Blood Wolf mercenary corps has suffered a severe setback outside the city. They seem to be offering a bounty for a young man, with the reward raised to 500 gold coins. 500 gold. Is that true? Who is this formidable individual? I don't know. They say he is quite young, yet ruthless, Having even stolen from the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps, Xiao Chun's heart tightened dramatically, though he maintained an impassive exterior. Continuing his tasks, the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps had indeed escalated their bounty. 500 gold coins would surely tempt many desperate souls. He needed to exercise greater caution. As the banquet continued, Xiao Chun gathered ample information and was preparing to discreetly withdraw from this den of intrigue when he suddenly sensed a gaze directed his way. Instinctively, he looked up to see Xiao Suner, engaged in quiet conversation with Xiao Zhan, her gaze seemingly grazing the direction of the side hall, lingering on him for a fleeting moment before casually drifting away. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. Had she noticed him? Was it due to his unfamiliar presence here? Or he dared not dwell on it and promptly lowered his head, seizing the opportunity of delivering wine to retreat further toward the outer edges of the side hall. However, as he passed through a corridor leading to the side courtyard, a hand suddenly emerged from the shadows beside him, gripping his wrist with tremendous force. The grip was powerful and shockingly abrupt. Xiao Chen's heart raced, and his combat aura surged instinctively, ready to resist. Yet a familiar, hushed voice urgently urged, "Do not make a sound. Follow me." Startled, Xiao Chun turned to see that the person in the shadows was who has grabbed him. "Please make a choice. 1, 2, 3, 1. Xiao Yan. Why is he here? Why has he sought out Xiao Chun? 2. Xiao Ming, who had previously been bullied by Xiao Ke. He looks flustered, as though he has encountered some trouble. 3. The steward who received the gifts, Xiao Ming. His expression is grave. Has he discovered something? Chapter 14. Whispered Secrets in the Dark, The Yearning of Flames. The individual who grasped Xiao Chen's wrist was none other than Xiao Yan, someone who should not have appeared in such a setting. A jolt of shock coursed through Xiao Chen's heart, compelling him to forcibly suppress his instinctive urge to retaliate. Utilizing the dim light of the corridor, he discerned Xiao Yan's visage. At this moment, Xiao Yan's face was devoid of the usual indifference and mockery, replaced instead by a rare seriousness, coupled with a hint of barely perceptible urgency. "Cousin Xiao Yan, what brings you here?" Xiao Chun inquired, lowering his voice in astonishment. "Don't ask, just follow me," Xiao Yan interrupted, casting a vigilant glance around to ensure they were unobserved. Without further ado, he seized Xiao Chun and swiftly darted into a more secluded and narrow storage passageway adjacent to the corridor. Inside the passage, cluttered with discarded furniture and debris, dust hung thickly in the air, and the light was nearly entirely occluded, with only the distant sounds of the main hall faintly audible. Upon entering the passage, Xiao Yan immediately released his grip, yet remained positioned at the exit, his dark eyes piercing through the darkness and fixing intently on Xiao Chun, as if attempting to see through him. Xiao Chen's thoughts raced, yet he maintained an outward calm, brushing off non-existent dust from his wrist, and queried, "Cousin Xiao Yan, what is the meaning of this? If someone were to see us here in private, it could lead to trouble. Have you recently ventured into the Monster Mountain range? Did you come into conflict with the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps?" Xiao Yan interjected, his voice low but laced with undeniable certainty. Xiao Chen's heart lurched. How could he possibly know? He had never mentioned this to anyone. Was it a mere guess? Or, he immediately refuted, "Cousin Xiao Yan, you jest. My strength is feeble. How could I dare provoke the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps?" He attempted to perfectly control his heartbeat and breath with the concealment technique, ensuring no hint of a flaw could be detected. Xiao Yan, however, scoffed coldly, his gaze seemingly capable of piercing one's soul. "There is no need to deny it. You carry the faint scent of bloodgrass and wolfbane, both of which only coexist in specific regions of the Monster Mountain range. Furthermore, I noticed your heartbeat and breath change the instant you overheard the servants discussing the bounty from the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps. Though subtle, I heard it." Xiao Chun was astounded. Xiao Yan's observational skills and perception were astoundingly acute. Was this the legacy of a former genius? Even without his fighting spirit, his spiritual awareness surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Seeing the immediate change in Xiao Chen's expression, Xiao Yan recognized his accuracy. He softened his tone slightly, yet still pressed. "I have no interest in your grievances with the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps. I seek you for another matter. I need your assistance in acquiring a particular item." "An item?" Xiao Chun was taken aback, not expecting Xiao Yan to seek him for such a purpose. "With your status, what need have you to approach a mere distant cousin? This item is something only you might have access to, or possess knowledge about." Xiao Yan fixed his gaze on Xiao Chun intently. "I require a herb known as purple leaf orchid, aged at least 10 years. It must also be paired with a bone-washing flower of at least 20 years. Purple leaf orchid? Bone-washing flower? Xiao Chen's heart trembled anew. These two herbs were indeed the essential materials for Master Yao to concoct the Foundation Establishment Elixir for Xiao Yan, aiding him in his cultivation anew. Xiao Yan was evidently beginning to take action. How could he seek me out? Did he believe that since I managed to acquire the red sparrow orchid from the Monster Mountain range, I could also procure these two herbs? Or had he detected the faint remnants of the bone-washing flower on me? He had previously collected 2 specimens. Though they were used up, perhaps the faintest trace lingered. Xiao Chun displayed a conflicted expression, stating, "Cousin Xiao Yan, I have indeed heard of these 2 herbs. They're both costly first-tier materials, especially the 20-year-old bone-washing flower, which is exceedingly rare. I am aware it is a difficult task," Xiao Yan interrupted, his tone resolute and unyielding. "But I must obtain them. If you assist me in locating them, I can offer payment or exchange something else." He paused, lowering his voice further, as if harboring a tremendous secret. "For instance, a method to enhance your cultivation speed." "A method to enhance my cultivation speed?" Xiao Chun instantly thought of the Foundation Establishment Elixir. Xiao Yan was enticing him with future benefits. Yet, he could not directly provide the elixir without revealing its source. Thus he merely alluded to it as a method. This was undoubtedly a tremendous temptation for Xiao Chun. He was well aware of the elixir's efficacy, though he possessed a system and an unnamed technique. Having the elixir as an aid would undoubtedly be akin to adding wings to a tiger. However, the risks were equally significant. Assisting Xiao Yan would mean becoming embroiled in his core secrets. The existence of Master Yao was a closely guarded secret. Should it be leaked, the consequences would be dire. Furthermore, seeking these 2 herbs would inevitably require him to delve once more into the Monster Mountain range, facing the peril of the bounty from the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps. The balance between reward and risk. Xiao Yan's gaze remained fixed upon him, awaiting his response. The atmosphere within the dark passage grew exceptionally tense. Xiao Chun inhaled deeply, his mind racing to weigh his options. To acquiesce to Xiao Yan's request and attempt to assist him in locating the purple leaf orchid and bone-washing flower, high risk, high reward, could strengthen his relationship with Xiao Yan and gain the Foundation Establishment Elixir. To politely decline, citing his limited abilities and inability to fulfill such a request, safe, avoids risk and deep entanglement, but also foregoes opportunities and potential benefits. To ambiguously agree, without guaranteeing success, thereby buying time to assess the situation, leaving options open, but potentially displeasing Xiao Yan. Please make a choice. 1, 2, or 3. Chapter 15. The Pact of Yin and Chun. Seeking in the Dark Market. High risks often accompany high rewards. The benefits of the Foundation Establishment Elixir for his current cultivation were abundantly clear to Xiao Chun. Moreover, establishing a closer connection with the future Emperor Yin in advance rendered this investment invaluable. As for the risks, the path of cultivation was inherently one of defiance against the current. How could one allow fear of risk to hinder the pursuit of opportunity? With his mind made up, Xiao Chun allowed a semblance of struggle and hesitation to flicker across his face, ultimately transforming into a look of resolute determination. He lowered his voice and earnestly declared, "Since you have requested, Cousin Xiao Yan, I shall do my utmost to try. These 2 herbs are indeed rare and hard to find, but some days ago, I believe I caught a glimpse of something resembling the bone-washing flower in a perilous location, though at the time, it was guarded by a formidable beast, preventing me from approaching. As for the purple leaf orchid, I will also make every effort to gather information." His words were carefully crafted, both agreeing to the request while highlighting the difficulties and the risks he would have to undertake, leaving ample room for negotiation. Upon hearing this, a remarkable light ignited in Xiao Yan's eyes, akin to witnessing a glimmer of dawn amidst endless darkness. Though he strained to contain his excitement, his tightly clenched fist trembled slightly, betraying his inner turmoil. He took a deep breath, firmly patting Xiao Chun's shoulder, his voice hoarse yet imbued with unprecedented seriousness. "Excellent. Cousin Xiao Chun, I entrust this matter to you. Regardless of the outcome, I, Xiao Yan, shall remember this favor. As for the method to enhance your cultivation speed, I shall not renege on my word." He did not specify what the method entailed, but the conviction in his gaze made Xiao Chun comprehend that this promise was not mere empty rhetoric. "You flatter me, cousin. As kin, mutual assistance is only right." Xiao Chun humbly responded, then shifted the conversation, displaying a troubled expression. "However, cousin, you are aware of my limited abilities. To venture into the mountains again in search of that perilous location will require some preparation, and also the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps." Xiao Yan immediately grasped his meaning, pondering for a moment before producing an inconspicuous small cloth bag from his robes and placing it in Xiao Chen's hand, whispering, "Inside are 300 gold coins, my remaining savings from these years. It should suffice for you to purchase some protective gear and elixirs. As for the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps," a cold glint flickered in his eyes, "try to avoid them. Should you encounter insurmountable danger, come find me at the back mountain." His words were somewhat vague, yet they conveyed an undercurrent of confidence, as though he possessed some hidden support. Xiao Chen understood in his heart that this support undoubtedly referred to the alchemist within the ring. He calmly accepted the pouch of coins. Its weight heavy in his hand, 300 gold coins, a veritable fortune for him at present, capable of resolving numerous issues. I comprehend. I will devise a plan swiftly. Xiao Chen nodded. This matter must remain absolutely confidential. It cannot be mentioned to anyone, including my father and sooner, Xiao Yan solemnly urged, his gaze sharp. Rest assured. I grasped the gravity of the situation, Xiao Chen replied with a serious demeanor. The two exchanged a few more hushed words regarding the potential regions and characteristics of the medicinal herbs, primarily conveyed by Xiao Yan based on the alchemist's hints, and then, much like his arrival, Xiao Yan silently melded into the shadows and vanished from sight. Xiao Chen took a moment to calm his racing heart before carefully stowing away the pouch of coins. Once he had arranged his expression, he casually exited the cluttered passage, continuing to play the role of a busy, distant relative until the conclusion of the banquet, at which point he quietly slipped away with the departing crowd. Upon returning to his small abode, Xiao Chen's heart remained tumultuous. The weight of 300 gold coins, the daunting responsibility of seeking out medicinal herbs, and the secret pact forged with Xiao Yan, all of these elements brimmed with uncertainty and challenge. He refrained from hastily re-entering the Monster Beast mountain range. The bounty from the Bloodwolf mercenary corps was drawing near, and blindly entering the mountains posed a significant risk. Moreover, both the purple leaf orchid and the bone-washing flower were not commonly found herbs, necessitating luck and, more importantly, information. He turned his gaze toward the marketplace of Wutan City, particularly the dark corners of the black market or places where information converged. Perhaps there, he could unearth some clues regarding the medicinal herbs or glean more detailed information about the movements of the Bloodwolf mercenary corps. In the ensuing days, Xiao Chen utilized the gold coins provided by Xiao Yan to purchase higher quality healing elixirs and energy-restoring pills, while frequently visiting various tea houses, taverns, and seemingly inconspicuous general stores within the marketplace. He employed the concealment technique to diminish his presence, quietly listening to the conversations of various mercenaries and merchants, diligently collecting information. As fortune favors the diligent, one day, in a low-end tavern bustling with a mixed crowd, he overheard two inebriated mercenaries boasting. Hey, last time outside the Black Seal auction house, I stumbled upon a nearly 20-year-old bone-washing flower. I nearly bought it. Just you? The stuff over there is outrageously priced. But if we're talking rare herbs, you really have to take a chance in places like that. I heard there's a batch of goods coming from the neighboring Blackrock City, and it seems there are quite a few good herbs among them. But I don't know which auction house they end up at. The Black Seal auction house? Goods from Blackrock City? Xiao Chen silently committed these pieces of information to memory. After another 2 days, at a stall specializing in low-grade medicinal herbs, he feigned interest in purchasing ordinary herbs while subtly probing for information. Boss, do you have any higher-age bone-washing flowers or purple leaf orchids? Bone-washing flower? Purple leaf orchid? The stall owner glanced at him, shaking his head. These two herbs are quite rare, especially the older ones. I don't have any. You might try asking at larger apothecaries, or, perhaps, take a chance at the ghost market. The ghost market? Xiao Chen's interest was piqued. Could you tell me where this ghost market is? The stall owner lowered his voice, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. It's over by the abandoned mine in the west of the city. It opens every few days at midnight and closes by dawn. It's a chaotic place, filled with all sorts of goods. Genuine and counterfeit alike depend on one's discernment, but you can occasionally find some rare treasures that you wouldn't see outside. However, I must warn you, it's a dangerous place. If you lack skill and perception, it's best to steer clear. The ghost market. Xiao Chen had finally learned of a potential source of information. Clearly, whether for the purpose of locating medicinal herbs, gathering intelligence, or even selling some items of questionable origin in the future, a visit to this ghost market was essential. However, as the stall owner had mentioned, the place was rife with chaos and danger. Despite his strength at the 7th level of Do Qi, it might not suffice in such lawless surroundings. To go or not to go? Xiao Chen pondered, his fingers unconsciously tracing the black iron piece he had obtained from the mercenaries. Perhaps he could also uncover clues related to the alchemist there? Ultimately, the desire for adventure prevailed. He resolved to explore the ghost market under the cover of night. That night, with the moon shrouded and the winds howling, Xiao Chen donned a dark outfit suited for nocturnal endeavors, obscuring half of his face with black cloth, and suppressed his presence to the utmost, slipping away from the Shao residence like a specter, stealthily making his way toward the abandoned mine in the west of the city. As he approached the western outskirts, the environment grew increasingly desolate and dilapidated. The abandoned mine yawned like the maw of a colossal beast, revealing flickering lights and shadowy figures amidst the darkness. their hushed whispers and bargaining voices creating an eerie and oppressive atmosphere. This was the ghost market. Xiao Chun took a deep breath, elevating his vigilance to its peak, and stepped into this lawless realm. What encounters await Xiao Chun in the ghost market? Please make a choice. 1. He successfully locates the area selling medicinal herbs and gathers some information about the bone-washing flower or purple leaf orchid, but the prices are exorbitant or their origins dubious. 2. He unexpectedly discovers items or books related to the runes on the black iron piece, piquing his interest. 3. He is targeted by ill-intentioned individuals, encountering trouble and needing to find a way to escape. Please make a choice. 1, 2, or 3. Chapter 16. Ghost Market's Strange Entities and the Enigma of the Remnant Runes. Deep within the abandoned mine in the west of the city, ghostly shadows flitted about. The faint light emanated from scattered windproof oil lamps and peculiar luminous stones on certain stalls, casting an uncertain glow on faces marked by greed, vigilance, or numbness. The air was thick with a bizarre mixture of earthy scents, herbs, rusted metal, and a faint hint of blood. Xiao Chun employed the concealment technique to minimize his presence, moving like a silent shadow through the crowded, yet hushed throng. His keen gaze swept across the various stalls, where goods of dubious origin were displayed. Ancient weapon fragments caked in mud, strangely colored herbs, tattered scrolls of incomplete techniques, and even caged unknown juvenile magical beasts, all exuding an aura of danger and peculiarity. He deliberately sought out the area selling medicinal herbs, his eyes scanning the various plants, genuine or otherwise, while his ears attuned to the fragmented conversations around him, hoping to catch snippets regarding the bone-washing flower or purple leaf orchid, or updates on the Blood Wolf mercenary corps. However, after traversing more than half of the market, news of those two herbs proved scant. The only two stalls offering bone-washing flowers had specimens less than 5 years old, and their prices were exorbitant. As for the Blood Wolf mercenary corps, he faintly heard discussions about the 500 gold coin bounty, attracting the attention of many desperate souls. Just as Xiao Chun began to feel disappointed and was about to turn his attention elsewhere, his gaze inadvertently fell upon a particularly obscure corner stall. The stall was deserted, and its proprietor, shrouded in a voluminous black robe, was almost indistinguishable from the surrounding shadows. The stall boasted no noteworthy goods, merely a few severely rusted metal fragments, some dried bones, and a couple of tattered, nearly disintegrating books. What drew Xiao Chun's attention, however, was not the shoddy wares, but rather when his gaze swept over a dark brown, unmarked old book, the black iron piece in his possession emitted a slight warmth. Simultaneously, his sole perception, heightened by the incomplete cultivation of the condensed fire technique, detected an exceedingly faint yet peculiar resonance emanating from that tattered book, subtly echoing the incomplete runes in his mind. The sensation was somewhat akin to reading the black iron plate, yet considerably more subtle. A sudden jolt coursed through Xiao Chun's heart, causing his footsteps to involuntarily slow. He suppressed his excitement, feigning a casual interest as he gradually approached the stall. He first picked up a piece of rusted iron, examined it briefly, shook his head, and set it back down. A glance at the withered bones followed before he seemingly nonchalantly reached for an ancient, dark brown, tattered tome. The texture was coarse, neither paper nor leather, yet astonishingly resilient, imbued with the marks of time's passage. The pages were yellowed and darkened, their edges severely frayed. He carefully turned a page, revealing a dense array of archaic, distorted, and nearly indecipherable symbols and patterns, most of which had faded into obscurity. However, amidst this chaotic assortment of symbols, Xiao Chun, drawing upon his formidable memory and soul perception, instantaneously recognized several fragmented runes that bore a striking resemblance to those within the inheritance information of the black iron plate in his mind, as well as certain node symbols from the basic fire condensation technique. Although he still could not comprehend their significance, this tattered book was undoubtedly linked to the incomplete alchemist inheritance he had received. How much for this book? Xiao Chun endeavored to keep his voice steady, striving to sound as though merely intrigued by an odd antiquity. The black-clad stall owner lifted his gaze, revealing nothing but an abyss of darkness beneath his hood. His face completely obscured. A voice rasped forth, akin to the sound of two rusted iron plates scraping together, 1,000 gold coins. Xiao Chun's hand trembled, nearly sending the book flying back. 1,000 gold coins? That was highway robbery. This was merely a dilapidated tome on the verge of falling apart, entirely incomprehensible. The 300 gold coins given by Xiao Yin seemed trivial in the face of such a demand. 1,000 gold? Xiao Chun echoed incredulously. Are you certain? This is just. He almost uttered a worthless book, but restrained himself. Buy it or leave. The black-clad stall owner's voice remained devoid of emotion, and after speaking, he lowered his head, dismissing Xiao Chun entirely, as if he were certain of the outcome. Xiao Chun's expression shifted. 1,000 gold coins was an unattainable sum. Even if he possessed such wealth, spending on an obscure, tattered book seemed exceedingly irrational. Yet, the faint warmth of the iron plate nestled against his chest, and the resonance of his soul felt all too real. He gripped the book tightly, his mind racing. He certainly lacked the funds. Should he resort to force? In this ghost market, if the other party dared to demand 1,000 gold coins, they must possess some formidable backing, their strength undoubtedly unfathomable. Was he to abandon this? Yet, this could be the key to unraveling the mystery of the black iron plate and completing the fragmented inheritance. Just as he found himself in a dilemma, the black-clad stall owner, seemingly impatient, raised his head once more, his gaze sweeping over the area where Xiao Chun concealed the black iron plate. His raspy voice echoed again, now laced with an inexplicable meaning. It seems you have a certain affinity with this item. Very well, since you amuse me, I will offer you another option. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat, instantly on high alert. What option? Assist this old man with a task. Upon completion, the book shall be yours, free of charge. The black-clad figure spoke slowly. What task? Xiao Chun hesitated to respond immediately, for who could say what perilous endeavor lay ahead? Quite simple. The black-clad man emitted a series of peculiar, low laughs. In the southeast corner of the ghost market, there is a stall selling soul mud, run by a one-eyed old man. You are to retrieve an object from beneath a loose stone there and bring it back to me. Remember, do not let him discover you. Return immediately with the item. Stealing from another stall? Especially in a place like the ghost market? This task seemed deceptively simple. Yet the risks were monumental. Who among those who set up shop here was easy to deal with? The one-eyed old man was likely no pushover either. Yet this appeared to be the only opportunity to acquire the mysterious tome. Xiao Chun found himself deeply conflicted. His instincts warned him that the black-clad stall owner was exceedingly dangerous, and the task would undoubtedly be fraught with complications. Yet, the allure of that tattered book was simply too great. Should he take the risk or decisively abandon the endeavor? Gazing at the ancient, weathered tome in his hands and feeling the warmth of the iron plate against his chest, he ultimately steeled himself. Please make a choice. 1. Accept the task from the black-clad stall owner and risk stealing the item beneath the stone. 2. Refuse the task, abandon the book, and leave this perilous stall and the black-clad figure immediately. 3. Attempt to negotiate, inquiring about the specifics and dangers of the task, or whether there are alternative means to offset some of the gold. Chapter 17. The theft in the ghost market. The allure of the tattered tome, inscribed with mysterious runes, was overwhelming for Xiao Chun. It could very well be the key to unlocking the secrets of the black iron plate, or even completing the fragmented alchemist's inheritance. Abandoning it was simply unthinkable. Although the risks were immense, it was a gamble worth taking. Xiao Chun took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult of emotions and uncertainties within. His gaze resolute as it locked onto the enigmatic stall owner shrouded in black. Very well, I accept your terms. I trust you will uphold your promise. Ha. The little one possesses some audacity. The black-clad stall owner chuckled cryptically, the darkness beneath his hood seeming to ripple. Be swift in your return, should you be discovered. The consequences will be yours to bear. The final 4 words were spoken lightly, yet they carried a chilling undertone. Without uttering another word, Xiao Chun placed the tome back in its previous location and melded into the shadows of the ghost market's crowd. He did not head directly to the southeast corner, but first circled around, meticulously observing the conditions of the target area. The southeast corner of the ghost market was relatively secluded, with fewer people passing through. Soon, he located the stall selling soul mud. This so-called soul mud was a type of black sludge originating from extremely Een territories, reputed to be useful for cultivating certain sinister techniques or poisons, its odor overpowering. The stall owner was indeed a gaunt old man with a grim countenance and a missing eye, currently deep in meditation, exuding a faintly chilling aura, likely on par with a fighter in strength. The stall was simple in structure, with a ragged cloth spread on the ground, atop which sat several jars filled with soul mud. Behind the stall was a rock wall, closely adjoining a mining pit. The spot beneath the stall that the black-clad man mentioned was likely referring to the ground under this tattered cloth, right against the rock wall. How to infiltrate beneath the stall without alarming the one-eyed old man? Pry open the stone and retrieve the object? Xiao Chen's mind raced. The concealment technique must be executed to perfection. His movements needed to be light, swift, and precise. He observed the rhythm of the old man's breathing and the interplay of light and shadow around him, searching for the optimal moment. Time passed slowly, and the flow of people in the ghost market began to dwindle. It was already the latter half of the night. The one-eyed old man seemed to have entered a deeper state of meditation, his breathing growing ever fainter. Now was the moment. Xiao Chen moved like a shadowy cat in the night, skillfully utilizing the cover of several stalls and the sporadic traffic to silently approach the side and rear of the one-eyed old man's stall. He held his breath, lowering his body to the utmost, cautiously lifting a corner of the tattered cloth with the tip of his dagger, revealing the damp earth and uneven bricks beneath. He meticulously explored, swiftly locating a visibly loose blue brick. He dared not exert too much force, allowing a faint trace of fighting spirit to coalesce at his fingertips as he delicately pried the blue brick upward. Throughout the process, his mind was highly concentrated, his heart racing, ears attuned to catch any hint of disturbance. The one-eyed man's breathing remained steady, seemingly unaware of the unfolding events. The blue brick was gently lifted, revealing a small depression below. Contrary to his expectations, within the hollow lay not a treasure, but rather a seemingly inconspicuous bronze ring, marred with rust and etched with indistinct patterns. Is this truly the object that warrants such elaborate efforts from the man in the black robe? A sense of doubt clouded Xiao Chen's mind, yet he dared not delay his actions. Swiftly, he retrieved the ring and meticulously restored the azure brick to its original state, laying down the tattered cloth. The entire process was fraught with tension, yet culminated without incident. Just as he secured the ring and prepared to stealthily retreat, an unforeseen anomaly transpired. The seemingly inconspicuous bronze ring, upon departing from the indentation, emitted a faint glimmer, and the indistinct patterns upon it flickered with a subtle crimson hue. Concurrently, an exceedingly faint yet piercing wave of spiritual energy abruptly surged forth. You little thief! How dare you touch my belongings? The one-eyed elder, who had been in a meditative state, abruptly opened his eye, unleashing a terrifying glare as a chilling aura instantaneously locked onto Xiao Chun. That wave of spiritual energy was, in fact, a covert alarm trap. He had been discovered. Xiao Chun felt a jolt of fear run through him. Without a moment's hesitation, he accelerated to his utmost speed, pivoting to dash toward the throngs of people in the ghost market. Simultaneously, he activated the concealment technique to its limits, striving to evade the lock-on. Nowhere to run. The one-eyed elder bellowed, his form leaping like a wraith, with his gnarled claws slicing through the air, aiming directly for Xiao Chen's back. His speed was astonishing. In a moment of desperation, Xiao Chen hurled the newly acquired bronze ring, still radiating a faint aura, towards the direction of the black-robed man's stall with all his might. "This is yours," he shouted. The ring transformed into a blur of azure light, soaring toward the shadowy corner where the black-robed man resided. This unexpected turn of events momentarily halted the one-eyed elder's advance. His target was the ring. Without hesitation, he abandoned his pursuit of Xiao Chun, pivoting like a hawk to pursue the ring, shouting, "Who dares to take my possession?" At that moment, the black-robed vendor appeared equally unprepared for Xiao Chen's clever diversion. As the ring approached, imbued with a palpable wave of spiritual energy and the one-eyed elder's murderous intent, he could no longer remain aloof. Oomph! A chilling snort emanated from beneath the black robe. In the next instant, an aura far deeper and more obscure than that of the one-eyed elder erupted from the shadows. A black beam surged forth, deftly ensnaring the flying bronze ring. "You seek death." The one-eyed elder, upon witnessing this, was filled with a mix of astonishment and fury. And without hesitation, he struck towards the black-robed man. Boom! The two formidable forces collided with a resounding thud. A terrifying shockwave erupted, overturning several nearby stalls and inciting a cacophony of gasps and chaos. Instantly, the attention of the entire ghost market was drawn to this sudden clash of titans. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Chun unleashed his speed to the fullest, plunging into the tumultuous crowd without looking back. Utilizing the concealment technique amidst the confusion, he darted away, disappearing into the shadowy depths of the mine tunnels, desperately fleeing towards the outskirts of the ghost market. Behind him, the distant echoes of the one-eyed elder's enraged roars and the black-robed man's frigid snorts, along with the intensified sounds of energy clashes, reverberated through the air. Clearly, those two enigmatic powerhouses had engaged in combat. Xiao Chen sprinted without pause, not daring to linger until he was far from the western mining area of the city, finally returning to the relatively secure streets of Wutan City. Only then did he allow himself to stop, leaning against a wall, gasping for air, his back drenched in cold sweat. That was perilously close. He had indeed brushed against death. The strength of those two individuals was undoubtedly beyond that of ordinary fighters. They were likely great fighters, or even stronger. What on earth was that ring that incited such fierce contention? His ploy to divert attention had succeeded in allowing him to escape, but had also incurred the ire of two unfathomable beings, particularly that of the black-robe vendor. Not only had he failed his mission, but he had also betrayed him. However, it was worth it. Xiao Chen steadied his breathing, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. In that fleeting moment before he hurled the ring, he had employed his formidable spiritual perception to forcibly imprint several of the most distinct and clear runic patterns from the bronze ring into his memory. Although he was uncertain of their utility, The fact that such powerful beings were vying for it undoubtedly indicated its significance. This could very well be an unexpected boon. The pressing matter now was to return to the Shao family and conceal himself. He could not afford to venture into the ghost market again tonight. Cautiously, he took a circuitous route back to the Shao residence, scaling the wall from a secluded area and silently returning to his humble abode. After securely shutting the door, he still felt a lingering sense of trepidation. Yet soon, his focus shifted back to his initial objective, the tattered tome. Though he had failed to procure the physical object, his interaction with the book had allowed him to harness his potent spiritual perception and memory to forcibly retain the majority of the obscure runes from the few pages he had glimpsed, particularly those that bore resemblance to the inherited runes in his mind. He promptly settled into a cross-legged position, concentrating intently to recall and replicate those ancient and distorted symbols as clearly as possible in his mind. Detection of host recording unknown ancient runes, incomplete, insufficient information for analysis. Would you like to attempt a comparison with existing inherited information? The system prompt sounded. Comparison. Shao Chun immediately commanded. Within his mind, the incomplete runes from the black iron piece and the node symbols of the basic fire condensation technique began to flicker, align, and combine at a rapid pace. The process seemed to consume a fair amount of mental energy, causing Shao Chun to experience a slight dizziness. Comparison complete. Similarity, 178. 3 complementary, incomplete structures identified. Congratulations. Host successfully completed the first key operational node, approximately 5, of the basic fire condensation technique. Soul power control over flames has been slightly enhanced. Congratulations, host. Successfully deciphered 2 unknown incomplete runes, gaining a faint gathering effect, passive, slightly increasing energy absorption efficiency. Acquired incomplete secret technique soul mark beginner. Capable of consuming soul power to condense simple soul marks for short-term marking or triggering simple traps. Effects weak, easily dispelled. It worked. Although he had not obtained the physical tome, he had managed to complete a small portion of the fire condensation technique merely from the runes he had memorized, and he had also gained additional rewards. Though they were merely fragments of fragments and the effects were feeble, it undoubtedly illuminated a viable path forward. Shao Chun was elated. This excursion to the ghost market, despite being fraught with peril and incurring formidable enemies, had yielded rewards far beyond his expectations. As he reveled in his newfound triumph, contemplating how to practice the newly acquired soul mark and attempt to finalize the fire condensation technique, a sudden clamor of hurried footsteps and commotion echoed from outside, seemingly approaching his small abode. Quick, this way. Search thoroughly. No suspicious individuals must escape our scrutiny. Shao Chen's heart plummeted. That voice belonged to the Shao family escort. Why would they be conducting a thorough search in the area where collateral family members resided at this hour? Could it be that the events of the ghost market had been exposed? That seemed implausible. Or perhaps, he suddenly recalled that even though he had taken great care when scaling the wall to return, there was no guarantee that he hadn't left some trays for the night patrol to catch a glimpse of. Trouble was knocking at his door. Shao Chen's gaze sharpened as he swiftly concealed anything that might arouse suspicion, taking a deep breath to force himself to remain calm. Please make a choice. 1. Open the door and inquire about what is happening, feigning innocence. 2. Remain silent within the room, observing the situation to see if they will search his quarters. 3. Immediately escape through the back window, temporarily evading the situation to gauge its development. Please make a choice. 1, 2, or 3. Chapter 18. Midnight Search. The calamity from beyond the wall outside, the cacophony of footsteps reverberated, and the flickering light of torches seeped through the crevices of the windows, casting dancing shadows within the dimly lit room. The sounds of reprimands, the pounding on doors, and the panicked responses of distant relatives rose and fell in a dissonant symphony. Shao Chun held his breath, invoking the breath-concealing technique to its utmost. Rendering himself as immovable as a boulder, shrouded in the shadows of his bed, his breath nearly merging with the darkness. His mind raced. The guard squad's considerable mobilization could not possibly be related to the ghost market affair. That matter could not have reached the Shao family so swiftly. Nor could it pinpoint him, a mere branch descendant. More likely, something had transpired within the Shao family, prompting an internal investigation. Having just scaled the wall to enter. Though he was confident his face had not been seen, any unusual behavior now could easily betray him. Remaining still and observing the unfolding situation was the safest course. Bang! 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 The heavy knocking finally landed on his door, accompanied by an impatient shout. The person inside. Open the door. The guard squad is conducting a search. Shao Chun waited a moment, then feigned the demeanor of one just awakened, responding with a voice tinged with sleepiness and a hint of alarm. "Who is it? What is happening?" As he spoke, he slowly approached and unlatched the door. The door was thrust open, and two burly men clad in Shao family guard attire burst in, their sharp gazes swiftly scanning the humble abode. The leading captain fixed his eyes on Shao Chun, his voice cold. "Shao Chun? Where were you just now?" Shao Chun displayed an appropriate mix of confusion and trepidation, tugging at his slightly disheveled nightgown, which he had hastily donned upon his return, as he replied, "I've been sleeping inside, only just awakened by the commotion outside." "Captain, what has happened?" The captain scrutinized him, seemingly searching for any hint of deception on his face. "Just a quarter of an hour ago, a patrolling guard spotted a shadow slipping over the western wall into the family grounds, a figure resembling yours. Did you notice anything unusual, or hear any strange sounds?" Indeed, it was due to his wall scaling that he had been discovered. A chill ran through Shao Chun's heart, though his expression remained one of bewilderment. "A shadow? Infiltrated? I didn't hear anything at all. I was fast asleep." "Captain, could it be a mistake? The area near the western wall often has stray cats and dogs." He deftly redirected suspicion towards common animals. Meanwhile, another guard casually rummaged through the small room, which was so sparse it offered little to conceal. The captain furrowed his brow, seemingly reconsidering whether it was worth the uproar over a vague shadow, and Shao Chun's demeanor indeed suggested he had just awakened from slumber, without a hint of faltering. He waved his hand to his companion, saying, "All right, there's nothing amiss here. Let us move on to the next place." Then he turned back to Shao Chun, advising, "The family has heightened security recently. Do not wander about at night, and report any disturbances promptly." Yes, I will certainly comply," Shao Chun replied quickly, nodding in apparent trepidation. The two guards turned and departed, continuing their search of other rooms. Only after their footsteps faded into the distance did Shao Chun slowly close the door, his back slick with cold sweat. That was a close call. Fortunately, his caution paid off. He had swiftly erased all traces and pretended to be asleep upon his return. Had he revealed even the slightest hint of guilt, the consequences would have been dire. This encounter deepened his understanding of the significance of strength and vigilance. Without power, even within one's own family, one walked on thin ice. In the days that followed, Shao Chun became increasingly reclusive, spending most of his time in his modest abode, diligently cultivating his skills, solidifying his mastery at the late 7th stage, while continuously practicing the partially completed basic fire condensation technique and a newly acquired soul seal. Progress with the fire condensation technique remained slow, yet the completion of that critical juncture indeed rendered his control and manipulation of fire attribute, Do Chi, somewhat smoother. The flickering flame at his fingertips could now be sustained for a slightly longer duration. The soul seal, however, was particularly intriguing. It required the expenditure of a fragment of soul power to condense an invisible mark. He experimented by leaving marks on the furniture, doors, and windows within his dwelling, discovering that as long as the distance was not too great, he could vaguely sense the presence of the marks. Should the mark be disturbed, for instance, if a door were pushed open, a faint echo of soul feedback would occur. Although the effect was limited and the feedback minuscule, in certain specific circumstances, it might serve as a warning system. One day, while he was practicing the condensation of the soul seal, a raucous commotion of gongs and cheers erupted outside, far more boisterous than the previous celebrations for Shao Ning's birthday. Curiosity piqued, Shao Chun pushed open the window to gaze outside, spotting numerous Shao family members exuberantly flocking towards the martial arts arena, their faces alight with excitement and pride. "What is happening?" he inquired of a hurriedly passing branch descendant. The youth, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, "Shao Chun, you don't know yet? It's Miss Soner. She has broken through to become a Do fighter, and they say her condensed vortex is exceptionally solid. She possesses extraordinary talent. The clan leader and the grand elder are personally going to the martial arts arena to test and celebrate her." Shao Sun has broken through to become a Do fighter? Shao Chun momentarily froze, then quickly came to terms with it. Given Shao Sun's true identity and innate ability, her ascension to the Do fighter rank was a natural progression. Such grandiosity and celebration was likely more about bolstering the family standing, especially since the Shao family had recently faced pressure from the combined forces of the Jialia and Uba families. This was a pivotal moment for the clan, and nearly all members would attend to witness the occasion. To go or not to go? Shao Chun pondered for a moment. In such a scenario, his presence as a branch descendant would bear little significance. However, with Shao Sun's breakthrough, core descendants like Shao Ning, Shao Yu, and others would undoubtedly be present, perhaps offering him the chance to observe more. Moreover, in such a lively atmosphere, he might overhear some news that normally eluded him. He resolved to attend. Upon arriving at the martial arts arena, he was greeted by a throng of people, the atmosphere vibrant. On the high platform, clan leader Xiao Zhan, 3 elders, and numerous family dignitaries were present, all sporting expressions of satisfaction. In the center of the arena stood Xiao Suner, clad in purple, poised like a graceful willow. Her demeanor serene as she faced the crowd's gaze. After a brief assessment confirmed that Xiao Suner had indeed successfully entered the ranks of Do fighters, and that her foundation was remarkably solid, the arena erupted in cheers and gasps of astonishment. Standing at the edge of the crowd, Xiao Chun's gaze swept over the platform. He noticed the admiration and a hint of barely concealed jealousy in Xiao Ning's eyes as she looked at Xiao Sun, while Xiao Yu wore a face of respect and envy. The elders were stroking their beards and smiling, whispering amongst themselves. His gaze instinctively sought out Xiao Yan, and sure enough, he spotted the black-robed youth standing alone in an inconspicuous corner, appearing starkly out of place amidst the surrounding revelry. Xiao Yan's eyes were fixed on the radiant girl in the arena, his expression complex, revealing concern, pride, but more so a deep-seated loneliness and urgency. Xiao Chan could empathize with his feelings. With a fiancée, though he might not be aware of this relationship, so exceptional, yet he himself. At that moment, a sudden disturbance erupted at the entrance of the martial arts arena, as a group of individuals brazenly forced their way past the Xiao family guards. Leading them was a haughty young man clad in alchemist robes, adorned with a badge depicting silver ripples on his chest. A first-tier alchemist. Following closely behind were several elders from the Jialia and Uba families, all wearing insidious smiles. Clan leader Xiao, we heard that your family has a genius who has broken through to become a Do fighter, and we have come to offer our congratulations. You wouldn't mind, would you? One elder from the Jialia family spoke with a smirk that belied his mocking tone. The previously vibrant atmosphere in the arena instantly chilled. Everyone could discern that these individuals were not here to celebrate, but rather to disrupt. The patriarch of the Xiao clan, Xiao Zhan, wore a grim expression. Suppressing his fury, today marks an internal celebration for the Xiao family. We shall not entertain outsiders. I kindly ask you all to leave. The leading young alchemist, known as Lu Shi, arrogantly stepped forward, casting a lewd glance over Xiao Suner standing amidst the crowd, his eyes flickering with a blend of astonishment and lasciviousness. He proclaimed loudly, "Is this the esteemed Miss Suner, who has just broken through to the fighter realm? Truly a vision of beauty. However, she is merely a fighter, which is hardly remarkable. If Miss Suner is interested, I could offer some guidance. It will be far more beneficial than languishing here in Wutan City. With limitless potential ahead, ha. His words dripped with insincerity. Preposterous. Scoundrel, what did you just say? The members of the Xiao family erupted in outrage, particularly the younger generation, who were seething with indignation. Xiao Ning was the first to leap forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Lu Shi, exclaiming, "Where did this toad come from, daring to speak so boldly here?" Lu Shi, taken aback by the insult, darkened his expression and coldly retorted, "What wild dog dares to bark at me? It seems the Xiao family lacks not only strength but also proper upbringing. You." Xiao Ning was furious and was about to strike, but the elder stopped him with a stern voice. The atmosphere was tense, with the families of Jialia and Uba watching with derision. Xiao Chen observed the scene with a cold gaze, fully aware of the underlying provocation orchestrated by the opposition, aimed at undermining the Xiao family's prestige and humiliating the younger generation, particularly the recently ascended Xiao Suner. Their alliance lay on the first-grade alchemist, Lu Shi. In the face of such humiliation, Xiao Suner maintained her composure, her autumn-like eyes betraying a fleeting hint of coldness. She spoke softly, her tone frosty. "There is no need for your concern. Though Wutan City may be small, it possesses its own rules. If you have come to extend your congratulations, the Xiao family welcomes you. However, if you intend to provoke us..." Her words trailed off, yet an invisible pressure momentarily halted Lu Shi. With a scoff, Lu Shi seemed to take offense at losing face before a young lady and redirected his aggression toward the entire younger generation of the Xiao family, arrogantly stating, "Provocation? Hardly. I merely heard that the younger generation of the Xiao family consists of talented individuals, and I came today to witness it firsthand. How about this? Let the young elites of our 3 families engage in a few sparring matches, shall we? Let us see who embodies the future hope of Wutan City. Of course, if the Xiao family fears confrontation, they may concede now, ha. His words were exceptionally malicious, effectively placing the Xiao family in a precarious position. To refuse the challenge would imply cowardice, tarnishing their reputation, while accepting it would mean facing an opponent well prepared, bolstered by a first-grade alchemist. Victory would be anything but certain. All eyes turned toward the high platform where Xiao Zhan and the elders stood. Xiao Zhan's face turned ashen, recognizing this as a blatant scheme. Yet he had no choice but to respond. He spoke in a deep voice. Very well. Since the Jialia and Uba families are so eager for this engagement, the Shao family shall oblige. How do you propose we spar? An elder from the Jialia family chuckled. Simple. Each side shall send forth 3 representatives to battle in succession. The victor remains until one side has no one left to fight. How does that sound? On the Shao family side, the strongest among the younger generation was undoubtedly Shao Suner, who had just broken through to the fighter realm, followed by Shao Ning with his 9th-tier fighter energy, Shao Yu with his 8th-tier energy, and several other direct descendants with varying strengths. Meanwhile, the Jialia and Uba families also sent forth several youths, all exuding formidable auras, notably possessing 9th and 8th-tier fighter prowess, clearly well prepared for this confrontation. A crushing challenge aimed at the Shao family's younger generation was about to commence. Shao Chun, observing the sudden upheaval, furrowed his brow. Could the Shao family emerge victorious? While Shao Suner's strength was unfathomable, the opposition surely had plans against her. Shao Ning was restless, and Shao Yu was somewhat lacking in strength. Should the Shao family's young generation suffer a devastating defeat here, the blow to their morale would be catastrophic. His gaze swept over to the corner where Shao Yin stood, fists clenched tightly, nails nearly digging into his flesh, his eyes filled with anger and helplessness. At that moment, an alert from a system echoed in Shao Chen's mind, triggering a sudden plot mission, the family's dignity. Mission description: the younger generation of the Shao family faces a severe challenge, risking the family's reputation. Please attempt to influence the outcome within your capacity. Reward: based on the extent of your influence on the situation. Note: it is not necessary to participate directly. A mission had arrived, and a note that participation was not mandatory. A spark ignited within Shao Chun. Given his late-stage, 7th-tier strength, participating directly would unlikely alter the outcome and might instead expose his capabilities. However, the system's issuance of the task indicated that there were alternative means to exert influence. How could he break the deadlock? Shao Chen's mind raced as he surveyed the arrogant Lu Shi, the opposing fighters, the furious Shao Ning, and the cornered Shao Yan. A bold idea suddenly emerged in his mind. Please make a choice. 1. Observe discreetly, searching for flaws in the opposing fighters. Then convey the information to the soon-to-fight Shao Ning or Shao Yu through some means. Risk: how to relay the information. Will they believe it? 2. Shift the focus onto the alchemist Lu Shi, attempting to subtly disrupt him using soul mark or other methods, preventing him from assisting his fighters in a timely manner. Risk: high likelihood of detection, with serious consequences. 3. Find a way to provoke or hint at Shao Yin to step forward. Although Shao Yin possesses only 3rd-tier fighter energy, he might have surprising tactics. Risk: extremely high, nearly impossible to succeed, and would thoroughly expose Shao Yan's uniqueness. Please make a choice. 1, 2, 3. Chapter 19. Observing for weaknesses, strategizing to assist kin. The risk of participating directly was too great. Interfering with Lu Shi was akin to playing with fire. The only feasible strategy lay in leveraging his superior soul perception, a result of his training in the nameless technique and system rewards, along with the concealment of breath concealment technique, to discreetly observe and identify potential weaknesses in the enemy, thereafter attempting to relay that information. Shao Chen immediately focused his mind, his gaze sharp as he meticulously scanned the 3 youthful representatives from the Jialia and Uba families. All 3 exhibited 9th-tier fighter energy, robust in presence. Their expressions haughty, evidently the elite cultivated by the 2 families. In the first match, the Shao family sent forth Shao Ning, who had reached the peak of 9th tier. Eager to showcase himself before Shao Suner and the entire clan, he was seething with rage at Lu Shi's arrogance, charging into the fray with fierce determination. His opponent was a representative from the Jialia family, a young man wielding a curved blade, agile in movement, and employing intricate swordplay. As the battle commenced, Shao Ning launched a vigorous assault using his powerful technique Stone-Shattering Palm, hoping to swiftly overpower his opponent. However, the Jialia youth seemed to have anticipated this, evading direct confrontation and instead utilizing his nimble footwork to exhaust Shao Ning's energy while seeking opportunities to counterattack. Shao Chen observed intently, noting that each time the Jialia youth swiftly changed direction, there appeared to be a subtle lack of coordination in his left leg's landing, a detail that, while skillfully concealed through his agile movements, was nonetheless perceptible to Shao Chen's heightened perception. Furthermore, although his swordplay was fierce, his relentless pursuit of speed resulted in a nearly imperceptible pause in his right arm's retraction after each powerful strike. These flaws were exceedingly minor and difficult to catch amidst the rapid exchange of blows, yet for an evenly matched adversary, possessing foreknowledge and strategically addressing them could prove pivotal in securing victory. However, on the platform, Shao Ning struggled to break through, his impatience growing. leaving him no room to notice these details as he relentlessly pressed forward, depleting his energy. If this continued, Xiao Ning would surely lose. Xiao Chun felt a surge of urgency. He must relay this information, but how could he do so without raising suspicion? His gaze swept across the arena, landing on Xiao Yu, who stood nearby, her face etched with tension as she attentively monitored the unfolding battle. A spark of inspiration ignited within him. Silently channeling the breath-holding technique, Xiao Chun deftly maneuvered to the front of the crowd, drawing closer to Xiao Yu's position. He dared not speak, fearing detection. With a subtle flick of his fingers, he summoned a faint wisp of fighting spirit, emulating the gathering technique of soul mark. However, rather than forming a mark, he meticulously controlled this thin stream of energy, gently tapping Xiao Yu's hand twice, once on the left, 3 times on the right, simulating the weaknesses in the opponent's left leg and right arm. Xiao Yu, wholly absorbed in the match, felt an imperceptible breeze brush against her hand, instinctively retracting it in surprise. Turning her head in curiosity, she locked eyes with Xiao Chun. Unable to utter a word, he swiftly gestured towards his left leg, then pointed to his right arm, nodding emphatically, his gaze sharp and assured. Immediately, he lowered his head and retreated a step, seamlessly blending back into the crowd as if nothing had transpired. Xiao Yu stood momentarily stunned. Though she possessed a fiery temperament, she was far from foolish. The peculiar actions and expressions of Xiao Chun, combined with the current situation, led her to a sudden realization. He was signaling her to exploit the opponent's vulnerabilities. The left leg and right arm? Although incredulous about how Xiao Chun could discern such details, the urgency of the moment left her no time for doubt. With a determined shout, she called out to Xiao Ning on the stage. Xiao Ning, attack his lower left side. Watch for his right arm's retraction. Caught in the heat of battle, Xiao Ning hesitated for a moment upon hearing Xiao Yu's command. Yet, trusting her instincts and driven by impatience with the stalemate, he instinctively attempted a feint with his right hand, channeling power in his feet to launch a fierce strike towards the opponent's left leg. The Gallic youth, accustomed to evading attacks, was taken aback by the sudden targeting of his well-concealed old injury on the left leg, resulting in a moment of panic that distorted his evasive maneuver. Now was the moment. Xiao Ning's eyes glimmered with clarity. Though he did not comprehend how Xiao Yu had discerned this, he seized the fleeting opportunity. His right palm, charged with lethal intent, unleashed its true power, striking hard against the opponent's chest just as the latter's right arm swung out forcefully, leaving him vulnerable in a state of retraction. Thud! Splutter! The Gallic youth was caught off guard, receiving the blow squarely, a spray of blood erupting from his mouth as he was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily onto the ground beneath the arena. Victory! A brief silence enveloped the crowd before an uproar of deafening cheers erupted from the Xiao clan. Standing atop the stage, Xiao Ning was momentarily dazed, astonished by the abruptness of his triumph. He cast a puzzled glance towards Xiao Yu below. Xiao Yu, instinctively searching for Xiao Chun's previous position, found it empty, her heart racing with bewilderment. Could it truly have been him? How did he manage it? The expressions of the Gallic and Oba families darkened dramatically. Lucy let out a cold snort, glaring disapprovingly at the defeated youth. In the second match, the Oba family sent forth a tall, robust descendant skilled in defense and strength, while the Xiao family fielded Xiao Yu. Before stepping onto the stage, Xiao Yu instinctively scanned the crowd once more, and indeed, she spotted Xiao Chun in a corner, giving her a slight nod. Resolute, she inhaled deeply and ascended the platform. The Oba descendant appeared to have cultivated an earth-based technique, boasting formidable defenses and immense strength, yet his speed was evidently lacking. He adopted a steady, methodical approach, gradually encroaching upon Xiao Yu's maneuvering space. Xiao Chun focused intently on the scene, observing that with each exertion, a vein on the right side of the Oba disciple's neck would bulge prominently, accompanied by a brief, intensified breath, suggesting that the timing of his power bursts might be linked to his breathing rhythm, potentially with subtle intervals for inhalation. Moreover, his lower base was remarkably stable. Yet his excessive pursuit of stability compromised his lateral mobility. Employing a similar strategy, Xiao Chun quietly approached once more, discreetly relaying the information regarding the neck, breathing, and lateral movement to a tense direct descendant of the 8-Dan fighting spirit, who was poised to enter the fray, hoping to alert Xiao Yu. On stage, Xiao Yu found herself on the defensive, being relentlessly pressured by the opponent's fierce punches, forcing her to retreat perilously. At that moment, the direct descendant below, having received Xiao Chen's hint, though unclear on its full meaning, shouted out with a spirit of experimentation. Sister Xiao Yu, watch his neck and breathing. Force him to move laterally. Xiao Yu's spirit surged at this pronouncement. Although the hint was vague, she immediately grasped its essence. No longer merely blocking, She began to utilize her relative agility to deftly maneuver around her opponent, her sword occasionally darting toward his neck, though not inflicting direct harm, successfully disrupting his breathing rhythm and power habits while compelling him to engage in lateral movements, which he was ill-equipped to execute. The Oba disciple, thrown off balance, began to falter, his breath becoming erratic as he roared in frustration. Yet he perpetually missed hitting Xiao Yu, his frequent lateral movements causing him to stumble. Seizing an opening, Xiao Yu struck as he overexerted himself in a power attempt, his lateral movement faltering and his breathing becoming labored. She wielded her sword with a commanding shout, piercing precisely at the back of his supporting leg's knee. Ugh! The Oba disciple stifled a groan, losing his balance as his massive frame collapsed to the ground. Another victory. 2 consecutive wins. The morale of the Shao clan soared. Cheers erupted like thunder. Meanwhile, the expressions of the Gallic and Oba families darkened ominously. Lu Xie's face was like a storm cloud. He sensed something amiss. Recognizing that these 2 members of the Shao family seemed to consistently exploit the slightest weaknesses of his disciples. Was it mere coincidence? Or his gaze scanned the young generation of the Shao family, yet he discerned nothing out of the ordinary. Only one challenger remained. From the Gallic and Oba families, the final contestant was a cold-faced youth, also of the 9th Dan fighting spirit, but his aura was more refined, his demeanor steadier than the previous 2. The Shao clan turned their gaze toward Xiao Suner. Surely, with her prowess, she would secure the final match. However, Xiao Suner slightly shook her head, whispering, "I have just broken through. My foundation is unstable, and it would be unwise to step into the fray." Her gaze swept over the stoic youth from the opposing side and the grim-faced Lu Xi, as if hinting at something. The crowd fell silent, quickly understanding. The opponent had already bested 2 of their warriors, and the last contestant was undoubtedly their trump card. Moreover, Lu Xi likely had some hidden strategy up his sleeve. Xiao Suner's refusal to fight was not merely an avoidance of risk, but a protective measure for herself, as she was the true future of the Shao clan. Yet, if Xiao Suner did not engage, who among the younger generation of Shao clan could contend against a 9th Dan fighting spirit? Xiao Ning had already fought once and was severely drained. Xiao Yu had just endured a grueling battle. Were they to concede? Would their earlier victories be rendered meaningless? Morale would plummet. As anxiety permeated the air, no one noticed the corner where Xiao Yan stood, fists clenched, his gaze wavering for a moment before crystallizing into resolve, as if he had made a crucial decision. Meanwhile, Xiao Chun, observing from the shadows, detected a faint, unusual energy emanating from a small pouch hanging at the waist of the cold-faced youth, likely a substance capable of temporarily stimulating fighting spirit, yet leaving the user drained afterward. Furthermore, the youth's steps were steady, but each time his left foot landed, his toes would instinctively turn slightly inward, suggesting a habitual initiation of some sort of footwork technique he practiced. Having captured this information, the question arose, whom to relay it to? It seemed no one from the Shao clan remained to send forth. Just as Xiao Chun pondered, a voice rang out, startling the entire arena in the final match. "I shall take the stage." Xiaoyan emerged step by step from the shadows of the corner, ascending the arena to an uproar from the crowd. Xiaoyan? What is he doing here? Is he merely adding to the chaos? With his trifling, 3-tiered fighting spirit, is he courting death? Come down. Spare us the embarrassment. Ridicule, skepticism, and gasps filled the air. The members of the Gale family and the Uba family were momentarily taken aback, only to erupt in a hearty laughter, as though they had witnessed an absurd farce. Lu Xi sneered derisively. Is there no one left in the Xiao family? They send a useless fool to compete? The clan leader, Xiaozhan, along with the 3 elders, were also momentarily stunned, with Xiaozhan urgently exclaiming, "Yinner, cease this folly. Come down at once." Yet, Xiaoyan appeared oblivious to the surrounding clamor, calmly gazing at the stern youth opposite him, stating with cool detachment, "Xiao family, Xiaoyan." A flash of contemptuous anger flickered in the cold youth's eyes as he coldly declared, "Galio, you shall pay dearly for your arrogance." He was resolute in his intention to humiliate this ignorant fool. Xiaocheng, watching from below, felt a torrent of emotions as he beheld Xiaoyan's determined ascent. He has arrived. Though uncertain of his resources, his audacity to step onto the stage surely indicates preparation. The information he had gathered might aid him. However, how could he convey it? In front of so many eyes, it was impossible to signal discreetly as before. As the battle was about to commence, Xiaocheng's anxiety intensified. Please make a choice. 1. Risk using the soul seal to attempt to provide Xiaoyan with an exceedingly faint hint from afar. Risk. The soul seal may be too weak to convey effectively and could be detected by those with keen senses. 2. Trust that Xiaoyan has his own means and observe the unfolding events. 3. Create a minor distraction in another manner. Attempting to draw Xiaoyan's attention to the opponent's scented pouch or footwork. Risk. This could backfire. Please make a choice. 1, 2, 3. Chapter 20. Soul Seal's covert aid. Flames shock the audience. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Xiaoyan faced off against Galio, who boasted a 9-tiered fighting spirit. An act bordering on suicide that incited a cacophony of uproar and mockery. Galio's face was lit with a sinister grin, already perceiving Xiaoyan as a plaything to be toyed with. Xiaocheng was frantic, for the faint information he had gathered could be pivotal. The medication within the opponent's scented pouch could unleash a temporary surge, but would leave him fatigued thereafter. The habitual motion of Galio's left foot was indicative of his initiating stance. If only he could have prior knowledge. Perhaps he could seize the advantage, or even lure the enemy in. There could be no more hesitation. Gritting his teeth, Xiaocheng's eyes flashed with determination. He exerted all his effort into the breath concealment technique, suppressing his aura to the utmost degree, while simultaneously concentrating all his mental energy. Following the Soul Seal method, he painstakingly extracted a nearly imperceptible fragment of soul power, cautiously directing it towards Xiaoyan on the arena. He dared not form a complete seal, as that would create too obvious a disturbance. Instead, he transformed this fragment of soul power into 2 fleeting, almost illusory impacts, precisely aimed at Xiaoyan. The first directed at the scented pouch at Galio's waist, the second mimicking a subtle motion of the left foot's inward toe. This process was immensely taxing and fraught with peril. Once Xiaocheng had completed this task, his complexion paled considerably, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he hastily lowered his head, retreating deeper into the crowd, fearing detection by the formidable presence on the stage. On the arena, as Galio prepared to unleash his assault, and Xiaoyan stood on high alert, both felt an almost imperceptible tightening of their brows simultaneously. Galio sensed a barely discernible breeze caressing his scented pouch, but dismissed it, attributing it to the airflow from the audience. Conversely, Xiaoyan perceived 2 exceedingly faint yet distinctly directed mental waves crashing into his consciousness. One pointed towards the opponent's waist, while the other conjured the sensation of an unusual foot movement. This is a soul suggestion? Someone is aiding me? Xiaoyan's heart surged with sudden realization. His soul power far exceeded that of ordinary individuals, and he instantly grasped the implications of these 2 weak messages, though unaware of the sender. This was undoubtedly a fortuitous boon. His gaze swiftly swept to the unremarkable scented pouch at Galio's waist, and he noted the nearly imperceptible habitual motion of Galio's left foot. Instantly comprehending, feigning mystique. Fool, prepare to be humbled. Galio cackled, his 9-tiered fighting spirit erupting with a thunderous roar, his footwork shifting as anticipated by Xiaocheng. The toe of his left foot instinctively curling inward, propelling him like an arrow released from its bow. A fierce punch aimed squarely at Xiaoyan's face. The speed was astonishing. However, the prepared Xiaoyan executed a maneuver that left the onlookers astounded. Not only did he not retreat to defend, but he boldly stepped forward, angling his body at an incredibly awkward position to narrowly evade the brunt of the punch's force, while his right hand shot out like lightning. Not aiming to strike Galio's body, but rather, with pinpoint precision, grasping the scented pouch at his waist. What? Galio could hardly fathom that his opponent would deviate from the expected and target his pouch instead. This pouch was one of his trump cards, intended for crucial moments to turn the tide. In a fit of rage and shock, his offensive faltered, and instinctively, he sought to protect the pouch. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, Xiaoyan's other hand had already been quietly gathering power. With a roar, the seemingly meager yet exceptionally refined fighting spirit within him erupted. Having been tempered by the medicinal elder, though in small quantity, it possessed great quality, delivering a straightforward yet powerful punch that struck Galio's exposed chest with devastating force. 8 extremes collapse. Bang! A dull thud echoed. Galio felt an overwhelming force, far surpassing the 3-tiered fighting spirit, surging through him, causing his internal organs to feel as though they were being displaced in a wave of excruciating pain. His eyes bulged, his face contorted in disbelief, as he spewed forth a torrent of blood, his body hurtling backward like a marionette with severed strings, crashing heavily to the arena's edge, struggling for a moment before finding himself unable to rise. Silence. An oppressive, deathly silence. All present stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, as if confronted with a specter, regarding the slender yet resolute figure clad in black robes upon stage. A 3-tiered fighting spirit vanquishing a 9-tiered fighting spirit. How could this be? A sharp intake of breath broke the eerie stillness, sending the entire training ground into a frenzy of gasps and exclamations. Impossible. Am I seeing things? What just transpired? Xiaoyan. He won. What kind of combat technique was that? Such formidable dark energy. The smiles on the faces of the Gale and Uba families froze, replaced by shock and incredulity. Lu Shi abruptly rose, his face pale, eyes filled with uncertainty as he fixated on Xiaoyan. Dark energy? No, something is amiss with his fighting spirit. Clan leader Xiaozhan and the three elders also stood in shock, gazing at Xiaoyan on the stage, their eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions: excitement, confusion, and profound awe. The younger generation, including Xiaoning and Xiaoyu, were left dumbfounded, as though they were witnessing this long-dormant kin for the first time. In the corner, Xiaocheng slowly exhaled, a barely perceptible smile gracing his pale face. It succeeded. Though a risk, it was worth it. Xiaoyan truly did not disappoint him. On the stage, Xiaoyan gradually withdrew his fist, his breathing slightly labored. That one strike had nearly exhausted all his fighting spirit. He cast a cold glance over the astonished crowd, finally resting his gaze on the struggling Galio, stating with indifference, "Thank you for the match." Galio's complexion was ashen, a blend of shame and fury, wishing for nothing more than to disappear into the earth. Lu Shi's countenance was ominously dark as he stepped forward, his icy gaze fixating on Xiaoyan. "You wretched boy, what despicable means have you employed? How can mere third-tier Doqi possibly defeat a ninth tier? You must have resorted to some forbidden elixir or sinister sorcery. Allow me to investigate." With that, he attempted to ascend the stage personally. The moment his words fell, the Xiao family erupted in fury. "Nonsense! Can you not bear to lose?" they exclaimed. "Lu Shi, have you no shame?" Xiaozhan, the clan leader, bellowed in anger. "Master Lu Shi, the victor has been determined in front of all. What treacherous methods could possibly be at play? Do you wish to bully the weak and disrupt our rules?" Lu Shi paused, daunted by the combined pressure emanating from Xiaozhan and the three elders. Yet he coldly retorted, "This matter is dubious. I must uncover the truth. Otherwise, I suspect that your Xiao clan's disciples are practicing dark arts." At that moment, a cool, composed voice interjected, "Master Lu Shi." Xiao Suner stepped forward gracefully, her beautiful eyes steady as she gazed at Lu Shi. Her voice, though soft, carried an invisible weight. "Brother Xiaoyan won fair and square. What is there to question? Do you, Master, believe that the members of the Xiao clan are unworthy of the ability to challenge those above their tier? Or do you think me so blind as to overlook any use of dark sorcery?" Her words, gentle yet piercing, effectively countered Lu Shi's accusations, subtly indicating that she would not tolerate his insolence. Before Xiao Suner, Lu Shi found himself inexplicably gripped by an unnameable trepidation, especially as he met the depths of her calm yet profound gaze. The harsh words that lingered on his lips faltered. He snorted, "Very well. Truly, the Xiao clan is brimming with talent. We shall take our leave." With a flick of his sleeve, he departed with the Gale and Oba families amidst a chorus of jeers, leaving with a face ashen with rage. The tumultuous event concluded with an unexpected, resounding victory for the Xiao clan. A thunderous cheer erupted throughout the arena, and the members of the Xiao family were filled with exhilaration, their spirits lifted. Xiaoyan had undoubtedly become the focal point of the entire gathering, although many still speculated about how he achieved such a feat. The undeniable victory was sufficient to alleviate some of the humiliation he had endured over the past 3 years. Standing on the platform, Xiaoyan felt the weight of the complex gazes around him, a myriad of emotions swirling within his heart. His eyes inadvertently scanned the crowd below, searching for the mysterious figure who had clandestinely aided him, yet yielded no results. Xiaochen had long since retreated to a more distant vantage point amidst the cheers, silently observing Xiaoyan, proud of him and resolute in his own path. Ding! Emergency plot task. Family's honor completed. Task evaluation, A class. Successfully discerned the enemy's weaknesses and effectively conveyed information, indirectly aiding the family in securing 2 critical victories, significantly impacting the final outcome. Reward, substantial increase in soul power, proficiency of concealed breath technique elevated to mastery, and a special reward, Eye of Insight, beginner. A passive ability that slightly enhances observation and sensitivity to energy fluctuations. The generous rewards flooded in, especially the acquisition of the Eye of Insight, which thrilled Xiao Chun. This ability would undoubtedly prove invaluable for his future cultivation and battles. Following this skirmish, the Xiao clan's reputation in Wutan City was considerably restored. Yet their conflict with the Gale and Oba families had escalated irreparably. Furthermore, Xiaoyan's sudden emergence drew countless speculations and clandestine attention. Xiao Chun understood that the turmoil in Wutan City was merely beginning, and he needed to elevate his strength at a swifter pace. He touched the last remnant of a red sparrow orchid and the few hundred gold coins in his possession, his resolve solidifying. It was time to venture once more into the Monster Mountain range, not only to seek the medicinal herbs needed by Xiaoyan, but also to discover opportunities for his own breakthrough. This time, he prepared more thoroughly, with clearer objectives. Xiao Chen's return to the Monster Mountain range, What encounters await him? Please make a choice. 1. He successfully discovers clues to the purple leaf orchid and bone-washing flower, but must outwit the formidable guardian beast. 2. He unexpectedly stumbles upon a hidden ancient cave or training site, containing treasures but also fraught with danger. 3. He encounters an elite squad from the Blood Wolf mercenary group, embroiled in an unprecedented struggle and pursuit. Please make a choice. 1, 2, 3. Chapter 21. The Secret Cave of the Valley, a Legacy of the Ancients. Once more stepping into Monster Mountain Range, Xiao Qin's mindset had transformed. Having reached the late stage of the 7th tier, his soul power had significantly increased due to the system's rewards, and he had acquired the passive ability of the Eye of Insight, heightening his perceptiveness of his surroundings. He cautiously avoided known danger zones and potential paths frequented by the Blood Wolf mercenary group, gliding through the forest like a specter. Aided by his enhanced perception and concealed breath technique, mastery level, his primary objective for this expedition was to locate the purple leaf orchid and the bone-washing flower, both of which favored shadowy surroundings, often found near deep valleys or streams. Guided by the descriptions of the herbs and the nuanced energy fluctuations detected by the Eye of Insight, he specifically ventured toward areas where the energy felt damp and cool. Days passed, and although he found several insufficiently aged bone-washing flowers, the elusive purple leaf orchid remained absent, let alone the 20-year-old bone-washing flower. The resources at the mountain's periphery seemed nearly exhausted by mercenaries. On this day, he followed a faint trace of moisture and shadowy energy fluctuations, delving deeper into an unfrequented, secluded gorge. The cliffs on either side of the gorge towered steeply, entwined with vines, while a gentle stream flowed at the bottom, shrouded in mist. Activating the Eye of Insight, Xiao Qin meticulously scanned every inch of the gorge's terrain. Suddenly, his gaze fixed upon an unusually lush patch of moss near the cliffside. The energy fluctuations there appeared more concentrated and subtle than elsewhere, and the growth pattern of the moss suggested signs of human disturbance. It was ancient, almost indistinguishable from nature. Yet under the scrutiny of the Eye of Insight, it revealed a hint of discordance. Compelled by curiosity, he carefully climbed up, clearing away the thick moss. He uncovered a narrow cave entrance, nearly concealed by vines, just wide enough for a single person to pass through. A stronger, cooler energy, imbued with the scent of ancient dust, wafted slowly from within. Was this a cave? Xiao Qin's caution heightened. He concentrated his mind, sensing the situation inside, and the Eye of Insight sought to penetrate the darkness, yet he detected no signs of life, only an eerie stillness and an overwhelming density of shadow energy. After a moment of hesitation, his adventurous spirit ultimately prevailed. He drew his short sword, activated his Do Chi for protection, and cautiously slipped into the cave. Initially narrow, the passage soon opened up into a spacious natural cavern. A modest stone chamber revealed itself, where the air was cool, the stone walls dry. And at the center lay a crude stone bed beside a stone table, atop which rested a decayed wooden box. A human skeleton sat cross-legged on the stone bed, its bones of pale ivory, seemingly untouched by time, indicative of its formidable strength and life. A dull, unremarkable ring adorned one of its skeletal fingers. Most strikingly, on the ground before the skeleton, 2 medicinal herbs were thriving. One was entirely pale purple, its leaves resembling those of an orchid, yet emitting a faint glow. Indeed, it was the purple leaf orchid. Judging by its color and energy fluctuations, its age surely surpassed a decade. The other, with exquisite white blossoms, radiated pure energy, was the bone-washing flower. Its age was astonishingly over 25 years, having traversed arduous paths to no avail. The 2 herbs required by Xiao Yan had fortuitously manifested in this very place. Xiao Qin suppressed the surging excitement within him, refraining from advancing immediately. He vigilantly surveyed his surroundings. Could it be that a formidable being had perished here without any semblance of protection? Activating the Eye of Insight to its fullest extent, he meticulously scanned every nook and cranny of the stone cavern. Indeed, he uncovered an anomaly. On the inner side of the cave entrance, and surrounding the 2 medicinal herbs, there were faintly inscribed runes, nearly blending into the rock itself. These runes formed a rudimentary warning and protective array, though the energy had nearly dissipated over the ages. Entering recklessly could still trigger a final counterattack. Furthermore, the skeletal remains themselves emanated a subtle, yet chilling aura of residual pressure. Xiao Qin took a deep breath. Unwilling to let his guard down, he carefully examined the dim runes. Combining his knowledge of runes from the fragmented alchemist inheritance in his mind with the Eye of Insight, as perception of energy flow, ultimately identifying several nodes where the energy was at its weakest, on the verge of complete dissipation. He cautiously circumvented the runic area, approaching at an excruciatingly slow pace, each step taken with utmost caution. At last, he successfully traversed the erased perimeter and arrived at the stone bed. First, he respectfully bowed to the skeleton. I, a mere junior, have inadvertently trespassed upon your sacred place of meditation. I humbly ask for your forgiveness for the disturbance. I am compelled to take these 2 medicinal herbs to save a life, and I sincerely hope for your understanding. Having spoken, he then gingerly retrieved his jade spade and wooden box, carefully collecting the 2 intact herbs and securing them properly. A heavy weight lifted from his heart. Xiaoyan's mission was accomplished. His gaze then fell upon the decaying wooden box on the stone table and the ring on the skeletal finger. The box crumbled at the slightest touch, revealing only a small mound of gray powder, likely the result of some elixir having completely weathered away, which was truly regrettable. Finally, his attention fixated on the grayish ring. Its design was antiquated, devoid of any gemstones, appearing utterly unremarkable. Yet, its endurance through the passage of time on this powerful skeleton suggested it was anything but ordinary. Could it be a storage ring? Xiao Chun felt a surge of anticipation. After bowing again in respect, he carefully slid the ring off the skeletal finger. The ring felt cold to the touch, its material neither gold nor iron. He attempted to infuse it with a trace of his fighting spirit. Buzz! A subtle glimmer flickered across the ring's surface, and Xiao Chun instantly sensed his consciousness connecting to a grayish space approximately 1 cubic meter in size. It was indeed a storage ring, though the space was modest. It was undoubtedly a treasure for Xiao Chun at this juncture. From here on, transporting items and concealing valuables would be infinitely more convenient. Suppressing his overwhelming joy, he began to inspect the contents within the space. There were not many items. A few sets of clothes that had long since deteriorated beyond recognition. A small jade vial containing 3 dimly hued pills the size of longan, preserved relatively well and exuding a strange medicinal fragrance. And a black metallic token inscribed with the ancient character for puppet. Lastly, there was a scroll made from an unknown beast's hide, chilling to the touch. Inscribed with the 5 archaic characters, Insha body refinement technique. A technique? A pill? Xiao Chen's heart raced. He first picked up the small jade vial and removed the cork. A wave of cool, yet pure, energy emanated forth. Detected a 3rd-grade pill, cold essence pill, containing pure Insha energy, capable of refining the body and strengthening the meridians. But consumption entails enduring excruciating cold pain, requiring formidable willpower or assistance from yang energy to alleviate. The system provided its assessment. A 3rd-grade pill, worth its weight in gold. Moreover, it was an exceptional pill for body refinement. Perfectly suited for his unnamed cultivation method, it could further enhance his physical form. Though the process would be painful, it was undoubtedly worthwhile. Next, he examined the Insha body refinement technique scroll. Detected a low-level Xian-tier body refinement technique. Insha body refinement technique fragment. Requires the infusion of Insha energy from the earth's veins or the consumption of Yin attribute pills to assist cultivation. Upon reaching completion, the physical body becomes formidable, possessing immense strength, but the cultivation process is exceedingly painful, with risks of backlash from the Insha energy. Another body refinement technique. Although it was merely a low-level Xian-tier fragment, it was a perfect complement to both his unnamed technique and the cold essence pill. They could work in tandem to significantly accelerate the refinement of his body. Lastly, he picked up the black token inscribed with the character for puppet. It felt heavy and cold, but he could discern no abnormalities. The system provided no indication, suggesting it was merely an ordinary token. A bountiful harvest, far beyond expectations. Xiao Chen fought against the impulse to immediately consume the cold essence pill for cultivation, carefully stowing away all the items, including the storage ring itself, which he now wore on his finger, concealing its faint energy fluctuations with breath concealment technique. He once again bowed respectfully to the skeleton. Thank you for your legacy, esteemed predecessor. I am eternally grateful. Should the opportunity arise, I shall seek a suitable resting place for you, granting you peace in the afterlife. Having spoken, he cautiously collected the skeletal remains, preparing to find another location for burial. Completing all of this, he hesitated no longer, swiftly departing the secret cavern and meticulously concealing the entrance once more. Carrying such precious treasures, Xiao Chun resolved to first find a place of absolute safety to process his recent gains, especially in consuming the cold essence pill and cultivating the Insha body refinement technique. Deep within the mountains, he discovered an exceedingly concealed natural crevice. After ensuring its safety, he slipped inside and blocked the entrance with stones. Within the crevice, he first adjusted his state and then resolutely took out a cold essence pill, swallowing it whole. As the pill entered his abdomen, it instantly transformed into a terrifying torrent of cold energy, violently surging towards his limbs and bones. It felt as if it aimed to freeze his blood, bones, and even soul. Intense agony washed over him in an instant. Xiao Chun let out a muffled groan, his complexion turning pale, and a thin layer of frost began to form on the surface of his body. He dared not delay, immediately activating both his unnamed technique and the Insha body refinement technique. The two techniques worked in unison, frantically absorbing and guiding the terrifying Yin cold energy, refining every inch of muscle and every meridian. Waves of pain crashed over him like a tide, nearly drowning his consciousness. Yet he gritted his teeth, relying on his formidable willpower to persevere. He understood that if he could endure this, he would be reborn. Time passed in an indiscernible haze, and as the torrent of cold energy was gradually refined and absorbed, Xiao Chun felt as though he had been pulled from water. His entire body drenched in cold sweat and melted frost, utterly exhausted, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. The strength of his physical body had evidently ascended to a new level. His meridians had also become broader and more resilient. Though his cultivation remained at the late 7th stage, his fighting spirit had become more refined and pure, with only a thin veil separating him from breaking through to the 8th stage. Moreover, his resistance to Yin cold energy had significantly increased. One incredible cold essence pill. What a marvelous Insha body refinement technique. Xiao Chun was overjoyed. After resting for a moment to regain some strength, he was poised to make a final push to attempt breaking into the 8th stage of fighting spirit. Suddenly, outside the stone block sealing the entrance, voices and footsteps approached, seemingly drawing near the crevice where he was hiding. "Brother, are you sure it's this way? That brat really hid in this godforsaken place?" "No doubt about it. The scent of the tracking powder is strongest here. He must be hiding nearby. Search thoroughly. We cannot let him escape this time." It was the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps. They had actually used tracking powder. When had they applied it? It must have been when he had fought against the scar-faced man on the cliff. Perhaps the blade's aura or something had been tainted with that colorless and odorless tracking powder. Trouble had indeed come knocking, and, judging by the voices, there were quite a few of them, and their strength was likely formidable. Xiao Chen's expression turned gravely serious in an instant. He had just undergone a refinement, his body not yet fully recovered, and most of his fighting spirit had been expended. Beyond the crevice, a crisis looms. Please make a choice. One utilized the breath concealment technique and the crevice's concealment to gamble on the opponent's inability to find oneself. Risk, the adversary possesses tracking powder, making it highly probable they will locate you. 2. Take the initiative, capitalizing on the opponent's scattered search to launch a surprise attack using the terrain, creating chaos to break free. Risk, outnumbered and in poor condition. 3. Attempt to excavate behind the crevice to see if there is another exit. Risk, time-consuming and may not yield a path. Please make a choice. 1, 2, 3. Chapter 22. A desperate dig for survival. From misfortune springs fortune. The footsteps and shouts outside grow increasingly closer. The Blood Wolf Mercenary Group is evidently conducting a meticulous search of the area, guided by the tracking powder. It is merely a matter of time before they discover this crevice. Engaging in direct confrontation or hiding, under circumstances where the adversary is well prepared and outnumbers you, appears futile. One can only hope that beyond this crevice lies a hidden opportunity. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Chun turns towards the depths of the crevice. The dim light inhibits visibility, and previously he had only focused on hiding and training, neglecting to thoroughly investigate what lay behind. Now, with concentrated focus, he activates Eye of Insight, barely able to discern that the end of the crevice is not entirely sealed. Instead, it is filled with loose rubble and soil, suggesting a prior collapse, yet faintly emanating a slight current of air. There may be a way out. Hope ignites within him. Xiao Chun promptly retrieves his short sword and begins to frantically excavate. He dares not utilize his fighting spirit, fearing that any energy fluctuations might alert those outside. He relies solely on his physical strength and the sharpness of the sword. Desperately clawing away at the rubble and soil, sweat rapidly soaks his garments, and his body, still recovering from the bitter cold marrow refinement, aches with fatigue. The wound in his palm reopening to seep blood once more. Yet he grits his teeth, remaining silent, and continues to dig with fervor. This way. The tracks disappear behind this large stone. A mercenary shout reverberates from outside. "Quick, move the stone. That bastard must be hiding in there." The voice of the scar-faced man is filled with excitement and menace. The heavy footsteps and the sound of stones being shifted are distinctly audible. They have begun to clear the obstruction at the entrance of the crevice. Time is of the essence. Xiao Chun digs even faster, nails splitting, blood mingling with the earth, unperturbed by the pain. Finally, after removing a thick layer of dirt and stone, a narrow passage, scarcely wide enough for a single person to crawl through, is revealed, exuding a cold, stale air. There's a way. Xiao Chun is overjoyed, resolutely preparing to enter. Just then, with a thunderous crash. The large stone blocking the entrance is abruptly pushed aside, and the scar-faced man's menacing visage, illuminated by a torch, pierces through. "I found you, you little bastard. Let us see where you run now." The scar-faced man laughs sinisterly upon spotting Xiao Chun wriggling into the crevice. A chill runs down Xiao Chun's spine. Without a moment's thought, he hurls several larger stones he had just unearthed towards the entrance, and, like a slippery eel, plunges into the narrow passage. "Damn it! You think you can escape? Chase him!" The scar-faced man roars, slashing at the stones that fly his way, ready to charge in. However, the entrance of the crevice is already narrow, and the stones Xiao Chun recklessly tossed down create a further obstruction, delaying their entry. "Big brother, this hole is too narrow," one mercenary exclaims anxiously. "No kidding. Dig. Make the entrance wider. Today, even if I have to tunnel through this mountain, I will drag him out." The scar-faced man bellows in frustration. Behind him, the sounds of frantic digging and cursing ensue. Ignoring them, Xiao Chun desperately crawls forward through the dark, constricted passage. The tunnel slopes steeply downward, its stone walls rough and frigid. After what feels like an eternity of crawling, the sounds behind him gradually diminish until they vanish completely. He dares not pause and continues onward. After some time, faint sounds of water and a glimmer of light reach his ears. Hope lies ahead. He crawls with all his might, reaching the end of the passage, which opens into a narrow hole just large enough for a person to squeeze through. Cautiously, he peeks out and is instantly taken aback by the sight before him. Beyond the opening is not the outside of the mountain, but a vast underground cavern. The cave ceiling is adorned with many luminescent crystals, casting a soft white light that illuminates the entire space. In the center of the cavern lies a crystal-clear underground pool, emanating a subtle chill, and at its center grows a plant of icy blue hue, resembling a lotus, radiating an astonishing wave of ice attribute energy. "Is this the ice spirit lotus?" Xiao Chun gasps in astonishment. This is an exceedingly rare, third-tier medicinal herb, invaluable to those cultivating ice or water attributes. Even if one is not of those disciplines, the pure energy contained within is enough to drive any cultivator into a frenzy. To his surprise, escaping from peril has led him to discover such a treasure. He examines the cavern meticulously. Apart from the passage he arrived through, there seems to be no other exits. The pool is deep, its depths unknown. For the time being, he is safe. The Blood Wolf mercenary group will undoubtedly be unable to find him here in the short term. Xiao Chun leaps down from the opening, landing within the cavern. He first cautiously surveys his surroundings, confirming there is no danger before turning his attention to the ice spirit lotus and the cold pool. The rich ice attribute energy is perfect for solidifying his recently enhanced physique and practicing the in-shop body refinement technique. He approaches the edge of the cold pool and tentatively extends his hand into the water. A bone-chilling cold envelopes him, seemingly even more intense than the previous cold marrow pill. However, after undergoing a refinement, his resistance has significantly improved, allowing him to endure it with great difficulty. This is the perfect place to train. Once his strength increases, he will devise a way to escape. Xiao Chun resolves firmly. He does not rashly attempt to harvest the ice spirit lotus, for such heavenly treasures often possess unique characteristics, and blind harvesting could jeopardize their efficacy. He decides to first utilize the cold energy here for his cultivation. Sitting cross-legged beside the cold pool, he once again activates the nameless technique and the in-shop body refinement technique, actively guiding the pure cold energy from the pool into his body for refinement. The influx of icy energy brings excruciating pain, but with prior experience and adaptation to the cold, Xiao Chun is now better equipped to endure and direct it. His body is further tempered in the extreme cold, and his meridians grow more resilient with each impact. Time passes indeterminately, and when he senses his body has reached the limit of what it can endure, the swirling energy within his dantian finally accumulates to its zenith. The barrier of the late 7th stage shatters under the dual pressures of internal and external forces. Fighting spirit, 8th stage. The transition is seamless. A powerful sensation of strength fills his entire being. Not only has he broken through to the 8th stage, but his foundation is exceptionally solid, and the purity of his fighting spirit, having undergone continuous energy refinement, far exceeds that of others at the same level. Xiao Chun opens his eyes, a gleam of brilliance shining within. He feels the surging power coursing through him, and his confidence surges. With his current strength, combined with various tactics, he could even contend against the scar-faced man in a direct confrontation. It is time to contemplate an exit. He gazes at the ice spirit lotus. Such a treasure cannot be left behind. He cautiously descends into the cold pool. The frigid water sends a shiver through him. He swims to the ice spirit lotus, and using the fragmented knowledge of medicinal herbs in his mind, He carefully excavates it along with a small portion of the root soil, ensuring its integrity, and swiftly stores it within his storage ring. With the ice spirit lotus gone, the chill of the pool seems to diminish slightly. Now, how to leave? Retracing his steps is out of the question. He submerges into the pool, activating Eye of Insight, maintaining a certain level of visibility even underwater. He discovers that the bottom of the pool seems to harbor a hidden current leading to a deeper underground river. Perhaps this could be a means of escape? Yet, the conditions of the underground river remain uncertain and may be fraught with peril. As Xiao Chun hesitated, the storage ring he wore on his finger, obtained from the skeletal remains, suddenly trembled slightly. Simultaneously, the black token inscribed with the character PU that lay within the ring's space began to emanate a faint, dark glow of its own accord. A jolt of surprise coursed through Xiao Chen's heart as he promptly retrieved the token. He observed as the dark light flowed around the character PU, seemingly resonating with something deep within the cavern. A subtle force of attraction emanated from a stone wall on one side of the cave. Was there something there? Xiao Chun swam back to the shore and followed the direction of the pull towards the stone wall. The wall appeared unremarkable, but through the keen eye of insight, he discerned an exceedingly concealed energy fissure that seemed to merge seamlessly with the rock. He endeavored to infuse the token with his fighting spirit. Buzz! The dark light from the token surged magnificently, casting a beam upon the energy fissure. Click! A dull sound of mechanisms in motion resonated from within the stone wall. Subsequently, the seemingly intact stone wall began to slide slowly to one side, unveiling a narrow staircase that descended deeper. An even older, chillier aura wafted forth from within. Something awaited in the depths of the passage. A blessing or a curse? Xiao Qin regarded the suddenly revealed secret passage, then glanced back at the cold pool. Faced with a choice. 1. Explore this newly appeared secret passage. 2. Depart from the cold pool's hidden currents and hasten back to Wutan City. Relatively safe, yet potentially missing an opportunity. 3. Retrace his steps, attempting to ambush any remaining members of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps that may still be searching. High risk, yet possibly eliminating future threats. Please make a choice. 1, 2, or 3. Chapter 23. Delving into the underground palace, the secrets of puppetry. Opportunity lay before him. How could one retreat in the face of danger? Xiao Qin hesitated only for a moment before resolutely making his decision. This underground cavern was already so remarkable. Perhaps the hidden passage contained the true secrets of that venerable predecessor. Gripping his short sword in one hand and the darkly glowing token in the other, he cautiously stepped into the descending staircase. The passage continued downward, its stone steps polished to a remarkable smoothness, while the walls were adorned with ancient runes akin to those on the token, emanating faint energy fluctuations that preserved the passage's stability and isolation. The air was cold and dry, imbued with an ancient aura that had long been sealed away. After walking for about the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, he reached the end of the staircase, where a massive black metal door barred his path. The door was firmly shut, devoid of any keyholes, save for a recess that precisely matched the token he held. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Chun carefully placed the token into the recess. It fits seamlessly. Buzz! The dark light from the token surged forth instantly, rapidly spreading along the runes on the door. A dull sound of mechanisms turning echoed from within the door, which then began to slide open slowly, revealing the scene beyond. Behind the door lay a more expansive underground stone hall. Surrounding the hall stood several ancient and lifelike stone statues, seemingly guardians of some sort. At the center of the hall was a circular stone platform raised above the ground, intricately inscribed with complex and profound runic arrays. Though the light was dim, one could still sense the immense power it once contained. Most striking of all was the humanoid puppet, crafted entirely from dark golden metal. Seated cross-legged at the center of the platform, this puppet was roughly the size of an average person, its design archaic and its lines fluid, though utterly silent. It exuded a chilling aura of slaughter and profound strength. Prominently displayed on its chest was a core recess, presumably the source of its power, yet was currently empty. The surface of the puppet bore faint scars, as if it had endured a fierce battle. Beside the puppet lay a dusty ring, nearly identical to the one on the skeletal remains outside. Could this be a battle puppet? Xiao Chun was taken aback. He had encountered fleeting references to puppets in ancient texts, a long-lost art capable of creating formidable metallic beings. Though this puppet was energy depleted, one could still imagine its former might. Had the venerable predecessor been a rare puppeteer? Containing his excitement, Xiao Chun cautiously entered the stone hall. He first inspected the surrounding statues and the floor, ensuring no hidden traps lay in wait, before slowly approaching the central stone platform. His gaze fell first upon the ring beside the puppet. Following suit, he infused it with his fighting spirit. Indeed, it was another storage ring. The space within was comparable to the previous one, yet the contents were entirely different. No elixirs, no techniques, but a plethora of peculiar metal parts, tools, and several parchment scrolls depicting intricate puppet schematics. Additionally, there were a few dull-colored, energy-depleted crystals, presumably the energy sources for the puppets. Most importantly, prominently displayed was a thick metal tome, its cover inscribed with ancient characters reading, "Fundamentals of Puppetry." Xiao Chen's heart raced. The legacy of the puppeteer. He eagerly seized the metal tome and began to peruse its contents. It detailed the principles of crafting various basic puppets, material treatment, core rune inscription, and methods of manipulation. Though merely foundational, its worth was immeasurable. This was an entirely different path, equally powerful and mysterious, distinct from that of an alchemist. The venerable predecessor appeared to have been a formidable figure, adept in both body refinement, the Insha body refinement technique, and puppetry. The true core of his legacy might very well reside here. Xiao Chen cherished this newfound treasure, carefully stowing the fundamentals of puppetry. He then cast his gaze upon the dark golden puppet, his eyes brimming with eagerness. If he could restore it and find a suitable energy source, wouldn't he gain a powerful guardian? He attempted to employ the most basic probing method learned from the fundamentals of puppetry, carefully infusing a wisp of soul energy into the puppet's chest runes. Buzz. The puppet remained unresponsive. Clearly, without an energy source, it was merely a mass of heavy metal. However, as Xiao Chen's soul energy coursed through the depths of the puppet's core, he faintly sensed an exceedingly weak, nearly extinguished soul imprint lingering within. It seemed to be the last remnant left by its original master. He cautiously approached this faint imprint using the soul imprint technique. In an instant, a fragment of fragmented, chaotic information surged into his mind. Surrounded by formidable foes, the core shattered, compelled to retreat into this realm. The legacy endures for the fated, treat it kindly. Beware, the Nether sect. The transmission abruptly ceased, and the flicker of the residual imprint vanished entirely. Xiao Chun stood frozen in place, his heart roiling with tumultuous waves. This predecessor seemed to have been besieged by a force known as the Nether sect, gravely wounded, and fled to this realm. Could it be that the Duki continent was not his original world, ultimately passing away here? The message he left behind appeared to hold a warning. The Nether sect? The name carried an ominous aura. Xiao Chun shook his head, momentarily suppressing these distant conflicts. The pressing matter at hand was to digest his current gains. He collected all the valuable items within the stone hall into the storage ring, including the heavy dark golden puppet. Fortunately, the storage ring's space barely accommodated it. Then, he respectfully bowed 3 times and knelt 9 times before the stone platform, expressing, "The legacy of the predecessor, Xiao Chun, is profoundly grateful. If he were to achieve success in the future, he would surely investigate the matters concerning the Nether sect, fulfilling the predecessor's trust." Having completed all of this, he cast a final glance at the desolate stone hall before turning to depart. Retracing his steps through the staircase back to the cavern, the black metal door gradually closed behind him, melding seamlessly with the stone wall as if it had never existed. Now, how would he escape? Retracing his path posed too great a risk. He placed his hopes on the undercurrents beneath the cold pool. Steeling himself, he took a deep breath and resolutely plunged into the frigid waters, swimming towards the direction of the undercurrent he had previously discovered. The force of the current was formidable, and the water's temperature was frigid. He activated his fighting spirit to shield himself, navigating with the flow of the water. The underwater passage twisted and deepened, enveloped in darkness, relying solely on his eye of insight to discern the direction. After an indeterminate duration of swimming, just as he felt his fighting spirit waning, a faint light finally appeared ahead. He surged upward with all his might. With a splash, he broke through the water surface, the blinding sunlight momentarily rendering him unable to open his eyes. Fresh air flooded into his lungs, and he inhaled greedily. As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized he was in a secluded water pool at the downstream of a remote mountain gorge, surrounded by dense foliage, with the outline of Wutan City faintly visible in the distance. At last, he had emerged. He climbed ashore, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. Yet his face radiated the joy of survival and the exhilaration of immense gains. This expedition into the mountains, fraught with peril, had yielded rewards far beyond his expectations. Not only had he completed Xiao Yin's task, but he had also advanced to the 8th tier, obtained the cold essence pill, the Insha body refinement technique, the ice spirit lotus, and even inherited the legacy of the puppet master along with a puppet of tremendous potential. His strength and foundation had undergone a qualitative leap. After resting for a moment, he donned a fresh set of clothing, oriented himself, and set forth towards Wutan City. He was in urgent need of returning to digest his acquisitions and contemplate how to repair the puppet. However, as he drew near the city gate of Wutan, he sensed an unsettling atmosphere. The number of guards at the gate had more than doubled, and their inspections were unusually stringent, especially towards young men entering the city. A sense of foreboding crept into his heart as he utilized the concealed breath technique to maintain his cultivation at around the 7th tier, discreetly joining the queue to enter the city. When it was his turn, the guard scrutinized him intently, then glanced at a portrait in his hand, coldly inquiring. Name? Origin? Xiao Chun, a disciple of the Xiao family, Xiao Chun replied calmly. Upon hearing he was from the Xiao family, the guard's demeanor softened slightly. Yet he continued to interrogate. Have you been within the city in recent days? Have you seen the person depicted in this portrait? He unfurled the portrait. The image depicted a young man of unremarkable appearance. With a sinister gaze, Xiao Chun did not recognize him. He shook his head. I have not seen him. What has happened? The guard lowered his voice. The young master of the Gale family, Gale Ao, was found outside the city, severely injured and unconscious a few days ago. His cultivation completely destroyed. The Gale family is furious, offering a handsome reward for the capture of the perpetrator, rumored to be a young man. The entire city is on lockdown. You'd best refrain from wandering about. Gale Ao has been crippled? His cultivation lost? A jolt of shock surged through Xiao Chen's heart. Could it be that Xiao Yan had struck that night? Chapter 24. The storm reignites the undercurrents roiled. Gale Ao has been crippled? His cultivation lost? A surge of alarm coursed through Xiao Chun. Could it be that Xiao Yan had acted that night? He immediately recalled the terrifying dark energy contained in Xiao Yan's peculiar 8 extremes burst during the martial arts competition. Gale Ao had already been grievously injured and had coughed up blood. If Xiao Yan had delivered a final blow afterward, or if the dark energy harbored another mystery, it would not be impossible for him to completely obliterate Gale Ao's cultivation. Was this revenge, or a means to eliminate future threats? Regardless of the motive, this was a grave predicament. Gale Ao was the legitimate young master of the Gale family. With his ruin, the Gale family would undoubtedly go mad. The city was under lockdown, and the bounty was merely the beginning. Subsequent retaliation would likely come like a tempest. Xiao Chen maintained a composed exterior, thanking the guard for the information before hastening into the city. As he traversed the streets of Wutan City, he could palpably sense an oppressive atmosphere, as if a storm was imminent. Passers-by hurried along, engaged in heated discussions, most revolving around Gale Ao's downfall and the Gale family's fury. In the marketplace, the guards of both the Gale and Uba families had noticeably increased, casting hostile glances at the throngs of people, particularly in the direction of the Xiao family's market. Xiao Chun lowered his head, quickening his pace, eager to return to the Xiao family. However, just as he turned into an alley leading to the Xiao family's district, several figures suddenly blocked his path. At the forefront stood the ominous-faced Gale by Gale Ao's father and the head of the Gale family, and Uba Pa, the head of the Uba family. Behind them trailed Lu Shi and a multitude of elders and elite guards from both families, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Lu Shi's gaze locked onto Xiao Chun with the intensity of a venomous serpent, chillingly declaring, Patriarch, this is the one, the night of the incident. This little wretch was lurking nearby before that waste of the Xiao family took action. Even if he is not the main culprit, he must be an accomplice. A weighty dread settled in Xiao Chen's heart. Indeed, he had drawn attention. That night, he had covertly aided Xiao Yan using the soul seal, although it was exceedingly discreet. It had ultimately been sensed by the astute Lu Shi, or perhaps they were simply willing to wrongfully accuse anyone associated with Xiao Yan. Gale Bai stepped forward, his formidable fighting spirit pressing down on Xiao Chun like a mountain, his voice icy and piercing. You little wretch. Speak. Where's that waste, Xiao Yan? Did you conspire to harm my son? The terrifying pressure constricted Xiao Chen's breath, his complexion paling. His 8th tier fighting spirit felt like an ant before the fighting spirit of a true master. He exerted all his strength to wield an unnamed technique in resistance. Gritting his teeth, Patriarch Gale, on what grounds do you say this? I was merely passing by. The matter concerning young Master Gale has nothing to do with me. Nor with cousin Xiao Yan. Nothing to do with you? Oba Pa scoffed. The Xiao family truly is brimming with talent lately. One waste suddenly injures someone at the 9th tier, and a mere branch disciple dares to speak defiantly before us. Seize him. Subject him to severe interrogation. Let us see if he doesn't spill the beans. Several fierce guards surged forward, ready to apprehend Xiao Chun. Xiao Chen's eyes narrowed, his fighting spirit surging violently within him, prepared to fight to the death. Even if he were to falter, he could never submit. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, stop. A furious shout roared like thunder from the alleyway. There stood Patriarch Xiao Zhan, accompanied by the Grand Elder, the Second Elder, and a host of Xiao family guards, hastily arriving to confront the Gale and Uba families, the atmosphere charged with tension. Gale Bai, Uba Pa. Do you dare lay hands on a disciple of the Xiao family? Xiao Zhan's fury ignited, his fighting spirit erupting to meet Gale Bai's challenge. Xiao Zhan, Gale Bai's eyes were bloodshot. Your son has crippled mine. If you do not hand over Xiao Yin and this little wretch today, the Gale family will not rest until we have blood. Nonsense. Xiao Zhan retorted fiercely, with no evidence. You seek to take someone based solely on conjecture? Do you truly believe the Xiao family is made of clay? If you have the ability, present your proof. Proof? Once I search his soul, evidence will naturally present itself. Lu Shi said ominously, his gaze fixed on Xiao Chun with sinister intent. Soul searching? That was an exceedingly vile method, capable of turning one into an imbecile at best, and resulting in utter annihilation of the soul at worst. Xiao Zhan's expression darkened further. Lu Shi, do you dare? As the tensions between the two patriarchs escalated, a battle seemed imminent. At that moment, a calm and composed voice interjected. Patriarch Gale, Patriarch Uba, Master Lu Shi. Xiao Sun having appeared at the alley's entrance unbeknownst to anyone, strolled forward, followed closely by Ling Ying, though unseen by the crowd. She cast a tranquil gaze over Gale Bai and the others, finally resting on Lu Shi, stating softly, in all matters, one must adhere to propriety. Wutan City is not a domain governed by a single voice. Without tangible evidence, to resort to the nefarious practice of soul-searching based solely on conjecture. Do the two clan leaders and the master intend to challenge the laws of the Gamma Empire and the dignity of the Nalan family? She subtly invoked the imperial laws and the Nalan clan, a subordinate force of the Yunlan sect, which holds jurisdiction over local cities, causing Galabai and Obapa to change countenance. They might disregard the Xiao family, but they could not afford to overlook the stance of the empire and the Yunlan sect. Lu Shi's gaze flickered, fixating on Xiao Sun, as if seeking some revelation from her expression. Ultimately, he snorted softly and ceased speaking. Galabai's chest heaved violently, evidently enraged, but he ultimately suppressed his fury. Fixing a steely glare on Xiao Zhan and Xiao Chun, gritting his teeth, very well. Xiao Zhan, you are indeed ruthless. However, the matter concerning my son shall not be left unresolved. We will take our leave. With that, he violently swept his sleeve, leaving with a heart full of wrath and resentment alongside the members of the Obapa family. The confrontation was temporarily diffused. Xiao Zhan exhaled in relief and turned to Xiao Chun with concern. Chin'er, are you unharmed? Did they mistreat you? Xiao Chun shook his head. Thank you, clan leader, for arriving in time. I am fine. Xiao Zhan nodded, his countenance grave. He sighed deeply. Recently, turmoil has been incessant. You youngsters should remain within the clan and avoid venturing out unnecessarily. Especially, he seemed poised to say something regarding Xiao Yin, but ultimately let it dissolve into a sigh as he departed with his entourage. Xiao Sunur approached Xiao Chun, gazing deeply into his eyes, and softly cautioned, Cousin Chun, be careful these days. After speaking, she turned and left. As Xiao Chun watched her retreating figure, he understood that Xiao Sunur likely suspected the connection between Galeb and Xiao Yin, perhaps even aware of his involvement. Her warning was a kind-hearted admonition. Following this disturbance, Xiao Chun felt an even greater urgency to enhance his strength. Without power, self-preservation amidst such familial strife would be exceedingly difficult. He hurried back to his quarters, secured the door, and immediately began assessing his gains. The purple leaf orchid and the 25-year-old bone-washing flower lay quietly in their jade box, more than sufficient to fulfill his task. However, he was now contemplating how to maximize this opportunity. Should he directly present them to Xiao Yin in exchange for Foundation Establishment Elixir? That was indeed the original plan. Yet, having now acquired the secrets of basic puppetry and that dark gold puppet, the restoration of the puppet required an energy source. Could the pure energy contained in the Foundation Establishment Elixir potentially serve as a substitute? Alternatively, could he use the Foundation Establishment Elixir to barter with Xiao Yin, or rather, Yao Lao, for more advanced knowledge regarding soul cultivation or alchemy? After all, Yao Lao was the true treasure. Moreover, how could he explain the rapid acquisition of such rare materials without raising suspicion? He needed a plausible excuse and a method of transaction. Just as he pondered these matters, 3 rhythmic bird calls echoed from outside, the urgent signal he had agreed upon with Xiao Yin. Xiao Yin was looking for him? So soon? Did he perhaps learn about his encounter with the Galabai family? Xiao Chen's heart stirred. He gathered his belongings and silently departed from his quarters, making his way to the designated spot on the back mountain. It was still the secluded grove. Xiao Yin was already waiting there, his expression grave, his eyes reflecting a blend of weariness and sharpness. You have arrived. Upon seeing Xiao Chun, Xiao Yin got straight to the point. Did the Galabai family come after you? Xiao Chun nodded. I was just intercepted at the city gate, but fortunately, the clan leader arrived in time. Those mad dogs. A glint of cold light flickered in Xiao Yan's eyes, Then he lowered his voice. Did you find the herbs? There was a trace of subtle urgency and anticipation in his tone. Xiao Chun did not respond immediately, but instead countered, Galeb. Xiao Yin fell silent for a moment, his gaze turning frigid, and without denying it, he simply remarked, he deserves to die. So it was indeed him. Xiao Chun understood and refrained from further inquiries. He retrieved the 2 jade boxes from his bosom and offered them to Xiao Yin. Xiao Yin accepted the boxes, opening them. And upon seeing the 25-year-old bone-washing flower, a surge of ecstatic light erupted in his eyes. He inhaled sharply, forcefully suppressing his excitement, and regarded Xiao Chun with a complex gaze. You truly found them. And so quickly, with such quality. How did you? Xiao Chun had already prepared his response, calmly stating, I was fortunate enough to discover the resting place of a predecessor in a remote valley, where these 2 herbs happened to be. However, this had also attracted the Blood Wolf mercenary group, and I was pursued for quite some time, nearly failing to return. He briefly recounted his experience of being chased, explaining the time consumed and his own disheveled state, while omitting the coarse secrets of the cave and the puppet. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's doubts diminished slightly, replaced by a hint of gratitude and seriousness. He solemnly secured the jade boxes and patted Xiao Chen's shoulder. I will remember this favor. He paused, retrieving a small jade vial from his bosom and handing it to Xiao Chun. This is what I promised you. The vial contained a viscous green liquid, radiating an astonishing wave of energy. It was indeed the Foundation Establishment elixir. Xiao Chun struggled to contain his excitement as he accepted the vial. However, he did not immediately stow it away. Instead, he pondered for a moment and then spoke, Cousin Xiao Yin, during my search for the herbs, I gained some insights into the chilling energy within that valley, which seems to have slight benefits for soul power. I wonder if you know of any methods to rapidly enhance soul power, or perhaps something akin to this elixir that can provide pure energy. I am willing to exchange for other items. His words were half-truths, hinting at his need for soul power and energy to set the stage for potential future transactions, while subtly suggesting other assets he might possess, such as spirit stones or future puppet yields, all while avoiding direct inquiries about the recipe for the Foundation Establishment elixir or the existence of Yao Lao. Xiao Yin was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting Xiao Chun to make such a request. He scrutinized Xiao Chun intently, seemingly assessing his intentions. After a moment, he shook his head. Methods for rapidly enhancing soul power are exceedingly rare, and my knowledge on the matter is limited. As for providing pure energy, he cast a glance at the Foundation Establishment elixir in Xiao Chen's hand. While the energy in this elixir is pure, its attributes lean towards warmth. Primarily used for enhancing fighting spirit, with minimal direct benefits for the soul, and its energy form is unstable, rendering it unsuitable for other purposes. His words subtly indicated that the Foundation Establishment elixir was not appropriate as a power source for puppets, while also revealing the critical issue of energy form stability. However, Xiao Yin shifted his tone, as if struck by a thought. If you're truly interested in soul power, you might consider seeking natural herbs that can nurture the soul, or perhaps practicing some rudimentary focusing techniques. But the latter I have only heard of, without any specific techniques. It seemed Yao Lao had no intention of easily imparting methods for soul cultivation. Xiao Chun felt a twinge of disappointment, yet it was within expectations. He secured the Foundation Establishment elixir and nodded. Thank you for your guidance, cousin, I understand. With the transaction completed, the two parted ways. Xiao Chun returned to his quarters, gazing at the Foundation Establishment elixir in his hand, his eyes flickering. Although it could not be directly used for puppets, utilizing it to enhance his strength was undoubtedly the best choice at present. Just as he prepared to consume the elixir for cultivation, a slight, nearly imperceptible disturbance triggered the soul mark he had left on the doors and windows. Someone was spying from outside, and they were exceedingly cautious. Had it not been for his greatly enhanced soul power and the proficiency of the soul mark, he would have been utterly oblivious. Was it a spy from the Galabai family, or someone else entirely? Xiao Chen's vigilance surged. He extinguished the oil lamp and silently melded into the shadows of the room, executing the concealment technique to its utmost. Please make a choice. 1. Remain motionless, carefully sensing the aura and intentions of the spy. Suddenly erupting, he dashed outside, attempting to seize the voyeur. Alternatively, he could quietly exit through the back window, circling around to observe the observer from behind. Please make a choice. 1, 2, 3. Chapter 25. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the oriole lies in wait. The enemy lurks in the shadows while I remain in the light. Recklessly charging out could easily startle the snake in the grass, or even lead me into a trap. Exiting through the back window and taking the initiative would allow me to discern who is secretly watching. Without the slightest hesitation, Xiao Chun, like a phantom, stealthily approached the rear window. He carefully pushed open a small gap, utilizing his eye of insight to scan the outside, confirming that no ambush lay in wait. With a silent grace, he slipped out, landing soundlessly. Employing his mastery of the breath concealment technique and enhanced soul perception, he melded perfectly with the night, ghost-like, swiftly and quietly weaving through the shadows behind the house, making his way toward the front. Soon, he neared the approximate location where he had sensed the probing disturbance. Concealed behind a cluster of dense shrubs, he gazed intently ahead, beneath the windowsill of his small abode. A diminutive figure clad in dark attire clung to the wall like a gecko, its ears twitching slightly as it strained to listen to the sounds within. This individual had effectively concealed their presence, exhibiting a combat aura at approximately 7 segments, and their movements were deft, clearly indicative of expertise. However, this person was neither from the Gale family nor the Oba family, as their guards did not don such garb. They were also not part of the Shao family's entourage. Who could they be? Why were they spying on him? Shao Chen refrained from acting impulsively, continuing to observe with patience. The voyeur listened intently for a while, seemingly puzzled by the silence emanating from within the house. Cautiously, they straightened up, wetting a finger and gingerly puncturing the window paper, leaning in to peer inside. At that very moment, as the voyeur became fully engrossed in their observation, Shao Chen sprang into action. Though he had yet to formally cultivate wind step, his imitative prowess and the strength of his 8-segment combat aura granted him remarkable speed. Like a bolt of lightning in the night, he silently lunged toward the voyeur's rear. Only when Shao Chen was nearly upon them did the voyeur suddenly become aware. Startled, they instinctively sought to turn and retaliate. But Shao Chen would not afford them the opportunity. A precise strike with the edge of his hand landed flawlessly on the back of their neck. The force was perfectly calibrated, not lethal, yet sufficient to instantaneously dismantle their capacity for resistance. The voyeur emitted a muffled grunt, their vision darkening as they slumped to the ground, unconscious. Shao Chen swiftly dragged them into the shadows of the bushes, meticulously searching through their belongings. He discovered a collection of throwing darts, smoke bombs, lock-picking tools, and other gear typical of a nighttime operative, along with a small identification token engraved with a twisted serpentine design, beneath which were the words, Shadow Serpent. Shadow Serpent? Shao Chen furrowed his brow. He had never heard of this name before. Was it a mercenary group? Or perhaps a clandestine organization? This individual displayed a clear intent to spy on him. Were they hired, or did they have ulterior motives? As he pondered, his gaze suddenly caught a fleeting glimpse of an exceedingly vague shadow flitting across a distant rooftop. The aura of that shadow was incredibly faint. Had it not been for the eye of insight, being exceptionally sensitive to energy fluctuations, it would have gone unnoticed. Were there others? And was their power far superior to that of the one on the ground? Were they tracking the Shadow Serpent, or had they been covertly monitoring him all along? Shao Chen's internal alarm bells rang furiously. He immediately crouched low, activating the breath concealment technique to its utmost extent, striving to sense that swiftly retreating, elusive aura. The presence dissipated rapidly, seemingly devoid of malice, more akin to a being that had confirmed something before quietly departing. Were they friend or foe? What was their purpose? Shao Chen felt as though an invisible net was quietly being cast. The enmity from the Gale family, the enigmatic Shadow Serpent's spying, and that even more formidable shadow. The situation in Wutan City was far more intricate than he had anticipated. He glanced at the unconscious member of the Shadow Serpent on the ground, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. He must uncover who was orchestrating these machinations from behind the scenes. He hoisted the captive, stealthily bringing them back to his small dwelling, securely binding them with sturdy ropes, and stuffing rags into their mouth to ensure they could not speak or take their own life. Having completed these measures, he fetched a basin of cold water and splashed it onto the captive's face. The captive jolted awake, struggling in vain to discover themselves tightly bound, terror immediately flooding their eyes. Shao Chen pulled up a chair, sitting opposite them, his gaze frigid as he lowered his voice. If you wish to avoid suffering, answer my questions honestly. Who sent you? What organization is Shadow Serpent? What is your purpose? The captive's gaze flickered. They seemed intent on holding out. Shao Chen wasted no time, his fingertips coalescing a minuscule, chilling aura infused with the Insha body refinement technique, pressing it onto a specific acupoint on the captive's body. Instantly, a frigid pain gnawed at their core, causing them to tremble uncontrollably, veins bulging at their forehead. Yet, muffled by the rags in their mouth, they could only emit pitiful whimpers, their eyes filled with fear. Shao Chen withdrew the energy, coldly stating, "My patience is limited. The next time, it will not be so gentle." The captive, thoroughly cowed, eagerly nodded, signaling a willingness to cooperate. Shao Chen removed the rag from their mouth. Gasping for breath, the captive trembled as they spoke. "I'll tell you, It's Master Lu Shi of the Gale family, covertly offering a bounty to ascertain the relationship between you and Xiao Yin, particularly your recent movements. We, the Shadow Serpent, are merely mercenaries working for pay. Lu Shi. So it was him, the Gale family, seemingly retreating under pressure, yet secretly employing such tactics. What have you uncovered? Who do you report to? Xiao Chen pressed. We haven't found anything substantial yet. We only know you've been frequently going out, and we were preparing to continue monitoring you. The information goes directly to Lu Shi's confidant. The captive dared not conceal. Xiao Chen felt a measure of relief. It appeared the secrets of the cave and the puppet had not yet been exposed. However, Lu Shi, like a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, remained a significant threat. He inquired further about the Shadow Serpent organization and some contact methods, to which the captive, driven by the desire to save their life, divulged all they knew. After exhausting all questions, Xiao Chen delivered another precise strike, rendering the captive unconscious once more. How to deal with this person? Kill them? That would be troublesome and could leave traces. Release them? They would undoubtedly return to report. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Chen devised a plan. He concealed the captive under the bed in a hidden spot, intending to address the matter later. The immediate priority was to enhance his strength. Only by becoming sufficiently powerful could he confront all crises. He retrieved the vial of foundation-building elixir given by Xiaoyan. The emerald green liquid swayed gently within the bottle, exuding an enticing energy sheen. Without further hesitation, he settled into a meditative posture and poured a small portion of the elixir into his mouth. As the elixir slid down his throat, it instantly transformed into a gentle yet formidable surge of pure energy, flooding through his limbs like a warm current. In stark contrast to the biting chill of the cold bone pill, this energy was warm and vibrant, swiftly nourishing his meridians and merging into the cyclone within his dantian. With the impetus of this energy, his early-stage 8-segment cultivation began to progress steadily. His combat aura became increasingly refined and robust. He continuously channeled the nameless technique, absorbing and refining the medicinal properties. Time slipped by unnoticed. When the potency of the foundation-building elixir was fully absorbed, his cultivation level had reached the pinnacle of the mid-8th segment. He was but a step away from the late 8th segment. The results were astonishing. Xiao Chen did not pause. Consuming a second dose of the elixir, the energy surged once more. The cyclone within his dantian spun rapidly, expanding and compressing continuously. At last, accompanied by a faint rumble, a barrier was shattered once again. His combat aura had ascended to the late 8th segment. A powerful sense of strength flooded his entire being. He felt an overwhelming sense of confidence within himself. Should he encounter the scarred face once more, he believed he could confront and vanquish it without hesitation. After consuming 2 doses in succession, the efficacy seemed to diminish. Without a moment's pause, he decisively ingested the final portion of the elixir, solidifying his cultivation at the mid-8th stage and launching an assault towards the pinnacle. Ultimately, his cultivation stabilized at the mid-8th stage, with the peak tantalizingly close. In a mere span of time, he had surged from the mid-7th stage to the mid-8th stage, a velocity that could only be described as terrifying. Feeling the surging power coursing through his veins, Xiao Chen's gaze sharpened. It was time to eliminate that troublesome individual. He dragged the unconscious member of the Shadow Serpent from beneath the bed and roused him from his stupor. In the face of the captive's fearful eyes, Xiao Chen coldly declared, "I shall not take your life. Relay a message to Lu Shi." He paused, his voice turning frigid. "Tell him there are certain matters beyond his reach. Should he dare to extend his claws again, I will not hesitate to sever those hands that concoct potions." With that, he untied the ropes binding his captive and cast him out through the rear window. The prisoner tumbled and scrambled away, not daring to look back as he vanished into the night. Xiao Chen understood that his words would certainly infuriate Lu Shi, yet they would also serve as a deterrent, preventing him from resorting to such lowly means of espionage in the near future, fostering a greater atmosphere of caution and suspicion. This would grant him more time to prepare. Having dealt with that, his gaze shifted to the massive dark golden puppet. With his newfound strength, perhaps he could attempt a preliminary repair? He took out the fundamentals of puppet craft, meticulously studying the sections on energy core and basic rune restoration. Xiao Chen began to contemplate the repair of the puppet. Please select a preliminary research direction. 1. Prioritize the restoration of the surface runes, understanding their structure. Cautious, foundational, but slow to show results. 2. Focus on studying the energy core's recess, attempting to simulate energy input using available resources, such as leftover cold essence pills or fragments of spirit stones. High risk, potential damage to the puppet, but substantial rewards if successful. 3. Attempt to use the soul seal technique to communicate with the primordial control imprints that may reside deep within the puppet's core. Unconventional, high uncertainty, may trigger unknown changes. Please make a selection. 1, 2, 3. Chapter 26. The soul seal connects with the puppet, a glimpse into the path. Directly repairing the runes or energy core necessitates a profound understanding of puppet techniques and corresponding materials. It is not an endeavor to be accomplished in a day. However, the unique soul seal technique might pave a different path, establishing a faint connection with this masterless puppet to better comprehend it, potentially laying the groundwork for subsequent repairs. Xiao Chun settled cross-legged before the frigid, dark golden puppet, taking deep breaths to adjust his state to its optimal condition. He recalled the fleeting sensation of a minuscule residual imprint he felt when his soul power swept across the puppet's core deep within the stone hall. Though that imprint had long since dissipated, it might have left behind some trace or frequency. He formed a simple seal with his hands, not for attack or marking, but in accordance with an auxiliary method within the soul seal used for perception and communication, gradually transforming his refined soul power into countless tendrils finer than a hair. Carefully probing towards the core recess of the puppet's chest, the soul power slowly infused into the intricate and ancient runes. At first, it was as if a stone sank into the ocean, yielding no response. Only the cold metallic touch and the obscure energy barrier of the runes themselves. Undeterred, Xiao Chun patiently maintained the output of his soul power, acutely aware of any minute changes. He endeavored to replicate the faint wave frequency of the residual imprint he had sensed in the stone hall, adjusting the vibrations of his soul power accordingly. Time slipped away, and the exertion on his mental faculties was immense. Just as he began to feel his strength waning, suddenly, buzz, deep within the puppet's core, a remarkably secretive node seemed to resonate ever so slightly. It was akin to an ancient star awakening from slumber, blinking its eye for a fleeting moment. Though ephemeral, Xiao Chun captured it with clarity. It was a subtle tremor, awakened by a shared frequency after countless eons of silence. This was promising. Xiao Chun's spirit soared as he seized upon that fleeting resonance, striving to sustain that unique soul vibration frequency, gently infusing more of his soul power into it. Gradually, an exceedingly vague, intermittent sensation began to establish itself. Through this faint soul connection, Xiao Chun appeared to glimpse the dizzyingly complex structure of runes and energy pathways within the puppet. Most lay dim and silent, in a state of disrepair. Yet, deep within the core, a minuscule point of light began to flicker ever so slowly, ignited by the infusion of his soul power. That seemed to be the most fundamental unit for reception and execution, akin to a biological reflex arc. An epiphany struck Xiao Chun. He attempted to convey the simplest of commands through this soul connection. Move a finger. As the command was dispatched, he anxiously observed the puppet's right hand. 1 breath. 2 breaths, just as he feared failure. The puppet's index finger trembled ever so slightly, nearly imperceptibly. He had succeeded. Elation surged within Xiao Chun. Though it was merely a minuscule motion, the consumption of soul power had been considerable. Yet this confirmed that his approach was indeed viable. The soul seal technique could indeed foster a unique interaction with such ancient constructs. He pressed on, continuing to attempt to relay other simple commands. Raise an arm. Open its eyes. However, this time, regardless of how hard he tried or how much soul power he infused, the puppet remained unresponsive. Only that minuscule point of light in the core continued to glow faintly. Xiao Chun understood that this was the utmost limit of what could be accomplished at present. The puppet's damage was too severe, and with the energy core entirely absent, to activate even the most basic reaction unit solely through soul power was already a miracle. To truly mobilize it, repairing the energy system and runes remained an unavoidable path. Yet this preliminary success bore significant implications. It signified that he had established a connection with the puppet ahead of time. In future repairs, he might achieve results with half the effort, or even gain a more precise grasp of its internal conditions. This thread of soul connection was akin to a key inserted into the lock of an ancient door. Though it could not yet turn, it had already found its direction. He slowly withdrew his soul power, feeling a mild dizziness, a sign of mental exhaustion. Yet a satisfied smile graced his face. After storing the puppet away, Xiao Chun was engulfed by a wave of fatigue and fell into a deep slumber. In the ensuing days, Yutan City appeared deceptively tranquil, yet beneath the surface, tumultuous waves surged ever more violently. The fallout from Galio's downfall continued to escalate, and tensions between the Galio family and the Xiao family became increasingly evident, with commercial rivalries in the marketplace unfolding openly and charged with animosity. Xiao Chun remained secluded, dedicating the majority of his time to cultivating at the mid-8th stage and persistently practicing the connection of the soul seal with the puppet. Although progress was slow, his control over soul power grew increasingly refined. During this period, Xiao Sunner sent someone to deliver ordinary herbs that nourished the soul, seemingly offering him silent support and investment. Xiao Chen accepted the herbs, mentally noting this act of kindness. One day, as he was immersed in his cultivation, an urgent ringing of bells suddenly echoed throughout the family. Dong, dong, dong. 9 consecutive chimes. This was an emergency signal, summoning all core members and guards due to a significant event. Something grave had transpired. Xiao Chen's eyes flew open, and he dashed out of his small room. He beheld many members of the Xiao family, their faces etched with alarm. Rushing towards the meeting hall. What had happened? He seized a familiar cousin by the arm and inquired urgently. The cousin's face turned pale, his voice trembling. Yes. It's the mine. Our Xiao family Xian iron mine was attacked last night by unidentified powerful assailants. The guards suffered heavy casualties and mine. It seems on the verge of collapsing. There are still dozens of miners trapped inside. The Xian iron mine. It is one of the most crucial assets of the Xiao family, the primary source of the family's income. If it were to be destroyed, it would deal a devastating blow to the Xiao family, not to mention the loss of dozens of lives. Xiao Chen's heart jolted, and he immediately joined the throng heading towards the assembly hall. Inside the hall, the atmosphere was charged with tension. Patriarch Xiao Zhan's complexion was ashen, and the 3 elders wore expressions of rage and anxiety. Below, a host of family members and captains of the guard were seething with indignation. Patriarch, it must be that rabble from the Jiaoya family and the Yoba family. Damn it, let's fight back. Right now, the most crucial thing is to save lives. Stabilize the mine. Otherwise, everything will be lost. Xiao Zhan slammed his hand on the table, silencing the uproar, and spoke in a deep voice. Calm down. This is not the time for impulsiveness. Great Elder, take a team of elite guards and head to the mine by the fastest griffin beast. Spare no effort to stabilize the mine and rescue the miners. Yes. The Great Elder accepted the command and quickly began to assemble a team. Second Elder, you will remain at the family estate to bolster defenses and prevent any intruders from taking advantage of the situation. Third Elder, accompany me to the City Lord's mansion. We must ask the City Lord to intervene. Xiao Zhan swiftly issued orders with clarity, yet the anxiety etched on his brow was unmistakable. The mine was half a day's journey from Wutan City, and by the time the Great Elder arrived, the situation might be dire. At this moment, Xiao Chen suddenly stepped forward, proclaiming loudly, Patriarch, I wish to assist at the mine. All eyes immediately turned to him. A junior cousin with an 8th level Do Chi daring to volunteer in such a dire situation seemed somewhat out of place. Xiao Zhan furrowed his brow. Chener, I understand your intention, but this matter is perilous. Xiao Chen's gaze was resolute as he quickly replied, Patriarch, my cultivation has recently progressed, and I have undertaken some rudimentary studies on geological structures, referring to his skills in excavating and the insight provided by Eye of Insight. I may be of assistance. Every additional person adds to our strength. Saving lives is paramount. Observing Xiao Chen's unwavering determination and recalling his recent unusual developments, Xiao Zhan pondered for a moment before finally nodding. Very well. You shall accompany the 3rd wave of reinforcements. Remember, prioritize your safety and follow commands. Yes. Xiao Chen clasped his fists in acknowledgement. His eagerness to volunteer stemmed not solely from a sense of familial duty. He had a keen intuition that the sudden attack was far from simple and perhaps concealed a more significant conspiracy. Moreover, was there something extraordinary deep within the Xian iron mine that piqued the attacker's interest? Perhaps this was also an opportunity. He hurried back to prepare, packing ample healing elixirs and energy recovery pills, as well as the black token inscribed with the character for puppet that he had acquired from the cave. He had an inkling that this token might hold significance. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Chen joined a 10-man support team, led by an enforcer of Dosher rank, riding swiftly out of the Xiao family estate towards the Xian iron mine beyond the city. The sound of hooves thundered and dust swirled. Each face bore the marks of gravity and urgency. However, less than 30 miles outside Wutan City, as they traversed a narrow gorge. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless arrows, akin to venomous serpents, erupted from the dense thickets on either side of the slopes. The target was the support team. Enemy attack. Be careful. The leading Dosher enforcer's complexion shifted dramatically as he roared, his Do Chi garment enveloping him instantly, brandishing his blade to deflect the arrows. Yet, the assault was too sudden, too intense. Ugh. In an instant, 3 or 4 guards, caught off guard, were struck and fell from their mounts, cries of agony echoing. The team was thrown into chaos. Form a defensive formation. Defend. The Dosher enforcer screamed, fury blazing in his eyes. Xiao Chen reacted instinctively as the ambush unfolded. The breath concealment technique activated within him, allowing his body to glide off his mount like a feather as he ducked behind a massive rock, narrowly avoiding several arrows aimed at him. His heart raced, and his gaze sharpened as he scanned the flanking woods. Activating Eye of Insight, he quickly detected over 20 energy signatures. The ambushers were numerous, and among them, several emanated the unmistakable aura of dosha rank. This was no ordinary bandit raid. This was a meticulously orchestrated ambush targeting the Shao family support team. Who was behind this? The Jiaoya family? The Yoba family? Or perhaps the mysterious Shadow Serpent organization? There was no room for further contemplation. Shouts of battle erupted from the woods as dozens of masked figures in black surged forward like a tidal wave, swiftly encircling the remnants of the support team. Blades flashed, and Do Chi surged. The battle escalated to a fever pitch in an instant. The Shao family Dosher enforcer was ensnared by two equally masked Dosher, unable to assist. The remaining guards fought desperately, but they were vastly outnumbered and outmatched. With more and more falling, hiding behind the boulder, Shao Chun's mind raced. A head-on confrontation would lead to certain death. He had to break through. But how? From which direction? Eye of Insight scanned the battlefield swiftly, analyzing each enemy's position, strength, and attack rhythm. He noticed that the enemies on the left slope were relatively scattered, and one Dosher appeared to be momentarily detained by a fearless 9th-level guard. An opportunity. It was but a fleeting moment. A glint of determination flashed in Shao Chen's eyes as he made a split-second decision. He burst forth from behind the boulder, employing the utmost finesse of wind step, his speed surging to its peak as he darted towards the newly opened gap on the left. Simultaneously, he launched several darts, infused with Do Chi, at the faces of the two black-clad figures obstructing his path. Stop him! A masked Dosher cried out upon realizing his intent. The two black-clad figures slashed their blades to deflect the darts, grinning maliciously as they lunged at Shao Chun. Get away! Shao Chun growled, unleashing his 8th-level Do Chi without reservation. His fist, empowered by the evil Chi body refinement technique, struck forcefully at one of them. Bang! The assailant, taken aback by Shao Chun's immense strength, was sent flying. The other S-blade was already descending upon him. In an awkward twist, Shao Chun contorted his body, the effects of the breath concealment technique rendering his presence indistinct, causing his opponent to misjudge, the blade narrowly grazing his clothing. At the same time, a faint trace of soul mark energy flickered from his fingertips, not to attack, but to disrupt his adversary's mental perception. The black-clad figure was momentarily blinded. His movements slowed. Now was the time. Shao Chun surged forward, slipping past the adversary like an eel, racing towards the depths of the forest without looking back. Pursue. Don't let him escape. The shouts and the clamor of battle faded swiftly behind him. Shao Chun pushed himself to the limits, sprinting frantically through the thicket. He knew that hesitating for even a moment could spell his doom. However, having scarcely fled 100 meters, a razor-sharp sword aura suddenly sliced through the air from behind a large tree ahead, aimed directly at his neck. The speed was astonishing. More ambushers lay in wait. Moreover, their strength was far superior to those black-clad figures. Shao Chen's pupils constricted. In the face of life and death, his potential surged. He arched his body backward, executing a near-impossible bridge, moved to narrowly evade the sword's edge, but his chest was still grazed, leaving a bloody mark. He tumbled to the ground, looking up. A figure wearing a silver mask and wielding a long sword slowly emerged from behind the trees, his gaze icy and penetrating. The aura emanating from him was unmistakably that of a grandmaster. Please make a choice. 1. Utilize the concealment technique in the terrain to attempt to evade. The opponent is a grandmaster. Hope seems bleak. 2. Fight with all 1's might, employing every hidden card, including the cold marrow pill, even detonating items, to create an opportunity. The risks are exceedingly high. It may lead to mutual destruction. 3. Attempt to use the puppet token to see if it can provoke a reaction or create a variable. Unknown. Perhaps there lies a glimmer of hope. Chapter 27. The Token of Desperation, the Grandmaster. The chilling intent to kill seemed to solidify, rendering Shao Chen's blood nearly frozen. Faced with such a formidable adversary, the chances of escape or confrontation appeared almost non-existent. In that fleeting moment between life and death, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. The black token inscribed with the character for puppet, obtained from the underground stone chamber. This token, crafted from a unique material, was intrinsically linked to that enigmatic puppet in the stone chamber, serving as the key to unlocking hidden passages. The Ascended Elder had warned him to be wary of the underworld sect. Could this ambush be connected to that warning? It was a gamble. In a split second, driven by instinct, Shao Chun withdrew the chillingly heavy black token from his bosom, gripping it tightly, not to hurl it at his foe, but to raise it high. At the same time, he fervently channeled the residual fighting spirit within him into the token, instinctively shouting the name from the Elder's lingering message. Underworld sect. He was uncertain of its efficacy. It was purely a desperate attempt in the face of doom. Yet, a miracle transpired. The once inconspicuous black token erupted with an unprecedented dark radiance upon contact with Shao Chen's fighting spirit and the utterance of Underworld Sect. The character inscribed on the token seemed to come alive, writhing and twisting, emanating an ancient, desolate energy imbued with a hint of sinister aura. What was even more unexpected was that the silver-masked Grandmaster, who had been poised to strike, froze at the sight of the sudden eruption of dark light, his body rigid with disbelief and a flicker of inexplicable reverence. This was a sacred emblem. No, the energy emanating was that of an ancient war puppet command? How could you possess such an object? For the first time, the silver-masked figure's voice quivered with shock and confusion, instinctively taking a half-step back, his long sword drooping slightly in his grip. Effective. Although Shao Chun could not comprehend the precise meaning of the sacred emblem and war puppet command, it was evident that the token wielded a unique intimidation over these individuals. Moreover, they seemingly mistook him for something else entirely. Shao Chen's heart raced, yet he forced himself to appear calm, his mind racing. Seizing the moment, he gradually rose, still holding aloft the radiating token, and mimicking a tone of cold superiority, rasped. Knowing this token, do you still dare to obstruct? Depart. He refrained from elaborating, fearing that verbosity might lead to his downfall. Instead, striving to project an air of undeniable authority. The silver-masked Grandmaster's gaze flickered intensely, as if deep in thought. He scrutinized the token, then glanced at Shao Chun's youthful yet unnaturally composed visage, a facade, and the 8 segments of fighting spirit he possessed, which seemed insufficient for holding such a token. A profound struggle and hesitation crossed his features. The aura of the token was unmistakably genuine, yet the youth's power seemed inadequate, and given the underworld's sect's unpredictable nature. What if this was a test or a special mission? In the brief span of his hesitation, a commotion arose nearby. Quick, surround them. From afar, the anxious shout of a steward from the Shao family, covered in blood and bearing grievous wounds, echoed along with the sounds of hurried footsteps. Evidently, the battle was not yet concluded. The steward had narrowly escaped a portion of the enemies and was leading a contingent back for support. The silver-masked figure's countenance shifted, fully aware that the opportunity had slipped away. He cast a deep glance at Shao Chun, then at the dimming token, his expression complex, ultimately snorting coldly. This matter is not concluded. Before the words left his lips, he flickered and, like a specter, retreated swiftly into the dense forest, vanishing from sight. The other masked assailants, witnessing this, hastily withdrew without hesitation, like a receding tide, disappearing in an instant. The crisis had seemingly been averted. Shao Chen exhaled deeply only when the presence of those foes had completely faded, his back drenched in cold sweat, his legs trembling as he nearly collapsed to the ground. In that moment, he had truly danced on the precipice of death. The dark radiance of the puppet token quickly dimmed, reverting to its unassuming appearance, as if everything that had transpired was but a mere illusion. Yet, as Shao Chen clutched it tightly, he could still feel a lingering warmth emanating from it. Sacred Sect? War Puppet Command? Underworld Sect? Behind these names seemed to lie a vast and mysterious force. The Ascended Elder and this puppet were both intertwined with them? And were the assailants attacking the Shao family mine and the support team indeed affiliated with the Underworld Sect or its subordinates? What was their ultimate aim? An increasing number of enigmas emerged. Shao Chun, are you all right? At that moment, the bloodied steward of the Shao family, having sustained significant injuries, rushed over with the remaining 5 or 6 guards, astonished and perplexed by the scene that presented itself, with only Shao Chun amidst the chaos. I am fine. They suddenly retreated. Shao Chun quickly stowed the token back into his bosom, offering a vague explanation without delving into details. The steward, though bewildered, had no time for further inquiries, his heart still racing as he remarked, "It is good they retreated. This ambush was ruthless. We have suffered severe losses. It is unwise to linger here. We must hasten to the mine." The group briefly tended to their wounds, gathered the remains of their fallen comrades, and, filled with indignation and vigilance, set forth once more. The journey ahead was devoid of further assaults, yet each individual bore a heavy heart. Finally, as dusk fell, they reached the Shao family's mysterious iron mine nestled deep within the mountains. The scene before them was harrowing. The entrance to the mine lay in disarray. Massive wooden barricades violently demolished, watchtowers toppled, and dark brown bloodstains and signs of battle littering the ground. From deep within the mine, unsettling rumblings and the sound of crumbling stones echoed, along with faint cries for help. The Grand Elder, accompanied by the earlier arriving guards, desperately propped up the collapsing entrance with wooden stakes and fighting spirit, attempting to carve out a rescue path, but progress was painfully slow and the situation was dire. "Quick, come help," the Grand Elder shouted urgently upon seeing reinforcements arrive. Xiao Chun and the others immediately joined the rescue effort. Instead of hoisting wooden stakes like the others, Xiao Chun activated the Eye of Insight, meticulously scanning the structure and energy fluctuations of the mine's entrance. He discerned that the collapse of the mine was not entirely natural. Numerous support structures had been deliberately compromised by powerful fighting spirit. Moreover, deep within the fallen rocks, traces of an exceedingly subtle, chilling energy, akin to that of the silver-masked figure, lingered. Indeed, it was the same group responsible. Their intentions appeared not merely to destroy the mine, but rather to seal it entirely. Was there something hidden deep within the mine that they wished to keep concealed? At that moment, the Eye of Insight detected a relatively weak point of collapse, where the rocky structure, though chaotic, revealed an exceedingly narrow crevice leading inward, and the cries for help within grew clearer. Grand Elder, this way. Xiao Chun immediately pointed towards that direction, noting that the structure here was relatively stable. Perhaps they could attempt to dig a small passageway in. Hearing this, the Grand Elder hurried over to inspect. Although he was not a practitioner of the earth element, his extensive experience allowed him to perceive the situation keenly. His eyes brightened. Indeed, there was an opportunity. Quickly, gather the manpower and commence digging from here. Be cautious. The crowd swiftly gathered, carefully beginning to excavate from the spot Xiao Chun indicated. Xiao Chun also joined in, his control over power and the insight provided by his Eye of Insight significantly enhancing the efficiency of their efforts. Before long, a narrow passageway, barely wide enough for a single person to crawl through, was painstakingly excavated. It's open. It's open. From within came the excited yet weak cries of the miners. Quick, organize a team to enter and rescue them. Those with the strongest abilities should go in first to stabilize the situation inside. The Grand Elder commanded urgently. Without hesitation, Xiao Chun was the first to bend down and dive into the narrow, dark passage, where debris and dust continuously fell. Chapter 28. The Depths of the Mine, the Mutation of Xian Iron. The narrow passage was fraught with danger, with small stones incessantly trickling down, as if it could collapse again at any moment. Xiao Chun paid no mind to the peril, as the Eye of Insight offered him a substantial advantage in the dark, allowing him to discern the structure ahead and avoid loose areas. He swiftly crawled forward and soon emerged from the passage into a relatively spacious branch of the mine. There, he saw a dozen miners, their faces covered in grime and wounds, huddled in fear in a corner. Upon seeing Xiao Chun enter, they looked upon him as if he were a savior. Do not fear. We are from the Xiao family here to rescue you. Quickly, exit through this passage. There are people waiting outside to assist you. Xiao Chun quickly reassured them, guiding them towards the rescue route. The miners wept tears of joy, helping each other as they orderly retreated. As Xiao Chun assisted in directing them, he extended the perception of his Eye of Insight deeper into the mine. This branch was not the main mining tunnel. It appeared to be an abandoned passage from years past. Yet, the energy fluctuations in the air were somewhat unusual. In addition to the dense aura of earth and metal, there was a faint, chilling wave that was distinctly different from the stable energy of Xian Iron. This wave bore a resemblance to the energy he had sensed from the attackers earlier, as well as the aura of the puppet token. Yet it was more obscure and ancient. Could it be that there was truly something concealed deep within this mine? A thought sparked in his mind, and he called out to the last miner exiting. Inform the Grand Elder that there may still be brothers trapped inside. I will search deeper. Without waiting for a response, he turned and swiftly made his way into the depths of the mine, following the source of the energy wave. The deeper he ventured, the dimmer the light became, the air more turbid, and the signs of collapse increasingly severe. Yet, that chilling energy wave grew clearer. With the Eye of Insight operating at full capacity, penetrating the darkness and the barriers of rock, he finally halted abruptly after turning a corner. Before him lay a vast natural cavern, clearly beyond the reach of human excavation. In the center of the cavern stood an incredibly massive piece of black Xian iron ore. However, this piece was unlike any Xian iron he had ever seen. Its surface was covered with a faint, frost-like, ghostly blue pattern emanating the chilling energy that originated from it. Beneath this peculiar Xian iron ore, half buried in the soil, lay an object, a broken piece of black metal inscribed with ancient runes similar to those on the puppet token, with the edges stained by remnants of dark purple. Dry blood. A battle had occurred here, and it was a long time ago, at least decades or even a century past. The owner of that metal fragment and blood was likely the enemy of the deceased elder. And was this mutated Xian iron or a result of the energy from that battle or the aura of the fragment? Just as Xiao Chun was astonished by this discovery, the puppet token in his possession began to emit a faint warmth once more, resonating slightly with the massive mutated Xian iron ore and the metal fragment on the ground. Simultaneously, a clearer yet still fragmented piece of information surged into his mind through this resonance. Traitor, tracked here, fighting for the source core. Forced to detonate the puppet core, severely injuring. Source core lost, sealed here. The message abruptly ceased. A tempest of turmoil surged within Xiao Chun. Source core? Sealed? Traitor? It appeared that the battle from years ago was to contest something called the source core. That elder detonated the puppet core, wounding the enemy. But the source core was lost and sealed here? Could be this mutated Xian iron, or? He gazed intensely at the massive, or the eye of insight, penetrating its surface, faintly sensing that at its core lay an object more condensed, radiating an indescribable energy. Just as he attempted to see more clearly, the entire mind suddenly shook violently. A thunderous roar. A greater collapse had commenced. Clearly, the previous attack and rescue excavation had utterly disrupted the already fragile balance here. Massive rocks began to fall from above. The ground beneath his feet cracked. This is bad. Xiao Chen's expression changed drastically. He could no longer afford to investigate secrets. Survival was paramount. His gaze darted around and noticed that the mutated Xian iron ore seemed exceptionally sturdy, with the surrounding collapse forming a relatively safe, triangular area centered around it. Without hesitation, he charged towards while reaching for the half-buried metal fragment on the ground. This might also be a clue. The moment his hand touched the metal fragment, it vibrated. The ancient runes on the fragment suddenly glowed brightly. A cold, violent, and destructive residual intent pierced into his mind like a sharp needle. This was the final resentment and killing intent left behind by the fragment's owner before their demise. Arg! Xiao Chun was caught off guard, feeling a splitting headache as if his soul were being torn apart. The intensity of his residual intent far exceeded his expectations. Simultaneously, the puppet token in his arms erupted with a dark light, forming a thin, protective shield around his soul, fiercely battling against the violent intent. Two ancient powers, of the same origin yet entirely different, clashed within Xiao Chen's body and soul. Externally, he faced the physical crisis of a collapsing mountain, while internally, he engaged in a perilous struggle at the level of his soul. Xiao Chun found himself in an unprecedented predicament. Please make a choice. 1. Fully activate the puppet token to suppress the violent intent of the metal fragment. Risk: the token's energy is unknown. It may be depleted or cause backlash. 2. Attempt to operate the soul seal method to guide or dissolve the violent intent. Risk: the intensity of the intent is too high. It may backfire and leave one incapacitated. 3. Abandon the metal fragment. Focus entirely on defending against the physical collapse and await rescue. Risk: the collapse may persist. Rescue may not be timely. Please make a choice. 1, 2, 3. Chapter 29. The Clash of Dual Intentions. Fortuitous misfortune. Trapped in a dire situation. Life hanging by a thread. The attack at the level of the soul was far more lethal and urgent than the physical collapse. Xiao Chun, without a moment's hesitation, fervently channeled all his mental acuity and the remnants of his fighting spirit into the incessantly heated Qua token nestled in his embrace. Subdue it for me, he thundered internally. As the token received Xiao Chen's unwavering support, its dark radiance surged dramatically, and the previously indistinct character of Qua seemingly came to life, casting a solid black halo that enveloped Xiao Chen's head. An ancient, vast aura, imbued with a sense of authoritative dignity, erupted forth like a slumbering monarch roused from his slumber, unleashing an indignant rebuke upon the ferocious intruder. The violent intent emanating from the metallic shards appeared to falter, as if faced with its nemesis. Though fierce, it was but a remnant of a rootless entity, while the Qua token seemed to harbor a primordial power of a higher echelon. Two invisible forces clashed violently at the periphery of Xiao Chen's consciousness, entwining and annihilating one another. The dark light and the ominous violet resentment fervently eroded each other, leading to their mutual obliteration. Xiao Chun felt as though his head were on the verge of exploding. The excruciating pain nearly caused him to lose consciousness. Yet, he bit down hard on his tongue, clinging to the last vestige of clarity, and resolutely sustained the token. At long last, under the relentless suppression and attrition of the token's dark radiance, the violent intent of the metallic shards began to wane, disintegrating. Just as it seemed on the brink of total dissolution, fragments of memories embedded within that intent were forcibly stripped away by the token's power, crushed and transformed into a chaotic stream of information that inevitably surged into Xiao Chen's mind. Holy sect, eternal prosperity. Traitors must be executed. Source core. Return. Long live the netherworld. Countless disordered cries, fragmented images, and twisted symbols flashed before him, ultimately coalescing into several relatively clear segments. A vast palace shrouded in endless black mist, the netherworld sect, a cataclysmic explosion, the self-detonation of the Qua heart, and a nebulous dark violet light point plunged deep into the iron or veins, the source core. with a sudden force. As the last vestige of violent intent was utterly crushed by the token's dark light, Shao Chen coughed up a mouthful of blood, his countenance as pale as parchment, and his spirit utterly depleted. Yet, the harrowing pain tearing at his soul began to recede. He had succeeded. By wielding the Qua token, he had precariously endured this wave of spiritual assault. However, the external physical crisis remained unresolved. An even greater collapse was still underway. A massive boulder crashed down mere feet from him, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. He had to leave immediately. Shao Chun gritted his teeth against the weakness and agony of his soul, snatched up the now dull and unremarkable metallic shard, and hastily searched for an escape route. His eye of insight, impaired by his wounded soul, remained hazy, yet he barely discerned a narrow gap formed by the collapse, seemingly leading to the unknown darkness. Supported by the mutated iron ore at the center, with no other option, he scrambled toward that crevice, disregarding all else as he dove into its depths. Just as his body slipped into the gap, a thunderous crash resounded, and the area he had just occupied was completely buried. The passage was narrow and winding, and he clawed his way forward with desperation. After what felt like an eternity, a faint glimmer of light and fresh air finally appeared ahead. Summoning his last reserves of strength, he crawled out of the crevice, only to find himself at the slope on the opposite side of the mining valley. Turning back, he saw that the entrance to the mine had been entirely sealed off. A wave of exhaustion washed over him in the wake of his narrow escape, and he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, his body trembling. This excursion into the mine had been perilous beyond measure. Not only had he faced an ambush that nearly cost him his life, but he had also endured a bizarre battle of souls deep within the mine. Yet the rewards were substantial. The metallic shard fragmented information about the source core and the netherworld sex swirling in his mind, and the Qua token, having been fully activated, seemed to forge a deeper connection with him, no longer feeling so cold and foreign. Struggling to sit up, he assessed his condition. His soul bore significant wounds that would require time to heal. His fighting spirit was nearly depleted. Thankfully, he had suffered no severe internal or external injuries. He needed to return to reunite with the main force immediately. After a brief rest, he cautiously retraced his steps along the ridge, making his way back to the front of the mining site. By this time, the rescue efforts at the mining site appeared to be nearing completion. Most of the trapped miners had been rescued, and everyone was busy clearing the rubble and tending to the injured, the atmosphere heavy with sorrow and solemnity. When the Grand Elder spotted Shao Chun emerging from another direction, he was both startled and overjoyed. "Shao Chun, are you unharmed? How wonderful! What happened to you?" Shao Chun had already prepared his response, feigning a look of trepidation as he recounted. "I was forced to flee by the collapse and accidentally discovered an abandoned old passageway, which was how I managed to escape." He omitted any mention of his discoveries and the battle of souls he had endured. The Grand Elder, believing his words, patted his shoulder in relief. "It's good that you are safe. Thanks to your indication of that rescue route, the casualties were minimized. You should rest well." Shao Chen nodded and moved to a nearby area designated for resting. He observed the heavy casualties among the Shao clan guards and the miners, the atmosphere oppressive, fueling his trepidation and anger toward the enigmatic netherworld sect. Just then, a series of piercing eagle cries echoed from the heavens. Several massive griffin beasts soared in, landing in the clearing of the mining site. From the backs of the griffins disembarked a group of individuals, led by the Lord of Wutan City, Herman, accompanied by his elite guard from the city lord's estate. Clan leader Shao Zhan and the third elder returned as well, their expressions still grave. Upon surveying the devastation of the mining site, Lord Herman's brow furrowed deeply. "Clan leader Shao, I have been informed of this matter. It is an unforgivable crime for such brazen bandits to assault an imperial mining site in broad daylight. I shall ensure a thorough investigation is conducted, providing your Shao family with an appropriate resolution." His words were formal and distant, clearly indicating his desire to avoid becoming overly entangled in family disputes. The promised thorough investigation would likely yield little more than empty rhetoric. Clan leader Shao Zhan understood this well, yet he still clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, Lord Herman, for your commitment to justice." Lord Herman nodded, offering a few words of consolation before departing upon his griffin, clearly unwilling to linger. As clan leader, Shao Zhan gazed at the ravaged mining site and the fallen kin of his clan, his fists clenched, his eyes ablaze with fury and helplessness. Without concrete evidence, it was impossible to accuse the Gale and Oba families, especially considering the potential involvement of even more mysterious forces. "Clan leader, the mine has essentially collapsed." Inside, a steward approached, whispering a report and shaking his head. Clan leader Shao Zhan closed his eyes in pain, sighing heavily. "Make proper arrangements for the wounded brothers and the families of the miners. Double the compensation. The mining site shall be temporarily closed. In the wake of this incident, the Xiao family had suffered tremendous losses, both in industry and strength. The equilibrium of Wutan City was beginning to unravel. With heavy hearts, everyone commenced the arduous task of clearing the debris, preparing to return to Wutan City. Xiao Chen fell in line behind the group, remaining silent. He felt the metallic shard in his embrace, recalling the fragmented information in his mind. The sealed source core still lay deep within the mine, and the Netherworld sect would likely not rest easily. The Xiao family had already been ensnared in a colossal whirlpool. He resolved to enhance his strength without delay. Upon returning to Wutan City, the Xiao family was enveloped in an atmosphere of oppression and indignation. Xiao Chun declined the visits of others, retreating to his small chamber and shutting the door tightly. First, he retrieved the now unremarkable metallic shard, examining it meticulously. The runes etched upon the shard had entirely dimmed, devoid of any energy fluctuations, seemingly transformed into a mere piece of scrap metal. Yet, he was aware that this object held a significant origin. Perhaps it could yield further insights in the future. Next, he produced the foundational elixir he had received from Xiaoyan. After a series of tumultuous events and fierce battles, he felt a profound inadequacy in his strength and recognized the urgent need for enhancement. He once again consumed a vial of foundation-building spirit liquid, its pure energy diffusing to nourish his wounded soul and replenish fighting spirit. His cultivation at the late 8th stage steadily consolidated, advancing towards its zenith. Simultaneously, he endeavored to operate the Insha body, refining technique acquired from a cave, channeling the energy of the spirit liquid and the energies of heaven and earth to refine his physical form. The injuries to his soul rendered this process particularly excruciating, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. Uncertain how much time had elapsed, he awoke from his cultivation, discovering that his soul's wounds had largely healed. His cultivation firmly established at the late 8th stage, and his physical strength had notably improved. He observed that while practicing the Insha body refining technique, the token inscribed with the character Qua on his arms seemed to emit a faint chill, subtly assisting him in stabilizing his mind and absorbing Yin attribute energy, yielding even better results than before. This token indeed possessed boundless utility. Next, his gaze shifted toward the dark golden puppet. Having endured the perils of the mine, he yearned even more for this formidable ally. He once again attempted to communicate with the core of the puppet using the soul seal method. Perhaps it was due to the tempering of his soul power through combat, or perhaps the connection with the Qua token had deepened. The process this time was notably smoother. He could discern more of the dim runic nodes within the puppet. He even attempted to gradually infuse a minuscule amount of cold fighting spirit, refined through the Insha body refining technique, into the tiny light point of the puppet's core along the channel of the soul connection. This time, the light point distinctly brightened. Moreover, the entire right arm of the puppet lifted imperceptibly by about an inch before drooping back down weakly. Progress had been made. Although he still could not truly animate it, this demonstrated that, in addition to soul power, fighting spirit of specific attributes could exert a faint influence on it. This provided him with a new perspective for repairing the energy system in the future. While he immersed himself in cultivation and research, the situation in Wutan City was subtly shifting. Although the Gao family and the Oba family denied any involvement in the attack on the mine, their actions grew increasingly brazen, continuously encroaching upon the livelihood of the Xiao family's market. The abundant supply of low-priced pills produced by Lu Shi flooded the market like a tide, nearly monopolizing the low-end pill business, leaving the Xiao family's market desolate. The Xiao family's income plummeted, and with enormous expenses for casualty compensation, their financial condition began to fray. Within the family, dissenting voices began to surface. One day, Xiao Chun was summoned to attend a family meeting. The atmosphere in the hall was tense. Xiao Zhan and 3 elders sat at the head, while the family's managers and core disciples filled the lower seats. Patriarch, this cannot continue any longer. One of the managers responsible for the market exclaimed passionately, "The Gao and Oba families are bullying us too much. Our shops have been closed for nearly a month. Without income, we cannot provide training resources for the family disciples. Indeed, Patriarch, we must find a way to counterattack." Another voiced, "But how do we retaliate? They have a first-grade alchemist. Are we to watch our family be dragged down helplessly?" The crowd buzzed with discussion, anxiety and frustration permeating the air. Xiaoning suddenly stood up, exclaiming loudly, "Patriarch, if it comes to it, let's fight back. The sons of the Xiao family are not cowards." "Nonsense," the elder reprimanded. "Fight? With what? To act now would be to fall right into their trap." Xiaozhan rubbed his temples wearily, stating, "The immediate priority is to resolve the pill issue. If only we could have an alchemist." His words fell into silence. How rare is an alchemist? Is it so easy to invite one? At that moment, the third elder spoke up. Patriarch, perhaps we have a way that is not truly a way. All eyes turned toward him. The third elder continued slowly. The recruitment team from the Canaan Academy will soon pass through Wutan City. Canaan Academy, the renowned institution of higher learning on the Duki continent. The third elder elaborated. According to tradition, during the Academy's recruitment, they allow local families to showcase some of their promising young disciples. If one is selected, it would be a tremendous boon for the family. Moreover, the Academy will also open a temporary small trading channel. Perhaps we could attempt to purchase urgently needed pills there. Or even, by chance, meet some alchemist students from the Academy? Canaan Academy. Xiao Chun's heart stirred. This was indeed a crucial plot point in the original narrative. Xiao Yan would astound everyone once again during this recruitment and intersect with Mentor Wolin. This presented a genuine opportunity for the Xiao family to breathe and break the deadlock. Yet, it also brimmed with uncertainty. Xiao Zhan pondered for a moment, a glimmer of hope reigniting in his eyes. This indeed is an opportunity. Prepare immediately. The young generation of the family, all those who have reached the 7th stage of Duki or above, must be ready to present themselves before the Academy's mentors. Simultaneously, consolidate all available family funds to prepare for purchases at the Academy's trading fair. After the meeting concluded, the family machinery began to operate at full tilt around the arrival of the Canaan Academy. Xiao Chan returned to his small room, his eyes flickering. The Canaan Academy also represented a tremendous opportunity for him. Not only could he access a broader world, but he might also discover methods to repair the puppet and enhance his soul within the Academy. However, before that, he needed to elevate his strength quickly to stand out during the recruitment and gain greater influence. He gazed at the remaining foundation-building spirit liquid and the Qua token. Lost in contemplation, Xiao Chun decided to make a final push before the recruitment. Please choose the focus direction. 1. Fully enhanced Duki cultivation. Striving for a breakthrough to the 9th stage of Duki. Solid foundation, intuitively powerful. 2. Focus on cultivating soul seal and researching the puppet. Attempting to master more intricate applications of soul power. Unexpected, with immense potential. 3. Consume cold marrow pills to strengthen Insha body refining technique. Further enhancing physical strength and mental resistance. Stable foundation, ready for complex situations. Please make a choice. 1, 2, 3. Chapter 32. The winds of change as recruitment begins. The morning sun dispelled the lingering gloom that had shrouded Wutan City for days, yet it could not dissipate the tension and anticipation swirling among the various factions. The central square of the city buzzed with a cacophony of voices, a sea of people converging from all directions, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the Canaan Academy's recruitment team, marking a pivotal opportunity for the younger generation of Wutan City to alter their destinies. Under the leadership of Patriarch Xiao Zhan and the 3 elders, the Xiao family's contingent had long since arrived at the designated area on one side of the square. Core disciples such as Xiao Yin, Xiao Suner, and Xiao Ning stood among them, their expressions solemn and their eyes aflame with determination. Following several days of seclusion, news of Xiao Chun's successful breakthrough to the 9th stage of Duki had not been widely proclaimed, yet Xiao Zhan and several elders were already aware, their gazes toward him imbued with a mix of comfort and heightened expectation. Xiao Chun stood slightly further back in the line, his aura reined in. Although his eye of insight had not been actively triggered, the heightened perception from his breakthrough allowed him to distinctly sense the myriad of varying strengths within the crowd. The Gao and Oba families had also arrived, occupying a favorable position on the opposite side of the square. Gao Bai and Oba Pa, the leaders of their respective families, wore expressions of confidence as they engaged in quiet banter with a young man clad in a pharmacist's robe, whose demeanor was haughty, Lu Shi. Their glances occasionally swept toward the Xiao family, laden with unabashed provocation and disdain. Beside Lu Shi, in addition to members of the Gao and Oba families, stood several unfamiliar figures whose auras starkly contrasted with those of the young people of Wutan City, their eyes sharp and imbued with a menacing air, seemingly mercenaries or outsiders. One among them cast a cold glance at Xiao Chun, a sneer of malice curling at the corners of his lips. A subtle chill coursed through Xiao Chen's heart as he recognized the individual before him as one of the leaders of the black-clad figures from that day outside the mine. Indeed, they had colluded with the Gao family and Lu Shi. It seemed that today's enrollment would not be a tranquil affair. Is this truly all the Xiao family can muster? It appears the losses from the mine incident were considerable. An abrasive voice rang out from within the Gao family camp. A tall, robust young man, exuding an air of arrogance, deliberately raised his voice. He was Gao Nu, another key descendant of the Gao family, with a fighting spirit estimated to be around the 7th rank. His words ignited a wave of whispers among those nearby, with both the Gal and Uba families erupting in laughter. The members of the Xiao family immediately glared in anger, and Xiao Ning could hardly restrain herself from stepping forward to argue, but was halted by a mere glance from Xiao Zhan. At this moment, a confrontation would yield no benefit. No matter how much a dog barks, it cannot transform into a lion or tiger. A calm voice broke through the commotion, though quiet. It resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. All turned to see Xiao Chun gazing at Gao Nu with an expression devoid of emotion, as if merely stating a fact. Gao Nu's face flushed with indignation. Xiao Chun, what place do you, a mere branch family member, have to speak here? Strength is paramount. What does it matter whether one is of the direct line or a branch? Does the Gao family truly judge solely by lineage and not by prowess? Xiao Chun replied coolly, his aura of ninth-rank fighting spirit subtly emanating a weighty pressure that left Gao Nu momentarily breathless, his subsequent words caught in his throat, his expression growing even more unsightly. Among the Xiao family, many young members felt a surge of relief, their gazes towards Xiao Chun filled with newfound respect. Xiao Sunner's beautiful eyes flickered with a barely perceptible hint of admiration, while Xiao Yan also offered a slight nod of acknowledgement. Just then, a series of elongated eagle cries echoed from the sky, capturing everyone's attention. In the distance, several dark figures rapidly magnified into view, revealing a number of colossal griffins. As the griffins flapped their wings, they generated a powerful gust of wind, gracefully descending onto the temporarily cleared space in the plaza. The formidable presence they exuded silenced the once boisterous crowd. From the foremost griffin, a mature woman clad in the attire of a mentor from Canaan Academy leapt down. She was strikingly beautiful, with a curvaceous figure and a gentle smile. Yet the overwhelming aura she radiated instilled a sense of pressure even among the clan leaders at the Grandmaster level. A Grandmaster, Xiao Chun noted inwardly. This must be Mentor Wolin. Trailing behind Mentor Wolin were a dozen young men and women, all students of Canaan Academy. They wore matching light blue academy uniforms, each exuding an extraordinary presence, their expressions infused with the confidence and pride characteristic of Canaan Academy students, as they curiously surveyed the people of Wutan City. Most of these students were at the fighter level, with several even surpassing the 3-star fighter rank. Mentor Wolin surveyed the crowd, her gentle voice amplified by her fighting spirit, clearly reaching every ear. Greetings, friends of Wutan City. I am Mentor Wolin from Canaan Academy, responsible for the enrollment matters here. I trust you are all aware of the rules. Those under 18 years of age with a fighting spirit of 7th rank or above may participate in the assessment. Only those who perform excellently will be admitted to Canaan Academy. After her brief opening remarks, the enrollment assessment officially commenced. The Academy students swiftly set up the testing magic stone tablet, and one by one, the young people of Wutan City approached, encouraged by the supportive gazes of their elders, placing their palms upon the tablet. From the Wong family, 7th rank qualified. From the Li family, 6th rank unqualified. From the Uba family, 8th rank qualified. Cheers erupted as individuals passed the assessment, while others departed dejectedly. The Gao and Uba families had indeed prepared thoroughly, with many of their descendants achieving 8th rank or even nearing the 8th rank pinnacle, eliciting gasps of astonishment. Lushi beamed with pride at this spectacle. When it was the Xiao family's turn, Xiao Ning stepped forward first, achieving the pinnacle of 8th rank, the magic stone tablet glowing with dazzling light, securing her qualification. Several other Xiao family descendants followed suit, most attaining 7th or 8th rank, yielding a commendable pass rate and somewhat restoring the family's honor. At this moment, Xiao Sunner, donned in a pale purple gown, gracefully approached the magic stone tablet. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to her, captivated not only by her breathtaking beauty, but also by her serene and ethereal demeanor. Her delicate hand pressed gently against the magic stone tablet. The next instant, a resounding hum erupted. The tablet burst forth with a radiant brilliance that far surpassed all preceding displays, the light almost blinding. Xiao Sunner, age 16, fighter, 3 stars, announced the Academy student recording the results, his voice tinged with disbelief. A collective gasp echoed throughout the plaza. A 3-star fighter at merely 16 years of age. What an astonishing display of talent. Even Mentor Wolin's eyes sparkled with remarkable surprise, her gaze fixed intently on Xiao Sunner, as if she had discovered a rare treasure. The smiles on the faces of Gao and Uba families froze, turning decidedly grim. Lushi narrowed his eyes, his expression shifting between clarity and uncertainty. Xiao Zhan and the 3 elders were flushed with excitement, as the Xiao family had finally produced a true genius capable of commanding respect. Yet, the tumult had not yet subsided. Next to step forward was the black-clad youth, Xiao Yan. Countless gazes converged upon him, filled with curiosity, skepticism, and mockery. This former prodigy of Wutan City, since his fall from grace, how far could he rise again? Xiao Yin maintained a serene demeanor, slowly placing his palm upon the magic stone tablet amidst the multitude of scrutinizing eyes. Once again, a brilliant light erupted. While not as dazzling as Xiao Sun's, it was equally profound and solid. Xiao Yin, age 17, fighter, 2 stars. The Academy student's voice rose, laden with astonishment. Another fighter, and a 2-star at that. The plaza erupted once more. The Xiao family had produced 2 young fighters in quick succession. What an astonishing achievement. Mentor Ruolin's smile grew ever more radiant. Her gaze toward the Xiao family transformed entirely. Xiao Zhan and the elders were so elated they could scarcely find their words. The expressions of the Gao and Uba families darkened significantly. They had presumed that with Lu Shi's elixirs, their descendants would easily overshadow the Xiao family, only to find that their rivals had produced 2 fighters instead. This was nothing short of a humiliating slap in the face. However, amidst the uproar, the previously cold-eyed stranger who had glared at Xiao Chun whispered a few words to Lu Shi. At this, a glint of malice flickered in Lu Shi's eyes, and he signaled to a nearby Uba descendant. Understanding the cue, the Uba descendant suddenly exclaimed, "The Xiao family is truly impressive. However, I've heard that there is a branch family member named Xiao Chun, who reportedly accomplished great feats at the mine, with rapid advancements in strength. Surely he must also be a remarkable talent? Why not let him come forward for the test, so we may witness his prowess?" Though seemingly complimentary, this was, in fact, a veiled challenge. Everyone was aware that Xiao Chun had previously only possessed a 5th-rank fighting spirit. Even with fortuitous encounters, under the radiance of the 2 fighters, his results would undoubtedly pale in comparison, serving to suppress the Xiao family's recently regained momentum. Moreover, specifically calling out a branch family member for testing carried an implicit insult. All eyes swiftly turned to Xiao Chun once more, filled with curiosity, sympathy, and unabashed mockery from the Gal and Uba camps. Xiao Zhan furrowed his brow, about to intervene, when Xiao Chun took a step forward, calmly presenting himself. He understood well that this was a ploy intended to humiliate the Xiao family and undermine his confidence. Yet, he also recognized it as an opportunity. With a 9th-rank fighting spirit, while not particularly dazzling in comparison to the 2 fighters, he was far from inadequate. It was sufficient to silence the whispers and demand a degree of respect for his family at the forthcoming trade meeting. He approached the magic stone monument, inhaled deeply, and gently pressed his palm against its surface. As he activated his fighting spirit, the monument radiated a stable and brilliant light. Although it lacked the dazzling brilliance of a true fighter, it was undeniably more substantial than that of most 8th-tier fighters. The student assigned to record the results glanced over and declared aloud, "Xiao Chun, age 17, 9th-tier fighting spirit." A ripple of murmurs surged through the crowd. A 9th-tier fighting spirit at the age of 17 was commendable under normal circumstances, especially considering that the Xiao family had recently endured great hardships. However, the preceding fighter's brilliance overshadowed this achievement, rendering it less spectacular. Nevertheless, it was sufficient to silence those who had come to witness a spectacle. The mocking smiles on the faces of Gali and others froze, evidently taken aback by Xiao Chen's genuine attainment of the 9th tier. Mentor Ruolin regarded Xiao Chen with a slight nod and a warm smile, saying, "Well done, your foundation is quite solid, and your fighting spirit is refined. You stand just a step away from becoming fighter. Keep up the good work." Receiving the acknowledgement of a formidable fighting spirit practitioner was, in itself, a great honor. Xiao Chen responded respectfully, "Thank you, mentor." However, just as Xiao Chen completed his test and prepared to turn back to the group, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The unfamiliar youth who had been whispering with Lu Shi suddenly stepped forward with ferocity flashing in his eyes. Without warning, he unleashed a surge of 9th-tier fighting spirit, launching a fierce punch aimed directly at Xiao Chun's back. The speed was astonishing, the angle devious. It was clearly a sneak attack intended to inflict severe harm. "Kid, it's time to settle the score for the mine." This sudden assault left everyone in stunned silence. No one anticipated that someone would dare to launch a brazen attack before the mentors of Canaan Academy. Faced with this unforeseen ambush, Xiao Chen instantly perceived the imminent danger. How should he respond? 1. Hard counterattack. Channel all his fighting spirit, combining the physical strength from the Yinsha body refinement technique with an unnamed skill to directly withstand the punch and deliver a powerful counterattack. This would showcase his formidable strength, but may reveal some hidden cards and could potentially aggravate his old soul injury. 2. Clever evasion. Utilize his significantly superior soul power and eye of insight to predict the trajectory of the attack, employing agile movements to evade. causing the attack to miss and exposing the opponent's vulnerabilities. This would demonstrate exceptional battle awareness and skill, but might be misinterpreted as cowardice. 3. Use their force against them. Attempt to apply the rudimentary mastery of the Soul Seal technique, combining it with a strong soul power to disrupt the opponent's mind at the moment of attack, causing a subtle disturbance in their fighting spirit and leading to their own downfall. This approach carries high risk. Failure could result in a direct hit, but success would yield astonishing results and go unnoticed. Please choose 1, 2, or 3. Chapter 33. The initial manifestation of the Soul Seal. The punch. Imbued with a fierce gale, barreled forward without any embellishment, swift and vicious, evidently honed through life and death battles, with the intent to severely injure or even incapacitate Xiao Chun. Gasps erupted from the spectators, while Xiao Zhan and the elders of the Xiao family paled, desperate to intervene, but too late. Gali and Obapa exchanged glances, smirking, their schemes seemingly unfolding successfully. In that fleeting moment, Xiao Chun appeared to have eyes in the back of his head. He did not turn around. Yet the heightened perception granted by the eye of insight and the enhanced soul power he had gained after his breakthrough allowed him to distinctly capture the opponent's movements, the flow of their energy, and the lethal intent radiating from them. To take the hit, the opponent was a peak 9th-tier fighter launching a furious ambush. Although Xiao Chun was also at the 9th tier, hastily turning to counter would likely lead to disadvantage, potentially exacerbating his not yet fully healed soul injury. To evade, perhaps he could avoid a fatal blow, but it might appear clumsy, precisely aligning with the opponent's intent to undermine the Xiao family's morale. At the moment the fist was about to meet the fabric of his robe, Xiao Chun made his choice. He swiftly half-turned, appearing as if he intended to brace himself with his shoulder, yet simultaneously, a faint glimmer of shadowy light flickered in his eyes. The soul power, refined through the Soul Seal technique, coalesced into an intangible mark, silently piercing into the assailant's consciousness at the peak of their focused aggression. Soul Seal, initial application, mind bewilderment. The attacking youth felt as if a fine needle had lightly pricked his head, plunging his consciousness into a moment of disorientation and sluggishness. The fighting spirit that had been surging within him became subtly disordered and stagnant due to this fleeting lapse in mental clarity. Though the disruption was minute and almost instantaneous in recovery, it was undeniably a critical flaw for an attack that demanded absolute precision. The force behind his punch involuntarily diminished by half. The fierce gale momentarily scattered. Now was the moment Xiao Chun had awaited. He adeptly angled his half-turned body, allowing the punch, weakened and delayed, to graze past the edge of his ribs. The fierce wind from the punch stung his skin but caused no significant harm. Simultaneously, Xiao Chen's seemingly defensive arm did not collide forcefully. Instead, he skillfully redirected the momentum, leveraging the opponent's forward rush to gently guide them off balance. Bang! A dull thud echoed as the youth's attack missed, and his overzealous forward momentum sent him stumbling, nearly crashing to the ground in a comically awkward fashion. The arena fell into a profound silence. All present widened their eyes, incredulously witnessing this scene. The anticipated sight of Xiao Chun being grievously injured did not materialize. Rather, the assailant appeared foolish, having completely missed his target and nearly tumbling over. The contrast was staggering. What exquisite footwork! Wait, did that fellow's strength just suddenly dissipate? Was it mere coincidence? Or was it Xiao Chun? The crowd buzzed with speculation, many unable to grasp what had transpired, attributing Xiao Chen's success to luck or skillful movement. However, atop the platform, Mentor Ruo Lin's gaze flickered with surprise. Her strength surpassed all present, and her soul perception was exceptionally acute. She sensed a fleeting moment of dissonance in the attacker's aura and recognized that Xiao Chen's seemingly simple evasion and redirection were executed with impeccable timing. This was no mere stroke of luck, but rather an extraordinary instinct for combat and precise timing. The youth named Xiao Chun appeared to possess considerable promise. Xiao Zhan and the elders exhaled in relief, soon engulfed by a tide of furious indignation. How dare anyone brazenly commit violence at the Canaan Academy's enrollment ceremony? Xiao Zhan stepped forward, his imposing presence erupting like thunder, glaring at the youth who had just regained his balance, as well as the Gali and Obapa families. The youth's complexion shifted between shades of blue and white, a mix of shock and anger. He could not comprehend what had just transpired. His seemingly assured strike had inexplicably lost control. Could it be that he had faltered in his recent training? He refused to believe that Xiao Chun had interfered. How could a mere 9th-tier fighter disrupt him? It was merely a friendly sparring test. A momentary slip, nothing more. Why should the Xiao patriarch make such a fuss? Gali sneered, attempting to downplay the incident. Presumptuous. Mentor Ruolin finally spoke, her voice still gentle yet imbued with undeniable authority. To launch a sneak attack and injure someone before Canaan Academy is not something that can be dismissed as a mere accident. You, she directed her gaze at the assailant, are disqualified from the testing and must leave the square immediately. Any further provocations will be met with severe punishment. The youth's face drained of color. Being expelled from Canaan Academy would be a disgrace that would haunt him for the rest of his life. He cast a venomous glare at Xiao Chun, yet dared not defy the command of the Do Ling expert, ultimately forced to slink away from the crowd amidst countless scrutinizing gazes. The expressions of Lu Shi and the members of the Jialia family turned exceedingly grim. Their attempt to steal a march had backfired, resulting in their family suffering a loss of face before their mentors at the academy. Mentor Ruolin's gaze swept over Xiao Chun, and she nodded slightly, seemingly impressed by his calm demeanor in the face of adversity, though she refrained from further comment. The test continued. Following this minor incident, no one dared to provoke further. The subsequent evaluations proceeded without incident. The Xiao family, the Jialia family, the Uba family, and several other smaller clans had a few candidates who qualified. Yet none could reach the heights achieved by Xiao Yin and Xiao Suner. Ultimately, the Xiao family boasted 8 qualifiers, including Xiao Yin, Xiao Suner, Xiao Ning, and Xiao Chun, while the Jialia and Uba families had 5 or 6 each. Overall, the Xiao family emerged as the greatest victors in this admission test, reclaiming much of the dignity lost due to the recent attack on their mining sites and economic pressures. Upon the conclusion of the test, Mentor Ruolin smiled at the successful candidates and said, "Congratulations on passing the preliminary assessment. Tomorrow, we will conduct the second round of evaluations, the specifics of which will be announced then. Additionally, an impromptu trading fair will be held this afternoon in the inn located on the east side of the square. Families in need are welcome to participate." Upon hearing about the trading fair, Xiao Zhan and the elders perked up. This was precisely the opportunity the Xiao family desperately required. As the crowd began to disperse, the undercurrents of tension intensified. The gazes from the Jialia and Uba families as they departed were laden with malice directed at the Xiao family. Lu Shi cast a cold glance at Xiao Chun, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Sensing these looks, Xiao Chen's wariness heightened. He understood that today's conflict was merely the beginning, and the adversaries would not easily relent. The afternoon trading fair and the second round of assessments the following day promised to be anything but tranquil. The family was in dire need of resources, and he himself sought clues for repairing puppets, enhancing his soul, and acquiring subsequent cultivation techniques. The trading fair at the Jianan Academy was an opportunity not to be missed. Plot branch point for the afternoon trading fair at the academy. Xiao Chun resolved to attend. How should he prepare and act? 1. Accompany the family. Join Xiao Zhan and the elders for safety in numbers while primarily procuring necessary elixirs under the family name. However, personal needs may be difficult to express, and he could easily become a target for opposition. 2. Stealthily investigate alone. Utilize the breath concealment technique to diminish his presence and infiltrate the trading fair alone. Initially observing from the shadows, focusing on items related to soul restoration, puppetry, and clues about the Netherworld sect. This approach would afford greater flexibility but carries higher risks. Being discovered while acting alone could lead to peril. 3. Pair with Xiao Yin. Invite Xiao Yin, who also requires resources, to attend together. Both possess considerable strength and have the support of the medicine elder in the shadows, allowing them to look out for each other while leveraging the elder's expertise to identify valuable items. However, this may distract them, and Xiao Yin himself is a focal point of trouble. Please select 1, 2, or 3. Chapter 34. Undercurrents in the inn in the afternoon. The clamor at the center of Wutan City diminished slightly, yet the agitation sparked by the arrival of Jianan Academy settled deeper, transforming into a turbulent undercurrent among the various clan forces. The Academy's impromptu trading fair was set in the inn on the east side of the square, a space originally designated by the city lord for hosting esteemed guests, now temporarily utilized by Jianan Academy. Within the Xiao family's council chamber, Xiao Zhan and 3 elders were engaged in urgent discussions. The funds available to the family were limited. The 3rd elder gravely pushed forward a pouch of coins, emphasizing the need to prioritize the purchase of a batch of healing elixirs and energy restoration pills to alleviate pressure on the marketplace. Additionally, acquiring 1 or 2 fire condensation pills for Yin'er and Sun'er would be ideal. The 1st elder sighed, "It's but a drop in the bucket. Let us hope for the best." The Jialia and Uba families would undoubtedly do everything in their power to hinder progress. Xiao Zhan stated solemnly, "Regardless, we must give it a try. Let us prepare to set off." As the team gathered, Xiao Chen approached Xiao Zhan and whispered, "Patriarch, I wish to investigate the trading fair alone." Xiao Zhan furrowed his brow. "Alone? Chen, today's situation is complex with those from the Jiaoya family. Rest assured." "Patriarch," Xiao Chen replied, his gaze steady. "I will exercise caution. Perhaps I can discover something that the family requires from a different perspective or avoid unnecessary trouble." He indicated that being with the family might draw undue attention from the Jiaoya family. After a moment of contemplation, recalling Xiao Chen's keen reactions during the test and his seemingly unusual fortunes, Xiao Zhan finally nodded. "Very well, but you must be prudent. Safety comes first. If anything feels amiss, signal immediately." "Understood." Xiao Chen quietly detached himself from the family group and circled to the rear of the inn. He activated the breath concealment technique, swiftly retracting his aura, causing his presence to diminish as though melding into the shadows. He did not enter through the front door. Instead, after a brief observation, he found an unguarded side window and deftly climbed through. The interior of the inn was more bustling than he had anticipated. The hall was temporarily divided into multiple sections, where some students from Jianan Academy had set up stalls displaying various elixirs, herbs, magical cores, and even some low-tier cultivation and combat technique scrolls. Although most were aimed at those below the Do Shi level, they represented rare treasures for the clans of Wutan City. Members of various families navigated the space, engaging in hushed conversations and haggling over prices. Xiao Chen spotted the patriarch and elders at one stall, conversing with an academy student, their expressions seemingly strained. Meanwhile, Zhao Yabai and Ubapa were at another stall nearby, appearing to select items while their eyes occasionally darted toward the Xiao family group, smirking with malice. Lucy had not come in person, but several cold-spirited individuals he brought were scattered throughout the hall, seemingly meandering, yet their keen gazes scrutinized everyone, clearly harboring ill intentions. Xiao Chen scoffed inwardly. It was as he had suspected. Utilizing the breath concealment technique and the cover of the crowd, he ghosted between stalls, activating his insightful eye to meticulously examine each item. Most of the items exhibited ordinary energy fluctuations, predominantly first-grade elixirs and common herbs. He spotted the urgently needed blood coagulation powder and energy restoration pills, but their prices were exorbitant, as the academy students clearly aimed to profit from the situation. His focus, however, was not on these conventional elixirs. He was far more interested in the obscure items that might relate to the soul, puppetry, or energies of a chilling nature. In a relatively quiet corner, a seemingly laid-back senior student stall drew Xiao Chen's attention. The offerings were sparse. A few dimly colored magical cores, some wilted herbs, a few rusted metallic shards resembling remnants from some ancient object, and a severely damaged scroll. Others showed little interest in this stall, but Xiao Chen's insightful eye began to warm. He sensed that the metallic shards retained an extremely faint, yet ancient aura reminiscent of the puppet command token and the dark golden puppet. The damaged scroll also emitted a peculiar soul resonance. He approached discreetly, his gaze scanning the metallic pieces before settling on the damaged scroll, and in a hoarse voice, deliberately altered, he inquired, "Senior, how much for this?" The indifferent senior glanced up at Xiao Chen, not particularly attentive, and casually replied, "Those scrap metal pieces are 10 gold coins each. The broken scroll seems to be a fragment of some soul cultivation method. It's completely unusable, 50 gold coins to take it away." A fragment of a soul cultivation method? Xiao Chen's heart stirred. He had been troubled by the arduous continuation of the soul seal cultivation and his unhealed soul injuries. If this truly was a soul cultivation method, even a fragment would be invaluable. However, he maintained an impassive demeanor, picking up a metal fragment to weigh it in his hand before disdainfully placing it down again. These shards possess an ancient aura, yet their spiritual essence has long since dissipated. I'm afraid they hold little value. He shook his head at the sight of the scroll in such a dilapidated state, feigning an intent to depart. "Oh, don't be hasty, Junior," the student called out, clearly eager to retain his attention. "The price is negotiable. I found these by an ancient ruin. They might have significant origins. I'll let you have the whole lot for a bundle price of 100 gold coins." Xiao Chen pondered for a moment, appearing as if he had suffered a great loss. 80 gold coins, no more than 80. I have a penchant for collecting these ancient artifacts. Deal. The student readily agreed, seemingly anxious that Xiao Chen might change his mind. Just as Xiao Chen was about to make the payment, a sinister voice suddenly intruded from the side. "Wait, I'll pay 100 gold coins for that." A chill ran through Xiao Chen's heart as he turned to see a gaunt man with a pale complexion and avaricious eyes had approached. One of the subordinates of Lu Shi. He clearly did not recognize Xiao Chen, who had employed the concealment technique and subtly altered his posture. But he might have sensed something unusual from Xiao Chen's focus or was merely intent on causing disruption. The academy student's eyes brightened as he turned to the lanky man. Xiao Chun inwardly cursed. In a fair bidding war, he would stand no chance against these prepared adversaries. Urgent response. With the transaction threatened by Lu Shi's henchmen and the situation poised to escalate, Xiao Chun needed to react immediately. 1. Reveal his identity to assert dominance. Dispel the concealment technique, proclaiming his status as a member of the Xiao family. Condemning the other's malicious bidding and attempting to draw the attention of those around, including the academy student, to arbitrate. However, this could expose his solitary actions, and the adversary may not heed his words. 2. Decisively abandon the transaction and seek alternative methods. Withdraw from the deal, swiftly leaving the stall to avoid conflict and exposure. Although the items were appealing, safety must come first. He could perhaps seek another opportunity to purchase from the student later, but the risk would increase. 3. Divert attention and create chaos. Lowering his voice, he quickly whispered to the academy student, "Senior, that man is sent by Lu Shi, intending to disrupt and drive the price down. Don't believe him." At the same time, he intentionally knocked over items at a neighboring stall, generating a minor commotion to facilitate his escape amidst the turmoil. This option held high risk, but it might yield success. Choose 1, 2, 3. Chapter 35. Seizing the opportunity amidst chaos. The gaunt man's ominous voice and sudden bid instantly escalated the tension in the air. The stall owner, a languid student from Canaan Academy, suddenly perked up, his gaze darting between Xiao Chun and the lanky man, evidently relishing the unfolding drama. Xiao Chun's mind raced. A direct confrontation over price was futile, and revealing his identity would only invite endless trouble. He needed to cut through the chaos with decisive action. He leaned closer to the academy student and spoke in a hushed yet clear and urgent tone. "Be cautious, senior. That man is sent by Lu Shi. He is here to create disturbances and drive down prices. He has no intention of making a genuine purchase. He simply seeks to disrupt the trading regulations of the academy." His words were a mix of truth and deception, invoking Lu Shi's name to enhance credibility while directly accusing the adversary of malice. The student paused, his previously relaxed demeanor tightening as he cast a dubious glance toward the lanky man. Lu Shi's reputation in Wutan City had recently taken a turn for the worse. Known for his notorious arrogance, in that fleeting moment of distraction, Xiao Chun pretended to stumble in excitement, inadvertently colliding with a nearby stall laden with low-grade medicinal herbs. With a crash, a heap of dried medicinal herbs scattered across the ground, while several vials of liquid teetered precariously, only to be caught by the frantic stall owner. "Oh no, my herbs! Who is that? Can't they see?" The nearby stall owner exclaimed in shock and anger. This localized turmoil immediately drew the attention of everyone nearby, including the lanky man and the academy student. I'm sorry. My foot slipped." Xiao Chun apologized profusely, but while bending to assist, he swiftly slipped the 80 gold coins he had prepared into the still-stunned academy student's hand, while his other hand deftly swept the ancient metal fragments and the damaged soul scroll into his storage ring. The movement was fluid and seamless. With the aid of the Eye of Insight and his formidable soul power, not a single person noticed. The academy student felt a sudden weight in his hand and, upon glancing back at the stall, realized the items had vanished. Instantly comprehending what had transpired, he cast a surprised look at Xiao Chun, instinctively pocketing the gold coins. Now that the money was secured, he no longer cared about the dispute between the buyer and the bidder. Resuming his nonchalant demeanor and shrugging at the lanky man, that friend made a swift offer. "The transaction is concluded." The lanky man was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Seeing his target slip away and the surrounding chaos drawing attention, especially from several Canaan Academy students tasked with maintaining order, his expression darkened significantly. He had no certainty regarding the actual value of the items, merely following orders to monitor the Xiao family and any potential irregular transactions to sabotage them. Now that the deal was completed, further pursuit would be pointless, and could even incite the Academy's displeasure. He glared venomously at Xiao Chen's retreating figure, who had already blended back into the crowd, spat in frustration, and vanished into the throng. Xiao Chen's heart raced slightly, yet he maintained an impassive exterior, assisting the stall owner in gathering scattered herbs and repeatedly apologizing before swiftly melding into the flow of people. Only after distancing himself from that corner did he allow himself to exhale softly. He felt a flicker of joy as he touched his storage ring. Although the process had been perilous, he had achieved his objective. The metal fragments might yield insights into the netherworld sect or puppetry, and the remnants of the soul cultivation scroll were precisely what he most urgently needed. He continued to navigate through the trading hall with increased caution. During his exploration, He observed that clan leader Xiao Zhan had ultimately purchased a batch of blood condensation powder and Qi recovery pills at a significantly high price, his expression grave, clearly indicating the family's financial situation was dire. Conversely, the Jialia and Aoba families strutted about, acquiring valuable items, evidently intent on further suppressing the Xiao family. Xiao Chun sighed inwardly. The family's predicament was indeed challenging. His personal abilities were limited, and all he could do for now was to elevate himself as swiftly as possible. After a while, he found nothing else particularly captivating, but he did use some remaining gold coins to acquire a few herbs imbued with cold energy, which might aid in cultivating the Insha body refinement technique and nurturing his soul. Just as he prepared to quietly exit the inn, his gaze caught sight of Xiao Yin seemingly browsing stalls alone on the opposite side of the hall, lingering at a stall selling medicinal herbs, apparently discussing something with the stall owner. It seemed Xiao Yin was also gathering materials for Yao Lao, and Xiao Chun understood this, choosing not to interrupt. However, just as he was about to slip out through a side door, the eye of insight suddenly stirred with a faint tremor. This sensation did not emanate from any stall, but rather from the direction of the second floor of the inn. The feeling was exceedingly subtle, steeped in a profound silence and chill, yet it bore an unusual allure, resonating ever so slightly with the puppet token he held. The second floor? Isn't that where the Academy's recruitment team members rest and store their belongings? How could something like this be there? Xiao Chun paused, curiosity and caution surging within him. That object seemed to be sealed or isolated by some force, its aura exceedingly faint. Had it not been for his possession of the puppet token and the Eye of Insight, he would have never noticed it. To go, or not to go. Plot branching point. Upon unexpectedly sensing a peculiar resonance emanating from the second floor of the inn, which faintly echoed the essence of the puppet token in his possession, Xiao Chun resolved to embark on a daring exploration. Such opportunities are rare. This may be a significant artifact related to either the underworld sect or puppetry, employing the art of concealment and leveraging his identity as a disguise. He sought to infiltrate the second floor for a thorough investigation. However, the risks were exceedingly high should he be discovered trespassing into the Academy's inner sanctum. The repercussions will be dire. For the moment, he chose to restrain himself. The second floor was a forbidden area of the Academy, fraught with peril. He would commit this sensation to memory, for in the future, he might engage with it through other means, perhaps by consulting Mentor Roland or achieving excellence in his studies, without the need for reckless haste. He considered seeking collaboration, to approach Xiao Yin, subtly revealing his discovery, and inviting him to explore together. With the assistance of the medicine elder, Xiao Yin would have a greater advantage, yet this would entail sharing secrets and potentially embroiling him in unknown dangers. Please select 1, 2, 3. Chapter 36, The Secrets of the Second Floor. The faint yet remarkably unique resonance from the second floor reverberated within Xiao Chun, akin to pebbles cast into the still waters of a lake, sending ripples through his mind. The profound silence and chill were accompanied by an uncanny allure, sharing a common origin with the puppet token he held, yet distinctly different. This was no ordinary object. It was likely intricately linked to the underworld sect and the mysteries of puppetry that he was so eager to unravel. Time was of the essence. Most individuals of Canaan Academy were currently engaged in maintaining order at the trading event on the first floor, rendering the second floor's defenses potentially lax. If he were to wait until tomorrow or pursue conventional avenues, he could find himself at the mercy of time, uncertain of when he might encounter this item again. The risks were considerable, yet worth the gamble. A glint of resolve flickered in Xiao Chen's eyes. He inhaled deeply, channeling the concealment technique to its utmost. His aura nearly wholly suppressed, his presence diminished to the barest whisper. He did not approach the formal staircase leading to the second floor, which would undoubtedly be monitored. Scanning his surroundings, he quickly spotted a corridor leading to the rear kitchen area. Such an establishment typically harbored a servant staircase. Like a phantom, he stealthily slipped into the corridor, evading the bustling servants, and indeed discovered a narrow, somewhat antiquated wooden staircase at the corridor's end. The staircase was unguarded. He strained to listen. There were no sounds of footsteps above. Holding his breath, Xiao Chun ascended the stairs. The wooden steps emitted an almost imperceptible creak, amplified by his heightened concentration and spiritual perception. Each step was taken with utmost care and slowness, akin to a feline stalking its prey. Successfully reaching the second floor, he found the corridor considerably quieter, a stark contrast to the clamor below. On either side of the corridor lay numerous rooms, most with their doors firmly shut. The peculiar resonance grew clearer, guiding him toward a room deep within the corridor. Activating his insight to its maximum capacity, he cautiously navigated around subtle energy fluctuations on the floor, rudimentary warning array. He sensed several areas in the corridor where the energy flow appeared anomalous and deftly circumvented them. As he approached the designated room, the frigid touch of the puppet token in his possession intensified, even trembling slightly, as if in excitement or caution. The door bore no special locks, merely a standard closure. Xiaochen once more confirmed that the surroundings were clear, pressing his ear against the door to listen intently. There was no sound of breath or movement within. Carefully, he pushed the door open a crack, slipped inside, and swiftly closed it behind him. The room was dimly lit, resembling a temporary storage area cluttered with boxes and miscellaneous items. The source of the resonance lay within an inconspicuous black metal box in the corner. The box's surface was engraved with indistinct runes, emanating a faint energy wave, seemingly a rudimentary sealing and isolation array, yet evidently incapable of fully severing the subtle connection with an object so akin to the puppet token. Xiaochen's heartbeat quickened slightly. He approached the metal box, discovering it was not locked, merely latched shut. Taking a deep breath, he gently lifted the lid. Inside lay a soft black velvet cloth, atop which rested several items. The most striking of these was a heart-like object, approximately the size of a fist, entirely obsidian, as though forged from an unknown metal. It bore an astonishingly lifelike heart shape, even displaying fine vascular patterns on its surface, yet was cold, hard, and devoid of life. The surface was adorned with a multitude of intricate dark golden runes, far older and more complex than those found on the dark golden puppets. At the heart's center, there was a conspicuous gaping hole, as if it had been pierced by some terrifying force, with charred and torn edges remaining. The entire metal heart exuded an unsettling stillness, a chilling aura, while simultaneously harboring an ineffable residue of once mighty power. The puppet token in Xiaochen's possession quivered more vigorously. This was a core of a puppet, and an exceedingly advanced one at that. In an instant, Xiaochen grasped the significance. Moreover, judging by the damage and residual energy, this was likely the puppet heart missing from the skeletal remains of the predecessor that had self-destructed in the cave. Remarkably, it had not been entirely obliterated, but rather collected by the individuals of Canaan Academy. Indeed, the vast influence and profound knowledge of Canaan Academy would surely recognize the extraordinary nature of this object. Despite its damage, its research value was immense, thus warranting its sealed preservation. Just as Xiaochen's thoughts were captivated by the damaged puppet heart, he failed to notice a diminutive figure, less than half a person's height, silently standing in the shadows of the room's corner. This was a small puppet crafted from a dark-hued wood and a modicum of metal, exquisitely designed, resembling a quiet doll, its eyes composed of two dim crystals, devoid of any energy fluctuations, as if it were lifeless. However, upon Xiaochen opening the box to reveal the damaged puppet heart, and as the puppet token resonated in response, the crystals in the small puppet's eyes flickered ever so faintly, almost imperceptibly. Simultaneously, Xiaochen's insight abruptly delivered a stinging alert. This warning did not emanate from the door, but rather from the corner behind him. Every hair on his body stood on end. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunged forward and swiftly turned around. A nearly invisible silver thread, as fine as a hair and akin to a venomous serpent, shot past the spot where he had just stood, silently embedding itself into the opposite wall, leaving behind a tiny hole. That was close. Had it not been for the acute sensitivity of his insight to energy fluctuations and the soul warning, he might have already fallen victim. Fixing his gaze, he saw that the small puppet had somehow raised its arm, the forearm possessing a tiny aperture aimed directly at him. It was capable of movement. Moreover, it had launched such a surreptitious and sinister attack. The small puppet's attack having missed, the crystals in its eyes flickered once more, and its arm seemed poised to strike again. A wave of dread washed over Xiaochen. He could not linger here. Should the commotion escalate and draw the Academy's attention, he would find himself unable to explain his presence. Emergency response. Having been discovered and attacked by the mysterious small puppet, immediate action was imperative. Seize the puppet heart, recklessly snatch up the damaged puppet heart from within the box, and make a hasty escape. This object was of immense importance to him, yet the more drastic his actions, the greater the risk, potentially enraging the puppet and attracting the Academy's formidable forces. Decisively abandon the retrieval. Instantly forsake the puppet heart and flee the second floor as swiftly as possible. Preserving his own safety and secrecy was paramount. Treasures could wait, but one must remain alive to claim them. Attempting to communicate with the puppet, a daring endeavor to activate the puppet token and the soul seal, transmitting friendly or sympathetic intentions to the diminutive puppet. This act bears immense risk, potentially yielding no results or even provoking a more ferocious assault. However, should it succeed, it may herald a turning point. Please select 1. 2, 3. Chapter 37. The Unfeeling Puppet. The small puppet adjusted its arm slightly. The minuscule apertures once again locking onto Xiao Chun, an icy aura of murderous intent pervading the air, ready to strike at any moment. Forcing a confrontation or attempting to flee could elicit an even more violent reaction. Should the situation escalate, the consequences would be dire. In a fleeting moment, a bold thought flickered through Xiao Chen's mind. This puppet guards the damaged puppet heart and responds to the puppet token. Perhaps it is not merely an inanimate object, but possesses a faint glimmer of instinct or residual command. Taking a gamble, Xiao Chun suppressed his instinct to evade. Standing his ground, raising his hand slightly to signal his lack of hostility. Simultaneously, he channeled all his energy into the trembling puppet token in his possession. A resonant hum emanated from the token, a wave imbued with an ancient and profound aura, far clearer than before. Xiao Chun concentrated all his mental faculties, enveloping this wave with his vastly superior soul power through the rudimentary mastery of the soul seal technique, carefully transforming it into a faint stream of thought interlaced with reverence, friendship, and a sense of kinship, gently directing it towards the small puppet. This was an exceedingly perilous maneuver. His soul bore old wounds, and such delicate operations imposed a tremendous burden, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. If the puppet failed to comprehend or perceived it as provocation, an attack would be imminent. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. The small puppet's imminent strike abruptly faltered. Its dim, crystalline eyes began to flicker at an astonishing frequency, as if some internal mechanism struggled to process the contradictory influx of information. It received the high-tier aura emanating from the puppet token, which seemed to exert a natural repression and affinity upon it, while simultaneously sensing Xiao Chen's friendly and non-malicious intent within his soul's consciousness. This conflicted with its core directive to guard this place and assault intruders. Creak, creak, the puppet's head emitted an almost imperceptible sound akin to gears jamming, and its raised arm began to tremble slightly, seemingly in turmoil. Effective. Xiao Chen's heart surged with elation, yet he dared not relent, maintaining the flow of his soul's intent and the resonance with the token. At that moment, the flickering frequency of the puppet's eyes peaked, and it abruptly turned its head, no longer gazing at Xiao Chun, but instead at the damaged puppet heart within the metallic box. Its rudimentary consciousness, or directive, appeared incapable of managing such a complex situation. Ultimately, the allure of the high-tier aura and the imperative to guard the puppet heart overrode the command to attack the unfamiliar intruder. Its raised arm slowly descended, and the chilling aura of murderous intent dissipated. No longer regarding Xiao Chun, it resumed its position in the shadowy corner, as if reverting to a mere lifeless object. However, the glimmer in its crystalline eyes did not extinguish completely, remaining in a state of faint, slow pulsation. Success. Xiao Chun exhaled a long, silent breath, his back drenched in cold sweat. He dared not linger, aware that this tranquility could be exceedingly fragile. He cast another glance at the damaged puppet heart, his eyes filled with an overwhelming yearning. Yet, after the recent peril, he forcefully suppressed the urge to seize it immediately. To do so now would be tantamount to awakening the temporarily dormant guardian beast, and it would surely alert the academy. His gaze swiftly scanned the other items within the box. Besides the damaged puppet heart, there were several ancient metallic fragments and a scroll made from peculiar beast hide, its edges charred and tattered, inscribed with indecipherable ancient script. Time was of the essence. Xiao Chun decisively and cautiously enveloped his hand with soul power, avoiding direct contact with the damaged puppet heart to prevent re-stimulating the guardian puppet, swiftly retrieving the ancient metallic fragments and the damaged beast hide scroll, immediately storing them within his storage ring. After completing this, he began to slowly retreat, keeping his eyes fixed on the small puppet. The puppet remained unresponsive, still entrenched in its standby state. Reaching the door, he cautiously opened it, slipped out, and gently closed it behind him, restoring the status quo. It was only after departing through that door that Xiao Chun felt the invisible pressure abruptly dissipate. He dared not tarry, retracing his steps at a faster pace than before, yet maintaining utmost stealth, swiftly descending the stairs, traversing the kitchen corridor, and seamlessly merging back into the bustling crowd of the first floor. It was only upon exiting the inn and feeling the warmth of the sun outside that Xiao Chun truly experienced the sense of having escaped from peril. This adventure had been exceedingly exhilarating. He touched his storage ring, feeling the three newly acquired items, the ancient metallic fragments, the mysterious beast hide scroll, and the remnants of the soul cultivation text he had previously obtained. The rewards were substantial, yet the risks had been equally immense. The damaged puppet heart was of paramount importance, but the time to seize it had not yet arrived. The small puppet was shrouded in enigma, its very existence posing a significant question. He took a moment to steady his emotions, adopting a demeanor of nonchalance as he made his way toward his family. The events of the day required thorough contemplation. The immediate priority was to delve into the newly acquired remnants of the soul cultivation text, striving to restore and enhance his soul power in preparation for the unknown second round of assessments awaiting him tomorrow. Shortly after Xiao Chen's departure, the door to the room on the second floor of the inn swung open. Mentor Roland and a composed, sharp-eyed male teacher from the academy entered. Inspect that item to ensure the seal is intact. We shall set off for the academy tomorrow, the male teacher stated. Mentor Roland approached the black metallic box and lifted the lid. Her gaze swept across, narrowing slightly. These accompanying fragments, and that scroll of unintelligible beast hide, seemed to have been tampered with. She keenly detected subtle discrepancies in their arrangement. In the shadowy corner, the faint glimmer in the small puppet's eyes quietly faded, becoming utterly dull, as if it had never awakened. The male teacher examined the seal array of the box itself, his brow furrowing. There are no signs of forced breach in the array. Could it be that it was improperly stored during collection? He glanced towards the puppet in the corner. Wuxin, is there anything amiss? The so-called unfeeling puppet remained entirely unresponsive. Mentor Roland carefully sensed for a moment, shaking her head. Perhaps we were being overly cautious. This item is well sealed. An ordinary person would not notice it, and even if they did, with Wuxin on guard, it would be impossible to take anything without a sound. It is likely that it was merely displaced during transport. She shifted her focus primarily to the damaged puppet heart, confirming its integrity before sealing the box once more. The two did not dwell on the slight displacement of the fragments and beast hide scroll, soon departing the room. They remained unaware of how, moments prior, a young boy had perilously gleaned a fragment of the secret within through a silent confrontation with Wuxin, taking with him seemingly inconspicuous yet potentially crucial clues. As night fell, Xiao Chun, in his modest chamber, set up simple defenses and eagerly retrieved the tattered beast hide scroll acquired from the second floor of the inn. Plot branch point. Xiao Chun began his examination of this ancient scroll obtained through his daring endeavor, hoping to uncover what secrets it may hold. Information on the Netherworld sect. He hoped the scroll contained details regarding the organizational structure, characteristics of their techniques, or information about certain secret strongholds, aiding in the understanding of this potential formidable foe. Puppet crafting and restoration techniques. I hope this is an ancient tome on the creation or restoration of puppets, particularly concerning the utilization of that special core, the puppet heart, which is vital for mending the dark golden puppets. Soul-related mystical arts. I wish for this scroll to document a more advanced method of soul cultivation than the soul seal, encompassing soul attack techniques or soul healing arts that could significantly enhance his soul power and mend old wounds. Please choose 1, 2, 3. Chapter 38. The Spirit Nurturing Art and the Calm Before the Storm. In the small cabin, the light flickered dimly. Xiao Chan held his breath, concentrating intently as he carefully unfurled the tattered beast skin scroll upon the table. The material of the scroll was peculiar, cool, and supple to the touch, having withstood the ravages of time without succumbing entirely to decay, though its edges were charred and curled, evidently having endured a tremendous energy impact. The surface was inscribed with an exceedingly ancient script, twisted like serpents and difficult to decipher, entirely distinct from any writing system he was familiar with. Furrowing his brow, Xiao Chan pondered. If the script eluded comprehension, was this scroll not akin to a celestial manuscript? Reluctantly, he focused his mind, attempting to activate the Eye of Insight. A faint golden gleam flickered in the depths of his eyes, causing the ancient characters on the scroll to appear to shift slightly within his vision, yet they remained indecipherable. Just as he was on the verge of surrendering, the unhealed remnants of his soul power in his sea of consciousness seemed to be drawn by the faint soul fluctuations emanating from the scroll, beginning to stir and gravitate towards it. Suddenly, an anomaly occurred. The puppet token he held emitted a whisper of coolness, not due to any conscious activation, but as if resonating with the scroll itself. Following this, minuscule, nearly imperceptible dark golden specks began to glimmer amidst the charred markings on the scroll, twinkling like stars scattered among the ancient script. These dark golden fragments emanated an essence akin to that of the puppet token. They appeared to serve as annotations or guides of a higher order. In that moment, a flash of inspiration struck Xiao Chun. He ceased to rely on his eyes and instead gently infused the scroll with his soul power, seeking to perceive the information flow contained within those dark golden fragments. Boom! A torrent of vast and chaotic information surged into his mind. It was still that ancient script, yet under the guidance of the dark golden specks. he began to vaguely comprehend a portion of the initial meaning. The opening of the scroll revealed a cultivation method named spirit nurturing art. This was not a technique for direct attack or defense in soul combat, but a secret art specifically designed to nurture, amplify, and refine the essence of the soul. Its core principle lay in nurturing, akin to an oyster enveloping a pearl, fostering growth and resilience, enabling the soul's foundation to become increasingly robust, solid, and powerful, while also gradually mending soul injuries. This was precisely what Xiao Chun urgently required. Although his soul power had far surpassed that of his peers due to fortuitous encounters, his application remained rudimentary, and after sustaining injuries in the mind, he had not yet fully recovered. The spirit nurturing art was indeed a timely boon. He stifled his excitement and continued to delve deeper. However, the subsequent content became exceedingly fragmented. The dark golden specks grew sparse, the information flow intermittent and disjointed. He could only catch glimpses of scattered words and images, dividing the mind into thoughts, soul fire tempering, void soul devouring, indestructible soul light. These phrases hinted at the profound and formidable nature of the spirit nurturing art that followed, involving deeper applications of soul power, and potentially containing techniques for soul attacks. Alas, most of the content had been lost, or was beyond his current level of soul power and understanding. Even so, the mere foundation of a nurturing section of the spirit nurturing art held immeasurable value. This was no ordinary secret art possessed by common factions. Its profundity far surpassed that of the basic techniques gleaned from the soul seal obtained in the ghost market. Xiao Chun felt as though he had stumbled upon a treasure, immediately attempting to operate the foundational techniques. Upon activation, a refreshing coolness flooded his sea of consciousness. His soul, which had been in pain and sluggish due to injury, felt rejuvenated like parched earth receiving gentle rain, bursting forth with vitality. The flow of soul power moved gradually, harmoniously, coalescing and strengthening, with the unhealed injuries mending at a visibly perceptible pace. The results were astounding. Immersed in this exquisite sensation, he lost track of time, only pausing when he felt a sense of fullness in his soul. Opening his eyes, he felt invigorated, his gaze clearer and brighter, and his perception of the world sharpened. The old injuries on his soul had remarkably healed significantly. The spirit nurturing art was indeed miraculous. Xiao Chun was struck with awe. If such effects could be achieved from the foundational nurturing section, how powerful must the entirety of the text be? What connection did this scroll and the puppet token have with the Netherworld sect? He carefully tucked the beast skin scroll away. Its significance might surpass even that of the damaged puppet heart, and it was imperative that no one else discover it. Subsequently, he retrieved the ancient metal fragments acquired from the box on the second floor. These fragments bore a resemblance to the material he had previously obtained from the mine. Yet the runes inscribed upon them were more intricate and ancient, seemingly recording some form of incomplete information or map. He tested them with the puppet token and his soul power, but the fragments only resonated weakly, showing no further response, suggesting that more fragments or a special method was needed for deciphering. He temporarily set them aside. Lastly, he regarded the remnants of soul cultivation techniques he had purchased from the Academy student stall. Compared to the spirit nurturing art, this material seemed rather superficial, primarily consisting of basic techniques for utilizing soul power, significantly diminishing its value for him, though it might serve as a reference in the future. After this fruitful gathering and cultivation, dawn was breaking outside. The second round of assessments was about to commence. Xiao Chun felt the abundant power of his 9 segments of fighting energy coursing through him, coupled with the increasingly solid and clear state of his soul, bolstering his confidence. Regardless of what the second round of assessments entailed, he now possessed a stronger foundation to confront it. However, he was keenly aware that the Jali family, the Oba family, and Lu Shi would not allow him and the Xiao family to pass through the assessments unscathed. The ambush from the previous day and the disruptions during the trading event had already proven this point. Today's evaluation would undoubtedly be fraught with turmoil. He pushed open the door, and the brisk morning air rushed into his lungs, carrying the scent of an impending storm. In the family square, the 8 Xiao family members who had passed the preliminary test had already gathered. Xiao Zhan and 3 elders wore solemn expressions as they offered final admonitions. Caution was paramount during today's assessment. The Jali and Oba families would undoubtedly create obstacles. Prioritize personal safety above all. Xiao Yin and Xiao Suner stood at the forefront, their expressions calm, yet exuding confidence. Xiao Ning and the others were a mix of excitement and nervousness. As the Xiao family team approached the central square, it was already teeming with people. The Jali and Oba families had also arrived, and their qualifying disciples wore expressions of arrogance and provocation. Lu, she stood nearby, a cold smirk playing on his lips as his gaze swept over the Xiao family team, lingering momentarily on Xiao Chun, Xiao Yin, and Xiao Suner. Mentor Ruo Lin and several academy instructors stood on the high platform. She scanned the qualified young individuals below, offering a warm smile before announcing with clarity, "Excellent. It seems everyone is well prepared. Now, I declare the format for the second round of assessments." All held their breath in anticipation. The second round of assessments will be a group hunting competition. With a wave of her hand, Mentor Ruo Lin gestured towards the monster beast mountain range outside Wutan City. You shall enter a designated area on the outskirts of the mountains as family units. Your objective, to hunt magical beasts and acquire magic cores. Your final scores will be based on the quantity and quality of the magic cores obtained. Those who achieve excellent results will not only gain admission to the academy, but will also receive additional rewards from the institution. Certainly, her tone shifted slightly, imbued with a hint of gravity. Within the mountains, peril abounds. Not only are there magical beasts to contend with, but one must also remain vigilant against unforeseen dangers. The academy's instructors will patrol the skies, yet cannot guarantee prompt rescue. Now, does anyone wish to withdraw? No one in the audience stepped back. The eyes of the young scions from various clans ignited with fervor. This evaluative method resonated profoundly with their aspirations. The assessment would last for 6 hours. Before sunset, they must return to this location. Now let us commence. With a resounding command, the teams from the 3 prominent families, alongside several qualified members from smaller clans, surged forth towards the Beast Mountain range like arrows released from a bow. The competition had officially begun, and the insidious schemes lurking in the shadows began to unfold. Plot branch point. Upon entering the Beast Mountain range, internal disagreements regarding action strategies surfaced within the Xiao clan's team. Collective action. It was proposed that all 8 members act in unison, consolidating their strength, prioritizing safety, and steadily hunting lower-tier magical beasts to accumulate cores. However, this method was less efficient, and their large target made them susceptible to being overwhelmed or ambushed. Group division. A suggestion was made to split into 2 or 3 smaller teams to disperse, covering a broader area, which would enhance efficiency while minimizing the risk of total annihilation. Yet, this would weaken each group's strength, potentially leading to their individual downfall. Elite Surge. A proposal emerged to form a spearhead group consisting of the strongest members, Xiao Yin, Xiao Suner, and possibly including Xiao Chun, to delve deep into the territory and hunt higher-tier magical beasts of level 2 or even 3, while the remaining members would engage in the outer regions to hunt level 1 beasts. This approach promised high rewards, but came with significant risks, potentially causing disunity within the team. Please choose 1, 2, 3. Chapter 39. The Peril of the Forest. As Mentor Ruo Lin's words faded, the various family teams surged toward the Beast Mountain range like a tide. The members of the Xiao clan moved swiftly, soon disappearing into the dense thicket. Upon entering the forest, distance from the plaza's site, the tense atmosphere of competition became palpably real. Towering ancient trees obscured the sun, casting the woods into shadows, and distant roars of beasts echoed, heightening their anxiety. Everyone halt. Xiao Ning, as the grandson of the Grand Elder and a peak 8th tier fighter, stepped forward to assert, "The mountains are fraught with danger. The Jali clan and the Oba clan will surely resort to underhanded tactics. We cannot move as one. We present too large a target and risk being encircled." Xiao Ning's words resonated with truth. Xiao Yin nodded in agreement, speaking gravely. "Dispersing will enhance our efficiency, but we must not spread ourselves too thin. I propose we form 2 groups, ensuring we remain within a reasonable distance for mutual support." This suggestion garnered the approval of most members. Quickly, the groups were determined. Xiao Yin, Xiao Suner, and 2 other 7th-tier fighters formed one group, while Xiao Ning, Xiao Chun, and 2 additional 7th-tier fighters comprised the other. The 2 groups agreed to signal each other with specific whistles in case of danger or upon discovering high-value targets, maintaining roughly parallel paths as they cautiously explored deeper into the mountains. With the groups established, they immediately set forth, splitting their actions like 2 sharp blades piercing the vast forest. The group led by Xiao Ning moved swiftly, driven by his impatient desire to slay more magical beasts to prove his worth. Xiao Chun followed closely behind, activating his Eye of Insight, allowing his formidable soul perception to scan the surroundings, not only on the lookout for magical beasts, but also wary of potential ambushes. The other 2 7th-tier fighters appeared somewhat anxious, closely trailing behind. Before long, they encountered their first magical beast, a level 1 claw badger. Xiao Ning shouted a battle cry, charging ahead with a fist enveloped in fighting spirit, striking fiercely at the beast. The claw badger, enraged, swung its claws, generating gusts of wind. Xiao Chen refrained from immediately engaging, instead remaining vigilant as he observed the surroundings. In his perception, the area felt unnaturally quiet. Sure enough, just as Xiao Ning grappled with the claw badger, and the other two members were distracted, several poison crossbow bolts suddenly shot forth from the nearby underbrush without warning. The bolts flew swiftly, targeting the two weaker members of the team and the back of the distracted Xiao Ning. "Watch out!" Xiao Chun shouted sharply, having anticipated the danger. He reacted swiftly, lunging forward to push one of the imminent targets aside, while simultaneously grabbing a stone from the ground, infusing it with fighting spirit, and accurately hurling it toward the incoming bolt. Bang! The stone collided with the bolt, deflecting it and embedding it deep into a nearby tree trunk, causing the arrow to tremble violently. The bolt aimed at Xiao Ning, however, was narrowly evaded due to his instinctive dodge during the fight, merely grazing his arm and leaving a wound that quickly turned black. Ugh! Xiao Ning grunted, feeling a wave of numbness in his arm, his movements momentarily hindered, allowing the claw badger to capitalize and strike him in the chest, sending him hurtling backward with blood spilling from his lips. An ambush! The other two members finally realized the gravity of the situation and cried out in horror. Emerging from the underbrush with sinister smiles were 5 figures. Leading them was Jayli Nu, accompanied by a core member of the Oba clan, Oba Tan, and 3 others from the Jayli and Oba clans who had successfully advanced through the preliminary trials, all possessing strengths between the 7th and 8th tiers. They wielded compact crossbows, their expressions mocking, as if they were cats toying with mice. "The Xiao clan's waist is surprisingly quick to react," Jayli Nu remarked, observing the two saved by Xiao Chun, then glancing at the staggering Xiao Ning with a smug grin. "Unfortunately, none of you shall escape today. It's you." Xiao Ning exclaimed in shock and anger, struggling to rise, but the poison coursing through him rendered him powerless. "I anticipated your division of forces," Oba Tan sneered. "Let us finish off your group first, and then deal with Xiao Yan. Attack, and make it quick." The 5 immediately lunged forward, their assault fierce, clearly intent on resolving the confrontation swiftly. Xiao Chen's gaze turned icy. The enemy was indeed despicable, having resorted to ambush tactics. He swiftly pulled the injured Xiao Ning behind him, commanding the other 2 somewhat panicked members, "Protect Xiao Ning. Leave them to me." The 2 members hesitated, taken aback by the fact that they were outnumbered 5-2, although Xiao Chun was also a 9th-tier fighter. Before they could contemplate further, Jayli Nu and Oba Tan had already launched their assault, their fists enveloped in fighting spirit, the winds howling. "Xiao Chun, let us take you down first." Unfazed by their simultaneous attack, Xiao Chun remained composed. His unnamed cultivation technique activated instantly, unleashing the dense and overwhelming 9th-tier fighting spirit from within him, boldly advancing to meet their charge. Bang! Bang! 2 resounding impacts echoed, each punch connecting solidly. The sinister grins on Jayli Nu and Oba Tan's faces froze instantaneously, replaced by shock. They felt an extraordinary force emanating from Xiao Chun's fists, far surpassing the usual 9th-tier fighting spirit, causing their arms to tingle and their blood to surge, forcing them to stagger back several steps involuntarily. "How is this possible?" Jayli Nu exclaimed in disbelief. "Your strength." Oba Tan's expression shifted drastically. 9th-tier peak. No, it's even stronger than a typical 9th-tier peak. Both being 8th-tier fighters, had expected that their combined might would easily suppress or even injure Xiao Chun, but they had not anticipated such a swift and decisive defeat. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Chun pressed his advantage, darting toward the 3 approaching 7th-tier fighters. Seeing their leader repelled, the 3 hesitated in fear as Xiao Chun stormed into their midst, unleashing a flurry of powerful attacks that easily shattered their defenses, sending them reeling in a haze of blood, temporarily incapacitating them. How infuriating! Jayli Nu and Oba Tan, witnessing this turn of events, were both stunned and enraged, launching themselves at Xiao Chun once more, fully unleashing their clan's fighting techniques. Shattering stone palm, heart-crushing fist. The storm of palm winds and shadowy fists descended upon him. Xiao Chun's gaze sharpened, with eye of insight activated. He discerned their technique trajectories and vulnerabilities with crystal clarity. He did not meet their fierce onslaught head-on. Instead, he exhibited a masterful grace. weaving through the gaps in their attacks like a darting fish. Each time, he narrowly evaded critical strikes, while simultaneously directing his chilling, dark energy towards their points of vulnerability, those moments when their energy was depleted and they had yet to summon their new strength. The formidable physical prowess bestowed by the Insha body refinement technique, combined with the refined energy from his unnamed master's technique, rendered each of his strikes immensely powerful. His soul force, significantly surpassing that of his peers, allowed for precise predictions and control, enabling him to maximize his effectiveness with minimal expenditure of energy. Galanu and Abiton grew increasingly alarmed and constrained as the battle progressed. They felt as though they were contending with a slippery iron lump, their own attacks seldom finding purchase, while each of their adversaries' counterattacks landed with brutal precision, leaving them feeling nauseous and rapidly depleting their energy. They could no longer afford to delay. With a flash of malice in his eyes, Galanu exchanged a knowing glance with Abiton. In unison, they retreated a step, swiftly producing jade vials from their garments and consuming the blood-red pills within. In an instant, their veins bulged, their eyes turned crimson, and their auras surged, temporarily catapulting them to the 9th tier of battle energy, more ferocious than ordinary 9th tier combatants. Blood Fury pills. Xiao Ning gasped in shock. You dare to use such a forbidden drug that drains your potential. As long as we can incapacitate you, it is worth it. Galanu rasped, driven by madness as he lunged forward with renewed speed and strength. The pressure intensified. Xiao Chan furrowed his brow. Faced with two opponents who had momentarily attained 9th tier power and were now frenzied, he dared not underestimate them. At that moment, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. The recently acquired spirit cultivation technique, which had sharpened his soul force, began to swirl within him. The mind-bending techniques from the soul seal were once again primed. But this time, the target was not to disrupt their energy, but to amplify their emotions. As Galanu and Abiton found their spirits roused by their newfound strength, filled with a murderous desire, Xiao Chen's intangible soul force penetrated their heightened consciousness like a needle, magnifying the fury and agitation sparked by their consumption of the forbidden pills. A primal roar erupted from both Galanu and Abiton, a sound that was more beast than man, their attacks becoming increasingly frenzied, yet utterly chaotic, riddled with openings. An opportunity. A glint of cold light flickered in Xiao Chen's eyes as he sidestepped Galanu's wild, direct punch and, using the momentum, drove an elbow laden with his full strength into Galanu's ribs. Crack! The sound of splintering bone echoed sharply. Galanu let out a wretched scream, his momentum instantly deflating, blood spewing forth, mixed with internal fragments, as he collapsed heavily to the ground. Almost simultaneously, Xiao Chun shifted his foot to evade Abiton's charge, unleashing a fierce kick that struck the back of Abiton's knee. Ack! Abiton's knee twisted with a sickening crunch, and he fell to the ground, howling in agony as he rolled about, clutching his mangled leg. In an instant, both adversaries, momentarily elevated to 9th tier strength, were severely injured and rendered incapable of further combat. The remaining 3 7th tier disciples were already terrified, scrambling to flee. Xiao Chan did not pursue, but merely cast a cold glance at them, his icy gaze sending them into a panic, urging them to flee even faster. The battle concluded swiftly. Xiao Ning and the other 2 disciples from the Xiao family stood agape, as if encountering Xiao Chun for the first time. They had never anticipated that his strength could reach such formidable heights, defeating 5 opponents, including 2 enhanced by forbidden drugs, with such decisiveness. Xiao Chunyu. Xiao Ning gazed at the approaching figure of Xiao Chun, his tone imbued with complexity, gratitude mingled with a hint of shame. First, tend to the wounds. We cannot allow the poison to spread further. Xiao Chun interrupted, crouching to examine Xiao Ning's discolored arm. He retrieved the chilling medicinal herbs he had procured earlier, crushed them, and applied the juice to the wound, temporarily stanching the poison's advance. We must signal immediately to summon another group. We cannot linger here. His heart bore no joy. Rather, it felt heavier. The Galanu and Abiton families had resorted to using forbidden drugs against them, their methods cruel and ruthless. If they were capable of ambushing his group, then the other group. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted from deeper within the mountains, a sound filled with ferocity and agony, far beyond that of mere 1st or 2nd tier magical beasts. Following swiftly was a powerful surge of energy accompanied by faint explosive sounds. That direction appeared to align with where Xiao Yin and Xiao Sun's group was heading. Xiao Chen's expression changed dramatically. Emergency situation. The deeper area echoed with the violent roars of what seemed to be a third-tier magical beast and the explosive energy, precisely where Xiao Yan's group was located. Xiao Qin's group had just endured battle. Xiao Ning was poisoned and injured, while the other two remained shaken. We must immediately provide support. Xiao Yan's group may be facing formidable foes or powerful magical beasts. The situation is dire. We must rush to assist. Even if our own condition is subpar, yet the risk is exceedingly high, as we may encounter even greater peril. First, signal for help. Immediately launch the previously agreed-upon distress signal, hoping that nearby academy instructors will see it and respond. Simultaneously, the group should cautiously approach the direction of the explosions, assess the situation, and await reinforcements, avoiding reckless entry into danger. Escort the injured to safety. Given the group's poor condition, with Xiao Ning needing urgent treatment, priority should be given to ensuring the safe evacuation of the injured, trusting in Xiao Yan and Sun'er's abilities to manage or escape. Please choose 1, 2, 3. Chapter 40. The Yellow Sparrow lurks behind. The terrifying roars of the beast and the explosive sounds from deeper within the mountains were heart-stopping, and Xiao Qin's expression was grave. A third-tier magical beast equates to a human grandmaster, an entity far beyond their current capacity to confront. Although Xiao Yan and Sun'er possessed extraordinary talents, they were still merely novice fighters. Encountering a third-tier magical beast would undoubtedly place them in extreme danger. Yet at this moment, their own state was precarious. Xiao Ning was poisoned, his face darkening, and his energy waning, while the other two disciples were in a state of shock, significantly diminished in combat capability. If they recklessly charged in, not only would they be unable to save anyone, but they would likely jeopardize their own lives as well. Signal. Quickly, Xiao Chun decisively commanded one of the slightly less distressed disciples. That disciple hurriedly produced a specially crafted signal flare from the Xiao family, igniting the fuse. Whoosh boom! A crimson flare shot skyward, exploding in the heavens, forming a massive emblem of the Xiao family, exceedingly conspicuous. This was the highest-level distress signal, indicating they faced an insurmountable danger, in hopes that nearby academy instructors or fellow comrades would witness it. You, take care of Xiao Ning, help him expel the poison. Xiao Chan instructed another disciple, simultaneously handing over a medicinal herb he had purchased that had detoxifying properties, aiming to slow the poison spread. Xiao Chen, what about you? Xiao Ning weakly inquired, his face etched with concern and urgency. I will go ahead to assess the situation, but I will not draw too close. Xiao Chen replied firmly. You all stay here, try to conceal yourselves, and await rescue or our return. Without waiting for response, he moved with the stealth of a leopard towards the source of the explosion. He activated the concealment technique to its utmost, while simultaneously heightening his eye of insight and formidable soul perception to the maximum, cautiously avoiding potential dangers. The closer he drew, the more palpable the overwhelming energy fluctuations and the heart-stopping pressure became. The forest lay in utter disarray, as though ravaged by a tempest, with massive trees snapped in half, the ground marred by huge claw marks and charred craters. Soon, he stealthily reached the edge of a chaotic clearing, using the dense underbrush to conceal himself, peering ahead. The sight before him made him gasp in shock. In the center of the clearing, a colossal beast, resembling a small hill and entirely enveloped in earthy yellow scales, was frantically roaring and struggling. It was none other than a Tier 3 magical beast, the Earth Magic Rhinoceros. However, this creature was in a state of utter disarray. Its eyes glowed a blood red, brimming with madness and agony. White, foul-smelling mist spewed from its nostrils, and its massive body bore numerous gaping wounds, deep enough to expose bone. Drenched in blood, clearly a testament to a brutal battle. Most perilous of all, its hind legs were entwined with several flickering talismans emitting crackling lightning, continuously releasing paralyzing electrical discharges that hindered its movements and drove it into further frenzy. Surrounding the Earth Magic Rhinoceros was an even more bizarre scene. The figures of Xiao Yan and Xiao Sun'er were conspicuously absent. Instead, there stood Galio of the Galio family, several key members of the Uba family, along with 2 mercenaries, emanating a chilling aura brought by Lu Shi, who were dispersed around the area. They were not attacking the Earth Magic Rhinoceros. Rather, they were incessantly hurling a specially crafted powder that emitted an oddly pungent aroma, provoking the already frenzied beast and steering its charge. Beneath a large tree further back, Lu Shi stood with a sinister smirk, wielding a compass-like device that shimmered with light, as if he were controlling some unseen force. with a thunderous roar. The earth magic rhinoceros once again expressed its painful rage, lowering its head and directing its horn toward a specific point, charging forth like a rampaging war chariot. Behind a thicket in that direction, two figures were compelled to reveal themselves, swiftly evading the onslaught. It was Xiao Yin and Xiao Suner. Xiao Yan's garments were somewhat tattered, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth indicating he had recently endured a fierce battle. Xiao Suner, clad in resplendent white, maintained a grave expression, skillfully evading the rhinoceros's charge. With a flourish of her jade hands, golden fighting spirit lashed out at the beast, yet it struggled to penetrate its formidable defenses. Enjoy the hospitality of this mad rhinoceros. Galio jeered from a safe distance, his laughter brimming with arrogance. Did you expect this? The beast has long been driven insane by Master Lu Shi's concoctions, and with the addition of the wind speed and thunder-binding talismans, it's perfectly poised to serve your demise. Despicable, Xiao Yin bellowed, narrowly avoiding another savage charge from the earth magic rhinoceros, which carved a deep trench into the ground. He and Xiao Suner seemed constrained by an invisible force, unable to escape this perilous zone. Xiao Chen's mind raced with realization. This was a meticulously orchestrated trap. Lu Shi had somehow incited and partially controlled the Tier 3 magical beast, utilizing it against Xiao Yin and Xiao Suner. Galio and the Uba family members were merely there to interfere, preventing their escape. They need not engage directly, allowing them to orchestrate their deadly scheme with ease. What a cunning strategy. Even if the Academy's instructors were to investigate, they could easily deflect blame, claiming it was merely a case of a frenzied magical beast gone awry. At worst, being reprimanded for trespassing into a dangerous area. A solution must be devised. A frontal confrontation would undoubtedly lead to doom. The rampaging earth magic rhinoceros would not distinguish friend from foe, especially with the predatory Galio and his cohorts lurking nearby. Xiao Chen's gaze swept across the scene with urgency. Lu Shi was the key. His compass seemed to control those talismans. Galio and his companions were continuously dispersing the powder, inciting and guiding the rhinoceros. The lightning talismans on its hind legs were pivotal in both restraining and enraging it. His mind raced as he contemplated a breakthrough. An attack on Lu Shi? Too far. And surely he was well guarded. Targeting Galio and his group? Minimal effect, and it might expose him. Then, his gaze landed on the lightning talismans binding the rhinoceros's hind legs. If he could destroy those talismans, the rhinoceros' movements might regain some autonomy, no longer easily directed, and perhaps, in shedding its restraints, it would unleash its fury upon the closer Galio and his allies. But how could he sabotage the talismans amidst the frenzy of a mad Tier 3 magical beast? The strategy to break free. With the situation dire, Xiao Yin and Xiao Suner were perilously at risk. Xiao Chun had to act immediately. He resolved to 1. Create a diversion. Launch long-range attacks to disrupt Lu Shi or Galio, drawing their attention and creating chaos to afford Xiao Yin and Xiao Suner a chance to breathe or retaliate. Though likely to yield meager results, it would expose him. 2. Precision strike. Attempt to use a projectile infused with fighting spirit, accurately targeting the talismans on the rhinoceros's hind legs from a distance, aiming to dismantle their structure. This bore significant difficulty and risked inciting the beast. 3. Soul Seal interference. Dare to cast the Soul Seal on the Uba family member or Galio who was nearby, sowing confusion in their actions, causing the powder to scatter inaccurately or land near their own, thereby disrupting the guidance of the earth magic rhinoceros. Choose 1, 2, 3. Chapter 41. Soul Seal's Deception, the initial unraveling of chaos. The earth magic rhinoceros's frenzied roars echoed thunderously, its massive form shaking the ground with each charge, forcing Xiao Yin and Xiao Suner into constant evasions, fraught with peril. Galio and his companions wore cruel, exhilarated expressions, continuously flinging the peculiar, pungent powder toward specific areas, further inciting and steering the rampaging giant. Lu Shi stood in the background, compass in hand, an icy smile playing upon his lips, as if everything were under his control. No more time to waste. Xiao Chen's gaze sharpened, zeroing in on Uba Tan, a core member of the Uba family, who was diligently scattering the powder nearby. This individual possessed an energy level around the 8th stage of fighting spirit, primarily focused on evading the earth magic rhinoceros and distributing the powder, an ideal target. Holding his breath, Xiao Chun maximized the breath concealment technique, rendering himself nearly as unnoticeable as a stone, his aura all but vanishing. He concentrated the soul power he had recently cultivated through the spirit nurturing technique, forming an infinitesimal yet potent invisible needle imbued with strong disruptive intent, in accordance with the mind-bending technique from the Soul Seal method. Now was the moment. Just as Ubatan prepared to grasp another handful of powder to hurl towards Xiao Yan's anticipated evasive point, a glimmer of determination flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. The invisible soul needle silently traversed the distance, precisely penetrating Ubatan's unguarded sea of consciousness. Ugh! Ubatan's body abruptly stiffened, his intended motion freezing in an instant. He felt as if a hornet had stung his mind, a sharp pain and an indescribable sense of agitation exploding within him, causing momentary double vision. The hatred he harbored towards the Xiao family and the thrill of cruelty were magnified beyond measure, his reason abruptly supplanted by an inexplicable frenzy. The powder he had intended to scatter spiraled chaotically from his arm, splattering across Galio nearby, and even a little to a mercenary brought by Lu Shi. "Ubatan, what are you doing?" Galio exclaimed, caught off guard as the acrid powder engulfed him, his eyes stinging as he coughed violently, his rage boiling over. The mercenary, though quicker to hold his breath and retreat, also paled as he recognized the potency of the powder. The intense, peculiar aroma designed to provoke the earth magic rhinoceros quickly permeated the air surrounding Galio and the mercenary. The earth magic rhinoceros, in the throes of its relentless pursuit of Xiao Yin and Xiao Suner, suddenly turned its fierce, crimson gaze toward the newly emerged, concentrated sense source. It emitted an even more furious roar, abandoning its pursuit of Xiao Yin mid-charge, its massive form pivoting abruptly, lowering its head, its horn glimmering with deadly intent. Like a runaway war chariot, it thundered towards Galio and the mercenary's position. Damn it! Galio, struck by terror, lost his composure, disregarding the stinging in his eyes as he scrambled backward in a frantic escape. The mercenary's complexion changed dramatically, and he swiftly retreated. "You bastard! Abatin, have you lost your mind?" Lu Shi's expression turned grave as he hurriedly activated the compass in his hand, attempting to control the binding talisman on the Earth Demon Rhinoceros to strengthen its restraints and redirect it. However, the Earth Demon Rhinoceros was already in a state of extreme frenzy, and now, drawn by an even more intense source of stimulation, it was not so easily swayed. Its charge merely hesitated slightly, continuing its reckless dash towards the fleeing Galio, instantly throwing Lu Shi's meticulously arranged guiding formation into disarray. The situation spiraled into chaos. The originally orderly plot of using another's knife to kill had been thrown into turmoil due to an unexpected blunder. The Earth Demon Rhinoceros pursued Galio and the mercenary with wild abandon, causing the other members of the Galio and Abatin families to frantically evade, rendering them incapable of effectively administering the powder for guidance. Xiao Yin and Xiao Suner felt the pressure diminish significantly. Both were quick-witted individuals who, despite not fully understanding the situation, would never miss such a golden opportunity. What a splendid chance. Yinner, attack the talismans on its legs. The voice of Yao Lao echoed urgently in Xiao Yan's mind. A glint of determination sparked in Xiao Yan's eyes as the Xuanzhong ruler appeared in his grasp. Leveraging the momentum of his body, he leapt, channeling his fighting spirit into the ruler, which radiated with searing heat as it struck down fiercely towards the flickering lightning talisman on the Earth Demon Rhinoceros's hind leg. Flame-splitting wave ruler, with a resounding crackle. Although he failed to completely breach the defenses of a third-tier magical beast, the ferocious flames of his fighting spirit and the weighty force successfully tore apart a portion of the lightning binding talisman. The lightning on the talisman instantly became unstable. Flickering erratically, almost simultaneously, Xiao Suner formed a seal with her delicate hands, sending forth a dazzling golden beam that shot forth like an arrow, precisely striking another talisman. Golden Emperor's flame of destruction. The talisman ignited instantly, turning into a wisp of azure smoke, its effectiveness greatly diminished. The binding power on the Earth Demon Rhinoceros's hind leg weakened by over half, causing its movements to become even more frenzied and unpredictable. With a sudden twist, its robust tail swept toward Xiao Yin, who had just landed. "Be careful, Brother Yin," Suner cried out. Xiao Yin quickly raised the Xuanzhong ruler to shield himself. With a thunderous crash, he was thrown back by the overwhelming force, his blood surging. Yet under Yao Lao's secret protection, he sustained no serious injuries. However, the tail swipe of the Earth Demon Rhinoceros inadvertently ensnared a nearby member of the Abatin family who had failed to dodge in time. A scream pierced the air as the young man was flung like a broken kite, crashing through several trees before hitting the ground, his fate uncertain. Chaos. Utter chaos. The Earth Demon Rhinoceros was now completely berserk, indiscriminately attacking all living creatures in its line of sight. Galio and the mercenary were pursued to the point of desperation, while the other members of the Galio and Abaddon families scrambled in panic to evade. Lu Shi, exasperated, attempted to regain control, but to little avail. Xiao Yin and Suna regrouped, their pressure alleviated, allowing them to maneuver with greater agility, occasionally diverting the disaster towards Galio and his associates. Hidden in the shadows, Xiao Chun let out a slight sigh of relief. The first step of disrupting the plan had succeeded. However, he knew this was far from enough. Lu Shi was still present, and those individuals were merely temporarily flustered. Once they regained their composure, or if the Academy's teachers arrived, they could very well turn the tables. They must take action amidst the chaos, or procure some evidence. His gaze shifted once more to the frantic Lu Shi in the rear, particularly the compass controlling the talismans in his hand. Act amidst the chaos. As the situation descended into disorder, Xiao Chun resolved to assist covertly, continue lurking, employing the soul seal and range tactics to wait for another opportunity to disrupt Galio or Lu Shi, expanding the fruits of their efforts and ensuring these individuals pay a price. Collect evidence. Attempt to quietly approach the battlefield's edge to gather the scattered special powders. Or record Lu Shi manipulating the compass, if there is a similar means, as evidence of their conspiracy. Target Lu Shi, the greatest risk, but potentially the greatest reward. Try to stealthily approach Lu Shi, ambushing to seize the control compass from his grasp, or to deliver a decisive blow. If successful, it would not only shatter the trap, but could also turn the tide against them. Please choose 1, 2, 3. Chapter 42. Powder as Evidence. The chaos in the arena intensified. The Earth Demon Rhinoceros had gone completely berserk, rampaging through the forest like a colossal machine of destruction, each roar causing leaves to rain down. Galio and the mercenary were in disarray, their garments tattered and faces smeared with dirt, devoid of their previous arrogance. The other members of the families were like headless flies, desperately distancing themselves from the path of the rampaging beast. Lu Shi stood at the rear, his face ashen, the compass in his hand flashing with urgency, yet he struggled to fully restrain the beast, driven mad by pain and the effects of the drugs. He cursed under his breath, casting venomous glances at the agile Xiao Yin and Suna, and shot a fierce glare at the inept Abaddon, whom he still believed to be the cause of this accident. Xiao Yin and Suna felt their burdens lightened. Their cooperation was seamless, sometimes guiding the Earth Demon Rhinoceros to charge at the Galio family members, and at other times taking the opportunity to strike at the remaining talismans on its body, further complicating Lu Shi's control. Concealed in the shadows, Xiao Chun refrained from making another move. The risk of using Soul Seal again was too great. Lu Shi's concentration was heightened, making detection likely. His sharp gaze swept across the battlefield's periphery. Soon he spotted his target, in the area where Galio and Abaddon had previously stood to scatter the powder. Several bags of medicinal powder, wrapped in special oil paper, lay scattered on the ground, some crushed or abandoned due to the earlier chaos, their peculiar colors and spicy scents mingling with the dirt and fallen leaves. This was it. These specially made powders were the crucial evidence Lu Shi used to stimulate and control the Earth Demon Rhinoceros. If he could procure them, combined with the chaotic scene, it would be sufficient to prove the collusion between the Galio and Abaddon families with Lu Shi, using the magical beast to orchestrate a scheme of entrapment. The opportunity was fleeting, as everyone's attention was drawn to the rampaging Earth Demon Rhinoceros and the fleeing Galio. Xiao Chun, like a wraith, slipped from his hiding place. Activating breath concealment to its utmost, he moved swiftly along the shadows, evading the flying debris and broken branches. He first approached a flattened oil paper bag, still containing a substantial amount of the medicinal powder. He quickly retrieved it and stowed it in his storage ring. Next, he noticed several areas with a greater scattering of powder, hesitant to touch it directly. He tore off a few large leaves from a nearby tree and carefully bundled the earth and powder together before securing it as well. His movements were rapid, and he remained in motion, utilizing the terrain and chaos as cover. Insightful, I allowed him to consistently evade potential line of sight. Just as he collected the third bag of powder remnants, the situation on the battlefield shifted again. The Earth Demon Rhinoceros, in a fit of rage, crashed into a massive tree that could be embraced by several people, causing the enormous crown to collapse with a thunderous crash, sending dust and wood chips swirling across a significant portion of the battlefield, temporarily obscuring even more lines of sight. A perfect opportunity. Xiao Qian's eyes lit up as he immediately darted towards the area where Galio had primarily stood. It was there that the powder was most abundant. However, just as he bent down to gather it, a cold, penetrating gaze suddenly locked onto him from within the dust. It was Lu Shi. The direction in which the large tree had fallen happened to veer towards Lu Shi's side, and instinctively, he recoiled to evade, his gaze sweeping through the dust. Just in time to spot Xiao Chun hastily collecting the powder. Although Xiao Chun maintained breath concealment at such close proximity and with his active actions, he was ultimately caught in Lu Shi's line of sight. "You little bastard, are you the one behind this?" Lu Shi was initially taken aback, but he swiftly comprehended the source of Abadan's previous blunder, and an overwhelming fury surged within him, radiating a palpable aura of lethal intent. He was indifferent to Xiao Qian's collection of medicinal powder. What incensed him was Xiao Qian's audacity to covertly sabotage his meticulously laid plans. In a fit of rage, Lu Shi disregarded all else and raised his hand, unleashing a concentrated stream of green fighting energy that slithered through the swirling dust like a venomous serpent, aiming directly at the back of Xiao Qian's heart. This was a furious strike from a one-star Do Master, a force far beyond the capabilities of mere Do Qi to withstand. Danger, an extreme peril. Xiao Qian's eye of insight and soul perception emitted sharp warnings. He hardly had time to glance back. His body instinctively lunged forward, desperately gathering all his Do Qi to fortify a defense. Yet the chasm between a Do Master and a Do Qi practitioner was insurmountable. The green fighting energy sliced through his hastily assembled defense in an instant, and the imminent impact loomed large. At that critical moment, a cold and piercing voice rang out, "Lu Shi, how dare you?" A golden flame streaked through the air, intercepting the green fighting energy with precision just before it struck. Boom! The clash of forces produced a muffled thud, sending ripples of energy that dispersed the surrounding dust. It was Xiao Suner. She had been attentively observing the situation, and Lu Shi's sudden murderous intent towards Xiao Chun did not escape her astute perception. She intervened just in time, taking advantage of the collision's force. Xiao Chun rolled forward, narrowly evading the deadly blow, though his back was still grazed by the dissipating energy, resulting in a searing pain that caused his blood to surge uncontrollably. He dared not linger. Seizing the opportunity, he scraped up the last visible traces of medicinal powder from the ground with a leaf, stowing it away in his ring, then sprinted towards the rendezvous point agreed upon with Xiao Ning and the others without a backward glance. Xiao Chun, Xiao Yin, witnessing the unfolding events, gasped in astonishment. Seeing Xiao Chun successfully escape, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, but his gaze turned fierce as he glared at Lu Shi. "Lu Shi, how dare you resort to such deadly measures against the participants of the assessment?" Lu Shi's expression darkened tremendously. Having failed to land his strike and being thwarted by Xiao Suner, he realized the gravity of the situation, especially since Xiao Chun had likely gathered incriminating evidence. Consider yourselves fortunate. Lu Shi shot a venomous glare at Xiao Yin and Suner, casting a resentful glance in the direction where Xiao Chun had vanished, before disregarding the chaos around him and the remaining individuals like Galio, who were still being pursued by the Earth Demon Rhinoceros. In a flash, he retreated deeper into the forest. He needed to vacate this treacherous place swiftly. With Lu Shi's escape, the remaining members of the Galio and Abadan families were left in disarray, leaderless and chaotic. The Earth Demon Rhinoceros, having lost the continuous stimulation of the medicinal powder and part of the talisman's control, gradually calmed, but its injuries and rage still rendered it dangerous. At that moment, piercing eagle cries echoed from the skies. Mentor Roland and two other academy instructors appeared in the air, swiftly approaching the scene, evidently having seen the earlier distress signal. The assessment time was nearly at its conclusion. Xiao Chun dashed back, quickly returning to the concealed location where Xiao Ning and the others were hiding. With the help of his companions, Xiao Ning had temporarily suppressed the toxin, though his complexion remained pale. "Xiao Chun, are you all right? What transpired over there?" Xiao Ning hurriedly inquired, his concern deepening upon noticing the tattered clothing on Xiao Chun's back, with blood seeping through. "I'm fine, just a surface wound," Xiao Chun replied with a shake of his head. Lu Shi set a trap using the frenzied Earth Demon Rhinoceros against brother Xiao Yin and Miss Suner, but I managed to disrupt it. The academy instructors are on their way. We must signal to regroup and prepare to return. He briefly recounted the events, omitting details of his use of the soul seal and evidence collection, merely stating that he had created chaos. Before long, Xiao Yin and Sun'er returned safely. Although they were somewhat drained, they had not sustained serious injuries. Seeing that Xiao Chun and Xiao Ning's group were unharmed brought them relief. When the teachers from the Canaan Academy landed and surveyed the chaotic battlefield, the injured earth demon Rhinoceros, and the disheveled Galio and others, one of whom lay unconscious and severely injured, their expressions turned grave. Mentor Roland inquired carefully about the situation. Xiao Yin and Sun'er recounted how Lu Shi had used drugs and talismans to control the earth demon Rhinoceros to ensnare them. Galio and his companions stammered, attempting to shift the blame onto the accidents and the rampaging magical beasts. At that moment, Xiao Chun stepped forward and addressed Mentor Roland with a bow. Mentor, while evading the magical beasts, I inadvertently collected some items that may shed light on the matter. He presented the remnants of the pungent medicinal powder wrapped in leaves, along with several intact packets of the special powder. Upon seeing these powders, Galio and his companions turned ashen. Mentor Roland took the powder, sniffed it carefully, and passed it to a nearby academy teacher proficient in pharmacology for examination. After inspection, the teacher nodded gravely, confirming, indeed, this is a potent frenzy powder, capable of inciting madness in magical beasts and inducing a desire for tracking the scent for a certain duration. With both witness and material evidence in hand, the conspiracy of the Galio and Hobbiton families was utterly exposed. Mentor Roland's expression turned frigid, her gaze slicing through Galio and the others. Well then, what a despicable tactic. To dare employ such underhanded means during an academy assessment, disregarding the lives of others. All assessment results for your families are nullified. Canaan Academy will pursue this matter to the very end. Galio and his companions collapsed to the ground, utterly defeated. Ultimately, the Xiao family emerged as the greatest victors of this assessment, having obtained magical cores despite the perilous journey. They also managed to hunt down a few first-tier magical beasts and successfully unveiled the conspiracy. The performances of Xiao Yin, Xiao Sun'er, and Xiao Chun garnered special attention from Mentor Roland. As the sun set, the assessment concluded. The members of the Xiao family, weary yet joyous from their victory and burdened with crucial evidence, embarked on the journey back to Wutan City. However, all were acutely aware that their enmity with the Galio family, the Hobbiton family, and Lu Shi was far from resolved. The true storm, perhaps, was only just beginning. Upon returning to Wutan City, Xiao Chun eagerly began to tally the spoils of this venture while contemplating his next course of action. The family crisis had been temporarily alleviated, yet the path of personal cultivation remained long. Subsequent actions. Back in a secure environment. Which priority should Xiao Chun address first? 1. Delve deeply into the soul cultivation technique. Mastering the foundational aspects of soul power is paramount. He must swiftly heal past soul injuries and attempt to engage with the fragmented profound phrases to enhance his soul's foundation. 2. Decipher the ancient metal fragments, combining the newly acquired fragments with those obtained from the previous cave. He should attempt to utilize the puppet talisman or soul power to interpret any potential hidden information or maps, seeking clues about the underworld sect. 3. Attempt to repair the dark gold puppet. Having reached the 9th rank in cultivation, augmented his soul power, and acquired ancient fragments possibly related to the puppet. He might explore deeper repairs. Even if it's merely enabling a finger to move, it would be a monumental breakthrough. Please choose 1, 2, or 3. Chapter 43. The Subtlety of Soul Cultivation, the Peril of the Night. Upon returning to the Xiao family in Wutan City, the atmosphere was markedly different from before. Though the family still faced economic pressures, the resounding success in the Canaan Academy's enrollment assessment, particularly the stunning performances of Xiao Yin, Xiao Sun'er, and Xiao Chun, alongside the complete exposure of the Galio and Hobbiton family's conspiracy, had filled the entire clan with pride, basking in elation. The gazes of the clansmen toward Xiao Chun were imbued with gratitude and recognition. This once inconspicuous collateral descendant had truly risen to become a paragon of the younger generation within the family, his strength and intellect earning him the respect of all. The clan leader Xiao Zhan and the 3 elders were exceedingly complimentary of Xiao Chun, not only bestowing upon him generous rewards, despite the family's financial strains. They managed to allocate a considerable sum of cultivation resources, but also explicitly declaring the family's unwavering support for his training. However, Xiao Chun was not intoxicated by the triumph before him. He was acutely aware that the defeat of Lu Shi, coupled with the disqualification of the Jiala and Uba families, would not be met with acquiescence. Retaliation was undoubtedly imminent and likely to be far more severe. Moreover, the enigmatic Yuming sect loomed like a sword suspended above. Its descent unpredictable. Strength. Only with greater power could he weather the storms that lay ahead. He graciously declined all celebratory feasts and retreated to his tranquil abode, promptly entering seclusion. The greatest boon from this venture was not the family's rewards, but rather the ancient beast skin scroll, Yun Shenju, acquired from the second floor of the post station. Surrounding his small dwelling, he established rudimentary defenses and settled cross-legged upon his bed, once more retrieving the tattered scroll. He did not rush to achieve results, but instead focused his mind, diligently practicing the foundational nurturing section of Yun Shenju. A refreshing and soothing sensation enveloped his consciousness, as if his soul were immersed in a gentle spring, slowly absorbing nourishment and becoming more solid and translucent. The pain from the previous injury inflicted by Liu Shi seemed to have dissipated, his physical state restored to its zenith. As he grew increasingly adept at the foundational section, he endeavored to channel more of his soul's power into the scroll, seeking to touch and comprehend the fragmented, beyond basic golden streams of information. This time, perhaps due to an increase in soul power or perhaps a result of heightened concentration, he captured more information than before. A fleeting yet extremely vague thought surged forth, accompanied by a distorted image. It appeared as if a formidable primary soul had differentiated into countless threads of soul essence, finer than a hair, radiating in all directions. Each thread capable of independently perceiving minute fluctuations. The soul fire blazed fiercely, refining the essence while discarding the dross. Another fragment of thought flowed through, revealing an image. Deep within the soul, it seemed possible to ignite a peculiar flame that would scorch the soul's very essence, purging impurities and ephemeral components, thereby rendering the soul's nature more pure and resilient. The mere contemplation of this process sent shivers through his soul, fraught with agony, yet the potential rewards were immense. The notion of devouring souls from the void, perhaps to replenish one's self with power from other shattered souls, emerged as a more incomplete concept, barely discernible, yet imbued with an overwhelmingly tyrannical and almost demonic intent. Xiao Chun's heart tightened. This technique appeared somewhat sinister. The final fragment of thought was the most lofty and grand, albeit the most incomplete, presenting merely a vague concept that seemed to pertain to an indestructible quality of soul cultivation at an exceedingly high realm, far beyond his current comprehension. Slowly, Xiaochen opened his eyes, exhaling a long breath of turbid air, his gaze brimming with shock and delight. The subsequent revelations of Yun Shenju were indeed profoundly mysterious. The division of thought and perception seemed to represent an exalted realm of soul awareness and control, while the refining of the soul fire was a domineering method of tempering the soul's essence. The idea of void soul devouring appeared perilous and enigmatic, while the notion of indestructible soul light stood as an unattainable ultimate goal, although the majority of the content remained beyond his reach for cultivation. Lacking a complete set of training methods and merely offering fragments of ideals and incomplete visions, it had undeniably opened a new door for him, providing a nebulous outline of his understanding of soul power and future developmental direction. More importantly, merely by repeatedly contemplating these fragmented concepts, his soul power experienced a subtle yet notable increase and transformation, becoming more agile and resilient. His previous soul injuries had thoroughly healed, even leading to an unexpected boon, his foundation now surpassing what it had been before. He contentedly stored away the scroll. This was something that required patient, diligent contemplation, not to be rushed. Just as he immersed himself in the enhancements brought forth by Yun Shenju, his acute perception granted by the eye of insight, combined with the sharpened sensitivity of his soul following the practice of Yun Shenju, suddenly detected an exceedingly faint killing intent outside his small dwelling, almost indistinguishable from the surrounding environment. This killing intent flickered and vanished, well concealed, yet it could not escape Xiao Chun's heightened awareness. Someone was lurking outside. Was it the Jiala family? The Yuba family? Or perhaps an assassin dispatched by Liu Shi? A warning bell rang in Xiao Chun's mind, yet outwardly he remained composed, seemingly oblivious. He rose slowly, extinguishing the oil lamp on the table, plunging the room into darkness. Silently, he crept to the shadow by the window, where eye of insight penetrated the darkness, meticulously scanning for any movement outside. The assailant exhibited remarkable patience, refraining from immediate action after Xiao Chun snuffed out the light, instead continuing to lurk, seemingly verifying whether the target had succumbed to slumber. Time slipped by, the night deepening. Outside, only the rustling of leaves stirred in the wind. Just as Xiao Chun was beginning to believe the assailant had retreated, a series of almost imperceptible sounds of air being pierced erupted simultaneously. From 3 distinct directions, 3 slender needles, glimmering with an ethereal blue sheen, pierced through the window paper, accurately targeting the bed. Their speed was astonishing, and they were utterly silent, clearly crafted as lethal instruments. The assailant had not even confirmed their target. They had launched a deadly assault directly. Had it not been for Xiao Chen's early awareness and departure from the bed, he would have surely been caught off guard. The needles struck the bedding, emitting a faint, sharp sound. Realizing something was amiss after their failed strike, the lurking assailant instinctively sought to retreat. But Xiao Chun would not allow them to escape so easily. Just as the opponent's breath shifted, preparing to withdraw, Xiao Chun sprang into action. Instead of bursting through the door, he forcefully shattered the side window, his form darting like lightning toward the direction where he sensed the killing intent most acutely. Before he reached his target, a stone infused with potent fighting spirit was launched ahead, piercing through the air with a sharp whistle, aimed at the shadow. A muffled grunt escaped from the shadow as it was forced to reveal itself, brandishing a dagger to deflect the stone, yet this momentary hesitation hindered its movement. Under the dim moonlight, Xiao Chun discerned that the figure was cloaked in dark attire, save for a pair of cold, merciless eyes, revealing that its strength was at the pinnacle of the 9th stage of fighting spirit, with a well-consolidated aura, clearly adept in the art of assassination. The attackers from the other 2 directions appeared to be mere decoys or support, their presence much weaker, having swiftly retreated after launching their assault. Seeking death, the dark-clad assailant, realizing their position had been compromised, revealed a fierce glint of murder in their eyes, abandoning stealth. With a reverse grip on the dagger, they moved like a specter, lunging directly at Xiao Chun's throat, their movements brisk and ruthless. Xiao Chun's expression turned grim, his unnamed technique surging to its utmost limits, unleashing the formidable power of 9th stage fighting spirit without a hint of trepidation. He wielded no weapon. Rather, his bare hands gathered fighting spirit, sometimes forming a fist, at other times a palm, meeting the poisoned dagger head-on. The clang of metal rang out in rapid succession. The dark-clad figure's movements were erratic, their dagger techniques deviously lethal, targeting vital points. Yet with the powerful soul perception bestowed by Yun Shenzhu and the Eye of Insight, Xiao Chun consistently anticipated the most insidious trajectories of attack, while the refined fighting spirit cultivated through his unnamed technique, coupled with the formidable physique honed by Yin Sha body refinement technique, enabled him to withstand the assailant's dagger without faltering. The more they fought, the more the black-clad figure was filled with trepidation. The intelligence about their target was erroneous. This was no ordinary 9th stage fighting spirit youth. The density of his fighting spirit, the strength of his physique, and the sharpness of his combat awareness rivaled those of some newly initiated combatants. The relentless struggle had reached a stalemate, and a flicker of impatience flashed in the eyes of the man in black. He suddenly feigned a move, leaping backward while simultaneously raising his left hand, unleashing a cloud of white powder aimed directly at Xiao Chun's face. Another batch of poison. Anticipating this, Xiao Chun held his breath and retreated, channeling his fighting spirit to disperse the toxic powder. However, in that fleeting moment when the powder filled the air, a peculiar glint of triumph appeared in the eyes of the black-clad figure. Rather than seizing the opportunity to attack or flee, he bit down hard on his own tongue, spewing forth a mouthful of his vital blood onto his dagger, which instantly radiated an eerie azure glow, erupting with a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. He was prepared to employ a secret technique that came at a great cost for one final gambit. Yet, just as he was about to activate this forbidden method, a cold light flickered in Xiao Chun's eyes. The soul power he had not yet unleashed coalesced once more. Soul Seal, Bewitching Heart. This time, the target was not to disrupt his fighting spirit, but to strike directly at the opponent's mind during the execution of the secret technique, targeting the heightened concentration that had left a slight vulnerability due to the depletion of his blood essence. An invisible soul needle pierced through. Ugh! The body of the man in black stiffened abruptly, and the technique he was invoking backfired in an instant. The surging azure light became chaotic, instead consuming him. Letting out a dreadful scream, he coughed up black blood, his breath waning drastically. Now it was the moment. Xiao Chan would not allow such an opportunity to slip by. Like a bolt of lightning, he surged forward, delivering a palm strike infused with all his strength, the eerie cold body refinement technique channeling his chilling fighting spirit, crashing down upon the chest of the man in black. Crack! The sound of shattering ribs echoed clearly. The black-clad figure's eyes bulged in disbelief and horror as his body flew back like a ragged sack, crashing heavily against the courtyard wall before slumping down, lifeless. The battle was concluded. Xiao Chen stood still, breathing heavily, his gaze icy. He approached the fallen figure, tearing away the mask to reveal a pale, unfamiliar face. He meticulously searched the body, finding only some poisoned hidden weapons and that peculiar dagger. Nothing that could reveal the assassin's identity. Yet, Xiao Chen had already drawn his conclusions. Such a professional killer at this juncture could only belong to a few factions. He dragged the corpse to a corner to conceal it, clearing away the traces of the battle. Instead of feeling relieved, his heart grew heavier. Had the retaliation begun? And with such a skilled assassin to boot. Returning to his quarters, sleep eluded him. He needed to elevate his strength swiftly. Otherwise, the next visitor might be a master-level assassin. He gazed at the poisoned dagger and the collected evidence of the powders, his eyes glimmering. Subsequent actions. Following the nocturnal ambush, Xiao Chun perceived the imminent danger. He resolved to 1. Immediately report to the family, presenting the assassin's corpse and evidence to clan leader Xiao Zhan, exposing the despicable actions of the assailants, urging the family to heighten their vigilance and strategize. However, this might provoke the enemy into deeper concealment. 2. Conduct a covert investigation and counterattack, temporarily keeping the ambush a secret, utilizing the items left by the assassin, dagger, poison, as clues to stealthily investigate the source of the killer and prepare for a discreet retaliation, an eye for an eye. 3. Focus entirely on breaking through to the fighter level. With external threats looming, only his own strength could serve as the foundation. He would channel all resources into cultivation, utilizing foundational spirit liquid and the spirit cultivation technique, striving to condense a cyclone as swiftly as possible and break through to the fighter level. Once successful, his strength would undergo a qualitative transformation, granting him the power to protect himself. Choose 1, 2, 3. Chapter 44. The initial formation of the cyclone, entering the fighter realm. The chilling intent of murder seemed to linger in the air of the small courtyard, the increasingly stiff corpse in the corner silently narrating the peril that had transpired. Xiao Chun stood within the room, his gaze sweeping over the somber night outside, his eyes sharp and resolute. Reporting to the family? While it might raise awareness, it could also plunge them into greater passivity and panic, potentially alerting the enemy to retreat further into the shadows, prompting even more extreme and covert measures. If they dared to send assassins for a night raid, they would certainly not leave any obvious clues behind. Conducting a covert investigation and counterattack, given his current strength and resources, uncovering the trails of a professional assassin and executing an effective counter would be immensely challenging and time-consuming, potentially placing him in even greater danger. At this moment, the priority was not to pursue vengeance, but to grow stronger. Strong enough that no specter or fiend would dare to extend their claws. The fighter. He had to break through to the fighter level as swiftly as possible. Once he successfully condensed the cyclone, his fighting spirit would undergo a qualitative change, elevating his power dramatically, endowing him with true confidence for self-defense against future threats. Resolute in his decision, Xiao Chun hesitated no longer. He swiftly disposed of the assassin's corpse and all traces of the encounter, utilizing the corpse disintegrating powder obtained from the mines, as if no one had ever visited that night. He then returned indoors, securely locking the door and re-establishing his defenses. He gathered all remaining foundational spirit liquid, alongside the rewards from his clan and various medicinal herbs he had previously collected for cultivation. Finally, he took a deep breath, adjusting his state to its optimal condition, mentally revisiting the insights gleaned from Xiao Yin, as well as the key points recorded in the family's ancient text regarding the condensation of fighting spirit cyclones. Settling into a meditative posture, he formed the cultivation seals with his hands. Xiao Chun directed his thoughts inward, activating the nameless technique he had long since mastered. Boom! As the technique was initiated, the fighting spirit within his meridians, having reached the pinnacle of the 9th stage, surged forth like a waking dragon. Intense pain washed over him once more, yet Xiao Chun did not flinch. He had long grown accustomed to this agony, viewing it instead as a whetstone for his will and control. Rather than attempting to condense the cyclone immediately, He first guided the tumultuous fighting spirit according to the foundational principles of the spirit cultivation technique for several cycles. His soul power became increasingly lucid and transparent through this nurturing process, allowing him to perceive and manipulate every strand of fighting spirit within him with unprecedented precision. Reaching the peak of his state, he no longer hesitated, downing the foundational spirit liquid in one gulp. Simultaneously, he chewed and swallowed several other herbs that aided in condensing fighting spirit and expanding his meridians. The pure and abundant medicinal power exploded within him, merging into the already tumultuous fighting spirit. In an instant, Xiao Chun felt as though his meridians were on the verge of bursting, the intense pressure surpassing even the pain inflicted by the nameless technique. Now was the moment. Xiao Chun focused intently, using his formidable soul power as a guide, fiercely compressing and directing all the roiling fighting spirit within toward the lower abdomen's dantian. Condensing the cyclone was fundamentally about compressing the formless fighting spirit within the dantian to a singular point, catalyzing a qualitative change, thereby forming an energy core capable of self-rotation and continuous generation and refinement of fighting spirit. This process was exceedingly perilous, demanding extraordinary willpower, soul control, and the density of the fighting spirit from the practitioner. Should one fail to control the immense energy, the consequences of failing to condense the cyclone would be mild. Severe cases could injure the meridians, causing regression in cultivation. Countless strands of fighting spirit converged chaotically at the location of the dantian, compressing and colliding. It was as if an energy vortex had formed. Intense pain emanated from the dantian, causing Xiao Chen's body to tremble slightly, veins bulging on his forehead, sweat instantly soaking his garments. Yet he gritted his teeth, steadfastly maintaining clarity in his mind, pouring all his focus into compressing and controlling that immense energy. Insightful eye reached its zenith in the introspective state, clearly observing the flow and changes of every strand of energy. The spirit control technique ensures that the soul's power remains steadfast, functioning akin to the most precise of controllers, continuously fine-tuning the force and direction of compression. The energy cultivated through the nameless technique is inherently more substantial and dense than that of others at the same level. Thus, the task of compression becomes even more formidable. Yet, should one succeed, the resultant cyclone of energy will be immensely powerful. Compress. Further compress. The energy within the dantian is compressed to an astonishing density, emitting a faint humming sound. At the moment when the energy reaches its peak, poised at the brink of uncontrollable explosion, Xiao Chun lets out a fierce roar within his heart. Coalesce, as if the universe were just beginning. A glimmer of light is born from the core of the intensely compressed energy. In the next instant, a small and somewhat ethereal cyclone of fighting spirit slowly takes shape within the dantian, beginning to rotate autonomously. Just as the cyclone forms, Xiao Chen's body suddenly jolts, his pores wide open, and an aura far more formidable than that experienced during his prior breakthrough to the 9th rank erupts uncontrollably, akin to a ferocious beast awakening from slumber. The air within the small room trembles violently, and the teacup on the table vibrates with a buzzing sound. Success. A fighter. A one-star fighter. The vast fighting spirit no longer disperses aimlessly, but is drawn into the slowly rotating cyclone, where, with each rotation, it is refined and transformed into an even purer and more potent fighting energy. An unprecedented sense of powerful strength fills his being, as if he could shatter stone with a mere wave of his hand. Xiao Chun gradually opens his eyes, and as he does so, his gaze flickers with brilliance. Almost tangible, he gently clenches his fist, feeling the torrent of fighting spirit within him, and a satisfied and confident smile finally graces his lips. After enduring hardship and numerous challenges, he has finally crossed the first true chasm on his path of cultivation, becoming a genuine fighter. However, just as he begins to stabilize his newfound power and familiarize himself with the essence of being a fighter, the talisman inscribed with the character Gue in his embrace suddenly becomes scorchingly hot without warning. This time, the tremors it emits are far more intense than any previous occurrences. Simultaneously, the cyclone of fighting spirit he has only just formed and has yet to fully stabilize unexpectedly accelerates uncontrollably, a strand of pure fighting energy being forcibly siphoned away, coursing through his meridians towards the talisman. What is happening? Xiao Chun is alarmed, attempting to control the cyclone, only to find himself powerless against the sudden and overwhelming suction. The talisman emanates a dark luminescence, and the blurred Gui character on its surface seems to come to life. A clearer yet still chaotic stream of information, accompanied by intense spatial fluctuations, surges forth from the talisman, forcefully embedding itself into his mind. Agonizing pain strikes. Xiao Chun groans in distress, feeling as though his head might explode. In a daze, he glimpses an exceedingly vague shadow of a map, leading to a deep region within the Beast Mountain range, and he seems to hear a faint call that transcends endless time and space, filled with reluctance and obsession. Inheritance, return. Underworld, underground palace. Stop them. The flow of information abruptly halts. The talisman's glow swiftly dims, returning to its frigid state, and the suction vanishes instantaneously, as if everything that transpired was merely an illusion. Yet, the slight void in the cyclone within his dantian, along with the indistinct map shadow and the fragmented call in his mind, clearly indicate to him that this is not an illusion. The talisman inscribed with Gui has been reactivated due to the transformation of energy or the metamorphosis of his soul upon breaking through to the fighter level. This time, it conveys a more explicit message regarding a potential site of inheritance within the underworld's underground palace, accompanied by an urgent warning. Xiaoqin clutches his still, throbbing forehead, his expression fluctuating. Opportunity or a trap? Where will this sudden influx of information lead him? Plot branch point. The talisman unexpectedly transmits vague information and warnings about the underworld's underground palace. Xiaoqin decides to 1. Postpone exploration and consolidate his cultivation. The information is unclear and carries warnings with unknown risks. Having just broken through to the fighter level, his foundation is unstable. He should prioritize solidifying his cultivation and familiarizing himself with his power before making further plans. 2. Conduct an undercover investigation into the authenticity of the information. He attempts to discreetly search through family records or within the confines of Wutan City for any fragments related to the underworld's underground palace or the underworld's sex inheritance, verifying the truth of the information and pinpointing the approximate area indicated by the map. 3. Prepare for an adventurous exploration. Opportunities often come hand in hand with risks. This could be a significant chance to rapidly enhance his strength and uncover the secrets of the underworld sect. He should stabilize his realm as quickly as possible, gather the necessary resources, and venture to the area indicated by the map for an initial exploration. Please choose 1, 2, or 3. Chapter 45, Tracing Hidden Secrets. The joy of breaking through to the fighter level, combined with the unexpected change in the talisman, leaves Xiaoqin's emotions in turmoil. The vague map shadow, the fragmented call, and the words regarding the underworld's underground palace and the return of the inheritance swirl in his mind like a spell. Opportunity? Undoubtedly. If this truly is an inheritance site of the underworld sect, the fortunes contained within are likely beyond imagination, sufficient to elevate his strength dramatically and even provide him with the means to confront future crises. A trap? That is equally possible. What does the warning about stopping them signify? Who is calling out? Is it a benevolent reminder or a tempting trap? The talisman itself originates from the mysterious and perilous underworld sect, and its transmitted information must not be taken lightly. To proceed recklessly would be too great a risk. His recently achieved fighter level remains unstable, and he requires time to acclimate to the application of his newfound power. More importantly, he knows almost nothing about this matter. Investigation is imperative. He must first clarify what this underworld's underground palace truly entails, at the very least ascertain its general location and any potential dangers. Xiao Chun takes a deep breath, suppressing the urge to immediately seek answers. He first channels the spirit control technique, nurturing his soul, which is slightly unsettled by the impact of the information, while gradually mobilizing the cyclone of fighting spirit to absorb the energy of heaven and earth, solidifying his newly attained 1-star fighter level. After several cycles, his realm stabilizes initially, and a sense of power fills his entire being. He opens his eyes, his gaze tranquil. He cannot directly inquire with others about the underworld's underground palace or the underworld sect. Doing so would easily arouse suspicion, especially considering the potentially dangerous and mysterious forces involved. He must seek clues indirectly, sifting through ancient texts. The Xiao family, one of the 3 great families of Wutan City, had a long-standing heritage, and although now somewhat diminished, the family library may still contain records of ancient secrets pertaining to the regions surrounding Wutan City. As dawn breaks, Xiaoqin quietly departs from his small room and heads towards the family library. The family grounds are relatively quiet in the early morning. with occasional encounters with a few early rising relatives engaged in their cultivation, all of whom greet him respectfully, their eyes filled with admiration. Xiao Chen nods in response. Yet his heart remains unmoved. After his rise in strength, his temperament seems to have grown more composed. The library is overseen by an elderly family elder. Xiao Chen states his purpose, seeking to peruse materials related to the geography and legends of the Beast Mountain Range, in order to broaden his knowledge. The elder shows no suspicion and readily grants him access. The first floor of the library mostly contains foundational fighting techniques, common martial skills, and general histories of the continent. Xiao Chen proceeds directly to the second floor, where he finds a greater assortment of travelogues, discourses, regional chronicles, and various incomplete ancient texts collected by the family over the years. Dust covers the shelves, indicating that few have visited them in recent times. Unperturbed, Xiao Chen activates his eye of insight, slowly scanning the rows of spines, his formidable soul perception aiding him in swiftly filtering through the books that may contain pertinent information. He extracted several tomes that appeared to be of considerable antiquity, including the Chronicles of Yutun, the mining records of Qingshan Town, and the beasts of the Warcraft Mountains. Approaching the window, he meticulously began to peruse them. Time slipped away slowly. Most of the texts detailed well-known facts or outdated information regarding mining veins, as well as the typical distribution of magical beasts. It was not until he picked up a volume bound in animal hide, devoid of a title, that he stumbled upon a brittle, yellowed manuscript. This manuscript seemed to be a collection of notes penned by an ancestor of the Shao family during a hunting or exploration expedition many years ago. The handwriting was hurried, filled with trivial observations and reflections. Just as Xiao Chen was about to resign himself to disappointment and return the manuscript, a few hastily scrawled lines and rudimentary sketches of terrain captured his attention. March 17th, ventured 300 miles deep into the mountains, inadvertently entered a miasmic valley, exceedingly strange. My fighting spirit was sluggish. Within the valley, there are remnants of a monument, inscribed with ghostly symbols, a language not of the continent of fighting spirit, seemingly ancient. At night, I heard eerie sounds from beneath the ground, akin to the wails of 1,000 ghosts or the clash of metal. Filled with dread, I retreated hastily. According to a dying old mercenary, this place was once known as the Yomi Gorge, a site of great malevolence, wherein one may enter but never exit. It is rumored that below lies a subterranean palace, an ancient den of a malevolent sect, long since extinguished. The sect may have been called Yomi, though its origins are uncertain. Yomi Gorge, the subterranean palace, the malevolent sect of Yomi. Xiao Chen's heart raced. Although the information in the manuscript was fragmented and vague, primarily based on hearsay and personal impressions, it resonated profoundly with the fragmented details he had gleaned from the token. He suppressed his excitement and scrutinized the rudimentary terrain sketch. The drawing was quite rudimentary, featuring only a few notable peaks and a twisted line representing the gorge, with annotations such as miasma and eerie sounds. However, combining the name Yomi Gorge with the indistinct map lingering in his mind, he could surmise that this gorge was likely situated deep within the Warcraft Mountains, a considerable distance from Yutun City, and that its environment was perilously treacherous. He leafed through the manuscript, but found no further references to Yomi Gorge or the subterranean palace. Clearly, the previous author had stumbled upon it by chance, terrified, and fled hastily without further exploration. Closing the manuscript, Xiao Chen fell into contemplation. It appeared that the Yomi subterranean palace was not merely a figment of rumor, but indeed existed within some perilous corner of the Warcraft Mountains, its nefarious reputation preceding it. The information relayed by the token was at least accurate regarding the location. Yet the dangers were undeniably real. The miasma, the bizarre environment, and the potential for unknown threats. What did the warnings signify? Were there others also seeking the subterranean palace? The information remained scarce, but at least he now possessed a clear direction and a name, Yomi Gorge. He carefully returned the manuscript to its place and discreetly exited the library. Back in his modest abode, Xiao Chen began preparing for the potential expedition. He needed to further solidify his cultivation, refine his combat techniques, and diligently practice the spirit convergence technique. Additionally, he required preparations to counteract the miasma, such as detoxifying elixirs, healing potions, and sufficient provisions and clean water. In the following days, Xiao Chen secluded himself, wholly devoted to strengthening his cultivation and gathering supplies. He endeavored to master a low-level, mysterious combat technique from the Shao family's collection, known as 8 Extremes Collapse. This technique was formidable and domineering, and when coupled with his robust physique and refined fighting spirit, Its power was formidable. Simultaneously, he continuously pondered the application of the soul seal, enhancing the potency of the bewildering heart technique. During this time, the relationship between the Shao family and the Gailey and Oba families reached a freezing point. Although Canaan Academy exerted pressure, both families displayed restraint publicly while continuing their underhanded maneuvers, leading to frequent skirmishes in the marketplace. The Shao family barely managed to maintain their position through elixirs acquired from the Academy's trading event, yet the situation remained dire. Xiao Yin and Sun'er were also engrossed in secluded cultivation, preparing for their upcoming endeavors at Canaan Academy. One day, as Xiao Chun practiced, 8 extremes collapse in the courtyard. A family guard rushed in with urgency. Young Master Xiao Chun, the patriarch requests your presence in the council chamber. Xiao Chun ceased his practice, arching an eyebrow. Do you know what the matter is? The guard lowered his voice. It seems to concern the Gailey family. They have inexplicably summoned a mysterious alchemist who is said to be capable of concocting second-grade elixirs. Our situation in the marketplace is becoming increasingly precarious. Another alchemist? Second-grade elixirs? Xiao Chen's gaze sharpened. The Gailey family truly was tenacious. He immediately set off for the council chamber, regardless of whether he would investigate Yomi Gorge. The crisis facing his family required urgent attention. Response strategy. The Gailey family has seemingly enlisted a mysterious alchemist capable of crafting second-grade elixirs, exacerbating the family crisis. Xiao Chen decided, 1. Prioritize the family. Postponing exploration. Set aside the matter of the subterranean palace and focus on discussing with the patriarch and elders how to counter the Gailey family's elixir offensive and stabilize the family situation. 2. Dual approach. Limit the information regarding the potential existence of ancient relics or rare herbs in Yomi Gorge, which could be claimed from ancient texts, and suggest that the family organize experts for exploration, as it may yield solutions to their predicament, such as discovering lost elixir recipes or rare herbs, while he himself could accompany them. 3. Accelerate preparations for a solo expedition. The family crisis is not a matter of a single day. Delegate the response to the patriarch and elders while hastening his own preparations to independently venture to Yomi Gorge in search of opportunities. If he could indeed obtain a powerful legacy or resources, it might fundamentally resolve the family's crisis. Please select 1, 2, or 3. Chapter 46, New System Task, Elixir Solution. The family crisis looms ominously, and though the allure of the Yomi subterranean palace is great, Xiao Chun is acutely aware of the importance of solid foundations. Should the family be brought to ruin, even the most fortuitous opportunities would be akin to drifting reeds without roots. He promptly rose and made his way to the family council chamber with swift determination. Inside the council chamber, the atmosphere was tense. Xiao Zhan and 3 elders wore furrowed brows, their faces shrouded in somber expressions. Chun'er, you've arrived. Upon seeing Xiao Chun, Xiao Zhan's expression softened slightly, yet concern lingered. You must have heard about the situation. The Gailey family has once again summoned an alchemist from an unknown source, said to be capable of reliably concocting the second-grade, rejuvenating elixir. Its efficacy is several times superior to Lu Shi's coagulating blood elixir, yet priced similarly. Our marketplace is now virtually deserted. The 3rd elder slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming bitterly, "Damn the Gailey family. It must be that old fox from the Oba family pulling the strings. They're intent on driving us to our doom." The eldest elder sighed. Second-grade elixirs represent a devastating blow to our Shao family. We cannot afford to hire a second-grade alchemist, and while we possess a few ancestral first-grade recipes, they are but a drop in the ocean. Just as Xiao Chun felt the weighty pressure on the family and contemplated countermeasures, a long-forgotten, chilling system prompt suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding! Detecting that the host faces a significant family crisis, a new task has been issued. Task name, Elixir Solution. Task requirements. Obtain at least 1 exclusive elixir recipe or stable supply source capable of countering the second-grade, rejuvenating elixir for the Shao family. Task rewards. Depending on the efficacy and quality of the solution, rewards of 500 to 2,000 prowess points will be granted, along with a random unlocking of a system assistance feature, such as basic alchemical simulation, herb identification, recipe optimization, etc. Failure penalty. Significant decline in family reputation. Economic collapse imminent, and increased difficulty in resource acquisition for the host. A system task. Xiao Chen's spirit surged. The rewards were exceptionally generous, particularly the randomly unlocked system assistance feature, which sounded immensely practical. Patriarch, elders Xiao Chen inhaled deeply and spoke. The pressing issue at hand is indeed the elixir dilemma. Shall we also explore the possibility of seeking out other alchemists? Alternatively, one might seek out some long-lost, uniquely effective low-grade alchemical recipes from ancient texts. Xiao Zhan shook his head with a bitter smile. How easy it is to say. What a noble profession alchemists possess. It is already difficult to hire a first-tier alchemist, let alone someone who can rival a second tier. As for the lost recipes, you have been to the family library. Such treasures are no longer available there. Perhaps there is no need for a second-tier recipe. Xiao Qin's eyes flickered, and his mind raced with thoughts. Some first-tier recipes that are cost-effective and possess special effects might also be able to penetrate the market. For instance, a potion that can significantly restore fighting energy, or one that can temporarily enhance certain attributes. Even some uniquely effective medicinal powders would suffice. His words were partly his own thoughts, and partly an attempt to guide the conversation, to see if the system or the clan leaders had any relevant clues. Ding! The host's thoughts align with the mission direction. The system is searching the database, based on the current world rules and the host's acquired information. The search is complete. The following potential clues are provided. The host must explore them independently. Clue 1. The ghost market in Wutan City. Occasionally, ancient texts or fragmented recipes of unknown origin surface, requiring exceptional eyesight and luck. Clue 2. Certain areas of the Monster Beast Mountain range may harbor rare medicinal materials or ancient cave ruins, unrelated to the Nether Stream. Clue 3. The trading channels of the Canaan Academy. If one can contact Mentor Roland or a certain student, it may be possible to exchange or purchase low-grade rare recipes through internal academy channels. Sufficient cost required. The system indeed provided assistance. 3 clues, each with its own merits and drawbacks. The ghost market carries significant risks, relying on fortune. Exploring the Monster Beast Mountain range is time-consuming and perilous, while the channel through Canaan Academy may be the most reliable, albeit requiring opportunity and cost. Xiao Chun pondered for a moment, slightly embellishing the clues regarding the ghost market and the Monster Beast Mountain range, citing hearsay from wandering mercenaries or ancient texts, and presented them to Xiao Zhan and the elders. The ghost market, Xiao Zhan mused, is a chaotic place filled with both treasures and fakes. Yet unexpected items do occasionally emerge. We could send someone to investigate, though the hope may be slim. The exploration of the Monster Beast Mountain range is even more challenging and requires serendipity, the Grand Elder interjected. As for Canaan Academy, a glimmer of hope flashed in Xiao Zhan's eyes, only to dim again, while Mentor Rulin and her colleagues might have channels. What resources can our Xiao family currently offer to exchange for recipes? Moreover, distant water cannot quench nearby fire. At that moment, a guard hurriedly entered to report. Clan leader. A person claiming to be a student from Canaan Academy seeks an audience, stating that Mentor Rulin has sent a token. Everyone was taken aback. Truly, speak of the devil. And he shall appear? Quickly, let him in, Xiao Zhan exclaimed. Soon, a young man clad in a light blue Canaan Academy uniform entered, one of the students who had stood behind Mentor Rulin during the admissions. His gaze swept across the hall, lingering briefly on Xiao Chun with a hint of curiosity before he clasped his hands toward Xiao Zhan, saying, Clan leader Xiao, I am Hao Meng, sent here by Mentor Rulin. Please, take a seat, young Master Hao. I wonder what instructions Mentor Rulin has. Xiao Zhan inquired politely. Hao Meng smiled, producing a jade slip and a small cloth bag. The mentor is aware of the recent turmoil in Wutan City and that the Xiao family's marketplace may encounter difficulties. She expresses her admiration for the talents and dispositions of several young members of the Xiao family and does not wish to see you hindered by resource issues. This jade slip contains the recipe for a first-tier peak potion, the accumulation pill, which can slightly enhance the user's strength for a short duration with minimal side effects, making it quite popular in certain circumstances. It may help the Xiao family navigate this challenging period. Within this bag are several seeds of medicinal materials required for its preparation. The mentor believes you may find use for them. The accumulation pill recipe. Xiao Zhan and the 3 elders sprang to their feet, their faces alight with incredulous joy. This is akin to a timely gift in the midst of hardship. This is far too precious. We shall forever be grateful for Mentor Roland's kindness, Xiao Zhan exclaimed, trembling as he accepted the jade slip and the bag. A first-tier peak potion, although not as powerful as a second tier, possesses unique effects that can undoubtedly carve out a niche in the market. Hao Meng smiled, saying, There is no need for thanks, clan leader. The mentor also entrusted me with a message. Canaan Academy welcomes true talent, and she hopes to see the Xiao family's students shine even brighter within the academy. As he spoke, his gaze seemed to inadvertently flit towards Xiao Qin once more. Xiao Qin understood. This was likely not just Mentor Roland's goodwill, but also, to some extent, an investment in their talents. His previous performance may have played a role in this. Ding! The system has detected that the host has indirectly obtained the recipe for the accumulation pill, first tier peak, initially satisfying the task requirements for breaking the recipe impasse. Reward settlement will be based on the subsequent assistance this recipe provides to the family. Please continue to strive for better solutions or ensure the smooth implementation of this one. The system's prompt chimed again. After bidding farewell to Hao Ming, the atmosphere in the conference hall instantly lightened. Wonderful! With the accumulation pill, we finally have some fighting chance. The third elder exclaimed. Immediately summon all family members knowledgeable in pharmacology and focus all efforts on researching this recipe to produce it as soon as possible. Xiao Zhan commanded, though he soon furrowed his brow. However, creating a first-tier peak potion requires the guidance of a true first-tier alchemist, and the Xiao family does not possess a true first-tier alchemist. Only a few elder pharmacists with a rudimentary understanding of pharmacology who can concoct low-level medicinal powders. At this moment, everyone's gaze unconsciously turned towards Xiao Chun. He has always managed to create miracles. Feeling the weight of their expectations, Xiao Chun pondered for a moment. He was utterly ignorant of alchemy, but the system had just hinted that a beginner alchemy simulation function might be unlocked. He spoke. Clan leader, elders, I have some interest in alchemy. Perhaps I could attempt to learn, and I will also seek other avenues or ways to connect the family with some low-tier alchemists. He decided to agree for now, hoping that system rewards might surprise him. The immediate priority was to get the family back on its feet. Excellent. Chinner, please put in your utmost effort. Xiao Zhan now held great confidence in Xiao Chun. The family crisis seemed to reveal a glimmer of hope, yet Xiao Chun remained far from relaxed. The new alchemist from the Gailey family, the summons from the Nether Palace, and the enhancement of his own abilities all loomed urgently before him. Returning to his small room, he took out the jade slip containing the recipe for the accumulation pill, immersing himself in its contents. The intricate ratios of medicinal materials, the methods of preparation, and the required heat levels flooded his mind, leaving him somewhat dizzy. Ding! The system has detected that the host is engaging with the accumulation pill recipe. The task of breaking the recipe impasse is in progress. Would you like to consume 100 strength points, current balance, 0, to initiate a basic recipe analysis simulation? The system prompt chimed again. Xiao Qin's eyes lit up. The system function had activated. Although it required points, his balance was 0. Ding! Given that this is the host's first encounter with such a function, and due to the urgency of the task, 100 strength points may be advanced. Would you like to accept this advance? Yes. Xiao Chun silently affirmed without hesitation. In an instant, he felt his consciousness drawn into an ethereal space, where countless images of medicinal materials and cauldrons materialized before him. Information about the accumulation pill was presented in a more intuitive and comprehensible manner, even simulating various scenarios that might arise during the preparation and their optimal solutions. After a brief moment, the simulation concluded. Xiao Qin exited that state. Although his practical skills remained at 0, his understanding of the accumulation pill recipe had reached a profound level, enabling him to identify 1 or 2 areas where adjustments could save costs or enhance success rates. This system function was truly extraordinary. Just as he immersed himself in the recipe analysis, a faint sound, akin to a bird's beak tapping against the window, echoed from outside. Tap, tap. Not an assassin. Was it some kind of designated signal? Xiao Chun felt a stirring in his heart and cautiously approached the window, carefully prying it open just a crack. Outside, the area was deserted, save for a slender bamboo tube, sealed with oiled paper, quietly resting on the windowsill. He warily extended his soul power to sense his surroundings, and upon confirming that no one was nearby, he swiftly retrieved the bamboo tube. Unwrapping the oiled paper, he discovered a small note inside, bearing a single line of elegant yet unfamiliar handwriting. Beware of the new alchemist. He appears to have connections with the underworld. Do not trust him, do not approach. Xiao Qin's pupils constricted in shock. A new alchemist? The second-tier alchemist hired by the Jia family? Tied to the underworld. This urgent intelligence, an unexpected anonymous warning, directly implicated the new alchemist of the Jia family with the underworld sect. Xiao Chun resolved to delve deeper into the alchemist's background. This matter was of utmost importance. He would immediately employ all means to secretly investigate the new alchemist's origins, appearance, and behavioral habits, verifying the authenticity of the warning. Prioritizing the enhancement of his own strength, the content of the warning was chilling, yet lacking in evidence. Regardless of its truthfulness, his own power was the fundamental solution to all challenges. Strengthening his fighter realm and honing his combat techniques, he aimed to elevate his soul, so as to remain unyielding amidst change. Collaborating with Xiao Yan and Elder Yao, he would disclose the warning and his suspicions to Xiao Yan, indirectly revealing them to Elder Yao. Leveraging Elder Yao's insights and strength to jointly investigate. The risk lay in potentially exposing secrets, yet promised the highest efficiency. Chapter 47. Consolidating the Fighter Realm. Warning of hidden dangers. The sudden anonymous note felt like a shard of ice cast into the lake of his heart, awakening Xiao Chun in an instant. Beware of the new alchemist. He appears to have connections with the underworld. Do not trust him, do not approach. The name Underworld Sect reemerged, directly pointing to the newly recruited second-tier alchemist of the Jialia family. This was no coincidence. The elegant and unfamiliar handwriting on the note conveyed information in a notably clandestine manner, seemingly intent on concealing the identity of the sender. Who was secretly alerting him? Were they friend or foe? Was the source of this information reliable? Countless questions surged in his mind. Xiao Chen's immediate reaction was to investigate the new alchemist's details without delay, for this concerned the survival of his family and his own entanglement with the underworld sect. However, impulsiveness was swiftly quelled by reason. The other party was a second-tier alchemist, a person of noble status, and would surely be rigorously protected by the Jialia family. Probing into such matters would not be easy. Having just broken through to the fighter realm, his foundation was still unstable. Reckless actions could lead to discovery, which would not only alert his enemies, but also jeopardize his own safety. The warning had explicitly stated to keep a distance. More importantly, regardless of the truth of this information, what was paramount at this moment? Strength. It remained all about strength. If the alchemist truly had ties to the underworld, his strength and background would undoubtedly be incredibly formidable, far beyond what Xiao Chun could currently contend with. Should the information prove false, it could merely be a ruse or trap. Lacking strength would render him vulnerable and at the mercy of others. Only by becoming formidable could he navigate all uncertainties. Only then could he earn the right to pursue the truth. With this thought, Xiao Chun took a deep breath, disintegrating the note into powder with his fighting energy, completely obliterating it. Regardless of the source of this information, he took note of the warning but resolved to remain calm in his actions. He settled down cross-legged once more, temporarily casting aside familial matters and external disturbances. He immersed himself within, fully engaging the soul-nurturing technique and his unnamed cultivation method. The experience of cultivation post-breakthrough to the fighter realm felt entirely different. The cyclone within his dantian spun slowly, akin to a miniature energy source, continuously drawing upon the energies of heaven and earth, refining them into pure fighting energy. With each breath, he could sense a subtle increase in power. He meticulously experienced the strength of a one-star fighter, familiarizing himself with the basic techniques of externalizing and condensing fighting energy. The 8 extremes collapse technique he had learned previously surged in power under the support of fighting energy. A single punch sent the air crackling, far surpassing the capabilities of the fighting energy stage. The cultivation of the soul-nurturing technique was paramount. Soul power formed the foundation of all, whether it be perception, control of fighting energy, or the execution of soul seals. Even future dealings with alchemy would be inextricably linked to a potent soul. The foundational nurturing section continuously solidified the essence of his soul, while the fragmented thoughts of divine transformation and the insights refined by soul fire, though not directly cultivable, broadened his perspective and subtly enhanced the quality of his soul. Time flew swiftly during his cultivation. When Xiao Chun reopened his eyes, dusk was settling once more. His one-star fighter realm had been thoroughly solidified, his aura dense and concentrated, with his gaze shimmering with newfound mastery over his own power, reaching a new pinnacle. Beep. Detection indicates the host has solidified their one-star fighter realm, enhancing their control over power. Reward, 100 strength points. Beep. An advance of 100 strength points has been deducted. Current balance, 0 strength points. The system's notification sounded at an opportune moment. Xiao Chun smiled faintly. Although his points had returned to 0, his power enhancement was tangible. Just as he was about to further study the formulation for the energy storage pill to see if he could provide some optimization suggestions for his family, a gentle knocking echoed from the courtyard door. "Cousin Xiao Chun, are you there?" It was the voice of Xiao Mei. Xiao Mei was one of the few peers in the family who maintained a relatively good relationship with Xiao Chun. He opened the door to find Xiao Mei standing outside, holding a food container, her face adorned with a hint of worry and mystery. "Cousin Xiao Chun, are you all right? I heard there was some commotion here the other night. Xiao Mei inquired softly, handing over the food container. I brought you something to eat. Xiao Chen's heart stirred as he accepted the food container. Thank you, I am fine. It was just some noise from my cultivation. He noticed a flicker in Xiao Mei's gaze, as if she had something more to say. Is something wrong? Do you have more to share? Xiao Chen asked. Xiao Mei hesitated for a moment, leaning in closer and lowering her voice further. Cousin Xiao Chun, you need to be cautious lately. I overheard Jialia Ao talking with a stranger by the corner of the back courtyard yesterday. Though I couldn't hear everything clearly, it seemed they mentioned your name, along with phrases like last time was a failure, next time will surely kill, and the master is becoming impatient. It sounded terrifying. Xiao Chen's gaze sharpened suddenly. Jialia Ao, the last time they failed? This undoubtedly referred to the assassin from the night ambush. The master? Was that referring to the new alchemist? Were they already eager to take action again? Thank you, Xiao Mei. This information is crucial. Xiao Chun replied earnestly. You must also be careful and refrain from eavesdropping on them. It is dangerous. Yes, I understand. Xiao Mei nodded, a mix of fear and delight at being helpful, cousin. Please be careful. I'm leaving now. After seeing Xiao Mei off, Xiao Chen's expression darkened. The content of the warning still echoed in his ears. While Jialia Ao's conversation confirmed that their adversaries were far from giving up, and they seemed even more eager now, the enemy lurked in the shadows, while he stood in the light. Although his family had obtained the formulation for the energy storage pill, it was akin to a distant water source that could not quench immediate thirst, and once the enemy realized he had means to counter them, they would likely resort to more drastic measures. He could not afford to remain idle. Strength needed to be enhanced, yet the imminent threat of assassination also required a response. Perhaps this could be an opportunity to turn the tables? A plan gradually took shape in Xiao Chen's mind. The enemy wished to kill him and would inevitably seek another opportunity. Perhaps he could intentionally present a flaw, counteracting the assassination attempt. Knowing that the enemy was poised to act again, Xiao Chun resolved to 1. Use their own tactics against them, setting a trap for counterattack, deliberately creating the illusion of being isolated or making mistakes in cultivation to lure the assassins back, preparing traps in advance. Collaborating with the family's experts to strive for a counterkill or capture of the assassins, and tracing back to uncover the mastermind behind them. 2. Strengthen defenses and hold back. Inform the family patriarch, enhancing both his own and the family's vigilance, thwarting the enemy's plans. Delaying time until the family could produce the energy storage pill or until the enrollment period for the Canaan Academy concluded, before plotting future moves. The treacherous waters are diverted eastward. Utilizing a blade to eliminate adversaries, devise a means to redirect the assassin's attention towards the foes of the Galley family, such as the Oba clan, or that enigmatic new alchemist, thus sowing discord within their ranks, inciting a dog-eat-dog scenario. Chapter 48. The Art of Substitution, Undercurrents Stirring. The clandestine discourse between Galley O and the stranger, alongside the anonymous warning letter implicating the new alchemist, slither like two venomous serpents, heralding an imminent and lethal crisis. The adversary has grown impatient. The next assault is bound to be more ferocious and unforeseen. Confrontation head-on is far from prudent. Heightened vigilance would merely invite passive suffering. Xiao Chen's gaze turned icy, and a bold yet perilous scheme swiftly took shape within his mind, diverting the treacherous waters. Given that the new alchemist might also be affiliated with the underworld sect, or, at the very least, a formidable ally summoned by the Galley family, perhaps he could exploit the information gap to foster suspicion and discord within their ranks. But how to execute this? Spreading rumors outright would be too crude and easily uncovered. Authentic evidence or a more cunning timing would be essential. He recalled the poison dagger used during the night raid and the specially concocted powders. These items bore a malevolent and ruthless style, distinctly divergent from typical combat. Indeed, reminiscent of the minions of the underworld sect. Perhaps he could manipulate these elements? He promptly retrieved the azure-hued poison dagger and a small pouch of the previously collected, and used irritant powder, not the beast frenzy powder, but the assassin's venom, from his storage ring. I have insight meticulously scanned the items, while his robust spiritual power delicately sensed the faint residual aura. The dagger's material was unique, and its potency fierce, unlike any standard variant found in Wutan City. The powder also possessed an unusual scent profile, though he could not locate a definitive marker. Its chilling and uncanny characteristics bore a semblance to the aura of the underworld sect. Sufficient, he murmured to himself. There is no need for irrefutable evidence. Merely planting a seed of suspicion To be unveiled at the opportune moment and in the right manner to select individuals would suffice. His target, Oba Pa, the patriarch of the Oba clan. Though the Gali and Oba families are allies, they're hardly inseparable. Their alliance is merely a confluence of interests. Oba Pa, cunning and shrewd, would undoubtedly harbor doubts and trepidation regarding this mysterious alchemist suddenly summoned by the Gali family. If he could instill in him the belief that this alchemist and his subordinates harbored ulterior motives, perhaps even plotting against the Oba clan, then the crux of the plan lies in how to allow Oba Pa to inadvertently discover these items, conjuring associations without casting suspicion upon the Xiao family. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Chen's gaze swept over the nightscape of Wutan City, and a location emerged in his mind. The Drunken Immortal Pavilion, the largest tavern in Wutan City, frequented by the upper echelons of various families for business or leisure. Its complex environment and multitude of patrons render it an ideal venue for orchestrating unforeseen events. He required an opportunity, a means to ensure Oba Pa would appear at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion and fortuitously stumble upon the dagger and powder. Just then, ding, system notification. Detected host is formulating the diverting treacherous waters plan. 50 strength points can be consumed to initiate a basic situational simulation, optimizing plan details and enhancing success probability. Would you like to proceed? Xiao Chen's eyes brightened. The system possessed such functionality? Indeed, in an instant, he felt his thoughts connecting to a vast database. Streams of information regarding Oba Pa's personality and habits, the layout of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, and the recent dynamics of various factions in Wutan City flashed before him. As the system rapidly simulated various possibilities and optimal strategies based on his plan's framework. Moments later, the simulation concluded, presenting a more refined and detail-rich plan in Xiao Chen's mind. Thus, it was revealed that Oba Pa would host a distant herbal merchant at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion the following evening, in the listening rain chamber on the third floor, complete with guard distributions and the waitstaff shift schedules. A cold and fierce smile curled at the corners of Xiao Chen's mouth. Time is of the essence. He immediately donned inconspicuous night attire, employing breath concealment technique once more, slipping away from the Xiao family like a specter of the night. Rather than heading directly to the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, he first detoured to a shadowy alley near the Gali family's market district. This locale, teeming with unsavory characters, often served as a hub for clandestine transactions and murky dealings. He sought out a small, scruffy beggar huddled in a corner, appearing well-informed, and tossed him a few gold coins. Spread the word before tomorrow evening, stating that the patriarch of the Oba clan has acquired a valuable item at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion capable of countering the poison of the Gali family's new ally. He instructed in a lowered voice, altering his tone. The beggar's eyes sparkled with excitement as he snatched the coins, nodding vigorously before vanishing into the depths of the alley. Such vague and cryptic information spreads swiftly among the lowest echelons of society, making it exceedingly difficult to trace back to its source. With his step completed, Xiao Chun stealthily approached the back alley of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Following the system's simulation for the optimal route and timing, he scaled the third floor like a gecko, evading the patrolling guards and infiltrating the listening rain chamber designated for Oba Pa's use the next day. He moved with remarkable speed, inserting the poisoned dagger into an inconspicuous crevice of the window frame using a special technique, deliberately smearing a trace of the peculiar powder on the blade. It would appear as though someone had briefly lingered there, accidentally leaving behind the dagger, or perhaps it had been inadvertently scratched during a clandestine observation. Having completed this task, he departed without lingering, vanishing into the night. The following day, whispers of the cryptic message indeed began to circulate within the lower echelons of Wutan City, though it did not incite a significant uproar. Still, it may have reached the ears of certain discerning individuals. In the evening, within the listening rain chamber on the third floor of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, Oba Pa was indeed hosting a herbal merchant. As the drinks flowed and the atmosphere grew lively, Oba Pa rose to the window for some fresh air, inadvertently brushing against the window frame, when suddenly he felt a sharp prick on his fingertip. He glanced down, noticing something lodged in the window's crevice. Frowning, he cautiously extracted the object, revealing a uniquely designed, azure-glowing poison dagger. The blade was still dusted with some strange powder, emitting a faint, unpleasantly sweet odor. Oba Pa's expression shifted dramatically. A seasoned veteran, he instantly recognized that this dagger was no ordinary weapon. Its deadly nature bespoke of a professional assassin's craftsmanship. How did it come to be lodged in the window of his banquet chamber? Was it intended for him? He suddenly recalled the vague rumor he had heard the previous day, But the patriarch of the Oba clan had acquired a remarkable item capable of countering the poison of the Gali family's new ally. Could it be that this was not mere fabrication? Was someone truly attempting to use a blade against him? Or perhaps the mysterious alchemist summoned by the Gali family had subordinates audacious enough to spy on him or even issue a warning? Contemplating the alchemist's chilling demeanor and the increasingly dismissive attitude of the Gali family towards him, a cold sweat broke out on Oba Pa's back. Once the seed of suspicion is planted, it grows wildly. He discreetly pocketed the dagger, losing all interest in the festivities. Hastily dismissing his guests before returning to the Oba family, his expression dark and foreboding. Meanwhile, within the Gali family, the new alchemist cloaked in black robes swiftly learned of the rumors and Oba Pa's unexpected discovery at the drunken immortal pavilion through his own channels. A clumsy frame-up. A raspy, icy voice emerged from beneath the black cloak, laced with disdain. Yet beside him, Gali Bai appeared somewhat hesitant. My lord Oba Pa, that old fox, is inherently suspicious. It may be useless. A trifling ruse has left you flustered? The alchemist coldly admonished. Do your job. That wretched boy named Xiao Chun must be dealt with expeditiously. He unsettles me. Indeed, Galeb responded hastily, bowing deeply. Yet the flicker of doubt in his eyes did not entirely dissipate. An undercurrent of suspicion quietly surged between the Galeb and Oba families. Through discreet channels, Xiao Chun had garnered a general sense of their reactions, realizing that the plan had taken its initial effect. While it was improbable to incite direct conflict among them, he could at least sow seeds of caution, disrupting their previously harmonious actions, thus securing more time for himself and his family. Ding! The plan to divert suspicion has preliminarily succeeded, intensifying the distrust between the Galeb and Oba families. Reward: 300 strength points. Current balance: 250 points. Deducting the previously advanced 50 points. The system notification chimed. Xiao Chun breathed a sigh of relief. With these points, he could exchange for some system functions. However, he dared not relax, for the adversary's lethal strike could arrive at any moment. Upon returning to his humble abode, he was poised to contemplate how to best utilize this newfound wealth when the Gue token in his embrace once again emitted a faint warmth without any prior warning. This time, alongside the warmth, he sensed a series of exceedingly subtle, intermittent guiding sensations, seemingly directing him toward a certain location beyond the city, within the Beast Mountain range. Simultaneously, the vague map of the nether abyss in his mind appeared to sharpen ever so slightly. The token's renewed activity resonated with the map's elusive echoes. Could it be that the entrance to the nether palace, or something related, was on the verge of revealing itself? Plot branching point. The Gue token's agitation intensified, resonating with the mental map, suggesting that an opportunity related to the nether palace was emerging. Meanwhile, the threat from the Galeb family and the new alchemist had yet to dissipate. Xiao Chun resolved to 1. Venture forth to investigate. Opportunities are fleeting. He would immediately prepare to follow the token's guidance, striving to gain an advantage in uncovering the secrets of the palace or information pertaining to it, despite the high risks of encountering unknown dangers or ambushes. 2. Delay action, prioritizing the immediate threat. Though an opportunity had presented itself, his personal crisis remained unresolved. He should first concentrate on addressing the imminent danger, eliminating the pressing threats to secure his rear before embarking on exploration. 3. Attempt to collaborate with Yao Lao. Subtly reveal the token's changes and the map's information to Xiao Yin, Yao Lao, seeking to join forces in the investigation. Yao Lao's vast knowledge and formidable strength could significantly mitigate the risks, but it would require sharing secrets. Please choose 1, 2, or 3. Chapter 49, A Perilous Night Journey. A glimpse of the palace. The agitation of the Gue token became increasingly pronounced, its intermittent guidance intertwining with the gradually clarifying remnants of the map in his mind. Like a lighthouse piercing through the night, fervently beckoning Xiao Chun. The Nether Palace. It might harbor opportunities for rapid strength enhancement, as well as clues regarding the Nether sect and the truth behind his parents' untimely demise. Opportunities often accompany tremendous risks. Yet the path of the strong cannot afford to be timid. The family crisis and the lurking threats were indeed pressing, but should he acquire the palace's legacy, perhaps all dilemmas could be effortlessly resolved. With his resolve solidified, Xiao Chun hesitated no longer. He donned a set of dark, agile attire suitable for traversing the wilderness, meticulously adjusting his state to its peak. After checking his storage ring, he found a sufficient supply of foundational spirit liquid, chilling medicinal herbs, healing potions, detoxification pills, fresh water, rations, several ancient metal fragments, the bee skin scroll containing the Yun Shun Ju, and a poisoned dagger along with powder acquired from the assassin. He did not inform anyone of his departure, leaving only a note explaining his absence for several days. Under the cover of darkness, he stealthily slipped out of the Shao residence, following the faint guidance of the token deep into the Beast Mountain range. Having broken through to the fighter realm, his speed, endurance, and adaptability to the terrain had dramatically improved. The insightful eye allowed him to see clearly in the darkness, and his formidable soul perception helped him evade potential dangers lurking in the shadows. The token's guidance fluctuated in strength and direction, suggesting that the target was not fixed. Shao Chun sprinted through the night, delving nearly 100 miles into the mountains, where the environment grew increasingly primal and treacherous, with the formidable presence of second-tier magical beasts occasionally surfacing, compelling him to exercise greater caution. As dawn approached, he arrived in an exceptionally secluded valley. A faint gray mist enveloped the area, imparting a stifling sense of oppression, while the energies of heaven and earth became slightly disordered and sluggish. The misty miasma valley, broken steel, strange sounds. Shao Chen's heart stirred. The environment bore an uncanny resemblance to the entrance of the nether abyss, as described in a tome from his family's library. The token's tremors peaked here, pointing unmistakably toward the depths of the valley. He consumed a detoxification pill and cautiously ventured deeper into the valley. The mist thickened, obstructing his vision, while his soul perception faced some suppression in this area. An eerie silence enveloped the valley, broken only by the faint sound of his feet crunching on dry branches. After traversing several miles into the valley, a massive, half-broken black stele came into view. Its surface was inscribed with ancient characters, twisted like serpents, akin to those found on the beast skin scroll, emanating an aura of desolate stillness. This was it, the entrance marker of the nether abyss. Based on the token's guidance and the remnants of the map, the entrance to the palace should lie in proximity to this broken stele. Shao Chun meticulously searched, his insightful eye scanning every inch of land and stone wall. At last, he discovered a narrow, downward-sloping opening, barely wide enough for a single person, hidden beneath an inconspicuous pile of rubble behind the stele. The entrance was obscured by vines and debris. Without explicit guidance, it would have been nearly impossible to detect. A chill, laden with the scent of decay, wafted from within the cave. On the edges of the entrance, several fresh, bone-deep claw marks marred the stone wall. The remnants bore a palpable aura of ferocity, distinctly not the handiwork of ordinary magical beasts. Something had recently ventured inside, or had something just emerged? A shiver ran down Shao Chen's spine, heightening his vigilance. He inhaled deeply, refraining from immediate entry. Instead, he activated the breath concealment technique, suppressing his aura to the utmost, while simultaneously maximizing his insightful eye and soul perception to carefully probe the situation within the cave. The interior lay shrouded in darkness, its depths unfathomable. Aside from the chilling wind, he could not sense any living presence for the time being. Yet, those fresh claw marks served as a dire warning. To enter, or not to enter, the opportunity lay before him, but the unknown dangers could be lurking within. Entranced to the palace, he had discovered what appeared to be the entrance to the palace, yet fresh traces left by unknown dangerous creatures lingered. Shao Chen resolved to 1. Enter immediately. Opportunities are fleeting, and danger may also signify opportunity. Relying on the breath concealment technique and his soul perception, he would stealthily infiltrate and investigate, striving to seize the initiative. 2. Set up precautions, waiting in ambush. First, he would discreetly lay simple warning traps near the cave entrance, then conceal himself, observing the situation to see if any other creatures entered or if anything within might emerge before deciding how to act. 3. Attempt remote exploration, utilizing the soul mark. He would condense a sliver of soul intent to cautiously probe the depths of the cave or toss stones to elicit a reaction, seeking to gather more information before making a decision. Please choose 1, 2, or 3. Chapter 50. Soul intent probes, malevolent spirits block the path. The cavernous mouth of darkness, akin to the gaping maw of a colossal beast, exuded a chill laden with decay. The fresh, terrifying claw marks along the edges silently conveyed the presence of unknown dangers. To venture forth recklessly would be tantamount to courting death. Shao Chun suppressed his eagerness, opting for remote exploration first. He stepped back a few paces, concealed behind a massive boulder, maximizing the breath concealment technique, merging seamlessly with the shadows. He gathered a few stones, infusing them with a faint surge of fighting spirit, and threw them one by one into the depths of the cave, applying varying degrees of force and angle. Hud, hud, hud. The sound of pebbles cascading echoed within the depths of the cavern, gradually fading from proximity to distance. Aside from the reverberation, no discernible mechanisms were triggered, nor was there any response. The cavern remained eerily silent. It appeared that physical probing yielded limited results. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Chun resolved to harness the power of his soul. He concentrated his mind and activated the Yun Shun Ju, delicately extracting a minuscule fragment of soul energy. Employing a fundamental technique from the Hanin method, he meticulously coalesced it into an invisible thread of perception, slowly extending it into the abyss of the cave. This was far more intricate than the bewildering heart technique, requiring an exceptional level of control over the soul, and should the soul thread be damaged, he would suffer a backlash. Yet, for the sake of acquiring information, the risk was deemed worthwhile. The soul thread, akin to an ethereal antenna, delved into the darkness. Through it, Xiao Chun discerned the interior of the cave, a man-made sloping passage, its walls coarse and marked by the passage of time. The air was thick with a dense, soul-stifling aura of Yin Sha, growing ever more viscous the deeper one ventured. As the thread extended approximately 100 meters downward, the path opened up to reveal a vast underground chamber. However, just as the soul thread was about to breach this subterranean space, a chilling, violent mental wave surged forth from within. This wave was not aimed at physical entities, but directly assaulted the soul. Xiao Chen's soul thread bore the brunt of this ferocious intent, instantly torn asunder and obliterated. With a grunt, Xiao Chun staggered as though struck, his complexion paling instantly, and a sharp pain pierced through his mind. The destruction of the soul thread inflicted a slight toll upon him. More critically, he discerned the source of that mental wave. It was not a living being, but rather a malevolent spirit formed from an amalgamation of intensely concentrated Yin Sha and brutal intent. An entity devoid of physical form. It specialized in attacking the soul. Moreover, judging from the brief encounter, the number of such malevolent spirits in that location was undoubtedly greater than one. Their quantity and mental prowess were terrifying. A fighter of Doshur caliber would likely meet a grim fate if they recklessly ventured into this domain. Might the fresh claw marks at the entrance belong to some formidable beast unperturbed by the soul attacks of these malevolent spirits? Had it gone inside, or emerged from within? Just as Xiao Chun was reeling from the setback to his soul, the puppet token he held trembled violently once more. This time, it was no mere guidance, but conveyed an exceedingly faint wave imbued with a sense of yearning and familiarity, targeting the underground space rife with malevolent spirits. It seemed as though something within was beckoning it, summoning it. Simultaneously, a fragment of the map of the underworld palace resurfaced in Xiao Chun's mind, clearer than before, even marking the simple structure of the passage in that underground chamber, alongside a flickering point of light, seemingly positioned at the center of said space. The opportunity lay there. Yet, the path to this opportunity was fraught with countless terrifying, malevolent spirits. A direct assault would lead to certain doom. He must devise a strategy to evade or counter these spirits. Xiao Chun immediately recalled the fragmented insights from the Yun Shun Ju. The soul fire refinement seemed to have some restraining effect against such sinister energies, yet he had no knowledge of it. The void soul devouring was even more perplexing. Perhaps the unusual response of the puppet token held the key? It appeared to react peculiarly to the environment of malevolent spirits or a specific object therein. He attempted to infuse a trace of Do Qi into the token. The token shimmered with a dark light, the yearning and familiarity becoming more pronounced. Yet no further changes occurred. He then tried to channel a fragment of soul energy. This time, the token's response was utterly transformed. Buzz. The characters on the token's surface blazed to life, an invisible wave radiating from the token with a faint air of authority. This wave seemed to exert a slight dispersive and suppressive effect on the surrounding Yin Sha. Effective, though still feeble. This proved that soul energy could activate a certain characteristic of the token, potentially countering the malevolent spirits. Hope surged within Xiao Chun. Yet his current soul energy was insufficient to sustain the token's consumption for an extended period, let alone face such a multitude of malevolent spirits. He required greater soul power, or a more efficient means to utilize the token. Suddenly, he recalled the ancient metallic shards obtained from the second floor of the relay station. The runes on those shards shared the same origin as the token. He promptly retrieved the shards. When the metallic fragments approached the token activated by his soul energy, Both resonated simultaneously. The runes on the shards glimmered faintly, and the authoritative wave emanating from the token appeared to intensify and stabilize slightly. Indeed, they proved useful. Xiaochen rejoiced. These shards functioned as amplifiers for the token. He gathered all the shards as close to the token as possible, holding them in hand, and infused his soul energy once more. Buzz. A significantly clearer invisible force field radiated from him, pushing back the surrounding pale gray mist by over a foot. As if meeting its nemesis, he even sensed a faint stir of agitation from the malevolent spirits within the cave. Though still far from being able to fully resist the malevolent spirits, this was undoubtedly a monumental advancement. Exploration preparation. Having discovered the malevolent spirits obstructing his path, he resolved to combine the protection of the token and shards to delve deeper into the passage, cautiously approaching the underground space and seizing the opportunity as it arose. The risks were immense, yet the prospects were tantalizingly close. Alternatively, he could cultivate on the spot, enhancing his soul. The concentrated insha at the cave entrance, while perilous, also served as an excellent honing stone for practicing the Yun Shunju and augmenting his soul strength. He could first refine his soul in this environment, and once fortified, he could better operate the token before venturing deeper. Lastly, he considered arranging a formation to attract and refine the malevolent spirits, attempting to utilize the token shards as the core. And combining his limited knowledge of runes, gleaned from the metallic shards and Hanin, he could set up a rudimentary protective or attraction formation at the cave entrance, either to safeguard himself or to lure out a solitary malevolent spirit for a preliminary attempt at soul fire refinement. Extremely perilous. Please choose 1, 2, 3. Chapter 51. Refining Souls with Malevolent Qi. The first flicker of soul fire. The fresh, terrifying claw marks at the cave entrance, along with the violent impact of the malevolent spirits encountered during the soul probe, all underscored the extreme danger lurking deep within the palace. While the allure of opportunity was undeniable, without sufficient strength, a reckless incursion would be tantamount to courting death. Xiaochen was no fool. He suppressed the urge to immediately explore the palace, his gaze sweeping over the pale gray mist of insha wafting at the cave entrance. These mists could corrode do qi and stifle the soul, presenting a lethal threat, yet viewed from another angle. They also offered an exceptional opportunity to hone his soul power and practice the Yun Shinju. Right here, he would bolster his soul strength. Xiaochen resolved firmly. Only with a sufficiently powerful soul could he effectively wield the puppet token and confront the unknown number of terrifying malevolent spirits. He sought a relatively concealed nook near the cave entrance, backed against the rock wall. Here, he could both absorb the rich insha and remain unnoticed at the entrance. He arranged the ancient metallic shards in a circle around himself, clutching the puppet token, ready to channel soul energy to activate its protective properties at a moment's notice. Once prepared, he seated himself cross-legged, hands forming seals, and gradually activated the foundational tier of the Yun Shinju. As the technique commenced, the surrounding insha seemed to find an outlet, immediately flowing toward him in wisps, attempting to infiltrate his body and corrode his soul. A bone-chilling sensation, as if capable of freezing thought itself, enveloped him in an instant. Xiaochen could not help but shudder, a wave of discomfort coursing through his soul, causing the operation of the Yun Shanju to become sluggish. Yet, he gritted his teeth and persevered, not only resisting the malevolent energy, but actively guiding a thread of exceedingly faint malevolence into his soul's refining cycle according to the principles of the Yun Shinju. This was an audacious and perilous endeavor. While ordinary individuals would steer clear of such lethal energies, he sought to invite the wolf into his lair to refine his soul. The process was excruciating. That thread of malevolence pierced through his soul like a chilling poison needle, inflicting a pain akin to being torn asunder. However, his soul, fortified by the Yun Shanju and numerous fortuitous encounters, proved far more resilient than that of his peers. Coupled with his formidable willpower, he remarkably endured this initial encroachment. The Yun Shinju, a profound secret technique, demonstrated its worth. Under its unique operational pathway, the thread of malevolence was gradually refined, stripping away its violent impurities and transforming into a pure, slightly chilling energy that merged with the essence of his soul. Effective, despite the agonizing process. The results exceeded all expectations. The soul enhancement achieved through the refinement of this thread of malevolence was nearly comparable to hours of arduous training. Xiaochen's spirit sword. and he bore the pain as he cautiously increased the volume and speed of the malevolent energy he was drawing in. As time passed, the surrounding malevolent energy began to coalesce into a miniature vortex, continuously surging into his body. His complexion fluctuated between a ghostly pallor and an abnormal flush. His body trembling slightly, cold sweat beading on his forehead, clearly enduring immense suffering. Yet, at the same time, his soul's power was solidifying at an astonishing rate, becoming increasingly robust and potent. His perceptive range expanded, and his control over energy became more intricate and meticulous. Ding! The host has successfully drawn malevolent energy for soul refinement, significantly enhancing the proficiency of Yin Shun Ju and markedly increasing soul power. Reward: Strength points, 200. Current balance, 450 points. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Xiao Chan finally ceased his cultivation when he felt his soul reaching a saturation point, unable to absorb any more malevolent energy. He slowly opened his eyes, brilliance shining within them, as if he could pierce through the veil of illusion. He sensed that his soul perception had nearly doubled in strength. Furthermore, it had become more refined, with a significantly increased resistance to negative energy. It was time to attempt the soul fire refinement. Feeling the fullness of his soul, the incomplete and heart-stirring techniques from the Yin Shun Ju surfaced in his mind. He once again centered himself, concentrating his soul power, recalling the vivid imagery of the soul fire, which burned away the dross and preserved the essence. He endeavored to ignite a thread of refining flame at the core of his soul's essence. This endeavor was exponentially more perilous than drawing in malevolent energy for soul refinement. A misstep could lead to self-immolation, severely injuring his soul. He cautiously summoned the recently refined, slightly chilling pure soul power as initial fuel, concentrating his soul. A faint sound, reminiscent of a match striking, echoed deep within his soul. A minuscule, nearly transparent flame, exuding a terrifying heat, astonishingly manifested within the essence of his soul. Soul fire. However, as soon as this flame appeared, it revealed its overwhelmingly tyrannical nature. It voraciously scorched Xiao Chen's soul essence, the agony surpassing that of the previous malevolent energy refinement. It felt as though his entire soul was being subjected to the crucible of a furnace. Unable to suppress a muffled groan of pain, Xiao Chun trembled violently, his skin even oozing fine beads of blood. He desperately clung to the last vestiges of clarity in his mind, strenuously controlling that faint soul fire, guiding it to incinerate the subtle, previously imperceptible impurities and superficial aspects within his soul essence. The pain reached its zenith, yet the results were profoundly evident. Under the scorching of the soul fire, his soul essence transformed with visible purity, solidity, and transparency. Although the total quantity seemed to slightly diminish, the quality experienced a monumental leap. Just as he was on the verge of collapsing, ready to extinguish the soul fire, ding! The system detects that the host has successfully initiated the preliminary condensation of the soul fire, fulfilling the hidden advancement condition of Yin Shin Ju. Reward: Strength points 500. Permanent increase of soul essence strength by 10. System function unlocked. Basic soul armament simulation. The system's notification resonated like heavenly music. A refreshing energy inexplicably surged into his soul, instantly alleviating part of the pain from the soul fire's burning and fortifying his soul essence. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Chun immediately extinguished the flickering soul fire. The intense tidal wave of pain receded, replaced by an indescribable sense of ease and empowerment. His soul felt as though it had been thoroughly cleansed, becoming crystalline and remarkably resilient. Although the total increase in soul power was modest, its purity and strength had undeniably surpassed that of an ordinary fighter, potentially nearing the level of a grand fighter. He slowly opened his eyes, and with each blink, it seemed as if invisible lightning flickered. He felt that now, when wielding the talisman and metallic fragments, the protective field generated would undoubtedly be magnified several folds. As he reveled in the joy brought by his soul's leap, a clearer, more ferocious roar of malevolent spirits suddenly echoed from the depths of the cave. It seemed that the soul fluctuations generated during his cultivation and the condensation of the soul fire had disturbed some presence lurking in the depths. Simultaneously, the talisman in his grasp trembled violently, the sense of longing and guidance reaching an unprecedented intensity. Something deep within the tomb appeared to have been completely activated. Emergency situation. The cultivation has roused the malevolent spirits deep within, and the talisman is reacting abnormally strong. Xiao Chen's power has surged, yet the crisis has escalated concurrently. 1. Immediately delve deeper. With the soul fire in its infancy, soul power surging, confidence soaring. Relying on the enhanced protective talisman. Head straight into the tomb to confront the malevolent spirits and seize opportunities. 2. Wait and bide time. Utilize the cave entrance's terrain to set up a simple defense, such as arranging fragments and the talisman to form a formation. Waiting for the disturbed malevolent spirits to emerge, using the geographical advantage to eliminate a portion and weaken their power before advancing. 3. Temporarily retreat. The malevolent spirits have been disturbed, their numbers unknown and potentially extremely formidable. Withdraw from the cave entrance area for the time being, observe the situation, and strategize to avoid being besieged by a multitude of malevolent spirits. Please choose 1, 2, 3. Chapter 52. Using formations to control malevolence. Soul fire demonstrates might. The roars of the malevolent spirits emanating from the depths of the cave grew increasingly frenzied and dense, clearly indicating that the intense soul fluctuations generated during Xiao Chen's cultivation and the condensation of the soul fire had stirred those peculiar entities highly sensitive to soul energy. A chilling and violent aura surged from the depths of the cave like a tidal wave, accompanied by piercing howls that sent shivers through the soul. The numbers far exceeded those sensed during previous explorations. To rashly venture deeper now would undoubtedly result in being encircled with unimaginable consequences. Although Xiao Chen's strength had significantly increased, he was far from being a reckless fool. He made a decisive choice to utilize the narrow terrain of the cave entrance, opting to wait and bide his time. Seeking to emerge? Then they would first experience his tactics. A glint of cold light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes as he moved with lightning speed. He first thrust the talisman forcefully into the center of the cave entrance. The ancient metal fragments that resonated with the talisman were swiftly arranged around it in a specific configuration, forming a fragmented yet subtly profound rudimentary formation. Not enough. More protection and guidance were needed. Xiao Chen scanned his surroundings, quickly gathering some sturdy bones and stones, likely remnants of magical beasts that had previously strayed into this place, stacking them around the core formation to create a rudimentary, semicircular barricade. Simultaneously, he rapidly tapped his hands, summoning the surging pure soul power and inscribing the foundational runes recorded in the soul seal, along with the fragmented patterns observed on the metallic shards. Into the air, wisps of faint yet stable soul runes were unleashed, merging into the ground's debris, the surrounding cover, and the air at the cave's entrance. Most of these runes served simple functions. Some reinforced, others disrupted airflow, or subtly deflected energy, but when combined, particularly under the amplification of the token and the core fragments, they imperceptibly formed a rudimentary soul barrier that enveloped the entire cave entrance, distorting light and energy. This was not a true formation. Rather, it was a spontaneous creation by Xiao Chen utilizing his formidable soul power and the available materials. Yet its efficacy was undeniably remarkable. Just as he completed this endeavor, the roar from within the cave grew alarmingly closer. Roar! The first to surge forth were 3 or 4 ethereal, grotesquely contorted spirits, entirely composed of thick, malevolent energy. They lacked physical forms, moving with the swiftness of phantoms, emitting piercing shrieks that directly assaulted the soul as they lunged toward the cave's entrance. Bang! 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 The foremost 2 spirits collided headlong against the invisible soul barrier. The barrier quivered violently, its light flickering erratically, yet it did not shatter immediately. The runes flickered, dispersing the impact into the ground's debris and the token. The token emanated a dark luminescence, and under the onslaught of the spirit's energy, it instinctively radiated an even more potent aura, exerting a palpable suppressive effect on the spirits. The 2 spirits, akin to creatures striking a hot iron, emitted wretched cries, their ethereal forms dimming significantly. Meanwhile, the other 2 spirits attempted to circumvent the barrier from the sides, but were thwarted by the cover Xiao Chen had meticulously constructed and the runes he had deliberately guided, momentarily slowing their pace. Now it was the moment. A glimmer of determination ignited in Xiao Chen's eyes. He did not engage his fighting spirit. Instead, he forcefully thrust both hands forward. Soul nurturing technique, soul fire, manifest. Whoosh! A strand of soul fire, considerably more solidified than before, radiating a pale, white hue and exuding a terrifying heat and purifying aura, erupted from his palm, transforming into a small wave of flames that precisely engulfed the two spirits, now ensnared by the barrier and rendered momentarily rigid. Sizzle. Like cold water splashing into hot oil, the soul fire appeared to be a natural nemesis to these spirits, formed solely from negative energy. The two spirits could not even muster another cry. Their ethereal bodies disintegrated rapidly under the searing touch of the pale soul fire, vaporizing into two strands of pure, unclaimed soul energy. Xiao Chun swiftly activated soul nurturing technique, drawing the two strands of pure soul energy into his body as if he were a great whale siphoning water. An overwhelming sense of satisfaction surged through his soul's essence. The energy expended in conjuring the soul fire was instantly replenished and even enhanced. What a treasure! Xiao Chen rejoiced, while the spirits posed a lethal threat to others. They were a bountiful boon for him in the presence of soul fire. The other two spirits, having bypassed the barrier, lunged forward, their icy claws reaching for Xiao Chen's head. Unperturbed, he sidestepped like a wraith, avoiding their attack while conjuring pale soul fire at his fingertips, unleashing it with lightning speed. Hiss! Hiss! Wherever the soul fire passed, the spirits disintegrated upon contact. Yet another two strands of pure soul energy were secured. In the blink of an eye, all four spirits had been vanquished, and Xiao Chen's soul power surged even further. The remaining spirits within the cave seemed infuriated by the swift demise of their companions, their roars growing more frenzied as more spirits surged forth like a tidal wave. Among them were even a few larger, darker, and more powerful spirits, exuding an aura akin to that of a five-star fighter. The rudimentary barrier began to tremble violently under such pressure, fissures appearing. Xiao Chen's expression grew grave, yet he remained undaunted. He continued to unleash soul fire, accurately eliminating the spirits attacking from various angles, absorbing the pure soul energy, while simultaneously channeling his soul power to reinforce the faltering barrier. He also meticulously observed the spirits' patterns of movement. He discerned that although these spirits were frenzied, they seemed to lack true intelligence, relying more on instinctual attacks. Moreover, they appeared to be drawn and constrained by something deep within the cave, not entirely recklessly charging outward. Perhaps he could attempt to guide them actively. A thought flickered through Xiao Chen's mind. While battling, he began to subtly adjust the runes of the barrier and the output frequency of his soul power, no longer striving for complete blockage, but rather attempting to redirect and entice. He concentrated the barrier's power to one side, deliberately weakening the defense on the other side, while using the energy of the soul fire and the fluctuations generated during soul energy absorption to conspicuously attract the spirit's attention. Indeed, the spirits instinctively surged toward the vulnerable defense, where the scent of sustenance was more potent. They bunched together, inadvertently hindering one another, providing Xiao Chun with even better targets. The soul fire, akin to the fingertips of death, extinguished a spirit with each precise strike, transforming them into pure nourishment. As he fought with increasing vigor, his soul power grew rapidly, and his control over the soul fire became ever more adept and refined. He seemed to embody a celestial force specifically designed to counter these malevolent spirits. Time slipped by unnoticed, and after igniting and purifying a spirit comparable to a five-star fighter, the influx of spirits from the cave began to thin, their roars diminishing significantly. Near the cave entrance, the dense remnants of pure soul energy left by the spirits coalesced into a nearly tangible mist, which Xiao Chun continuously absorbed. His soul power had escalated to an astonishing level. He felt a throbbing sensation in his mind's eye, as if nearing saturation. At that moment, from the depths of the cave, the entity that had been attracting the token seemed to undergo a transformation due to the massive loss of spirits. A wave, far older and more profound than before, yet imbued with an urgent calling, erupted violently from the depths of the underground palace, instantly dispersing the remaining spirits. The token in Xiao Chen's possession trembled violently, almost slipping from his grasp. The light points on the shadowy map in his mind suddenly blazed to their fullest brilliance. The obstruction seemed to have temporarily vanished, or perhaps the presence deep within had actively cleared a path for him. Anomaly in the depths of the underground palace. The tide of spirits receded, and a stronger call emanated from the depths, as if a passage had opened. Xiao Chen's soul power surged dramatically, yet was nearing saturation. He resolved to immediately delve deeper. This opportunity must not be missed. Regardless of whether the depths held fortune or peril, it was imperative to investigate. Seize this chance to strike directly at the heart of the matter. First, consolidate his gains. The rapid growth of his soul power had brought him near saturation. He needed to solidify and digest it to prevent an unstable foundation. He would first practice to thoroughly absorb and refine the surrounding rich, pure soul energy. Then formulate a plan. Cautiously investigate. He would first send out a fragment of his soul power to explore, to confirm whether the spirits had indeed retreated, and to ascertain the source of the calling before deciding whether to enter. Please choose 1, 2, 3. Chapter 53. Soul Energy Saturation, the Key to the Underground Palace. The ancient call resonating from the depths of the underground palace was both intense and urgent, and the token's tremors reached an unprecedented level, as if it were about to fly on its own into the dark depths of the cave. The spirits at the entrance seemed temporarily subdued or dispersed by the vibrations from the depths, and the path ahead appeared to be clear. A tremendous temptation lay before him. With a single step, it could lead to an extraordinary opportunity. However, Xiao Chun abruptly halted. He felt the pulsing pain emanating from his mind's eye, a discomfort born from the rapid surge of soul power that was nearing the limits of his current capacity. Power must be wielded with mastery, and the foundation must remain unshaken, especially concerning the essence of the soul. Should one recklessly pursue excess and leave potential hazards, regret shall inevitably follow. Moreover, the depths of the crypt remain shrouded in mystery. Facing it in optimal condition is the only righteous path. If fortune is destined for me, it shall not slip away, even if I pause for a moment. With unwavering resolve, Xiao Chun promptly settled into a meditative posture behind the rudimentary soul barrier at the cave's entrance. The air around him was thick with the lingering essence of purged malevolent spirits, akin to a dense mist, a veritable treasure that must not be squandered. He activated the essence cultivation technique, not merely as a foundational nurturing method, but as an endeavor to guide the nascent soul fire to meander gently within his consciousness. Wherever the soul fire traversed, the unrefined soul energy absorbed was akin to or cast into a furnace, undergoing further refinement and purification, discarding the dross and retaining the essence, until it wholly merged with his soul's essence. Simultaneously, he divided his focus to maintain the soul barrier while vigilantly observing any movements within the cave. This process, though slower than mere absorption, was decidedly more secure. The suffering induced by the soul fire's refining was still present, yet the resultant effects were profoundly noticeable. Although the overall quantity of his soul essence did not significantly increase, its quality transformed dramatically, becoming more substantial, pure, and resilient, exuding an increasingly formidable soul pressure. Ding! The host has successfully absorbed a substantial amount of pure soul energy, and through the soul fire's refinement, the proficiency of essence cultivation technique has significantly advanced. Soul essence strength, 25, soul control, 30. Reward points, 800. Current balance, 1,250 points. The system's notification echoed, heralding the bountiful harvest. Time slipped by unmeasured. And when Xiao Chun finally assimilated the last lingering thread of pure soul energy, he slowly opened his eyes. Within his gaze, a fleeting golden divine light shimmered, deepening the intensity of his vision as if it could penetrate the hearts of men. Though the quantity of his soul energy had grown more gradually, its quality had reached unprecedented heights. He felt that if he were to encounter the peak assassin of a 9-stage combat, Qi, once more, he need not lift a finger. The mere weight of his soul pressure would suffice to shatter their composure. Moreover, his command over the puppet token would surely ascend to new heights. Just as he fully digested his gains and prepared to rise and investigate the profound cave entrance, an unexpected occurrence transpired, perhaps sensing the qualitative shift in his soul power. The puppet token that had been trembling violently in his grasp suddenly erupted with an unprecedented dark luminescence. The light, though not blinding, possessed a peculiar quality that seemed to pierce through the void. The blurred character on the token appeared to come alive, detaching from its surface and levitating, casting forth a complex array of three-dimensional light symbols. These symbols bore resemblance to those on the previous metallic fragments, yet were even more intricate, complete, and profound. They slowly rotated in the air, coalescing into a key, approximately the size of a palm, entirely composed of light and shadow, with an unusual form. The moment this luminous key took shape, it emitted a faint hum before transforming into a streak of light, hurtling towards the rough stone wall of the cave entrance. With a soft sound, the light key silently merged into the stone wall. In the next instant, that previously unremarkable, rough wall began to ripple as if disturbed by water. Countless intricate symbols illuminated upon the surface, outlining the contours of an ancient, weighty stone door adorned with profound patterns. At the center of the door, there was a hole that perfectly matched the shape of the luminous key. Thus, the true entrance to the crypt was not that downward-sloping cave teeming with malevolent spirits. That cave might merely serve as a defensive passage or ventilation shaft. The genuine portal had remained concealed behind this seemingly ordinary stone wall, accessible only with a special key. This key had materialized from the puppet token after absorbing sufficient energy, most likely Xiao Qian's transformed soul power. The stone door trembled slowly, emitting a heavy, grinding sound, as if it were gradually opening a narrow gap. A wave of ancient, vast, and pure energy, tinged with a faint aura of death, emanated from the crack. This was, indeed, the true entrance to the netherworld crypt. True entrance unlocked, with the authentic stone door to the crypt unexpectedly ajar. A breath of ancient and unknown energy lingered beyond it. Xiao Qian had achieved his current optimal state. Without hesitation, he stepped through the stone door. The opportunity lay just beyond. He would swiftly enter the true crypt to unravel its mysteries. Exercising caution, he made a decision. First, he would peer through the gap using eye of insight and soul perception to meticulously explore the environment beyond the door, ensuring there was no immediate danger before entering. He would leave a mark and temporarily retreat to seek assistance. The crypt was no trivial matter, and exploring alone posed too great a risk. He would first make a discreet mark at the cave entrance, and then hastily return to Wutan City to attempt contacting Xiao Yin, Yao Lao, for collaborative exploration. Please choose 1, 2, 3. Chapter 54. Peering through the gap, a moment of choice. The heavy stone door, activated by the luminous key, emitted a dull, grinding sound as it slowly opened a narrow passage barely wide enough for a person to pass sideways. A more concentrated and pure energy wave, imbued with an ancient aura of death, surged forth like a tide, invigorating Xiao Qian's spirit while also filling him with trepidation. The true opportunity lay before him, yet the world beyond the door remained entirely unknown. Having experienced the previous crisis with malevolent spirits, Xiao Qian was acutely aware that this place harbored dangers far exceeding his imagination. He could not afford to grow complacent simply due to his enhanced strength. He was not swayed by impulse. Instead, he immediately activated breath concealment technique to its utmost, while simultaneously combining his surging soul power with eye of insight, transforming them into intangible tendrils of perception that cautiously extended through the door's gap, probing beyond the stone barrier. The scene that unfolded beyond the door starkly contrasted with the malevolent, spirit-infested underground space he had previously sensed with his soul threads. What greeted his eyes first was a broad, majestic staircase of white jade, descending into the depths. Flanking the staircase stood an array of dark stone sculptures, each distinct in form and vaguely defined in visage. These sculptures resembled not human figures, but rather an assortment of bizarre puppet beasts or abstract symbols, exuding an air of solemnity and authority, as if they were ancient sentinels. The entire space was shrouded in a solemn, majestic, yet eerily silent atmosphere. At the staircase's terminus, a vast platform became vaguely visible, upon which loomed the outline of some colossal structure, though the perspective and distance obscured clear details. Most astonishing to Xiao Qian was the fact that, as his soul perception brushed against those dark stone sculptures, he discerned a faint yet genuine energy response. Were these sculptures alive? Or perhaps they existed in a dormant state as guardian puppets. Furthermore, within the expanse between the staircase and the platform, he sensed no presence of malevolent spirits. The spirits he had previously encountered seemed to be barred by an invisible boundary from crossing through this stone door. Or perhaps they were simply unworthy to enter this true core area. However, a deeper, more insidious sense of danger pervaded the entire space. It was a threat born of time, of rules, of unknown traps and mechanisms, far more unsettling than the direct assaults of malevolent spirits. Meanwhile, the puppet token in his possession had calmed its tremors following the door's opening, yet the strong pull and calling sensation distinctly pointed towards the platform at the staircase's end. Opportunity and risk coexisted. Moreover, the nature of the risks had shifted from overt malevolent spirit attacks to more concealed traps and potentially awakening ancient guardians. Xiao Qian slowly withdrew his perception, brow furrowed. The situation was more complex than he had anticipated. The core area of the crypt was evidently not a place to be recklessly traversed. He must make a choice. Should he venture inside now, cautiously exploring with his strength and token, Or should he retreat temporarily, preparing more thoroughly before returning? For instance, if he could repair that dark golden puppet or uncover more information regarding the mechanisms of this place. Final decision. The true entrance to the crypt has opened. The internal situation has been tentatively assessed, and opportunities exist alongside formidable risks. Xiao Chun decided, fortune favors the bold. He would explore immediately. As the state was optimal and opportunities are fleeting, he would enter the crypt with caution, advancing step by step, striving to obtain the core inheritance. Alternatively, he could devise a plan and prepare more adequately. The crypt would not simply vanish. He could first return to Wutan City, where he might consolidate his recent gains and seek ways to repair the dark golden puppet or gather more clues about the mechanisms of the underworld sect, ensuring he is fully prepared for his next attempt. He could attempt a preliminary contact, not delving deeply, merely entering the stone door, conducting limited exploration in the initial area of the stairs, perhaps studying the stone carvings or attempting to use the token to elicit a response from the platform, before deciding whether to stay or leave. Please choose 1, 2, 3. Chapter 55, The Stairway Trial, Soul Seal Puppet. Beyond the stone door, a grand staircase of white jade descends into the unknown, flanked by dark stone sculptures that emanate an invisible pressure. The immense opportunity intertwined with the unknown risks keeps Xiao Chun in a state of utmost calm. To rashly delve deeper would be unwise, yet retreating now leaves him unsatisfied. He resolves to engage in a limited preliminary contact, gathering as much information as possible before making a decision. Taking a deep breath, he adjusts his state to its peak, continually operating the breath concealment technique, holding the puppet token delicately, and cautiously steps through the stone door. Buzz! The moment his feet fully cross the threshold of the stone door, the entire space seems to tremble slightly. The heavy stone door behind him does not close, yet the scene outside appears blurred, as if veiled by a watery membrane. The dark stone sculptures flanking the white jade staircase seem to awaken slightly. No, they're not truly animated, but the dormant energy, waves emanating from them, have become clearer, as if heralding the awakening of a slumbering giant. An invisible pressure envelopes him, causing his breath to catch in his throat. He halts abruptly, daring not to advance carelessly. His gaze sharpens, scrutinizing the nearest stone sculpture. This sculpture resembles a crouching giant wolf, yet its joints bear distinct traces of a puppet's construction. Composed of neither metal nor stone, inscribed with ancient runes that share a source with those on the token. With his eye of insight dialed to its utmost, his soul perception operates like the most refined scanner, meticulously examining every inch of the stone sculpture's details. Simultaneously, he attempts to infuse a thread of soul power into the puppet token. The token radiates a faint dark glow once more, its authoritative wave emanating outward. When this wave reaches the wolf-shaped stone sculpture, something extraordinary transpires. The previously dim runes on the sculpture's surface ignite sequentially with a feeble light, akin to a circuit being activated. Although the illumination is fleeting, the hostility and pressure emanating from the sculpture noticeably diminish, even transmitting a faint, almost affirmative wave. This token is indeed a key, a testament to identity. Xiao Chun realizes. These stone sentinels recognize the aura of the token, yet he senses that this recognition is exceedingly weak and unstable, perhaps due to the token's incompleteness, or possibly because his own strength and soul aura have yet to be fully acknowledged. Should he rashly ascend the staircase or make any inappropriate move, he could provoke an attack. He refrains from stepping on the stairs, instead focusing his attention on the small platform at the staircase's base, just inside the stone door. The platform is as smooth as a mirror, devoid of anything but the stone sculptures on either side. He concentrates his soul power, once again employing the soul seal technique. However, this time his aim is not to interfere or attack, but to attempt a deeper communication with the nearest wolf-shaped stone sculpture. He carefully envelopes the token's wave with a thread of soul intention imbued with friendliness, curiosity, and the same aura as the token, cautiously probing towards the core of the sculpture. This process is more intricate than it seems, requiring tremendous soul control. Xiao Chun is wholly focused, beads of perspiration forming on his brow. Initially, the stone sculpture remains unresponsive, the cold sensation of rejection still present. But he persists, gently transmitting his intention and continuously adjusting the frequency of his soul, attempting to synchronize with any simple mechanism or residual consciousness that may exist within the sculpture. Time passes incrementally. Just as Xiao Chun feels his soul power waning and is on the verge of surrender, Buzz! A minuscule core light point within the wolf-shaped stone sculpture flickers ever so slightly. Simultaneously, a fragmented stream of chaotic yet crucial information flows back through his soul connection. Trial. Staircase. Core control. Unauthorized parish. Insufficient energy maintenance. The information is incomplete, yet Xiao Chun instantly grasps the crux. The white jade staircase is, in fact, a trial. Only by passing this trial can one reach the core control area at its end. Failure to do so results in death. These stone sentinels appear to be in a low-power dormant state due to their age and energy deficiency. Yet they will awaken and attack immediately upon sensing any unauthorized intruder attempting to ascend the staircase. The puppet token is the key to gaining initial recognition, but it may not be sufficient. Perhaps a more complete token or greater strength is required. He also perceives that the core light point within the sculpture is extremely faint and indeed energy deficient. Energy deficiency? A thought sparks in his mind. He glances at the token in his hand and recalls the dark golden combat puppet, which similarly lacks an energy core. A bold idea surfaces. If I could supplement energy to these sculptures or to a certain energy node within this crypt, might I not lower the trial's difficulty? Or perhaps gain higher authority? As this notion crystallizes, the token in his embrace radiates warmth once more, conveying a blurred sense of agreement. There's hope. But how to supplement energy? His own fighting spirit is evidently insufficient. Where is the energy core of the dark golden puppet? At that moment, the pure soul energy he previously absorbed seems to resonate intriguingly with the aura of the crypt. Preliminary contact has yielded critical information. What shall be the next course of action? Attempt to supplement energy to the stone sculpture. Utilize his pure soul power or fighting spirit to attempt to inject it into the core of the near sculpture, to see if it can activate more functions or information. Risk, potential unknown changes. Withdraw entirely, preparing adequately for a return. He has gathered trial information. Mission accomplished. Withdraw from the crypt immediately and return to seek methods for supplementing energy for the puppet or crypt, such as searching for specific magic cores, energy crystals, etc. Dare to ascend a few steps. With the token's protection, cautiously attempt to step onto the first or even the second step of the staircase. Personally experience the intensity of the trial and gather first-hand data. Please choose 1, 2, 3. Chapter 56. Soul Energy Recharge. Initial Awakening of the Guardians. Insufficient energy. From a fragmented information relayed back by the wolf-shaped stone sculpture, like lightning cutting through darkness, a potential direction is illuminated for Xiao Chun. Since these ancient guardians lie dormant, due to energy deficiency, could supplementing them with energy not open new avenues? Perhaps even grant him a measure of control? This notion is exceedingly audacious, yet not devoid of foundation. The recognition of the puppet token, along with the purity of soul energy cultivated through the soul fire, resonating subtly with the atmosphere of the underground palace, may indeed be pivotal. Xiao Chen's gaze fixed upon the recently encountered wolf-shaped stone sculpture. He inhaled deeply, refraining from hastily employing his fighting spirit, as its attributes clashed starkly with the cold and desolate ambience of the subterranean chamber. Instead, he opted for his most recent and uniquely acquired asset, the impeccably pure and condensed power of the soul. Once more, he directed his soul perception towards the exceedingly faint core of light within the stone sculpture. This time, he did not merely convey his intentions. He meticulously guided a thread of exquisitely pure soul energy, devoid of any impurities, akin to a gentle stream, through the tenuous connection established by the soul seal, gradually directing it towards that luminous point. This endeavor proved far more perilous than mere communication. The soul power constitutes the very foundation of a cultivator. Transferring it directly to an unknown puppet core carried the risk of rejection or backlash, with potentially dire consequences. Xiao Chun remained utterly focused, controlling his soul power with unparalleled precision, akin to the most delicate of surgical instruments. Initially, the core light exhibited no reaction to the incoming soul energy, even manifesting a hint of instinctual repulsion. Yet, Xiao Chun did not waver. He continued to gently supply the energy, while simultaneously emitting harmonizing waves through the token to soothe any rudimentary consciousness that might reside within the stone sculpture. Gradually, the sense of repulsion emanating from the core light diminished. It appeared to recognize the purity and harmlessness of this energy, even emanating a hint of resonance with the underground palace itself, perhaps a consequence of Xiao Chen's prior absorption of the purified soul energy from this locale. Buzz. The core light flickered imperceptibly, its brightness seemingly augmenting ever so slightly. It began to actively and slowly absorb the soul energy Shao Chan was transmitting, much like a parched seedling welcoming the long-awaited rain. Effective. A surge of joy welled within Shao Chan, yet he dared not relax his vigilance. Meticulously regulating both the speed and volume of the energy transfer, he sensed his soul power gradually depleting. Yet the core light of the sculpture was becoming increasingly luminous and stable at a visibly accelerated pace compared to before. As the core energy replenished, the ancient runes adorning the surface of the wolf-shaped sculpture reignited, this time with a radiance far more enduring and brilliant than their previous fleeting glimmers. The overall pressure emanating from the sculpture gradually intensified. Intriguingly, however, this pressure seemed to exhibit diminished hostility toward Shao Chan, instead imbued with a touch of warmth, or perhaps a heightened sense of recognition. Moreover, through the connection of that slender thread of soul energy, Shao Chan began to perceive a more intricate flow of information coursing within the stone sculpture. Identification, possession of pivotal breath, soul, energy purity, permission elevation, temporary. Tiered trial, Phase 1, energy barrier, soul resistance. Energy replenishment reaching critical point 1, awakening enhancement, basic command execution possible. Though the information remained fragmented, its value was immense. Shao Chan not only confirmed the feasibility of energy replenishment, but also gleaned insights into the tiered trial's preliminary details, the first phase involving energy barriers and soul resistance. And it seemed he had acquired a certain temporary permission due to the energy replenishment and token ownership. Just as he prepared to continue the energy transmission to unlock further information or permissions, a faint yet excruciating sound of friction emanated from within the stone sculpture. The wolf-shaped sculpture, initially prone, exhibited a slight movement of its forepaw. The eyes, composed of dim crystal, flickered with a trace of feeble red light. It was stirring to life. A jolt of surprise coursed through Shao Chan, prompting him to immediately halt the energy transfer and step back warily, remaining fully alert. Simultaneously, he gripped the token tightly, ready to respond to any potential developments. The sculpture's movements did not escalate. After the slight stir of its forepaw, it resumed its stillness. However, the glimmer of red within its eyes did not extinguish, instead resembling the half-open, half-closed gaze of a slumbering giant beast silently observing Shao Chan. A weak yet distinct intention flowed through the still-connected soul link, transforming from chaotic information into a relatively cohesive directive or perhaps a prompt. Insufficient energy, unable to fully awaken. Possessing pivotal breath, soul energy meeting standards, may attempt to ascend the top 10 tiers. Beyond the 10th tier, higher permissions or stronger energy required. Upon conveying this intention, the core's brilliance stabilized at a level several times brighter than initially, ceasing to absorb energy or transmit information, as if entering a standby state. Shao Chan exhaled a breath of relief. The perilous endeavor had borne fruit. Though it had consumed considerable soul power, the rewards surpassed expectations. He had secure permission to ascend the top 10 tiers. Furthermore, he had discerned the necessity for higher permissions or stronger energy beyond the 10th tier. This delineated a clear boundary and objective for his forthcoming actions. He gazed at the subtly glowing wolf-shaped stone sculpture, then turned his attention towards the alabaster staircase leading into the unknown depths, his resolve crystallizing. Next course of action. Having obtained permission to ascend the top 10 tiers and partially awaken the Guardian, he acknowledged the depletion of his soul power. With renewed determination, he contemplated, attempt the top 10 tier trial immediately, personally experiencing the trial's content to gain first-hand experience and potential rewards. Alternatively, retreat to recuperate, as his soul power required restoration, having acquired critical information. Lastly, endeavor to communicate with other stone sculptures, attempting to supplement them with a modicum of energy to see if further diverse information or permissions could be obtained. Please choose 1, 2, 3, Chapter 57, Dual Puppet Resonance. Permission Enhancement. Successfully replenishing energy to the wolf-shaped stone sculpture and acquiring permission to ascend the top 10 tiers illuminated Shao Chen's path to unraveling the mysteries of this place. Given the efficacy of this method and his remaining soul power, he resolved to press forward and attempt to establish a connection with another stone sculpture. His gaze swept across the small platform within the stone door. Aside from the wolf-shaped sculpture, there was a slightly smaller stone sculpture resembling a leopard, poised in a pouncing stance, its surface runes equally ancient and dim. Shao Chan replicated his earlier approach. He first emitted a wave of recognition through the puppet token, then concentrated his soul power, cautiously probing towards the core of the leopard-shaped sculpture. With the prior experience to guide him, this process unfolded much more smoothly. Although it still demanded considerable mental effort, he encountered no formidable repulsion. The pure soul energy gradually flowed into the core, illuminating the leopard-shaped sculpture's core light. Similar to the wolf-shaped sculpture, when the energy replenishment reached a critical threshold, approximately 1, the leopard-shaped sculpture exhibited a reaction. Click! The claws of the leopard-shaped sculpture trembled slightly, and its crystalline eyes glimmered with a ghostly blue light, transmitting a relatively clear intention. Identification, temporary permission, elevation. Tiered trial, Phase 2, illusionary entrapment, steadfast will. Energy replenishment reaching critical point 1, awakening enhancement, collaborative reconnaissance commands executable. The second phase of the trial revolved around illusions, testing willpower. Moreover, this leopard-shaped sculpture appeared inclined towards reconnaissance functions. Even more thrilling for Xiao Chun was that as both sculptures partially awakened, their eyes flashing red and blue light respectively, the puppet token in his grasp suddenly underwent a transformation. The token warmed slightly, and the light emitted from the eyes of the two sculptures seemed to be drawn towards it, converging upon the token. The character inscribed on the token became increasingly distinct, feedbacking to Xiao Chun with more complex information. Upon detecting the response from the dual patrol puppet unit, a temporary authority integration enhancement was initiated. The primary area map, comprising the first 10 tiers and the platform, along with energy node perception privileges, were granted to the keyholder. In an instant, the fragmented image of the underground palace map in Xiao Chen's mind suddenly became remarkably clear and intricate. It not only delineated the precise extent of the first 10 tiers and the positions of the stone sculptures on either side, but also revealed portions of the platform structure at the end of the steps, even marking several faint energy fluctuation points atop the platform. These energy points appeared to be some form of nodes vital for the operation of this place. Simultaneously, he acquired a vague sensing ability, enabling him to perceive the flow and distribution of energy within this area. This was indeed an unexpected boon. The vitality restored by supplementing the two stone sculptures had unexpectedly integrated to enhance his temporary authority, granting him both the map and energy perception abilities. This would undoubtedly significantly augment his success and safety in subsequent explorations. Suppressing the excitement bubbling within, Xiao Chun refrained from greedily attempting to engage with a third stone sculpture. He sensed that his soul power had been considerably drained after the two supplements, necessitating recovery. Moreover, overindulgence could lead to uncontrollable consequences, which would be troublesome. He meticulously studied the newly acquired map information in his mind. Though the first 10 tiers appeared tranquil, the map indicated that an invisible energy barrier existed within the first 5 tiers, which would continuously deplete the climber's fighting spirit and stamina, while the latter 5 tiers would manifest whispering illusions that could affect one's mind. As for the platform at the end of the steps, no immediate danger was indicated, but those energy nodes warranted particular attention. The information was sufficiently rich. It was time to personally experience the trial ladder. He seated himself cross-legged, consuming a pill to restore his soul power, and began to adjust his breathing, preparing to face the challenge in optimal condition. Preparing to ascend. Having obtained key authority and information, he determined to recover first, then, steady ascent, experience the trial. After recovery, he would steadily ascend the first 10 tiers, personally experiencing the intensity of the energy barriers and illusions, accumulating experience for future explorations while assessing the platform's condition. Clear objective, direct approach to the node, post-recovery. He would leverage the map and energy perception to traverse the first 10 tiers with utmost speed, heading directly to the brightest energy node on the platform, attempting to make contact or acquire it. Caution is paramount. Retreat while ahead. With information acquired and authority secured, the trial of the first 10 tiers still bore risks. He would temporarily exit the underground palace, utilizing the newly obtained map and information to deliberate on a safer exploration method or auxiliary items. Choose 1, 2, 3. Chapter 58. Ladder Trial, Soul Wall, Illusory Heart. The gentle medicinal properties of the pill revitalized his depleted soul. Xiao Chun sat cross-legged on the small platform within the stone door, diligently operating the spirit cultivation technique to swiftly restore his condition. The newly acquired detailed map and energy perception imbued him with a clear understanding of the trials that lay ahead. Approximately the time it takes to burn a stick of incense later, Xiao Chun gradually opened his eyes, his gaze radiant with clarity. His soul power had restored to around 80 to 90%, sufficient to tackle the forthcoming challenges. He stood, rechecking his condition and the items within his storage ring, took a deep breath, and cast a determined gaze towards the grand and enigmatic white jade staircase ahead. With the first step, he set foot upon the first tier of the staircase. Buzz! At the very moment his foot made contact with the white jade staircase, an invisible pressure abruptly compressed from all sides. It felt as though he had plunged into a viscous quagmire, each step demanding significantly more effort than usual. Simultaneously, a faint glow emanated from the staircase, forming an invisible energy barrier that not only obstructed his progress, but also slowly drained his fighting spirit. This was the energy barrier. Xiao Chun sensed the loss of fighting spirit and the resistance against his body, and he understood. This consumption might be considerable for an ordinary fighter. Yet for one who practiced an unnamed technique and possessed a robust fighting spirit, it remained within a bearable range. He ascended steadily, step by step. The first 5 tiers primarily tested the vigor of one's fighting spirit and the endurance of the body. Thanks to his solid foundation, although his speed was not rapid, his steps were steady and he felt little pressure. The puppet token in his possession emitted a gentle glow, seemingly diminishing the energy barrier's suction to some extent. As he stepped onto the 6th tier, the environment suddenly transformed. The energy barrier persisted, yet a deep, almost resonant whisper began to echo directly in his mind. The voice was vague, but it carried an alluring power, attempting to evoke fears, desires, and distractions buried deep within one's heart. Give up. The road ahead is death power. Endless power is yours. Turn back. There are riches to be enjoyed endlessly. Various distorted illusions began to flash before his eyes. The grotesque visage of Galileo, the tragic scene of his family's downfall, and the illusory vision of attaining supreme power standing atop the continent. As the illusions clouded his mind, Xiao Chun remained clear-headed. The formidable soul cultivated through the spirit cultivation technique and his resilient will honed by his soul fire proved crucial at this moment. He firmly anchored his spirit, remaining unyielding as a rock, dismissing the noise and illusions as mere fleeting phantoms. He even proactively channeled his soul power to analyze and perceive the essence of these illusions, treating them as a rigorous test of his willpower. This enabled him to traverse the latter 5 tiers at a speed even slightly exceeding that of the first 5 tiers. At last, he firmly set foot upon the 10th tier. In an instant, the surrounding pressure dissipated and the cacophony of illusions receded like a tide. He stood upon the expansive platform at the end of the staircase. The platform was laid with an unknown black, colossal stone, smooth as a mirror, reflecting a faint light of indeterminate origin. At the center of the platform stood an ancient, entirely black stone tablet, intricately inscribed with dense, archaic characters and patterns, emanating a profound aura. This was one of the brightest energy nodes marked on the map. Surrounding the platform, several larger, more enigmatic giant stone sculptures lay scattered, resembling dormant guardian deities. They remained motionless, yet the pressure they exerted far surpassed that of the patrolling puppets by the staircase. Xiao Chun did not immediately approach the central stone tablet. Instead, he first employed his newly acquired abilities to carefully sense the energy flow on the platform. The energy on the platform was far purer and calmer than that on the staircase, primarily converging around the central stone tablet and the feet of the surrounding giant sculptures. Cautiously, he approached the central stone tablet, employing Eye of Insight to meticulously scan the inscriptions and patterns. These characters shared a common origin with those on the animal hide scrolls, yet were more complex and profound. The patterns appeared to depict scenes related to puppet crafting, energy manipulation, and some form of ritual or inheritance. When he neared within 10 feet of the stone tablet, the puppet token in his possession trembled violently once more. The stone tablet seemed to resonate powerfully with it, glowing softly on its surface. A stream of clearer, more complete information surged forth from the stone tablet into Xiao Chen's mind. Later comers, holding the Yinming key, have passed the preliminary trial. This is the Yinming Guardian Puppet Tablet, recording foundational puppet techniques and the layout of the underground palace. To obtain the core inheritance, you must retrieve the scattered puppet hearts and restart the Yinming puppet formation. Warning: the soul-devouring beast has awakened, guarding the core, yet also threatening its destruction. Exercise caution. The volume of information was immense. This stone tablet, named the Yinming Guardian Puppet Tablet, indeed recorded foundational puppet techniques and the map of the underground palace. The key to obtaining the core inheritance lay in retrieving the scattered puppet hearts and restarting the grand formation. This aligned perfectly with his previous conjectures. And that soul-devouring beast, could it be the owner of the fresh claw marks at the cave entrance? It had awakened, guarding the core while simultaneously threatening its destruction? What a contradictory existence. At that moment, Xiao Chun sensed a relatively weak energy node beneath the foot of a colossal stone sculpture at the edge of the platform. Resembling a small storage compartment that seemed to harbor something, its aura resonating with that of the stone tablet. He cautiously approached and discovered it to be a recessed stone trough, within which lay a dark purple jade slip, quietly resting. Platform discovered. Having successfully navigated the first 10 tiers and reached the platform, he obtained crucial information and uncovered a jade slip suspected to contain the fundamentals of puppet techniques. Without delay, he began to read the jade slip, a rare opportunity. He swiftly absorbed its contents, acquiring the foundational puppet techniques and a schematic of the subterranean palace as structure, laying the groundwork for his forthcoming endeavors. He first sought to investigate the soul-devouring beast. The information regarding it was of utmost importance, yet contradictory. He utilized his energy perception to probe the surroundings of the platform or delve deeper, seeking more clues about this creature. Armed with the jade slip, he decisively retreated. The gains from this expedition had far exceeded his expectations. Lingering would be unwise, as it might provoke the colossal stone sculpture or the soul-devouring beast. He promptly withdrew from the underground palace, intending to study the findings in a safer locale. Choose 1, 2, 3. Chapter 59. The initial revelation of puppet techniques. A sudden transformation. The information conveyed by the soul-quieting puppet tablet surged through Xiao Chen's consciousness like a torrent, overwhelming his mind. The essence of the core inheritance. The scattered puppet hearts, and the contradictory yet perilous soul-devouring beast, all pointed towards deeper secrets within the subterranean palace. The dark purple jade slip resting in the stone trough was likely the key to unraveling the obscured mysteries. Opportunities are fleeting. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Chen reached out and grasped the jade slip, its cool touch emanating a faint soul vibration. Instead of placing it directly against his forehead, the common method of reading, albeit fraught with risk, he first employed insightful eye and soul perception to meticulously investigate it, ensuring no hidden malevolent restrictions or traps lay in wait. Only after confirming its safety did he cautiously extend a thread of soul power, gently probing into the jade slip. Boom! An overwhelming flood of information surged into his mind. This time, it was not a fragmented stream of consciousness, but a systematic and complete repository of knowledge. Foundational techniques of the soul-quieting art. It meticulously detailed the most basic methods of puppet crafting, control, and repair from the soul-quieting sect. From material identification, core rune engraving, energy circuit construction, to the simplest soul imprint insertion and foundational command settings, it encompassed everything. Although merely foundational, its intricacy and profundity far surpassed Xiao Chen's previous rudimentary understanding of puppetry. It was a veritable treasure trove of knowledge tailored just for him. More importantly, the jade slip also contained a relatively complete schematic of the outer structure of the subterranean palace. It not only marked the entrances, staircases, and platforms he had already explored, but also clearly indicated a deeper passage behind the platform, leading to a vast space denoted as the Hall of the Soul-Quieting Sect, where the core inheritance resided. The map also highlighted several flickering red points, annotated with small text, suspected locations of puppet heart fragments or high-energy reactions, believed to be areas of soul-devouring beast activity. One red point was conspicuously located at the center of the Hall of the Soul-Quieting Sect. The volume of information was immense, its value immeasurable. Xiao Chun eagerly absorbed this knowledge, particularly the sections on puppet repair, which resonated with the damage sustained by his dark golden battle puppet, illuminating many previously perplexing aspects. He felt confident that, provided he had sufficient materials, he could use this foundational techniques knowledge to restore part of the dark golden puppet's operational capabilities. However, as he reveled in his newfound knowledge, a deafening roar erupted. It was filled with boundless fury and anguish, reverberating from the depths of the passage behind the platform. This roar was not a mere physical sound wave. It struck directly at the soul. The madness and destructive intent contained within it sent a sharp pain coursing through Xiao Chen's recently enhanced soul. The entire platform trembled slightly under the force of the roar. The surrounding motionless colossal stone sculptures began to pulse with flickering runes, as if awakened by the roar. On the verge of revival, the soul-devouring beast, Xiao Chen's expression changed dramatically. The jade slip had mentioned that this creature was awakening, and it lay deep within the subterranean palace. Judging by the noise, it seemed to be in a state of extreme frenzy and was charging in this direction. At the same time, the puppet token in his hand vibrated with an unprecedented intensity, conveying a strong warning. On the mental map, the red point, representing the soul-devouring beast, was moving towards him at an astonishing speed from the depths of the passage. Danger. Utterly perilous. The strength of this soul-devouring beast was undoubtedly beyond his imagination. It was far beyond what he could contend with at present. Even whether the soon-to-awaken colossal stone sculptures could withstand it remained uncertain. He must leave immediately, without hesitation. Xiao Chun swiftly stowed the jade slip into his storage ring and turned to dash toward the white jade staircase. Yet, just as he reached the edge of the stairs, the violent aura from the depths of the passage surged forth like a tempest. A massive, distorted figure shrouded in inky smoke materialized at the end of the passage, its giant eyes ablaze with soul flames, fixating on Xiao Chun on the platform. He had been discovered. Life and death escape. The soul-devouring beast charged in fury. The colossal stone sculptures were on the verge of awakening, and the only retreat lay down the white jade staircase. He sprinted down the staircase at full speed, disregarding everything. He pushed his speed to the limit, racing down the 10-tiered staircase to escape beyond the stone door, betting that the soul-devouring beast would be obstructed by the stone sculptures or would hesitate to leave the core area. He attempted to maneuver among the stone sculptures, utilizing a modicum of temporary authority just acquired in his familiarity with the platform. He endeavored to navigate between the platform and the awakening stone sculptures, seeking a glimmer of hope or using the sculptures to combat the soul-devouring beast. He took the risk of hiding behind the stone tablet. The soul-quieting puppet tablet was a vital node within the subterranean palace, perhaps offering special protection. He attempted to conceal himself behind the tablet, wagering that the soul-devouring beast would not dare to or could not destroy it. Choose 1, 2, 3. Chapter 60. Concealed behind the tablet, the beast's gaze fixated. The soul-devouring beast's roar resonated with boundless fury, and its massive shadow, accompanied by suffocating pressure, surged forth from the passage's end. At this moment, rushing towards the staircase would be akin to exposing his back entirely to this terrifying entity. He might not even descend a few steps before being caught and torn apart. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Chen's gaze swept across the soul-quieting puppet tablet, emanating an otherworldly aura at the center of the platform. This tablet was a crucial node within the subterranean palace, resonating with his puppet token, perhaps offering a sliver of sanctuary. It was a gamble. Xiao Chun, like a bolt of lightning, did not dash toward the staircase. Instead, he shot toward the black stone tablet at the center of the platform. He maximized the operation of breath concealment technique, simultaneously exerting all his energy into the puppet token, emitting a strong wave that resonated with the tablet. At the very moment he slipped into the shadow behind the tablet, boom! A wave of jet black, composed purely of soul resentment, surged forth from the passage like a tsunami, violently crashing onto the platform. The platform trembled violently, and the colossal stone sculptures that had just begun to awaken, their runes flickering, were struck by this horrific soul wave, their runes dimming as if forcibly interrupted from their awakening process, plunging back into a deeper slumber. Only a small area around the tablet seemed to possess an invisible barrier, mitigating much of the soul wave's impact. Hiding behind the tablet, although he was not directly hit, the residual shock wave still caused his soul to tremble, his blood surging, nearly forcing him to spit blood. He gritted his teeth, daring not to make a sound. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy footsteps resonated like the beating of drums, striking the hearts of all present. The colossal figure shrouded in black mist finally stepped fully onto the platform. Through the crevice at the base of the stone tablet, Xiao Chun discerned two enormous eyes ablaze with eerie blue flames, sweeping over the entire platform like searchlights. Where its gaze fell, the very air seemed to freeze. This soul-devouring beast possessed an exceedingly bizarre form. It appeared to lack a fixed shape, continuously distorting and shifting within the black mist, occasionally revealing sharp claws or menacing fangs. Yet the core of its being lay in those two heart-stopping flames and the overwhelming resentment they exuded. Its aura was so formidable that it far surpassed any existence Xiao Chun had ever encountered, likely equivalent to, or even exceeding, that of a human doling. It seemed to be searching for something, its gaze sweeping over the silent, massive stone sculptures across the desolate platform, and finally, slowly, fixing upon the ghostly town's puppet tablet, where Xiao Chun was concealed. Discovered. Xiao Chen's heart nearly ceased its rhythm. Every muscle in his body tensed. His fighting spirit and soul power coiling up, ready to fight to the death. However, the soul-devouring beast did not launch an immediate attack. Its burning gaze remained fixated on the stone tablet, revealing an extremely complex array of emotions, deep-seated hatred, a violent desire to shatter the tablet, yet seemingly tinged with a faint, nearly imperceptible, overwhelming dread, or perhaps an attachment. It growled lowly, pacing around the stone tablet, its claws scraping against the black stone floor, producing a jarring sound. It raised its enormous, mist-formed claws several times, as if intending to strike the tablet, only to halt at the last moment, as if some invisible restraint were binding it. Protecting the core, yet also wishing to destroy it, Xiao Qin recalled the warning inscribed upon the tablet, and at that moment began to grasp the situation. This soul-devouring beast bore a profound connection to the core of this underground palace, likely the stone tablet itself, or something within the main hall. It sought to obliterate this place, perhaps driven by pain or madness. It was restrained by some instinct or binding force, unable to truly act. This posed both a danger and an opportunity for Xiao Chun. The beast's attention seemed entirely captivated by the stone tablet, temporarily neglecting a detailed investigation of its surroundings. Yet, it lingered, preventing Xiao Chen's escape. Time ticked by agonizingly slowly, every second feeling like an eternity. Xiao Chen's mind raced, contemplating a way to extricate himself. A direct confrontation would surely lead to demise. Waiting for it to depart on its own? Who could say when that might be? And what if it lost patience? His gaze fell once more upon the puppet token in his hand. The token continued to resonate with the stone tablet. Perhaps an exceedingly perilous plan began to take shape in his mind. Escape from the perilous situation. Trapped behind the tablet, the soul-devouring beast continued to circle. Xiao Chun resolved to 1. Take the risk to activate the token, attempt to infuse a significant amount of soul power into the token, maximizing its resonance with the stone tablet, potentially invoking the tablet's protective force to repel the soul-devouring beast or create chaos as a chance to flee. 2. Wait patiently for the right moment. Remain hidden, waiting for the soul-devouring beast to shift its focus or for other unexpected occurrences, such as the complete awakening of the stone sculptures, before seeking an opportunity to escape. 3. Attempt to communicate with the soul-devouring beast, a highly risky endeavor. Yet the beast's emotions were complex. Perhaps a sliver of communication was possible. Try using Soul Seal to convey an extremely faint, non-hostile calming intention. This option carries an exceedingly low success rate and is extremely dangerous. Please select 1, 2, or 3. Chapter 61. Patiently lurking, the beast stands before the tablet. The soul-devouring beast's fiery eyes locked onto the ghostly town's puppet tablet, where swirling hatred, violence, and a scarcely perceptible dread intertwined, creating a stifling atmosphere. It paced around the stone tablet, the sound of its claws scraping the ground akin to a death knell. Each lift and drop of its claws tugging at Xiao Chen's taut nerves. A direct confrontation promised certain death. To recklessly attempt communication was tantamount to a lamb courting a hungry wolf, with slim chances of success and immense risks. At this moment, only the utmost patience could serve as his greatest ally for survival. Xiao Chun activated the breath concealment technique to an unprecedented level, rendering his presence nearly undetectable. His heartbeat and blood flow slowed to the utmost degree, transforming him into a mere shadow of the stone tablet. Gripping the puppet token tightly, he utilized its resonance with the tablet to further obscure his existence. He resembled the most skilled of hunters, maintaining absolute composure amidst dire straits, patiently awaiting any potential turn of events. His gaze peered through the crevice at the base of the tablet, meticulously observing the movements of the soul-devouring beast. Time languidly flowed in the oppressive silence. The beast appeared exceedingly agitated, emitting low, pained roars directed at the tablet, the black mist swirling violently, at times coalescing into a terrifying, beastly visage, then dissipating once more. It repeatedly assumed a posture of attack, yet each time forcibly restrained itself. Xiao Qin noticed that when the soul-devouring beast's emotions surged, the runes upon the surface of the massive stone sculptures at the platform's edge flickered more rapidly, as if on the verge of awakening fully. The soul-devouring beast seemed to perceive this as well, temporarily suppressing its frenzy. This established a delicate balance. The soul-devouring beast was unable to destroy the tablet due to some constraint, While its overwhelming agitation could potentially provoke the complete awakening of the Stone Guardians, something it seemed reluctant to witness. Could it be that there existed some form of mutual restraint between the soul-devouring beast and the Stone Guardians? Xiao Chun pondered silently. In this stalemate, Xiao Chun perceptively sensed that the thick black mist enveloping the soul-devouring beast seemed, perhaps, a touch less dense than when it first appeared. Though minuscule, his formidable soul perception caught this subtle change. Moreover, the flickering of the two flames appeared to exhibit a barely discernible fluctuation, as if their energy were not boundless. Or perhaps maintaining such a frenzied state required significant energy. This realization ignited a flicker of hope within Xiao Chun. If the soul-devouring beast could not sustain this heightened state of activity for long, it might retreat of its own accord. He resolved to wait with even greater patience, lurking like a steadfast boulder. Uncertain of how much time had passed, perhaps an hour, perhaps longer, the roars of the soul-devouring beast gradually diminished in intensity. Its pace around the stone tablet slowed. The black mist surrounding it had noticeably thinned, and the flames burned less fiercely, emanating an overwhelming sense of fatigue. Finally, after releasing a roar filled with unwillingness and anguish directed at the tablet, the massive, contorted figure began to slowly retreat. Disappearing back into the deep passage from whence it came, its heavy footsteps gradually fading until they vanished. The terrifying pressure receded like a tide. On the platform, silence returned. As dead as before, only the occasional flicker of runes upon the surfaces of the massive stone sculptures bore witness that what had just transpired was no mere illusion. Xiao Chun did not immediately move. He maintained his concealed state, patiently waiting for an entire incense stick's duration, repeatedly confirming through his soul perception that no trace of the soul-devouring beast lingered within the depths of the passage, before finally releasing a long, silent sigh of relief. Cold sweat had thoroughly soaked his back. A sense of fortunate survival washed over him, yet a heavier gravity loomed. This soul-devouring beast was immensely powerful, and its connection to the underground palace remained enigmatic. To attain the core's inheritance, this beast constituted an insurmountable obstacle. This place was no longer safe for lingering. No one could predict when that monstrosity might return, or if other unforeseen events might occur. Cautiously, he peeked out, confirming that the platform and staircase posed no further anomalies, before swiftly darting down the white jade staircase like an arrow released from its bow. This time, he unleashed his full potential, accelerating to the utmost without a moment's hesitation. Disregarding the residual energy barriers and the illusions that lingered on the stairs, solely intent on vacating this perilous domain as swiftly as possible. The 10th tier of the staircase was traversed in the blink of an eye. He dashed back to the small platform within the stone gate, casting a glance at the two sentinels whose eyes glimmered faintly, and without a hint of hesitation, he slipped through the still open crevice of the stone door. Upon returning to the valley, feeling the refreshing air and the warm, perhaps illusory, sunlight of the outside world, Xiao Chun truly experienced a sensation akin to returning to the realm of the living. Although this expedition into the underground palace did not grant him access to the core, the rewards were monumental. The foundations of the underworld puppet technique, a comprehensive external map, insights into the mechanisms and dangers of the underground palace, especially concerning the soul-eating beasts, along with a significant enhancement of his soul power, all laid a robust foundation for his future path to strength. He glanced back at the now ordinary stone wall and the adjacent deep cave, etching this place firmly into his memory. It was time to return to Wutan City. The crisis within his family remained unresolved. The threats from the Gailey family and that enigmatic alchemist still loomed. Yet he now possessed a portion of the capital required to turn the tide. Return to Wutan City. The expedition to the underground palace had drawn to a close, yielding bountiful gains. Xiao Chun resolved to return to Wutan City. Please select the priority task to address upon his return. 1. Repair the dark gold puppet. Having obtained the foundations of the underworld puppet technique, he would immediately attempt to restore the severely damaged dark gold combat puppet. If successful, it would serve as a tremendous asset. 2. Address the family crisis. Utilizing the newly acquired knowledge or strength, he would assist his family in countering the Gailey family's pill offensive, stabilizing the situation. 3. Investigate the mysterious alchemist. In light of the anonymous warnings and his experiences in the underground palace, he would focus on investigating the new second-tier alchemist hired by the Gailey family, who might be linked to the underworld. Please choose 1, 2, 3. Chapter 62. Initial Trials of Puppet Technique, Commencement of Repairs. After enduring life-and-death perils in the underground palace, returning to the territory of Wutan City. Xiao Qin's state of mind had undeniably transformed. The fresh air of the valley caressed his face. It could not dissipate the gravity that lingered on his brow, nor the sharp gleam that flickered deep within his eyes. Although he had not acquired the core inheritance during this expedition, the bounty far exceeded his expectations. Particularly, the dark purple jade slip containing the foundations of the underworld puppet technique seemed to open a doorway to an entirely new realm for him. It was imperative that he did not immediately immerse himself in the disputes of the family marketplace or rashly investigate the unfathomable mysterious alchemist. He needed to swiftly convert the harvest from the underground palace into tangible combat power, and that severely damaged dark gold combat puppet, which he had acquired from the predecessor in the cave, was undoubtedly the optimal choice. If he could restore it, even partially, it would become a formidable trump card in his hands, providing him with greater confidence whether facing the family crisis or embarking on future explorations of the underground palace. Without returning to his family, Xiao Qin directly sought a secluded and hidden cave on the outskirts of the Monster Beast mountain range, one that had a water source. To serve as a temporary refuge, he required an undisturbed environment to focus intently on studying the puppet technique and attempting repairs. After setting up simple precautionary measures, Xiao Qin eagerly immersed himself once more in the contents of the dark purple jade slip. The knowledge contained within the foundations of the underworld puppet technique was vast and intricate. Having previously skimmed through it, he now needed to delve deeply, especially regarding the analysis of puppet structures, energy circuit repairs, and soul imprint connections. His eye of insight and formidable soul power proved invaluable at this moment. The complex runic structures and the precise flow of energy became vividly clear within his perception. As he learned, he retrieved the dark gold puppet from his storage ring, laying it flat upon the cavern floor. The puppet remained dull and lifeless, its surface runes severely damaged, with a gaping, fatal hole in its chest. Following the methods outlined in the jade slip, Xiao Qin gradually infused his soul power into the puppet's interior, meticulously examining the extent of its damage. The internal condition was far worse than the exterior suggested. The energy circuits were extensively fractured and obstructed, with the core drive area utterly silent. Only a minuscule point of light, marked by the soul imprint, flickered weakly like a candle in the wind, symbolizing the faint soul connection Xiao Qin had previously established. The complete absence of the energy core was the most significant issue. Xiao Qin furrowed his brow. According to the jade slip, high-tier puppets required a powerful energy core to function. This dark gold puppet's original core, most likely that puppet heart, had been lost in a self-detonation. A substitute needed to be found, at least a fourth-tier magic core or an energy source of equivalent rank, and its attributes must align with the puppet's cold and sinister characteristics. Fourth-tier magic cores, akin to the prowess of human dough spirit experts, were invaluable and practically non-existent in Wutan City. Unable to resolve the energy core issue for now, he redirected his focus to repairing the damaged energy circuits and reinforcing the soul connection. He retrieved the ancient metal fragments he had previously collected. These fragments possessed unique properties and contained a faint homogeneous energy, which might be melted down to mend the puppet's damaged exterior and certain circuits. Simultaneously, he cross-referenced the soul imprint beginner techniques obtained from the ghost market with the soul imprint section in the jade slip, seeking methods to enhance the soul connection. The repair process proved to be exceedingly intricate and mentally taxing. He needed to first use his soul power to meticulously untangle the fractured energy circuits, then cautiously nourish and unblock them with his own cold attribute Do Qi, acquired from practicing the cold refinement body technique. For completely severed sections, he would need to melt the metal fragments, gradually filling them in and inscribing foundational runes. This was a painstaking endeavor, demanding a high level of soul control and precision in Do Qi. Fortunately, Xiao Qin excelled in both, and with the continuous restoration provided by the spirit-nourishing technique, progress, though slow, was steady and reliable. Days flew by in the blink of an eye. Xiao Qin immersed himself almost without respite in the repair work. When hunger struck, he consumed dried rations. When thirst arose, he drank from the mountain spring. Diligence bore fruit, due to his relentless efforts. The energy circuits in the puppet's right arm and portions of its torso were successfully cleared and repaired, and several minor surface cracks have been mended. Most importantly, through consistently nourishing the soul connection point with the soul imprint techniques, the bond between him and the puppet had grown clearer and more stable. One day, as Xiao Qin once again infused a thread of pure cold Do Qi into the repaired circuits of the puppet's right arm and transmitted a simple command through the soul connection. A series of faint yet distinct mechanical clicks resonated. The fingers of the dark gold puppet's right arm, though exceedingly rigid, moved with undeniable reality. Although it was merely a trivial motion, it sent Xiao Chun into a state of ecstatic joy. It was successful. The repairs were effective. This confirmed that his approach was correct. Despite being far from having the puppet fully operational, particularly due to the energy core issue, this was undoubtedly a milestone breakthrough. It demonstrated that this powerful puppet had the potential for restoration. Just as he prepared to maintain this momentum and attempt repairs on the left leg circuits, the puppet token in his embrace suddenly vibrated with an urgency unlike any before. This time, it was not directing him towards the underground palace, but rather towards Wutan City. Simultaneously, a faint but palpable sense of crisis emanated from the token's resonance. Something was amiss in Wutan City, and it was significant enough to trigger the token's alert. Could it be related to the underworld sect or that mysterious alchemist? Xiao Chen's expression shifted, and he immediately halted his repair work. Emergency alert. Progress had been made in the puppet repairs, yet the token signaled an impending crisis from the direction of Wutan City. He needed to return to Wutan City at once. His family might be facing a grave threat, and he must hasten back without delay. Completing the current phase of repairs, only the circuits of the left leg remain. With renewed vigor, I strive to finalize the preliminary restoration, enhancing the puppet's mobility before returning to confront the impending crisis. First, I shall conduct a remote reconnaissance, attempting to sense the specific circumstances in the direction of Wutan City through the token's resonance and soul connection, and then decide on the course of action. Choose 1, 2, 3. Chapter 63. The token's warning, remote sensing of danger. The successful movement of the right finger of the dark golden puppet signifies a substantial breakthrough in the restoration efforts, instilling in Xiao Chun a glimmer of hope for harnessing this formidable force. The repair of the left leg circuits is nearly within reach, requiring just a couple more hours to complete, at which point the puppet's mobility will see initial enhancement. However, the sudden and urgent tremor of the token, accompanied by a sense of crisis pointing towards Wutan City, doused his immersion in the repairs like a bucket of cold water. The safety of his family outweighs all else. Yet, to return recklessly without understanding the specifics could lead to a passive predicament. Xiao Chun forced himself to regain composure and resolved to utilize existing means for remote exploration. He settled cross-legged, placing the token in the palm of his hand. The token quivered with a distinct frequency, as if conveying a particular message. He fully activated the spirit gathering technique, tightly linking his surging soul power with the token, while simultaneously invoking Eye of Insight to decipher the significance embedded within the tremors. His mind followed the token's guidance, seemingly traversing the spatial distance and projecting vaguely towards Wutan City. This sensing was extraordinarily enigmatic, not a true visual or auditory perception, but rather a hazy premonition based on shared energy or causal connection. What he perceived was not a clear image, but a distorted and chilling energy aura enveloping the skies above Wutan City. This aura bore a familiar, repugnant essence, reminiscent of the malevolent spirits within the catacombs, yet more obscure and sinister, interspersed with a trace of the unique fiery fluctuations characteristic of alchemy. It must be that mysterious alchemist. The source of the token's warning indeed pointed to him. This ominous energy aura was perpetually expanding and intensifying, with its epicenter seemingly located in the direction of the Geely family. It resembled an invisible net, quietly ensnaring the entirety of Wutan City, particularly the area where the Xiao family's market was situated. Xiao Chun could even vaguely sense that, influenced by this energy aura, the fortunes surrounding the Xiao family market, if such a thing existed, were becoming murky and sluggish, as if being perpetually eroded and suppressed by some force. In contrast, the direction of the Geely family market radiated a tenuous, blood-soaked vitality. This was not a direct assault, but rather a more insidious means, which weighed heavily on Xiao Chen's heart. The alchemist was likely employing some form of malevolent alchemical technique or array, covertly undermining the Xiao family's fortunes, while nourishing the Geely family. Such tactics were insidious and difficult to defend against. Ordinary clan members might remain oblivious, simply feeling unusually unlucky, suffering from ailments, or experiencing declining business. Over time, the Xiao family would crumble without a fight. This must be stopped. But how? Should he charge directly into their domain? The opponent was a second-grade alchemist, surely surrounded by formidable protections, and there was no concrete evidence. Xiao Chun furrowed his brow, his mind racing. The token's sensing could not provide more detailed intelligence, yet it had indicated the nature and source of the crisis. He glanced at the dark golden puppet beside him, which had just managed to move a finger. Even if he were to complete the repair of the left leg immediately, it would still be of limited use, as a lack of an energy core was a critical flaw. Therefore, he could only rely on his own strength and intellect. He recalled the fundamentals of spectral puppetry, which not only discussed restoration techniques, but also mentioned some unconventional methods for disrupting energy fields and dispelling malevolence through simple runic practices. Additionally, there was the beast skin scroll spirit gathering technique he had obtained from the second floor of the inn, which could restrain souls and negative energies. Perhaps he could approach it from that angle, find a way to dismantle the opponent's insidious array or means. Taking a deep breath, he resolved the repair work could be postponed. He must return to Uton City immediately, but before doing so, he needed to prepare some potentially useful items based on his current knowledge. Return to prepare. The remote exploration clarified that the crisis stemmed from the sinister methods of the mysterious alchemist. Xiao Chan decided to return immediately, but preparation was necessary. Drawing dispel runes. Based on the records and the fundamentals of puppetry, he would utilize local materials, beast blood, mineral powder, to attempt to draw several simple runes that might disrupt the malevolent energy field to take back to Uton City. Crafting simple soul runes, combining spirit gathering technique and soul seal, he would attempt to encapsulate his soul power that counters malevolence within specially prepared talismans or jade pieces, creating disposable protective or purifying items. Prioritize completing the left leg repair, firmly believing that sharpening the axe does not delay the work of cutting firewood. He would devote all efforts to completing the repair of the puppet's left leg circuit, enabling it with basic mobility, which might serve as a surprise advantage. Choose 1, 2, 3. Chapter 64. Initial Trials of Runes, Dispelling Evil as a Priority. The sense of impending danger, transmitted through the token, loomed over him like dark clouds. The mysterious alchemist's methods were devious and insidious, not something that could be countered by blades or swords. Rushing back without means of restraint would likely result in helplessly watching his family's fortunes being eroded away. Xiao Chan's gaze sharpened as he suppressed the impulse to return immediately. To accomplish a task well, one must first sharpen their tools. The unconventional runes documented in the fundamentals of spectral puppetry might indeed hold the key to breaking the deadlock. He did not delay, immediately searching within the cave. Drawing runes required specific mediums. He first hunted a first-level magical beast, the fangtooth rat, which had inadvertently wandered nearby, collecting its vital blood, the essence of life that could dispel malevolence. He then sought several types of minerals containing weak yang attributes, grinding them into powder. Finally, he carved a brush from wood, infusing it with soul power to enhance its capacity to conduct energy. Though rudimentary, these materials were the best options he could prepare in a short time. He meticulously revisited the structures of several simple runes for dispelling evil, purging malevolence, and disrupting energies from the dark purple jade slip. These runes were not offensive combat techniques. Rather, they leaned toward assistance and interference, capable of purifying negative energy to a certain extent and disrupting abnormal energy fields. Xiao Chan held his breath, focusing intently as he dipped the wooden brush into the mixture of beast blood and mineral powder, slowly inscribing the first stroke on a relatively flat stone slab. Drawing runes was far from simple. It required not only precise strokes, but also the continuous infusion of corresponding soul intent and attribute energy during the drawing process to imbue the runes with life and spirit. He began with the simplest dispelling rune. As the brush tip made contact, his soul power surged, carefully channeling the cold energy cultivated from Fiend body refining technique. Though inherently its purity could also be used to disperse mixed malevolence from the tip of the brush, merging it with the beast blood and mineral powder. Initially, the strokes were awkward, and the coordination between soul power and combat energy frequently faltered, causing the rune's lines to flicker erratically, nearly resulting in failure several times. However, Xiao Chen's robust soul power and remarkable control, combined with the heightened focus brought by spirit gathering technique, soon led him to grasp the technique. With the brush gliding smoothly, soul power guiding the strokes, and combat energy serving as ink, the twisted and arcane lines of the rune gradually illuminated with a stable, soft glow. A faint aura of purifying righteousness began to permeate the air. The first dispelling rune was complete. Though it was merely a basic rune with limited efficacy, it marked an auspicious beginning. Xiao Chen's spirits soared, Disregarding the depletion of his soul power and combat energy, he continued to draw. One after another, he successfully inscribed the Purification Rune and the Energy Disruption Rune, which could interfere with energy stabilization over a small area. As he attempted to inscribe the fourth, more intricate Severing Rune, aiming to disrupt the energy supply link, the overwhelming consumption of his spirit momentarily dulled his senses, causing the rune's lines to become wildly erratic beneath his quill. In an instant, the entire rune's brilliance dissipated, and the markings on the stone tablet turned to ash. The attempt had failed. Xiao Chen's complexion paled, a wave of weakness coursing through his soul. He understood that he had reached his current limits. Gazing at the three successfully inscribed runes upon the stone tablet, which emitted a faint yet resolute glow, he carefully detached them from the stone. This required an exceptional level of soul manipulation, as he needed to transfer the solidified energy structure intact to a specially designed vessel. He chose 3 pieces of relatively resilient beast hide as the medium. Once the transfer was successful, 3 rudimentary talismans, each radiating different energy fluctuations, were completed. Although their efficacy might not rival that of a true alchemist or talisman master, the principles of the nether puppet technique embedded within, combined with Xiao Chen's unique chilling combat energy and spiritual power, might yield an unexpectedly restraining effect against the alchemist's sinister methods. After solemnly stowing away the 3 talismans, Xiao Chen did not linger. He swiftly retrieved the dark golden puppet and all other items into his storage ring, moving like lightning as he dashed out of the cave, racing at full speed towards the direction of Wutan City. "Family, wait for me." Meanwhile, as Xiao Chen hastened on his journey, the marketplace of the Xiao family in Wutan City was shrouded in a pall of despair. Business had grown increasingly stagnant, and even the remaining guards and assistants began exhibiting signs of lethargy and malaise. An invisible panic was silently spreading. In contrast, the marketplace of the Gale family was bustling with activity, as the newly crafted rejuvenation powder by their alchemist proved remarkably effective and reasonably priced. Drawing in a throng of customers, Galeby stood atop a high building, surveying the dismal scene across at the Xiao family marketplace, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Oomph, Xiao family, let us see how long you can hold on." Upon reaching the outskirts of Wutan City, Xiao Chun resolved to 1. Directly return to the family. Immediately meet with the clan leader to inform him of the source of the crisis and present the talismans in an attempt to resolve the situation. 2. Stealthily infiltrate the marketplace, without alerting the family. Enter the Xiao family marketplace alone to personally investigate the specifics of the insidious methods, using his Eye of Insight and talismans, seeking out the core nodes. 3. Approach the vicinity of the Gale family. Risk proximity to the Gale family estate or the alchemist's location to attempt to ascertain their true intentions, and perhaps find an opportunity to disrupt their plans with his talismans. Chapter 65. Stealthily investigating the marketplace, breaking the malevolent miasma. The towering walls of Wutan City were now within sight, yet Xiao Chun did not enter through the city gates. Instead, employing his exceptional agility and the breath concealment technique, he chose a section of the wall where the guards were relatively lax, stealthily scaling it like a gecko and dropping into a secluded alley within the city. The remnants of the setting sun cast a golden hue over the city, yet could not dissipate the pervasive gloom that hung over the Xiao family marketplace. Xiao Chun refrained from returning directly to the family estate. He needed to personally ascertain the specifics of the crisis and identify the source of the nefarious methods. He donned a simple coarse cloth outfit, lowered his hat, and blended into the crowd like an ordinary down-on-his-luck mercenary. The closer he approached the Xiao family marketplace, the more pronounced the twisted, chilling energy atmosphere became, as perceived through his Eye of Insight. This energy did not permeate the entire city. Rather, it enveloped the Xiao family marketplace and its surrounding area like an invisible shroud. The energy writhed as if alive, continuously siphoning the vitality and fortune of the region while emitting a negative aura that left one feeling listless and drained. Ordinary individuals and low-level cultivators might only sense a malaise or a decline in fortune, but under Xiao Chen's formidable spiritual perception, the malicious essence of this energy field was unmistakable. He navigated through the Xiao family marketplace with a calm demeanor, his keen eyes scanning the streets, shops, and even the ground beneath. In his perception, there were not 1 but 3 gathering points of this chilling energy, forming a subtle, triangular formation that shrouded the entire marketplace. These 3 energy nodes were exceedingly well concealed, seemingly buried underground or affixed to some inconspicuous structures, perpetually exuding a sinister aura. Indeed, there was a formation, Xiao Chun smirked inwardly. This tactic was truly insidious. Had it not been for his unique soul and the warning from his token, it would have been nearly impossible to detect. He stealthily approached an energy node located on the east side of the marketplace. It was situated beneath a dead, old locust tree in the courtyard of a closed herbal shop. Xiao Chun could sense that the malevolent aura emanating from the node was most concentrated here, even subtly forming a minuscule vortex invisible to the naked eye, continually draining the surrounding positive energy. Let us see how you fare first. A glint of cold light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes as he confirmed that the area was clear of onlookers. He swiftly retrieved a purification talisman from his bosom. Infusing a trace of combat energy into the talisman, he simultaneously activated the runic structure with his spiritual power. The purification talisman was instantly activated, radiating a gentle, milky white glow, as a wave of purifying and exorcising energy spread outward. With a flick of his hand, he accurately directed the activated talisman toward the root of the dead locust tree. The core position of the energy node, sizzle, like a red-hot iron plunging into ice and snow. The moment the talisman made contact with the ground, the milky white purifying light clashed violently with the sinister aura. A piercing shriek, audible only to the soul, erupted. Tendrils of black smoke rose from the root of the old locust tree. The intangible energy node trembled violently, and the malevolent aura it emitted visibly diminished for an instant. The entire energy field enveloping the marketplace quivered in response. Effective, yet the results seemed insufficiently thorough. The purification talisman was of too low a grade, capable only of temporarily disrupting and purifying the surface, unable to eradicate the deeply embedded core of the node. Moreover, the earlier disturbance had likely alerted the architect of the formation. Xiao Chun made a swift decision, immediately employing his agility to distance himself from the area, merging into the crowd. Sure enough, within less than a stick of incense's time, a subtle yet powerful spiritual perception swept over the region, tinged with suspicion and anger. But Xiao Chun had long concealed his presence, vanishing from sight. The architect of the formation had been alerted. This indicated that their perception was equally keen, and likely connected to the core of the formation. Xiao Chun furrowed his brow. Relying solely on the purification talisman would not suffice to dismantle the formation. It would instead provoke unnecessary caution. He needed a more potent method or to locate the true core of the formation to dismantle it in one fell swoop. He recalled the positions of the other two energy nodes, one near a well to the south and the other beneath a stone lion statue to the north. These three nodes complemented one another, constituting this insidious miasma formation. Perhaps he could attempt to simultaneously disrupt all three nodes? However, this would require assistance or a more powerful area-wide exorcism technique. As he pondered his strategy, his gaze fell upon the entrance of the marketplace, where a contingent of guards from the Gale family was parading with bravado, led by Gale Nu. They looked upon the desolate scene of the Xiao family marketplace with unabashed mockery. Gale Nu seemingly remarked casually to those beside him, "The master said that in 3 days, this bunch of sickly wretches from the Xiao family will be driven out of the marketplace, and then this place will belong to my Gale family." 3 days? A chill ran through Xiao Chen's heart. Time was of the essence. Next course of action. Preliminary investigation confirmed the existence of the formation, yet it risked alarming the enemy. Only 3 days remained. Seek cooperation from Xiao Yin. Inform Xiao Yin, the elder, of the situation and suspicions, seeking his assistance to collaboratively dismantle the formation. Adventurous exploration of the Jali family. The core controller of the formation is likely in the possession of the Jali family or the alchemist. Venture into the Jali residence to search for the formation disk or opportunities to sabotage it. Attempt to enhance the talismans. Utilize the existing materials and the understanding of the formation to attempt to draw more powerful composite runes, or to combine multiple talismans for a forceful breach of the formation. Please select 1, 2, 3. Chapter 66. Collaborating with Elder Yao, cutting off the source. The brazen words of the Jali family resonated like a warning bell in Xiao Chen's heart. 3 days. The adversary evidently had immense confidence in this insidious formation, believing they could render the Xiao family utterly powerless over the marketplace within that time frame. With only a handful of low-grade talismans at his disposal, breaching this complementary triangular formation while the enemy remained vigilant seemed an insurmountable challenge. Time was of the essence. Reinforcements must be sought. In the entirety of Wutan City, The most suitable ally, capable and willing to assist the Xiao family in dismantling this predicament was undoubtedly Xiao Yan, or rather, the esteemed Elder Yao residing within him. Elder Yao, possessing vast knowledge and formidable soul power, was a preeminent alchemist, surely possessing methods to counteract such nefarious arts involving energy, formations, and possibly even alchemical techniques. Without further hesitation, Xiao Qin stealthily departed the marketplace, hastening towards the Xiao family estate. Upon returning to the family, the atmosphere was palpably more oppressive than before. The faces of the clan members were predominantly etched with worry and fatigue, and even the patrolling guards appeared somewhat dispirited. Xiao Chan made his way directly to the courtyard where Xiao Yin resided. Within the courtyard, Xiao Yin was practicing, sensing Xiao Qin's presence. He gradually concluded his training and opened his eyes. Noticing the grave expression on Xiao Qin's face, Xiao Yin raised an eyebrow. "Cousin Xiao Qun, you appear hurried. Is something amiss?" "Brother Yin, there is indeed a matter of utmost importance concerning the family survival," Xiao Qun replied gravely, his gaze sweeping the surroundings, signaling the need for a private discussion. Xiao Yan's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he ushered Xiao Qun into the room and securely closed the door. Without indulging in excessive pleasantries, Xiao Qun got straight to the point. "Brother Yin, I suspect that the alchemist summoned by the Jali family is employing a particularly insidious formation to secretly erode the fortune of our Xiao family's marketplace and the health of our kin." He succinctly recounted the energy field he sensed with the eye of insight, the locations of the 3 energy nodes, and the situation where he had tested the talismans and inadvertently alerted the enemy, omitting details regarding the token and the underground palace, merely stating that his soul had a unique resonance. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's expression turned exceedingly grim. "Is that so? No wonder I've felt something amiss in the marketplace lately. Even during my training, I've experienced a sense of unease. It seems these scoundrels are up to no good." At that moment, a voice, aged yet tinged with surprise, resonated within Xiao Yan's mind. "Ah, this young man's soul perception is remarkably acute. The formation he speaks of resembles a sort of energy-eroding, transformative formation intertwined with alchemical techniques. A malevolent art that siphons vitality and fortune from the land to nourish itself. Exceedingly vile. The one who set this formation must be at least a second-tier alchemist, and their intentions are surely corrupt." It was Elder Yao. Xiao Yin immediately relayed Elder Yao's words to Xiao Qun, adding, "The teacher has identified this formation as the fortune-eroding transformation formation, which is exceedingly malicious." Xiao Qin's heart trembled. Indeed, Elder Yao recognized this formation. Does the esteemed elder possess a method to dismantle it? Elder Yao's voice sounded once more. "Dismantling it is not particularly difficult. The challenge lies in doing so undetected. This formation has 3 nodes that must be simultaneously destroyed, or one must locate its core formation disk. To destroy them simultaneously requires at least 3 individuals with strong soul power who are adept in counteracting malevolent arts. As for the core formation disk, it is undoubtedly in the hands of the one who set the formation, making it difficult to obtain. 3 individuals with strong soul power?" A thought sparked in Xiao Qin's mind. He counted himself as one, Elder Yao, through Xiao Yin, as another, leaving one more needed, Xiao Sun. Her soul power and background were equally profound. Xiao Yin evidently arrived at the same conclusion, exchanging glances with Xiao Qun, each recognizing the thoughts reflected in the other's eyes. "Perhaps we can enlist Sun's aid," Xiao Yin suggested softly. Furthermore, Elder Yao continued, "If we could find a treasure or energy that embodies pure yang and rigidity, or something capable of purifying malevolent forces, infusing it into the nodes could also forcibly dismantle the formation, albeit with considerable commotion." Pure yang and rigidity? Xiao Chan recalled his unfinished soul fire, though that seemed more aligned with the soul realm and lacked sufficient power. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. "Esteemed elder, what if we harness the power of?" Elder Yao scoffed, "Is indeed the nemesis of such malevolent formations. However, it is exceedingly rare, and wielding it necessitates immense soul power. Currently, Yin can only barely manipulate a trace of Bone Spirit Cold Fire, with limited range. Perhaps a trace of Bone Spirit Cold Fire would suffice?" Xiao Qun looked toward Xiao Yin. Xiao Yin pondered for a moment, determination flashing in his eyes. "In that case, we shall divide our efforts. Cousin Xiao Qun, you will be responsible for confirming the precise locations of the 3 nodes and preparing some interference or protective measures. I shall seek out Sunner to explain the situation and request her assistance. At the stroke of midnight, when the Yin energy is at its peak and the formation operates crucially, We will strike simultaneously to destroy the three nodes. Very well. Xiao Chen nodded vigorously. This was the most feasible plan thus far. With their strategy set, the two immediately set off on their respective missions. Xiao Chen stealthily infiltrated the marketplace once more, utilizing his heightened soul perception to accurately ascertain the specific locations, depths, and energy intensities of the three energy nodes, leaving subtle soul markers that were difficult to detect. Meanwhile, Xiao Yin sought out Xiao Suner. Unexpectedly, upon hearing of the matter, Xiao Suner did not inquire further, but calmly nodded in agreement to offer her assistance. A flicker of coldness flashing through her eyes, clearly incensed by the despicable actions of the Jali family and that alchemist. That night, with the moon obscured and the wind howling, midnight approached, enveloping the Xiao family's marketplace in an eerie silence. Three figures, akin to phantoms, silently emerged at three distinct positions across the marketplace, each corresponding to one of the energy nodes. Xiao Chun stood guard beneath an ancient locust tree to the east. Xiao Yin, with Elder Yao guiding him, positioned near a well to the south, while Xiao Suner took her place beneath a stone lion statue to the north. The trio maintained communication through the rudimentary, sound-transmitting jade slips Xiao Chun had prepared in advance. As the clock struck midnight, now, with Xiao Chen's low command, he simultaneously activated the Exorcism Talisman and the Purification Talisman to unleash two streams of purifying light that pierced into the underground node like blades. Concurrently, he channeled all his strength into the soul cultivation technique, converting his soul power into an invisible hammer that struck fiercely at the core of the node. To the south, Xiao Yin, with Elder Yao's guidance, summoned a wisp of chilling white flame at his fingertips, a trace of bone spirit cold fire. Though feeble, the terrifying, purifying power contained within its icy essence surged into the node beneath the well, instantly coating the surface of the well in a thin layer of ice. To the north, Xiao Suner raised her delicate hand, a brilliant golden flame materializing quietly. Though small, it radiated an overwhelming aura capable of incinerating all in its path. A trace of golden emperor's flame. The golden light penetrated the base of the stone lion, and the sinister node disintegrated as if it had encountered its nemesis. Melting away like snow in the sun, the three simultaneously unleashed their formidable powers, each distinctly different, yet supremely potent, perfectly striking the cores of the three nodes. Boom! A resounding thud reverberated as if emanating from the very earth itself. The ground of the Xiao family's marketplace trembled slightly. The invisible, chilling energy field cloaking the marketplace let out an inaudible wail, much like a balloon being punctured and instantaneously shattered, vanishing into thin air. The clan members, who had previously felt oppressed and listless, suddenly experienced a lightness, as if a 1,000-pound burden had been lifted from their shoulders. We succeeded. However, at the very moment the formation was dismantled, a furious roar erupted from the direction of the Jali family. Who dares to disrupt my formation? Seeking death. A formidable and malevolent soul force erupted like a tempest, instantaneously locking onto the direction of the market. The enigmatic alchemist was thoroughly incensed. The formation has been breached. The alchemist is furious. With the formation dismantled, the alchemist's soul power honed in on the market. They promptly dispersed. The three swiftly scattered, utilizing the cover of night and the terrain to conceal their presence, evading precise targeting and retaliation from their adversary. Rallying for battle, with the formation shattered, the opponent was likely to act out of desperation. They immediately summoned their clan's strength, preparing for a potential confrontation. Taking the initiative, seizing the moment while the adversary's formation recoiled in backlash, they banded together to strike at the Gal family, catching them off guard. Please choose. 1, 2, 3. Chapter 67. The Backlash of the Formation. A storm is brewing. The moment the Shrouded transformation formation was forcibly dismantled, within the depths of the Gal family residence. In a chamber thick with the scent of potions and a chilling aura, the cloaked alchemist suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood, his body swaying violently. The sinister energy surrounding him instantly spiraling out of control. Before him lay a black formation plate, intricately engraved with complex patterns, which cracked with a resounding snap, shattering into 3 pieces. How could this be? Who could simultaneously and accurately disrupt my 3 focal points? The alchemist bellowed in astonishment and fury, his face contorted beneath the black cloak. The forced dismantling of the formation had led to a severe backlash against him as the master of the formation, inflicting substantial damage on both his soul and fighting spirit. Even more unsettling was the realization that his opponent had employed remarkably adept and swift means to breach the formation, utilizing at least two distinctly powerful flames. One of these flames even sent a shiver of dread from the depths of his soul. Exotic fire? How could such a small city as Wutan possibly harbor exotic fire? He found it hard to believe, yet the evidence lay before him. The Shao family had concealed such a trump card? Following his shock and rage came an overwhelming desire for vengeance. The formation's breach, his plans thwarted, and his injury demanded retribution. Moreover, should the existence of the suspected exotic fire be made public, it was imperative to silence any witnesses. He suppressed his injuries, unleashing his soul power like a tempest, swiftly locking onto the direction of the Shao family market. Although he could not pinpoint the formation breaker, the residual energy fluctuations were sufficient to confirm the Shao family's involvement. Galbai. The alchemist's voice was hoarse and frigid, imbued with boundless fury. The already alarmed Galbai hurriedly pushed open the door, and upon seeing the shattered formation plate and the blood at the alchemist's lips, his face turned ashen. Master, what has happened? Useless fool. The Shao family has summoned a master who dismantled my formation. The alchemist barked, summoning his subordinates at once. Tonight, we will make the Shao family vanish from Wutan City. Yes, yes. Although Galbai was terrified, he dared not ask further upon witnessing the alchemist's resolute intent for vengeance, and hurriedly set about making arrangements. Meanwhile, in the Shao family market, with the formation dismantled, the long-suppressed gloom dissipated, and many clan members, though unaware of the circumstances, felt considerably lighter. Shao Chun, Shao Yan, and Shao Suner quickly regrouped. The formation is broken, but that individual has certainly sensed it and will not let it go lightly. Shao Yan's expression was grave, and the elder Yao within him conveyed a warning about the opponent's formidable strength, noting that he had suffered backlash and was likely to act recklessly. Shao Chun nodded. His soul power is formidable and has already locked onto our location. We must promptly inform the clan leader, rally our forces, and prepare for battle. Shao Suner's delicate face bore a frosty demeanor as she calmly stated, a mere clown. Should he dare to trespass, we shall annihilate him. Her tone, though light, resonated with undeniable confidence. The trio wasted no time and swiftly returned to the Shao family residence, heading directly to the conference hall. Shao Zhan and the three elders had not yet rested, anxiously deliberating over the strange occurrences in the market and the well-being of the clan members. Upon seeing Shao Chun and his companions arrive, their faces serious, they sensed that something significant was afoot. Shao Chun succinctly explained the discovery of the formation, their joint efforts in dismantling it, and the potential for retaliation from the alchemist. What? Such a malicious tactic. Shao Zhan slammed his hand down, his fury igniting like wildfire. What audacity from the Gal family. What audacity from that alchemist. Do they truly believe the Shao family is but clay to be molded at will? The Grand Elder trembled with rage. It is no wonder our clan members have been unwell of late. This enmity is irreconcilable. Clan leader, we must immediately rally all our forces. The Gal family may strike tonight, Shao Chun declared solemnly. Indeed, Shao Zhan, as the clan leader, quickly subdued his anger, regaining his composure, and immediately rang the alarm. All disciples above the fighter rank, all guards, assemble. Activate the family defense formation. Simultaneously, send someone to the city lord's mansion. No, that old fox-herman cannot be trusted. The war machine of the Shao family, having been stifled for so long, finally roared to life. The urgent sound of alarm bells echoed throughout the residence, and figures rushed forth from all corners, swiftly converging in the square. The flames illuminated the tense yet resolute faces. Shao Chun surveyed the rapidly assembling clan members, feeling a slight sense of reassurance, yet the weight of the situation remained heavy. After all, their adversary had a second-tier alchemist, whose strength and cunning methods could not be underestimated, and the Gao and Uba families would assuredly mobilize their entire forces. This would be a formidable battle. He touched the storage ring, which contained 3 talismans and the initially repaired puppet. Perhaps they could prove useful at a critical moment. Just as the Shao family braced for the impending conflict under the night sky of Wutan City, countless shadows surged forth like phantoms from the residences of the Gao and Uba families, advancing menacingly toward the Shao family. Leading them was the grim-faced Gao by Uba Pa, and the mysterious alchemist, cloaked in black, exuding an aura of overwhelming malice and chilling energy. The battle was on the brink of erupting, the eve of great conflict, with a decisive battle looming. Xiao Chun resolved in the final moments before the confrontation to set traps with talismans. Arrange the remaining talismans at critical locations around the Xiao family as perimeter, particularly targeting the alchemist. Attempt to activate the puppet. Seek a temporary energy source for the dark golden puppet, such as a high-tier magic core, or by condensing his own fighting spirit, to attempt to endow it with basic combat capability. Adjust their state, preparing to capture the king. Fully restore their condition, locking onto the opponent's strongest point, the mysterious alchemist, and conferring with Xiao Yan, Elder Yao, to seek an opportunity for a decisive strike. Please choose 1, 2, 3. Chapter 68. Talismans laid as traps. Inviting the enemy into the snare. The night wind was laden with menace. The Xiao family residence was brightly lit, with shadows moving in a tense atmosphere that seemed almost tangible. The echoes of the alarms still reverberated, and all capable fighters had gathered in the square, weapons drawn, fighting spirits surging. Clan leader Xiao Zhan stood atop the steps, his expression grave as he delivered the final pre-battle rally. Xiao Chun understood that the crux of this battle lay in how to confront the mysterious and formidable second-tier alchemist. Though the formation was breached, the alchemist's inherent strength and uncanny methods remained the greatest threat. In a direct confrontation, none in the Xiao family could match him, unless Elder Yao intervened fully, which would significantly expose Xiao Yan's trump card. They must utilize every available resource to weaken and restrain him. He still possessed 3 self-crafted talismans, 1 for warding off evil, 1 for purifying spirits, and 1 for disrupting energy. Although these talismans were not of high grade and had limited effectiveness in direct combat, they could potentially yield remarkable results as traps, targeting the alchemist's sinister techniques and possibly damaged soul. Clan leader, I need to lay down some measures at critical locations outside the residence. They may be effective against that alchemist. Xiao Chun quickly conveyed to Xiao Zhan. Trusting Xiao Chun implicitly, Xiao Zhan nodded without hesitation. Proceed with caution. In a flash, Xiao Chun moved swiftly to the outer perimeter of the Xiao family residence, utilizing his eye of insight and sensitivity to energy flow. He selected 3 essential pathways or concealed points suitable for long-range spellcasting. The first location is a stone slab clearing directly in front of the main gate, where the adversary's main force is most likely to converge for an assault. He has discreetly embedded a relatively mild, yet expansive protective talisman beneath the cracks of the stone slabs, designed to activate automatically under the intense impact of malevolent energy, with the intention of purifying the area and diminishing the overall malevolence bestowed upon the enemy. The second site is the shadow of a taller building on the flank, offering a broad field of vision, a potential vantage point for the alchemist to cast spells at a distance or observe the battlefield. He has strategically placed a disruption talisman here, set to detonate upon sensing the gathering of pure, chilling energy, aimed at obstructing the execution of their techniques and interrupting their rhythm. The third and most crucial location is nestled within the canopy of an ancient tree at the edge of the front courtyard square. This is where, during the fiercest moments of battle, the alchemist might draw near to exert greater control over the situation or unleash widespread tactics. Xiao Chun has meticulously concealed the most potent talisman, focused on purifying evil spirits, here, set to activate upon sensing the strongest essence of malevolence, directly targeting the alchemist himself. With the arrangements completed, Xiao Chun swiftly returned to the formation in the square. The entire process was executed silently, drawing no attention from others. Hardly had he settled in when a cacophony of hurried and chaotic footsteps, coupled with an unmistakable aura of murderous intent, erupted from outside the estate. They have arrived. A sense of tension gripped everyone's hearts. Leading the charge were Caleb and Obapa, followed closely by nearly all the elite descendants of the 2 great families and hired mercenaries. A formidable wave that encircled the Xiao family estate. At the center of the throng stood the conspicuous figure of the black-robed alchemist, enveloped in a tempestuous aura. His gaze as venomous as a serpent, sweeping over the Xiao clan before finally fixing upon several young members, including Xiao Chun and Xiao Yan. Xiao Zhan, today marks the day of your clan's annihilation. Caleb barked vehemently, his confidence bolstered by the presence of the alchemist. Humph, old dog Caleb, relying solely on outsiders. What real skill do you possess? Xiao Zhan retorted defiantly. The black-robed alchemist rasped, his voice akin to metal grinding, laced with an icy chill, sharp-tongued and cunning. You have breached my formation and wounded my spirit. Today, you shall repay with the blood of your entire clan. Attack! At his command, the Caleb and Obapa families' forces erupted with a roar, surging toward the Shao family's gate like an overwhelming tide. The battle erupted instantaneously. The clash of energies, the ringing of weapons, and the cries of rage and agony melded into a tumultuous symphony. The Shao clan's descendants, leveraging their advantageous terrain and fierce resolve, fiercely defended the gates and walls, the conflict intensifying. The black-robed alchemist abstained from immediately joining the fray, instead observing the battlefield coldly as his hands began to weave intricate seals, a chilling energy coiling in his palms, clearly preparing for a formidable area attack technique. Just as his energy reached its zenith, about to be unleashed, two arrows imbued with powerful energy shot forth from the Shao clan's ranks like lightning. One aimed at the alchemist's face, the other at his hands as he formed seals. It was the Shao clan's sharpshooter striking. With a cold grunt, the alchemist conjured a black energy shield to effortlessly deflect the arrows. However, this momentary distraction caused his technique to falter slightly. In that fleeting instant, the stone slab clearing beneath him erupted with a pearlescent glow. The protective talisman had been triggered. A gentle yet resolute purifying force emanated outward from his center. Although it could not directly harm him, it sent ripples through the malevolent aura surrounding him, as if doused with cold water, causing the potency of his just-formed technique to diminish by a third. Furthermore, this purifying energy made him feel exceedingly uncomfortable. A mere trick? A glimmer of surprise and fury flashed in the alchemist's eyes, clearly unprepared for such a tactic from the Shao clan. He shifted his form, intent on vacating the purified area while once again gathering his energy. However, as he instinctively darted toward the shadow of the tall building, seeking a more advantageous position for casting spells, the hidden disruption talisman suddenly detonated. A chaotic wave of energy precisely interfered with the trajectory of his newly summoned energy. The alchemist grunted, his energy in turmoil, nearly choking on it, although his mastery as a second-tier alchemist allowed him to swiftly regain control. The consecutive distractions and diminutions incited his wrath. You seek death. He abandoned the notion of a ranged attack, moving like a specter directly into the heart of the fiercest conflict within the estate. He intended to crush these ants with his own hands. As he charged forth, brimming with wrath and the potent essence of malevolence, and approached the ancient tree in the courtyard, the awaited purifying talisman erupted. A brilliant white light, akin to a miniature sun, suddenly illuminated the area, transforming into a solid beam that struck the alchemist's black robe with pinpoint precision. What? The alchemist's countenance shifted dramatically. The power of this talisman far exceeded the previous two and was alarmingly targeted. The protective energy he hastily conjured was scorched by the white light, emitting a sizzling sound, and his very soul felt a piercing pain as if pricked by needles. The backlash from the formation's injury was triggered. He staggered, forced to retreat several steps, a corner of his robe scorched and appearing somewhat disheveled. Though these three talismans had not severely wounded him, they successfully achieved their purpose: to weaken his state, disrupt his rhythm, enrage his spirit, and draw him nearer to the core fighting force of the Shao clan. A glint of cold light flashed in Shao Chen's eyes as he exchanged a glance with Shao Yin nearby. The opportunity has arrived. A chance for victory emerges. The alchemist, incited by the talismans, compromised in condition, had drawn close to the courtyard. Joining forces with Shao Yin, they initiated a surprise attack. In collaboration with Shao Yin, the elder, they would unleash their strongest assault while the alchemist was still reeling from the talisman's effects, aiming to inflict severe damage or even slay him. Command the family. Concentrate firepower. Immediately order all long-range combatants to focus their fire on the area occupied by the alchemist, not seeking to kill, but to further suppress and consume. Deploy puppets. Strike unexpectedly. Attempt to release the initially repaired dark golden puppet amidst the chaos. Even a single movement could draw attention and create an opening. Please choose 1, 2, 3. Chapter 69. The Talisman Trap, inviting you into the pit. A glint of cold light flickered in Shao Chen's eyes as he exchanged a glance with Shao Yin not far away. The opportunity had arrived. The black-robed alchemist was engulfed in swirling black energy, his previously stable aura now visibly disordered due to the consecutive disruptions by the protective and disruptive talismans. Particularly the purifying talisman, which had inflicted a burning sensation upon his very soul, igniting his fury and causing him to break free from the coalition's protective formation, advancing within 50 meters of the core combat zone of the Shao family. This distance was ideal for the poised Shao Chun and Shao Yin to launch a strike. No words were necessary. Their understanding was instinctive. Xiao Yin thrust his Xian-heavy ruler into the ground, propelling himself forward like an arrow released from a bow. His energy surging as a pale yellow aura enveloped his form. Though merely a peak fighter, his momentum rivaled that of an ordinary fighter. He chose an exquisitely timed moment. Precisely as the alchemist, in his fury, momentarily paused to unleash a fierce attack on an elder of the Xiao clan. Flame-splitting devouring wave ruler. A low cry escaped him. It was not a complete high-tier technique, but rather a simplified strike simulated by Xiao Yan's own energy. Nevertheless, the scorching wind from the ruler tore through the air, charging directly toward the alchemist's back. Though the black-robed alchemist was startled, he remained composed. Being a second-tier alchemist, his soul perception far exceeded the norm. In a critical moment, he swiftly turned, his withered hand gathering dark energy into a small shield. Clang! A muffled sound reverberated through the air as the and the black shield simultaneously shattered. The alchemist staggered slightly, retreating half a step, his eyes flashing with surprise, clearly unprepared for the ferocity of Xiao Yan's attack. However, in that fleeting moment when his old strength had waned and new power had yet to manifest, the true death blow arrived. Xiao Chen moved. Unlike Xiao Yan's grandiose display, he channeled the breath concealment technique to its utmost, his figure becoming almost spectral as he stealthily approached, utilizing the chaotic energy fluctuations and shadows of the battlefield. His objective was not a fatal strike, an unrealistic endeavor given the vast disparity in their strengths, but rather a disruption, a critical interference. Soul Seal, bewildering heart. A flicker of nascent soul fire danced in Xiao Chen's pupils, an intangible yet piercing force that surged towards the alchemist's brow like a needle, aiming straight for his soul. The black-robed alchemist shuddered violently. His attempt to conjure a second wave of attack abruptly halted, as if struck by a heavy hammer, his mind blanking out in an instant. Though this disorientation lasted barely half a second in a duel of masters, even half a second can spell the difference between life and death. How could Xiao Yin let such an opportunity slip away? The rose once more this time. A faint blue flame quietly enveloped its body, a trace of bone spirit cold fire lent by the old medic. Although feeble, the bizarre aura of extreme cold and heat intertwined caused the surrounding temperature to plummet dramatically. This is bad. The alchemist's spirit faltered as he sensed the lethal threat emanating from the blue flame. He forcibly suppressed the tremors within his soul, desperately channeling his fighting spirit to mount a defense. Yet, Xiao Chen's onslaught was far from over. Fully aware of the fleeting opportunity, he flicked his wrist, launching the final meticulously prepared energy disruption talisman. Not aimed at the alchemist himself, but the black vortex of fighting spirit forming beneath his feet. BFF. The disruption talisman took effect, causing the vortex to falter momentarily, delaying the alchemist's defensive maneuver by half a beat. That half a beat, boom, enveloped in the faint azure fire, struck solidly against the alchemist's chest. Crack! A clear sound of bone fracturing echoed. The black-robed alchemist was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, blood spewing from his mouth, staining his robe crimson. His aura plummeting to its nadir as he crashed into the crowd of the Galley family, provoking a chorus of gasps and chaos. Alchemist. Galley Bai's countenance changed drastically, and the morale of the allied forces suffered a severe blow. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Zhan's spirit soared, shouting, "Sons of the Xiao family, follow me to kill. Crush the invading foes." The morale of the Xiao family surged like a raging tide, as they seized the momentum to launch a counterattack, causing the previously stalemated battlefield to tilt in their favor. Xiao Chun and Xiao Yan stood side by side, breathing heavily. Their earlier cooperation, though seemingly simple, was fraught with peril, demanding a high level of timing and mastery over their own powers. They exchanged a glance, each finding recognition and a hint of fatigue reflected in the other's eyes. "Well done," Xiao Yan murmured, deeply impressed by Xiao Chen's elusive soul interference technique. Likewise, Xiao Chan smiled faintly, though his gaze remained warily fixed on the direction where the severely injured alchemist had fallen. He harbored a lingering suspicion that matters were far from resolved. The potential connection between the opponent and the underworld sect gnawed at him, leaving an unsettling feeling in his heart. The alchemist might still possess unknown trump cards. Current situation: the core combat strength of the allied forces, the second-rank alchemist, is gravely injured, morale is in decline, and the Xiao family holds the upper hand. However, the overall strength of the allied forces remains intact, and the status of the alchemist is uncertain, leaving room for variables. Next tactical options. Please select Xiao Chen's subsequent course of action. 1. Press the advantage and eliminate the root. Collaborate with Xiao Yin and the family experts, disregarding consumption, to fully annihilate the severely wounded alchemist, eradicating this major variable, even at the risk of incurring a frenzied counterattack from the Allied forces. 2. Fortify the front lines and dismantle the Allied forces. Rather than hastily pursuing the alchemist, command the Xiao family to consolidate their positions, gradually wearing down the Gali and Uba families' ordinary combat strength, forcing them to retreat. 3. Maintain vigilance and guard against contingencies. Suspecting that the alchemist may have accomplices or hidden means, such as self-detonation or summoning. Prioritize self-preservation and alert Xiao Zhan and Xiao Yin to remain cautious, while attempting to probe for anomalies using soul power, preparing for unexpected developments. 4. Attempt communication and seek clues. Utilize the puppet token or soul power to approach or sense the severely injured alchemist in hopes of obtaining more information regarding his identity. The underworld sect and the conspiracy surrounding Wutan City, high risk involved. Please make your selection. Enter option number 1, 2, 3, or 4. Chapter 71, Undercurrents and Puppet Movements. Witnessing the black-robed alchemist's grievous retreat, the Gali and Uba families' allied forces fell into disarray. With a commanding shout from clan leader Xiao Zhan, the morale of the Xiao family surged, their onslaught becoming a relentless tide, pushing the allied forces backward. The battlefield echoed with the clash of weapons, the collision of fighting spirits, and a mingling of roars and cries as the scent of blood permeated the night sky. However, Xiao Chun did not allow this temporary advantage to cloud his judgment. He swiftly retreated a few steps, returning to the relatively safe rear of the Xiao family formation, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, fixated on the direction where the alchemist had fallen. Gali Bai and Uba Pa were encircled by several trusted experts, seemingly assessing the alchemist's injuries, the atmosphere thick with tension and chaos. Something is amiss. Xiao Chen's unease intensified. With the keen perception of insight eye, in a soul sense that far surpassed his peers, he vaguely detected that at the chaotic center of energy, beyond the rapidly fading aura of the alchemist, there lurked an extremely subtle, yet chilling fluctuation. This wave was cold, obscure, and bore a resemblance to the aura he had sensed deep within the mines, at the entrance of the underworld palace. Yet it was more refined and dangerous. Cousin Xiao Yin, be wary of a trick. Xiao Chun cautioned in a low voice to Xiao Yin, who was not far away. Hearing this, Xiao Yin halted his advance, positioning the defensively before him, alertly surveying the opposing camp. The aged and grave voice of the old medic resonated in his mind. Little one, your cousin possesses remarkable perception. There is indeed an unsettling presence emanating from that alchemist, akin to a sinister means of self-preservation or mutual destruction tactic. Xiao Chun took a deep breath, fully channeling the spirit cultivation technique, the soul fire at his brow, flickering gently as he spread his soul power like ripples, cautiously probing the area where the alchemist lay. He dared not approach too closely, fearing to alarm the snake or be met with backlash. Instead, he focused on sensing the subtle fluctuations of energy from a distance. Simultaneously, part of his attention was drawn to the dark golden battle puppet within his storage ring. Ever since he had initially repaired its right arm and parts of the torso circuit based on the basic chapter of Underworld Puppet Technique and established a soul connection, a delicate resonance had formed between him and the puppet. At this moment, he distinctly felt that within the puppet's damaged body, there seemed to be an extremely faint response to the obscure fluctuations emanating from the direction of the alchemist, or perhaps a yearning, like a parched tree sensing the presence of water after a long drought. Was this resonance due to the wave's connection to the underworld sect? Or could the fluctuation be beneficial for repairing the puppet? Thoughts raced through Xiao Chen's mind. This sudden sensation further convinced him that the severely injured alchemist was far more than a mere second-rank alchemist. His ties to the underworld sect likely ran deeper than anticipated, possibly even possessing items related to puppets or the palace. Just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Ha ha! Raspy laughter, reminiscent of a broken windbag, emanated from the crowd of the Gali family. To everyone's astonishment, the once faltering black-robed alchemist, supported by Gali Bai, staggeringly stood upright. His black robe was tattered, revealing a charred mark on his chest, blood still oozing from the corners of his mouth, yet his eyes gleamed with a mad and vengeful light, fixated intently on Xiao Chun and Xiao Yin. Good, very good. In the Xiao family, indeed, there are hidden talents lurking beneath the surface. The voice of the alchemist was intermittent, yet imbued with a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine. He had intended to slowly craft their demise, but since they sought their own end, he would ensure they were buried together. As his words hung in the air, the alchemist violently tore apart his tattered black robe, revealing a gaunt chest. At the center of his heart, instead of flesh and blood, lay embedded a metallic plate, approximately the size of a palm. Its dark hue adorned with bizarre, twisted runes. The material of the plate bore a resemblance to the puppet token in Xiao Chen's possession. Yet its runes were far more intricate and sinister, currently emanating a faint black light. The ominous, murky fluctuations were undeniably emanating from it. Was that a fragment of the puppet's heart? Or some malevolent artifact? Xiao Chen's pupils constricted sharply. The resonance from the dark golden puppet within his storage ring intensified several-fold, accompanied by a hint of restlessness and yearning. "Stop him!" Xiao Chen shouted vehemently, fully aware that, despite not comprehending the precise function of the metallic plate, it was undoubtedly a harbinger of doom. Xiao Yin also sensed the immense threat and did not hesitate to swing the profound heavy ruler once more, the wind howling as it aimed for the alchemist's head. Xiao Zhan and others quickly recognized the peril and sprang into action. However, they were a moment too late. A grotesque and desperate smile spread across the alchemist's face as he exerted his last ounce of strength, striking the metallic plate on his chest with a palm. Eternal night. Sacrifice. With a resounding hum, a terrifying wave of energy erupted from the metallic plate, the black light instantaneously engulfing the alchemist's form and swiftly expanding outward. The closest to the epicenter, Jelly and several loyal subordinates, were the first to suffer, their screams stifled before they could escape, their bodies visibly withering as if their very essence were being siphoned away. The black light did not cease, surging like a tidal wave across the battlefield, wherever it spread. Be it members of the Jelly family, the Oba clan, or the Shao family disciples, those touched would immediately lose their vitality, collapsing to the ground in agony. This was an indiscriminate and terrifying area of effect attack. "Fall back. Form a defensive formation," Xiao Zhan bellowed, his eyes bulging with urgency as he commanded his kin to retreat. Simultaneously, he and several elders joined forces to erect a barrier of fighting spirit, attempting to block the encroaching black light. Xiao Chun and Xiao Yin, positioned further away, reacted swiftly, narrowly evading the initial surge of black light. Yet, as they gazed upon the ever-expanding darkness that devoured life, their expressions darkened considerably. "Damn it! What kind of sorcery is this?" Xiao Yin gritted his teeth. Xiao Chen's countenance grew grave as he concentrated his soul power to perceive the essence of the black light. It was a sacrificial spell that demanded life and soul as its price, with the core being that metallic plate. What further alarmed Xiao Chun was the unsettling awareness that the dark golden puppet within his storage ring had become extraordinarily active. The damaged right finger even trembled involuntarily, conveying a powerful urge to consume the core energy of the black light. In the current dire situation, the alchemist had unleashed a sacrificial spell that indiscriminately consumed life, with the core being the bizarre metallic plate. The puppet's desire for the plate's energy was palpable. Emergency response options. Please choose Xiao Chen's strategy at this moment. 1. Risk it all. Guide the puppet. Attempt to release the dark golden puppet, utilizing its resonance and yearning for the metallic plate to see if it can absorb or disrupt the blacklight energy, though the risks are immense. And the puppet's condition is precarious, potentially leading to loss of control or unforeseen consequences. 2. Join Assault, destroy the core. Collaborate with Xiao Yin, Xiao Zhan, and other top-tier family fighters to launch a powerful long-range attack, aiming to directly destroy the metallic plate serving as the energy source, thereby interrupting the sacrifice. 3. Full defensive measures. Evacuate the clan. Prioritize self-preservation and assist clan members in retreating, using soul power and talismans to resist the encroachment of the black light as much as possible to minimize casualties, awaiting the depletion of the sacrificial energy. 4. Attempt analysis. Seek weaknesses. Fully activate the soul convergence technique and insightful analyzing the energy structure of the black light and the runes on the metallic plate, in an effort to uncover its operational patterns or vulnerabilities for targeted action. Please make your selection. Enter option number 1, 2, 3, or 4. Chapter 72. The puppet's shadow emerges. Energy devours and refeeds. On the battlefield, the black light unleashed by the eternal night sacrificial spell surged like a tide of death, mercilessly consuming life. Under the desperate protection of Xiao Zhan and the elders, the Xiao family disciples retreated in haste, yet several slower members fell victim to the black light, emitting anguished screams before collapsing. The coalition of the Jelly family and the Oba clan suffered devastating losses, positioned closest to the epicenter of the explosion. They fell like leaves in a storm, their formation utterly shattered, survivors crying out in despair as they fled in all directions. The two prominent families of Wutan City were grievously weakened this night. Xiao Chun could not afford to lament the potential fall of his recently stabilized realm, nor the excruciating pain from the overexertion of his soul power. The situation was critical. With every passing second, more lives were extinguished, and the black light continued to spread. If not halted, the entire front courtyard of the Xiao family and even more extensive areas would be transformed into a wasteland. It was time to take a gamble. A flicker of resoluteness flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. He trusted his judgment on the puppet's resonance. It was an attraction between powers of the same origin, and perhaps the only means to counter this malevolent sacrifice. He swiftly immersed his soul power into his storage ring, connecting with the dark golden puppet that held a faint bond with him. At this moment, the puppet was no longer a lifeless metallic construct. Certain circuits within it glimmered faintly due to the stimulation of the external source energy, especially in the right arm, where the area Xiao Chun had initially repaired pulsed with warmth and a yearning sensation. Come forth. With a thought, Xiao Chun activated the connection established with the puppet through the soul seal. In a flash, a beam of dark golden light surged forth, revealing the severely damaged battle puppet. Its surface runes dim, and a conspicuous void at its chest, the puppet's heart missing, now standing before Xiao Chun. It stood quietly, its form still largely in ruins, save for the right arm, which faintly shimmered with a layer of exceedingly weak energy. The puppet's emergence immediately drew the attention of a few strong individuals present. Xiao Zhan, the Grand Elder, and Xiao Yin, possessed by the medicinal elder with keen perception, all gazed in astonishment at the suddenly materialized metallic construct, exuding an ancient, desolate aura. Is that a puppet? Xiao Yin mused internally, while the medicinal elder let out a soft exclamation, recognizing that this young man harbored numerous secrets. This puppet was extraordinary. The black light seemed to sense the presence of an entity of equal or even higher rank, momentarily slowing its spread. Then, as if alive, it dispatched a denser, darker stream of energy, akin to tentacles, that writhed toward the dark golden puppet. Now's our chance. Xiao Chun gritted his teeth, channeling the majority of his soul power through the soul seal, infusing it into the restoration circuits of the puppet's right arm, issuing a clear command. Absorb it. With a resonating hum, the right arm of the dark golden puppet trembled violently, the runes upon it suddenly igniting. Although the glow remained faint, it emitted an invisible pull. The encroaching tendrils of dark energy, upon making contact with the runes on the right arm, reacted as if ice met boiling water, producing a hissing sound, before being rapidly disassembled, absorbed, and integrated into the runes of the right arm. Effective. A surge of joy welled within Xiao Chun, but it was quickly overshadowed by pallor. Controlling the puppet to absorb such a vast and malignant energy demanded an enormous toll on his soul power. He felt as though his mind were being drained, the soul fire at his brow flickering uncertainly. Yet, the results were unmistakable. The black light absorbed by the puppet's right arm visibly dimmed and dissipated. Moreover, as the energy was consumed, Xiao Chun distinctly sensed that the repair of the puppet's right arm was gradually progressing, with minuscule cracks beginning to mend and the runes becoming clearer. In the center of the black light, the metallic plaque appeared to be incensed, emitting a silent roar. More black light converged, transforming into a solid black beam, akin to a giant python emerging from its lair, forcefully crashing towards the dark golden puppet. Be careful, Xiao Yin exclaimed upon witnessing this, immediately brandishing the xuanzhong, sending a gust of wind towards the side of the black beam in an attempt to diminish its might. Xiao Zhan and the others quickly reacted, unleashing ranged combat techniques to bombard the beam. Yet, the primary target of the ominous black beam remained the dark golden puppet. Xiao Chen's pupils constricted as he unreservedly infused the remnants of his soul power into the puppet's right arm. Absorb it. The right arm of the dark golden puppet gleamed with intensified radiance, its 5 fingers abruptly spreading wide, defiantly welcoming the black beam. Boom! With a thunderous echo, the collision of energies created a shockwave that tore the ground apart. The dark golden puppet was sent sliding backwards for several meters, its right arm trembling violently, the runes on its surface flickering erratically, as if on the verge of collapse. Xiao Chun felt as though he had been struck by a heavy blow. A sweetness surged in his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, the connection to his soul sending sharp pangs of agony through him. However, The ferocious black beam ultimately failed to obliterate the puppet. The majority of its energy was laboriously absorbed by the right arm, converted into a form it could utilize, while a fraction was countered by the attacks of Xiao Yin and Xiao Zhan. After absorbing a substantial amount of pure, dark energy, the repair of the puppet's right arm visibly progressed, with even the damaged areas of its right shoulder and torso beginning to emanate a faint glow, showing signs of nourishment. More importantly, after this head-on collision, the black light emanating from the metallic plaque had evidently dimmed significantly, and its dispersal speed had notably decreased. The core energy of the sacrifice was forcibly siphoned by the puppet, drastically reducing the power of this sinister technique. Effective. Continue. Xiao Yin, witnessing this turn of events, felt invigorated and launched another assault, aiming directly at the now dimmed metallic plaque. Xiao Chun, enduring the dual discomfort of his soul and body, continued to manipulate the puppet, akin to a ravenous vortex, persistently absorbing the residual black energy surrounding him. The tide of death on the battlefield was finally stifled. Current outcome. The nether sacrifice was successfully suppressed, and the black light's potency diminished. The right arm and parts of the torso of the dark golden puppet received energy replenishment, leading to improved repair. Yet, Xiao Chun had excessively depleted his soul power and sustained significant injuries. The alchemist was dead, and the energy of the metallic plaque was waning. Post-battle decisions. The crisis was temporarily averted, yet subsequent handling was crucial. Please choose Xiao Chen's next focus. 1. Prioritize recovery and consolidate gains. Immediately retract the puppet. Sit cross-legged to recuperate and fully restore the expended soul power and injuries. The enhanced puppet requires a stable connection, and the gains from this venture, puppet repair, understanding of nether power, need time to digest. 2. Seize the core and eliminate hidden dangers. Withstand the injuries, and alongside Xiao Yin and others, thoroughly destroy or seize the now dimmed metallic plaque to prevent any resurgence or falling into the hands of others, while inspecting the alchemist's corpse for clues. 3. Clear the aftermath and establish dominance. Assist the clan in cleaning the battlefield, pursue the remnants of the Gale and Oba families, and take the opportunity to firmly establish the Xiao family's supremacy in Wutan City. 4. Investigate the resonance and delve deeper into secrets. Carefully study the resonance reaction between the puppet and the metallic plaque, attempting to communicate or suppress it using the puppet token to uncover more information regarding the Nether Sect, Puppet Heart, and the Underground Palace. Please make your choice. Enter option number 1, 2, 3, or 4. Chapter 73. Seizing the Nether Core, System Anomaly. The black light on the battlefield dissipated swiftly like receding tides, leaving only a scene of devastation and scattered corpses. The remaining forces of the Gale and Oba families had long lost their courage, discarding their armors and fleeing in disarray amidst the chaos. Clan leader Xiao Zhan had commanded a limited pursuit and cleanup by some clan members, yet the core members remained focused on the spot where the alchemist had perished. Xiao Chun, enduring the waves of weakness and piercing pain emanating from the depths of his soul, along with the sluggish sensations caused by excessive energy expenditure, took a deep breath, suppressing the lingering metallic taste of blood in his throat. His gaze was steadfastly fixed on the peculiar metallic plaque, still radiating a faint ghostly light, embedded in the charred chest of the alchemist. This object is too sinister to be left behind. It may hold clues, Xiao Chun stated, his voice slightly hoarse but resolute. Xiao Yin nodded gravely, acknowledging, cousin is correct, that sacrificial technique was unprecedented, and this plaque is its source. Gripping the Xuanzhong, he cautiously approached, the tip entwined with a faint azure flame, ever ready to counter any potential anomalies. Xiao Zhan's expression was solemn as he stood beside the Grand Elder, both circulating their energy to protect Xiao Chun and Xiao Yin from unforeseen dangers. After tonight's battle, Xiao Chen's displayed strength, intellect, and the mysterious puppet had significantly elevated his standing within the clan, rendering his opinions highly valued. Xiao Chen stepped closer to the alchemist's corpse. The nearer he drew, the more intense the desire emanating from the dark golden puppet in his storage ring became, almost exuding an air of jubilance, akin to a famished beast encountering its prey. Simultaneously, the black puppet token he held also transmitted a warm pulse, resonating faintly with the metallic plaque. System? Xiao Chun silently pondered, attempting to communicate with the long-dormant path of the strong system, hoping it would provide some insights or strategies regarding the object before him. However, the system interface remained unresponsive, seemingly not triggered by the severity of the event to issue tasks or prompts. It appeared that reliance on the system could not be absolute. Ultimately, more depended on his own judgment and strength. Xiao Chun comprehended in his heart that the path of the strong was one he must traverse step by step on his own. He crouched down, refraining from recklessly touching the metallic plaque. Instead, he summoned the scant remnants of his soul power, focusing his eyes, activating the passive effect of Eye of Insight to scrutinize it closely. Although the runes on the plaque were dim, their structure was exceedingly intricate and ancient, subtly forming a miniature, continuously rotating black hole pattern, with a faint remnant of soul imprint at its center, presumably left by the alchemist in his final moments. This was not a complete puppet heart, but rather a replica or a fragmentary vessel, based on the knowledge acquired from the fundamentals of nether puppetry and the puppet's sensations. Xiao Chun made an initial assessment. Its primary function appeared to be the storage and conversion of a malevolent life energy for a specific purpose, such as the sacrificial technique employed moments ago. Cousin Xiao Yin carefully burned the surroundings with fire, especially the areas connected to flesh and blood. But do not make direct contact with the plaque surface, Xiao Chun advised cautiously. The chilling and scorching powers of bone spirit cold fire may purify the residual malevolence. Xiao Yin understood, his fingertips emitting an exceedingly fine azure flame, akin to the most delicate scalpel, slowly searing the edges of the metallic plaque. With a hissing sound, the charred flesh turned to ash, severing the connection between the plaque and the body. Just as the metallic plaque completely detached from the alchemist's body, an anomaly erupted. Buzz! The plaque suddenly trembled, the last flicker of ghostly light flashing rapidly, seemingly preparing for a final counterattack. Simultaneously, Xiao Chun distinctly sensed a profoundly subtle, chilling intent, akin to a venomous serpent, slithering back towards him through the soul power he had just scrutinized. Possession? Or residual soul shock? Be careful! Both Xiao Yin and Xiao Zhan exclaimed in alarm. Xiao Chun, though startled, remained composed. He had long been prepared. The soul-nurturing technique instantly operated at its peak, and the nascent soul fire at his brow erupted in a dazzling radiance. Purge! A low murmur resonated in his heart as the soul fire flickered, emanating a purifying force of utmost brightness and rigidity, akin to the blazing sun illuminating the snow. The chilling intent collided with the soul fire, releasing a voiceless, mournful shriek, which was instantly scorched and purified, dissipating into nothingness. The metallic plate, after being completely subdued in its final retaliation, lost all luster, transforming into a dull cold, an unyielding piece of metal, its runes seemingly devoid of spirit, no longer swirling with energy. The crisis was averted. Xiao Chun let out a long breath, fine beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. What appeared to be a brief clash of souls was, in truth, fraught with peril, no less dangerous than the previous direct confrontation. Had it not been for his overwhelmingly superior soul power and the nascent soul fire that countered the malevolent forces, he might have truly fallen victim to the danger. He carefully retrieved a thick cloth, wrapping the now energy-depleted metal plate, and placed it into his storage ring. This object, made from a special material, warranted further study despite its energy loss. It could potentially aid in the future restoration of puppets. Simultaneously, he did not forget to swiftly search the alchemist's corpse, finding only some ordinary elixirs and toxic powders, revealing that the opponent had acted with great caution. At the very moment the metallic plate was stowed away in the storage ring, the previously dormant stronghold system finally responded. Ding! Host successfully resolved the impact of the nether soul and acquired a key item, the degraded nether core fragment. Ding! Host played a decisive role in the Family S survival battle, successfully repelling external threats and thwarting enemy plots. Comprehensive evaluation, outstanding performance. Remained calm under pressure and effectively utilized existing abilities, embodying the heart of a strongman. Reward settlement in progress. Reward 1, 300 strongman points. Reward 2, slight enhancement to soul origin. Proficiency in soul cultivation technique increased. Reward 3, new system function unlocked. Analysis beginner. Analysis beginner allows the consumption of strongman points or soul power to conduct preliminary analysis of unknown items, techniques, and energy structures, obtaining basic information. The more complex the analysis target, the greater the consumption. A series of system notifications echoed in Xiao Chen's mind, invigorating his spirit. Particularly, the 300 strongman points and newly unlocked analysis function were a timely boon. The strongman points could be exchanged for urgently needed resources. While the analysis feature would serve as a powerful tool for future explorations into the secrets of the Nether sect and the restoration of puppets, the system had finally delivered a substantial reward. Xiao Chun felt a surge of joy within, yet maintained an outward composure. The existence of the system was his greatest secret, one he would never disclose to anyone. At this moment, the battlefield's cleanup was nearing its conclusion, and the eastern horizon revealed a pale dawn. The brutal war that had raged through the night had finally drawn to a close. Although the Shao family had incurred losses, they had ultimately defended their foundation and dealt a crushing blow, potentially leading to the downfall of both the Garrett and Uba families. Xiao Chun, sensing the emptiness of his fighting spirit and the lingering pain in his soul, understood that his immediate priority was recovery. Yet, he was acutely aware that while the turmoil in Wutan City might be temporarily quelled, the mist surrounding the Nether sect had only just begun to lift. The degraded Nether core fragment in his possession, the puppet in dire need of repair, and the path to Canaan Academy all heralded the commencement of his true journey. Phase summary and future development. Please select Xiao Chen's primary focus for the upcoming period. 1. Deepen cultivation, solidify foundations. Concentrate on recovering from injuries. Reinforcing the one-star Do fighter realm, and intensively practicing nameless technique, Yin Sha body refinement technique, and soul cultivation technique to enhance absolute strength, especially in the application of soul power. Utilize the analysis function to study the nether core fragment and the puppet. 2. Activate the family. Consolidate authority. Actively participate in post-war reconstruction, resource integration, and power distribution within the family, leveraging this significant achievement to elevate his status and influence in preparation for future investigations into the Nether sect. 3. Prepare for journey. Focus on the academy. Shift focus towards preparations for entering Canaan Academy, gathering information about the academy, strengthening relationships with Xiao Yin and Xiao Suner, and planning for future academic life and investigation routes. 4. Conduct covert investigations. Follow the clues. Utilize the analysis function and puppet sensing to discreetly investigate whether any other clues or remnants of the Nether sect linger within Wutan City, attempting to trace the origins of the anonymous letter. Please make your choice. Enter option number 1, 2, 3, or 4. Chapter 74. The storm subsides, the academy awaits. As the sun rose, it dispelled the lingering gloom and bloodshed of Wutan City. The remnants and bloodstains in the Shao family's front courtyard silently narrated the brutality of last night's battle. Yet more than that, an overwhelming sense of relief and a promising new dawn emerged. Following this conflict, the Garrett family head had perished in the alchemist's dark sacrificial rites. With the family's elite suffering heavy casualties, their remaining forces scattered like leaves in the wind, no longer a formidable force. The Uba family similarly faced significant losses, with their head, Uba Pa, fleeing in disarray, barricading themselves within their gates, living in constant fear. The once balanced triad of power in Wutan City had been irrevocably shattered. The Xiao family, through their steadfast resistance and the critical interventions of Xiao Chun and Xiao Yin, had ascended to become the undisputed overlords of Wutan City. In the following days, the Xiao family was busily engaged in various tasks. They cleared the battlefield, provided reparations for the fallen, and took over the remnants of the Garrett family's markets and industries, all while intimidating the Uba family and other observing minor powers. The multitude of tasks was both intricate and vital. Clan leader Xiao Zhan and several elders were tirelessly engaged, yet every face radiated a sense of exhilaration. The rise of the Xiao family was an unstoppable force. Amidst this bustling activity, Xiao Chen chose to maintain a relatively low profile. He understood his own condition. His soul power had been excessively depleted and required time for recuperation, while he also needed to stabilize his recent breakthrough to the one-star Do fighter realm. More importantly, the degraded nether core fragment obtained from the alchemist and the newly unlocked analysis function demanded his focused attention for research. Naturally, the impending journey to Canaan Academy remained paramount. He did not overly involve himself in the family's power consolidation and resource allocation, merely accepting a generous resource grant, primarily gold and some low-tier medicinal materials, from the elder representative of the family, and politely declining any offers for positions of authority. His gaze had long since turned toward broader horizons. In the tranquility of his secluded chamber, Xiao Chun sat cross-legged, his eyes gently closed. Within him, the solid yet slightly stinging energy of the nameless technique flowed steadily, nourishing his meridians and consolidating his realm. At the center of his brow, the faint golden soul fire flickered like a candle flame. Though weaker than in its prime, it was increasingly refined. each flicker absorbing the sparse energy of the heavens and earth, mending the damage to his soul. System, display my status panel. Xiao Chan silently commanded. A translucent blue screen, visible only to him, materialized before his eyes. Host, Xiao Chen. Realm, 1-star Doe fighter, early stage consolidated. Techniques, nameless technique, fragment, first layer. Insha body refinement technique, low-grade fragment. Soul cultivation technique, core inheritance, severely damaged. Combat skills, breath restraint technique, proficient. 8 extremes collapse, beginner. Soul mark, beginner. Soul strength, far surpasses peers, current state. Mildly depleted, recovering. Items, storage ring, 2, puppet command token, dark golden combat puppet, severely damaged. Repair of right arm and portions of body enhanced. Degraded nether core fragment, cold essence pill, 2, ice spirit lotus, bee skin scroll, dark purple jade slip, etc. Strongman points, 300. System functions, tasks, exchange, analysis, beginner. 300 strongman points, Xiao Chen pondered. This is a considerable fortune that must be utilized wisely. His initial thoughts gravitated towards the restoration of his soul and the enhancement of his power. He accessed the system to exchange for elixirs or items that could nurture his soul and expedite its recovery. The interface shifted to the exchange list, presenting a plethora of items, though many were grayed out, indicating insufficient permissions or points. Soon, Xiao Chen identified a suitable elixir. Soul Nurturing Pill, Grade 1 Advanced, warms the soul, repairs minor soul damage, and slightly enhances soul perception. Required strength points for exchange, 80 points. He decisively opted for 1 vial containing 3 pills, with a deduction of 240 strength points. A small white jade vial materialized in his hand. Upon uncorking the vial, an invigorating fragrance wafted forth, revitalizing his spirit. He immediately consumed 1 pill. It transformed into a warm current, flowing into his forehead, nurturing the soul flame, alleviating the weariness that had lingered deep within his soul. He chose to retain the remaining 60 strength points for potential future needs. Subsequently, he shifted his focus to the analysis of new functions. The system prompted him to utilize the analysis function on the degraded version of the soul core fragment, consuming 10 strength points. Command confirmed. Analyzing. Item name, degraded version soul core fragment. Origin, suspected low-tier, standardized item from the Netherworld sect or a byproduct of a failed experiment. Composition, contains pure EN energy and a small amount of refined life essence, source varied, sealed by special restrictions. The core rune structure is for energy absorption, spirit storage. An explosion has triggered and is now ineffective. Uses 1. Can serve as auxiliary energy for specific Netherworld techniques or puppets, requires special guidance. 2. The material of the carrier is soul iron, a common material for repairing EN attribute puppets. Warning, contains residual weak Netherworld markings, which have been purified by the host's soul flame, posing no current risk. However, the accumulation of numerous similar items may provoke unpredictable consequences. Indeed, a glimmer of understanding flickered in Xiao Chen's eyes. This fragment could indeed aid in the repair of the dark golden puppet, especially due to the soul, iron material, and the pure EN energy contained within. However, the system also warned of the risks, indicating that blind accumulation was inadvisable. He attempted to analyze the dark golden puppet, but the system indicated that the target was too complex, requiring excessive points or lacking permissions, forcing him to abandon the effort. As days passed, the situation in Wutan City gradually stabilized. The Xiao family had firmly grasped over 70% of the city's markets and resources, their influence growing ever stronger. The Yoba family ultimately chose to submit, offering substantial resources for self-preservation. Wutan City had entered an era dominated by the Xiao family. During this time, Xiao Yan visited Xiao Chen several times. The two exchanged insights on their cultivation practices. Xiao Yan remained curious about Xiao Chen's mysterious soul techniques and puppets. Yet upon sensing Xiao Chen's reluctance to elaborate, he refrained from pressing further, mutually maintaining a good cooperative relationship. Xiao Suner also sent rare medicinal materials for nurturing the soul, a gesture of goodwill that Xiao Chen etched in his memory. On the day after the battle, Mentor Ruolin came to visit, expressing her relief at the Xiao family's ability to weather the crisis and reaffirming the travel arrangements to the Canaan Academy, set for departure in half a month. One day, as Xiao Chen practiced the 8 extremes collapse in the courtyard, striving to elevate this low-tier profound combat skill to a higher level, a familiar fragrance wafted through the air. He looked up to see Xiao Suner, clad in elegant azure attire, standing at the courtyard gate with a playful smile. "Cousin Xiao Chun, are your injuries improving?" Her voice was melodious and pleasant. "Thank you for your concern, Miss Suner. I am quite well now," Xiao Chun replied with a smile, standing at attention. He maintained a sense of respect and caution towards this mysterious girl of unfathomable strength. Xiao Suner stepped closer, her beautiful eyes glancing over him, and softly remarked, "Canaan Academy is a renowned institution on the continent, teeming with hidden talents and countless opportunities, yet it is also fiercely competitive, fraught with hidden dangers. You must prepare well for your journey, cousin." She paused, seemingly casually mentioning, "Within the academy, various factions are present, and there exists a secret realm known as the Netherworld Gorge, rumored to be related to certain ancient secrets. It is rather enigmatic. So if you encounter anything pertaining to it, you must exercise caution." The mention of the Netherworld Gorge stirred something within Xiao Chun, instantly linking it to the Netherworld sect. Was Suner's comment merely casual, or did it carry a deeper implication? He maintained a composed demeanor and cupped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you for the reminder. Miss Suner, I will keep it in mind." Xiao Suner flashed a charming smile before turning gracefully to depart, leaving Xiao Chun in contemplative silence. The Netherworld Gorge and Canaan Academy. It seemed that this journey to the academy would not be tranquil. Xiao Chun gazed into the distance, his resolve growing ever firmer. He needed to utilize this final preparation period to enhance his strength as much as possible, particularly regarding the repair of the Dark Golden Puppet, which he could perhaps begin attempting now. Final preparations before departure. With approximately half a month remaining before heading to Canaan Academy, please select Xiao Chen's focus for this final stretch of time. 1. Attempt initial repairs on the puppet. Utilize the degraded version of the soul core fragment and basic techniques of netherworld puppetry to attempt to infuse energy into the Dark Golden Puppet, restoring some basic functions, such as simple movement and defense, and adding a trump card. 2. Strengthen personal combat skills and techniques. Focus on cultivating 8 extremes collapse to a proficient level, solidifying soul nurturing technique, and attempt to employ soul seals for more complex operations. 3. Gather information about the academy and the outside world. Through family and mentor rule, and gather as much knowledge as possible regarding the regulations, key figures, faction distributions, and the latest developments on the continent to be well informed. 4. Craft simple talismans or elixirs. Utilize available materials to create basic talismans like protective charms and energy disruption talismans. Or attempt to learn the preparation method for the energy reserve pills gifted by Mentor Wolin, preparing some consumables. Please make your selection. Enter option number 1, 2, 3, or 4. Chapter 75. The Initial Trial of Netherworld Puppetry. Xiao Suner's admonition regarding the Netherworld Gorge rippled through Xiao Chun's mind like a stone cast into a tranquil lake. Canaan Academy was far more than a mere sanctuary for cultivation. Its internal complexities might intertwine with the Netherworld sect he sought. This urgency further compelled him to elevate his strength and reserves. Currently, the most viable source of combat power lay in the Dark Golden Puppet, originating from the Netherworld's palace, to which he shared a faint soul connection. In the ensuing days, Xiao Chun remained virtually reclusive, dedicating all his energy to researching and initially repairing the puppet. He consumed all the soul-nurturing pills awarded by the system, and in conjunction with practicing the soul-nurturing technique, his soul power not only fully recovered, but also, through adversity, became even more refined and pure. The soul flame at his forehead swelled, its hue deepening significantly, providing a more solid foundation for manipulating the puppet. In the brightly lit chamber, Xiao Chun retrieved the dark golden battle puppet from his storage ring, laying it flat on a clean cloth spread across the floor. Under the illumination, the numerous scars and dim runes on the puppet became starkly visible, with the gaping void in its chest, missing its core, being particularly jarring. Only the right arm and the connected portion of the torso, having absorbed the energy from the Netherworld sacrifice, shimmered faintly with a trace of vitality, starkly contrasting with the lifelessness of the other parts. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Chun pressed the dark purple jade slip obtained from the second-floor platform of the inn to his forehead, immersing himself once more in the ocean of knowledge contained within basic techniques of netherworld puppetry. This time, he did not merely skim the surface, but studied with intent, focusing on energy guidance, rune activation, and basic control. The movement of the puppet arises from energy controlled by soul seals. The energy core is its heart, the runes circuit its veins, and the soul imprint its spirit. The information from the jade slip flowed through his heart. Xiao Chun understood that until he found a suitable core, it would be a foolish dream to fully animate the puppet. However, The foundational volume also mentions that for certain advanced or unique puppets, even in the absence of a core, it may be possible to restore some fundamental functions, such as simple limb movement, passive defense, or even the activation of residual attack instincts, if one can provide pure homologous energy and activate certain key runes. Homologous energy. Xiao Qian's gaze fell upon the degraded fragment of the ghostly core wrapped in thick cloth. The system analysis had already indicated that this object contained pure yin energy, which could serve as an auxiliary energy source for specific puppets. It was worth a try, but utmost caution was imperative. Xiao Qian resolved to proceed. He first communicated with the puppet token using his soul power, receiving a gentle response in return, accompanied by an invisible wave that enveloped the puppet, seemingly stabilizing it to some extent. He then picked up the ghostly core fragment, feeling its icy chill and sensing the dormant energy within. Following the methods recorded in the foundational volume of Nether Puppetry, he extended a finger as if wielding a sword, concentrating a minuscule and nameless energy, which could barely serve as a conduit due to its condensed nature, and carefully inscribing a simple energy guiding rune on the surface of the ghostly iron material. The moment the rune took shape, the ghostly core fragment trembled slightly, and a barely perceptible ghostly light flickered across its surface. Now was the time. Holding his breath, Xiao Qian gently pressed the rune-inscribed ghostly core fragment against a relatively intact rune node on the shoulder of the puppet's right arm. This node served as a junction for the energy circuit of the right arm. A soft hissing sound emanated as the fragment made contact with the puppet's shell, akin to a droplet merging with a sponge. The pure yin energy within the fragment began to be gradually absorbed into the energy circuit of the puppet's right arm. Xiao Qian immediately activated the soul seal technique, channeling his own soul power through the established connection into the puppet's right arm, meticulously guiding this external energy to flow slowly along the preliminarily repaired circuit. This process was exceedingly taxing on his mental faculties. He had to concentrate fully to ensure that the energy did not spiral out of control, for failure would not only undo his efforts, but could also damage the puppet or even backfire upon himself. As time ticked away, beads of sweat formed on Xiao Qian's forehead. Yet, he could clearly see that, with the infusion of energy, the runes on the puppet's right arm began to light up one by one, reminiscent of a parched riverbed welcoming a gentle stream. Although the radiance remained faint, it was imbued with vitality. The metallic texture of the right arm also seemed to grow more profound and restrained. When nearly one-third of the energy from the ghostly core fragment had been absorbed, Xiao Qian sensed that the energy circuit in the right arm was nearing saturation, and further infusion could pose risks. Thus, he decisively severed the energy conduit. Taking a deep breath, filled with a mix of anticipation and tension, he attempted to issue the simplest command to the puppet's right arm through their soul connection: move. A barely audible hum resonated in the still chamber. The dark golden puppet's previously motionless right arm began to move, starting from the shoulder, transitioning to the elbow, then the wrist, and finally the fingers. Rising slowly with a sense of metallic friction, yet undeniably, it lifted. The fingers opened slightly and then slowly clenched. Although the movements were slow and stiff, far from the agility of a human, this was undoubtedly a monumental breakthrough. It signified that Xiao Qian had successfully activated some limb functions of this severely damaged puppet. He had succeeded. An uncontrollable joy flickered in Xiao Qian's eyes. Continuing his attempts, he discovered that he could not only control the right arm to raise and lower, but also command the fingers to perform more intricate actions, such as grasping the now significantly depleted ghostly core fragment. This right arm could now wield power equivalent to that of a fighter, and due to its unique material, its hardness likely rivaled that of a grand fighter's defenses. Assessing the results of this preliminary restoration, Xiao Qian felt invigorated. This was undoubtedly an excellent trump card, potentially yielding miraculous effects in critical moments. He carefully stored the remaining ghostly core fragment, as it remained a precious source of energy. Looking at the puppet before him, no longer a lifeless entity, Xiao Qian felt a surge of confidence, though the road ahead remained long and the complete restoration of the puppet was uncertain. This initial success held profound significance. Just as he reveled in the joy of his accomplishment, the system prompt echoed in his mind once more. Ding! The host has successfully achieved a preliminary restoration of the mysterious battle puppet, right arm functionality, unlocking related hidden achievements. Reward: 100 power points. Reward: increased comprehension of foundational volume of Nether Puppetry, unlocking insights into simple energy guidance and basic limb control. Hint: the host's understanding of Nether creations deepens. slightly enhancing the efficiency of analysis for similar items. The rewards from the system arrived as anticipated, further enriching Xiao Chen's gains. He accessed the system panel, noting that his power points had transformed into 300, 240, 160 points. While the points were not substantial, they could prove invaluable in critical moments. The half-month period had swiftly elapsed. The day to depart for the Canaan Academy had finally arrived. Embarking soon, the affairs in Wutan City had concluded, and a new journey lay ahead. Before leaving Wutan City, Xiao Chen needed to address or particularly focus on one final matter. 1. Engage in an in-depth conversation with Xiao Yan. Exchange information about the Canaan Academy, clarify intentions for future cooperation or assistance, and perhaps glean more about Yao Lao and the 2. Bid farewell to Patriarch Xiao Zhan and the family. Express gratitude for the family's nurturing, arrange for the placement of puppets and other cumbersome items, and possibly receive the family's final support or counsel. 3. Attempt to contact Xiao Suner, thank her for her previous assistance and reminders, and perhaps indirectly inquire about more information regarding the Nether Abyss or the forces behind her. 4. Conduct a final check and preparation. Inventory all items. Utilize the remaining time to solidify his cultivation and hone the initial control of the puppet, ensuring he departs in optimal condition. Please make your choice. Enter option number 1, 2, 3, or 4. Chapter 76. Farewell to the Xiao family. Dark chess set in place. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. The Xiao family in Wutan City had undergone a remarkable transformation. The residence, after renovations, exuded grandeur and magnificence, bustling with visitors offering congratulations and seeking collaboration. A scene of thriving prosperity. On the eve of his departure, Xiao Chen made his preparations and arrived outside Patriarch Xiao Zhan's study. After the guards announced his presence, he pushed the door open and entered. Inside the study, Xiao Zhan was discussing matters of family business expansion with several elders. Upon seeing Xiao Chen, warm and approving smiles graced their faces. Xiao Chen's status in the family had changed significantly. He was no longer merely a promising youth, but rather a key contributor to the family's survival and resurgence. Chener has arrived. Please take a seat. Xiao Zhan gestured for the elders to withdraw temporarily, personally pouring a cup of hot tea for Xiao Chen, his gaze filled with both pride and a hint of complexity. You will be setting off tomorrow, correct? Is everything prepared? Thank you for your concern, Patriarch. Everything is ready, Xiao Chen replied respectfully as he took his seat. Accepting the teacup, he looked at this man, once a distant patriarch in his eyes, and now felt the genuine warmth of care. Having lost his parents at a young age, this warmth from the upper echelons of the family brought a subtle comfort to his heart. This time, our Xiao family has weathered the storm largely due to your efforts. Chener, Xiao Zhan remarked with a sigh, had it not been for you and Yinner's valiant efforts. The consequences would have been dire. The rewards the family offers you pale in comparison to your contributions. You flatter me, Patriarch. It is only natural to protect the family. There can be no complete eggs beneath a collapsing roof. Xiao Chen earnestly replied, having grown up under the family's protection. I find solace in being able to contribute to its welfare. Xiao Zhan nodded in satisfaction, further appreciating Xiao Chen's humble disposition. He pondered for a moment and said, Canaan Academy is the pinnacle of educational institutions on the continent, offering countless opportunities. However, the competition is undoubtedly fierce. As you embark on this journey, you must dedicate yourself to your cultivation, striving to become a true powerhouse at the earliest. As for matters concerning the family, you need not worry. Our Xiao family in Wutan City is now unassailable. Should you require assistance, feel free to send word. The family will wholeheartedly support you. As he spoke, Xiao Zhan retrieved an ancient-looking ring from his pocket and handed it to Xiao Chen. This is a mid-level storage ring, offering several times the space of the one you previously used. Inside, besides some gold coins and emergency pills for your journey, there's also a token for the guest elder of our Xiao family. With this token, you will gain certain advantages within most of the trading associations and factions that maintain amicable relations with our family in the Jayama Empire. Though you are young, your strength and character are already worthy of such a distinction. A flicker of emotion crossed Xiao Chen's heart. The guest elder token held significant meaning, symbolizing that the family regarded him as a core force with whom they could engage as equals, rather than merely as a potential progeny. He did not decline and solemnly accepted the ring and token, saying, Thank you, clan leader. Xiao Chen shall not disappoint the family's expectations. After securing the ring, Xiao Chen hesitated briefly before speaking again. Clan leader, as I depart, my return date is uncertain. I possess an item that is inconvenient to keep with me and would like to request the family to safeguard it. Oh, what item? Xiao Zhan inquired with curiosity. Xiao Qin's thoughts stirred, and the dark golden combat puppet materialized in the study's empty space. Although still damaged, the faint glow emanating from its right arm imparted an air of mystery and the extraordinary. This is a puppet which I chanced upon. It is of great importance, yet severely damaged, Xiao Qin explained. Bringing it to the academy presents too great a risk and might attract unnecessary trouble. I wish to ask the clan leader to secretly store it in the innermost part of the family treasury, where it shall not be touched by anyone unless you personally come to retrieve it. This item may prove crucial for me in the future. Xiao Zhan's expression grew serious as he nodded. Though he did not know the puppet's specific origins, its significance was evident, given how highly his extraordinary nephew regarded it. Rest assured, I will personally oversee this matter, and there will be no mistakes. Unless you return to claim it, it shall remain hidden from the world. Thank you. Clan leader, Xiao Qin sighed with relief. Leaving the puppet with the Xiao family was the most prudent choice at this moment. It would not only prevent exposure at the academy, but also ensure its safety within the fortified walls of the Xiao family, akin to laying a hidden trap. Subsequently, Xiao Qin shared the details of the anonymous warning letter and his speculations regarding the enigmatic Yuming sect, excluding the core secrets of the underground palace and the token. Selectively informing Xiao Zhan to caution the family in case they encountered any strange occurrences related to it, urging them to notify him promptly. Xiao Zhan's brow furrowed as he listened, realizing that Xiao Qin was entangled in a vortex deeper than he had imagined. However, he refrained from probing further, solemnly promising to remain vigilant. Finally, Xiao Qin rose and deeply bowed to Xiao Zhan, saying, "Clan leader, I shall set forth tomorrow. Please take care of yourselves and the elders." Xiao Zhan stood, firmly patting Xiao Qin's shoulder, his tiger-like eyes reflecting reluctance. "Go forth, my child. The sea is vast enough for fish to leap, and the sky is high enough for birds to soar. The Xiao family shall always stand as your steadfast support." Upon leaving the study, Xiao Qin bid farewell to the elder he was more familiar with and paid his respects at his parents' tomb. After completing these rituals, he found solace in laying to rest the last lingering attachment he had to Wutan City. The next morning, outside the gates of the Xiao family, Mentor Roland awaited, adorned in a flowing blue robe and wearing a gentle smile. Xiao Yin, Xiao Suner, and several other Xiao family members who had passed the selection were already present. Surrounding them were Xiao Zhan, numerous elders, and many family members who had come to see them off. Xiao Ning playfully punched Xiao Qin's chest, grinning widely, "Brother Chun, don't embarrass our Xiao family of Wutan City at the academy. When I come later, I'll be relying on you for protection." Xiao Mei and other young members cast envious glances and offered their blessings. Xiao Qin exchanged glances with Xiao Yin and Xiao Suner, nodding in mutual understanding. The three of them would represent the Xiao family at Canaan Academy in this generation. "Let's depart." Mentor Roland waved her delicate hand, and a massive griffin descended from the sky, its wings casting a shadow over the ground. Xiao Qin took one last look at his familiar family and loved ones before turning and resolutely boarding the griffin. The creature let out a long cry and soared into the sky, carrying the dreams of youth and the waves of future endeavors towards the clouds. Racing towards the distant Canaan Academy, the tale of Wutan City came to a temporary close, with broader horizons lying ahead. In the midst of the journey, as the griffin departed from Wutan City, the journey to Canaan Academy would take some time. Choose Xiao Qin's primary focus or state during the journey. 1. Consolidating his cultivation and familiarizing himself with the new, utilizing the travel time to solidify his status as a one-star Do fighter. Mastering the remote sensing of the puppet's right arm, though not physically present, the soul connection remains, and absorbing the newfound insights of the Yuming puppet technique. 2. Engaging in dialogue with Mentor Roland, proactively communicating with this future mentor, inquiring about the Academy's conditions and cultivation considerations, and establishing a strong teacher-student rapport in advance. 3. Deepening understanding with Xiao Yin and Xiao Suner. During this relatively secluded journey, engaging in more exchanges with these two core companions, sharing experiences, discussing cultivation, and enhancing mutual trust and camaraderie. 4. Studying the system and its analytical functions, carefully examining the various features of the strong path system, particularly the analytical capabilities, and attempting to conduct a deeper analysis of portable items, such as the puppet token, metal fragments, etc. Please make your selection. Enter option number 1, 2, 3, or 4. Chapter 77. A journey of thousands of miles. Initial discussion of the great path the griffin soared high, swiftly reducing Wutan City to a mere blur dot on the horizon. Eventually replaced by undulating mountains and expansive forests. The fierce winds howled in their ears, but Mentor Woolen had already employed her methods, casting a gentle energy shield over the griffin's back, ensuring a smooth ride. The young members of the Xiao family, such as Xiao Yu and Xiao Ning, if accompanying, could hardly contain their excitement as they leaned against the shield's edge, pointing out the fleeting scenery below and chattering animatedly. In contrast, Xiao Chun Xiaoyan and Xiao Suner sat quietly further back. Having fought side by side in Wutan City, the three had developed an unspoken understanding. Xiao Chun recognized that both the immensely talented Xiao Yin, who possessed the medicinal prowess of Yao Lao, and the mysteriously profound Xiao Suner would be vital allies on his future journey, or entities to approach with caution. This journey was an opportune moment to deepen their understanding and strengthen their bonds. He first directed his gaze toward Xiao Yin, who was sitting nearby, seemingly meditating but likely communicating with Yao Lao. Xiao Chun smiled slightly and remarked, "Cousin Yin, had it not been for your critical moment of unleashing that extraordinary flame, I would have faced far greater challenges in subduing that alchemist." Xiao Yin opened his eyes, turning toward Xiao Chun, a smile gracing his face as he waved his hand dismissively. "Brother Chun, there is no need for such modesty. Had it not been for your enigmatic talismans and soul interference, I wouldn't have found such a favorable opportunity. By the way, your method of soul interference is truly indefensible." His tone conveyed genuine admiration, laced with a hint of intrigue. Xiao Chun was aware of the curiosity behind Xiao Yan's words, but was prepared, responding vaguely. "It's merely a peculiar technique I stumbled upon, which demands a high level of soul power and is limited in effectiveness against true masters. This time was merely fortunate." He deftly redirected the conversation, adding, "But your flame is astonishing. It seems far from ordinary Do Qi." Upon mentioning this, Xiao Yan's eyes flickered slightly as he chuckled. Well, it could be considered a rather unique opportunity. Naturally, he refrained from articulating the existence of the bone spirit cold fire and the presence of Yao Lao. Xiao Chun did not delve deeper into the matter, instead remarking, "The Jianan Academy is a congregation of prodigies. I have heard that there is a distinction between the inner and outer academies, leading to fierce competition. As we, brothers, are new arrivals, we must look out for one another." Indeed, Xiao Yan nodded solemnly. After experiencing the battle for the survival of their clan, his trust and recognition of Xiao Chun had significantly increased. As brothers, we must stand united. Once their mutual intentions of assistance were established, Xiao Chun turned his gaze towards Xiao Suner, who sat quietly beside them, her demeanor as graceful as a lotus. The young lady held an ancient tome, seemingly engrossed in reading, yet the slight upward curve of her lips indicated that she had not overlooked the surrounding conversation. "Miss Suner," Xiao Chun addressed her politely. Xiao Suner lifted her gaze, her eyes like autumn waters, and replied with a gentle smile, "You may simply call me Suner, cousin Xiao Chun. What insights do you wish to share?" "Insights are too grand a term," Xiao Chun responded humbly, recalling the previous day's mention by Suner of the Nethergloom Gorge within the academy, which piqued his curiosity. "Could you enlighten me about this Nethergloom Gorge?" Xiao Suner closed her book, pondering momentarily before softly explaining. Jianan Academy boasts a long and storied history, rich in heritage. Within its bounds are numerous ancient secret realms and perilous locales for students to explore and hone their skills. The Nethergloom Gorge is one such place, nestled in the deep mountains at the juncture of the outer and inner academies. It is said that a chilling energy pervades the area year-round, capable of corroding Do Qi, affecting one's mind, and even giving rise to bizarre energy entities. The environment is exceedingly treacherous. However, it is rumored to harbor treasures and ancient relics associated with the cold attribute. She paused, her beautiful eyes glancing meaningfully at Xiao Chun. Due to its characteristics, students who cultivate cold and dark attribute techniques, or those intrigued by ancient secrets, often venture there. Over time, small groups and factions have formed, creating a complex web of relationships. It seems your cultivation method leans towards the solidification and cold attributes. Should you take an interest in this place in the future, exercise utmost caution, and it would be best to travel in company. Xiao Suner's words were clear and insightful, highlighting both the dangers and opportunities of the Nethergloom Gorge, while subtly alluding to the potential conflicts over power that might arise. The connection to the Nethergloom sect left unspoken. Yet the keywords of ancient secrets and cold attributes were sufficient to leave Xiao Chun in deep contemplation. "Thank you for the information, Suner," Xiao Chen expressed, bowing slightly in gratitude. The intelligence she provided was undoubtedly invaluable. Xiao Suner smiled sweetly. Cousin, you are too courteous. Within the academy, we are all part of the Xiao family and should support one another. Her demeanor remained warm and polite, yet there lingered an elusive sense of distance and hidden mystery that commanded respect. In the ensuing journey, the trio occasionally exchanged insights on their cultivation experiences. Xiao Yin possessed a profound understanding of combat techniques, particularly adept in the application of a vigorous style, while Xiao Suner was erudite, often articulating the attributes of various techniques and the dynamics of energy with precision. Xiao Chun, leveraging his formidable soul perception and the advanced comprehension bestowed by his system, offered unique insights into energy manipulation and attention to detail. After their discussions, all three felt enlightened, and their bond grew considerably closer. Xiao Chun also observed that other Xiao family members, such as Xiao Yu, with her buoyant personality, quickly mingled with other selected students, while Xiao Ning, having undergone familial tribulations, had become considerably more composed, silently cultivating and occasionally casting glances toward Xiao Chun and the others, filled with yearning. The griffin beast traversed vast distances, soaring over mountains and rivers. After several days, the terrain below began to change, with forests growing denser and more ancient, and the energy within the air seeming to thicken. Occasionally, enormous flying magical beasts could be glimpsed soaring past from afar, exuding a fierce aura. Standing atop the griffin's head, Mentor Ruo Lin gazed ahead, her voice resonating clearly in every student's ear. Children, we have now entered the jurisdiction of Jia Nan Academy. In approximately 3 days, we shall reach the outskirts of the Black Corner region where the Outer Academy is situated. Remain vigilant and prepare yourselves for new challenges. The Black Corner region. Upon hearing this name, many young students familiar with its reputation wore solemn expressions. Even Xiao Yin and Xiao Suner became noticeably serious. Xiao Chan sensed the rising tension in the air, along with a subtle hint of bloodshed. Understanding that the trials of the Jianan Academy might very well commence the moment they set foot in the Black Corner region. Approaching the Black Corner region. The Black Corner region is notorious for its chaos. Even Jianan Academy's flying beasts may encounter peril. Please select Xiao Chen's final preparations or focal points before entering the Black Corner region. 1. Adjusting one's state to be prepared. Fully activating one's techniques to bring oneself to peak condition, meticulously checking personal belongings and weapons, readying for potential ambushes. 2. Inquiring Mentor Ruo Lin about the Black Corner region, actively seeking to understand the distribution of powers, common dangers, and the Academy's route to ensure knowledge of both oneself and the enemy. 3. Alerting and organizing the Xiao family members. As one of the core figures of the Xiao family on this journey, it is his responsibility to caution Xiao Yu, Xiao Ning, and others to heighten their vigilance and discuss simple strategies for unforeseen situations. 4. Attempting to sense environmental changes, utilizing insightful eye and powerful soul perception to probe the energy fluctuations and potential dangers ahead, aiming for early warning. Please make your choice. Input option number 1, 2, 3, or 4. Chapter 78. Warning before the Black Corner region. The griffin continued its flight forward, the energy in the air growing ever more vibrant, yet also hinting at a simmering heat and chaotic atmosphere. The distant skyline became somewhat blurred, as if shrouded in a faint gray haze. Mentor Ruo Lin's mention of the edges of the Black Corner region instantly tightened the previously relaxed students. Xiao Chun keenly noticed the shift in the atmosphere among the group, especially among the Xiao family members. Although Xiao Yu had a forthright personality, her clenched fist betrayed her inner unease. Xiao Ning's expression was tense, her gaze filled with vigilance towards the unknown, while several other collateral family members appeared somewhat anxious. He understood that in such perilous locales, individual strength was crucial, yet the cohesion and alertness of the team significantly enhanced their chances of survival. As one who had emerged from Wutan City and was subtly regarded as a backbone of the group, he felt compelled to step forward. Xiao Chen rose and approached the gathered Xiao family members. His actions drew the attention of Xiao Yin and Xiao Suner, who also looked over. Everyone, Xiao Chen's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the ears of each Xiao family member, carrying a reassuring steadiness. We are about to enter the Black Corner region. All eyes turned to him. Concerning the chaos and dangers of the Black Corner region, it was presumed that everyone had heard tales. Their laws are absent, and only the law of the jungle prevails. Xiao Chen's gaze swept over them, his tone grave. Even the flying beasts of Jia Nan Academy cannot entirely deter all the desperate souls. We must be prepared to respond to any unexpected situations. He paused before continuing. I have a few suggestions that I hope everyone will keep in mind. First, from this moment on, everyone should be fully alert. Refrain from straying beyond the protective barrier of the griffin's back, and do not be lured by any sights or sounds below, as they may be traps. Second, check your weapons and belongings to ensure they can be deployed immediately if needed. Place the distress signal talismans provided by the Academy in the most accessible locations. Third, if, and I emphasize if, we become scattered or encounter an ambush, do not panic. Prioritize moving towards Mentor Ruolin, Xiaoyan, Miss Sunner, or myself. We possess slightly stronger abilities and will do our utmost to protect everyone. If it proves impossible to converge, then we must find a way to conceal ourselves and await rescue from the Academy, avoiding reckless confrontation at all costs. Xiao Chen's clarity of thought and meticulous consideration gradually calmed the initially frantic members of the Xiao clan. Xiao Yu nodded and said, Xiao Chun is right. We shall heed your arrangements. Xiao Ning also nodded vigorously. Brother Chun, we understand. Xiao Yin, listening nearby, exhibited a glimmer of admiration. Xiao Chen's actions not only stabilized morale, but also subtly established his leadership within this small group, not through brute force, but via calm judgment and a sense of responsibility towards others, which is indeed commendable. Xiao Sunner also slightly nodded, softly stating, Cousin Xiao Chun is quite thorough in his considerations. Her gaze towards Xiao Chun held a touch more recognition. In such times, to take the initiative to shoulder responsibility and arrange matters so adeptly speaks volumes of his character. Xiao Chun cast a grateful glance towards Xiao Yin and Xiao Sunner before addressing everyone. Let us check each other to ensure everything is in order. For the journey ahead, we will take turns standing guard, while the others should continue to cultivate, conserving our strength. Under Xiao Chen's organization, the Xiao clan members swiftly set to work, inspecting their equipment and assigning watch duties, transforming the previously somewhat chaotic atmosphere into one of orderliness. Observers from various other factions witnessed this scene. Some were dismissive, while others nodded in approval and began to organize themselves as well. Instructor Wolin watched all of this with a subtle smile playing at her lips. This young man named Xiao Chun not only possessed exceptional talent and strength, but his leadership and composure were rare among his peers. It seemed that this journey to Wutan City had indeed yielded a treasure. After flying for half a day, the scenery below became increasingly desolate, with occasional glimpses of dilapidated buildings and scorched earth, even showing signs of recent battles, with lingering fluctuations of fighting energy carrying a metallic tang. Everyone pay attention. We are about to enter the Black Corner Domain's airspace. Heighten your vigilance. Instructor Roland's voice resonated again, laced with gravity, almost simultaneously with her words. The soul fire on Xiao Chen's forehead flickered, activating his eye of insight, allowing him to detect subtle yet malevolent energy fluctuations approaching rapidly from the distant clouds to the right front. Something's approaching. Right front, Xiao Chun exclaimed urgently, his body instinctively channeling fighting energy as his gaze sharpened towards that direction. His warning immediately elicited a reaction from everyone. The Xiao clan members instantly fell into a battle-ready stance, Xiao Yin gripping his Xian Zhong tightly, while Xiao Sunner radiated a faint golden aura. Instructor Wolin let out a cold snort, forming seals with her jade-like hands, visibly reinforcing the energy shield surrounding the griffin beast. The clouds ahead were violently torn apart, revealing three smaller, yet menacing crimson-feathered vulture monsters bursting forth, each ridden by a fierce-looking man wielding weapons, exuding a potent aura of bloodlust. Heh, indeed, a fat sheep from the Canaan Academy. Brothers, intercept them, a one-eyed giant exclaimed, licking his lips, greed shimmering in his eyes. Trouble has indeed arrived. The journey of Xiao Chun and his companions to Canaan Academy was about to face its first real challenge at the edge of the Black Corner Domain. In counterattack, three flying magical beasts carrying bandits are attacking. Please select Xiao Chen's initial response strategy. 1. Hold firm and await rescue. Assist Roland. Trust in Instructor Roland's strength. Prioritize directing the Xiao clan members to stabilize their formation and reinforce defenses while using soul power to disrupt the approaching enemies, aiding Instructor Roland in swiftly resolving the battle. 2. Take the initiative and capture the leader first. Coordinate with Xiao Yin, utilizing the Griffin Beast's agility to actively confront the one-eyed leader, attempting to swiftly defeat him and demoralize the enemy. 3. Engage in a dance of combat, testing strength. treat this battle as a training opportunity, employing agility and combat skills to maneuver around the enemies. Carefully observing the combat styles and strength levels of the Black Corner Domain bandits to accumulate experience for future activities in the domain. 4. Use trump cards for a swift resolution. Consider employing soul power in conjunction with soul seals for a powerful disruption. Or seek an opportunity to utilize the partially repaired puppet right arm's power. Though not physically present, it may be possible to remotely activate some of its abilities. Caution is advised, aiming for a rapid resolution of the threat to avoid a protracted engagement that could attract more trouble. Please make your selection. Enter option number 1, 2, 3, or 4. Chapter 79. Initial battle with Black Bandits, combat dance to sharpen skills. Haha, boys, leave behind anything valuable and the women, and perhaps will spare your lives. The one-eyed giant brandished his ghostly head blade, grinning maliciously as he approached, the vulture beast beneath him screeching, bringing a gust of foul wind. Instructor Wolin's face turned icy as she coldly exclaimed, "You rabble from the Black Skeleton Tomb dare obstruct the path of Canaan Academy? Seek death." With a wave of her jade hand, a brilliant blue fighting energy whip lashed out like a water serpent towards the one-eyed giant, emanating an overwhelming aura indicative of a grand fighter's strength. The one-eyed giant's expression shifted, clearly caught off guard by the formidable strength of the escorting instructor. He hastily urged the vulture to evade while attempting to block with his blade, appearing somewhat flustered. Meanwhile, his two companions seized the opportunity to direct their vultures to flank around Instructor Wolin, lunging towards the students on the back of the griffin beast. "Be cautious. Form defensive formations," Instructor Wolin reminded, while suppressing the one-eyed giant. The students, however, grew somewhat flustered. Most of them were merely at the fighter level, and, faced with these bloodthirsty bandits accustomed to living on the edge, fear was inevitable. "Follow the previous plan," Xiao Chen's voice rang out, stabilizing the emotions of the Xiao clan members. His gaze locked onto the bandit approaching from the left, a man with a vicious scar across his face. His strength estimated to be around a 5-star fighter. "Xiao Yan, handle the one on the right. I'll take this one on," Xiao Chun called to Xiao Yan, his feet springing forth as he gracefully moved like smoke. Not charging directly, but cleverly utilizing the undulating saddle and the edges of the protective shield on the griffin beast as cover, heading towards the scar-faced bandit. "Understood," Xiao Yan replied, wielding his Xian Zhong with an unstoppable vigor as he charged towards the bandit on the right. Xiao Suner remained poised, a faint golden glow surrounding her, appearing still yet locking onto the entire scene, ready to assist any student in peril. Seeing a mere initial starfighter daring to engage him, the scar-faced bandit's eyes flickered with cruelty and disdain. A foolish little brat. He urged his vulture to dive, lunging at Xiao Chun with a long spear that sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, aimed at his heart. The spear tip glinting ominously as fighting energy surged into it. Xiao Chun did not meet force with force. Eye of insight allowed him to clearly trace the trajectory of the spear and discern its weak points. He activated the concealment technique, his figure subtly shifting at the critical moment, slipping away like an eel, narrowly evading the spear tip, while his right hand's index and middle fingers came together, gathering a faint yellow fighting energy to deliver what appeared to be an unremarkable jab, precisely targeting the bandit's wrist. "Eh!" the scar-faced bandit exclaimed in surprise, not anticipating Xiao Chun's bizarre agility and rapid change of tactics. He jerked his wrist, transforming the thrust into a sweeping motion aimed at Xiao Chen's fingers. Xiao Chun, having missed his strike, immediately retreated with agile footwork, maintaining a delicate distance from the foe. He did not rush to deploy his killing move, 8 Extreme Burst, instead treating this battle as a rare opportunity for practice. Indeed, the combat style of the Black Corner Domain bandits was direct and ruthless, aiming for swift kills. Yet their techniques appeared somewhat crude, relying more on experience and boldness. As Xiao Chun danced around the fight, he calmly analyzed the situation. He adeptly utilized the solidification of his fighting spirit and the formidable strength of his physique, attributes honed through the practices of an unnamed technique and the Insha body refinement method, to engage in a series of evasive maneuvers, parries, and tentative counterattacks. At times, he employed fundamental punches and kicks to gauge the strength of his opponent's fighting spirit armor, which had yet to be fully materialized. While at other moments, he executed the breath concealment technique to close the distance abruptly, disrupting his adversary's judgment. He even attempted to use a faint flicker of soul energy to create perceptual interference, causing slight deviations in the opponent's attacks. The scarred-faced bandit grew increasingly alarmed as the skirmish progressed. This young man, evidently inferior in strength, moved like a slippery fish, making each of his strikes seem to land nowhere, while his occasional counterattacks targeted the bandit's vulnerabilities with unnerving precision, leaving him feeling powerless and immensely frustrated. What aggravated him further was the inexplicable moments of mental disorientation that caused him to miss what should have been certain hits. Damn it, this cursed brat. He cursed vehemently, his mounting impatience leading to an increasingly ferocious assault, yet simultaneously exposing more of his own weaknesses. Meanwhile, Xiaoyan's combat style was markedly more dominant. The heavy Xianzhong struck with immense force, complemented by explosive fighting techniques, rendering his opponent defenseless and incapable of retaliation. Had it not been for the agility of the vulture-like beast beneath him, he might have already faced defeat. Under the protective guidance of Mentor Ruolin, the other students gradually steadied themselves, forming groups to collectively fend off the occasional stray attacks. Xiao Chan felt he had gathered enough insight, and a glint of sharpness flickered in his eyes. He intentionally presented a flaw, momentarily appearing to be caught off guard while evading. An opportunity. The scarred bandit rejoiced, thrusting his spear like a venomous dragon emerging from its lair, aiming to deliver a crippling blow to Xiao Chen's shoulder. Just as the spear tip was about to meet its mark, Xiao Chen sprang into action. His previously restrained aura erupted suddenly, twisting his body at an uncanny angle to narrowly evade the spear's tip, while simultaneously compressing the pale yellow fighting spirit that had been accumulating on his right fist. 8 extremes burst, he shouted, delivering a punch that unleashed a torrent of force, infused with the essence of 8 layers of strength, crashing solidly into the bandit's exposed chest, which had been left vulnerable from his full-throttle thrust. Poof! The malevolent grin on the bandit's face instantly froze, replaced by a look of incredulous terror. He felt an overwhelming force penetrate his body, as if his very organs had shifted, and he spewed forth a mouthful of blood, his entire being feeling as though it had been struck by a colossal hammer, sending him flying off the back of the vulture, plummeting downward, his life uncertain. The vulture-like beast, losing control, emitted a mournful cry and fled in panic. Xiao Chan slowly withdrew his fist, his breath steady. This strike was executed with impeccable timing. It not only tested the potency of the 8 extremes burst, but also kept many of his cards close to his chest. Through this skirmish, he gained a direct understanding of the combat style of the Black Corner Domain bandits and refined his application of his own power. Almost simultaneously, Xiaoyan dispatched his opponent with a single strike, bringing the battle to a swift conclusion. The one-eyed leader, witnessing the instantaneous incapacitation of 2 of his subordinates, while feeling the mounting pressure from Mentor Ruolin, realized he had encountered an insurmountable challenge. He had no choice but to feign an attack, commanding the vulture to turn and flee. You think you can come and go as you please? Mentor Ruolin scoffed, poised to pursue, only to see several formidable auras rapidly approaching from a distance, evidently reinforcements. Frowning, she decided to abandon the chase to avoid complications, reinforcing the protective shield and urging the griffin beast to accelerate away from the area. Following this battle, the students gazed at Xiao Chun and Xiao Yin with deep admiration, particularly impressed by Xiao Chun's seemingly effortless yet masterful control of the skirmish. Xiao Chun, meanwhile, quietly reflected on the battle, gaining a deeper insight into the survival rules within the Black Corner Domain. The griffin beast soared through the haze, revealing ahead a vast expanse. Even more chaotic and energetically tumultuous, the true Black Corner Domain had arrived. Entering the Black Corner Domain, having successfully repelled the bandits, the griffin beast officially entered the airspace of the Black Corner Domain. Choose the priorities for Xiao Chun upon entering the Black Corner Domain. 1. Summarize the battle and digest the gains. Carefully review the details of the encounter with the scarred bandit, analyzing personal strengths and weaknesses, as well as the combat characteristics of practitioners in the Black Corner Domain, transforming practical experience into personal strength. 2. Observe the environment and collect information. Utilize the eye of insight and soul perception to meticulously observe the terrain of the Black Corner Domain. Signs of power distribution, such as flags and architectural styles, and the movements of other aerial entities to gather first-hand intelligence. 3. Communicate with Mentor Ruolin about the Black Skull Tomb. Inquire about the details of the assailants from the Black Skull Tomb, understanding the characteristics and strength range of this faction within the Black Corner Domain to achieve a thorough understanding of both oneself and the enemy. 4. Examine the spoils of war. If any, did the recent battle yield any items from the bandits? Even if there were no obvious spoils, attempt to sense for any unique markings or clues. Please make your choice. Enter option number 1, 2, 3, or 4. Chapter 80. Reflecting on the path, deepening the foundation. The griffin beast swiftly carried everyone away from the recently encountered battlefield, entering the even more chaotic and energetically variegated airspace of the Black Corner domain. Below, the earth exhibited a peculiar dark red hue. The layout of towns was disorderly, and sporadic bursts of fighting spirit could be seen illuminating small-scale conflicts before quickly dissipating. The air was thick with a faint scent of blood and an indescribable sense of agitation. Many students remained immersed in the tension and anxiety of their first combat experience, some excitedly discussing while others rested with pale faces. Xiao Chun, however, had already regained his composure. He sought a relatively quiet corner to sit cross-legged, his eyes gently closed, appearing to meditate while meticulously replaying the details of his confrontation with the scarred bandit in his mind. The Eye of Insight proved to be remarkably effective in combat. Xiao Chun mused inwardly. The trajectories of his opponent's fighting spirit, the power nodes within the spear's thrust, and even the subtle fluctuations in their aura were all laid bare under his heightened perception. This enabled him to anticipate his adversary's moves and execute the most effective evasions and parries. However, the exertion was considerable. Maintaining such soul energy over extended periods was taxing. He needed to practice its modulation, activating it only at crucial moments. The integration of the breath concealment technique with his agility was pivotal for his evasive maneuvers. He recalled how he had leveraged the environment atop the griffin beast, employing the breath concealment technique to diminish his presence, allowing him to dance around an opponent of superior strength, making it difficult for them to capture him. A reliance on sheer brute force was not the path to victory, especially when faced with a stronger opponent. Instead, subterfuge, deception, and the search for vulnerabilities were paramount. The bandits of the Black Corner domain executed this principle with purity. Each of their movements bore clear intent, whether to kill or to plunder. Though their techniques appeared somewhat crude, their efficiency was undeniable. The subtle interference of soul energy exceeded his expectations. Xiao Chun recognized that his seemingly inconspicuous soul interference often wielded the capability to yield significant advantages during critical moments. Whether inducing a momentary daze in his opponent or causing slight inaccuracies in their attacks, he created opportunities for himself. The cultivation of the spirit-gathering technique and soul mark must be pursued diligently. The application of soul energy could become a significant advantage in his future endeavors. Lastly, he reflected on the application of the 8 extremes burst, the timing for charging, the moment to strike, and the control of power. He repeatedly relived the sensation of that punch. With 8 layers of hidden strength, it seemed he could only currently activate the first 2 layers with relative ease, while the subsequent layers remained elusive. It appeared that not only did he need fighting spirit to support it, but also a greater strength of body and finesse in execution. The cultivation of the unnamed technique and the Insha body refinement method must not be neglected. Through this reflection, Xiao Chun not only solidified the combat experience he had just gained, but also gained a clearer vision of his future cultivation direction, to continue enhancing his soul power and its applications, to seamlessly integrate the concealed breath technique with his movement skills, thereby establishing a unique style of agile combat, to deepen his understanding of 8 extremes collapse and strive to master greater levels of dark energy. The foundation of all these pursuits remains firmly rooted in the 3 core techniques: nameless technique, Insha body tempering method, and spirit accumulation technique, which provide a robust base. The path of a strong individual is tread step by step, Xiao Chun realized. The existence of the system presents a shortcut, yet true strength ultimately stems from the excavation of every ounce of one's potential and the reflection derived from each battle. The chaotic environment of the Black Corner region, though fraught with danger, undoubtedly serves as an exceptional crucible for honing practical combat abilities. He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze now more composed, his aura seemingly steadier than before. This brief skirmish and timely introspection had further solidified his foundation. "How are you? Are you all right?" came Xiaoyan's voice. He had also just undergone a battle, and it appeared that his energy remained robust. Xiaoqin smiled faintly and replied, "I am fine, with some modest gains. The people of the Black Corner region are indeed fierce." Xiao Yin nodded, a hint of gravity in his eyes. Indeed, their practical experience is rich. Every strike is lethal. It seems we cannot solely immerse ourselves in rigorous training at the academy. The two exchanged a few simple words. both having gained a deeper understanding of the dangers of the Black Corner region and the significance of real combat experience. The Griffin B soared for approximately half a day, though they sensed numerous veiled gazes upon them, perhaps due to the formidable strength exhibited by Mentor Royal Lin, or perhaps because the Griffin beast itself was extraordinary. They encountered no audacious roadblocks. At last, after traversing a mountain shrouded in toxic miasma, a breathtaking scene unfolded before them. In the distance, a colossal city, magnificent and enveloped in a faint energy shield, emerged on the horizon. The city was built against the mountains, adorned with pavilions and towers in a harmonious array, and countless powerful auras flickered within. Numerous flying magical beasts circled above the city. In stark contrast to the chaos and desolation of the Black Corner region they had witnessed along the way, this city felt like a realm apart. Even from a distance, one could sense the overwhelming energy of the heavens and earth in a solemn, weighty atmosphere. "We have arrived." Mentor Rual Lin's voice carried a hint of relief and pride. Ahead lay the external campus of the Kane Academy, Peacetown. Peacetown, the absolute sanctuary and bastion of order within this chaotic Black Corner region. All the students rose in excitement, gazing at the grand town that symbolized safety and the commencement of a new journey. Even Xiao Chan felt a surge of anticipation and ambition within his heart. Canaan Academy, I have arrived. Arriving at Peacetown, finally reaching their destination. Upon entering Peacetown, Xiao Chun first needed to 1. Settle in and familiarize himself with the environment. Follow Mentor Rual Lin to complete enrollment procedures, assign accommodations, and quickly become acquainted with the basic layout of Peacetown and its essential facilities, such as the task hall, training rooms, trading area, etc. 2. Gather information and understand the dynamics. Inquire with senior students or through other channels to understand the distribution of forces within the external campus, notable figures to be wary of, and the latest developments regarding secret realms like the Nether Abyss. 3. Enter seclusion to digest and solidify. Utilize the relatively safe environment of the Academy to thoroughly assimilate the insights gained from his journey, especially his combat experiences. Aiming to break through to the mid-stage of a 1-star Dome Master or enhance his proficiency in 8 Extremes Collapse. 4. Attempt to engage with the Academy's puppet techniques. Inquire whether there are any legacies or research facilities regarding puppet arts within the Academy. Seeking potential opportunities and resources for the future restoration of the Dark Golden Puppet. Please make your selection. Enter option number 1, 2, 3, or 4. Chapter 81. The Ancient Town of Peace. First entry into the Academy. The Griffin Beast gradually descended at the designated flight station outside Peacetown. As their feet touched the solid ground once more, all the students involuntarily exhaled a sigh of relief. Departing from Wutan City and enduring numerous tribulations, they had finally arrived at this legendary sanctuary of cultivation. Peacetown, rather than being merely a town, resembled a grand city. Towering walls built from colossal stones, exuding a greenish hue, were inscribed with intricate runes, subtly forming a vast protective array. Within the town, the energy was abundant, far surpassing that of the outside world. Taking a deep breath invigorated the flow of Do Chi within them. The streets were wide and tidy, bustling with people, most clad in the Academy's standard robes, their auras varying in strength, yet the overall atmosphere remained orderly. In stark contrast to the chaos prevalent in other parts of the Black Corner region, a weighty, solemn, and scholarly ambience permeated the air. "Stay close to me and refrain from wandering off," Mentor Rual Lin called to the new students, her face adorned with a relaxed smile. Returning to the Academy grounds brought her a sense of reassurance. The group traversed through the bustling streets, drawing numerous gazes, some curious, some scrutinizing, and others indifferent. Xiao Chan could sense the potent auras emanating from several senior students, many at the Dome Master level, with occasional subtle fluctuations hinting at the presence of Grand Dome Masters. They first arrived at the new student registration office for the external campus. It was a grand hall, with the words Welcome Pavilion elegantly inscribed above the entrance. Inside, a throng of young geniuses from the Gamma Empire and surrounding nations congregated, queuing to complete their enrollment procedures. Mentor Rual Lin, clearly of considerable status, led Xiao Chun and the others through a special passage, saving them a significant amount of time. The procedures were not complex, registering their names, origins, ages, current strengths, and receiving identity jade tokens, a map of the Academy, a handbook of basic regulations, and a set of gray new student robes. Xiao Chan received his identity jade token, which felt smooth to the touch, crafted from a special type of jade that recorded his essential information and would serve as an important credential for accessing resources and undertaking tasks within the academy. The reverse side of the token was etched with a majestic mountain and surrounding clouds, the emblem of Canaan Academy. Your accommodations have been allocated. You will reside in the yellow stage area of the new student courtyard, said a kind-faced, middle-aged mentor responsible for registration, pointing to the map as he spoke. Each person will have a private room, and the conditions are quite satisfactory. Mentor Ruo Lin nodded and addressed Xiao, Chun, and the others. The yellow stage area is where new students and low-level cultivators reside, although the energy density cannot compare to that of the Shin stage and Earth stage areas. It is sufficient for you at this current stage. Remember the academy rules. No private disputes. Any conflict can be resolved in the arena. Once settled, take the time to familiarize yourselves with the environment, particularly the task hall, training tower, and library, as these places are crucial for your future cultivation. Understood, Mentor Ruo Lin. The group responded in unison. Guided by a senior-looking student, Xiao Chun and the others departed from the welcome pavilion and headed towards the residential area. The interior of Peace Town was vast, divided into various zones. After traversing for about the duration of an incense stick, they arrived at a relatively tranquil area adorned with numerous independent courtyards. This was the yellow stage area. Each courtyard was equipped with simple protective restrictions, requiring the identity jade token to activate. The courtyard assigned to Xiao Chun was small but tidy, featuring a living room, a training quiet room, and a petite garden. The quiet room was equipped with a basic spirit gathering array, while its efficacy could not compare with that of higher-level training towers. It was a world apart from the outside. After bidding farewell to the guiding senior student, Xiao Chun closed the courtyard door and activated the restrictions. A subtle energy fluctuation enveloped the courtyard, isolating it from the outside clamor. He did not immediately commence his cultivation. Instead, he donned the gray new student robe and spread out the academy map and handbook on the table, diligently studying them. The map is exceedingly detailed, marking the significant facilities throughout Peace Town, the welcoming pavilion, the mission hall, where various tasks can be undertaken in exchange for credits or resources. The training tower, which is divided into different levels, requiring credits for entry, the library, the arena, for settling grievances and honing skills, the alchemy hall, the weapons workshop, the trading zone, and more. The school regulations manual is well structured, emphasizing fundamental principles such as the prohibition of personal duels, respect for teachers, and care for public property, while also elaborating on the methods of earning and utilizing credits. Credits serve as the hard currency within Canaan Academy, capable of being exchanged for nearly all training resources. It appears that earning credits is of utmost importance within the academy. Xiao Qin mused to himself, without credits, one cannot move an inch. After committing the map and the regulations to memory, Xiao Chun resolved to venture out and familiarize himself with the surroundings. His first destination was the mission hall, located not far from the residential area. This was a grand circular structure, bustling with activity inside. Countless jade tablets hung on the walls, displaying various mission information that continuously rolled. Tasks included gathering medicinal herbs, hunting specific magical beasts, escorting merchant caravans along designated safe routes to the Black Corner domain, and even assisting mentors with research tasks. Rewards varied from a few to hundreds or even thousands of credits. A 3-star great fighter would lead a team to the Black Wind Mountains to hunt the 3rd-tier magical beast, the cave spider, requiring 3 fighter-level participants. With rewards to be discussed, there was a long-term purchase of tranquil grass, with each plant redeemable for 1 credit. Assisting the elder alchemist in organizing alchemical notes required a keen perception of the soul, offering 10 credits per day. The plethora of tasks left Xiao Chun in awe and provided him with a more concrete understanding of life at the academy. Next, he proceeded to the training tower. This towering edifice loomed into the clouds, emanating a powerful energy pressure. The energy intensified the higher one ascended, yet the consumption of credits increased exponentially. Merely to access the first floor required 5 credits daily, a significant expense for a newcomer. The library appeared solemn and majestic, guarded by formidable sentinels. Xiao Chun could only sense its vast collection from outside, imagining the treasures it held within. After a thorough exploration, he had gained a preliminary understanding of the primary functional areas of Peace Town. Upon returning to his small courtyard, dusk was approaching. He sat cross-legged in his quiet chamber, absorbing the abundant energy of the heavens and the earth, which was several times more potent than that of Wutan City, while contemplating his future path. The immediate priority was to acquire credits and subsequently utilize them to enhance his strength. Simultaneously, He needed to start gathering information related to the Underworld sect and the Underworld Gorge. Just then, his identity Jade tablet vibrated slightly, delivering a message. New student Xiao Chun. Please assemble at Xianwang Square at dawn tomorrow for the new student enrollment ceremony and class placement test. A new chapter was about to begin. The eve of the new student test. Tomorrow's class placement test is crucial as it determines the distribution of initial resources and the level of attention from mentors. Please select Xiao Chen's preparation method for tonight. 1. Calm the mind and regulate breathing, seeking perfection. Refrain from any intense training. Merely circulate his energy to harmonize his fighting spirit, nurture his soul, and adjust both body and mind to their optimal state, approaching the test with a tranquil heart. 2. Last-minute sharpening. Attempting to break through. Leverage the rich energy of this place to strive for a breakthrough to mid-stage 1-star fighter. Even pushing his cultivation to the peak of the initial stage would increase his chances in the test. 3. Gather intelligence about the test. Venture out to converse with other newcomers or seniors, inquiring about the format and content of previous class placement tests to prepare strategically. 4. Study the Jade tablet and explore its functions. Meticulously investigate the additional capabilities of the Identity Jade tablet, such as whether it allows for simple communication among students or the inquiry of certain public information, which may reveal useful insights. Please make your choice. Enter option number 1, 2, 3, or 4. Chapter 82. Late Night Cultivation, Refining Fighting Spirit. As dusk faded, the night enveloped Peace Town. The lights throughout the academy gradually illuminated, resembling stars adorning this realm of cultivation. In the quiet chamber of Xiao Chen's small courtyard, he had already cast aside distractions and entered a state of cultivation. The new student test tomorrow is of paramount importance, not only concerning initial class assignments and resource allocation, but also representing a significant first step in this academy teeming with talent, directly influencing future developments. Though he held confidence in his foundation and practical abilities, achieving another step forward in his cultivation at this moment would undoubtedly increase his odds of success. He first activated the soul nurturing technique. The soul fire at his brow flickered gently, absorbing the energy in the air, which was several times purer than that outside. Nurturing his soul. The mental fatigue from reviewing battles during the day and acclimating to the environment quickly dissipated, rendering his soul power increasingly crystalline and perceptive. A powerful soul is the prerequisite for precise control of fighting spirit, especially at critical moments of attempting a breakthrough. Once his soul reached a state of fullness and transparency, Xiao Chun began to fully circulate the nameless technique, which brought him both agony and immense benefit. His fighting spirit surged from his dantian, coursing through his meridians along a specific and arduous path. Each circulation brought waves of excruciating pain, as if his meridians were being incessantly tempered and expanded. Yet, with it came the visible solidification and weight of his fighting spirit. The spirit-gathering formation in the chamber glowed faintly, gathering the surrounding energy of heaven and earth, forming a subtle mist that enveloped Xiao Chen's figure. He resembled a bottomless abyss, greedily absorbing this energy, which, after being refined by the nameless technique, transformed into the purest fighting spirit, flowing into the Dantian's energy vortex. The transition from early stage to mid-stage 1-star fighter is not a qualitative leap, but rather a process of accumulating fighting spirit and enhancing control over it. Xiao Chen's foundation is rock solid, particularly after the relentless tempering of a nameless technique, resulting in his fighting spirit's quality and meridian strength far exceeding others of the same rank. In this favorable cultivation environment, he made significant progress. The pale yellow vortex within his dantian slowly rotated, expanding in size and deepening in color. Xiao Chun could distinctly sense the thin barrier separating the early stage from the mid-stage, gradually loosening under the continuous impact of his fighting spirit. Time flew by in cultivation. As the moon rose high and silence enveloped the world, Xiao Chun remained undistracted, fully immersed in the operation and impact of his fighting spirit. He was not impatient. Instead, he patiently guided the surging fighting spirit, repeatedly battering against that barrier. Each impact caused minute cracks to appear in the barrier, and he carefully monitored the capacity of his meridians to avoid damage caused by haste. Although the Insha body refinement technique had yet to be formally cultivated due to a lack of cold energy, its accompanying slight enhancement effect on the physical body manifested at this moment, allowing his meridians to become more resilient and endure stronger impacts from fighting spirit. Unaware of how much time had passed, as the eastern horizon began to lighten with a hint of white, a faint humming sound emanated from within Xiao Chen's body. The vortex in his dantian abruptly accelerated, expanding significantly, and the sensation of fullness and power surged to a new level. The barrier that had separated the stages quietly shattered under the natural flow of energy. Mid-stage 1-star fighter. Xiao Chen slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of brilliance flashing within, before returning to tranquility. He sensed the noticeably more robust fighting spirit within him and the enhanced control he now wielded. A satisfied smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Although it was merely a small breakthrough, accomplishing it at this juncture held profound significance. It meant that in the upcoming new student test, at least in terms of visible cultivation, he would not be at a disadvantage, and may even hold an advantage. More importantly, the increase in fighting spirit would enable him to better utilize the power of 8 extremes collapse and sustain the consumption of soul power for a longer duration. He slightly acclimated to the newfound strength before once again closing his eyes, solidifying the recently attained realm. It was not until the sunlight streamed through the barrier and illuminated the quiet chamber, accompanied by the vibration of his identity jade plate signaling a gathering, that he concluded his meditation. Rising to stretch his limbs, a series of crisp cracks echoed within him, resonating with a sense of vigor. Clad in a fresh gray robe, Xiao Chun pushed open the door to the tranquil room and stepped into the morning light, exiting the small courtyard. In Xianhuang Square, hundreds of new students had gathered, the atmosphere buzzing with excitement, their eyes alight with anticipation, tension, and pride. These were all prodigious youths hailing from various regions. Xiao Chun spotted Xiao Yin and Xiao Suner and made his way toward them. Xiao Yan's aura seemed to have grown more refined, indicating he too had not squandered the previous night. Xiao Suner maintained her serene demeanor, her depth inscrutable. "Have you broken through?" Xiao Yin inquired, sensing the still unconsolidated aura fluctuations emanating from Xiao Chun, raising an eyebrow. "Yes, fortuitously reached the mid-stage," Xiao Chun confirmed with a nod. "Excellent." A smile graced Xiao Yan's face, a glimmer of battle intent igniting in his eyes. It seemed today's test would be particularly intriguing. "Congratulations, cousin Xiao Chun," Xiao Suner added with a smile. As several deeply knowledgeable external tutors arrived, the clamorous square gradually fell silent. The freshman enrollment ceremony and class allocation test were about to commence. All gazes turned toward the high platform at the front of the square, where new challenges awaited. The class allocation test begins. As the test was about to commence, please choose Xiao Chen's mindset or strategy at the onset of the test. 1. Present oneself with moderation. Reserving strength. Do not rush to showcase all abilities and trump cards, such as soul power. Maintain a level slightly above average to avoid becoming an easy target too soon. Quietly observing the strengths and weaknesses of other talents. 2. Shine brightly, vying for the forefront. Unleash full potential to secure the best results. Garnering the maximum attention and resource allocation from the academy. Confident in one's strength and unafraid of challenges. 3. Strategic observation. Gathering intelligence. Focus on observing those new students with particularly potent or peculiar auras, as well as individuals potentially connected to special locations like the ghostly abyss. Preparing for future endeavors. 4. Concentrate on oneself, undistracted, regardless of others. Focus solely on the test itself, viewing it as an opportunity to assess and refine personal abilities. Striving to surpass oneself. Please make your selection. Enter option number 1, 2, 3, or 4. Chapter 83. Xianhuang Testing Tablet, Hidden Brilliance. In Xianhuang Square, the hundreds of new students fell silent, their eyes fixated on the high platform. An elderly man clad in a tutor's robe, exuding a profound aura, stepped forward, his calm yet resonant voice echoing throughout the crowd. "I am Elder Hualan, the Law Elder of the External Academy. Today, I welcome all you young talents into our Jia Nan Academy. The Academy's regulations prioritize innate talent and strength, but also value character and perseverance. This class allocation test will determine your initial classes and resources. I hope you all give your utmost and showcase your true abilities." As his words concluded, several tutors joined forces to activate a massive stone tablet at the center of the square. The tablet was entirely black, inscribed with intricate runes, emanating an ancient and venerable aura, the testing tablet. The test consists of 3 rounds. In the first round, the power tablet. Strike the tablet with your strongest attack. It will evaluate based on strength, fighting spirit quality, explosive power, and other factors, lighting up lamps to a maximum of 9. With the rules announced, the test formally commenced. The new students approached the tablet in sequence. Instantly, The square erupted with dazzling displays of fighting spirit. Most newcomers managed to illuminate 3 to 5 lamps on the tablet, which was already commendable. Occasionally, someone would light up 6 lamps, prompting a small wave of gasps. Look, that must be Princess Yaoyu of the Jayamar royal family. I've heard she is already a 2-star fighter. A petite, charming girl focused her energy, striking out with a palm, her fiery red fighting spirit surging forth, causing the tablet to hum as 7 lamps lit up consecutively. 7 lamps. Impressive. Yaoyu's face radiated pride. Following her, a tall, stern-looking youth stepped forward, hailing from the Milan Empire, boasting a formidable 3-star fighter status. He let out a low growl, his earthy yellow fighting spirit coalescing into a rock-like form as it struck the tablet with force. The tablet vibrated, the lights flashing rapidly, ultimately stabilizing at 8 lamps. 8 lamps. This is the highest so far. No wonder he is a disciple from Mulan Valley. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Xiao Qichen observed calmly. He noted that both Xiao Yan and Xiao Suner had yet to take their turns. Xiao Yan's aura remained steady, his gaze discerning, while Xiao Suner retained her tranquil demeanor, seemingly unaffected by her surroundings. At the pinnacle of 3-star fighters, Xiao Yan was on the verge of touching the threshold of 4 stars, and the enigmatic Xiao Suner remained unfathomable. Xiao Chan felt no unease, nor did he feel disheartened by his mid-stage 1-star fighter cultivation. His path to strength had never been merely a comparison of fighting spirit levels. His focus lay on himself and how to maximize his current power during the test, assessing his growth over time. Soon, it was Xiao Yan's turn. Xiao Yan from Wutan City. Xiao Yan strode forward, not employing his Xian-heavy ruler, but simply clenching his fist. The fighting spirit surged forth, its hue a pale yellow, yet imbued with an indescribable intensity and weight. With a powerful punch, the tablet emitted a resonant hum, the lights flickering rapidly, surpassing 7 lamps, then 8. The 9th lamp suddenly ignited. The radiance was dazzling. 9th lamp. My goodness. It's 9 lamps. Who is this guy? Wutan City? I've never heard of him. A 3-star fighter can light up 9 lamps? What a terrifying quality of fighting spirit. The entire venue erupted in astonishment. Even Elder Huolan on the platform displayed a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Xiao Yan calmly retracted his fist, bowing respectfully toward the elders, then turned to walk down as if he had accomplished a trifling task. Yet everyone understood he had become one of the most luminous presences among this year's newcomers. Next, it was Xiao Suner's turn. Xiao Suner from Wutan City. The young girl moved gracefully to the testing tablet, not charging forward as others had, but gently extending her delicate finger. A wisp of pale, golden fighting spirit danced like a sprite, lightly tapping the tablet. Her movements were soft and artistic, as if she were performing a melody rather than undertaking a test. Yet, the tablet erupted with an even more intense brilliance than during Xiao Yan's turn. All 9 lamps ignited instantly, and the light neither waned nor dispersed, even hinting at surpassing its limits, causing the entire stone tablet to quiver slightly. After a moment, the radiance gradually receded. 9 lamps. Perfection. The square fell into a profound silence. If Xiao Yan's 9 lamps were overwhelming and forceful, then Xiao Suner's 9 lamps were light as a feather and unfathomable. This effortless demeanor rendered her even more formidable. Elder Huolan regarded Xiao Suner with a gaze filled with gravity and intrigue. At this moment, an unspoken pressure descended upon Xiao Chun, who also hailed from Wutan City. With the previous 2 individuals so dazzling, if he were to perform poorly, it would inevitably create a stark contrast. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Chun calmly approached the testing tablet under countless watchful eyes. Some were inquisitive, some curious, and others appeared eager to witness a spectacle. Considering that his mid-stage 1-star fighter cultivation was nearly the lowest among the new students present. Wutan City, Xiao Chun. He announced his name, not rushing to strike. He first activated the breath concealment technique, adjusting his aura to its most tranquil state. Then, he recalled the techniques of 8 extremes burst and the solidified fighting spirit he had honed through rigorous training. He chose not to employ soul power enhancement, opting instead to rely solely on pure fighting spirit strength and combat skills for the test. He sought to ascertain the latent energy that could be unleashed despite his seemingly modest rank. With a gradual tightening of his right fist, a pale yellow aura coalesced around it. Though not as voluminous as that of higher-ranked fighters, the refinement of this energy caught the attention of several nearby instructors. 8 extremes collapse, he uttered in a low voice, his fist shooting forth like a bolt of lightning. There was no cataclysmic force accompanying the strike, only an extraordinary penetrating power. His fist landed solidly upon the measurement stone. A low hum resonated from the stone, and lights flickered to life. 1, 2, 3, and at an astonishing pace, 5, 6. The illumination hesitated at the sixth light, leading some to believe that it would end there. Yet, the seventh light defiantly illuminated. The radiance stabilized at 7 lights. Achieving this with the cultivation level of a mid-tier 1-star fighter was perhaps not as dazzling as the 9 lights of Xiao Yin and Xiao Suner, nor as impressive as the 8 lights of the youth from the Milan Empire. But the quality and explosive power of his fighting spirit left many discerning observers in silent astonishment. This indicated that his foundation was extraordinarily solid, and the cultivation technique he practiced was anything but ordinary. Xiao Chun withdrew his fist, maintaining an unperturbed demeanor. He was fundamentally pleased with this outcome, as it accurately reflected his current combat prowess in pure fighting spirit. He also bowed respectfully to the elders, calmly descended the platform, and returned to Xiao Yin and Xiao Suner. Xiao Yin nodded at him, his eyes filled with acknowledgement, while Xiao Suner offered a slight smile. In the first round of testing, Xiao Chun, relying on his solid foundation, achieved a commendable result despite his apparent inferiority in cultivation level, thereby upholding the reputation of the Xiao family in Wutan City. Yet the true test lay ahead. Elder Huolan's gaze lingered on Xiao Chun for a moment before he announced, "The first round is concluded. 17 individuals have illuminated 7 lights or more. We shall take a brief respite, after which the second round will commence. The illusory heart formation. Second round, illusory heart formation. The illusory heart formation tests one's will, perseverance, and the strength of the soul. Choose Xiao Chen's strategy within the formation. 1. Uphold one's true heart. Proceed steadily. Utilize the spirit guarding technique and soul fire to safeguard the mind, remaining calm and methodical in unraveling the illusions, striving for a stable passage to demonstrate resilience. 2. Proactively explore, temper the soul. Treat the illusion formation as a whetstone, actively employing soul power to perceive, analyze, and even attempt to guide the illusions, thereby honing the soul's resilience and adaptability. 3. Conceal soul strength, present mediocrity. Deliberately control the display of soul power, exhibiting only a level slightly above that of an ordinary 1-star fighter, avoiding excessive exposure of one's trump cards. 4. Seek the formation's core. Attempt clever shortcuts. Utilize insight, eye, and soul perception to identify weaknesses or operational patterns within the illusion formation, employing cunning to pass swiftly and conserve energy. Please make your selection. Enter option number 1, 2, 3, or 4. Chapter 84. Illusory Heart Refinement. Initial Emergence of Brilliance. The incense stick of time passed swiftly. The measurement stone in the center of Xinyuan Square was replaced by a complex formation shrouded in a hazy white light. The formation was composed of countless flickering runes, enveloping an area of several dozen yards, emanating waves that could disorient the mind. This was the second round of testing the illusory heart formation. The illusory heart formation assesses whether your will is steadfast and your soul is stable. Those ensnared within will confront various illusions, which may manifest as inner fears, temptations of desire, or relentless torment. To endure for the duration of an incense stick without losing consciousness or voluntarily exiting the formation is to pass. The longer one persists, the better the performance. Elder Huolan's voice resonated, elucidating the rules. Now, all who pass the first round enter the formation. 17 new students, including Xiao Chun, Xiao Yin, and Xiao Suner, stepped sequentially into the realm enveloped by the white light. As soon as he entered, Xiao Chun felt the surroundings blur and distort. The square, the crowd, and the platform vanished in an instant, replaced by an endless, dimly lit expanse. Whispers, roars, and seductive murmurs emanated from all directions, piercing his mind in an attempt to disrupt his focus. So this is the illusory heart formation? Xiao Chen remained unperturbed and actively initiated the spirit guarding technique. The soul fire at his brow radiated a faint golden aura, enveloping his soul's essence, significantly diminishing the chaotic auditory distractions. Unlike most, who chose to cling to a single point in passive resistance, he extended his soul power outward like tendrils, proactively engaging with and perceiving the illusionary realm. Illusions are born from the heart and are also constructed from energy. Recalling the knowledge from the fundamentals of netherworld puppetry regarding energy runes, as well as his own experiences in crafting talismans, he endeavored to analyze the energy fluctuations that constituted the illusions. Initially, these energies appeared chaotic and unpredictable. However, as his soul power delved deeper, the effects of insight, seemed to resonate with his soul perception. Gradually, he discerned that the illusions were not entirely devoid of pattern. They were woven together by countless delicate strands of energy in a specific manner. He observed that the energy structure of fear-based illusions leaned towards coldness and sharpness, while those of desire appeared viscous and alluring, with tormenting illusions exhibiting an even more violent and chaotic energy structure. Fascinating. The illusory heart formation itself is a profound study of the application of soul and energy. A surge of curiosity ignited within Xiao Chun. No longer content with mere passive resistance, he began to attempt to subtly interfere with and manipulate the energy strands that formed the illusions. For instance, when a fear-based illusion manifested the terrifying visage of a soul-devouring beast from the netherworld, instead of forcibly dispelling the fear, Xiao Chun guided his soul power to precisely target a few key energy strands that constituted the image of the beast's fangs. Buzz. The menacing image of the fangs twisted, amusingly transforming the once terrifying atmosphere into something significantly less daunting. Likewise, when an illusion presented a mountain of cultivation resources and unparalleled techniques, Xiao Chen's soul power flowed like a gentle breeze across a still pond, lightly disturbing the energy nodes that represented temptation, rendering the enticing luster ephemeral and incapable of igniting genuine greed within him. He even began to emulate the energy-weaving techniques of the illusion formation, attempting to construct a thin layer of energy around himself, imbued with tranquility and firmness. Though the effect was minimal and extremely taxing on his soul power, it was undoubtedly an audacious attempt and a form of training. Throughout this process, his control over soul power became increasingly refined, and his understanding of the principles of illusion deepened. Under such intense utilization, the soul fire not only did not dim, but, through continuous consumption and replenishment, became even more concentrated. Outside the formation, Elder Hualan and several instructors focused primarily on Xiao Yin and Xiao Suner. Both exhibited remarkable ease within the formation. Xiao Yin appeared to be engulfed in invisible flames that incinerated any approaching illusions, while Xiao Suner resembled a celestial being, impervious to all manner of illusions that could not approach within 3 yards of her. However, Elder Hualan's attention was soon drawn to a figure at the edge of the formation. It was Xiao Chun. Unlike other students who either struggled or floated effortlessly, Xiao Chen's performance was peculiar. He exhibited neither overt pain nor the overwhelming power to shatter illusions. Instead, he remained there, occasionally furrowing his brow or displaying contemplative expressions, with his body making subtle, seemingly meaningless movements. Yet, Elder Hualan's formidable soul perception faintly detected that the flow of illusionary energy surrounding Xiao Chun appeared more vibrant and even somewhat chaotic than elsewhere. The Elder Hualan's eyes flickered with a hint of astonishment. It appeared that this youth was not merely passively enduring the illusion, but rather actively studying the formation. This notion struck him as somewhat absurd. How could a mere one-star fighter possess the capacity and audacity to analyze the illusionary heart array employed for assessments in the outer courtyard? Yet, that subtle feeling lingered. More than half a stick of incense had passed swiftly. Several new students, their faces pale, staggered out of the array's range, some collapsing into unconsciousness, escorted out by their mentors. Xiao Chun, however, remained immersed in a peculiar state of honing, feeling as if his soul was akin to refined iron, repeatedly forged. Though weary, it grew ever more resilient and translucent. It was only upon sensing the array's impending conclusion that he reluctantly reined in his soul's power, resolutely returning to his core, feigning the appearance of having barely held on until the end. As the white light dissipated and the illusion receded, the scene of the plaza re-emerged. Only 12 individuals remained who had successfully passed the second round. Xiao Chun was among them, and appeared in a state that seemed superior to some of the 2-star and 3-star fighters who had endured until the end, albeit with a slightly pale complexion due to the depletion of his soul's energy. Xiao Yin and Xiao Suner naturally breezed through the test. Xiao Yin turned to Xiao Chun and whispered, "This illusion array is rather intriguing. Are you all right?" "Fortunately, I made it through," Xiao Chun replied with a smile. Choosing not to elaborate further, Elder Hualan's gaze swept over Xiao Chun once more, imbued with a deeper significance, before he announced, "The second round is concluded. We shall take a brief respite before proceeding to the final round. Actual combat. Actual combat is the ultimate standard for testing a fighter's true prowess. The remaining 12 newcomers' eyes sharpened with determination. Third round. Actual combat. The final round of combat testing was about to commence. The remaining 12 students would determine their opponents through a draw, engaging in one-on-one matches. Victors would advance until the final rankings were established. The matches would continue until a point was reached, overseen by a supervising mentor to prevent severe injuries. The draw results emerged swiftly. Xiao Chen's first opponent was a tall, lean youth from the Outcloud Empire named Xie, whose strength had reached the pinnacle of a 2-star fighter. On the surface, his cultivation far surpassed that of Xiao Chun. The first match, Xiao Chun from Wutan City versus Xie from the Outcloud Empire. The supervising mentor announced loudly. As the two ascended into the makeshift arena, Xie regarded the mid-stage 1-star fighter Xiao Chun with a disdainful smirk. Wutan City? Isn't that the place that produced those 2 9-lantern freaks? It seems your luck has run out. Be wise and concede to avoid unnecessary suffering. Xiao Chun maintained a tranquil demeanor, unfazed by Xie taunts. The moment the referee declared the match to begin, a subtle golden glimmer flickered in his eyes as he activated the Eye of Insight, fully attuning himself to his opponent. The opponent's fighting aura leaned towards the cold and toxic, a common trait among the Outcloud Empire's poison-infused battle chi. Xiao Chun quickly deduced that Xie concentrated his energy primarily in his arms and fingertips, his steps somewhat unsteady, indicating a potential weakness in his lower body. His attack method seemed inclined towards rapid, cutting thrusts laced with poison. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Chun formulated his preliminary strategy. To evade a direct clash of chi, he would utilize his agility to maneuver around Xie, targeting his lower body while remaining vigilant against his toxic attacks. Seeking death. Xie scoffed, witnessing Xiao Chen's indifference. With a swift movement, he approached like a specter, his fingers converging, a ghostly green luminescence emanating from their tips, unleashing a foul wind aimed directly at Xiao Chen's throat with astonishing speed. Advanced yellow-grade combat technique, poison python finger. Gasps erupted from the audience. This strike was swift and lethal. Should it land, it would likely incapacitate Xiao Chun through poisoning. However, under the watchful gaze of the Eye of Insight, Xie trajectory and the flow of his fighting energy became strikingly clear. Xiao Chen's footwork shifted as he executed the breath concealment technique in conjunction with his nimble movements, gliding backward as if weightless, narrowly evading the deadly thrust. The ghostly green wind brushed past his neck, leaving a chilling sensation in its wake. He dodged. Xie was taken aback, surprised by Xiao Chen's swift reaction and peculiar agility. He quickly altered his approach, transforming the thrust into a sweeping motion aimed at Xiao Chen's waist. Yet, Xiao Chun did not engage him directly. He employed his agility once more, slipping away like an eel, maintaining a careful distance from his opponent. His gaze remained keenly fixed on Xie's legs. After several exchanges, although Xie's offensive was ferocious, he failed to graze even the hem of Xiao Chen's garment. Instead, his repeated exertions had rendered his footing increasingly unstable. You can only evade? Xie growled in frustration. He was accustomed to decisive strikes or rapid suppression, and the inability to land a hit vexed him greatly. The consumption of his energy exceeded his expectations. Now, a glint of determination sparked in Xiao Chen's eyes. Seizing an opportunity when Xie overcommit in a forward charge, shifting his weight slightly forward, Xiao Chun unleashed a rapid sweeping kick aimed directly at Xie's supporting leg. The speed of this kick was blinding, the timing impeccable, infused with Xiao Chen's solidified battle chi. Xie was taken aback, realizing he could not dodge in time. He could only hastily condense his battle chi in a futile attempt to brace against the blow. Thud! A dull sound reverberated. Xie felt immense pain in his calf, as though struck by an iron rod, causing him to falter dangerously close to falling. With his lower body compromised, his defenses were wide open. Xiao Chun would not let such a chance slip away. His previously restrained energy erupted suddenly, propelling him forward like an arrow released from its bow. His right fist, enveloped in pale yellow battle chi compressed to its limits, emitted a low, rumbling sound reminiscent of thunder. 8 extremes burst. His fist struck decisively against Xie's hastily raised crossed arms. Crack! A faint sound of bones fracturing echoed. Xie felt an irresistible force surge through him, causing his arms to burn with pain as his blood surged violently. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his body flew backward like a kite with its string severed, crashing heavily outside the arena, struggling to rise, but momentarily incapacitated. The arena fell into profound silence. No one had anticipated that this seemingly mismatched duel would conclude in such a manner. The pinnacle 2-star fighter Xie Zhan was decisively defeated by the mid-stage 1-star fighter Xiao Chun. Throughout the encounter, Xiao Chun had scarcely engaged in a direct clash of battle chi. He triumphed entirely through precise judgment, agile movements, and a momentous eruption of formidable combat skill. Xiao Chun wins. The referee mentor paused momentarily, then proclaimed loudly, a hint of admiration gleaming in his gaze as he regarded Xiao Chun. This youth possesses extraordinary combat talent. A cacophony of discussions erupted from the audience. Such remarkable agility, such powerful explosive force. He unexpectedly discerned Xie Zhan's weaknesses. Another anomaly emerges in Wutan City. Xiao Yin gazed at Xiao Chun as he descended from the stage, a smile gracing his lips. Splendidly executed. This method of overcoming the formidable with the feeble and triumphing through wit perfectly aligns with his inclinations. Xiao Suner also nodded slightly, a glimmer of understanding flashing in her beautiful eyes. She seemed to have recognized Xiao Chen's extraordinary insight. With a calm demeanor, Xiao Chen remained unfazed by the surrounding discussions. Returning to the resting area, he silently replenished the expended Do Qi from the previous bout. The continuous activation of insightful eye and the precise grasp of timing had taken a considerable toll on both his spirit and Do Qi. Yet, he found a deep sense of satisfaction. This victory affirmed the correctness of his combat philosophy. The practical assessments persisted. Naturally, Xiao Yin and Xiao Suner advanced effortlessly, their opponents often succumbing within mere exchanges. Ultimately, the top 6 were established, with Xiao Chen's clever win securing his place among them. The next stage would see even fiercer ranking battles, and Xiao Chen's subsequent opponent would undoubtedly be formidable. Advancing to the top 6, having successfully reached the top 6, his next adversary would be even stronger. Please select Xiao Chen's adjustments or strategic focus before the next battle. 1. Full recovery. Preparing for a formidable foe. Utilize the brief respite to vigorously operate his techniques to restore Do Qi and spiritual strength, aiming to greet the next battle in peak condition, without reservations. 2. Summarize the previous battle and optimize tactics. Rapidly review the confrontation with Xie Zhan, contemplating how to better utilize insightful eye and personal advantages against more powerful opponents with less apparent weaknesses. 3. Observe potential adversaries. Seize the time to observe the other 5 qualifiers, including Xiao Yin and Xiao Suner, in battle, analyzing their strengths, combat techniques, and possible vulnerabilities to prepare in advance. 4. Maintain a low profile, misleading opponents. Continue to project an image of luck or skill, causing potential strong opponents to underestimate him, thus allowing for surprises in combat. Please make your choice. Enter option number 1, 2, 3, or 4. Chapter 86. Review and Refinement. Overcoming the strong with the weak. During the brief intermission, Xiao Chun immediately closed his eyes, focusing not solely on recovery. Although the previous battle against Xie Zhan had indeed drained him, it remained within manageable limits. Instead, he devoted all his mental energy to a rapid review of the last fight. Insightful eye was his core advantage. He first confirmed this fact. Without it, he could not have so clearly discerned Xie Zhan's Do Qi attributes, operational methods, and footwork weaknesses. Facing stronger opponents, their vulnerabilities would undoubtedly be more concealed, and the opportunities for exploitation would be fleeting. Thus, he would need to concentrate more intensely, possibly requiring proactive stimulation or interference with spiritual power at crucial moments to compel his adversaries to reveal their flaws. The synthesis of movement techniques and breath concealment technique was key to survival and opportunity creation. Although Xie Zhan possessed remarkable speed, his own agility and timing surpassed it. The next opponent might be swifter or possess area of effect combat techniques, necessitating a departure from mere close-range evasion. Anticipation and proactive movement would be imperative. The explosive force of 8 extremes collapse would serve as a decisive method. A single strike to secure victory would yield significant results. Yet the next adversary might boast superior defense or possess unique protective techniques. A single blow might not suffice. Consideration of consecutive attacks or the identification of more lethal weaknesses for exploitation would be essential. Additionally, the application of the 8-fold hidden force required further refinement. If he could instantaneously unleash additional layers of hidden force, its potency would be magnified. The quantity of Do Qi stood as a limitation. This was a significant flaw. In prolonged engagements against opponents of higher cultivation, he would be at a distinct disadvantage. He must pursue more efficient energy utilization, ensuring that every ounce of Do Qi was employed judiciously. Avoiding unnecessary depletion was crucial. When the opportunity arose, he must hold nothing back. Within a few breaths, Xiao Chun had completed his strategic optimization, a more focused application of insightful, supplemented by spiritual interference when necessary, a movement style emphasizing anticipation and preemptive action, and an offensive strategy aimed at achieving maximum efficiency and penetration, maintaining control of the battle tempo within a short time frame. Opening his eyes, his gaze became sharper and more composed. Just in time, the results of the next round's draw were announced. In the second match, Wutan City's Xiao Chun would face off against the Shurlan Empire's Shi Hao. Shi Hao, the very fighter who illuminated 8 lamps during the first round of strength testing. He was tall, with skin resembling that of stone, evidently practicing earth attribute techniques, excelling in defense and power. Murmurs arose from the audience once more. A 3-star fighter against a mid-tier 1-star, and Shi Hao clearly embodied the archetype of an overwhelming opponent, seemingly countering Xiao Chen's tactics of exploiting weaknesses. Be cautious, Xiao Chen. This fellow possesses formidable defenses, Xiao Yin cautioned. Xiao Chen nodded, taking a deep breath as he approached the combat zone. Shi Hao stood there like an iron tower, casting a disdainful gaze at Xiao Chun, his voice deep and resonant. You managed to defeat that poison-wielding fellow, Xie Zhen, which shows some skill. However, in my presence, your little tricks will be of no avail. Surrender, lest I reduce you to minced meat. Xiao Chen remained silent, merely observing him calmly. Insightful eye was already activated. His Do Qi was dense and concentrated, primarily focused in his torso and limbs, with a muscle and bone density surpassing that of ordinary individuals, providing exceptional defense. His movement speed was relatively slow, and turning appeared to be a weakness. Likely, his attack method would consist of powerful strikes or impact-oriented techniques. With the referee's command, the match commenced. As anticipated, Shi Hao let out a low roar, his feet pounding the ground, charging forth like a rampaging bull, his earthy Do Qi enveloping him. Akin to a layer of rocky armor, exuding an imposing aura, he eschewed flashy techniques, opting instead for the simplest and most direct approach, overwhelming his adversary through sheer power and defense. Had it been earlier, Xiao Chun might have chosen to evade the onslaught. However, after the recent review, he resolved to adopt a more proactive strategy. The moment Shi Hao initiated his charge, Xiao Chun moved as well. Instead of retreating, he lowered his body slightly, exerting force through his legs, and charged towards Shi Hao's front side. Simultaneously, a faint thread of spiritual energy, akin to a fine needle, pierced towards Shi Hao's knee joint, which was comparatively vulnerable during his forward thrust. This spiritual interference was exceedingly subtle, not intended to inflict harm, but to create a fleeting sense of dissonance. As Shi Hao charged forward with all his might, he suddenly perceived a slight numbness in his right knee, though it quickly subsided. His step and center of gravity exhibited a minuscule deviation, altering his collision trajectory from a straight line to a slight arc. It was this minor deviation, like a prophet, Xiao Chun deftly maneuvered through the gap created by Shi Hao's shifting trajectory, narrowly evading his fist. Concurrently, he gathered his fingers, condensing highly compressed Do Qi, opting not to employ the energy-draining 8 extremes collapse, but instead striking with precision at Shi Hao's exposed armpit, where many protective techniques exhibit their vulnerabilities. A sharp sound resonated as his fingertips collided with the Do Qi armor. Although it failed to breach the defense, the concentrated impact of Do Qi nevertheless penetrated slightly, causing Shi Hao's entire right arm to feel a sudden ache. Damn it! Shi Hao exclaimed, both astonished and enraged, retaliating with a sweeping left fist that generated a howling wind. Xiao Chun, having executed his strike, adeptly retreated, showcasing his agile movements as he distanced himself once more. His expression grew serious. Indeed, the defense of a 3-star fighter was formidable, and typical attacks would prove ineffectual. Shi Hao, incensed by Xiao Chen's evasive and precise tactics targeting his weak spots, roared in fury, unleashing a barrage of earth-toned fist shadows toward Xiao Chun, engulfing a vast area. Xiao Chun maximized his agility, weaving through the onslaught, pushing insightful eye to its limits, seeking out the minuscule gaps in Shi Hao's offensive transitions and the weak points in the flow of his protective Do Qi. He no longer acted with haste. Each strike he delivered targeted the most critical points or the weak defenses of his opponent. Although he could not inflict tangible damage, he made Sure Hao feel exceedingly uncomfortable, rendering him ineffective and exacerbating his consumption of fighting spirit. On the surface, Sure Hao's offensive surged like a relentless tide, seemingly in absolute control. Yet discerning eyes could see that despite being at a disadvantage, Xiao Chun remained composed, his steps steady and his gaze calm. Every evasion and counterattack was executed with remarkable precision. This young man was extraordinary. On the high platform, Elder Huolan stroked his beard in admiration, noting how the weaker fighter could engage the stronger one with such methodical finesse. This combat wisdom and insight far surpassed his current level of cultivation. As the stalemate persisted, Sure Hao grew increasingly restless. He decided to unleash his ultimate technique, the rock-splitting fist. He struck the ground with both fists, channeling a mighty torrent of earth attribute fighting spirit into the earth. The entire arena trembled violently, and countless fragments of stone were sent flying, hurtling towards Xiao Chun like cannonballs. Simultaneously, he launched himself forward, his fists coalescing into colossal rock apparitions. A wide-area attack. There was no place to evade. Xiao Chen's pupils constricted as he recognized that the moment of reckoning had arrived. He no longer sought to evade, but charged directly into the onslaught of flying debris and Sure Hao's lethal punch. Would he find an opportunity for victory? Every heart in the arena raced to its throat. The decisive moment. How would Xiao Chen respond to Sure Hao's formidable technique and final charge? Choose his strategy for victory. 1. Penetrate the surface with precision, merging soul and technique. Concentrate the majority of his soul power into insightful eye to identify the core weakness of the rock-splitting fist, while simultaneously using the Soul Seal secret technique to disrupt Sure Hao's mental focus at the moment of his strike, culminating in a powerful blow with 8 extremes crash to break through head-on. 2. Evade the solid and exploit the void, leveraging force against force. Utilize agility to find gaps amidst the debris, not entirely resisting, but guiding some of the stone's trajectory to interfere with Sure Hao, while targeting any defensive openings that may arise from the execution of his ultimate move. 3. Extreme evasion, luring the foe deeper. Create the illusion of a direct confrontation. Then at the critical moment, execute a maximum evasion of Sure Hao's frontal strike, enticing him to overextend and lose his balance, before launching a lethal counterattack from side. 4. Unleash the trump card, Soul Impact. Riskily employ a potent soul strike aimed directly at Sure Hao's spirit, causing a brief moment of distraction, thus unraveling his technique and creating an opportunity for victory. Risk, potential exposure of excessive soul strength with a high chance of backlash. Please make your selection. Enter option number 1, 2, 3, or 4. Chapter 87. System Assistance, Seeking Victory Amidst Peril. Faced with Sure Hao's overwhelming rock-splitting fist and the ensuing devastating charge, Xiao Chun felt an unprecedented pressure. The full-force strike of a 3-star fighter was no trivial matter. Even if he survived, he would undoubtedly suffer severe injuries. In the blink of an eye, Insightful Eye whirled into action, instantly simulating several counter-strategies, albeit with high risks. Just as he found himself at a loss, beep, high-intensity attack detected, activating combat assistance analysis module, beginner. Target technique analysis, rock-splitting fist, low-level profound class, area coverage type. Energy core, concentrated at the point of fist contact, stone fragments as derived effects with diminishing strength. Predicted charge trajectory, direct linear advance, force concentrated at a single point. Low maneuverability. Optimal counter-strategy simulation, based on host current abilities, employ extreme evasion strategy. Success probability, 67. 3. Critical point. Must move an 11-degree angle to the left within 0.3 seconds of the fist striking the ground, before the stones are fully activated. Maximizing avoidance of the debris-laden zone while positioning at the tangent of his charge trajectory. Tip. Combine with breath concealment technique for instantaneous burst speed. Anticipating the moment after his charge when his old strength has waned and new strength has yet to arise, approximately 0.5 seconds. Attack his right rear waist, a critical point in his protective fighting spirit cycle. The system's prompt resonated cold and swift, illuminating the darkest path like a beacon. Those intricate data analyses and probability forecasts conveyed information in an instant, clarifying Xiao Chen's previously chaotic thoughts. Now was the moment. Xiao Chen's eyes radiated brilliance as he decisively selected the system's recommended optimal strategy. As Sure Hao's fists were about to strike the ground, his fighting spirit erupted with unprecedented efficiency. The breath concealment technique not only concealed his aura, but was pushed to its limits, enhancing his agility for a sudden burst of speed. Whoosh! His form transformed into a blur, racing swiftly toward the designated 11-degree angle to the left. This angle was remarkably cunning, perfectly sidestepping the most concentrated front assault of debris, with only a few stray stones grazing his fighting spirit cloak, emitting a hissing sound, yet failing to impede his movement. Meanwhile, Shrouded, just as the system predicted, charged forth like a wild stallion, surging with unyielding momentum along a straight line. He watched in disbelief as Xiao Chun evaded his lethal strike with an astonishing angle and method, attempting to change direction, but the immense inertia rendered him incapable. Now was the moment. The right rear waist. Xiao Chun silently recalled the system's indicated weakness, forcibly twisting his body during his high-speed movement. His right fist, infused with a pale yellow fighting spirit and unprecedented density, shimmered with a hint of dark golden light, a characteristic of the ultimate operation of an unnamed technique. The hidden power of 8 Extremes Crash was unleashed to its fullest extent, and he felt at least 3 layers of hidden force ready to strike. Shroud's charge had lost its vigor. His center of gravity shifted forward, leaving his right rear flank wide open. He sensed the lethal threat approaching from behind, panic-stricken as he attempted to defend, but his body could not keep pace with his thoughts. 8 Extremes Crash. Xiao Chen's fist struck like a coiled serpent, precisely landing on the critical point of Shroud's right rear waist. This was a pivotal node in his dense earth attribute fighting spirit cycle. Bang! A dull, agonizing sound reverberated through the arena. Ugh! Shroud emitted a pained groan, feeling a meticulously calculated force, laden with multiple shockwaves, penetrate his body, instantly disrupting his fighting spirit cycle. His protective fighting spirit fluctuated violently, nearly dissipating, and he was sent sprawling forward, struggling momentarily, but unable to muster the fighting spirit to rise. The arena fell into a profound silence. Everyone was astounded by this dramatic reversal. From Shroud's execution of his ultimate move to Xiao Chen's miraculous evasion and counterattack, culminating in Shroud crashing to the ground. The entire sequence transpired within 2 or 3 seconds, yet it was rife with suffocating tension and a game-changing outcome. A mid-1-star fighter had truly defeated a 3-star fighter, and in such a nearly flawless tactical manner. Beep. Host has defeated an opponent 2 levels higher, demonstrating exceptional performance, in line with the heart of a champion. Reward, 150 champion points. Reward, significant increase in 8 Extremes Crash proficiency. Initial mastery of triple hidden force stacking technique. Reward, experience points for combat assistance analysis module increased, leading to more precise future analyses. The system's prompt resonated timely, affirming Xiao Chen's victory. The judging mentor paused momentarily before announcing loudly, "Xiao Chen wins." A tumultuous roar erupted from the audience. He won. He truly won. How'd he evade? That angle was so bizarre. And that punch, the timing was impeccable. Xiao Chun was simply a combat genius. Xiao Yin vigorously swung his fist, his eyes brimming with excitement. Well done, Xiao Chun. In the enchanting depths of Xiao Sun's beautiful eyes, a myriad of colors danced, reflecting her astonishment at Xiao Chen's instantaneous judgment and decisive action, which revealed not merely skill, but an almost prophetic insight. On the high platform, Elder Huolan's gaze was piercing, fixated on Xiao Chun as if attempting to see through him. This youth is certainly no ordinary individual. His instinct for combat is truly formidable. Unbeknownst to him, he attributed this prowess solely to Xiao Chun's innate talent, completely oblivious to the existence of the system. Xiao Chun gradually withdrew his fist, calming the intense consumption of his fighting spirit and mental energy. In that fleeting moment, the system's assistance had been crucial. However, the ultimate execution still hinged upon the foundation laid through his diligent practice and the decisive resolve he demonstrated in the heat of battle. He gained a deeper understanding of the significance of the Stronger Path system. It is not merely a source of rewards, but also his most reliable companion in critical moments of combat. He successfully ascended to the final 3. The remaining 2 contenders were undoubtedly Xiao Yin and Xiao Sun. The ultimate title of the new students would be contested among the 3 of them. With his astonishing performances of overcoming the odds in 2 consecutive matches, Xiao Chun had undeniably emerged as the most dazzling dark horse in this year's freshman tournament. The eve of the final showdown. Having advanced to the final 3, he was now likely to face either Xiao Yin or Xiao Sun. Xiao Chun contemplated his strategy before the final battle. 1. Embrace the challenge, giving it his all, no matter who the opponent may be. He would regard them as a whetstone to test his limits, fighting with all his might. Even if it meant facing defeat, he would strive to showcase his prowess. 2. Strategic restraint, focusing on the future, considering his relationships with Xiao Yin and Xiao Suner and the necessity of holding back some of his cards. He would prioritize learning and sparring over seeking hollow fame. 3. Communicate with Xiao Yin, should his opponent be Xiao Yin. A brief pre-match discussion could establish the parameters of their duel, allowing them to gauge each other as strengths while preventing the revelation of all their hidden cards or any unintended injuries that might affect their future camaraderie and academy life. 4. Study Xiao Suner closely. If his opponent was the enigmatic Xiao Suner, he would dedicate himself to observing and analyzing her, attempting to glean any insights into her true abilities and methods in preparation for their potential future encounters. Please make your choice. Enter option number 1, 2, 3, or 4. Chapter 88. The Pinnacle Showdown, Glory in Defeat. Xiao Chun triumphed over Shi Hao, forcefully advancing to the top 3, creating a tremendous stir throughout the Xianhuang Square. His remarkable achievement of defeating a 2-star peak and a 3-star fighter at the mid-stage 1-star fighter carried substantial weight. At this moment, no one dared to underestimate him due to his cultivation level. Every gaze directed at him was filled with awe and curiosity. The final 3 contenders were unequivocally Xiao Chun, Xiao Yin, and Xiao Suner, all hailing from the legendary Xiao family of Wutan City. The lottery determined the order of matches, and the results were swiftly revealed. The first match would feature Xiao Yin against Xiao Suner, followed by the winner of the first match facing the bystander in the final ranking. This outcome indicated that Xiao Chun would have a bye in the first round, directly confronting the victor between Xiao Yin and Xiao Suner. Regardless of who emerged victorious, they would be an exceptionally formidable opponent. Xiao Yin and Xiao Suner exchanged a knowing glance, sharing a slight smile as they stepped into the arena side by side. Their relationship clearly transcended that of ordinary kin. This confrontation drew the attention of all present. The clash of their extraordinary talents was undoubtedly the climax of this freshman competition. As the battle commenced, Xiao Yin initiated the attack, wielding the Xian heavy ruler with a fierce and dominating force. His fire attribute fighting spirit, intertwined with the characteristics of the bone spirit cold fire, burning bright and erratic. In contrast, Xiao Suner moved with an ethereal grace, akin to a startled swan, her fingertips shimmering with golden fighting spirit, effortlessly neutralizing Xiao Yin's assaults with each light touch, exuding an air of composure. The intensity of their battle was mesmerizing, the energy waves generated by their techniques eliciting gasps of awe from the audience below. Xiao Chun watched intently, unconsciously activating his eye of insight, striving to capture every minute detail of their confrontation. Xiao Yin's fighting spirit was a potent mix of ferocity and an extreme interplay of cold and heat, exhibiting tremendous power, albeit at a considerable cost. As for Ms. Suner, she was unfathomable. Her fighting spirit was of exceptionally high quality, wielded with such mastery that it appeared effortless, always seeming to be one step ahead. As if everything was under her control, a chill ran through Xiao Chen's heart. The prowess displayed by these two was far beyond that of his previous adversaries. The battle raged for roughly the duration of an incense stick, ultimately culminating in Xiao Suner unleashing a pinpoint of golden light, skillfully deflecting Xiao Yan's Xian heavy ruler. And at the moment his strength waned, her delicate hand gently pressed against Xiao Yan's chest, her force gentle yet rendering him unable to advance further. "Suner, you have won," Xiao Yan proclaimed, retracting his ruler and standing tall, a hearty smile gracing his face, devoid of any trace of disappointment, fully aware of Xiao Suner's capabilities. "Brother Yin, I accept your concession," Xiao Suner replied with a soft smile, withdrawing her hand. The arena erupted into enthusiastic applause and cheers. Though this duel did not culminate in a life-and-death struggle, its brilliance surpassed the ordinary. The judge announced, Xiao Suner victorious. In the final round, Xiao Suner faces Xiao Chun. Instantly, all eyes converged on Xiao Chun. Faced with the unfathomable Xiao Suner, who had just defeated Xiao Yin, could this miraculous dark horse continue his legendary journey? Xiao Chun took a deep breath, his expression composed as he stepped into the arena. Standing opposite Xiao Suner, he could acutely sense the abyss-like aura emanating from her. The disparity was undeniably evident. Yet, in his gaze, there was no trace of fear, only a fervent fighting spirit and unparalleled focus. The system in his mind fell silent. This battle would purely belong to him. "Cousin Chun, please," Xiao Suner maintained her courteous demeanor, gesturing for him to proceed. Miss Sunner, I seek your guidance. Xiao Chun clasped his fists. Then his gaze sharpened as his internal fighting spirit surged explosively. He held nothing back, elevating his state to the zenith. The full force of his mid-stage one-star fighting spirit erupted, although it was lesser in quantity than his opponent's. Its density caused a flicker of surprise in Xiao Sunner's eyes. With the eye of insight, activated to its fullest extent, he sought any fluctuation or flaw in Xiao Sunner's aura. However, she stood there, her presence perfectly harmonious, seemingly devoid of weaknesses. Forgive my impudence, Xiao Chun called out. Launching the first strike, he pushed his speed to its limits, his figure flickering as he executed a refined technique. His right hand's index and middle fingers converging to condense his fighting spirit, delivering a sharp pinpoint strike aimed at Xiao Sunner's shoulder well point. This was both a probe and an attempt to provoke her into motion, for only through movement could she potentially reveal a flaw. Xiao Sunner smiled gently, not meeting his attack head-on. Instead, she elegantly shifted her weight, her form flickering like a phantom, deftly evading Xiao Chen's determined strike. Simultaneously, her sleeve brushed lightly. A gentle yet irresistible force surged forth, causing Xiao Chun to stumble. A tremor coursed through Xiao Chun. What exquisite control over power! He steadied himself, immediately shifting tactics. Adopting the opening stance of 8 extremes burst, unleashing a howling fist imbued with 3 hidden energies, crashing towards Xiao Sunner. In the face of this formidable strike capable of defeating Shi Hao, Xiao Sunner finally extended a hand as delicate as jade. A faint golden light shimmered upon her palm. Unflinching and unyielding, she gently met Xiao Chun's fist. The collision of fist and palm produced no anticipated thunderous roar, only a subdued thud. Xiao Chun felt as though his fist had struck an unfathomable ocean. The 3 hidden energies dissipated into nothingness in an instant. A counterforce surged back, causing his blood to churn, and he was compelled to retreat 7 or 8 steps before regaining his balance. In stark contrast, Xiao Sunner remained completely unperturbed, not even the hem of her garment fluttering. The disparity was unmistakable. Xiao Chun's expression turned grave. He recognized the vast gulf between them. Yet he had not anticipated it to be of such magnitude. Xiao Sunner's strength likely far surpassed her apparent level. Yet he did not relent. After stabilizing his breath, he surged forward once more, employing his agility, combat skills, and the soul perception honed within the Mirage Heart Array to their utmost potential. Launching a relentless barrage of attacks, sometimes fierce, sometimes cunning, seeking a fleeting opportunity. Xiao Sunner maintained her composure throughout, deftly dodging, blocking, or elegantly brushing aside all of Xiao Chen's assaults. It seemed she was also observing him, her beautiful eyes glinting with a hint of admiration. This confrontation resembled more of a mentorship than a battle. Xiao Chun poured forth all his strength, showcasing his skills to their fullest, while Xiao Sunner acted as a sagacious mentor, effortlessly countering his every move. Ultimately, as Xiao Chen's fighting spirit waned and his physical strength approached its limits, he gasped for breath, gazing at the still calm Xiao Sunner, feeling no regret, only a yearning for greater power. He clasped his hands together and spoke with candor. Miss Sunner, your prowess is profound, Xiao Chun concedes. Xiao Sunner smiled gently. Cousin Xiao Chun, you are overly modest. I admire your fighting spirit and skill. The referee announced, Xiao Sunner victorious. She secures first place in this year's freshman competition. Xiao Chen comes in second, and Xiao Yin third. As the results were revealed, the arena erupted into a thunderous applause. This ovation was not only for the exceptional Xiao Sunner, but also for the miraculous performance of Xiao Chun and the extraordinarily gifted Xiao Yin. Elder Huolan personally awarded the top 3 competitors. Xiao Chun received a substantial academic credit reward and a 3-day opportunity to train in the intermediate Xian-level training chamber. Although he did not claim first place, Xiao Chen's stunning performance in this competition firmly established his standing in the Canaan Academy South Outer Court, earning him the respect of all. His journey as a formidable warrior had embarked upon a glorious beginning at Canaan Academy. Beep. The freshman competition has concluded. The host has achieved second place, demonstrating excellence and establishing a name for himself. Reward, 300 strength points. Reward, a scroll of the Xian-level intermediate combat, skill, Mizong step. Reward, slight enhancement in the system's efficiency for analyzing martial arts and combat techniques. The system's rewards arrived as anticipated, providing Xiao Chun with further support for his upcoming training. After the competition, with the conclusion of the freshman competition, Class and resource allocations have been determined. Xiao Chun, Xiao Yin, and Xiao Suner would undoubtedly enter the best class. Please select Xiao Chen's focal direction for the forthcoming period. 1. Digest rewards and enhance strength. Utilize academic credits and training chamber opportunities to consolidate his cultivation. Practice the newly acquired Mizong step and strive to elevate 8 extremes collapse to a higher level, thereby comprehensively enhancing combat prowess. 2. Engage with the Academy's core and explore secrets. Leverage his reputation from the competition to attempt contact with senior Academy officials or experienced mentors, inquiring about the underworld abyss, puppet techniques, or ancient sects such as the underworld sect. 3. Form or join a faction. Recognizing the significance of factions within the Academy, consider establishing his own small group or joining an existing faction to prepare for future resource acquisition and challenges. 4. Delve deeper into the soul nurturing technique. Aware of the increasing importance of soul power, decide to devote more energy to mastering the soul nurturing technique, enhancing the intensity of soul fire and soul application skills. Please make your selection. Enter option number 1, 2, 3, or 4. Chapter 89. Reputation begins to emerge. The Rock Gate established. The results of the freshman competition spread like wildfire throughout the outer court of Canaan Academy. The names Xiao Suner, Xiao Chun, and Xiao Yin, all hailing from the same family, became the hot topic of conversation. Especially notable was Xiao Chun, who, despite being merely a mid-star fighter, had triumphed over formidable foes, ultimately securing the runner-up position, thus earning titles such as Combat Genius and Strongest Dark Horse, becoming an undeniable sensation. The generous academic credit rewards and training chamber access had been allocated to their identity tokens. Elder Huolan also announced that Xiao Chun, Xiao Yin, Xiao Suner, and several other outstanding freshmen would be directly placed into the Outer Academy's premier class, Class Tion, under the guidance of experienced elite mentors. With accolades and resources in hand, Xiao Chun remained grounded. He understood that Canaan Academy was teeming with talent and fierce competition. Relying solely on individual strength would not suffice. The various groups formed by the senior students during the competition, alongside his experiences in the Black Corner region, made it clear to him the importance of alliances. To cultivate peacefully, gain more resources, and investigate clues regarding the underworld sect, it was crucial to have a dedicated group or reliable allies. The optimal choice, naturally, was to unite with Xiao Yin and Xiao Suner. They shared roots in Wutan City, were familiar with one another, and possessed exceptional talents, making them natural allies. On this day, Xiao Chun took the initiative to find Xiao Yin and Xiao Suner, gathering in their shared courtyard. Xiao Yin, Miss Suner, he stated directly, the power dynamics within the Academy are intricate. Though we have gained some reputation as newcomers, we ultimately remain weak. What are your plans moving forward? Xiao Yin grinned widely, his straightforward nature shining through. After fighting alongside Xiao Chun and witnessing his performance in the competition, he had developed considerable trust in him. I've been wanting to say this. If the three of us join forces, what do we have to fear from those senior groups? We can definitely make a name for ourselves in the Academy. He rubbed his hands together, clearly eager to form a faction. Xiao Suner smiled serenely and said softly, Brother Xiao Yin is right. If we unite, it will indeed spare us many troubles. What specific plans does cousin Xiao Chun have? Her gaze turned to Xiao Chun, evidently endorsing his leadership in this matter. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Chun replied, Since we are to form a faction, it cannot be trivial. I believe our initial goal should not be grand. Instead, we should center around the three of us, bringing in some trustworthy and potential freshmen to establish a solid group. As for the name, why not call it the Rock Gate, symbolizing stability and resilience, and also hinting at the connotation of occupying a territory with the phonetic similarity to Pan? The Rock Gate, a splendid name. Xiao Yan's eyes lit up, then it settled. You will be the gate master, and I will be the vice master, with Suner as the other vice master. He declared half-jokingly. Xiao Chun chuckled and shook his head. The position of gate master is best suited for you, Xiao Yan. You are evidently the most gifted on the surface with Master Yao's hidden cards, and your character embodies the qualities of a leader. I prefer to focus on behind-the-scenes planning and enhancing my strength. Xiao Suner also nodded slightly in agreement. Seeing their consensus, Xiao Yin no longer hesitated and boldly declared, Great. From this day forth, the Rock Gate is officially established. I, Xiao Yin, shall be the gate master, while Xiao Chun and Suner shall be the vice masters. The foundational framework was thus established. The next step was to recruit members. Leveraging the tremendous fame they had garnered during the freshman competition, especially Xiao Qin's legendary triumph over stronger opponents when they announced the formation of the Rock Gate and its recruitment of members. It instantly generated a significant response among the freshmen. Many promising newcomers, albeit with average backgrounds, recognized the opportunity to join the Rock Gate. This was not merely a support system, but also a chance to grow alongside top talents. Naturally, Xiao Yu, Xiao Ning, and other members of the Xiao family were among the first to join as core members. Additionally, the young princess of the Jaimat royal family, Yao Yu, who valued Xiao Yan's strength and potential, along with several other newcomers from different empires who had undergone preliminary assessments of character, were gradually welcomed into the fold. Xiao Chun did not involve himself excessively in the specific management affairs, but rather focused his energies on establishing the initial rules and action guidelines for the Rock Gate. He proposed several core principles. 1. Unity and mutual assistance, no internal strife. 2. Fair competition, resources distributed according to contributions. 3. Low-profile development. Initially avoid direct conflicts with senior factions. 4. Encourage cultivation, regularly organize internal sparring and exchanges. These rules received the support of Xiao Yin and Xiao Suner, instilling a sense of security and ambition in the newly joined members. The establishment of the Panmin, though modest in scale, has drawn considerable attention from the outer academy due to the brilliance of its core members. While some regard it with disdain, believing that a nascent group cannot flourish, others remain quietly vigilant, sensing a latent threat. Ding. The host has successfully led the creation of the Panmin, establishing an initial interpersonal network, aligning with the path of long-term development. Reward, 100 strength points. Reward, acquired the special status of leadership charisma, feint, slightly enhancing persuasiveness and cohesion within the group. Int, the growth of the faction will trigger subsequent series of tasks and rewards. The system's notification brought a faint smile to Xiao Chen's face. It seemed he was indeed on the right path in forming a faction. However, as the saying goes, the tree wishes for tranquility, yet the wind does not cease. Shortly after the Panmin's establishment, trouble arrived. One day, several senior students, clad in attire unmistakably not belonging to freshmen and exuding a fierce aura, confronted Xiao Yu and 2 other Panmin members as they were heading to the training tower. So, these are the so-called Panmin members? I've heard you freshmen are rather audacious, sneered the leader of the seniors, arms crossed and casting a sidelong glance at Xiao Yu and the others, his tone dripping with provocation. Do you think you can casually occupy prime spots in the Xianhuang training tower? Are you even aware of the rules? The initial test had undeniably arrived. Whether the Panmin could establish a foothold within the Canaan Academy hinged upon this first confrontation. Respond to the provocation. In light of the seniors' deliberate harassment, please select Xiao Chen's course of action upon receiving the news. 1. Assertively confront and intimidate. Immediately lead Xiao Yin and other core members to face the seniors with a formidable attitude, willing to fight to uphold the dignity of the Panmin and make a name for themselves. 2. Resolve through rules, leveraging strength. Understand the Academy's regulations. If the opponent has violated them, report to the enforcement team. If it is a case of normal competition, resolve it through formal channels, such as the arena, to avoid giving them an opportunity for private conflict. 3. Temporarily yield and develop. Considering the nascent state of the Panmin and their insufficient strength, advise members to retreat for the time being, noting the opponents for future retribution when they are stronger. 4. Investigate the background, divide and conquer. First, ascertain which faction these seniors belong to and their motives, attempting to discover internal conflicts or weaknesses to negotiate or exploit. Please make your choice. Enter option number 1, 2, 3, or 4. Chapter 90. Using rules as a shield to outweed harassment. Faced with the seniors' harassment, although Xiao Yu was incensed, she remembered Xiao Qin's principle of low-profile development to avoid direct conflict. Suppressing her anger, she calmly responded, "Seniors, the positions in the training tower have always been first come, first served. We have not violated any academy rules." "What exactly do you mean by rules?" The leading senior, named Luo Ho, scoffed at her words. "First come, first served? That is merely the perspective of you freshmen. In this outer academy, there are certain positions that you are not qualified to approach. If you know what is good for you, get lost quickly, or you'll regret it later." At that moment, upon hearing the news, Xiao Chun and Xiao Yin swiftly arrived at the entrance of the training tower. Xiao Suner also quietly appeared nearby, observing intently. Xiao Yin, known for his fiery temper, was about to confront the seniors for bullying their peers, but was restrained by Xiao Chun. "Do not act impulsively," Xiao Chun whispered, his gaze sweeping over Luo Ho and his companions while his eye of insight quickly analyzed their auras and intentions. The three seniors were all around five-star fighters, evidently sent to test or deliberately provoke. To strike first would play directly into their hands and could tarnish the Panman's reputation as rebellious newcomers challenging seniors. Xiao Chen stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Xiao Yu and the others, and addressed Luo Ho with neither subservience nor arrogance. Senior, I am Xiao Chen. May I inquire whether there are any explicit academy regulations aside from first come, first served that govern the occupation of positions in the training tower? If so, I would appreciate your enlightenment. As newcomers, we are indeed unaware and will comply if we have infringed upon any rules. His tone was calm, each word firmly rooted in the academy's regulations, returning the question to the senior. Luo Ho was momentarily taken aback. The academy indeed had no stipulation granting seniors priority. The so-called rules were merely unwritten conventions established by certain factions to suppress newcomers and monopolize resources. Such matters are better left unspoken, especially not aired publicly. His expression darkened as he retorted, "Humph. I say there are rules, so there are rules. Do I need to explain them to you, a mere freshman? It seems you won't shed tears until you see the coffin." As he spoke, his fighting spirit surged, seemingly attempting to intimidate with sheer presence. Xiao Chan's countenance remained unchanged, yet he raised his voice slightly to ensure that the growing crowd of onlookers could hear. Senior, your words are erroneous. Canaan Academy is a prestigious institution on the continent, and everything is governed by protocol. If you cannot provide evidence from the Academy's regulations and merely aim to drive us, legitimate users of the training facilities, away based solely on your word, it may not align with the Academy's teachings, would it? If conflict arises from this, it could also adversely affect your reputation. His words were impeccably articulated, highlighting the other party's unreasonable behavior while subtly warning that escalations would not bode well for them. The surrounding freshmen and seniors began to murmur among themselves. What Xiao Chan said makes sense. Luo Ho and his group are clearly here to provoke. Exactly. Why bully the freshmen? Luo Ho's complexion shifted between shades of green and white, taken aback by Xiao Chen's resilience. Not only was he unafraid, but he had also turned the tables using the rules. To strike first would be to provoke, and the enforcement team would not take kindly to that. To refrain from action would make him lose face. Just then, a calm yet authoritative voice echoed. What is going on? Why is everyone gathered here? Everyone turned to see Elder Huolan, whose presence had gone unnoticed until now, his expression stern. Clearly, the commotion had attracted the attention of the Academy's higher-ups. Luo Ho and his companions were instantly flustered, stumbling over their words. Observing this, Xiao Chen stepped forward, respectfully recounting the events in an objective manner, concluding with, "This disciple was merely following the Academy's regulations and utilizing the training tower, unaware of any rules I may have violated. I humbly request the Elder's judgment." Elder Huolan, being an astute figure, quickly discerned the essence of the situation. He cast a cold glance at Luo Ho and his group. Academy resources are available for fair use by all students. What right do you have to impose your own rules? Should you continue to stir trouble and bully freshmen, you will face severe penalties. Leave. Luo Ho and his companions fled as if granted a reprieve, retreating in disarray. Elder Huolan turned his gaze to Xiao Chun, a glimmer of appreciation flickering in his eyes. Calm in the face of adversity, adhering to the rules. Well done. With that, he turned and departed. Wow, Brother Chun is incredible. Just a few words sent those seniors fleeing. The members of the Panmen erupted in cheers, their eyes filled with admiration for Xiao Chun. Even Xiao Yin clapped Xiao Chun on the shoulder and laughed. You really know how to handle things. Xiao Sunner smiled gently, approving of Xiao Chen's approach. This method was far more astute than direct confrontation. It not only resolved the issue, but also upheld the Panmen's image while deterring potential provocateurs. Following this incident, the Panmen not only suffered no detriment, but actually gained prestige due to Xiao Chen's composed response and his appearance before Elder Huolan. Many onlooking freshmen solidified their resolve to join, and Xiao Chen's reputation for wisdom and courage began to spread throughout the outer academy. Ding! The host has successfully utilized wisdom to resolve the initial crisis of the faction, safeguarding group interests, aligning with the path of steady development. Reward: 80 strength points. Reward: acquire the special status of Rule Insight, Feint, slightly enhancing understanding and application of rules and contractual information. The system's rewards once again affirmed Xiao Chun's choices. However, he understood that this trouble was merely the beginning. Behind the machinations of Luo Ho, there undoubtedly lies a hidden mastermind. The true challenge still lurks ahead. The Pan Min must expedite its growth. Development after the crisis has temporarily resolved. Having successfully navigated the initial crisis, please select the focal direction for Xiao Chun to propel the development of Pan Min. 1. Elevating member strength. Organize collective training sessions. Share combat experiences and prioritize the exchange of cultivation resources for core members using existing credits, thereby swiftly enhancing overall strength to confront greater challenges. 2. Expanding intelligence network. Assign trustworthy members to monitor the movements of various factions within the external academy, particularly those aimed at undermining Pan Min, while also gathering information on secret realms, such as the Yuming Gorge, to know both oneself and the adversary. 3. Undertaking academy tasks. Lead members to accept suitable team missions that not only earn credits, but also foster teamwork, enhancing collaboration and combat abilities through practical experience. 4. Attempting to connect with allies. Investigate whether there are any dissatisfied factions or well-regarded smaller powers within the external academy, and endeavor to establish contact in search of potential allies to dismantle any existing isolation. Please make your selection. Enter the option number 1, 2, 3, or 4. Chapter 91. The Initial Rise of Pan Min, Tempering Through Hardship. Although Xiao Chun adeptly resolved the Luo Ho incident through wisdom, it served as a stark warning to all within Pan Min. In the external academy, lacking power could jeopardize even the most basic cultivation resources. Relying solely on the reputations of Xiao Chun, Xiao Yin, and their companions was not a sustainable strategy. As the vice master and the de facto brain of Pan Min, Xiao Chun, after discussions with Xiao Yin and Xiao Suner, resolved to prioritize the enhancement of the entire membership strength. We must rapidly empower everyone. Xiao Yin's words echoed the consensus of the core members. Firstly, there would be a redirection of resources. Xiao Chun allocated a portion of the credits he and Xiao Yin, along with Xiao Suner, acquired during the competition as a public fund for Pan Min, utilized to exchange for essential cultivation elixirs, such as the Gathering Chi powder, and to rent communal training rooms. Priority would be given to promising and loyal core members like Xiao Yu and Xiao Ning. Secondly, there would be experience sharing. Within the courtyard, Xiao Chun regularly organized internal seminars. He was unreserved in sharing his combat insights, especially on how to overcome the strong with the weak, how to observe opponents' weaknesses, and how to efficiently utilize fighting spirit. He even simulated common types of adversaries for targeted practice among the members. Xiao Yin primarily oversaw practical combat drills, his straightforward personality and bold fighting style effectively honing the members' resilience and courage in face-to-face confrontations. Under his rigorous training, the practical combat abilities of Xiao Yu and others improved rapidly. Though Xiao Suner rarely provided direct guidance, her occasional insights often struck at the heart of the matter, illuminating paths for the members. Her mere presence served as an invisible motivation. Xiao Chun even contributed the mid-level profound technique, Mizong Step, awarded by the system, as an elective combat skill for Pan Min's core members. Despite its considerable difficulty, its mastery would greatly enhance survival and combat capabilities. Brother Chun, your Mizong Step is exquisite. I feel my evasion abilities have improved tremendously. Xiao Ning exclaimed excitedly after a practice session. His admiration for Xiao Chun deepened further. Xiao Yu reflected in the family. I always thought cultivation was merely about elevating fighting spirit levels. It is only here that I realize technique, experience, and mindset are all indispensable. Thank you, Xiao Chun. Witnessing the continuous improvement and cohesion among the members filled Xiao Chun with genuine satisfaction. The strength of a faction cannot solely rely on one or two top-tier powerhouses, but requires a solid foundation. Pan Min is steadily progressing in that direction. Of course, Xiao Chun's own cultivation never waned. He utilized the 3-day access granted to the mid-level profound cultivation room, immersing himself in its abundant energy, far surpassing that of the yellow level area, solidifying his mid-stage Do realm while steadily advancing towards the later stage. His mastery of the triple hidden strength application of 8 extremes collapse grew increasingly refined, and his grasp of Mizong Step began to take shape, rendering his movements more elusive and unpredictable. Daily practice of Yun Shun Ju further honed his soul's strength, rendering it ever more pure. Ding! The host has successfully guided the faction Pan Min onto a path of positive development, steadily enhancing group cohesion and strength. Reward: 120 strength points. Reward: the cultivation speed of all core members of Pan Min, including the host, receives a slight enhancement, temporary effect, lasting 1 month. The system's rewards were invariably timely, and that slight enhancement in cultivation speed further ignited the fervor for training within Panmin. However, the tranquil days of cultivation were not destined to last. One day, as Xiao Chun emerged from the training tower, he was approached by Xiao Yu, her expression solemn. Xiao Chun, their SA situation, she whispered. I've learned that the previous Luo Ho is affiliated with the Bai Gang. The Bai Gang is a significant faction within the external academy, led by Bai Cheng, who is said to possess the strength of an 8-star doja. They seem quite dissatisfied with us, feeling we have undermined their prestige. Bai Gang, Xiao Chen's gaze sharpened. The inevitable confrontation was drawing near. Moreover, Xiao Yu continued, recently, members of the Bai Gang have been covertly contacting some of our members, seemingly attempting to recruit them or gather intelligence. They have also made threats, stating that in the upcoming fire energy capture competition, they intend to teach our newcomers a lesson. The fire energy capture competition? Xiao Chun raised an eyebrow. This was a renowned and exceedingly brutal traditional event in the external academy of Jianan, primarily aimed at educating newcomers through intense competition for a special cultivation resource known as fire energy. It appeared that Bai Gang intended to openly suppress Panmin during this competition. This would be a true test, no longer merely a battle of words, but a clash of raw strength. Responding to the threat of Bai Gang. Faced with Bai Gang's threat in the fire energy capture competition, please select Xiao Chen's counter strategy. 1. Prepare vigorously. Focusing on targeted training. Inform members of the rules and common tactics of the fire energy capture competition, organizing targeted training, particularly in team coordination, defensive maneuvers, and retreat strategies, aiming to minimize losses during the competition and even seeking opportunities for counterattacks. 2. Seek external aid or negotiate. Attempt to connect with other senior factions that are at odds with Bai Gang, or explore channels through mentors like Jiao Lin to see if pressure can be exerted on Bai Gang to ease relations, at least to avoid being unduly targeted in the competition. 3. Capture the leader first, study Bai Cheng. Focus on gathering intelligence regarding Bai Cheng, the leader of Bai Gang, and his core, member strengths, combat techniques, and character weaknesses, devising a decapitation strategy to concentrate efforts on neutralizing their leader if encountered during the competition, thereby demoralizing their ranks. 4. Temporarily avoid the limelight, conserve strength. Analyze the disparity in strength between both parties, deeming direct confrontation too costly, and decide to adopt a comprehensive defensive and stealthy strategy in the competition, sacrificing a significant portion of the fire energy contest in favor of preserving the member strength as the primary goal. Please make your selection. Enter the option number 1, 2, 3, or 4. Chapter 92. The fire energy approaches, sharpening the blade with points. The threat posed by Bai Gang loomed over Panmin like a sword hanging by a thread. Especially the news of the fire energy capture competition instilled a profound sense of pressure among all members. It was not merely a contest for resources, but a demonstration of senior factions asserting dominance over newcomers, with past instances where newcomers were left bereft and even injured. We cannot remain idle, Xiao Chun declared resolutely at the core meeting of Panmin. The fire energy capture competition is both a crisis and an opportunity for growth. We must show Bai Gang and all the seniors that Panmin is not a soft target to be toyed with. Xiao Yin slammed the table emphatically. Well said. Let's take them on. Xiao Suner also nodded slightly in support. With the guidelines firmly established, the Fanmin swiftly commenced its operations. Xiao Chan first sought the counsel of Mentor Ruo Lin and some amiable upperclassmen to gain a comprehensive understanding of the rules governing the fire energy capture competition. The contest unfolds within a designated mountainous forest, where newcomers wield their initial fire energy, while upperclassmen form teams for the hunt. Fierce confrontations are permitted, but inflicting severe injuries or fatalities is strictly prohibited. Newcomers may resist or form alliances, with the final standings determined by the quantity of fire energy retained. In light of these regulations, Xiao Chun devised a meticulous preparation plan. Firstly, team coordination training was paramount. He divided the Fanmin members into several groups to simulate scenarios of being pursued by upperclassmen, practicing how to alternate cover, set up rudimentary traps, and utilize the terrain for counterattacks and retreats. Xiao Chen's formidable soul perception and eye of insight played a pivotal role in tactical drills, often pinpointing weaknesses in their coordination. Secondly, he instituted specialized training focusing on defense and endurance. He mandated that all members enhance the speed and intensity of their Do Chi fabric training, organizing long-distance runs and weighted cross-country exercises to bolster their sustained combat capabilities. Thirdly, he emphasized the importance of intelligence sharing. He compiled information on several core members of the Bai Gang, including Luo Ho, detailing their Douqi attributes and frequently employed techniques, distributing this knowledge among the members to ensure everyone was well informed. While diligently preparing, Xiao Chan finally resolved to utilize his accumulated strength points. After a series of tasks and events, his total had reached a commendable 750 points, derived from various rewards. 300 points, Great Competition Reward, 150 points, Victory over Shihao, 100 points, Establishment of Fanmen, 80 points, Crisis Resolution, and 120 points, Guided Development. This represented a significant fortune. He communicated with the system in his mind. System, please display the exchange list, filtering for items or abilities that can effectively enhance either myself or the overall strength of Fanmen. A luminous screen materialized, revealing numerous options. Xiao Chan meticulously sifted through them. For medicinal items, second-tier recovery pills, rapidly restore Douqi, 50 points each, and iron skin pills, temporarily enhanced defense, 40 points each. These could serve as critical supplies in moments of need. For formations, simple breath-concealing array disc can obscure presence in a small area, evading detection. 200 points, and minor spirit gathering array disc enhances local energy concentration, aiding cultivation, 250 points. Although the array discs were costly, their effects were lasting. For special items, low-level communication jade talismans, short-distance communication, 100 points each, and warning talismans, detect nearby hostility, 50 points each. These would greatly assist in team operations. For martial arts techniques, currently, there was no shortage and higher-level exchanges were unaffordable. Direct enhancements, options for minor boosts to Douqi or soul power were not cost-effective, leading Xiao Chan to prefer self-cultivation. After careful deliberation, Xiao Chan made his selections. Exchange for 4 recovery pills, costing 200 points. Exchange for 4 iron skin pills, costing 160 points. Exchange for 2 pairs of low-level communication jade talismans, sufficient for 4 core groups, costing 200 points. Exchange for 2 warning talismans, costing 100 points. In total, this amounted to 660 points expended, leaving 90 points in reserve. These resources were not hoarded for personal use, but rather designated as strategic reserves for Fanmen, entrusted to Xiao Yin and Xiao Yu for unified management during the fire energy capture competition. Upon learning that Xiao Chan had procured such coveted supplies, the members looked upon him with profound admiration, their morale soaring. Ding! The host's judicious utilization of strength points has enhanced the collective power and survival capability, aligning with the path of a leader. Reward: efficiency of strength point usage enhanced. The next exchange of similar items will receive a 50 discount. The system's notification elicited a faint smile from Xiao Chan. It appeared that meticulous management of points bore its own rewards. The days leading up to the competition were both tense and fulfilling. The entire Fanmen operated like a finely tuned machine, each member striving to elevate their abilities. Xiao Chan could sense that through this rigorous training, the cohesion within Fanmen had reached unprecedented heights. Finally, the day of the fire energy capture competition arrived. In the outer courtyard square, all newcomers gathered, facing a group of upperclassmen, eagerly flexing their muscles with malicious grins. Among the Bai Gang, Luo Ho was seen conversing quietly with a haughty youth exuding the aura of an 8-star Do practitioner. This youth was none other than Bai Cheng, the leader of the Bai Gang. His gaze, akin to that of a venomous serpent, swept over the members of Fanmen before finally resting on Xiao Chan and Xiao Yan, a chilling smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Elder Huolan announced the commencement of the competition, sternly reiterating the rules. With a command, the newcomers surged forth like an unstoppable tide into the vast forest, while the upperclassmen would embark on their hunt shortly thereafter. Fanmen, let us move out. Maintain formation and watch each other's backs. Xiao Chun shouted, exchanging a glance with Xiao Yin and Xiao Suner, leading the Fanmen members as they swiftly vanished into the dense woods. The true test had begun. Competition commences. Upon entering the forest, the initial action strategy devised by Xiao Chan for Fanmen must be selected. 1. Rapid infiltration. Seizing strategic locations. Take advantage of the time gap before the upperclassmen's arrival to advance swiftly into the depths of the forest. Seeking defensible terrains, such as caves or canyons, to establish temporary strongholds. 2. Disperse concealment, preserving strength, split into small groups, utilizing the concealment technique and the terrain to hide. Avoiding early detection by large groups of upperclassmen, focusing on guerrilla tactics and ambushes. 3. Form alliances with newcomers, uniting against strong enemies. Proactively reach out to other capable newcomer groups to attempt forming temporary alliances, pooling resources to counter upperclassmen hunters and share the pressure. 4. Set ambushes. Taking the offensive. Establish traps along the likely paths of the upperclassmen, using warning talismans and communication jade talismans to attempt ambushing solo or small teams of upperclassmen, seizing the initiative to capture their fire energy. Please make your selection. Enter option number 1, 2, 3, or 4. Chapter 93. Surviving in Danger, Holding the Valley. Quick, keep up, Xiao Chun urged, leading the charge with a speed akin to that of a leopard, weaving through the dense underbrush. Under his guidance, the members of Fan Men maintained a tight formation, pushing their speed to its limits as they raced into the heart of the forest. Everyone understood the urgency of creating distance before the upperclassmen's formidable presence could envelop them, and to locate a favorable defensive position. Xiao Chen's formidable soul power extended like a radar, while his eye of insight continuously scanned the surrounding environment, steering clear of potentially perilous areas while searching for suitable terrain. To the left, a strong energy fluctuation indicated the presence of advanced magical beasts. They needed to circumvent that. The right-hand side was too open, not conducive for concealment. They must press forward. Xiao Chen calmly issued commands, and the team executed them with efficiency. Xiao Yin and Xiao Suner positioned themselves in the middle and rear of the formation, ensuring that no one lagged behind. Thanks to their earlier targeted training, the coordination among the members of Fan Men had grown remarkably harmonious. Time passed swiftly, and in the distance, the distant sounds of upperclassmen shouting and the surge of Do Qi signaled the beginning of the hunt. Faster, Xiao Yin urged, sensing several formidable presences rapidly approaching from behind. Just then, Xiao Chen's gaze sharpened as he spotted a narrow gap between two cliffs, appearing to lead to an unexplored realm. That way, follow me. He led the team swiftly into the crevice. After navigating the narrow passage that could barely accommodate 2 or 3 individuals side by side, they emerged into a small valley embraced by steep cliffs. The valley floor was relatively flat, with only one entrance, easy to defend and difficult to attack. Moreover, the concentration of energy within the valley seemed even denser than outside. A splendid location, Xiaoyan exclaimed. Let us set up our defenses here. The entrance is narrow, accommodating a maximum of 3 individuals at a time, advantageous for our defense. Xiao Chun swiftly surveyed the surroundings. Xiao Yu, have your team promptly set up rudimentary traps on either side and above the entrance, utilizing vines and rubble. We do not seek to harm the enemy, merely to hinder and provide early warning. Xiao Ning, take your team to examine the cliffs surrounding the valley, looking for any other exits or vulnerabilities. The rest, remain here and recuperate quickly. With these commands issued, the members of the Pan Men sprang into action, each fulfilling their designated roles. Xiao Chun, alongside Xiao Yin and Xiao Suner, stood guard at the entrance, attentively sensing any movements outside. Soon enough, the cacophony of hurried footsteps and boisterous voices echoed from beyond the crevice. Damn it, they're quick, Xiao Chun thought. Their presence has vanished here. They must have taken refuge inside. Let us go in and drag them out. A few older students materialized at the entrance of the crevice, led by none other than Luo Ho, accompanied by 4 or 5 others, evidently a vanguard squad. Oomph. Do they think they can hide in a rat's hole without consequence? Luo Ho sneered, raising his hand to charge forward. Prepare, Xiao Chun commanded in a low voice. At the moment Luo Ho and his companions stepped into the narrow passage, the preset vines on either side tightened abruptly, tripping the foremost 2, while above, rubble cascaded down, causing a considerable commotion despite its limited force. Now is the time. Attack! Xiao Yin bellowed, his xuanzhong cutting through the air, sealing off the entrance. Xiao Chun then employed the Mizong step, gliding closer like a specter, targeting those older students who had lost their balance amidst the chaos with swift and precise strikes. The narrowness of the passage prevented the older students from leveraging their numerical superiority. Instead, they were caught off guard, swiftly subdued by Xiao Chun and Xiao Yin. Xiao Suner refrained from direct confrontation, yet her fingertips glimmered with golden light, locking onto Luo Ho, the strongest among them, making him hesitant to act recklessly. Bang, bang, bang. The muffled sounds of impact mingled with cries of pain. In mere moments, the 4 or 5 older students who had charged and were sent tumbling out, each injured and in disarray. Though Luo Ho managed to fend off Xiao Yan's advance, he was still shaken, his expression grim. You scoundrels, just you wait. He spat, yet he dared not charge and recklessly again, opting instead to block the entrance with his companions. The first battle was a resounding success. The morale of the Panmin members surged. "Well done," Xiao Yu and the others whispered excitedly. However, Xiao Chun's countenance remained grave. "Do not celebrate prematurely. This is merely the beginning. Luo Ho will undoubtedly summon reinforcements, and even Bai Chang may come in person. This valley is a trap, a dead end. We must be prepared for a protracted struggle." He cast his gaze deeper into the valley, where energy fluctuations were notably intense, and felt a stirring in his heart. "I shall delve deeper to investigate further discoveries. I leave this place in your capable hands." Instinct urged him that this valley, with its unusual energy, might hold more than meets the eye. Valley exploration. Xiao Chun resolved to delve deeper into the valley. Please choose the focus of his investigation. 1. Search for a secondary exit. Prioritize the discovery of any hidden exits or passages to prepare for a potential retreat if the situation becomes untenable. 2. Investigate the source of energy. Given the valley's anomalous energy, there may exist rare herbs, minerals, or remnants of predecessors that could serve as a turning point. 3. Survey defensive weaknesses. Carefully inspect the surrounding cliffs of the valley for any easily breachable or climbable points to fortify defenses in advance. 4. Set up backup traps. Inside the valley, particularly along paths leading deeper, lay additional warning and hindrance traps to create layered defenses. Please make your selection. Enter option number 1, 2, 3, or 4. Chapter 94. The Secret Spring of the Valley, an Unexpected Delight. Temporarily entrusting the defenses at the entrance to Xiao Yin and Xiao Suner, Xiao Chun ventured alone into the depths of the valley. The deeper he went, the more the energy in the air thickened, even carrying a slight chill. This energy signature elicited a faint resonance within his body's Yin Sha body refinement technique. This energy seems to lean towards the cold. Xiao Chun pondered, quickening his pace. The valley was not vast, and soon he arrived at its terminus. Before him lay a small pool, roughly 10 feet square, nestled against the cliffside. The water shimmered with a deep emerald hue, continuously emanating pure cold energy, while rare herbs favoring shade flourished at its edges. Most striking were the 3 lotus flowers, resembling ice sculptures, quietly suspended in the center of the pool, their petals adorned with a light frost, exuding an alluring fragrance. Is this the ice spirit lotus? And its age seems to surpass the one I previously acquired. Xiao Chun was both astonished and delighted. The ice spirit lotus, a 3rd-tier herb, contained pure ice attribute energy, proving immensely beneficial for his cultivation of the Yin Sha body refinement technique. He never anticipated such a discovery in this hunting ground. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the pool's cold energy appeared to emanate from the depths of the earth, with the ice spirit lotus thriving on this energy. Scattered in the soil around the pool, he could faintly see glimmering fragments of crystals emitting a weak cold light. System. Analyze the energy of the pool water and the crystal fragments, Xiao Chun silently commanded, expending a small amount of power points. Analyzing. Pool water energy. Contains pure power of the earth cold spring, suitable for body refinement and cultivation of cold attribute techniques. Direct absorption requires caution, as it may freeze meridians. Crystal fragments. Inferior quality cold marrow crystal shards, a byproduct of the earth cold spring energy, useful for crafting cold attribute pills or weapons. Mixed energy, low value. Earth cold spring? Cold marrow crystal? Excitement flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. This cold spring is practically a tailored sanctuary for my cultivation. Although directly absorbing the spring water carries risks, by employing the methods of the Yin Sha body refinement technique, I can gradually utilize this energy for body refinement. And those cold marrow crystal shards might also prove useful. More importantly, the existence of this cold spring could serve as an unexpected trump card. He quickly harvested the 3 ice spirit lotuses and any collectible cold marrow crystal shards, carefully storing them away. Then, he returned to the entrance and disclosed his findings to Xiao Yin and Xiao Suner. Earth cold spring? Xiao Yin exclaimed, somewhat astonished. This is indeed an unexpected boon. However, it seems there is little time for you to cultivate right now. He gestured outside, where the number of older students gathering beyond the crevice had notably increased, evidently exceeding 20, with Bai Chang at the forefront, his expression dark as he stared at the valley entrance. I understand, Xiao Chen nodded, a glimmer of wisdom flashing in his eyes. This cold spring may help us defend this position. He quietly shared his plan with Xiao Yin and Xiao Suner. Outside the valley, Bai Chang surveyed the easily defensible entrance, his expression grim. A direct assault would incur substantial losses and pose risks of violations. Boss, what should we do? Are we to simply wait it out? Luoho asked anxiously. Bai Chang snorted coldly. Wait? How long can they hold out? They have no food or water. Their fighting spirit will inevitably wane. Station people to guard all potential escape routes. I want to see how long they can huddle there. He intended to adopt a siege strategy. However, at that moment, the members of the Pan Men began to move at the valley entrance. They showed no signs of breaking out. Instead, they were hauling in stones, seemingly to reinforce their defenses. Strangely, a chilling white mist began to emanate from the entrance, causing the surrounding temperature to drop several degrees. What were they up to? Bai Chang frowned, an ominous premonition rising within him. Inside the valley, Xiao Chun was directing the members to channel the spring water towards the entrance, leveraging its extreme coldness to mix with soil and stones, constructing a frigid barrier. Simultaneously, he ground the cold marrow crystal shards into powder, scattering it around the barrier and in the path ahead. Once activated by fighting spirit, this powder would unleash a far greater chill. Though not lethal, it would significantly impede the enemy's movements. You wish to besiege us? Then I shall turn this place into your ice cellar. Xiao Chun's gaze turned steely. With the advantageous terrain and this unexpected cold spring, he is confident that he can make the White Gang pay a heavy price. Both sides in this small valley have formed a standoff. The situation of the hunting competition has become delicate due to Xiao Chun's discovery. Stalemate and variables. Constructing defenses using the cold spring has temporarily stabilized their position. However, being trapped in the valley is ultimately not a sustainable strategy. Xiao Chun must now consider his next course of action to break the deadlock. 1. Night Raid. Utilize the cover of darkness and the cold to organize an elite team, including himself, Xiao Yin, and Sun Er, to launch a counterattack on the besieging older students, creating chaos to seek an escape or gain leverage for negotiation. 2. Hold steady for reinforcements. Trust that other new student groups will also cause trouble for the older students. Patiently waiting for the White Gang to be compelled to split their forces or for the hunting competition to near its conclusion before taking action. 3. Negotiation. Attempt to communicate with Bai Chang, demonstrating their resolve to defend and the costs imposed on the opposing side. Seeking a relatively dignified resolution, such as offering to surrender part of their fire energy in exchange for safety. 4. Investigate the spring's secret. Feeling that the appearance of the cold spring here is somewhat suspicious. Continue to delve deeper into the area around the spring to see if there are hidden passages or special settings related to the competition rules, such as hidden mission points. Please make your selection. Enter option number 1, 2, 3, or 4. Chapter 95. The Spring's Hidden Cavern. The underworld reappears. At the entrance of the valley, a cold barrier infused with the power of the earth, and the cold spring has already taken shape, with a chilling aura permeating the air, causing even the White Gang members guarding the entrance to feel somewhat uneasy and reluctant to approach. Although Bai Chang is furious, he cannot find a better way to launch a strong assault at that moment, leading both sides into a temporary stalemate. Seizing this moment, Xiao Chun once again returned to the edge of the cold pool deep within the valley. He has a persistent feeling that the presence of this pure energy cold spring in the hunting competition arena may not be a mere coincidence. With a long history of the Canaan Academy, this mountain forest may conceal unknown secrets. He circled the cold pool, meticulously inspecting it, activating his eye of insight to capture every subtle fluctuation of energy. The pool's depths are unfathomable to the naked eye. However, when he gradually extended his spiritual force into the water, he sensed a faint energy vortex at the bottom, slowly absorbing the energy of the cold spring. There is something down there. A surge of excitement coursed through Xiao Chun's heart. Taking a deep breath, he activated his Do Chi to protect himself, particularly against the cold, and then leaped into the cold pool. The water was icy to the bone. Had it not been for his training in the Insha body refining technique, which grants him some resistance to the chilling force, he might have been instantly frozen. He held his breath and swam toward the sensed energy vortex. The deeper he descended, the dimmer the light became, the greater the water pressure intensified, and the heavier the coldness felt. Fortunately, the energy vortex was not too deep. Soon, he discovered an entrance on the rock wall at the bottom of the pool, partially obscured by aquatic plants and silt, with a faint pulling force emanating from within the cave. Pushing aside the water plants, the entrance was just wide enough for a person to pass through. Without hesitation, Xiao Chun swam inside. Initially, the cave was narrow, but after advancing a few meters, the space opened up to reveal a dry, air-filled underground chamber. The cave ceiling was adorned with stones emitting a faint white glow, providing illumination. This truly was a hidden paradise. Astonished, Xiao Chun cautiously surveyed his surroundings. The cave was not large, and in the center stood a dilapidated stone platform, inscribed with some indistinct runes. What caused Xiao Chun's pupils to constrict was the sight of several familiar metal fragments scattered beside the stone platform, identical to the ancient rune-etched metal fragments associated with the underworld sect that he had acquired from the mine and the relay station. He hurried forward to pick up the fragments. The moment he touched them, the talisman in his possession emitted a warm sensation, resonating with the fragments. Here, there are traces of the underworld sect? A storm of emotions surged within Xiao Chun. How could a seemingly ordinary cold pool in the Canaan Academy as hunting competition arena conceal remnants linked to the enigmatic underworld sect? Approaching the stone platform, he meticulously examined the runes upon it. These runes bore similarities to certain basic runes he had studied in the foundations of underworld puppet technique. Yet they were more complex and ancient. In the center of the stone platform was a groove that appeared to match the shape of the talisman in his hand. A bold idea surged forth. Could this stone platform be some sort of teleportation array or mechanism that requires the talisman to activate? He forcefully suppressed the impulse to attempt it immediately. The situation outside was tense, and the members of the Pan Men were still waiting for him. Moreover, this place was strange. Acting rashly could lead to unforeseen consequences. He quickly gathered all the scattered metal fragments and thoroughly inspected the cave, confirming there were no other discoveries before retracing his steps back to the cold pool, silently returning to the valley. What did you find? Xiao Yin immediately inquired upon Xiao Chun's return. Sun Er also cast a curious glance his way. Xiao Chun's expression was solemn as he quietly informed them about the underground cave and the fragments of the underworld sect, omitting the details about the resonance of the talisman and the groove of the stone platform, merely stating it was likely an ancient relic. The underworld sect? Xiao Yin's brows furrowed, as he had also gathered hints from Yao Lao about the mystique and power of this faction. Realizing their reach even extended into the Canaan Academy, a flicker of barely perceptible light flashed in Sun Er's eyes as she softly remarked, "The Academy has a long history. It is not surprising that some undiscovered relics exist. This matter is of great significance and requires careful deliberation." Xiao Chun nodded in agreement. The urgent task at hand is to resolve the immediate predicament. This discovery may be utilized. He already had a preliminary plan forming in his mind. Perhaps he could leverage this mysterious ancient relic to intimidate the White Gang and even reverse the current situation, utilizing the situation to break the stalemate. Having discovered the relic of the underworld sect as an unexpected variable, please select how Xiao Chun intends to use this information to counter the encirclement by the White Gang. 1. Create mystery. Bluffing. Intentionally allow the White Gang members to perceive the anomalous energy fluctuations within the valley originating from the relic, creating an illusion of unknown dangers or opportunities, thus making them hesitant to launch a direct assault. 2. Feign opportunity. Lure them into a trap. Leak information about the discovery of an ancient relic entrance within the valley in a vague manner, enticing Bai Cheng and other core figures to investigate, and then use their familiarity with the terrain and the power of the cold spring to lay an ambush in the valley or cave. 3. Report to the Academy. Leverage power. Attempt to report the discovery of the relic through special means, such as during a mentor-S inspection, seeking intervention from the Academy as higher-ups to break the stalemate, while also protecting this potentially crucial clue. 4. Remain stealthy. Keep as a backup. Temporarily keep this discovery confidential, treating it as a last resort or surprise weapon should their defenses be breached, while continuing to focus on conventional defenses. Please make your selection. Enter option number 1, 2, 3, or 4. Chapter 96. Setting a trap, luring them into the snare. Xiao Chun's plan is audacious. He quietly shared his ideas with Xiao Yin and Sun Er. Upon hearing them, excitement flickered in Xiao Yin's eyes, while Sun Er slightly furrowed her brows, but ultimately nodded in agreement with the plan as feasibility. Fortune favors the bold. Let us proceed. Xiao Yin rubbed his hands in anticipation. With the plan established, preparations began immediately. Xiao Chun first instructed several members to purposely splash some water containing pure cold energy onto the outside while reinforcing the barrier, making the coldness at the valley's entrance increasingly pronounced, with abnormal energy fluctuations. Next, he directed Xiao Yu to feign a slip of the tongue while confronting the White Gang members outside. Don't waste your efforts. This valley is quite peculiar, with a special coldness. There might be treasures, If we hold this position, we might even uncover great opportunities. Xiao Yu followed Xiao Chun's instructions, her tone laced with a hint of excitement over the secret she had discovered and a nervous desire to conceal it. The words indeed captured the attention of the white gang members. A peculiar chill? A treasure? Luoho's eyes sparkled as he turned to Bai Cheng, the leader. Could it be that this desolate valley truly harbors some valuable artifact? No wonder these newcomers are willing to risk their lives to guard this place. Bai Cheng's gaze flickered. He too sensed the unusual, frigid energy. At his cultivation level, his perception of the energies of heaven and earth was heightened, and the purity of the cold spring's energy was undeniably extraordinary. If there were indeed treasures born from the energies of nature, it was not entirely impossible. Greed is the most exploitable of weaknesses. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen was diligently preparing within the valley. He once again submerged himself into the cave beneath the cold pool, setting up several rudimentary trigger traps at the entrance and within, utilizing the powdered cold marrow and available materials, primarily designed to delay enemies with a burst of cold energy. Simultaneously, he meticulously studied the stone platform, confirming its temporary safety, and gripped the talisman tightly in his hand for unforeseen circumstances. His greatest reliance lay in the bizarre environment, his familiarity with the terrain, and the core strength of the three of them. With all preparations in place, they awaited the arrival of their prey. Indeed, after nearly a day of encirclement, Bai Cheng could no longer contain himself. The relentless chill gnawed at his subordinates, prompting complaints. While the rumors of treasures in the valley clawed at his heart like a cat's paw, he resolved to personally lead a few of his core subordinates into the depths to investigate. Luo Ho, you stay outside with a few men. I will go in and take a look. If there truly is a treasure, you shall not be left wanting. If it's a trap, Bai Cheng chuckled coldly. Can those newcomers truly turn the tables? He selected 3 of his most trusted aides, each around the strength of 6-star fighters, and the 4 of them cautiously maneuvered their way through the narrow passage into the valley. Upon entering, the dense aura of coldness invigorated them, further affirming the extraordinary nature of the place. They observed that most members of the rock gate were gathered near the entrance, seemingly on high alert, while Xiao Chun, Xiao Yan, and Xiao Suner were nowhere to be seen. The treasure must be deep within the valley. Bai Cheng's gaze fixated on the direction of the cold pool, and with a wave of his hand, he commanded, "Let us go see." They approached the cold pool with vigilance, disregarding other members of the rock gate, believing that as long as they dealt with Xiao Chun and his companions, the newcomers would pose no threat. However, just as they neared the cold pool, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The pool erupted, and Xiao Yin soared into the air like a fire dragon, his Xian Zhongqi wielding a fierce flame energy. Aimed directly at Bai Cheng. "I've been waiting for you." Simultaneously, Xiao Chen's figure flickered like a specter from the shadows, executing the Mizong step to perfection, targeting a 6-star fighter on Bai Cheng's left. Meanwhile, Xiao Suner appeared silently on the opposite side, her delicate hand sweeping gracefully, golden light shimmering as she blocked the advance of 2 others. Sure enough, an ambush. Bai Cheng, though startled, remained composed. The might of an 8-star fighter surged forth as he struck towards Xiao Yin's Xian Zhongqi. What can you lot do? Yet as his words fell, the ground beneath him suddenly erupted in a burst of icy mist. It was the cold marrow powder that Xiao Chun had strategically laid out, now triggered. The biting cold surged forth, momentarily halting Bai Cheng's movements. It was precisely this moment of hesitation. Xiao Yan's weapon had already descended. Boom! The collision of fist and weapon unleashed a torrent of energy. Bai Cheng had to react hastily, and coupled with the chilling energy invading his body, he was forced back a step. Meanwhile, Xiao Chun, utilizing the hidden strength of 8 extremities collapse and the interference of his spiritual power, had already thrown the 6-star fighter into disarray. "Retreat into the pool," Xiao Chun shouted after landing a successful strike, unwilling to linger in combat. The 3 shared a tacit understanding, simultaneously feigning a move to repel their opponents before swiftly leaping into the cold pool, diving down rapidly. Trying to escape? Chase after them. Bai Cheng, both astonished and furious, had not anticipated suffering a minor setback and was unwilling to relent. He channeled his energy to disperse the cold and, without hesitation, plunged into the cold pool with his 3 subordinates. Little did they know, the true trap lay beneath the depths of the pool. As Bai Cheng and his companions submerged into the cold pool and found the entrance to the cave, stepping onto the dry cave floor, they were met by Xiao Chun and his companions, who had been waiting in ambush, having already set up their formation, taking advantage of the cave's narrow confines. Welcome to the abyss of the underworld. Xiao Chun stood before the stone platform, holding the talisman, his voice icy. The dim light within the cave and the atmosphere he deliberately cultivated imbued the place with an air of mystery and peril. Bai Cheng gazed at the eerie cave and the composed trio, a flicker of unease igniting within him for the first time. It seemed he had fallen into a trap. Confrontation in the cave. In the narrow abyss of the underworld, a confrontation became inevitable. Choose the core strategy proposed by Xiao Chun and his companions. 1. Divide and conquer. Swift resolution. Utilize the cave's terrain, with Xiao Suner temporarily restraining Bai Cheng, while Xiao Chun and Xiao Yin concentrate their efforts to swiftly eliminate the 3 six-star fighters, before uniting to confront Bai Cheng. 2. Targeted strike. Capture the leader, ignoring the other 3, Xiao Chun, Xiao Yin, and Xiao Suner launch a full-scale assault on Bai Cheng, aiming to severely injure or even defeat him in a short time, leaving the rest leaderless and thus insignificant. 3. Leverage the environment. Focus on attrition. Exploit the chilling aura within the cave and the preset cold traps to continuously harass and exhaust Bai Cheng and his 3 companions. Buying time for the Rock Gate members outside to deal with Luo Ho and come to their aid. 4. Bluster and coerce into negotiation. Utilize the sense of mystery surrounding the abyss of the underworld to exaggerate the dangers present, such as triggering ancient prohibitions. Attempting to intimidate Bai Cheng and force him into negotiations to withdraw, avoiding mutual destruction. Please make your choice. Enter option number 1, 2, 3, or 4. Chapter 97. Trapped in the cold cave, waiting for the advantage. The atmosphere within the dim cave was tense. Bai Cheng observed the calm trio, who had secured the advantageous position, while feeling the ancient and eerie aura emanating from this relic. His initial unease gradually expanded. Yet, being an 8-star fighter, his formidable strength allowed him to quickly suppress such distractions, sneering, fooling around. Do you think you can threaten me, Bai Cheng, with just a bit of cold energy and terrain? Attack. Subdue them first. At his command, the 3 6-star fighters behind him immediately activated their energies, preparing to charge forward. Formation. Xiao Chun shouted. The cold marrow powder strategically placed throughout the cave was simultaneously activated by his, Xiao Yan's, and Xiao Suner's energies. Buzz. Dense white cold energy erupted from the ground and walls, causing the cave's temperature to plummet. This cold not only pierced to the bone, but also bore a viscous, obstructive force, making Bai Cheng and his companions feel as though their energy movements were sluggish, involuntarily slowing their actions. Beware the cold. Bai Cheng's expression shifted as he hurriedly channeled his energy to resist. As the strongest among them, he felt the least impact. But his 3 subordinates were not so fortunate. Their energy garments flickered erratically under the cold's assault, requiring them to expend considerable focus to withstand it. Engage in evasive tactics. Xiao Chun commanded once more. The 3 did not engage in a direct confrontation. Instead, leveraging their familiarity with the terrain, which Xiao Chun had thoroughly scouted, they navigated the cold-filled cave using the Mizong step and their exquisite agility. Xiao Yin occasionally unleashed a gust of force to disrupt Bai Cheng, while Xiao Chun, like a phantom, specifically ambushed the 3 6-star fighters, striking swiftly and retreating without entanglement. Xiao Suner provided support in the center, her golden light flashing at just the right moments to deflect counterattacks and redirect more cold energy towards their foes. The cave was already small, and now filled with cold energy. Bai Cheng and his 3 companions found themselves like wild bulls trapped in a quagmire, their strength rendered ineffective. Each of their attacks felt as though they struck against cotton, while Xiao Chun and his companions' harassment was relentless and inescapable. Damn it! If you have the ability, face me in a direct battle. Bai Cheng seethed with fury, his fist crashing towards the evasive Xiao Yin, only to be deftly avoided as Xiao Yin utilized a protruding rock to his advantage. The force of his punch collided with the cavern wall, causing a cascade of debris that only intensified the chaos within. A 6-star Dome Master attempted to forcibly break through the frigid barrier to intercept Xiao Chun, but was met with a debilitating gust of soul-interfering energy that struck his wrist, momentarily stalling his Do Chi. In that instant, he was struck in the chest by a gentle yet irresistible beam of golden light from the side, courtesy of Xiao Suner, sending him hurtling backwards into the wall. Struggling to rise. Focus on eliminating one. Bai Cheng thought furiously, realizing the dire situation at hand. He commanded the other 2 to join forces and target the seemingly weakest Xiao Chun. However, Xiao Chen's movements were too elusive, and with the cover of the cold air and the complex terrain, they found it nearly impossible to encircle him effectively. In their impatience, they fell prey to Xiao Yin and Xiao Suner, each inflicting injuries on their opponents. The battle devolved into a war of attrition. Bai Cheng and his trio were forced to expend their dou qi continuously to fend off the cold, while simultaneously dealing with the unpredictable attacks, leading to significant depletion of their energy. In contrast, Xiao Chen's trio awaited their moment, launching only occasional strikes, thus conserving their strength. As time slipped away, Bai Cheng's anxiety mounted. He sensed that nearly half of his dou qi had been consumed, while his subordinates were left breathless and battered. Conversely, Xiao Chen's group appeared to be in far better condition despite some expenditure. "Captain, we can't continue like this," one of his subordinates gasped. Bai Cheng's face darkened. He was acutely aware of the precariousness of their position. Retreat would mean a loss of face, while advancing would only lead to a deadlock against their opponent's defensive strategy. At that moment, a commotion erupted at the cave entrance, and soon after, Xiao Yu and Xiao Ning burst in, accompanied by several elite members of the Pan Men. It turned out that outside, Luo Ho and the others had grown impatient waiting for Bai Cheng and, upon hearing the sounds of battle, attempted to force their way in, only to be repelled by Xiao Yu and her comrades leveraging the cold spring barrier. "Leader, Deputy Leader, we've driven the outsiders back," Xiao Yu exclaimed with excitement. The encirclement had transformed into a pincer movement, sealing Bai Cheng and his companions in a desperate plight. Bai Cheng surveyed the Pan Men crowd encircling him and then glanced at Xiao Chen's trio, who remained in good spirits, finally recognizing the futility of their situation. To continue resisting might indeed lead to his downfall at the hands of these newcomers. His face alternated between shades of green and red, and ultimately, with great reluctance, he gritted his teeth and uttered, "Enough. We concede." These words signified the complete failure of Bai Gang's ambush during this hunting competition. Within the cave, the members of Pan Men erupted in jubilant cheers. They had truly forced back the formidable leader of Bai Gang. Xiao Chen exhaled slowly, his plan having succeeded. He turned to the ashen-faced Bai Cheng and coldly stated, "Senior Bai Cheng, shall we discuss the terms now?" The dynamics of the hunting competition had irrevocably shifted. Negotiation and gains. To compel Bai Cheng's surrender, Xiao Chen proposed several key conditions during the negotiations. 1. Fire energy compensation. Demand that Bai Cheng and his subordinates surrender a substantial portion of their fire energy as recompense for this provocation, thereby strengthening the resources of Pan Men. 2. Commitment to cease hostilities. Require Bai Cheng to pledge that neither he nor Bai Gang would initiate any further trouble with Pan Men during this hunting competition and for a period thereafter. 3. Intelligence exchange. Request that Bai Cheng provide information regarding other major forces from the outer court or insights into secret realms, such as the Nether Abyss, as a condition for exchange. 4. Resource channels. Demand that Bai Gang relinquish some of the low-level resource points or task channels under their control to Pan Men in exchange for long-term benefits. Please make your selection. Enter option number 1, 2, 3, or 4. Chapter 98. Fire Energy Compensation, Pan Men's Ascendancy. In the dimly lit cavern, the atmosphere grew tense. The once fierce Bai Gang members now resembled defeated roosters, their morale shattered. In stark contrast, the Pan Men members were buoyant, encircling Bai Cheng and his cohorts with exuberance. Bai Cheng's face was ashen, his fists clenched so tightly that his nails nearly pierced his flesh. The illustrious leader of Bai Gang, an 8-star dome master, had been cornered by a group of newcomers during the fire energy hunting competition, an utter humiliation. Yet, he understood all too well that the current circumstances favored his opponents. To continue resisting could lead to injuries that would hamper his cultivation, and word of this defeat would tarnish Bai Gang's reputation even further. Xiao Chen observed Bai Cheng with a calm demeanor, awaiting his response. His proposed conditions were straightforward and pragmatic. Fire energy compensation. "What say you, Senior Bai Cheng?" Xiao Chen's voice shattered the silence. "Surrender the fire energy, and you may depart unscathed. Otherwise, this damp cavern will not be kind to your meridians." His words bore a subtle threat, underscoring Bai Cheng's precarious situation. They needed to continuously expend dou qi to fend off the cold. One of the injured 6-star dome masters behind Bai Cheng could no longer contain himself and muttered, "Leader, a wise man does not suffer needless losses." Bai Cheng's chest heaved with agitation as he finally managed to force out a few words through gritted teeth. "Fine, we concede." He withdrew his fire energy card, manipulating it briefly before a beam of red light shot towards Xiao Chen's card. Xiao Chen glanced at it, noting that the numbers surged, adding a remarkable 200 points of fire energy. This was nearly half of Bai Cheng's accumulation as leader. The other 3 subordinates, witnessing this, could only grimace as they too surrendered their fire energy, collectively contributing nearly 300 points. In total, 500 points of fire energy were secured. For the newcomer group, this was undoubtedly a windfall. The members of Pan Min watched in delight as the numbers on the fire energy card soared. Now can we leave? Bai Cheng ground his teeth, glaring at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun nodded, stepping aside to clear the path. Senior Bai Cheng, you may proceed. I trust this exchange will remind us both of the Academy's rules. Bai Cheng snorted disdainfully, hastily departing the cavern with his 3 disheveled subordinates, their faces covered in dirt. It was evident that following this encounter, Bai Gang's reputation in the outer court would plummet, while the name of Pan Min would resonate throughout both the new and old student factions. We've won. Incredible. Even Bai Gang has fallen to us. The cavern erupted with thunderous cheers. Xiao Yu, Xiao Ning, and others rushed to Xiao Chun, their eyes filled with fervor and admiration for him, Xiao Yin, and Xiao Suner. Xiao Yin laughed heartily, slapping Xiao Chun on the shoulder. Xiao Chun, you truly outdid yourself. This ploy to draw them in was brilliant. Xiao Suner smiled softly at Xiao Chun, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration. This plan, from discovering the cold spring, leveraging the environment, to engaging in psychological warfare, ultimately forcing a formidable foe to concede, was nearly entirely orchestrated by Xiao Chun, showcasing his remarkable intellect and audacity. Ding! The host successfully devised and led the defeat of an upperclassman faction's provocation, compelling them to compensate, significantly enhancing the group's reputation and resources. Reward: 400 strength points. Reward: a slight increase in the luck of Pan Min. Members will have a marginally higher chance of acquiring opportunities in upcoming tasks. Reward: the host gains the title Strategist, weak, slightly enhancing the success rate of tactical planning and persuasion. The system's rewards were exceptionally generous, particularly the increase in luck and the title of Strategist, both of which promised long-term benefits. Xiao Qin's strength points surged dramatically to 750, 660, 400, and 490 points. Though excitement bubbled within him, he quickly regained his composure. Let's not get carried away just yet. Although Bai Gang has retreated, the hunting competition is far from over. With our newfound fire energy, we have now become prime targets for the other upperclassmen teams. We must immediately alter our strategy. Under his command, the members of the Pan Min swiftly erased any traces within the cave, primarily recovering the unspent cold essence crystals, and then quietly departed from the valley. This time, they chose not to hold their ground. Instead, they capitalized on their newly acquired advantage of fire energy and elevated morale to adopt more agile guerrilla and stealth tactics, deliberately avoiding large groups of senior students while occasionally launching ambushes on stragglers, steadily solidifying their position. Ultimately, when the bell signaling the end of the fire energy capture competition tolled, Pan Min not only successfully preserved the majority of their fire energy, including that obtained from the Bai Gang, but also suffered minimal casualties, emerging as the most dazzling new group in this year's competition, without exception. Following this battle, the names of Pan Min and Xiao Chun resonated throughout the outer academy. Everyone became aware that this cohort of new students had birthed an extraordinary individual. Moreover, Xiao Qin's path to strength took a solid and illustrious step forward at the Kane Academy. The conclusion of the competition heralded the commencement of regular academy life. Awaiting Xiao Chun and Pan Min were further opportunities and challenges. Post-competition developments. The resounding success in the fire energy capture competition catapulted Pan Min into the limelight. Please select the focal direction for Xiao Qin's subsequent personal development. 1. Resource exchange and breaking through bottlenecks. Utilize the substantial fire energy obtained to exchange for access to advanced training rooms or rare elixirs, striving to break through to the late stage or even the pinnacle of a one-star Do practitioner. 2. Research puppet techniques and repair puppets. Fire energy can be exchanged for basic refining materials or energy crystals. Xiao Chun could attempt to combine the findings from the fundamentals of netherworld puppet techniques with previous gains to begin repairing the dark golden puppet, requiring remote communication with the families in Wutan City. 3. Explore the netherworld gorge, with lingering thoughts of the netherworld sect relics beneath the cold pool. He could commence an investigation into the detailed information regarding the netherworld gorge to prepare for an expedition. 4. Consolidate power and recruit talents, leveraging Pan Min's newfound reputation to attract more promising new students or even some disheartened senior students, thereby expanding the group's scale and influence. Please make your choice. Input option number 1, 2, 3, or 4. Chapter 99. Fire energy cultivation, Do Chi soars. The tremendous success of the fire energy capture competition brought unprecedented prestige and an abundance of fire energy resources to Panmin. As the primary contributor and vice leader, Xiao Chun was allocated a considerable amount of fire energy, and, combined with what he had accumulated from previous competitions and tasks, the figures on his personal fire energy card reached a level that left many senior students envious. While reputation and power are undeniably significant, Xiao Chun was acutely aware that in the Do Chi continent, strength ultimately reigned supreme. His formidable capabilities formed the very foundation of everything. Particularly after the confrontation with Bai Cheng, he felt an even greater urgency to elevate his level. The immense pressure of an 8-star Do practitioner could not be entirely compensated for by mere skill and cunning. He temporarily entrusted the daily management of Panmin to Xiao Yin and Xiao Yu, while he himself embarked on a rigorous period of seclusion and cultivation. To begin with, he expended a substantial amount of fire energy to acquire long-term usage rights to the advanced training tower of the Xian rank. The energy concentration there far surpassed that of the Huang rank area, even exceeding the rewards of the intermediate training room previously granted. The surging energy of heaven and earth seemed to coalesce in a mist, with each breath feeling as if his Do Chi was augmenting. Furthermore, he also exchanged for numerous auxiliary cultivation elixirs, in addition to the commonly used Qi gathering powder. He gritted his teeth and acquired several more precious 3-pattern Qing Ling pills, suitable for those below Do Master, significantly enhancing cultivation speed, but with a strong potential for resistance. Simultaneously, he procured some foundational elixirs for healing and detoxification for himself and the core members of Panmin. Once prepared, Xiao Chun plunged into the advanced meditation chamber of the training tower. Within the chamber, the energy was suffused. Xiao Chun sat cross-legged, first activating the spirit-gathering technique. The soul fire at his brow danced joyously, greedily absorbing the pure energy, and his soul power visibly condensed and strengthened. A powerful soul is the guarantee for controlling Do Chi and breaking through bottlenecks. Once his soul reached a state of fullness and peak, he began to exert himself fully to tackle the nameless technique. This mysterious fragment acquired from the system brought forth a torturous cultivation process, akin to having his meridians scraped with knives, yet the effect on Do Chi refinement was extraordinarily remarkable. In such a superior cultivation environment, the speed of Do Chi growth was astonishing. The cyclone within his dantian spun an unprecedented pace, expanding, with the pale yellow Do Chi becoming increasingly profound and substantial. The barrier between the mid and late stages of a 1-star Do practitioner seemed on the verge of collapse under such a fierce assault of Do Chi. Time flew swiftly during cultivation. Xiao Chun was completely immersed in the euphoric sensation of power enhancement, oblivious to the passage of day and night. He lost track of how long had passed, perhaps 10 days, perhaps half a month. In the meditation chamber, Xiao Chun's aura suddenly surged, and a deep rumble emanated from his dantian. 1-star Do practitioner, late stage. A breakthrough achieved effortlessly. After the breakthrough, he did not halt, but continued to harness the potency of the 3-pattern Qing Ling pills and the rich energy of the training tower to solidify his realm and launch an assault toward the pinnacle of the 1-star Do practitioner. The elixir's power surged through his meridians like a torrential river. Xiao Chun maintained his mental focus, guiding this force as it washed over his meridians repeatedly, broadening his energy sea. As the allotted time for using the training tower neared its end, Xiao Chun's aura stabilized at the peak of the late stage of a 1-star Do practitioner, with only a step remaining to reach the pinnacle. His total amount and purity of Do Chi had surpassed that during the capture competition by more than a fold. He exhaled a long breath of turbid air, opened his eyes, and his gaze sparkled with a brilliance akin to substance. Feeling the surging power within him, an unprecedented confidence welled up. With my current strength, combined with soul power and Do techniques, should I face Bai Cheng again, while I may not dare to claim victory, at least I would not have to rely solely on cunning and maneuvering as before, Xiao Chun assessed in his heart. This period of seclusion yielded remarkable results. Not only had his cultivation surged, but his understanding of the nameless technique and 8 extremes collapsed deepened further. More importantly, the vast fire energy had transformed into tangible strength, providing him with the confidence to face the challenges that lay ahead. As he exited the training tower, Xiao Yu immediately approached him. Xiao Chun, you finally emerged from seclusion. This is wonderful, Xiao Yu said, her face tinged with urgency. If you hadn't come out soon, We would have been compelled to drag you out ourselves. What's wrong? What happened? Xiao Chun furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding rising within him. It's cousin Xiao Yin, Xiao Yu hurriedly explained. He had a conflict with the people from the medicine gang, and they threatened to confront him in the arena. The stakes are high, involving a very precious medicinal herb. Xiao Yin and the medicine gang? Xiao Chen's gaze sharpened. The medicine gang was another powerful faction of senior students in the outer academy, centered around alchemists, with extensive connections and resources, proving to be even more troublesome than the Bai gang. Let us talk as we walk, Xiao Chan said with a serious tone. A new storm was clearly brewing. Xiao Yin's trouble. What is the root cause of the conflict between Xiao Yin and the medicine gang? Please select what you believe to be the most likely reason. 1. Medicinal herb dispute. Both parties simultaneously discovered or required the same extremely rare medicinal herb, refusing to yield to one another, leading to the conflict. 2. Alchemy challenge. Members of the medicine gang provoked Xiao Yin's alchemical skills, with the elder medicine secretly intervening, and Xiao Yin accepted the challenge, escalating the stakes. 3. Old grudges. Someone from the medicine gang has past grievances with Xiao Yin or the Xiao family of Wutan City, seizing the opportunity to stir trouble. 4. Power struggle. The medicine gang, witnessing the rapid rise of Pan men, intends to suppress them and deliberately seeks to provoke core member Xiao Yin. Please make your choice. Input option number 1, 2, 3, or 4. Chapter 100. Dragonbeard Ice Fire Fruit. The storm reignites. Xiao Chun followed Xiao Yu, hastening toward the gathering point of Pan men. Along the way, Xiao Yu quickly recounted the events. During Xiao Chen's seclusion, an exceptionally lucrative mission was announced by the Outer Academy's task hall, the quest to locate a 4th-grade medicinal herb known as the Dragon Whisker Ice Fire Fruit. This rare fruit thrives in the intersection of extreme cold and heat, appearing only once in a century, and serves as a principal ingredient in the concoction of various high-tier elixirs. It possesses remarkable benefits for practitioners of both fire and ice attributes. Coincidentally, Xiao Yin had also been covertly monitoring news of the Dragon Whisker Ice Fire Fruit, due to the needs of Yao Lao. Almost concurrently with the mission's release, a student discovered traces of this fruit in a secluded valley at the back of the Outer Academy, where cold and heat converge. The news spread like wildfire, creating a sensation. Xiao Yin and the members of the Yao gang rushed to the valley almost simultaneously. A standoff ensued between the two parties, vying for the rare Dragon Whisker Ice Fire Fruit. Leading the Yao gang was Fu Ao, a seasoned 3rd-grade alchemist and a 7-star fighter who, leveraging the Yao gang's influence and his own strength, forcibly demanded Xiao Yin withdraw from the competition. Xiao Yin, however, was not one to concede easily, especially considering that the Dragon Whisker Ice Fire Fruit could greatly assist Yao Lao in restoring his soul power. Tensions escalated, and both sides nearly came to blows. Ultimately, the conflict was quelled by the arriving law enforcement team, yet the issue remained unresolved. In front of numerous onlookers, Fu Ao issued a challenge to Xiao Yin. 3 days hence, at the Outer Academy's arena, they would settle the matter. The victor would claim the right to harvest the Dragon Whisker Ice Fire Fruit. Should Xiao Yin lose, he would have to publicly apologize to the Yao gang. This wager not only concerned the precious medicinal herb, but also bore significant implications for both personal and sect reputations. Without hesitation, Xiao Yin accepted the challenge. Fu Ao, a 7-star fighter and a 2nd-grade alchemist, was no weaker than Bai Cheng, and his alchemical methods were cunning, with an array of potions at his disposal. Xiao Chan furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Although Xiao Yin had many hidden cards, his visible cultivation was merely at the peak of a 3-star fighter with possible recent advancements, making this duel far from effortless. Where is Xiao Yan's cousin now? Xiao Chen inquired. He is in his room adjusting his state. Miss Suner is with him, Xiao Yu replied. Soon, Xiao Chun arrived at Xiao Yan's courtyard. Xiao Yan was polishing the Xian Zhong Qi in the courtyard, his gaze sharp and his fighting spirit high. Xiao Suner sat quietly on a nearby stone bench. You've emerged from seclusion? It seems you've made considerable gains, Xiao Yan remarked, noticing the increasingly solid aura emanating from Xiao Chun, raising an eyebrow and smiling, seemingly unconcerned about the impending duel. I heard you cross paths with the Yao gang? Xiao Chun asked directly. Yes, regarding the Dragon Whisker Ice Fire Fruit, Xiao Yin replied, putting down the Xian Zhong Qi, a flicker of fervor in his eyes. That fruit is of great importance to me. I will definitely defeat that Fu Ao. Are you confident? A 7-star fighter and an alchemist, Xiao Chun expressed some concern. Rest assured, Xiao Yin confidently patted the weapon. Cultivation level does not determine everything. Moreover, I have not been idle during this time. His aura seemed to have strengthened compared to the hunting competition, faintly brushing against the threshold of a 4-star fighter. Xiao Sun'er spoke softly. The Yao Gang's alchemical skills are renowned in the Outer Academy. Fu Ao will likely utilize potions to enhance his strength or restore his fighting energy during the contest. Brother Xiao Yan, you must exercise caution. Xiao Qin pondered for a moment and said, in that case, we must make some preparations. I still have the Qi recovery pills and iron skin pills from our last exchange. Take them with you for unforeseen circumstances. He handed over his remaining potions to Xiao Yan. Then, his gaze shifted to Xiao Sun'er. Miss Sun'er, do you have more insights about the Yao Gang and Fu Ao? For instance, what combat techniques he excels in, or any weaknesses? Xiao Sun'er nodded slightly. As far as I know, Fu Ao specializes in fire attribute techniques, predominantly employing a set of mid-level profound-grade flame palm, which is quite formidable. However, he has only recently advanced to 7-star fighter, and his realm may not be entirely stable. Furthermore, she paused, this individual has an arrogant disposition and is easily provoked. Perhaps we can exploit that. Xiao Qin committed this information to memory. Although he could not directly assist in the arena, he could observe from the sidelines and potentially provide hints to Xiao Yan through soul transmission when necessary. The 3 days swiftly passed. The Outer Academy's arena was once again teeming with spectators. This time, the contenders were the rising freshman powerhouse, Xiao Yan, and the seasoned alchemist Fu Ao from the established Yao Gang. The stakes were the precious 4th-grade medicinal herb, the dragon whisker ice fire fruit. This duel attracted far more attention than the freshman competition, with even some inner academy students and mentors casting furtive glances. Xiao Chun and the members of the Pan Gate occupied seats in the audience, their gazes fixed intently on the two standing opposite one another in the arena. The atmosphere was tense and charged. Xiao Yan, it's still not too late to concede. You might spare yourself the humiliation before everyone. Fu Ao, clad in alchemist robes, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his tone haughty. Enough with the idle chatter. Let's see the true skills beneath our hands. Xiao Yan's weapon pointed sharply towards the ground, his eyes fierce. With a command from the referee mentor, the duel officially commenced. Fu Ao launched the first strike. Flames of fighting energy surging from his palms, transforming into 2 blazing fire serpents that roared towards Xiao Yan with terrifying momentum. Could Xiao Yan overcome this formidable adversary and seize the dragon whisker ice fire fruit? The outcome of this duel would directly influence the future circumstances of the Pan Gate. Observation strategy. As Xiao Chun observed from the sidelines, he contemplated the direction he should prioritize in preparation. 1. Insight into weaknesses, soul transmission. Fully activate the Eye of Insight. Analyzing Fu Ao's fighting energy operation and the flaws in his technique connections, searching for evidence of his unstable realm, and attempting to remind Xiao Yan through soul transmission at critical moments. 2. Guarding against Yao Gang's underhanded tactics. Remain vigilant of movements in the Yao Gang's audience section, wary of potential outside interference, such as distractions, hidden weapons, etc., that could aid Fu Ao, and prepare accordingly. 3. Analyzing potion effects. Carefully observe the changes in Fu Ao's state after consuming potions, recording the duration of their effects, side effects, etc., to accumulate experience for Xiao Yan's future encounters with alchemists. 4. Learning combat techniques. Treat this high-level fighter duel as a learning opportunity, focusing on observing the combat styles, techniques, and adaptability of both fighters to enhance one's own perspective and combat acumen. Please make your selection. Enter option number 1, 2, 3, or 4. Chapter 101. Observational Enlightenment. Lessons from Other Mountains. In the arena, the battle between Xiao Yan and Fu Ao had erupted. The clash of fiery fighting energy and the fierce winds generated by the Xian, Zhong, Qi sent ripples of energy spreading outward, eliciting gasps from the audience below. Xiao Chan sat in the spectator area, his gaze sharp, quietly activating the Eye of Insight. Yet, he did not attempt to identify Fu Ao's weaknesses to relay to Xiao Yan. He had faith in Xiao Yan's strength and battle wisdom. At this moment, he fully immersed himself as a hungry learner, focusing on analyzing every detail in this high-level fighter confrontation. Fu Ao's flame palm was indeed a mid-level profound-grade technique. Its flames were ever-changing, combining ferocity with agility, eschewing mere brute force. He manipulated the flames of fighting energy into serpents, blades, and nets, displaying an endless array of attack methods, showcasing his meticulous control over fighting energy forms. Xiao Chan silently compared this to his own 8 extremities collapse. While the eight extremities collapse pursued an ultimate point-blank explosive penetration, the flame palm emphasized area control and transformation. Perhaps, in my pursuit of penetrating strength, I could also contemplate how to make the application of fighting energy more flexible. His gaze then shifted to Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan's combat style was bold and dynamic, breaking through with sheer force. The Xian Zhongqi wielded immense weight, and each strike contained explosive power. Yet, he was not solely reliant on brute strength. Notice how he evades Fu Ao's fiery attacks with seemingly simple footwork, consistently dodging critical strikes by mere moments. This necessitates an incredibly precise grasp of timing and distance. Xiaochen observed that during the intervals of wielding his heavy weapon, Xiaoyan would make subtle adjustments and gather energy, laying the groundwork for his next attack. This rhythm was immensely worthy of emulation. The utilization of fighting attributes is indeed a captivating aspect. Fu Ao embodies the pure essence of fire, exhibiting a ferocious and blazing temperament. Conversely, the fire attribute of Xiaoyan's cousin appears to possess a distinct quality. Xiaochen astutely discerns that while Xiaoyan's wind of the is also of the fire attribute, it subtly intertwines an enigmatic contradiction of extreme cold and intense heat, occasionally suppressing or even eroding Fu Ao's pure firefighting spirit. Is this the formidable power of, or perhaps, a manifestation of some unique martial technique? The interplay of different fighting attributes creates a cycle of dominance and submission, and mastering the distinctive characteristics of one's own attributes is paramount. As the battle escalates to a fever pitch, Fu Ao, frustrated by his inability to secure a decisive victory, consumes a scarlet pill. Instantly, his surrounding fire-fighting spirit surges dramatically, enhancing both his speed and strength. It is indeed a violent chi pill. It grants a temporary boost in power, albeit at the cost of subsequent weakness, as knowledgeable seniors murmur in astonishment. After consuming the pill, Fu Ao's offensive becomes increasingly ferocious, forcing Xiaoyan to retreat repeatedly. Xiao Chun keenly observes Fu Ao's condition. The pill's effects are pronounced, yet his fighting spirit appears somewhat agitated, lacking the refinement of before. Moreover, although his attacks have intensified, they seem to lack a certain structure, relying on external forces, which ultimately proves less stable than a solid foundation. This realization serves as a reminder that, in future encounters with opponents who have consumed pills, it would be prudent to initially evade their fervor, waiting for their drug-induced vigor to wane or for openings to present themselves. Faced with the surging power of Fu Ao, Xiaoyan remains unperturbed. His gaze sharpens, and the fighting spirit on the becomes even more concentrated, with faint azure flames flickering, bone spirit cold fire. He abandons brute force, instead employing intricate techniques and agile movements. As the wind flows like unceasing waves, continuously wearing down Fu Ao's momentum, employing softness to overcome rigidity and stillness to counteract movement, Xiaoyan's martial wisdom is indeed remarkable. Xiao Chun gains insights from this encounter. While immense power is undoubtedly vital, the strategic application of that power is the true determinant of victory. Ultimately, after skillfully diverting Fu Ao's most potent fiery palm strike, Xiaoyan seizes the moment when Fu Ao's breath momentarily falters, as the effects of the violent chi pill begin to diminish. Now is the time. A fierce light ignites in Xiaoyan's eyes as the energy he has been accumulating erupts with thunderous force. The azure flames on the surge dramatically, emanating a terrifying aura capable of incinerating all, as he unleashes his true killing move. Flame partitioning devouring wave. A colossal azure light cleaves through the air, advancing with an unstoppable might towards Fu Ao, who finds himself exhausted, with no new strength to draw upon. Fu Ao's expression shifts drastically as he hastily gathers all his fighting spirit for defense. Boom! A cataclysmic roar reverberates, shaking the entire arena. As the dust settles, one observes Fu Ao half kneeling on the ground, tattered garments, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, and a deep ravine etched into the ground before him. Meanwhile, Xiaoyan stands firm with his breath slightly disordered, yet his gaze remains piercing. The outcome is clear. Xiaoyan triumphs. The referee Minter announces loudly. After a brief moment of silence, the crowd erupts into a thunderous roar. A nearly 4-star fighter has vanquished a and second-tier alchemist. This achievement is even more astonishing than Xiao Chen's victory over Shi Hao. Xiao Chen exhales deeply, a smile gracing his face. He feels elated for Xiaoyan, and this experience has proven immensely beneficial for him. He has gained a more direct and profound understanding of the combat techniques of high-tier fighters, the application of fighting spirit, and even the influence of pills. These insights will be invaluable assets on his future path of cultivation. However, as the crowd celebrates Xiao Yan's victory, an elderly student who had been meditating with closed eyes slowly opens them, casting a cold, calculating gaze over Xiao Yan and the members of the. This individual is possessing strength surpassing that of Fu Ao. It appears that acquiring the Dragon Whisker Ice Fire Fruit does not signify the end of troubles. Post-match turmoil. Xiao Yan has emerged victorious, yet it is evident that he has incurred the ire of the. Xiao Chun must prioritize the most pressing issue that they should address next. 1. Prepare for counterattacks given the immense power of the. They will not let this go unchallenged. Immediate fortification and contingency plans are required to prevent interference outside the arena. 2. Capitalize on the victory. Assist Xiao Yan obtaining the Dragon Whisker Ice Fire Fruit smoothly and explore its applications. Perhaps Elder Yao is in need, securing tangible benefits. 3. Seize the opportunity to enhance reputation. Leverage Xiao Yan's victory over to vigorously promote attracting more exceptional members and solidifying their influence. 4. Engage with other factions. Proactively reach out to factions at odds with attempting to establish connections to share the burden and avoid isolation and targeting by the. Please make your choice. Input option number 1, 2, 3, or 4. Chapter 102. System Alert. Preparing for Rainy Days. As Xiao Yan triumphs in the arena, defeating Fu Ao and seizing the Dragon Whisker Ice Fire Fruit. This victory elevates the S prestige to new heights. However, as the members of bask in their elation, Xiao Chen's mind is jolted by the long-absent system notification, delivering grim tidings. Beep. Detected that the host's faction has fallen into a hostile relationship with the pivotal plot faction, triggering crisis event, hostility from the event description. As an established alchemist faction within the outer court, that possesses extensive networks and abundant resources. Their retaliatory measures may include, but are not limited to, blocking access to medicinal resources, pressuring the task system, hiring other factions for harassment, or even covert poisoning. System recommendation. Immediately initiate comprehensive defense and countermeasures. Temporary task released. Mitigate the initial retaliation from the task reward. 300 strength points. Random detoxification pill recipe X1. System function crisis early warning activated basic. Failure penalty. Decline in reputation. Member injuries. Resource losses. The system's notifications feel like a bucket of cold water, instantly awakening Xiao Chun from his revelry. Indeed, how could such a deeply entrenched force as having lost so much face, simply let this pass? While open confrontations are easier to evade, concealed attacks are far more insidious. System. Display an analysis of the core members of and their potential interpersonal connections. Xiao Chun silently commands, determined to fully leverage the system's analytical capabilities. A luminous screen materializes, and, after expending a small amount of strength points, a plethora of information is unveiled. 1. Leader Han Xian, presumably a grand fighter, with alchemist rank at the pinnacle of the 3rd tier, attempted to break into the 4th tier but failed. He stands as a top figure among the outer court disciples. His status elevated due to his identity as an alchemist. 2. Deputy Leader He Meng, at the pinnacle of the 9-star fighter rank, not an alchemist, primarily responsible for martial intimidation and faction affairs. Potential retaliation tactics probability analysis. Resource blockage 85, task complications 78. Hiring the Black Killers or other rogue violent groups for physical harassment 65. Creating unexpected conflicts in public areas, such as dining halls, training towers 55. Poisoning 30. High risk, but potentially devastating. Upon seeing the mention of poisoning, Xiao Chen's gaze sharpens. Alchemists are adept at utilizing toxins. Although the probability is low, the potential harm is significant, necessitating vigilant precautions. He immediately approaches Xiao Yan, who is receiving congratulations from the crowd, and Xiao Suner, conveying the system's analysis in a manner of his own deduction, emphasizing the various retaliatory methods they may employ, particularly the risks associated with poisoning. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's smile fades, and he scoffs. I knew those rascals wouldn't play fair. We'll counter their moves. Xiao Suner furrows her delicate brows and speaks softly. Cousin Xiao Chun's concerns are quite valid. It is formidable. We must proceed with caution, especially regarding pills and poisons. I will remain vigilant. Xiao Chun solemnly states, we cannot remain passive. I propose we immediately implement the following measures. First, internal reorganization. Strict regulations must be established to prevent members from accepting food, water, or elixirs of unknown origin. All external transactions, particularly those involving elixirs, should temporarily be conducted through miscellaneous channels or reputable merchant associations to avoid manipulation by the Alchemy Guild. Second, prioritizing intelligence. We must deploy all available resources to closely monitor the movements of the Alchemy Guild and its affiliated forces, particularly the actions of the Black Sabers. Knowledge of ourselves and our adversaries is essential for preemptive defense. Third, resource independence. In the long run, we must cultivate our own alchemists or establish stable sources for elixirs. Xiao Yin, Yu, and Xiao Chun look toward Xiao Yin, indicating a deeper meaning. With the presence of Yao Lao, Xiao Yin himself is a potential master alchemist. Xiao Yin nodded. I understand. It seems that I must expedite my studies in alchemy. Fourth, military preparedness. When undertaking missions, it is imperative to form teams to avoid isolation. Simple early warning measures should be established in the operational area of the Pill Gate. Xiao Chen's arrangements were clear and well considered. Gaining the full support of both Xiao Yin and Xiao Suner, the Pill Gate, which had just experienced the euphoria of victory, immediately resumed its rapid operations, entering a state of heightened readiness. Ding! The host has successfully devised and initiated a comprehensive defense plan, reacting appropriately and earning a temporary task progress of 20. Reward advanced, 60 strength points. The system's affirmation provided Xiao Chun with a slight sense of relief. Yet he was acutely aware that the true test had yet to arrive. In what form and at what time would the Alchemy Guild's retaliation manifest? On an evening a few days later, Xiao Yu and another member of the Pill Gate returned from the external trading area, seething with anger. Clutching several bottles of foundation-building spirit liquid that appeared somewhat unusual in color. Xiao Chun, the Alchemy Guild has indeed begun their underhanded tactics. We went to our usual pharmacies to purchase foundation-building spirit liquid, and they either claimed to be out of stock or attempted to pass off these inferior products on us. The prices have surged by 30%. Xiao Yu exclaimed indignantly. The blockade of elixirs has commenced. This is likely just the first step in the Alchemy Guild's retaliation. Xiao Chun gazed coldly at the inferior liquid, his eyes icy. The system's temporary task had officially begun. Respond to the elixir blockade. The Alchemy Guild has started to exploit its influence to impose an elixir blockade on the Pill Gate. Please select Xiao Chen's prioritized response strategy. 1. Develop new channels. Utilize Xiao Suner's potential connections or seek introductions through Mentor Ruolin to attempt to contact other alchemists or merchant associations outside the Alchemy Guild system, ensuring a basic supply of elixirs even at a higher cost. 2. Self-reliance. Encourage and support Xiao Yin in attempting to concoct the most basic elixirs, such as blood clotting powder, even if the quality is subpar, to alleviate some pressure and convey the Pill Gate's indomitable spirit. 3. Public opinion counterattack. Expose the Alchemy Guild's monopolistic suppression of emerging forces to garner sympathy and support from other oppressed groups and neutral students, applying moral pressure. 4. Targeted retaliation. Rather than attacking the Alchemy Guild as a whole, focus on a specific industry or a particularly exuberant member for a precise strike, demonstrating the Pill Gate's resolve and capability to counterattack. Please make your selection. Input option number 1, 2, 3, or 4. Chapter 103. Initial Explorations of Alchemy. The Rise of the Flame Emperor. In the face of the Alchemy Guild's blatant elixir blockade, the Pill Gate was filled with righteous indignation, yet they felt the palpable pressure. The shortage of foundational training elixirs, like foundation-building spirit liquid and chi gathering powder, would directly impact the training progress of the members. Among the counter-strategies devised by Xiao Chun, self-reliance was given paramount importance. The key to achieving this goal undoubtedly rested on Xiao Yin's shoulders. Xiao Yin, the matter of elixirs will likely require your utmost diligence, Xiao Chun said to Xiao Yin with a serious expression. He was acutely aware of the significance of an alchemist to a faction, and with Yao Lao within Xiao Yin, they had their greatest asset. Xiao Yin nodded, his demeanor less exuberant than usual and more composed. I understand. The old man has also indicated that it is time to formally engage in alchemy. His reference to the old man naturally pertained to Yao Lao, a unified exterior explanation. In truth, under Yao Lao's guidance, Xiao Yin had long possessed the essential conditions to become an alchemist: formidable spiritual power and the rare-boned spirit cold fire. What he lacked were systematic practice and a vast accumulation of materials. Although the Pill Gate currently possessed fire energy, making it difficult to purchase finished elixirs due to the blockade. Acquiring raw materials was relatively easier. After all, the trade of medicinal herbs was not entirely monopolized by the Alchemy Guild. Xiao Chun promptly allocated a substantial amount of fire energy to procure a wealth of basic materials required for crafting first and second-grade elixirs, particularly those essential for concocting blood-clotting powder and qi-gathering powder. From that moment on, Xiao Yan's small courtyard was graced with a medicinal cauldron, frequently emanating a faint aroma of herbs alongside occasional muffled sounds, explosions. In the initial stages, failure was a commonplace occurrence, even with a master like Yao Lao guiding him. A significant gap remained between theory and practice. However, Xiao Yan's talent and perseverance were undeniable. After exhausting heaps of materials, he finally succeeded in refining his first batch of properly formed blood-clotting powder. Though it was merely a low-grade, first-grade elixir and of average quality, it undoubtedly marked a historic milestone. When Xiao Yan distributed the red powder, which emitted a faint herbal fragrance, to the members of the Pill Gate, everyone was filled with exhilaration. This is the elixir we have crafted ourselves at the Pill Gate. Master Xiao Yan is truly remarkable. A profound sense of pride and unity surged within the Pill Gate. The blockade imposed by the Alchemy Guild sparked a fierce determination and self-reliance among the members. Xiao Chun observed this scene with a sense of comfort. Simultaneously, the system in his mind conveyed a prompt. Ding! The host has propelled the Pill Gate to embark on a self-sustaining path for elixirs amidst adversity, significantly enhancing group resilience and cohesion. Temporary task progress for resolving the Alchemy Guild's initial retaliation, elixir blockade portion, increased to 60. Reward, 180 strength points. Note, the faction's ability to produce alchemy, weapon forging, etc., is a crucial milestone toward greater strength. However, the Alchemy Guild's retaliation did not cease. As the efficacy of the elixir blockade diminished due to the Pill Gate's self-production capabilities, more insidious tactics emerged. One day, while a Pill Gate member was training in the Cultivation Tower, they suddenly experienced a disruption in their fighting spirit, spitting black blood and collapsing. Fortunately, they were discovered in time and rushed to medical assistance. Upon examination, it was determined that they had been poisoned by a certain type of mixed chronic toxin. Although its toxicity was not severe, it was exceedingly insidious, gradually eroding their meridians and affecting their cultivation. Poisoning. The Alchemy Guild has indeed resorted to this most treacherous tactic. Moreover, their methods were so sophisticated that direct evidence was nearly impossible to uncover. Instantly, anxiety spread throughout the Pill Gate. Who could guarantee that the water they drank and the food they consumed was safe? Ding! Warning. The Alchemy Guild has launched a retaliatory poisoning scheme. The crisis has escalated. Temporary task progress decreased by 10, current 50. If effective measures are not taken, the task may fail. Suggestion: prioritize resolving the toxin crisis to stabilize morale. Xiao Qin's expression turned icy. The Alchemy Guild's actions had clearly crossed a line. A response strategy must be devised immediately, or the Pill Gate would face the risk of disintegration. Respond to the toxin crisis. In the face of this insidious threat of poisoning, please select Xiao Qin's urgent response measures. 1. Seek high-grade detoxification elixirs. Spare no expense to utilize channels through Xiao Suner or Minter Rollin to obtain high-grade detoxification elixirs to treat the poison members and stockpile some for emergencies. 2. Implement strict internal control. Enforce the most stringent food safety management, unifying the procurement, testing, and distribution of all food and water sources. Appointing dedicated personnel to sever the poisoning pathways. 3. Urging Xiao Yan to accelerate. There's a hope that under the guidance of the esteemed Elder Yao, Xiao Yan will swiftly master the crafting methods of detoxification pills or poison-evading pills, thereby addressing the issue at its core. For an eye, deterring the adversary. Strive to procure poison and execute a counter-poisoning scheme against the core members of the Medicine Guild or their enterprises, demonstrating a resolve for vengeance and compelling them to cease their actions, a highly perilous endeavor. Please make your selection. Enter option number 1, 2, 3, or 4. Chapter 104. Ironclad Poison Prevention, Cultivation Advancement. The insidious tactics employed by the Medicine Guild have cast a pall of panic within the Panmen. This intangible assault proves far more insidious than direct confrontations. Xiao Chun is acutely aware that the immediate priority is to stabilize morale and restore a sense of internal security. He has opted for the most direct and effective approach, stringent control. Firstly, he personally visited the affected members. employing his formidable soul strength to meticulously assess the toxin within their bodies. He promptly utilized the Panman's public funds, leveraging the connections of Mentor Roland to exchange for a high-grade detoxification pill from the Academy's pill hall, ensuring timely treatment and recovery for the poison members. Subsequently, he instituted an exceptionally stringent anti-poison edict within the Panmen. 1. Centralized dietary management. Establish a dedicated culinary team, with all food and drinking water sourced uniformly from the Academy's official cafeteria or designated safe channels, overseen by trusted core members such as Xiaoyu. 2. Prohibition of external sources. Members are strictly forbidden from privately accepting any external food, beverages, or pills. All cultivation resources shall temporarily be distributed solely by the Panmen or crafted by Xiaoyan. 3. Establishment of inspection checkpoints. Set up checkpoints at the entrances of key activity areas within the Panmen to conduct basic inspections of incoming and outgoing personnel, not out of distrust, but as a necessary protocol. 4. Severe penalties. Any violations of these regulations will result in immediate expulsion from the Panmen. Although these measures may seem harsh, they have garnered the understanding and support of the vast majority of members, as lives and the foundation of their cultivation are at stake. The stringent system was rapidly established, and the atmosphere of unease was swiftly supplanted by a sense of disciplined unity against a common foe. Ding! The host has successfully established an effective internal control system, stabilizing morale and resolving the poisoning crisis. Temporary mission completion rate for counteracting the Medicine Guild's first act of revenge has risen to 80. Reward: 240 strength points. The faction characteristic of strict discipline has received a slight enhancement, with the Medicine Guild's poison tactics effectively curtailed and the internal cohesion of the Panmen fortified. Both sides recognize the futility of this approach, leading to a temporary cessation of hostilities. With the crisis averted, Xiao Chun could finally redirect more of his energy towards his own cultivation. He realized that the pressures faced by the Panmen ultimately stemmed from their insufficient strength. If the Panmen possessed a greater number of powerful individuals, would the Medicine Guild dare to act so recklessly? He immersed himself once more in fervent cultivation. Utilizing the remaining fire energy and newly acquired resources, he almost resided in the high-level cultivation tower of the Xian rank. The arduous training brought forth by the nameless technique transformed into a rapid elevation of his cultivation level in such a rich energy environment. His progress in the soul-nurturing technique was equally astonishing, steadily advancing his soul power to greater heights. Simultaneously, he did not neglect the application of strength points. He exchanged for several pills that would solidify his foundation and assist in breakthroughs, such as the solidifying essence pill, ensuring that his cultivation advancement left no hidden dangers. Time slipped away quietly amidst the intense training and confrontation. One day, within the serene confines of the cultivation tower, Xiao Chen's energy surged violently. The cyclone within his dantian rotating and compressing at an unprecedented speed. The potency of the pills he consumed erupted like a catalyst, propelling everything forward. Break! With a low shout in his heart, that solid barrier shattered with a resounding crash. An aura, several times more formidable than before, erupted from within him. Two-star Doe fighter. It was a natural progression. Through prior accumulation and this period of grueling training, he had finally achieved a breakthrough. Not only that, but he also sensed a significant growth in his soul power, with the effects of the Eye of Insight becoming increasingly potent, sharpening his perception of energy. Upon exiting his seclusion, he learned that under Elder Yao's guidance and the accumulation of numerous medicinal materials, Xiao Yan's alchemical skills had steadily improved, enabling him to reliably craft several first-grade pills, with his cultivation also advancing to a 4-star Doe fighter. Meanwhile, Xiao Sun's aura had become increasingly profound and enigmatic. The overall enhancement of the Panmen's core strength had bolstered the group's confidence considerably. However, the winds of change do not cease. One day, Mentor Roland approached Xiao Chun and Xiao Yan with significant news. Children, prepare yourselves. The biannual Internal Academy Selection Tournament is set to commence in a month. This is the sole pathway for External Academy students to enter the Internal Academy, and the competition will be exceptionally fierce. Mentor Roland's expression was grave. As far as I know, Han Xian of the Medicine Guild, and Bai Cheng of the White Guild, despite his previous setback, his strength remains formidable, as well as other top External Academy students will also participate. This represents both an opportunity and a tremendous challenge for you. The Internal Academy Selection Tournament. A new stage, more intense competition, and the chance to compete alongside those seasoned External Academy powerhouses. This time, Xiao Chun and the others would no longer be the underdogs striving against the odds, but would possess the qualifications to contend on equal footing. A burning resolve ignited in Xiao Chen's eyes. Preview of the Internal Academy Selection Tournament. In light of the impending Internal Academy Selection Tournament, please select Xiao Chen's initial preparation focus. 1. Consolidate Realm, Master Combat Techniques. Having just broken through to a 2-star Do fighter, time is needed to stabilize and elevate skills such as 8 Extremes Collapse and Misty Steps to higher levels, particularly in mastering additional layers of dark energy. 2. Gather intelligence on opponents. Focus on collecting detailed information about key competitors such as Han Xian and Bai Cheng, attributes of Do Qi, signature combat techniques, battle styles, weaknesses, etc., and develop targeted strategies. 3. Enhance soul application. Recognizing that soul power will be a crucial advantage, delve into the study of soul seal and soul nurturing technique, developing more effective soul attacks or supportive techniques. 4. Team tactics coordination. The selection tournament may feature team combat segments, so strengthen coordinated training with Xiao Yan, Sun Er, and other participating members of the Pan Men, rehearsing combined attack strategies. Please make your selection. Enter option number 1, 2, 3, or 4. Chapter 105, Stealthy Training and Skill Refinement. Pre-tournament turmoil. The news regarding the Internal Academy Selection Tournament brought by Mentor Roland struck the Pan Men like a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, creating tremendous ripples within. Gaining entry to the Internal Academy signifies access to superior resources, more formidable mentors, and broader horizons, making it one of the ultimate goals for all External Academy students. Xiao Chun did not bask in the glory of his recent breakthrough to a 2-star Do fighter. Instead, he remained composed. He understood that the External Academy harbors hidden talents, with individuals like Han Xian, a 3rd-grade alchemist at the Great Do Master level, possessing unfathomable strength. Even his previous adversary, Bai Cheng, is an 8-star Do fighter, far surpassing him in cultivation. To stand out in the selection tournament, his current strength was still far from adequate. His primary task is to consolidate his realm. He must ensure a stable foundation. Xiao Chun possesses a clear understanding of himself. He once again entered a state of intense training, but this time the focus was not on blindly increasing his Do Qi level, but rather on solidifying his foundation and honing his skills. He dedicated considerable time within the Cultivation Tower, continuously operating the nameless technique, not to ascend to higher levels, but to repeatedly refine and compress the Do Qi of a 2-star Do fighter, rendering it more solid and controllable. Simultaneously, he devoted the majority of his energy to the mastery of combat techniques. The 8 Extremes Collapse remains his most powerful offensive maneuver. No longer satisfied with merely the 3rd layer of dark energy, he began fervently practicing the techniques for unleashing the 4th layer of dark energy. Each practice session imposed immense strain upon his arm's meridians, inflicting excruciating pain, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. Failure had become the norm. A mere 10 attempts might yield, but a single success, yet he remained undaunted. He understood that mastering an additional layer of hidden strength could tip the scales in his favor at a crucial moment. His proficiency in the Mizong step had also ascended to a new echelon. Within the confines of the training room, he meticulously set up various obstacles, honing his ability to execute extreme maneuvers within a limited space, striving to fully harness the intricacies of this mid-level, arcane technique. Furthermore, he began to explore the more nuanced integration of spiritual power into combat, rather than merely causing distractions. He endeavored to subtly adjust the trajectory of his fighting energy during the moment of unleashing 8 Extremes Collapse, enhancing its penetrative force, or utilizing spiritual perception to predict the optimal landing point while executing the Mizong step. This process was equally arduous. Failures far outnumbered successes, and there were several occasions where misalignments between spiritual power and fighting energy resulted in tumultuous internal energy. Nevertheless, Xiao Chun found joy in every tiny advancement. Under his influence, the entire Pan Men was enveloped in a vibrant atmosphere of preparation. Xiao Yan, amidst frenzied practice of alchemy, also worked diligently to solidify his 4-star fighter realm and refine his techniques. Xiao Suner appeared calm, yet her aura grew increasingly harmonious. However, just days before the registration deadline for the selection tournament, an unexpected piece of news cast a shadow over Pan Men's preparations. The format for this internal selection tournament had undergone changes. In addition to the traditional individual arena matches, a round of team survival challenge had been introduced, with the results of the team competition holding significant weight. This undoubtedly favored established factions with numerous members and well-honed cooperation, such as the Medicine Gang and White Gang, while presenting a formidable challenge for emerging forces like Panmen, whose core members, though strong, might lack in numbers and synergy. The team competition left Xiao Chun furrowing his brow. Given that Panmen was newly established, while there was some cooperation among its members, how could they possibly compare to the long-established factions? This change in rules seemed to target them directly. Setbacks and unfavorable factors began to surface. The path to the selection tournament was destined to be fraught with obstacles. Response to changes in tournament format. In light of the newly added, disadvantageous team competition format, please select Xiao Chen's strategy for addressing the situation. 1. Last-minute preparations to strengthen the team. Immediately organize all potential participants for intensive team coordination training, practicing formations and combined techniques, striving to enhance their synergy in a short period. 2. Capitalize on strengths, elite strategy. Rather than focusing on team size, dispatch only the strongest squad, with Xiao Chun, Xiao Yin, and Suner at the core, relying on absolute individual prowess to carve a breach in the team competition. 3. Seek external support. Form temporary alliances. Attempt to connect with other, similarly impacted smaller groups to form a temporary alliance, collectively confronting the Medicine Gang, White Gang, and other major powers. 4. Prioritize individual matches. If the odds of success in the team competition appear grim, concentrate on ensuring that core members achieve commendable results in the individual arena matches to compensate for any shortcomings in the team competition. Please make your selection. Enter option number 1, 2, 3, or 4. Chapter 106. Combined Techniques and Undercurrents. The news of the change in tournament format swept through Panmen like a chilling wind, dispelling the optimism brought by their enhanced strength. The team survival challenge clearly favored those with greater numbers and established cooperation. Factions like the Medicine Gang and White Gang could readily deploy several trained teams, while Panmen struggled to assemble a cohesive elite squad. They must not falter. In a core meeting, Xiao Chun spoke gravely. Since the team competition is an integral part of the rules, the only course of action is to face the challenge head-on. Complaining and retreating are utterly futile. He advocated for the most direct approach. Last-minute preparations, however unrefined. Panmen immediately ceased all unnecessary activities, gathering all potential participants for the selection tournament and commencing rigorous team training. The training location was chosen in a relatively secluded valley on the back mountain of the Outer Academy, with Xiao Chun personally devising the training regimen. The training regimen primarily included 1. Basic formation drills, practicing the simplest triangular defense formations and assault arrow formations, ensuring that members could swiftly locate their positions under any circumstances. 2. Attribute coordination, grouping members with different fighting energy attributes to attempt basic combined strikes. For example, allowing an earth attribute member to defend while a fire attribute member launched an attack. 3. Signals and command, establishing a concise and effective visual and auditory signaling system to ensure that commands could be swiftly communicated amidst chaotic battles. Xiao Chen's formidable spiritual power played a pivotal role here, as he could discern significant changes in the battle dynamics over a broad range. 4. Real combat simulations, dividing members into 2 teams to engage in simulated confrontations, with Xiao Yin and Xiao Suner emulating formidable foes of Han Xian and Bai Cheng's caliber, thereby exerting immense pressure on the other members. The training was grueling, even bordering on brutal. In the early stages, chaos, mistakes, and even accidental injuries frequently occurred. Complaints and frictions among members due to lack of coordination began to surface. Xiao Yu's voice grew hoarse from shouting, while Xiao Ning bore numerous bruises. A sense of frustration began to spread. Observing the adept coordination of the Medicine Gang and White Gang during their drills contrasted with their own stumbles, many members of Panmen felt disheartened. Brother Chun, can we truly succeed? The time is too short, Xiao Ning lamented, rubbing his sore arms during training break. Xiao Chun looked at his weary yet determined companions, refraining from offering empty words of encouragement. Instead, he calmly analyzed, I understand this is a formidable challenge. However, you must realize that the coordination of the Medicine Gang and White Gang is founded on a long history of oppressing the weak and mutual profit. In contrast, the cohesion of Panmen stems from the battles we have fought together and the bonds of support we share. These are 2 distinct forms of synergy. Their coordination may be more practiced, but ours may prove to be more resilient. He pointed out a mistake that had occurred during training. In that instance, if Ahu hadn't instinctively braced himself, but had trusted that Xiao Ling would shield him, would the outcome have been different? Trust must be built through repeated real combat experiences. The sweat we shed now is to minimize the blood we spill on the battlefield. His words ignited a spark within the hearts of the group. Indeed, they had fought their way out of Utah City together, facing the onslaught of the White Gang. Such shared experiences of life and death were invaluable treasures that the older factions could scarcely rival. Training continued. Though challenges remained, complaints diminished, replaced by a tenacious resolve. The trust and synergy among members quietly grew through the cycles of falling and rising. However, just before the selection tournament, yet another piece of bad news arrived. The venue for the Team Survival Challenge had been set in a specific area of the Black Wind Mountain Range. Not only was the terrain complex, but it was also inhabited by numerous ferocious magical beasts. The timing and location seemed decidedly unfavorable for Panman. The road ahead was strewn with thorns. Final preparations before the tournament. While the team training showed some results, in light of the numerous adverse conditions, please select the focus that Xiao Chan will emphasize in the final days leading up to the tournament. 1. Prioritize survival. Establish a retreat plan. Stress that the primary goal of the team competition is survival, practicing retreat, concealment, and rescue strategies under various unfavorable conditions to ensure the safety of members. 2. Targeted tactics, strike weaknesses, analyze the characteristics of potential opponents, Medicine Gang, White Gang, and formulate targeted tactics such as harassment, division, and ambush to avoid direct confrontation. Chapter 3. Preparation of supplies. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. It is essential to conduct a thorough examination and replenish elixirs, particularly those for healing, replenishing energy, and detoxification, as well as weapons, maps, and other essential supplies to ensure readiness for prolonged survival and combat in the wilderness. Psychological fortification. Alleviating stress, proactively alleviate the pressure on team members, emphasizing that they should do their utmost without overly fixating on the results of the team competition, directing their primary focus towards the impending individual contest. Please make your selection. Enter option number 1, 2, 3, or 4. Chapter 107. Sharpening Blades and Strengthening Resolve. The Black Wind Mountain Range, designated as the venue for the team competition, signifies that danger lurks not only from rival competitors, but also from the environment itself. Beasts, toxic miasma, and treacherous terrain mean that any oversight could lead to casualties or even more severe consequences. Xiao Chun is acutely aware that, in the face of absolute strength and teamwork potentially falling short against established powers, thorough preparation of supplies is pivotal to bridging this gap and enhancing their chances of survival. He allocated the majority of the remaining fire energy of the Pan Gate to pre-competition procurement. The elixirs are of utmost importance. Under the relentless dedication of Xiao Yin and the guidance of the Medicine Elder, the Pan Gate has now achieved a stable production of commendable quality blood coagulation powder and energy restoration powder. Yet, in light of the team competition, this is still far from sufficient. Through the channels of Mentor Ruo Lin and Xiao Suner, Xiao Chan spared no effort to exchange for several second-tier healing and detoxification elixirs for unforeseen circumstances. Simultaneously, a substantial quantity of insect repellent powder, signal flares, and detailed maps of the Black Wind Mountain Range were prepared. Weapons and armor underwent inspection and replenishment to ensure that each participating member's equipment was in optimal condition. While Xiao Chun busied himself with the preparation of supplies, he did not neglect his own cultivation. The immense pressure and desire for strength became the finest catalyst. Days of intensive team training, high-pressure command and coordination, along with relentless honing of his combat techniques, kept his fighting spirit exceptionally vibrant. That night, as Xiao Chan finished inventorying all supplies and returned to his cultivation chamber to engage in his routine practice of the spirit-nourishing technique, a sudden epiphany struck him as he sensed an agitation within his Dantian's energy vortex. Is a breakthrough imminent? A surge of joy filled his heart, and he promptly settled into a meditative posture, focusing his mind and circulating the unnamed technique. This time, the breakthrough proved even smoother than anticipated. The solid foundation laid previously, combined with recent accumulations, culminated in a moment of explosive growth. The surging fighting spirit crashed against the barriers of a late-stage 2-star fighter, encountering little resistance. Buzz! A soft sound emanated from within, and his aura surged dramatically. Late-stage 2-star fighter. Feeling the increasingly overwhelming power within, Xiao Chen's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Although a significant gap remained compared to the level of a grand fighter like Han Xian, the prospect of becoming a 3-star fighter was now within reach. This rapid advancement bolstered his confidence for the forthcoming challenges. Upon exiting his meditative state, he learned that Xiao Yan, under the dual pressures of alchemy and cultivation, had also progressed to a 5-star fighter, gaining further mastery over the bone spirit cold fire. Meanwhile, Xiao Sun'er's aura remained inscrutable, yet it was evident that she too had not stagnated. The renewed enhancement of the Pan Gate's core strength served as a potent tonic, stabilizing the somewhat anxious morale of the group. On the final day before the competition, Xiao Chun gathered all participating members, with meticulously arranged supplies laid out before them. Tomorrow, we shall step into the Black Wind Mountain Range. His gaze swept across each determined young face, recognizing the uncertainty that lingered in many hearts. Their opponents were formidable, and the environment perilous. He paused, raising his voice with an undeniable conviction. But we, the Pan Gate, have faced numerous challenges on our journey from Wu-Tan City to this day. Which step has ever been easy? We have confronted crises threatening our family survival, endured the onslaught of the Bai Gang, and thwarted the treachery of the Medicine Gang. Time and again, we have persevered. What has driven us? Not luck, but our unwavering resolve. It is the trust we share among one another. He lifted a vial of energy restoration powder, declaring, "These elixirs, these weapons, are but one source of our confidence. Yet, the more crucial source lies here." He pointed to his heart, then gestured towards each individual present. "And here, in the team competition, our goal is not merely to advance, but to demonstrate the resilience of the Pan Gate. We may lose the match, but we must not lose ourselves. We must make those who await our failure understand that the Pan Gate is not to be trifled with." A resounding roar ignited the fervor within the crowd, their collective anxiety replaced with a fervent battle spirit. The following day, as dawn broke, hundreds of students gathered in the outer courtyard square, ready for the inner academy selection competition, the atmosphere tense. The ranks of the Medicine Gang, Bai Gang, and other factions stood united, exuding an intimidating aura. Although the Pan Gates team was outnumbered, their sharp eyes and disciplined formation emanated an undeniable presence that should not be underestimated. Upon Elder Huolan announcing the rules and waving his hand, he proclaimed, "The first round of the Inner Academy Selection Competition, the Team Survival Challenge, begins. All teams proceed to the designated area of the Black Wind Mountain Range." Figures darted forth like arrows shot from a bow, plunging into the dense and perilous wilderness. The brutal competition had officially commenced, and Xiao Chun and the Pan Gate were on the cusp of their true trial. Entering the Black Wind Mountain Range, as the team competition commenced, each faction entered the vast and intricate Black Wind Mountain Range. Please select the initial action strategy for the Pan Gate team upon entering the mountains. 1. Steady exploration. Establishing a camp. Do not rush to seek out opponents. First, familiarize yourselves with the surrounding environment, locate water sources, and establish a temporary camp in defensible locations. Proceeding with caution. 2. Aggressive assault. Seizing the initiative. Utilize the team's mobility to proactively seek and attack weaker or isolated teams. Rapidly accumulating spoils, which may be tokens or points, to gain the upper hand. 3. Concealment. Reaping the benefits. Focus on remaining hidden, avoiding early conflicts. Employ Xiao Chen's soul perception to monitor the movements of other teams, waiting for the opportune moment to strike and reap the rewards. 4. Directly pursue objectives. Seize key points. Analyze the map and head straight towards potential key resource locations or strategic points, striving for an early advantage, even if it risks early exposure. Please make your selection. Enter option number 1, 2, 3, or 4. Chapter 108, Deep in the Forest. The yellow bird lies in wait as Elder Huolan issued his command. Countless figures surged into the dense and perilous wilderness of the Black Wind Mountain Range like a tide. Most teams chose to advance rapidly, attempting to seize the initiative, and soon the forest echoed with hurried footsteps and the occasional roars of magical beasts. However, under Xiao Chen's leadership, the Pan Gate team took a contrary approach. They did not hastily delve deeper. Upon entering the forest, they swiftly veered away from the main path, utilizing the dense foliage and complex terrain to stealthily navigate towards a rarely trodden flank. "Everyone, restrain your breathing and follow my lead," Xiao Chun commanded in a low voice, activating the breath concealment technique to its fullest extent, while simultaneously unleashing the Eye of Insight to its maximum capacity. His soul energy radiated like invisible ripples ahead, deftly avoiding potential beast dens and hazardous zones, while constantly sensing the energy fluctuations within a several-mile radius. Xiao Yan and Xiao Sun'er followed closely behind, with other members trailing in sequence. the team moving like a silent arrow, stealthily penetrating the depths of the thicket. Thanks to prior team training, the members exhibited seamless coordination, making almost no extraneous noise as they advanced. Before long, they discovered a concealed depression in the mountainside, shrouded by vines and enormous ferns. A location that was relatively hidden and defensible. Set up a temporary observation point here, Xiao Chen ordered. Xiao Yu, take 2 people to keep watch. Xiao Ning, inspect the surrounding area and set up simple early warning traps. The rest of you, stay put and maintain silence. The team sprang into action swiftly and orderly. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen closed his eyes, focusing his soul perception to its utmost limits. In his line of sight, fierce energy collisions and shouts echoed from afar, indicating that teams had already encountered one another and engaged in combat. He could even vaguely sense several powerful auras swiftly moving, likely belonging to top experts such as Han Xian and Bai Cheng. Both the Medicine Guild and the Bai Guild were actively hunting down weaker teams. Xiao Chen quietly informed Xiao Yin and Xiao Suner of his observations. 3 miles to the northeast, 2 teams were locked in battle, seemingly evenly matched, with substantial depletion of their fighting spirit. A flicker of excitement passed through Xiao Yan's eyes. In a conflict between Clam and Sandpiper, the fisherman benefits? Xiao Chen nodded, a cold smirk curling at his lips. Precisely. Our current advantage lies in our concealment. Let them engage in a life-or-death struggle first. Our target is not the resilient ones, but the weary forces weakened by arduous battles. For the next half a day, the Panmen team lay in wait like hunters concealed in shadows, utterly motionless. Xiao Chun acted as a radar, continuously relaying updates on the distant conflict. They witnessed a 5-member squad being easily crushed by the Medicine Guild's team, their tokens seized, and heard the anguished cries of another team suffering casualties against formidable beasts. This sensation of being on the periphery, yet possessing a comprehensive understanding, gradually replaced the members' initial tension with calm and confidence. They began to truly appreciate the brilliance of Xiao Chen's strategy. As evening approached, the opportunity finally arose. Xiao Chen suddenly opened his eyes and whispered, 2 miles to the west, a 4-person team has just shaken off a pack of second-tier windwolves. All are injured, their fighting spirit severely depleted, resting by a small stream. They are from Qingshan Town, with a captain of approximately 6-star Dou fighter strength, but currently at less than 50% capacity. All eyes turned to Xiao Chun. Shall we act? Xiao Yin tightened his grip on the Xian heavy ruler. With a sharp gaze, Xiao Chun swiftly deployed the plan. Act. Quick battle, quick resolution. Xiao Yin, you and I will take the lead, subduing the captain at the first opportunity. Suner, please ensure the safety of the other members, preventing any desperate counterattacks or distress signals from the enemy. The rest, maintain perimeter vigilance to deter other teams drawn in by the commotion. Understood. Moments later, by the stream, the team from Qingshan Town had just finished tending to their wounds and were preparing to eat some rations to regain strength, completely unaware of the impending danger. Suddenly, 2 figures shot forth from the woods like phantoms. It was none other than Xiao Chun and Xiao Yan. Xiao Chun, with a clear target, executed the mystic footsteps to its utmost, aiming directly for the injured 6-star Dou fighter captain, his fingertips gathering fighting spirit as he unleashed a fierce gust towards the captain's energy sea. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan's ruler howled through the air, enveloping the other 3. Enemy attack. The captain reacted swiftly, raising his blade to block in shock. But in his injured state, how could he withstand Xiao Chen's well-prepared assault? With a piercing sound, the gust penetrated his defense, striking his wrist and sending the long blade flying. Immediately after, Xiao Chen's 8 extremes crash struck. On the other side, Xiao Yin charged into the flock like a tiger among sheep, wielding the Xian heavy ruler as the 3 team members, in even worse condition, could offer no resistance and were swiftly subdued. The entire battle lasted less than a minute, clean and decisive. The opponents didn't even have time to send out a distress signal. Xiao Chun swiftly retrieved the token representing their team from the captain's unwilling grasp. My apologies, seigneur. He clasped his fists in respect, signaling the Panmen members to retreat quickly, vanishing into the dense forest without leaving a trace. Their first battle was victorious, without bloodshed. Securing a token, the morale of the Panmen members soared, their admiration for Xiao Chen's judgment and command reaching new heights. However, shortly after their withdrawal, a powerful soul perception swept through the area like a scan, pausing momentarily as if puzzled by the brief energy fluctuation, yet failing to detect the well-concealed members of Panmen. Xiao Chan felt a chill run down his spine. A master was lurking nearby, it seemed that they were not the only ones in pursuit. The hunting game in the forest had just begun, and the roles of hunter and prey could shift at any moment. Encountering surveillance. Aware of another powerful soul perception passing through, please select Xiao Chen's subsequent course of action. 1. Immediate relocation, distancing from the area of trouble, deeming the location unsafe. Abandon the current concealment spot, and move to a more remote or complex terrain to continue hiding. 2. Set a trap. Using deception. Suspecting that the opponent may return to investigate, utilize the existing terrain to lay a deceptive or counterattack trap, potentially biting back at the pursuers. 3. Proactively scout to ascertain the enemy. Dispatch a small elite team, such as himself or alongside Xiao Yan, to trace the source of the soul fluctuations, determining friend or foe and their strength. 4. Maintain stillness to enhance concealment. Trust in their own concealment techniques and abilities. Remaining in position while further improving concealment measures and alertness, waiting for the opponent to reveal any weaknesses. Please make your selection. Input option number 1, 2, 3, or 4. Chapter 109. Traps awaiting the enemy. Resonance of cultivation. That powerful soul perception swept through briefly, yet it instantly alerted Xiao Chun. This was no ordinary contestant. Their strength was at least at the Great Dome Master level, possibly even stronger, likely akin to Han Xian, or perhaps an observer dispatched by the Academy. Regardless of which, since the opponent had noted the recent energy fluctuation, they were likely to return for further investigation. Passive hiding was not a foolproof strategy. We may have been targeted. Xiao Chun lowered his voice, quickly informing Xiao Yin and Xiao Suner. The opponent's soul power is formidable. We cannot simply evade. What do you mean? Xiao Yan's gaze sharpened. Let us use their own tactics against them and leave them a little gift. A glint of coldness flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. He swiftly surveyed the surrounding environment, pointing to a narrow slope along their path of arrival, suggesting that they set up there. We want to need to inflict harm, focusing instead on obstruction and early warning. The plan was rapidly devised. Xiao Chun personally led the team, utilizing the surrounding vines, resilient branches, and some simple materials they had prepared earlier, combined with his understanding of energy fluctuations, to construct a clever series of traps at the slope. The core of the trap involved several stones containing faint energy, sourced from the previous icy cave, as bait, should anyone scrutinize these stones with soul power. It would trigger the vines to ensnare and loose rocks to fall, simultaneously sending back a weak energy signal to the warning talisman in Xiao Chen's hand. Once the setup was complete, the Panmen team quietly retreated from the area, moving deeper to a secondary concealed point and erasing most traces of their passage. Approximately half an hour after their departure, a figure appeared at the stream's edge like a wraith. It was Han Xian, the 3-star Great Dome Master and leader of the Medicine Guild. With a cold demeanor, he meticulously scanned the remnants of the scene with his soul power. "Oomph, a bunch of slippery rats," he scoffed, noticing some subtle footprints and energy residues on the ground, following the traces to the slope. He too sensed the energy stones set as bait. Child's play. A hint of disdain appeared at the corner of Han Xian's mouth, as he concentrated his soul power to forcefully inspect the details of the stones, attempting to uncover more clues. However, just as his soul power touched the core of the stone, with a click, the preset mechanism was triggered. Resilient vines shot forth from both sides, ensnaring his legs, while several loose boulders came crashing down from above. Though startled, Han Xian remained composed. The aura of a Great Dome Master erupted, and with a jolt of fighting spirit, he shattered the vines and boulders effortlessly. This trap posed no threat to him whatsoever. However, at the very moment when he triggered the trap, several miles away, in a concealed location, Xiao Chun felt the warning talisman in his hand emit a faint warmth. The trap had been activated. The opponent was formidable, having directly and violently dismantled it. Xiao Chun immediately informed everyone that their general direction had been exposed, but the enemy had yet to ascertain their precise location. Enter a state of silence at once. The members of the Panmen felt a tightening in their chests, and they instantly held their breath, channeling the concealed breath technique to its utmost limits. On the other side, Han Xian looked grimly at the destroyed trap. Although he had easily dismantled it, he was disgusted by the method employed. More importantly, he was certain that a team had indeed been active in this area, and they were exceedingly cunning. Interesting. It seems not all the newcomers are worthless. A glint of coldness flickered in Han Xian's eyes as he spread his soul force once more, slowly sweeping towards the general direction in which Xiao Chun and the others had retreated, commencing a more meticulous search. The pressure intensified instantly. Being targeted by a powerful grand fighter was far from a favorable situation. Yet, amidst this atmosphere of extreme tension, perhaps inspired by the concentrated soul force from the previous trap setup or the accumulated pressure reaching a critical point, Xiao Chun suddenly felt the fighting spirit in his dantian boil uncontrollably. The unnamed technique began to operate at high speed on its own, voraciously absorbing the abundant energy of the mountains and forests. Was he about to break through again? Xiao Chun felt both astonished and delighted, but the timing was utterly dreadful. He forcibly suppressed the urge to break through and urgently said to Xiao Yin and Xiao Suner, "I need a moment. I can no longer hold it back." After saying this, he immediately sat cross-legged, channeling the surging fighting spirit within him. Xiao Yin and Xiao Suner exchanged glances, quickly positioning themselves on either side of Xiao Chun. Their expressions grave. They could sense Han Xian's formidable soul perception gradually closing in, meticulously scanning this area. Crisis and opportunity arrived simultaneously. Emergency breakthrough. Under the watchful gaze of a formidable adversary, Xiao Chun faced the critical juncture of being forced to break through. Please select the core response for him and his protectors. Xiao Yin and Suner, at this moment. 1. Conceal with all their might. Take a gamble. Xiao Yin and Suner would expend fighting spirit to jointly create an energy barrier, attempting to mask the energy fluctuations of Xiao Chen's breakthrough, wagering that Han Xian would not meticulously scan every inch of the ground. 2. Create an illusion to divert attention. Suner would act to create a false energy explosion or disturbance at a distance, attempting to draw Han Xian's attention away and buy time for Xiao Chun. 3. Prepare for battle, forcefully protect, no longer concealing themselves. Xiao Yin and Suner would directly unleash their powerful auras, standing in a defensive formation to signal that someone was present, dissuading the opponent from probing too deeply, though this could also provoke an attack. 4. Interrupt the breakthrough. Immediately relocate. Xiao Chun would forcibly halt his breakthrough process, incurring backlash, leading the team to retreat, prioritizing safety. This would result in a failed breakthrough and damage to his cultivation. Please make your choice. Input option number 1, 2, 3, or 4. Chapter 110. The golden cicada escapes its shell, an opportunity for seclusion. Han Xian's powerful soul perception was like an invisible spider web, inching through the mountains and forests, gradually closing in on the area where Pan Min was hiding. With Xiao Chen's fighting spirit boiling, the breakthrough was imminent, and the situation was dire. He could neither confront it head-on nor interrupt it. Xiao Chen made an instant judgment. The backlash from forcibly interrupting the breakthrough would be too severe. He looked at Xiao Suner and urgently said, "Miss Suner, can you create an illusion to divert his attention?" Xiao Suner's eyes flashed. She instantly understood. Nodding slightly, she formed an intricate hand seal, and a wisp of faint golden fighting spirit, like a spirit serpent, silently burrowed into the ground, swiftly darting toward a direction opposite their hiding place. Moments later, in a dense forest about a mile away, a significant energy fluctuation erupted, accompanied by the simulated roars of magical beasts and brief sounds of combat, as if a team was under attack there. Just as Han Xian was preparing to meticulously scan the area where Xiao Chun and the others were, his soul perception was immediately drawn to the sudden commotion. Over there? Han Xian furrowed his brow, hesitating slightly before temporarily abandoning his detailed search of the current area, redirecting his soul force toward the source of the explosion. Although the fluctuation seemed somewhat peculiar, he preferred to trust in its authenticity. With a swift movement, he sped toward that direction. After all, he believed that a team of newcomers could not possibly pull off too many tricks right under his nose. Feeling the suffocating pressure of soul force rapidly receding, Xiao Chun let out a long sigh of relief. Quickly, we must leave this place at once and head to the third backup point. He suppressed the urge to break through and called out. The Panman team swiftly sprang into action, following Xiao Chen's lead toward a previously scouted, more concealed third hiding spot. There, a naturally formed narrow crevice was obscured by vines. Though the entrance was small, it was extremely discreet. As soon as they entered the crevice and set up simple warning measures, Xiao Chun could no longer suppress himself and immediately sat cross-legged, channeling the surging fighting spirit to break through the bottleneck. Xiao Yin and Xiao Suner stood guard beside him. This breakthrough, although somewhat rushed due to external pressures, was fundamentally solid, and the process was fraught with tension, yet ultimately safe. Buzz. His aura steadily climbed, finally stabilizing. He had reached the pinnacle of a 2-star fighter, only a step away from becoming a 3-star fighter, but that step required further accumulation. That was close. Xiao Chen opened his eyes, lingering on the edge of anxiety. Had it not been for Xiao Sun'er's ingenious methods, this time could have ended in disaster. The pressure of a grand fighter was far beyond what they could currently withstand. Han Xian will not relent. Upon realizing he has been deceived, he will undoubtedly search even more meticulously. Xiao Yin spoke solemnly. Xiao Qin nodded. We cannot afford to confront them head-on in the team competition. Our objective has shifted, survival at all costs, preserving our strength, and gathering intelligence. The true stage lies in the forthcoming individual competition. In the ensuing days, the Panmin team moved like true phantoms, navigating the Haifeng mountain range while skirmishing with various teams. They resolutely avoided direct confrontations with powerful factions like the Medicine Guild and the White Guild, leveraging Xiao Chun's perception and the team's stealth to sometimes retreat and at other times seize opportunities amidst chaos. There were several encounters fraught with tension, but they successfully extricated themselves through flexible tactics. Ultimately, the 5-day team survival challenge concluded. Although the Panmin team experienced some losses, certain members perished and were rescued by the judges. The core members remained intact, and they successfully retained the token they had previously obtained, achieving a result that, while not particularly remarkable, was sufficient for advancement. The team championship was, without a doubt, claimed by the powerful team led by Han Xian. The setbacks during the team competition made Xiao Chun acutely aware of his own inadequacies. Upon returning to the academy, rather than feeling discouraged, he devoted all his energy to intense cultivation. He understood that the upcoming individual competition, which would determine fate, was still nearly half a year away. This half-year period was crucial for him and Panmin to close the gap. Time advanced. 6 months later. During these 6 months, Xiao Chun practically resided in the training tower. He spent his resources as if they were flowing water, exchanging for training time and solidifying foundational medicinal pills like the solidifying essence pill. The practice of the unnamed technique was painful yet effective, while the spirit cultivation technique steadily propelled his soul power toward the threshold of a 4th-rank alchemist. During this time, he also ventured into the Academy's open low-level secret realms for practical training, enriching his combat experience. As a result of these efforts, his cultivation experienced a stable leap. From the pinnacle of a 2-star fighter, he broke through to 3-star, then 4-star, ultimately stabilizing at the realm of a 7-star grand fighter. Under the guidance of the esteemed Elder Yao, Xiao Yin has made astonishing progress, achieving the rank of 9-star Dome Master, while his alchemical skills have successfully ascended to that of a 3rd-rank alchemist, enabling him to concoct numerous practical elixirs, thereby significantly enhancing the foundation of the Pan Gate. Meanwhile, Xiao Sun'er's strength remains unfathomable. The overall might of the Pan Gate has seen a remarkable elevation, with an influx of members at the Dome Master level. On this day, the final round of the internal selection tournament, the individual arena competition, has finally arrived. The square is alive with a cacophony of voices. Xiao Chun, Xiao Yan, and Xiao Sun'er stand resolutely in the competition area, their breath steady and their gazes sharp. After 6 months of arduous training, they have undergone a profound transformation, qualifying to compete on par with the top-tier external courtyard experts such as Han Xian and Bai Cheng. Although Han Xian remains a 3-star Great Dome Master and holds a realm advantage, the gap between them is no longer insurmountable. What follows will be an intense clash between the pinnacle of Dome Masters and the nascent Great Dome Masters. The outcome remains uncertain. Elder Huolan's voice reverberates across the square. The internal selection tournament, individual arena competition, officially commences. In the first match, Pan Gate's Xiao Chun faces Bai Cheng from the Bai Gang. Fate has drawn them together, with Xiao Chun set to confront his longtime rival, Bai Cheng, in his first direct challenge as an 8-star Dome Master. The arena's first battle, as the individual arena competition begins. Xiao Chun, 7-star Dome Master, faces off against his old adversary Bai Cheng, 8-star Dome Master. Choose the core strategy for Xiao Chun in this match. 1. Test strength. Engage head-on. Utilize the results of 6 months of diligent training to engage Bai Cheng in a direct confrontation, assessing the quality of his Do Qi, the power of his techniques, and the true disparity between them as 8-star Dome Masters. 2. Exploit strengths. Avoid weaknesses. Harness the advantages of his formidable soul power and the agility of the Mizong step, maneuvering to find Bai Cheng's flaws and securing victory through clever tactics. 3. Swift resolution. Conserve energy. Aim to conclude the battle in the shortest time possible, avoiding excessive energy expenditure, and preserving strength for potentially stronger opponents, such as Han Xian, in subsequent matches. 4. Psychological warfare. Incite the opponent. capitalize on the psychological edge from past victories over Bai Cheng and the latter's volatile temperament, provoking him through words or actions during the battle to reveal greater vulnerabilities. Please make your selection. Enter option number 1, 2, 3, or 4. Chapter 111, Arena Clash. Winning the mind, the first match of the individual arena competition, is indeed a focal point. Xiao Chun, the deputy master of the Pan Gate, stands against his old nemesis, Bai Cheng, the leader of the Bai Gang. The last encounter in the Haifeng Mountain Range ended poorly for Bai Cheng due to the unique circumstances, leaving him seething with frustration. Now, on this grand stage before an audience, he sees the perfect opportunity to redeem himself. Bai Cheng leaps onto the stage, his formidable aura as an 8-star Dome Master unabashedly emanating, drawing gasps from the crowd. In just 6 months, he has ascended from an 8-star fighter to an 8-star Dome Master at an astonishing pace. He grins maliciously at the slowly approaching Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun, this time, there are no underhanded advantages for you. Watch as I defeat you soundly on this arena. Xiao Chun remains unperturbed, his demeanor calm and his 7-star Dome Master aura equally steadfast. Undeterred by Bai Cheng's imposing presence, he merely smiles faintly and replies, "Senior Bai Cheng, it seems your bravado remains as grand as ever after 6 months. I wonder, has your strength improved as swiftly as your words? Let us hope you don't disappoint again, as you did last time, with thunderous claims and minimal impact." The sarcasm in his words strikes Bai Cheng like a sharp thorn, piercing the very heart of his humiliation from their last encounter. "You're courting death." Bai Cheng roars in furious anger, his face flushed with rage. Unable to contain himself any longer, he unleashes a torrent of earthy Do Chi, coalescing around him into a formidable rock armor, charging at Xiao Chun like a raging bull. His first strike is a mid-level mystic technique, the Rock Smash Fist. The wind from his punch howls, carrying the force of shattering mountains. Faced with this furious assault, Xiao Chun opts not to meet it head-on. Instead, he employs the Mizong step, his form retreating with an ethereal grace, while taunting, "Senior, so eager to strike. Are you afraid of revealing flaws like last time if the battle drags on?" Boom! Bai Cheng's fist meets only the specially crafted blue steel arena floor, leaving a shallow crater. His anger surges further at Xiao Chun's words, intensifying his assault with a flurry of punches, each casting shadows around Xiao Chun. Like a lone boat amidst a tempest, Xiao Chun navigates the storm of attacks with utmost finesse, evading strikes at the brink of impact. He refrains from counterattacking, continuing to provoke. "Your strength is impressive, but alas, it is wasted if you cannot land a hit. Senior Bai Cheng, you might want to work on your aim. Scoundrel, is dodging all you know?" Bai Cheng bellows in frustration. Though his attacks are fierce, they are rendered erratic by his rage, leading to greater exhaustion than anticipated. Observers in the crowd murmur amongst themselves, recognizing Xiao Chun's slippery tactics and deliberate provocation of Bai Cheng's anger, which is causing him to burn through his Do Chi at an alarming rate. From the elevated platform, seasoned mentors nod in approval of Xiao Chen's strategy, with Elder Huolan exhibiting a glimmer of admiration. This young man possesses not only exceptional talent, but also remarkable combat intelligence. Xiaoyan watches from below, grinning widely. Xiao Chun is as cunning as ever. No, rather, he is astutely clever. Xiao Sunner shares a knowing smile. In the arena, Bai Cheng, having failed to break through Xiao Chun's defenses, finds himself gasping for breath, his mind clearing momentarily. Realizing he has been led by Xiao Chen's tempo, he suppresses his fury, intending to adjust his strategy and proceed methodically. However, just as he slows his onslaught, Xiao Chun seizes the moment, transforming from a defensive stance. His aura sharpens dramatically. Having been observing Bai Cheng's minor weaknesses through the insightful eye, the subtle flaws induced by his anger and prolonged attacks are magnified at this instant. With a flicker of his form, Xiao Chun executes the Mizong step and creates 2 indistinguishable afterimages, one to the left and one to the right, both hurtling towards Bai Cheng. Bai Cheng's pupils constrict, instinctively launching his fists towards the 2 phantoms. Yet both are mere feints. Xiao Chun's true form appears as if teleporting, exploiting the opening Bai Cheng created by his own strikes. With Do Chi compressed to a chilling intensity, a wave of ominous energy radiates from Xiao Chun's right fist, embodying the deeper mastery of the 8 extremes collapse. This time, the latent power far exceeds previous incarnations. 8 extremes collapse, 4-fold hidden force, seizing the perfect opportunity when Bai Cheng's old strength has waned and new vigor has yet to manifest, coupled with his disarrayed focus. Xiao Chun delivers a thunderous blow. Bai Cheng's expression shifts drastically, and in a desperate attempt, he can only consolidate his rock armor defensively at his chest. Boom! A thunderous roar erupts across the arena. The dark energy pierces through, and Bai Cheng feels an overwhelming force shatter his defenses. A sharp pain radiating through his chest as his blood surges violently, sending him hurtling backward uncontrollably until he crashes against the luminous barrier at the arena's edge. Sliding down to kneel, unable to stifle the blood that spills forth. Silence envelopes the crowd. No one anticipated that Bai Cheng, who held a clear advantage in cultivation, would suffer such a devastating defeat in such a brief span. Xiao Chun slowly retracts his fist, his breath steady as he gazes at the barely upright Bai Cheng. Stating calmly, "Senior Bai Cheng, thank you for the match. It seems that mere strength is indeed insufficient. The victor is clear." The referee mentor, momentarily stunned, finally proclaims loudly, "Xiao Chun is victorious." The Pan Gate area erupts in a thunderous cheer. Xiao Chun's masterful psychological warfare and precise counterattack have secured a resounding victory, heralding to all that the Pan Gate is now truly equipped to challenge the elite forces of the external courtyard. However, Xiao Chen's gaze was directed towards the direction of the Medicine Guild, where Han Xian was coldly observing him, his eyes resembling those of a venomous serpent. The true formidable adversary loomed behind. Post-match adjustments. The first battle was a resounding success, yet it came at a considerable cost, particularly the depletion of soul power utilized for insight and the execution of the Phantom Step. The identity of the next opponent remained uncertain, potentially stronger than the last. Please select the focus for Xiao Chen's recovery and adjustments between the two matches. 1. Rapid recovery, stabilizing condition. Immediately consume a Qi recovery pill, circulate internal energy. Prioritize the restoration of fighting spirit and stabilize the slightly disturbed vitality caused by the exertion of powerful combat techniques, striving to enter the next match in peak condition. 2. Summarize and reflect, optimize tactics. Rapidly review the battle with Bai Cheng, contemplating the limitations of psychological tactics when facing a more composed and powerful adversary, such as Han Xian, and how to improve. 3. Observe potential opponents. Utilize the time to watch other platforms' duels, particularly the combat styles of top-tier experts like Han Xian, gathering intelligence and preparing in advance. 4. Nourish the soul. Maintain acuity. Prioritize the operation of the soul-nurturing technique, restoring the depleted soul power, ensuring that the Eye of Insight can continue to function effectively in subsequent matches. Please make your selection. Enter option number 1, 2, 3, or 4. Chapter 112. Soul Technique Nurturing Strong Enemies Lurking. Having defeated Bai Cheng in the first battle, Xiao Chun did not indulge in the euphoria of victory. He distinctly felt that to accurately seize the moment, execute Phantom Step, and utilize the Eye of Insight to analyze Bai Cheng's weaknesses, he had expended nearly 30% of his soul power. In the face of potentially stronger opponents ahead, particularly Han Xian, whose soul power was equally formidable, it was vital to maintain the sharpness and fullness of his soul. He promptly sat cross-legged in the resting area beside the arena, ignoring the surrounding noise and the admiring glances from the members of the Piandian, and directly activated the soul-nurturing technique. The soul fire at his forehead flickered gently, resembling a miniature vortex, slowly absorbing the ambient energy from the surrounding world, nourishing his slightly fatigued soul. A refreshing sensation spread throughout him, and the faint weariness deep within his soul gradually dissipated, allowing his perception to regain clarity and sharpness. As he closed his eyes to meditate, battles were raging fiercely on the other platforms. Xiao Yin took to the stage, facing an opponent who was a 7-star Dome Master. Despite the lower cultivation of his adversary, Xiao Yin did not become complacent. As he wielded the heavy Xian ruler, the fierce and domineering ruler's wind, combined with the bone-chilling cold fire characteristic of his fighting spirit, rendered his opponent nearly defenseless. Within just a few exchanges, he secured an effortless victory, showcasing the formidable prowess of a 9-star Dome Master. Xiao Sun'er's match was equally graceful. Her opponent was an 8-star Dome Master, aggressive in their assault. However, Xiao Sun'er, with merely her delicate hands, effortlessly countered each fierce attack with seemingly casual gestures of her fingertips, dissolving her opponent's fierce techniques into nothingness. Finally, with a gentle palm strike, she sent her adversary tumbling off the stage, the entire process flowing seamlessly, unfathomably profound. On the high platform, several elders nodded frequently, expressing satisfaction with the caliber of this year's newcomers. Nevertheless, the most captivating display was that of Han Xian, the leader of the Medicine Guild. His opponent was a peak 9-star Dome Master, formidable in strength. Yet, Han Xian merely stood his ground, not even shifting his feet as he waved his sleeve. A torrent of immense soul power, infused with blazing fire attribute fighting spirit, surged forth, manifesting as a colossal fiery hand that directly sent the 9-star Dome Master flying off the stage, inflicting considerable internal injuries. The prowess of a 3-star Great Dome Master was laid bare. His application of soul power surpassed that of an ordinary Great Dome Master. A collective gasp resonated from the audience. Many competitors who had previously harbored thoughts about Han Xian now wore grave expressions, some even revealing signs of trepidation. Although Xiao Qian was in the process of nurturing his soul, the passive perception of the Eye of Insight still allowed him to witness the entire sequence of Han Xian's attack. The concentrated soul power and ferocious fire attribute fighting spirit instilled a sense of awe within him. Indeed, formidable. His soul power rivals my own, perhaps even stronger, and his fighting spirit cultivation utterly overwhelms mine. Engaging him head-on would yield minimal chances of victory. Xiao Qian swiftly assessed in his heart that he must resort to cunning or compel him to reveal a weakness. Just as he was deep in thought, the list for the second round of matches was announced. Upon seeing the names displayed on the luminous screen, the entire square erupted in an uproar. In the second match, Piandian's Xiao Qian faced off against the Medicine Guild's Han Xian. They were to confront each other so soon. Everyone understood that this would be a pivotal battle determining the trajectory of this selection tournament. Would the rising star maintain its momentum, or would the seasoned champion defend its dignity? Han Xian's icy gaze once again fell upon Xiao Qian's resting area, brimming with undisguised disdain and murderous intent. Xiao Qian slowly opened his eyes, the flickering soul fire within revealing that his previous exhaustion had already been largely restored. He rose to his feet, meeting Han Xian's gaze with calm resolve. There was no escape. Thus, they must battle, confronting Han Xian. In the face of the far superior Han Xian, a 3-star Great Dome Master with formidable soul power. Please select the core strategy Xiao Qian should adopt for this confrontation. 1. Soul Confrontation. Seek gaps. Leverage his own considerable soul power to engage in interference and confrontation on the soul level during the battle, attempting to disrupt Han Xian's techniques or elixirs, creating minuscule opportunities. 2. Evasion and attrition. Buy time. Avoid direct confrontation at all costs, employing phantom step to maneuver, continuously exhausting Han Xian's fighting spirit and patience, waiting for moments of impatience or judgment errors to counterattack. 3. Feign weakness. Lure the enemy. Start by exhibiting a disadvantageous position, enticing Han Xian to underestimate him and approach or utilize low-cost techniques, then suddenly unleash his most powerful attack, such as the 4-fold Dark Energy 8 Extremes Collapse. Striving for a decisive blow. 4. Utilize external objects. Achieve victory through surprise. Consider employing unconventional items prepared in advance, such as metallic fragments obtained from the Netherworld ruins, warning talismans, etc., to create chaos or disruption at critical moments, breaking Han Xian's rhythm. Please make your selection. Enter option number 1, 2, 3, or 4. Chapter 113. Evasion against the Great Dome Master. Wit and Valor in Conflict. As the match list was revealed, all eyes in the arena were drawn to the platform where Xiao Qian and Han Xian stood. One side was the renowned and powerful leader of the Medicine Guild, a 3-star Great Dome Master, while the other was the biggest dark horse of the competition, the astute and valiant Vice Master of Piandian, a 7-star Dome Master. The enormous disparity in levels led almost everyone to believe this would be a battle devoid of suspense. Han Xian stood with his hands clasped behind his back atop the platform, his gaze disdainful as he watched Xiao Qian approach at a measured pace, casually remarking, "To have come this far, you must have some skill. Surrender now, and you may retain some dignity." Xiao Qian maintained a calm expression, unaffected by the other's demeanor, and with a cupped fist, replied, "Senior Han Xian, I seek your guidance." With the referee's command, the match commenced. Almost the instant the words left the referee's lips, Xiao Qian executed Phantom Step to its utmost, his form transforming into a blur of green smoke, not charging forward, but swiftly retreating to the side and rear. Attempting to flee? A cold smile crept across Han Xian's lips. He did not rush to attack, but instead waved his sleeve. A concentrated stream of fiery red fighting spirit lashed out towards Xiao Qian like a whip, its speed astonishing and coverage extensive. Xiao Qian activated the Eye of Insight to its fullest extent, focusing his soul power intensely, narrowly evading the oncoming fighting spirit lash. The whip grazed past him, striking the arena floor and leaving behind a charred mark, exuding an intense heat. Such formidable fighting spirit refinement. Xiao Qian's heart trembled. The quality of a great Dome Master's fighting spirit was far beyond that of a regular Dome Master. He dared not pause for a moment, executing Phantom Step with exquisite precision, continually shifting his position on the platform like a butterfly flitting among flowers, always maintaining a relatively safe distance from Han Xian. Han Xian moved with an ease reminiscent of a leisurely stroll, unleashing waves of fiery palm winds and fierce energy blasts that continuously sealed off Xiao Qian's avenues for evasion, forcing him into perilous situations. In the arena, Xiao Qian found himself entirely on the defensive, lacking any means to counterattack. The spectators below watched with bated breath, their hearts racing as they anxiously sweated for Xiao Qian. Slippery little eel. I wonder how long you can evade. Han Xian, despite maintaining the upper hand, felt a blow to his pride as he was toyed with by a mere 7-star Dome Master. He hastened his assault, intensifying the ferocity of his fiery energy in an attempt to compress Xiao Chun's movement space with denser attacks. Yet, Xiao Chun's soul perception was extraordinarily sharp, allowing him to predict the trajectories of the incoming strikes with a fleeting instinct, effortlessly dodging them time and again. He resembled a storm-born seabird, appearing to flirt with danger, yet always managing to navigate through the gaps of the tumultuous waves. This fellow's soul perception is exceptionally formidable. Observers with discerning eyes gasped in astonishment. He is depleting Han Xian. Although the Do-Chi of a great Dome Master is robust, such a high-frequency barrage of long-range attacks is no small drain. Han Xian, too, recognized this reality. He realized that while he seemed to hold absolute initiative, the consumption of his Do-Chi was exceeding his expectations. Meanwhile, his opponent, aside from the toll on his agility, was expending almost no Do-Chi. If this continued, even if he ultimately triumphed, it would be a hollow victory, and he might even be dragged into a precarious situation by his opponent in the later stages. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes as he resolved to hold nothing back. Flame Prison. Han Xian slammed his palms onto the ground, pouring forth a torrent of fiery energy. In an instant, towering walls of scorching flames erupted around the arena, forming a massive cage that enveloped the entire stage, causing the temperature to rise sharply. Simultaneously, countless small fireballs began to coalesce within the confines of the cage, raining down indiscriminately upon Xiao Qian like a meteor shower. The confinement and indiscriminate assault aimed to completely seal off Xiao Qian's evasion routes. Where will you hide now? Han Xian sneered, faced with this seemingly insurmountable predicament. Xiao Qian remained composed, his eye of insight, word into action, analyzing the energy structure of the flame prison and the trajectories of the firestorm. Now is the moment. Instead of attempting to break through the cage, he charged directly into the dense firestorm, racing towards Han Xian. At the same time, he discreetly grasped the inferior version of the soul core fragment imbued with pure chilling energy, which he had acquired from the cold pool cave. He infused a sliver of Do-Chi into the fragment, instantly awakening the dormant cold energy within. An icy aura, starkly contrasting the surrounding searing environment, suddenly emanated from him. What? Han Xian frowned as he sensed the chilling energy. It was this fleeting moment of surprise and his instinctive aversion to the cold energy that caused a slight lapse in Han Xian's concentration, resulting in an almost imperceptible delay in his control over the flame prison. For Xiao Qian, who had been relentlessly locking onto Han Xian with his soul power, this slight delay was the opportunity he had been waiting for. He directed most of the awakened cold energy from the soul core fragment behind him, temporarily warding off the pursuing firestorm, while his body shot forward like an arrow, piercing through the edge of the flame prison, which had slightly weakened due to Han Xian's momentary distraction, closing the distance between him and Han Xian. 8 extremes collapse. Fourfold dark force. A punch, infused with all of his strength, struck unceremoniously toward Han Xian, who was momentarily immobile from executing a grand technique. Gasps filled the arena. No one expected that Xiao Qian would break free from the deadly trap in such a manner and launch a counterattack. A flicker of astonished rage flashed in Han Xian's eyes as he hurriedly condensed his Do-Chi before his chest and met the blow. After all, he was a great Dome Master, and his reactions and strength remained formidable. Boom! A violent explosion of energy erupted at the center of the arena, intertwining flames and icy air as ripples of Do-Chi cascaded outward, even shaking the protective barrier surrounding the stage. As dust settled, two figures were flung backward. Xiao Chen coughed up a mouthful of blood in midair, his complexion pale, and his right arm trembled slightly, evidently affected by the immense recoil. Yet he landed steadily, his gaze still sharp. Han Xian also staggered back a few steps, blood surging within him. Although he had blocked the blow, his garments were tattered from the impact of the fourfold dark force, leaving him looking somewhat disheveled. More importantly, he had actually been forced back by a mere 7-star dome master, and this occurred after he had unleashed a powerful technique. A profound humiliation. As the dust cleared, the two faced each other from a distance. Han Xian's expression was dark enough to drip water, his murderous intent unabashed. Meanwhile, Xiao Chun, though injured, did not waver in his momentum. The battle had entered an even more unpredictable phase. Xiao Chun's strategy of attrition seemed to have indeed created a glimmer of possibility. Decisive moment. Withstanding Han Xian's furious strike, Xiao Chun was gravely injured. Han Xian appeared somewhat disheveled, yet his strength remained intact. Please choose Xiao Chen's next course of action. 1. Seize the moment to launch a fierce attack, risking everything, ignoring his injuries. Forcefully channel the remaining Do Qi and Soul power to initiate a series of relentless strikes, betting on Han Xian's possible lapse in focus or the impact of their previous collision. 2. Regroup and continue the strategy of evasion. Utilize Han Xian's anger, which may lead to a loss of composure, to create distance again, relying on agility and soul perception to continue the skirmish and seek the next small opportunity. 3. Employ a soul impact, seeking victory in peril. Prepare to execute a more potent soul impact secret technique from the Soul Seal, daring to directly assault Han Xian's soul, hoping to momentarily incapacitate him and secure victory. Risk severe backlash. If unsuccessful, Xiao Chen may suffer soul injury or worse, harm his fundamental essence, affecting future cultivation. 4. Decisively concede, preserving strength. Assessing that victory is unattainable, continuing the fight may jeopardize his foundation. For the sake of future team endeavors and personal development, choose to concede gracefully. Please make your choice. Input option number 1, 2, 3, or 4. Chapter 114. Soul Seal Impact, Honor in Defeat. Withstanding Han Xian's furious strike, Xiao Chun felt his blood surge violently within, pain radiating from his internal organs, and his right arm was so numb that he could barely lift it. The chasm between a 7-star Dome Master and a Great Dome Master was not easily traversable. Continuing to evade in his current state would likely not last long, and a fierce counterattack would be tantamount to seeking death. The only glimmer of hope might lie in an unexpected avenue, on the soul level. Although Han Xian's soul power was formidable, as an alchemist, he primarily utilized his soul power for fire control and pill refining, leaving him potentially vulnerable to soul attack secret techniques. Xiao Chun's soul seal and soul nurturing technique were precisely adept in this regard. It was a gamble he had to take. A resolute glint flickered in Xiao Chun's eyes. He forcibly suppressed his injuries, retracting most of his remaining Do Qi to stabilize his condition, while gathering all his mental focus, will, and the flickering soul fire within his brow. Soul Seal Secret Technique. Mind-confounding impact. This was not merely a distraction. It condensed the vast majority of Xiao Chun's available soul essence into an invisible yet razor-sharp soul spike, silently crossing the distance between them and aiming directly for Han Xian's brow, the seat of his soul. This strike was silent, yet perilously dangerous. Should it fail, the backlash to his soul could leave Xiao Chun unconscious or, worse, damage his essence, affecting his future cultivation path. Han Xian, enraged for being forced back by Xiao Chun, was preparing to unleash even stronger measures to utterly crush his opponent when he suddenly sensed an extremely subtle yet lethally threatening force that circumvented his Do Qi defenses and surged toward his mind. A soul attack. Han Xian's expression drastically changed. He never imagined that a 7-star Dome Master could wield such obscure and perilous soul attack secret techniques. In a moment of haste, he could only rely on his extraordinarily potent soul power to hastily establish a defense at the periphery of his consciousness. A sharp sound echoed as an invisible collision erupted at the level of the soul. Han Xian felt as though a searing iron rod had fiercely pierced his mind, unleashing excruciating pain that blanketed his consciousness, causing his form to falter and the gathered fighting spirit to momentarily dissipate. Though his soul power was formidable, The sudden ambush still inflicted considerable damage upon him. Now was the moment. Almost simultaneously with the release of the soul shockwave, Xiao Chun, suppressing the dizziness from the draining of his soul power and the intense pain coursing through his body, activated the Mizong step once more, charging toward the rigid Han Xian like a predatory leopard. His left fist clenched tightly. The residual fighting spirit was poured into it without reservation. Still employing the 8 extremes collapse. Although its might was far diminished, it remained the most powerful strike he could muster in his current state. Strike true. Xiao Chun roared inwardly. The audience held their breath in awe. No one had anticipated such a dramatic turn of events. Xiao Chun had indeed found an opportunity to severely injure Han Xian. However, the prowess of a grand fighter lies not solely in fighting spirit and soul power, but also in their indomitable vitality and instinct for battle. Just as Xiao Chen's fist was about to make contact with Han Xian's chest, Han Xian let out a primal roar, breaking free from the brief paralysis of his soul. Despite the lingering pain in his mind and the tremors of his soul, the combat awareness of a grand fighter instinctively propelled him into action. He had no time to employ fighting techniques, but, relying solely on his formidable physical strength and the remnants of his fighting spirit, he unleashed a punch with ferocity, meeting Xiao Chen's fist head-on. Bang! Another collision devoid of embellishment. This time, Xiao Chun could no longer withstand the overwhelming force. A distinct sound of bone fracturing resonated from his left arm as he was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, blood mist spraying through the air, ultimately crashing heavily at the edge of the arena. He struggled a few times but could not rise again. Meanwhile, Han Xian, though standing his ground, appeared pale and breathless, his chest heaving violently, clearly suffering significant damage to his soul, far from the ease he outwardly displayed. He gazed at the fallen Xiao Chun, his eyes filled with fear, shock, and an overwhelming intent to kill. Silence. An oppressive silence. All were struck by the harrowing and breathtaking battle. The referee quickly approached to check on Xiao Chen's condition, confirming he was unconscious but in no mortal danger, inhaling deeply before announcing loudly, Han Xian, victory. Upon the announcement, the Medicine Alliance erupted into cheers of relief, while the members of the Pan Gate remained hushed. Xiao Yin and Xiao Sun rushed to the stage to assess Xiao Chen's injuries. Although defeated, Xiao Chun, as a 7-star Grandmaster, had pushed the 3-star Grandmaster Han Xian to such a dire state, even injuring his soul. Though vanquished, he retained his honor. This battle etched the name Xiao Chun deeply into the hearts of all the outer court disciples. Upon the high platform, Elder Huolan watched as Xiao Chun was carried away, his eyes filled with a complex admiration. This young man, if he survives, shall achieve boundless greatness in the future. Ding! The host challenges a formidable foe beyond his means. Though defeated, he displays indomitable spirit and astonishing potential, greatly enhancing his personal reputation. Reward: Strength points 500. Reward: Soul power refined under extreme duress, strength enhanced, soul nurturing technique reaches a new level of comprehension. Reward: Title of Indomitable Battle Spirit upgraded to Challenger, weakened, slightly enhancing willpower and explosive potential when facing stronger opponents. The system's reward notifications echoed in the unconscious Xiao Chen's mind, signifying that beneath this harrowing defeat lay a valuable crucible of growth and gain. The individual matches of the inner court selection continued, but Xiao Chen's journey had reached a temporary halt. He required time to assimilate the insights gained from this battle and to heal his injuries. The enmity between him, Han Xian, and the Medicine Alliance was evidently far from concluded. Post-match recovery and outlook: Xiao Chun, gravely injured and unconscious, required time to recuperate. Please select his immediate focus upon awakening, healing, and consolidation. Devote all efforts to heal both body and soul injuries, while taking the opportunity to solidify the breakthroughs achieved in this battle and a new comprehension of the soul nurturing technique, transforming gains into a solid foundation. Reflection and summary. Carefully review the entire battle process with Han Xian, analyzing the gains and losses of the soul shock, the strengths and weaknesses of his own tactics, accumulating experience for future encounters with equally matched or stronger opponents. Pan Gate affairs. Concerned about potential suppression of the Pan Gate by the Medicine Alliance during his recovery. Upon awakening, he will immediately inquire about the situation and strategize to ensure stability. Seek soul techniques. Having felt the immense power and danger of soul attacks, he resolves to seek out higher-level, safer, soul-related fighting techniques or secrets within the Academy once healed. Please make your selection. Enter option number 1, 2, 3, or 4. Chapter 116, Soul Fire Rebirth, Breaking and Rebuilding. Darkness, an abyss of darkness. Xiao Chen's consciousness seemed to drift in the depths of a void ocean. With no sense of up or down, no passage of time, only a realm of chaos and silence. The intense pain had long since dulled, replaced by a weariness that penetrated deep into his bones and soul, making it difficult for him to even gather a coherent thought. After an unknown duration, a faint glimmer of light flickered at the end of the darkness, like a candle fighting against the wind. Initially, it was extremely dim and cold, revealing itself to be the nascent soul fire he had begun to coalesce. The soul fire flickered, dispelling a sliver of chaos and gradually pulling Xiao Chen's scattered consciousness back together. I'm still alive. This thought resonated like thunder within the depths of his mind. Following it was a torrent of fragmented memories. Han Xian's ferocious visage, the bone-chilling gale, the resolute determination with which he forced the soul seal to unleash a soul shock, and the agonizing pain that felt as though it would utterly tear his consciousness apart when the soul backlash struck. Han Xian, a 3-star grandmaster indeed. It was too much to bear. His consciousness chuckled bitterly, yet an indomitable will quietly sprouted like wild grass amidst the ruins of his soul. He attempted to open his eyes, only to find his physical body utterly unresponsive, the weight of his injuries akin to shackles, firmly binding him within this cage of consciousness. No longer futilely struggling, he focused all his intent upon the flickering soul fire. The foundational principles of the soul-nurturing technique began to operate autonomously without deliberate guidance. That faint soul fire, seemingly nourished, gradually stabilized and began to grow at an exceedingly slow yet unwavering pace. Meanwhile, within his mind, the cold system notification chimed in, as if delayed ding, detected that the host's soul has suffered severe damage, triggering passive protection mechanisms, accelerating the automatic operation of the soul-nurturing technique. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving a breakthrough in soul power under extreme duress. Current soul strength stabilized at the threshold of a 4th-rank alchemist. Ding! Strength points 500. Reward for honorable defeat in a challenging battle. Ding! Acquired special status. Rebirth through destruction on the soul level. In this state, comprehension of the soul-nurturing technique and related soul secrets is significantly enhanced. The system's voice flowed like a clear spring, bringing clarity to Xiao Chen's consciousness. He immediately grasped the key. Rebirth through destruction. He ceased to focus on his bodily injuries and instead immersed his entire being deep into his soul, engaging in meticulous introspection. Originally, although his soul power far surpassed that of his peers, it manifested predominantly in terms of quantity and intensity, resembling an ethereal ocean of mist. At this moment, at the heart of this ocean, a solitary soul flame emerged as the unequivocal core, where the soul flame burned. The previously somewhat diffuse and chaotic soul power was continuously tempered and refined, becoming more solidified, even emanating a faintly pure and virile aura, subtly resonating with the characteristics described in the Yun Shinju, which specifically counters malevolent and sinister souls. Thus, the backlash from the soul seal, though it had severely injured my soul, acted like a heavy hammer, forging my previously insufficiently refined soul power anew. The automatic protective mechanism and accelerated operation of the Yun Shinju provided a purifying spring for this tempering. A realization dawned upon Xiao Chen as he observed that each flicker of the soul flame resembled a breath, drawing in the surrounding remnants of chaotic and violent soul energy that had resulted from the backlash. After being scorched and purified by the soul flame, it was expelled as an exceptionally pure and reborn soul power. This process was slow and agonizing, akin to scraping bones to cure poison, yet with every completed cycle, the essence of his soul solidified further, and his control over soul power became increasingly nuanced. He could even faintly discern that some of the once obscure phrases from the fragmented Yun, Shun, Ju acquired clarity in this transformative state of his soul. Fresh ideas emerged regarding how to utilize the soul flame as a guide to construct a more robust soul defense and how to intricately integrate soul power into combat techniques. A blessing in disguise, he mused with a cold smile. This soul backlash had indeed proven to be of great assistance, had it not been for this near-fatal injury. His methodical training of the Yun Shunju would have required several months of arduous effort to achieve such a level of solidity in his soul, and it was impossible to gain such profound insights into the essence of the technique in a state of destruction and rebirth. Time seemed to lose its meaning on the level of consciousness. Xiao Chun was completely immersed in the ecstasy of this soul rebirth, forgetting the pain of his physical body and the disturbances of the outside world. He lost track of how long had passed when he felt that the growth of the soul flame and the refinement of his soul had reached a temporary saturation point. He sensed a thinning of the barrier between his consciousness and his physical form. He cautiously attempted to extend a thread of pure soul power, akin to a tendril, out from his sea of consciousness, flowing towards his limbs and bones. Despite being mentally prepared, he could not help but draw in a sharp breath upon witnessing the state of his body. His meridians displayed signs of distortion and rupture in multiple places, particularly in the main meridians of his arms and chest, which were riddled with fine cracks, injuries left by the brutal clash with Han Xian's bone-corroding ghostly wind and the unleashing of the 8 Extremes' collapsed dark force. The aura of battle energy was dim, the once abundant pale, yellow energy now exceedingly thin, resembling a parched riverbed. His internal organs suffered varying degrees of shock, and there were multiple fractures in his bones. The severity of his injuries far exceeded his expectations. Had it not been for his cultivation of a nameless technique, which rendered his physical body and meridians several times more resilient than those of his peers, combined with the timely activation of the remnants of the Insha body refining technique that shielded his heart meridian with latent cold energy, he surely would have perished on the spot. A 3-star great fighter was indeed not someone I could confront head-on at this stage, Xiao Chun thought with a solemn heart. The ability to challenge beyond 1's rank is predicated upon the opponent's underestimation, 1's own cards being fully revealed, and the acceptance of significant risks. The fact that he had managed to salvage his life was already a stroke of fortune. He meticulously controlled that thread of soul power, examining each injury with care. Thanks to the enhancement of his soul power and the purifying properties of the Yun Shenju, he discovered his perception of energy had become extraordinarily acute, even allowing him to vaguely see the remnants of Han Xian's cold battle energy lingering within his meridians and organs, like a festering sore, obstructing his body's self-repair. It was imperative to expel or purify this foreign energy. Just as this thought emerged, the soul flame in his sea of consciousness seemed to sense his need, flickering slightly. A minuscule yet exceptionally pure white flame flowed out along that thread of soul power, reaching a lingering cold energy. With a soft hiss, akin to snow meeting the sun, that obstinate cold energy emitted a barely perceptible sound upon contact with the pale white soul flame, and then rapidly dissolved, evaporating into nothingness. The pain in that area of the meridian significantly eased. The soul flame could indeed directly purify foreign energies within the body. Xiao Chun was elated. This was undoubtedly a delightful surprise. The Yun Shenju had not explicitly recorded such a capability of the soul flame. Perhaps it was a new insight and application he had gained in this state of destruction and rebirth. He dared not linger, immediately concentrating his spirit and cautiously guiding that feeble branch of soul flame to methodically cleanse the foreign energies within his body. This process demanded immense mental focus. The soul flame was exceedingly domineering, and a single misstep could harm his own meridians. He needed to be entirely dedicated, akin to the most meticulous sculptor, gradually peeling away and purifying the cold energies. This was a painstaking endeavor, progressing slowly. Yet with each area he purified, he felt his body lighten a fraction, and the speed of self-repair quickened. While he was engrossed in healing his internal injuries, a hint of external awareness, like a stone thrown into a tranquil lake, created ripples. He heard muffled voices, seemingly those of Xiao Yu, filled with urgency and concern, along with Xiao Ning's heavy sigh. He sensed someone gently wiping his cheek and administering a liquid imbued with a rich life force and gentle medicinal properties, likely a healing elixir concocted by Xiao Yan. These perceptions were vague, as though filtered through a thick frosted glass, yet they assured him that he was not alone. His companions were worried and striving for his well-being. A warm current quietly coursed through his heart, further solidifying his resolve to recover swiftly. After an indeterminate time, when a last trace of Han Xian's cold energy was entirely purified by the soul flame, Xiao Chun let out a long sigh on the level of consciousness. Though his physical body remained gravely injured, and the repair of his meridians and the restoration of his battle energy would require time and medicinal aid, the greatest hidden danger had been eradicated, leaving only the need for methodical recuperation. His consciousness became clearer, and he could even faintly summon a thread of battle energy. using it in conjunction with the medicinal effects of the elixir to slowly nourish his damaged meridians. At that moment, he distinctly heard the gentle and concerned voice of Mentor Ruolin from outside the door. Xiao Yin, Sun Air, how is Xiao Chen doing? A stir ran through Xiao Chen's heart. Was the information from the outside world finally reaching him? He gathered the recently restored fragments of his spirit and made an effort to reach out to the external world. Current plot point: Xiao Chen awakens, experiencing a fortuitous breakthrough to the threshold of a fourth-tier alchemist due to the calamity, and initially masters the technique of using soul flame to purify foreign energies within his body. His physical injuries remain unhealed, but the hidden dangers have been cleared, entering a phase of slow recovery. Mentor Ruolin has come to visit. Choose Xiao Chen's next course of action. 1. Concentrate and communicate with the outside world. Attempt to mobilize the recently restored faint power, soul, or battle energy to signal to the guardians Xiao Yin or Sun Air that he is no longer in grave danger, and inquire about the situation outside, particularly the final results of the inner courtyard selection competition and the status of the Panmen. 2. Continue introspection. Consolidate gains. Refrain from hastily communicating with the outside world, continuing to focus on internal reflection, utilizing the state of destruction and rebirth to deeply comprehend the new applications of the Yun Shan Ju and soul power, while guiding battle energy to nourish his meridians, striving to restore some degree of mobility as soon as possible. Exploration system, planning ahead. Engage the consciousness connection of the path of the strong, meticulously examine the current status, balance of strength points, and browse the exchange list, seeking treasures that may expedite the recovery of injuries or enhance the soul, in preparation for subsequent actions. Eavesdrop, gather information, maintain a lucid awareness without revealing oneself. Attentively listen to the conversation between Mentor Ruolin and Xiao Yin, Sun Air, extracting key information regarding the official diagnosis of his injuries, the Academy's stance on the recent incident, the results of the inner court selection competition, and possible movements of the Medicine Guild. Please make your choice. Enter option numbers 1, 2, 3, 4. Chapter 117, Soul Refinement and Initial Insights. Outside the door, Mentor Ruolin's gentle voice resonated like pebbles cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples across Xiao Chen's heart. He keenly sensed that Xiao Yin and Sun Air had ventured out, engaged in hushed conversation, their tones imbued with reverence and a subtle weight. An overwhelming urge surged within Xiao Chen. He longed to proclaim his awakening, to declare that he had traversed the most perilous threshold. He yearned to comprehend the shifting tides of the outside world, to ascertain whether the pillar gate bore pressure due to his circumstances, and to know if Xiao Yin and Sun Air had successfully entered the inner court. Yet, as this impulse surged, he forcibly quelled it. No, he reminded himself deep within, my current state remains precarious, my body akin to shattered porcelain. Any feeble communication would only incite their worry, potentially disrupting my recovery with emotional fluctuations. Moreover, his gaze drifted once more to the disarray within his body. Although the lingering cold energy from Han Xian had been purified by the soul fire, the fissures in his meridians, the traumatic injuries to his organs, and the drained sea of fighting spirit all served as stark reminders of his grim reality. At this moment, he was too fragile to withstand even the slightest disturbance. The immediate priority was to regain a modicum of self-preservation. The state of rebuilding from ruin is a rare opportunity, and it must be fully exploited. With resolve solidified, Xiao Chen hesitated no longer, retracting the faint perception that had reached outward, akin to a tortoise or snake retreating into its shell. Immersing himself once more into the ruins of his being, he first focused his attention on the pale white soul fire that had accomplished great feats. After expending energy to purify the alien force, the fire's brilliance seemed to dim slightly, yet its essence had become more refined. The pure white core appeared to harbor the primal power of purification. The essence cultivation technique, particularly its nurturing aspect, primarily aims to amplify the soul fire and refine the soul's power. Yet, if the soul fire can purify external cold fighting spirit, could it also refine my own fighting spirit and meridians? A bold thought emerged. The fighting spirit cultivated through the unnamed technique is renowned for its solidity and purity, demanding exceptional control. If I could infuse the power of the soul fire to assist in its refinement, could I not advance further? Moreover, could the soul fire, imbued with the unique purification and masculine traits of the essence cultivation technique, nurture and repair the damaged meridians, yielding extraordinary results? Thinking it, I shall act. Xiao Chun concentrated his thoughts intensely, carefully extracting a wisp of the pale white soul fire, finer than a strand of hair, and melding it into a faint yellow fighting spirit that he had just extracted from the sea of fighting spirit. Buzz! The moment they made contact, the faint yellow fighting spirit quivered violently, as if subjected to immense stimulation. The power of the soul fire was overwhelmingly dominant. Even a mere wisp seemed to threaten to evaporate this feeble fighting spirit. Holding his breath, Xiao Chun focused his mind on a conscious level, guiding the soul fire with extraordinary patience and precision, not to scorch but rather like the gentlest of artisans, gradually cleansing this wisp of fighting spirit with its inherent purifying and life-giving properties. The process was exceedingly slow and demanded immense consumption of soul power. Merely refining this wisp of fighting spirit left him fatigued, having just regained some vitality. However, the results were remarkable. After roughly the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, that wisp of faint yellow fighting spirit had shrunk to nearly half its original size. Yet its color deepened and became more pure, subtly glimmering with a faint golden sheen, the energy contained within far more potent than before. Furthermore, within this newly born fighting spirit, Xiao Chun sensed a trace of an extremely faint, masculine aura, resonating with the soul fire. Success. Xiao Chen's heart soared. Although the process was inefficient and draining, this path was indeed viable. The refinement of fighting spirit through the soul fire not only purifies to an extreme degree, but seemingly bestows a unique attribute upon the fighting spirit. This was undoubtedly an unexpected delight. He dared not unleash this newly birthed fighting spirit, glimmering with golden hues, upon the injured meridians. Instead, he controlled it, guiding it like a docile serpent through the relatively intact, fine meridians to familiarize himself with its properties. Next, he turned his attention to the damaged meridians. This time, he was even more prudent. He guided the slender wisp of soul fire, not directly scorching the walls of the meridian, but transforming it into a thin layer of luminous membrane, gently enveloping a small fissure in the meridian. Zing! A peculiar sensation, a blend of slight sting and refreshing comfort, enveloped him. Beneath the coverage of that pale, white membrane, Xiao Chun could distinctly observe the chaotic and lifeless tissues at the fissure, previously damaged, being painstakingly purified and organized by the power of the soul fire. While the life force embedded within the soul fire, a gift of the essence cultivation technique, seemed to stimulate the meridian's faint self-healing capabilities. The effects were far from as immediate as purifying alien energies or refining fighting spirits. Yet they were indeed swifter than relying solely on medicinal potency and the body's natural recovery. More importantly, the regions of the meridian nurtured by the soul fire appeared to possess a newfound resilience, subtly shimmering with a jade-like luster. Indeed, the essence cultivation technique is far more marvelous than I had imagined. This is not merely a method for cultivating the soul. Its reciprocal enhancement of energy and the physical form should not be underestimated. Xiao Chen's mind was illuminated. This grave injury compelled him to delve deeper into his own potential, revealing to him the profound applications of the essence cultivation technique. He no longer allowed distractions, wholly immersing himself in the wondrous process of refining fighting spirit and nurturing meridians. Again and again, tirelessly refining the faint fighting spirit, nurturing the small wounds. When his soul power was nearly exhausted, he would operate the foundational aspects of the essence cultivation technique to recuperate, and once the soul fire regained a measure of brightness, he would once again plunge into this meticulous restoration endeavor. This cycle continued, unrelenting. Meanwhile, time outside flowed quietly. He could vaguely sense that Xiao Yin, Sun Er, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Ning took turns visiting him, administering medicinal pills and conversing softly. From the occasional snippets of their dialogue, he pieced together fragments of information. Mentor Roland had brought the Academy's condolences and a supply of high-quality healing pills. The individual matches of the intercourt selection competition seemed to have concluded, with Xiao Yin and Sun Er achieving commendable results, specific rankings unknown. The Medicine Guild had not made any significant moves for the time being, yet the atmosphere was peculiar. Xiao Yin and Sun Er had temporarily stabilized the Pillar Gate, and the members were training with increased diligence. This information reassured him and further solidified his resolve to recover swiftly. He was uncertain how much time had passed, perhaps a day, perhaps two, when Xiao Chun once again guided a newly refined, faint golden-hued fighting spirit to a significant fissure in a primary meridian, attempting to initiate preliminary nurturing. Buzz! The wisp of fighting spirit made contact with the damaged meridian, inciting no violent rejection or pain. Instead, it flowed in like a stream into a parched riverbed, albeit slowly, yet steadily beginning to nourish and mend the scar. Meanwhile, the long-dormant, unnamed cultivation technique within him seemed to be stirred by this thread of newly emerged, pure fighting spirit. As it began to operate at an imperceptibly slow pace, completing an almost undetectable cycle, a long-forgotten, faint yet undeniably real sense of power began to flourish from the depths of his body. At that very moment, Xiao Qian's eyelids, which had remained tightly shut for several days, quivered ever so slightly. He was on the verge of a genuine awakening. Current plot point. With his rebirth from despair, Xiao Qian has tentatively discovered a unique method of refining fighting spirit using soul fire to nurture his meridians, resulting in an accelerated recovery of his injuries. The unnamed technique has been activated. An awakening is imminent. Xiao Qian's primary action upon awakening should be chosen from the following options. Formal awakening. Understanding the situation. Open his eyes, recognize his loyal companions, and gain a detailed understanding of everything that transpired during his unconsciousness. Final rankings of the inner courtyard selection competition. The current state of the Pan Men, the Academy's stance, the movements of the Medicinal Guild, etc., thereby regaining control. Feigning unconsciousness, observing in secret, temporarily refrain from opening his eyes. Continue to pretend to be in a coma, and utilize enhanced spiritual perception to discreetly observe the surrounding environment and the hearts of those nearby, especially to ascertain if there are any potential dangers or prying eyes, plotting his next move accordingly. Testing outcomes, attempting to cultivate. After awakening, instead of hastily addressing external matters, immediately focus on examining the comprehensive gains from this rebirth, attempting to operate the unnamed technique, familiarizing himself with the newly refined fighting spirit, and assessing his current actual combat power. Contacting the system, redeeming necessities, connect his consciousness to the strong path system at the first opportunity. Utilizing the existing strong points to redeem treasures that can accelerate physical recovery or consolidate his spiritual realm. Aiming to return to a state of free movement in the shortest time possible. Chapter 118. Emergence from the cocoon, fighting spirit transcending into crystals. The quivering of his eyelids resembled the final struggle of a butterfly before breaking free from its chrysalis, heralding the end of silence. A faint beam of light pierced through the crevice of his eyelids, intruding upon the long-cherished darkness, bringing with it a twinge of pain and a sensation akin to being in a distant realm. Xiao Qian did not immediately open his eyes. The sounds from the outside world became remarkably clearer. Xiao Yu's deliberately lowered breathing was not far off, while the air was suffused with a faint medicinal aroma. Remnants of the healing elixirs concocted by Xiao Yan. Outside the window, one could vaguely hear the shouts of the Pan Men members during their training, accompanied by the dull sounds of colliding fighting spirits. Everything seemed entirely normal, utterly tranquil. Yet, Xiao Qian forcibly suppressed the impulse to immediately recognize his companions and comprehend the dramatic changes in the outside world. The harrowing struggle on the brink of life and death, along with the bloody lesson from his battle with Han Xian, made him acutely aware that in this world where strength reigns supreme, one's own power is paramount at all times. Before re-engaging in the external conflicts, he must first ascertain how much strength he has left after this calamity and what new possibilities he has gained. His consciousness delved deep within. The first sensation he perceived was that of his meridians. Once riddled with cracks, resembling a parched land, they were now far from healed. Yet the most minute fissures had healed by more than half. The larger damaged areas of several primary meridians were enveloped in a layer of faint, pale light, undergoing a slow yet steadfast process of repair and enhancement. The walls of the meridians seemed to have become more resilient, subtly emanating a warm luster. A dual effect brought forth by the nurturing of the soul fire and the autonomous operation of the unnamed technique. The tenacity and breadth of the meridians appeared to have improved compared to before his injuries, which brought a flicker of joy to Xiao Qian's heart. This could be seen as a blessing in disguise, indicating that in the future, the operation of his fighting spirit and the execution of fighting techniques would be notably smoother, enabling him to withstand more powerful energy impacts. Next, he shifted his focus to the sea of fighting spirit within his dantian. The once nearly depleted sea of fighting spirit now finally exhibited a glimmer of vitality. However, he was astonished to notice that at the center of the swirling fighting spirit, the color had transformed from a mere pale yellow to a mixture imbued with threads of exceptionally fine, yet remarkably distinct pale gold. These pale golden fighting spirits, although sparse in number, seem to possess an extraordinarily high density and quality, akin to stardust settling at the core of the vortex, radiating a purer and more refined energy wave than the surrounding pale, yellow fighting spirit. This was indeed the newly birthed fighting spirit he had painstakingly refined with soul fire during his unconsciousness. Was this the fighting spirit after being refined by soul fire? As Xiao Chun directed his thoughts, he attempted to mobilize a strand of the pale, golden fighting spirit. Buzz! The moment his intention stirred, that strand of pale, golden fighting spirit responded like an extension of his own will, swiftly flowing along a recently repaired tiny meridian with astonishing speed. And the control felt as smooth as silk, devoid of any sense of obstruction. As it traveled, it even subtly emitted a masculine, pure aura, possessing a faint purifying and nurturing effect on the last remnants of stagnation and hidden injuries within the meridians. What tremendous control! What exquisite energy! Xiao Chun was astounded. The quality of this strand of pale, golden fighting spirit far surpassed his peak state prior to his injuries. He roughly estimated that the energy contained within this strand was almost equivalent to the total of 10 strands of ordinary pale, yellow fighting spirit. Moreover, due to its extreme refinement, the power unleashed during the execution of fighting techniques would likely be even more terrifying. The thought of converting all his fighting spirit into this pale, golden form made his heart race. Yet, it was evidently a lengthy process. Refining with soul fire consumed tremendous energy and could not be achieved in a day. He momentarily quelled this enticing thought and began to endeavor to propel the unnamed technique, initiating a complete cycle. Guided by his intention, the dormant, unnamed technique began to slowly awaken. Initially, it was akin to rusty gears, somewhat laborious, yet as the technique progressed, the energies of the external world began to be absorbed and flowed along specific meridian pathways. However, unlike before, the newly absorbed energies, upon entering the sea of fighting spirit and passing through the core area of the pale golden vortex, seemed to be attracted and refined by some unseen force. Their impurities were silently purified, and their color subtly shifted towards a pale yellow with a hint of golden sheen. Although far from the purity achieved through his active soul fire refinement, it was already significantly more refined than before. Could it be that the unnamed technique could complement this newly birthed fighting spirit? It could automatically purify the newly absorbed energy? Xiao Chun felt a surge of delight. This indicated that even if he did not actively expend soul fire for refinement, the fighting spirit he cultivated in the future would possess a purity far exceeding that of the past. This held immeasurable benefits for solidifying his foundation and challenging opponents beyond his level. Patiently, he continued to propel the technique, completing an exceedingly slow cycle. The newly birthed fighting spirit coursed through the damaged meridians, bringing waves of tingling and warmth, with the restoration ongoing. Upon the completion of the cycle and returning to the sea of fighting spirit, a faint yet distinct sound, reminiscent of ice crystals shattering, echoed in Xiao Chen's perception. He abruptly turned his attention inward to the core of the sea of fighting spirit. There, at the heart of the slowly rotating pale golden vortex, a minuscule, crystal-clear object, no larger than a grain of rice, quietly coalesced. It hovered there, emanating a more concentrated and purer energy wave than the surrounding pale, golden fighting spirit. The fighting spirit has transformed into a crystal. Xiao Chen's consciousness nearly erupted in exclamation. This was typically a sign that only appeared when a peak fighter touched the barrier of a grand fighter, indicating that the quality of the fighting spirit had reached an entirely new level, a crucial step towards becoming a grand fighter. Yet, he was merely a 7-star fighter, and still not fully healed, and he had already prematurely condensed a semblance of fighting crystal. Undoubtedly, this was a miracle wrought by the combined effects of the soul fire refinement, the unnamed technique, and a state of rebirth. Although this crystalline form, no larger than a grain of rice, was still exceedingly weak, its significance could not be overstated. It meant that the quality of his fighting spirit had already reached the threshold for challenging the grand fighter level ahead of time. As long as the total accumulation of fighting spirit reaches a sufficient level and the comprehension of realms keeps pace, breaking through to the grand fighter stage will be a smooth journey, with virtually no bottlenecks in sight. After the excitement, a profound contemplation ensued. The breakthrough of soul power to the 4th-tier threshold brought about a deeper understanding of the essence of spirit technique, allowing the initial application of soul fire to refine fighting spirit and nurture the meridians. The quality of fighting spirit, ironically benefiting from his fortune, had prematurely coalesced into the nascent form of a crystal core, and the operation of the unnamed technique exhibited even greater marvels. In comprehensive terms, I meticulously assessed my actual combat strength. On the surface, my rank still remained as a 7-star fighter. In fact, due to recently healing from grave injuries, my total fighting spirit might even be less than before. However, the tremendous enhancement of my soul power granted me heightened perception, foresight, and control. The leap in the quality of fighting spirit indicated that the potency of the same fighting technique would be incomparably superior. Coupled with the practical application of Soul Seal tested through life and death battles, it would undoubtedly be more refined. Should I encounter Han Xian, a 3-star grand fighter, at this moment? While I would not dare to claim victory, I would certainly not find myself in the same predicament as last time. At the very least, I would possess the strength to fight back, and perhaps even seize the opportunity to retreat and scathe through the advantages of my soul and the quality of my fighting spirit. A clear judgment formed in my mind. The enhancement of power brought not only strength, but also confidence and composure. Slowly, he opened his eyes. What greeted his gaze was the familiar ceiling, and beside him, the enchanting Xiao Yu, who was meditating and suddenly opened her beautiful eyes in surprise upon sensing his movement. "Cousin Xiao Chun, you've awakened?" Her voice trembled with disbelief. Xiao Chun turned his head to meet her concerned and excited gaze, managing to force a weak yet remarkably steady smile. "Yes, I have awakened. Thank you for your efforts." His voice was somewhat hoarse, but within the depths of his dark eyes, it seemed as if 2 flickering pale flames of the soul quietly burned, profound and sharp, exuding a tenacity and confidence born from rebirth. Current plot point: Xiao Chun has completely awakened. Through introspection, he confirms that his soul realm is firmly established at the 4th-tier alchemist threshold, gaining new insights into the essence of spirit technique and the application of soul fire. The quality of his fighting spirit has significantly improved due to the refinement by soul fire and the mutation of the unnamed technique. With the nascent form of a fighting crystal already coalescing, his actual combat strength assessment far exceeds the surface level of a 7-star fighter. Choose Xiao Chen's next course of action. Inquire in detail. Gather intelligence. Seek a comprehensive understanding of all critical information during his unconsciousness from Xiao Yu and the arriving Xiao Yin and Sun Er internal rankings. The current situation of the Pan Min, the Academy's attitude, the movements of the Alchemist Guild, to fully grasp the situation. Initial activity: test the physical body with Xiao Yu's assistance, attempt to get out of bed, and initially adapt to his restored body. Testing whether the strength and coordination of his physique have been affected, while reassuring his companions that he is well on the mend, stabilizing their spirits. Seclude for consolidation. Digest gains. Believing that his recovery is still incomplete, he decides to continue secluding himself for a day or two under the pretext of needing to recuperate. Thoroughly familiarizing himself with his newly acquired fighting spirit and soul power, attempting to integrate his newfound insights into his techniques and adjusting his condition to the optimal state. Proactive strike. Intimidate potential foes. Convinced that maintaining a low profile would only embolden his adversaries, he decides to make a high-profile appearance even before fully recovering. Patrolling the Pan Min with a formidable demeanor to intimidate potential wrongdoers, such as spies from the Alchemist Guild, showcasing the authority and strength of the Vice Master of the Pan Min. Chapter 119. Turbulent Winds and Clouds. Internal Academy Quotas. The news of Xiao Chen's awakening sent ripples through the Pan Min, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake. Before Xiao Yu's exclamation could settle, the door was flung open, and a graceful figure swept in, accompanied by a fragrant breeze. It was Xiao Sun Er. Her elegant, water-like eyes softened with a barely perceptible sense of relief and joy upon meeting Xiao Chen's conscious gaze, but she quickly regained her composure, merely nodding slightly. "Cousin Xiao Chun, you have finally awakened." Following closely was Xiao Yin, his footsteps somewhat hurried. Upon seeing Xiao Chun, who leaned against the headboard, pale yet with bright eyes, he let out a heavy sigh of relief and displayed a sincere smile. "You, my friend, have finally pulled through. How do you feel?" "Not dead, just a bit weak," Xiao Chun replied with a smile, his gaze sweeping over Xiao Yin and Sun Er, acutely sensing that their auras seemed more profound than before, especially Xiao Yin, who radiated an unyielding sharpness, evidently having undergone a fierce battle. "It seems I missed quite a bit of excitement during my unconsciousness." Xiao Yu hurriedly brought a cup of warm water, which Xiao Chun accepted, moistening his parched throat and feeling a warm flow coursing through his limbs, restoring a modicum of strength. "Excitement is an understatement," Xiao Yin said, pulling up a chair and taking on a serious demeanor. You were unconscious for a full 5 days. During this time, quite a lot has transpired outside. Xiao Chen's expression sharpened with focus. Xiao Yin took a deep breath and began recounting. First and foremost, regarding the final results of the internal academy selections individual competition, both Sun Air and I made it into the top 50, securing our places in the internal academy. Xiao Chen nodded. This was within his expectations. Given Xiao Yin and Sun Air's prowess, it would indeed be remarkable if they did not qualify for the internal academy. My final ranking is 49th, Xiao Yin continued, his tone calm, yet his eyes glimmering with a hint of sharpness, while Sun Air ranked 47th. This ranking caused Xiao Chen to raise an eyebrow slightly. He was aware of Xiao Yan's strength. 9-star fighter, 3rd-tier alchemist. His true combat capability undoubtedly exceeded 49. As for Sun Air, her depth was unfathomable. It appeared that both had deliberately concealed a portion of their strength during the competition, not striving with full force for higher ranks, perhaps to avoid prematurely revealing their trump cards and becoming targets. Who are the top 10 competitors? Xiao Chen inquired, recognizing that these individuals were the true elite in the external academy. First place is by Shan, Xiao Yin replied, his tone carrying a hint of chill. A 6-star grand fighter with lightning attribute techniques. His attacks are exceedingly swift. Second is Hu Jia, a 5-star grand fighter and the granddaughter of the academy's vice president, boasting formidable strength. Third is Wu Hao, a 4-star grand fighter, hailing from the enforcement team, known for his ruthless combat style, a battle maniac. By Shan, Hu Jia, Wu Hao. Xiao Chen etched these names into his memory. Indeed, students of the grand fighter caliber were exceptional. And Han Xian? Xiao Chen posed the crucial question. Having fought Han Xian, he knew that the latter's soul injury would undoubtedly affect his subsequent matches. Xiao Yin curled his lips into a mocking smile. Han Xian? He suffered significant soul damage. Although he barely participated in subsequent matches, his strength was greatly diminished, ultimately failing to make it into the top 20, with a final ranking of 23rd. Quite the humiliation for him. The Alchemist Guild has certainly suffered a considerable loss this time. Upon hearing this news, Xiao Chen felt little joy, instead becoming even more composed. Han Xian and the Alchemist Guild, having sustained such a significant setback, would undoubtedly not let the matter rest. What is the Academy's stance on our Panmen? And the fight between Han Xian and me? Xiao Chen directed his gaze towards Sun Air, who was more informed. Elder Huolan personally inquired about your duel with Han Xian, deeming it a normal contest, with each bearing their own fate. The injury to Han Xian's soul is attributed to his own inadequacies, and he cannot blame others. The Academy will not hold you responsible for this. Xiao Chen felt somewhat reassured. The higher-up's fair stance provided a relatively secure environment for both the Panmen and himself. What is the current situation of the Panmen? This was one of Xiao Chen's primary concerns. Xiao Yu eagerly responded, her tone laced with indignation and a hint of fear. During the days you were unconscious, those from the Alchemist Guild have been scheming against us both overtly and covertly. They deliberately inflate the prices of the medicinal herbs we procure, crowd our pill stalls in the trading district, and spread rumors that our Panmen has provoked the expert from the inner courtyard strong rankings, claiming we are on the verge of dissolution. This has caused some of the newly joined members to feel anxious, and a few timid ones have even withdrawn. Xiao Yin took over, his tone steady. Sunner and I have temporarily stabilized the situation, strengthening internal management and cohesion training. I have also utilized the pills I concocted to reassure some of the veteran members. However, the Medicine Guild is deeply entrenched in the outer courtyard, and their suppression has indeed caused us considerable trouble. Moreover, I suspect there may be shadows of the inner courtyard's Medicine Guild behind them. The inner courtyard's Medicine Guild. Xiao Chen's gaze sharpened. The outer courtyard's Medicine Guild is merely a branch. The true behemoth resides within the inner courtyard. If the inner courtyard's Medicine Guild intervenes, the plight of Panmen will become even more dire. What about the White Guild? Xiao Chen recalled another rival. Bai Cheng? Xiao Yin scoffed. That fellow has been relatively subdued since you defeated him. In this round of inner courtyard selection, he barely squeezed into the top 80, earning a qualification for entry into the inner courtyard, but he is likely to be at the bottom there as well. He probably lacks the courage to provoke us again. Having grasped the general situation, Xiao Chen fell into a brief silence. The circumstances were more complex than he had anticipated, facing the comprehensive suppression of the Medicine Guild, possibly entangled with the forces of the inner courtyard, and dealing with the instability among new members. Although he had obtained the qualification for entering the inner courtyard, the environment there would only be more brutal and competitive. He lifted his head, his gaze sweeping over the three before him, ultimately landing on Xiao Yan. Is the time for entering the inner courtyard confirmed? In 7 days, Xiao Yin affirmed, all qualified students will gather in the square, led by the elders of the inner courtyard, to proceed to the inner courtyard. 7 days, the time is tight. Xiao Chun took a deep breath, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. He must quickly regain more strength within these 7 days and make necessary preparations for Panman's development after entering the inner courtyard. The suppression from the Medicine Guild must not be allowed to continue unabated. Before I fell unconscious, the system seemed to reward me with some strong points. Xiao Chun mused inwardly, a thought gradually crystallizing. Perhaps it was time to utilize these resources to exchange for urgently needed items for both Panmin and himself. Current plot note. Xiao Chun has gained a comprehensive understanding of the situation during his unconsciousness. Xiao Yin and Sunner have obtained inner courtyard qualifications, ranked lower. Han Xian's ranking has plummeted, the Academy's attitude is impartial, Panmin is facing comprehensive suppression from the Medicine Guild, and the morale of its members is wavering. They are set to enter the inner courtyard in 7 days. Please choose Xiao Chen's next course of action. Exchange resources. Arm Panmin. Immediately connect to the system, and use the existing strong points to exchange for a batch of pills, techniques, or weapons that can rapidly enhance strength. Prioritizing the arming of core members like Xiao Yu and Xiao Ning, thereby improving Panmin's overall strength to counter the suppression. Targeted layout. Counterattack the Medicine Guild. Confer with Xiao Yin and Sunner to devise a counter-strategy against the Medicine Guild suppression tactics, such as a medicinal herb and pill market. Leveraging their advantages, Xiao Yan's alchemical skills, Sunner's intelligence, and his own soul power, to break the deadlock. Visit Ruolin. Seek support. Personally visit Mentor Ruolin with the company of Xiao Yin or Sunner, both to express gratitude for her care and to gain deeper insights into the inner courtyard situation, especially regarding the inner courtyard's Medicine Guild. While attempting to secure more overt or covert support, explore potential, solidify oneself, believing that external pressure necessitates a stronger response. Decide to allocate the majority of the strong points to exchange for items that can accelerate personal recovery or enhance soul and fighting energy. Striving to reach peak condition or even make breakthroughs within 7 days. Chapter 120. Points transformed into power. Deep discussions with the mentor. Understanding the tumultuous changes outside. A sense of urgency enveloped Xiao Chun. 7 days would pass in the blink of an eye. He must restore and enhance his strength as much as possible before entering the more brutal and competitive inner courtyard, while also paving the way for Panmin. I need some time alone to recuperate and thoroughly reorganize the power within me, Xiao Chun said to the 3 who surrounded his bed, his tone steady, carrying an undeniable resolve. Xiao Yin and the others exchanged glances, perceiving the determination and clarity in Xiao Chen's eyes, knowing he must have a plan. They refrained from disturbing him further, advising him to rest well, before quietly exiting the room and carefully closing the door behind them. Silence returned to the room. Xiao Chun took a deep breath, no longer hesitating, his consciousness sinking into his mind, connecting with the cold system of the path of the strong. A light curtain unfolded, and personal information came into view. Host, Xiao Chun. Strength, 7th Star Dome Master, in recovery from severe injuries, stable realm. Extraordinary fighting energy quality. Soul power, threshold of a 4th rank alchemist. Techniques. Unnamed technique, fragment, 1st layer. Yin Sha body refining technique, mystical low-grade, fragment. Yin Shun technique, core inheritance severely damaged. Fighting techniques, 8 extremes collapse, mystical low-grade proficient, mysterious steps, mystical mid-grade proficient, soul seal beginner. Breath concealment technique, yellow low-grade proficient. Strong points, 1,800 points, items. Gazing at the balance of 1,800 points, Xiao Chun felt slightly reassured. This is a considerable resource. He directly opened the exchange list under the categories of pills and heavenly materials and earth treasures, setting the filter conditions to healing, restoring fighting energy, and nourishing the soul. The light curtain flickered, and countless entries scrolled rapidly. 3rd rank pill, recovery pill, rapidly restores fighting energy, with slight, nourishing effects on meridian injuries. Requires 150 points for exchange. 3rd rank pill, meridian, nourishing pill, specifically warms and repairs damaged meridians. Requires 200 points for exchange. 4th rank pill, blood fusion pill, a powerful healing sacred medicine, capable of reattaching severed limbs and has miraculous effects on internal injuries. Requires 800 points for exchange. Insufficient authority. Grayed out. 3rd rank medicinal herb, jade bone ginseng. Contains pure life energy, can assist in body refining and accelerate injury recovery. Requires 180 points for exchange. 3rd rank special soul infant fruit fragment. nourishes the soul, enhances soul power, and has reparative effects on soul injuries. Requires 500 points for exchange. 4th rank treasure earth core body, refining milk, diluted. Refines the body, solidifies the foundation, with a certain probability of enhancing physical strength. Requires 1,200 points for exchange. Insufficient authority. Grayed out. The list dazzled with options, yet many high-tier treasures were grayed out due to insufficient authority. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Chun made a decision. His current injuries primarily stemmed from shock to the meridians and internal organs, along with a deficit in fighting energy. While his soul did not require additional nourishment due to the unexpected benefits he had gained, he decided to exchange for 2 meridian nourishing pills, 3 recovery pills, and 1 jade bone ginseng. Beep. Consumed 200 by 2 150 by 3 600 points of strong points. Exchange successful. Current strong points balance, 770 points. With a flash of light, several jade vials, and a pure white, ginseng-like medicinal herb emanating a gentle life force appeared in his hands. He did not pause. Filtering again, his gaze fixed on items that could directly enhance his strength or address the current situation. 3rd rank talisman diamond talisman upon activation forms a diamond shield on the surface of the body, temporarily resisting attacks from Great Dome Masters and below. Requires 250 points for exchange. 3rd rank formation, small gathering spirit formation, array plate. Sets up a simple gathering spirit formation, enhancing the concentration of natural energy in a small area, accelerating cultivation. Requires 400 points for exchange. Intelligence basic information on the Inner Courtyards Medicine Guild. Includes basic intelligence on the main members, territorial scope, and primary operations of the Inner Courtyards Medicine Guild. Requires 150 points for exchange. Exchanging 1 diamond talisman, 1 minor gathering spirit array disc, and 1 copy of basic information on the Inner Academy S Alchemy Guild. Ding. Consume 2504001500800 points of strength points. Exchange successful. Current balance of strength points, 30 points. System advance. Please replenish promptly. Was an advance granted? Xiao Chan was momentarily taken aback. It seemed the system exhibited a hint of humanity under certain circumstances. In an instant, a yellow talisman inscribed with arcane runes, a palm-sized ancient array disc, and a jade tablet containing recorded information materialized before him. Without hesitation, he stored all the items in his storage ring and promptly swallowed a pulse-soothing pill and a recovery pill. As the pills dissolved upon entering his mouth, their pure and gentle medicinal power surged through his limbs like a sweet spring, nourishing the damaged meridians and organs. Simultaneously, he grasped the jade bone ginseng, activated an unnamed technique, and summoned a wisp of faint white soul fire from a sea of consciousness to actively refine and channel the medicinal energy. This time, the effect surpassed the previous passive restoration. Under the meticulous control of the soul fire, the medicinal power was maximally absorbed and utilized, with almost no waste. The damaged meridians were visibly restored and strengthened, while the depleted Do-Chi rapidly replenished, the newly formed Do-Chi shimmering with a barely perceptible pale golden hue. Coupled with the nurturing effect of the soul cultivation technique on his spirit, Xiao Chun's aura transformed at an astonishing pace from weakness to stability and strength. A day slipped by quietly. When Xiao Chun opened his eyes once more, his gaze was now restrained yet piercing, and his aura harmoniously balanced. Though he was still a hair's breadth from his peak state, he had at least regained 80% of his strength. More importantly, his control over the newly formed Do-Chi and the utilization of the soul fire had become more adept. Rising to his full height, he stretched his limbs, a series of subtle crackling sounds resonating within him, filled with a sense of power. It was time to pay a visit to Mentor Wolin. Moments later, Xiao Chun arrived alone at Mentor Wolin's residence. To his arrival, Wolin was not surprised, welcoming him gently into her chamber. "It seemed you have recovered quite well," Wolin remarked, her beautiful eyes scanning Xiao Chun with a hint of astonishment. She could sense that not only had his injuries greatly improved, but his entire essence appeared more refined than before his injury. His eyes had deepened, becoming inscrutable. "Thank you for your concern and the medicinal gifts," Xiao Chun said respectfully, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. "No need for excessive formality. As my student, it is only natural that I care for you." Wolin waved her hand, signaling him to take a seat. "You did not come merely to express gratitude, did you?" Xiao Chun nodded, directly addressing the matter at hand. "Mentor, I seek your guidance. I have come to thank you and to inquire about certain matters regarding the Inner Academy." He paused slightly, his gaze sincere, particularly concerning the Inner Academy Alchemy Guild. Upon hearing this, Roland's gentle smile dimmed slightly as she sighed softly. I anticipated you would ask this. I am aware of the conflict between the Outer Academy's Alchemy Guild and yours. Han Xian has suffered a soul injury, and his brother, Han Feng, is a well-known expert on the Inner Academy's strong list and one of the core alchemists of the Alchemy Guild. Upon entering the Inner Academy, you will likely face even greater pressure. Han Feng, an expert on the Inner Academy's strong list, a core alchemist. These words caused Xiao Chen's gaze to sharpen. Indeed, the troubles were greater than he had anticipated. I asked for your guidance, mentor. Xiao Chen lowered his posture even further. Roland pondered for a moment before speaking. The rules of the Inner Academy differ from those of the Outer Academy. There, strength is revered, and competition is more overt. There are dedicated arenas to settle grievances and various resource contests. The Alchemy Guild's influence is deeply entrenched, controlling nearly half of the Inner Academy's medicinal circulation, which gives it considerable power. As you enter the Inner Academy, lacking a foundation, you could easily be suppressed or absorbed by them. She looked at Xiao Chun, her tone serious. I know you, Xiao Yin, and Sun Er are extraordinary individuals. However, the Inner Academy is filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. The students on the strong list are all at least high-level Great Doe Masters, with even Doe spirits present. Remember, upon entering the Inner Academy, prioritize patience and accumulation. Do not engage in direct conflict with a behemoth like the Alchemy Guild too early. I understand, Xiao Chan replied solemnly, then inquired, Mentor, aside from the Alchemy Guild, are there other forces within the Inner Academy? Or are there any factions that do not maintain a harmonious relationship with the guild? A glimmer of appreciation flashed in Roland's eyes. This young man was indeed meticulous and understood the principles of alliances. The forces within the Inner Academy are complex. Besides the Alchemy Guild, there is the Wu Guild, backed by the enforcement team, where Wu Hao is, as well as the monster sect led by the vice president's granddaughter, Hu Jia. These are all top-tier forces. Additionally, there are several medium and small alliances. Due to its monopolistic position, the Alchemy Guild indeed has conflicts of interest with other factions, especially with the Wu Guild from the enforcement team, which has seen considerable friction. The Wu Guild, the monster sect, the enforcement team, Xiao Chun committed this information to memory. The enemy of my enemy is not always my friend, but at the very least, is a factor that can be utilized. Thank you, mentor, for your enlightenment. Xiao Chun bowed again, this time with genuine gratitude. The information provided by Mentor Roland was crucial for him and the Pillar Gate. After leaving Mentor Roland's residence, Xiao Chun gazed up towards the direction of the Inner Academy. His eyes sharp as a blade. The Inner Academy, the strong list, Han Feng, the Alchemy Guild. The path ahead was fraught with peril, yet he felt no fear, only a burning desire for battle. In 7 days, a new battlefield awaits. Current plot point. Xiao Chun expended nearly all his strength points to exchange for healing pills, life-saving talismans, a gathering spirit array disc, and crucial intelligence, recovering 80% of his injuries and his state surpassing the past. He learned from Mentor Roland about the complex situation within the Inner Academy, particularly the formidable Alchemy Guild and the threat posed by its core member Han Feng, brother of Han Xian. Please select Xiao Chen's focus for the next few days. Secluded cultivation, consolidating foundation. Utilize the remaining days and the exchanged minor gathering spirit array disc to enter seclusion, solidifying his current realm, thoroughly mastering the newly formed Do Qi and Soul Power, and attempting to break through to the 8-star Dome Master. Entering the Inner Academy in peak condition. Strengthening the Pillar Gate, preparing for departure. Gather all Pillar Gate members, utilizing the remaining resources to strengthen the core members, unify thoughts, and lay out preliminary strategies for entering the Inner Academy, such as low-profile development, seeking allies, etc., stabilizing morale. Research intelligence. Formulating strategies. Carefully study the information obtained from the system regarding the Inner Academy's Alchemy Guild in conjunction with Mentor Roland's insights, and discuss with Xiao Yin and Sun Er to devise detailed countermeasures and retaliation strategies against the Alchemy Guild upon entering the Inner Academy. Exploring the Underground Palace. Seeking opportunities, believing that strength is fundamental, he decides to utilize the final days to once again attempt to explore the outskirts of the Underworld Palace, hoping to find opportunities for rapid strength enhancement or puppet restoration, increasing his trump cards for entering the Inner Academy. Chapter 121. Secluded Cultivation, United Pillar Gate. Upon returning from Mentor Roland, Xiao Chun had a clear plan in mind. Time was of the essence. Every second counted. He first sought out Xiao Yin and Sun Er, sharing without reservation the information he had gleaned from Mentor Roland regarding the Inner Academy's Alchemy Guild, particularly about Hanfeng, as well as the content of the Intelligence Jade tablet he had exchanged. All three recognized the gravity of the situation. The Inner Academy was by no means comparable to the Outer Academy, and a single misstep could leave the Pillar Gate in dire straits right from the outset. We need strength, and even more so, we need unity. Xiao Chun stated solemnly, in these final days, I need to enter seclusion to fully recover and strive for improvement. I entrust the consolidation and arrangements of the Pillar Gate to you for the time being. Xiaoyan nodded emphatically. Rest assured, I will do my utmost to supply the pills. The Pillar Gate is our common foundation. We will not allow it to scatter. Sun Air also softly added, I will handle the internal matters with Brother Xiaoyan. You can focus on your seclusion, Cousin Xiao Chun. With duties clearly delineated, Xiao Chun wasted no time and promptly returned to his chamber. He retrieved the minor gathering spirit array plate that he had exchanged for, and, as per the instructions, infused it with a thread of his fighting spirit. A low hum resonated as the runes inscribed upon the plate illuminated one by one, emanating a gentle glow. In an instant, the energies of heaven and earth within the room appeared to be drawn by an invisible force, gradually converging towards the center of the array plate. The concentration of energy surged at a visibly rapid pace. While it paled in comparison to the cultivation tower, it was nonetheless exponentially stronger than the external environment. The effect was indeed commendable. Seated cross-legged at the heart of the array, Xiao Chun felt the vibrant energy particles swirling around him, nodding in satisfaction. He once more consumed a recovery pill, grasping the remaining jade bone ginseng, and closed his eyes. The nameless technique operated at full capacity, while the Yun Shunju was silently visualized within his sea of consciousness. With the aid of the gathering spirit array, the energies of heaven and earth surged into his body like a tidal wave. As they coursed through his meridians, they were further refined by the pale white flame of soul fire, ultimately merging into the sea of fighting spirit, drawn irresistibly towards the minuscule, pale golden crystal core at its center, compressing and condensing. His fighting spirit was steadily transitioning from mere recovery to a qualitative leap. Under the dual nourishment of the soul fire and medicinal potency, his meridians became increasingly resilient and expansive. Likewise, his soul power solidified with his high-intensity cultivation, allowing for a more nuanced mastery over energy and self. In this period of seclusion, Xiao Chen's aim was not merely to restore his peak condition, but to firmly consolidate his status as a 7-star Dome Master and to reach for the threshold of the 8 stars. Meanwhile, while Xiao Chun was engrossed in his seclusion, outside, Xiao Yin and Sun Air had also commenced their actions. In the Panmin conference hall, all members had gathered. Standing at the forefront, Xiao Yin surveyed the anxious, indignant, and resolute faces before him and proclaimed loudly, Esteemed members, the selection tournament for the inner courtyard has concluded. In 7 days, Sun Air, Xiao Chun, and I, along with several other brothers, shall enter the inner courtyard. A wave of excitement surged through the audience, filled with both envy and congratulations for Xiao Yin and his companions' qualifications, as well as concern for the future of Panmin. I am aware that recent pressures from the Pill Alliance and various rumors have left many of you unsettled, Xiao Yin continued, his tone steady and imbued with a compelling authority. Yet I can assure you, Panmin shall not disband. Deputy Master Xiao Chen's injuries are no longer severe, and he will emerge from seclusion shortly. The inner courtyard will be a new starting point for us, not an end. His words acted as a calming balm, assuaging the worries of numerous anxious members. Sun Air then spoke, her voice cold yet authoritative. The environment in the inner courtyard is complex, and the competition is fierce. For Panmin to establish a foothold therein, we must unite in purpose and maintain strict discipline. Henceforth, we shall intensify our daily cultivation and combat training, distributing all resources according to contribution levels. Senior Brother Xiao Yin will provide the necessary medicinal support. Subsequently, Xiao Yin presented a portion of resources that Xiao Chun had entrusted to him before his seclusion, which included some cultivation pills suitable for the Dome Master stage, exchanged with remaining strength points, along with some of his own concocted blood coagulation powder and restorative pills. These resources are prepared for you by Deputy Master Xiao Chun and myself, he stated, distributing them to core members such as Xiao Yu and Xiao Ning for specific arrangements. Remember, strength is the foundation upon which we shall stand in the inner courtyard. I do not wish to see you falter when we carve out our territory in the inner courtyard due to inadequate strength. With generous rewards and motivation, the morale of the Panmin members soared. The previously somber atmosphere dissipated, replaced by an exuberant fervor for cultivation and a strong sense of belonging. Everyone understood that while following these core figures might present challenges, it was undoubtedly filled with hope. As the days passed amidst intense cultivation and preparation, 2 days slipped by. Within the secret chamber, Xiao Chen's aura had reached a pinnacle. The sea of fighting spirit brimmed with vitality, and the pale golden crystal core had seemingly solidified further. He sensed that the barrier of the 7-star Dome Master was loosening, yet he still required a moment of opportunity, a deeper comprehension of power, or perhaps a form of pressure that could precipitate a qualitative change. He slowly opened his eyes, brilliance emanating forth. Although he had not yet broken through to the 8 stars, he felt that his state had been adjusted to its current zenith, with the refinement of his fighting spirit far surpassing his condition prior to injury, and his soul power flowing with greater ease. "It is time," he murmured to himself, a flicker of determination crossing his gaze. Desiring to acquire a more substantial trump card before entering the inner courtyard, conventional cultivation was no longer sufficient. He recalled that mysterious location, the Underworld Palace. His previous hasty glimpse had yielded immense gains, albeit fraught with peril. The soul-devouring beasts guarding the palace possessed unfathomable strength and ambiguous intentions. However now, with his soul power having undergone significant advancement and a renewed understanding of both Yun Shinju and underworld puppet technique, perhaps he could attempt a more profound exploration? Even if it was merely to hone himself in the outer platforms using the palace's unique environment, or to communicate with the soul-devouring beast, it could yield unexpectedly fruitful results. With risk and opportunity intertwined, Xiao Chun rose, feeling the formidable power surging within him, and no longer hesitated. He needed this final adventure to solidify the foundation for his path to greater strength. Silently, he departed his chamber, evading the gazes of others, stealthily making his way towards the concealed entrance to the secret realm that lingered in his memory. The Underworld Palace once again opened its mysterious and perilous gates to him. Current situation: Xiao Chun has restored his peak condition, grazed the threshold of the 8 stars but has yet to break through. Panmin, after consolidation, is in high spirits and ready to enter the inner courtyard. Xiao Chun seeks to explore the Underworld Palace for breakthroughs and hidden cards. Please select Xiao Chen's exploration strategy upon entering the Underworld Palace. 1. Steady and methodical, tempering oneself, not rushing to delve deeper. He will remain on the first 10 levels of the trial stairs, or the outer platforms, utilizing the palace as pressure and cold energy to refine his fighting spirit and soul, solidifying his cultivation while attempting to challenge the 8-star Dome Master. 2. Attempt communication. Uncover secrets. The primary goal is to attempt soul communication with the soul-devouring beast guarding the palace, leveraging his enhanced soul power and the characteristics of Yun Shinju to uncover its intentions and more secrets of the palace. 3. Explore the periphery. Seek relics. Based on the map from basic underworld puppet technique, meticulously explore overlooked corners of the outer platforms in search of treasures, materials, or information left by predecessors, especially those concerning puppet restoration. 4. Dare to delve deep. Touch the core, holding the puppet token. Attempt to activate its power to see if it can unlock pathways to deeper areas of the palace or provide new hints, risking a venture for even greater opportunities. Chapter 122. The Palace Revisited. The Puppet Token Stirs. Stepping once again into the familiar entrance of the Underworld Palace, a chilling and oppressive aura enveloped him. Unlike his previous tense exploration, this time Xiao Chen's strength had significantly increased, and his soul power was no longer what it once was. He had developed a stronger adaptability to the pervasive pressure and cold energy. He did not rush in immediately. Adhering to the most prudent strategy, he first ascended the first 10 levels of the trial stairs. A powerful pressure descended instantly, akin to an invisible mountain bearing down upon him, while the cold energy sought to infiltrate his meridians and soul. Nevertheless, the pale, golden fighting spirit within him, refined by soul fire, began to operate autonomously, exuding a vigorous and pure aura that repelled most of the cold energy. The soul fire within his sea of consciousness flickered slightly, incinerating the encroaching chill and purifying it into nourishing essence for his soul. Indeed, after the enhancement in strength, the pressure here was more suitable for honing his abilities. Resolute in his decision, Xiao Chan did not rush through, but deliberately slowed his pace, pausing momentarily on each step, actively inviting the pressure and cold energy to wash over him. He channeled the nameless technique, accelerating the refinement of his fighting spirit under the high pressure. visualizing Yun Shanju, while his soul grew increasingly resilient under the cold energy's erosion. This is a painful yet remarkably efficient process. He could distinctly sense his fighting spirit becoming increasingly solidified and his control over power becoming more refined. The barrier leading to the 8-star Dome Master seemed to loosen slightly under this extreme pressure. Steadily, he ascended to the 10th tier, once again reaching the relatively open outer platform. The colossal and indistinct shadow of the soul-devouring beast still loomed ominously before the dark passage leading deeper, emanating an unsettling aura. However, it appeared indifferent to the return of Xiao Chun, merely casting him a cursory glance before resuming its apathy. Xiao Chun found this rather pleasing. He retrieved the dark purple jade slip from the second floor of the post station. Meticulously studying the recorded fundamentals of the nether puppet technique and the abbreviated outer structure diagram, the map indicated that, aside from the central location where they had previously obtained the legacy, there were several stone chambers in the corners that might contain miscellaneous items or auxiliary materials. However, due to the passage of time, most have been buried under dust or suffered structural damage. Following the map's guidance, Xiao Chun began to explore the edges of the platform with great care. He extended his spiritual energy, pushing the insightful eye to its limits, leaving no trace of energy fluctuations or structural anomalies unexamined. Beneath a partially collapsed stone wall, he keenly sensed a faint residue of metallic energy. Cautiously clearing away the rubble and thick dust, he uncovered a small stone niche that had been buried. Inside the niche lay several decayed jade boxes and a few dull-colored, irregularly shaped metal pieces. Is this dark iron and soul iron? Xiao Chun picked up the metal pieces, scrutinizing them closely. Dark iron is a common material for crafting puppet bodies, while soul iron is a core component for producing a degraded version of the nether core, possessing excellent conductivity for spiritual energy, crucial for repairing and enhancing that dark golden puppet. Though their quality seemed inferior to the fragments of the nether core, their quantity was substantial. He carefully stored these materials away, his spirits lifted. Continuing his search, in another corner, he discovered several jade fragments etched with incomplete runes, seemingly remnants of a damaged array or talisman. Although not directly usable, the runic structures contained within would greatly benefit his understanding of talisman crafting within the nether puppet technique. The harvest from the periphery was already considerable, yet Xiao Chen's gaze ultimately gravitated toward the end of the platform, toward the dark passageway guarded by the soul-devouring beast. His heart began to race uncontrollably. The thought of adventure surged once more. He took a deep breath, clutching the black puppet token acquired from the stone hall tightly in his hand. Gradually, he infused it with his fighting spirit and spiritual energy. Buzz! The token began to tremble slightly, the enigmatic runes on its surface illuminating with an eerie glow, releasing an ancient and desolate aura. This time, perhaps due to Xiao Chen's enhanced strength or the environment of the underground palace, the token's reaction was far more intense than any previous instance. Amidst the humming, the ethereal light emanating from the token no longer remained confined to itself, but spread forth like ripples on water, illuminating the entrance to the pitch-black passageway. A miracle occurred. At the previously empty entrance of the passage, the space warped, and a complex chain of runes made of ethereal light materialized out of thin air, intertwining to form a vast web of light that sealed the entrance. In the center of the light web, there was a distinctly token-shaped groove. Indeed, a token was required to unlock it. Xiao Chun understood this. Simultaneously, he felt a strong pulling force emanating from the token in his hand, as if it yearned to escape his grasp and embed itself into the groove. Just at that moment, the soul-devouring beast, which had remained indifferent, suddenly lifted its head. Two crimson beams of light ignited from its indistinct visage, fixating on Xiao Chun, or rather, on the glowing token in his hand. A soul pressure, far more terrifying than any pressure from a staircase, crashed down upon Xiao Chun like a tangible tsunami. Roar. It was not a physical sound wave, but a roar that resonated deep within the soul. Xiao Chun felt his head thrum, as if struck by a giant hammer, darkness enveloping his vision, his blood surging, and nearly losing grip on the token. It does not permit me to open the passage. Or is it warning me of something? Gritting his teeth against the searing pain in his soul and the dizziness, Xiao Chun desperately activated the spirit cultivation technique. The soul fire in his sea of consciousness burning fiercely, barely resisting this terrifying soul impact. He tightened his grip on the token, opting not to embed it into the groove, but swiftly severing the infusion of fighting spirit and spiritual energy. The token's glow rapidly dimmed, and the rune chain composed of ethereal light at the entrance gradually faded, the dreadful soul pressure receding like a tide. The crimson light in the soul-devouring beast's eyes flickered a few times, seemingly confirming that Xiao Chun had made no further moves, allowing that suffocating gaze to slowly withdraw, returning to its previous state of indifference. However, the lurking threat remained ever present in Xiao Chen's mind. Cold sweat drenched his back as he gasped for breath, still shaken. In that moment, he had truly sensed the breath of death. The strength of this soul-devouring beast far exceeded his imagination, undoubtedly at least a Do Wang level, perhaps even of a higher echelon. Its presence here seemed not merely to deter outsiders, but rather to wait, or to fulfill some mission. Its intense reaction to the token raised questions about the connection between the token, it, and the core of the underground palace. After the perilous encounter, more mysteries awaited him. Xiao Chun realized that with his current strength, forcibly opening the core passage would be tantamount to suicide. Today's gains were already sufficient. His cultivation had been honed. He had found materials to repair the puppet, confirmed the function of the token, and had a deeper understanding of the dangers within the core of the underground palace and the unfathomable nature of the soul-devouring beast. He chose not to linger, offering a slight fist salute toward the direction of the soul-devouring beast as a gesture of respect, then decisively turned and swiftly exited the underground palace along the same path. Upon breathing in the fresh air of the outside world and feeling the warmth of the sunlight, Xiao Chun experienced a disorienting sense of returning to life. He clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within and the newly acquired materials in his storage ring, directing his gaze toward the direction of the Canaan Academy. Inner courtyard, here I come. This time, he would approach the swirling storm there with greater strength and confidence. Chapter 123. Entering the inner courtyard, the fire energy hunting competition. 7 days slipped away in the blink of an eye. When Xiao Chun concluded his expedition in the underground palace and quietly returned to the pillar gate, only 1 day remained before entering the inner courtyard. He meticulously stored the dark iron and soul iron obtained from the periphery of the underground palace and did not announce his recent adventure. After the final round of trials on the underground palace staircase, he felt his state had reached an unprecedented peak. The realm of the 7-star dome master was thoroughly stabilized, with only a thin veil separating him from the 8-star level. The next morning, the 50 students who had qualified for the inner courtyard gathered at the outer courtyard square. At the forefront of the crowd stood Xiao Chun, Xiao Yin, and Xiao Suner, flanked by Xiao Yu, Xiao Ning, and several other core members of the Pillar Gate who had also qualified, as well as by Shan, Hu Jia, and Wu Hao, top talents from the outer courtyard. Many students cast furtive glances at Xiao Chun, filled with curiosity and scrutiny, clearly aware of his reputation as a valiant loser that had spread far and wide. A solemn inner courtyard elder clad in gray robes stood before them, his gaze piercing as it swept over the crowd. His voice, though not loud, rang clear in every ear. I am Elder Huida, and I shall lead you into the inner courtyard this time. Without further ado, Elder Huida waved his sleeve, and a tremendous surge of fighting spirit enveloped all 50 individuals. The crowd felt a flash before their eyes, their bodies lifted by a gentle yet irresistible force, soaring at astonishing speed into the depths of the Canaan Academy. The wind howled in their ears as the scenery below rapidly receded. After approximately the span of an incense stick, the group gradually slowed their pace and arrived at the edge of a dense primeval forest. This ancient and profound woodland was adorned with towering trees that obscured the sky, and a faint mist hung in the air, accompanied by the distant, ominous growls of beasts that sent a chill down one's spine. Elder Hode came to a halt, turned around, and gazed at the students, each displaying a myriad of expressions. He spoke softly. This place marks the final barrier to the inner courtyard, the arena for the fire energy hunting competition. The mere mention of fire energy instantly captivated the attention of all the students present. Everyone, including Xiao Chun, had utilized fire energy within the cultivation tower of the outer courtyard, fully aware of its invaluable nature in accelerating 1S training. Xiao Chun had even personally seized fire energy from Bai Cheng, understanding the significance of this coveted resource within the inner courtyard. The rules are quite simple, Elder Hode continued. Cross through this forest and reach the inner courtyard S-gate at the end to succeed. Each of you possesses a crystal card containing 5 days' worth of fire energy, gifted by the Academy as your initial capital. Upon hearing this, the crowd promptly examined their black crystal cards, which indeed displayed the number 5. However, Elder Hode's tone shifted, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Yet, hidden within this forest are 50 veteran students from the inner courtyard. Their task, is to intercept you and seize the fire energy you hold. Likewise, you are permitted to retaliate and claim their fire energy. Remember, within the inner courtyard, fire energy is one of the most crucial resources. Whether you can safeguard your fire energy or even acquire more depends solely upon your abilities. As his words fell, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The prospect of veteran students ambushing newcomers and attempting to seize fire energy was indeed a stark revelation of the inner courtyard's brutality. Xiao Chun exchanged glances with Xiao Yin and Sun Er, each recognizing the gravity reflected in the other's eyes. 50 veteran students, the weakest of whom were likely at the great fighter level, posed a tremendous challenge for these newcomers. Furthermore, Elder Hode added, casting an almost casual glance at Xiao Chun and Xiao Yin, I would remind you, the inner courtyard maintains a strong list, which features the true elite of the inner courtyard. Among the veterans participating in this hunting competition are several ranked at the lower end of this list. Should you encounter them, I suggest you pray for your safety. The mention of the strong list, which included the renowned expert Han Feng, further weighed on everyone's minds. Now, the hunting competition begins, Elder Hode declared, offering no further words before vanishing from sight. With his departure, the atmosphere grew palpably tense. Most newcomers bore expressions of panic and trepidation, and many instinctively formed temporary teams, seeking a semblance of security. Bai Shan snorted coldly, leading a few followers as he swiftly chose a direction and dashed into the forest. Hu Jia and Wu Hao also led their respective groups, swiftly disappearing into the dense foliage. Bro Chun, Bro Yin, what should we do? Xiao Ning looked to Xiao Chun and Xiao Yin, her face a mixture of eagerness and anxiety. Xiao Chun surveyed the thick forest, his spiritual energy quietly expanding to sense the surrounding movements. He spoke in a low voice. Acting alone presents too large a target, making us easy prey for the veterans. Our group must remain united. Xiao Yin nodded in agreement. Indeed, while our numbers may be few, if we work together, we may yet contend with the veterans. Our immediate priority is to familiarize ourselves with the environment and ascertain the general distribution and strength of those veterans. Sun Er softly remarked, the mist in the forest obscures vision, making spiritual perception and agility especially vital. We can leverage this to our advantage. At that moment, Xiao Chun frowned slightly and warned, be cautious. Someone approaches, and they are moving swiftly. To the northeast, 3 of them, all exuding the aura of great fighters. A chill ran through the group as they immediately went on high alert. Indeed, moments later, 3 figures clad in inner courtyard attire appeared with mocking smiles, blocking the path of Xiao Chun and his companions. The leader, a burly figure bearing a scar across his face, greedily surveyed the crystal cards in the hands of Xiao Chun and the others. TSK, it seems we have struck gold, encountering a flock of fat sheep. Newcomers, hand over your fire energy obediently, or face the consequences. Feeling the oppressive aura of the great fighters emanating from them, Xiao Ning and Xiao Yu turned pale. Stepping forward, Xiao Chun stood shoulder to shoulder with Xiao Yin, calmly regarding the 3 veterans. The harsh reality of the inner courtyard revealed itself from the very first step into the forest. Should they surrender the hard-earned initial fire energy in humiliation, or rise up in defiance? Current plot point. The fire energy hunting competition has commenced, and the group faces interception by 3 veteran students from the inner courtyard, who intend to seize their fire energy. Please select the response strategy for Xiao Chun and his group. 1. Thunderous counterattack. Seize authority, join forces with Xiao Yin and Sun Er to launch a swift and fierce attack aimed directly at the leading veteran, striving to quickly defeat one and claim their fire energy to establish dominance and intimidate other potential veterans. 2. Clever maneuvering. Avoid direct confrontation. Utilize the forest environment and agility to evade a direct clash, engaging in a tactical retreat while seeking opportunities to escape entanglement or ambush the weaker veteran to seize some fire energy before swiftly fleeing. 3. Negotiation and diplomacy. Divide and conquer. Attempt to negotiate with the opposing veterans, showcasing a portion of their strength to dissuade them from pursuing, or leverage the knowledge gap, mentioning mentors like Luo Lin or Elder Huolan, to intimidate, even attempting to create discord among the 3. 4. Temporary restraint. Surrender a portion. Assess the disparity in strength and deem that a direct confrontation poses too great a risk to avoid injuries that could jeopardize their subsequent journey. They choose to temporarily endure and submit a portion of their fire energy, such as 2 days each, in exchange for safe passage. Chapter 124. Elusive Maneuvers, Initial Victory. Confronted with 3 formidable inner courtyard veterans, a direct confrontation is not a viable option. Xiao Chen swiftly made a decision. Maneuver. Let us go, he called out, and the members of the group, already in perfect sync, sprang into action. Xiao Chen and Xiao Yin simultaneously executed the misty steps, their figures flickering as they transformed into several afterimages, not charging forward, but instead retreating sharply towards the densest area of the forest, where the mist was thickest. Suner, with her graceful movements, followed closely behind. Xiao Yu, Xiao Ning, and the others did not hesitate, each propelling their agility to the utmost, dispersing into the woods. Trying to flee? The scarred leader of the veterans sneered. Pursue. Don't let them escape. The three veterans, evidently seasoned, were not deceived by the afterimages. Their fighting spirit erupted as they pursued like leopards, their speed even surpassing that of Xiao Ning and the common members. However, Xiao Chun and the others were precisely anticipating their pursuit, as the three veterans charged into an area entangled with vines and obstructed vision. A glint of determination flashed in Xiao Chun's eyes as he locked onto the weakest among them, a one-star great fighter trailing behind. Strike! Xiao Yin understood the cue, halting abruptly before reversing course. His fingers clenched tightly, and a pale yellow fighting spirit enveloped his fist as he unleashed a straightforward blow towards the back of the one-star great fighter. This was the 8 Extremes collapse. The veteran clearly did not anticipate that the opponents would dare to counterattack, and in his haste, he turned to block. Bang! The collision of fist and palm unleashed a surge of energy. The veteran felt a torrent of force surging through him, causing him to emit a muffled groan as he staggered backward, his internal energy in turmoil. Despite Xiao Yin being merely a 9-star great fighter, the solidified fighting spirit, combined with the overwhelming force of the 8 Extremes collapse, left the 1-star great fighter at a disadvantage. Just as he stumbled, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The ground beneath him, seemingly covered in innocuous fallen leaves, silently shifted, revealing a cleverly set trap made of branches and resilient vines. Crack! With a subtle sound, the vine sprang up, expertly ensnaring his ankle. This was, of course, a trap meticulously laid by Xiao Chun during his retreat. Utilizing the eye of insight and his acute awareness of the surroundings, crafted from readily available materials. Though not lethal, it was designed to create a momentary chaos. What on earth? The senior student was taken aback, his fighting spirit snapping the vines, yet his movements were already sluggish. In that fleeting instant, Xiao Chun, concealed behind a large tree to the front side, sprang into action. He did not employ the grandiose 8 Extremes collapse. Instead, he concentrated his soul energy at his fingertips, unleashing a faint, nearly imperceptible pale white mark, Soul Seal's art of bewilderment, silently shooting it towards the senior's brow. The impact, at the level of the soul, was far more uncanny than a physical assault. Just as the senior broke free from the vines, his mind had already relaxed slightly, and he was suddenly struck by this soul-targeting interference. Instantly, he felt a daze, the scene before him warping slightly, and his movements froze once more. Now's the time. How could Xiao Yin let such an opportunity slip? Like lightning, he lunged forward, no longer using his fists but rather his fingers aligned like swords, imbued with scorching fighting spirit, containing a hint of purple fire. Striking swiftly at the wrist that clutched the crystal card. Sizzle. A searing pain surged forth, causing the senior's wrist to numb, and the tightly gripped black crystal card slipped from his grasp. With a deft twist of his wrist, Xiao Yin accurately seized the crystal card, not sparing a glance. Exchanging a brief look with Xiao Chun, and the two figures retreated once more, vanishing into the thick mist and woods, the entire sequence transpiring in mere moments. Damn it! The scarred-faced senior bellowed, his complexion ashen. They had intended to hunt the newcomers, yet they had not anticipated such elusiveness. Not only failing to seize the fire energy, but also losing a comrade to their opponent's teamwork. The senior who had lost the crystal card looked utterly despondent. His fire energy, in the distance, the members of the Pan Men swiftly regrouped, having evaded their pursuers thanks to the terrain. Did you succeed? Xiao Yu inquired anxiously. Xiao Yin grinned, raising the black crystal card in his hand, lightly scratching it against his own. Beep. The number on Xiao Yin's crystal card jumped from 5 to 8. The number on the pilfered card, however, plummeted to 0. 3 days of fire energy. Xiao Ning exclaimed in delight. Xiao Yin handed the now zeroed card to Xiao Chun. Brother Chun, the idea was yours. The traps and soul interference were key. This fire energy rightfully belongs to you. Xiao Chun, however, shook his head, producing his own card, which still bore the number 5. We are a collective. This 3 days of fire energy should be kept by you for now, or we can distribute it uniformly later. Our immediate priority is to traverse the forest swiftly. The commotion we just created may attract more seniors. The group nodded, their faith in Xiao Chun deepening. Not only was he powerful, but his tactical acumen was equally remarkable. Xiao Chun's gaze pierced into the depths of the forest, sharp and discerning. This fire energy hunting contest was both a peril and an opportunity for swiftly accumulating initial resources. The earlier skirmish was merely the beginning. Current narrative node. Pan Min successfully executed a tactical maneuver, reclaiming 3 days of fire energy from a senior student of the Inner Academy, achieving an initial victory that uplifted morale. However, this has drawn the attention of other seniors, necessitating a swift passage through the forest. Select the next course of action. Advance at full speed. Avoiding combat. Utilize the confidence established from the initial battle and the intelligence gathered regarding the seniors' strength and tactics. Leveraging agility and environmental advantages to progress towards the destination as swiftly as possible, while avoiding entanglement with other senior teams. Proactively hunt. Taking the initiative, recognizing the coexistence of risk and opportunity, decide to leverage the forest environment and the soul perception advantages on their side. Actively seeking out isolated or weaker senior teams for counter-hunting, aiming to seize more fire energy. Contact newcomers. Form alliances. Attempt to locate other scattered or struggling newcomers within the forest, absorbing them or forming temporary alliances to strengthen their collective momentum in resisting the seniors' hunt. Study crystal cards. Explore rules. Carefully examine the fire energy crystal cards, seeking to uncover any additional functions, such as short-range sensing or information transmission, and deepen their understanding of the Inner Academy's fire energy system rules, searching for vulnerabilities or advantages. Chapter 125. Maneuvering in the Forest, Initial Victory Achieved. Faced with 3 senior students whose auras were all at the great fighter level of the Inner Academy, a direct confrontation was evidently unwise. Xiao Chun made a swift decision. Let us go, he commanded softly, and the members of Pan Min, already in sync, sprang into action. Xiao Chun and Xiao Yin simultaneously employed their agility techniques, one veering left and the other right, darting like phantoms towards the flanks, tracing 2 arcs rather than charging straight ahead. Xiao Sun shielded Xiao Yu, Xiao Ning, and the others as they quickly retreated into the denser thickets. Trying to escape, the scarred-faced senior sneered, stomping the ground as he charged directly for the seemingly leading Xiao Chun, aiming to block their path. The other 2 seniors reacted swiftly. One lunged at Xiao Yan, while the other attempted to circumvent and intercept the retreating Xiao Sun and her group. Phantom steps. The refined, golden-hued fighting spirit surged forth from Xiao Chen's body, rendering him momentarily indistinct, leaving behind several afterimages as he narrowly evaded the scarred senior's powerful punch. The force of the punch sent wooden shards flying from the trees behind him. Such a slippery technique. A flicker of surprise crossed the scarred senior's eyes. But he pressed on with even greater ferocity, striking with his fists and conjuring gusts of wind that enveloped Xiao Chun's vicinity. On the other side, Xiao Yin faced the charging senior without meeting force with force. He executed a series of agile steps, employing the intermediate-level mystic technique that Xiao Chun had once practiced, his form shifting unpredictably. Simultaneously, he flipped his palm, revealing the Xian heavy ruler, which he wielded to counter the opponent's attacks while retreating in tandem. The senior attempting to intercept Xiao Sun encountered trouble. As he drew near, he was met with a mere glance from the stunning maiden, who then flicked her delicate fingers, sending forth a strand of golden flame that snaked out not as a direct attack, but landed on the ground before him. Boom! The golden flame erupted instantaneously, transforming into a wall of fire. Though its range was limited, its searing temperature caused the senior's expression to shift, abruptly halting his forward momentum, wary of crossing it. Damn it, this group of newcomers is quite a handful. The obstructed senior cursed. Xiao Chun faced the greatest pressure. The scarred senior was a 3-star great fighter, with formidable fighting spirit and violent attacks. Xiao Chun pushed his phantom steps to the limit, utilizing Eye of Insight to predict the opponent's strike trajectories, narrowly dodging each assault. He refrained from using the energy-draining 8 Extremes Collapse, instead relying on his agility while concentrating his soul energy, searching for flaws in the opponent's defense. Kid, is dodging all you can do? Growing frustrated after failing to land a blow, the scarred senior unleashed a punch, condensing his fighting spirit into a brownish-yellow fist imprint that constrained a vast area around Xiao Chun. Now is the moment. A gleam flashed in Xiao Chun's eyes. He did not retreat, but instead propelled himself forward sharply, gliding along the edge of the fist imprint as if weightless. At the same time, he brought his right hand's index and middle fingers together, conjuring a faint, nearly imperceptible pale white soul fire, mingled with a hint of golden fighting spirit, silently aiming for the scarred senior's brow. Soul seal, bewilderment. This was not a powerful soul impact, but rather focused on interference and confusion. The scarred-faced elder felt a sudden chill at his brow, his consciousness momentarily slipping into a fleeting daze, as though his thoughts had momentarily lagged behind. This brief pause, trivial as it might seem, was ample opportunity for a seasoned combatant. Seizing the moment, Xiao Yin lunged forward, his shin-heavy ruler slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, compelling his opponent to devote all his energies to defense. Meanwhile, Xiao Chun, after indicating with a finger, moved without hesitation, slipping through the instant gap in the scarred elder's defense like a darting fish, bypassing the confrontation to charge directly at the elder who was caught off guard by Sunner's fiery barrier. Alarmed, the elder, witnessing Xiao Chun abandon his pursuit of the scarred face to rush towards him, felt a surge of panic. Just as he thought to summon his Do Chi for protection, Xiao Chen's fist was already upon him. The faint golden Do Chi enveloping his fist was not overwhelmingly powerful, yet it bore an unsettling sharpness that sent shivers down the elder's spine. 8 extremities collapse. Bam! In a flurry, the elder could only cross his arms in a desperate block. A fierce, concealed force surged through him in an instant. Gasp! A metallic taste flooded his throat as he coughed up a mouthful of blood, staggering back several steps, his face a portrait of shock. How could a mere 7-star Dome Master injure a 1-star Dome Master like himself? Xiao Chun, unwilling to relent, swiftly executed the misty steps, closing in with lightning speed, his palm darting toward the elder's waist where the fire energy crystal card was kept. Damn it! The scarred elder and another elder finally reacted, both alarmed and furious. But it was too late for rescue. Whoosh! Xiao Chen's fingers brushed against the crystal card, and as he exhaled his Do Chi, he aimed to seize it. However, just as his energy was about to penetrate the card and erase the elder's soul imprint, a fierce, unmatched azure wind blade shot forth from the dense forest, targeting Xiao Chen's wrist without warning. The wind blade was incredibly swift, its angle devious, carrying an energy fluctuation far surpassing the 3 elders before him. Was there a more formidable elder lurking nearby? Xiao Chen's pupils constricted sharply, his attempt to seize the card abruptly interrupted as he executed a hasty retreat, narrowly evading the wind blade. The blade skimmed past his sleeve, cleaving a large tree behind him cleanly in two, its cross-section as smooth as a mirror. A youth clad in a blue robe, with a stern demeanor, slowly emerged from the woods, emanating an aura that unmistakably indicated he was a 5-star Dome Master. His indifferent gaze swept across the scene before finally settling upon Xiao Chun. Not bad. However, your game ends here. The sudden turn of events transformed the dynamics of the battlefield in an instant. A 5-star Dome Master. This was undoubtedly a force of formidable standing. Xiao Chun, Xiao Yin, and Sunner quickly huddled together, their expressions grave. Just as they had shaken off the entanglements of 3 ordinary elders, a more powerful opponent had appeared. Current plot node. The Panmin cleverly maneuver. Xiao Chun injures a 1-star Dome Master Elder and nearly seizes the card, but is thwarted by a lurking 5-star Dome Master, a force of strong standing, as the situation takes a dire turn. Please choose the response strategy for Xiao Chun and Panmin. 1. Attempt negotiation, demonstrate value, seize hostilities, and attempt to negotiate with the 5-star Dome Master, presenting their strength and potential, inquiring about his intentions, in hopes of avoiding conflict or even securing cooperation. 2. All-out breakout, scatter and retreat, recognizing the vast power disparity, and deeming confrontation unwise, immediately order all Panmin members to scatter, utilizing agility and the forest environment to escape individually, agreeing to regroup at the inner courtyard gate to minimize losses. 3. Join forces to resist, unleash hidden cards, collaborate with Xiao Yin and Sunner, preparing for a full-on confrontation. Xiao Chen plans to employ his Soul Shock and Diamond Talisman, while Xiao Yin may utilize the Flame Division's Devouring Wave Ruler, attempting to repel or severely injure this formidable elder. 4. Surrender fire energy, temporarily avoid conflict, assessing that they cannot contend. In order to preserve the team from serious injury and safeguard future training in the inner courtyard, choose to endure, proactively surrendering part or all of their fire energy to ensure safe passage. Chapter 126. The Blue Robe Enforcer, Wu Hao, appears. The oppressive presence of the five-star Dome Master weighed upon the Pan Men like a tangible mountain, causing their breaths to catch in their throats. The three previously arrogant elders now fell silent, clearly intimidated by the suddenly appeared blue-robed youth. Engaging in a direct confrontation was undoubtedly the worst course of action. Xiao Chun made an immediate decision. Scatter. His low command resonated clearly within the ears of every Pan Men member. Without hesitation, the already tense group sprang into action. Xiao Chun and Xiao Yan exchanged a knowing glance, and in perfect synchronicity, they shot off in two different directions, their speed reaching its zenith. Suner waved her delicate hand, casting forth several strands of golden fire lines, not as an attack, but to create a temporary fiery curtain between the blue-robed youth and the other members of Pan Men. Xiao Yu, Xiao Ning, and the others plunged into the dense underbrush without a backward glance, utilizing the complex terrain to disperse and flee. Trying to escape? The blue-robed youth furrowed his brow, evidently taken aback by the resoluteness of these newcomers. He moved swiftly, intending to intercept the strongest among them, Xiao Chun. However, Xiao Chen's misty steps, having greatly enhanced his soul power, became even more unpredictable and elusive. Coupled with his exceptional adaptability to the forest environment, he vanished behind a veil of trees in mere moments. The blue-robed youth's strike missed its mark, and as he sought to pursue, Xiao Yan and Suner had already slipped away in different directions under the cover of the fiery curtain. The three ordinary elders exchanged glances, wanting to pursue separately, but were coldly halted by the blue-robed youth. No need to chase. This group of newcomers is not to be underestimated, especially that one with substantial soul power and the one clad in black who plays with fire. Pursuing them separately might not yield favorable results. His gaze swept towards the direction Xiao Chun had vanished, a flicker of interest glimmering in his eyes, quite intriguing. This year's newcomers are notably stronger than in previous years. That Xiao Chun seems to have a history with Han Xian of the Medicine Alliance. The scarred elder promptly replied with respect. Indeed, Senior Wu Hao. There are rumors in the outer courtyard that Xiao Chun, during the selection competition, confronted the 3-star Dome Master Han Xian with his 7-star Dome Master prowess. Although he lost, he still managed to inflict harm on Han Xian's soul. Quite a formidable character. Wu Hao, concealed within the dense canopy of a nearby giant tree, held his breath, having overheard this name. So, he was Wu Hao, a prominent figure in the enforcement team of the outer courtyard, renowned in the inner courtyard as strong rankings. Indeed, his reputation was well-deserved. He chose to break out in this direction, not to flee far, but rather to leverage his vastly superior soul power and concealment skills, daring to remain hidden to gather more information. The risks were high, yet the potential rewards were even greater. Wu Hao continued coldly, that Han Xian is a worthless fool, relying on his brother Han Feng's influence to bully others in the outer courtyard, thus disgracing the inner courtyard Medicine Alliance. However, now that Xiao Chun has offended the Medicine Alliance, his days in the inner courtyard will likely be tumultuous. Another elder inquired, eager to please. Senior Wu Hao, what should we do now? Follow the original plan, continue the hunt, Wu Hao replied indifferently. However, keep a close watch on those capable newcomers, particularly Xiao Chun and that black-robe youth, Xiao Yan. I am keen to see what kind of upheaval they can stir during this fire energy capture competition. With that, Wu Hao's figure shifted, transforming into a blue shadow as he darted deeper into the forest, not towards Xiao Chun's hiding spot, but generally towards the inner courtyard, evidently intending to wait patiently for an opportunity or seek out other targets worthy of his attention. The three ordinary elders dared not linger, begrudgingly heading off to search in another direction. Once the surroundings fell completely silent, Xiao Chun slowly exhaled, stealthily descending from the treetop. His back was already drenched in cold sweat. Facing the pressure of a 5-star Dome Master was akin to dancing on the edge of a knife. Wu Hao. It seems that the inner court is not as united as it appears, at least. Wu Hao seems to harbor no fondness for the Medicine Guild, and even exhibits a degree of disdain. Xiao Chun reflects upon the information he has gathered, sensing that Wu Hao's feelings towards them are more characterized by curiosity and scrutiny. This could potentially be a piece of intelligence that the Pan Men can exploit. The enemy of my enemy is not necessarily my friend, but at the very least, this could diminish a formidable adversary. The immediate priority is to swiftly reunite with Xiao Yan and Sun Er. Xiao Chun assesses his surroundings and is just about to set off when, through his spiritual perception, he suddenly detects intense energy fluctuations and the sounds of combat not far ahead. Among them, One aura unmistakably belongs to Xiao Yu. She is in peril. Xiao Chen's gaze sharpens, and without a moment's hesitation, he conceals his presence and unleashes the utmost potential of his shadow step, moving stealthily towards the source of the commotion. Current situation. Xiao Chun has risked infiltration to acquire information about Wu Hao, preliminarily assessing his discord with the Medicine Guild. The members of Pan Min are dispersed, and Xiao Chun has discovered that Xiao Yu is in danger, prompting him to rush to her rescue. Choose Xiao Chen's strategy to rescue Xiao Yu. 1. Thunderous Assault. Quick resolution. Utilize his agility and spiritual advantages to stealthily approach and lock onto the greatest threat to Xiao Yu, employing the 8 Extremes Collapse in conjunction with Soul Marks to launch a surprise attack, aiming to swiftly incapacitate one adversary and retreat immediately afterward. 2. Feint and Divert. Lure the tiger away. Avoid direct confrontation, instead using Soul Marks to create disturbances or illusions to divert the attention of the seasoned students attacking Xiao Yu, thereby creating an opportunity for her escape before reuniting with her. 3. Observe in silence. Wait for the right moment. Refrain from immediate action, hiding in the shadows to assess the battlefield, discerning the enemy's numbers, strength, and intentions, seeking the optimal moment to act, ensuring a successful rescue without becoming encircled. 4. United front, direct confrontation. Appear directly and join forces with Xiao Yu, confronting and repelling or defeating the assailants, seizing their fire energy to establish dominance and replenish their resources. Chapter 127. Thunderous Rescue. Fire energy acquired. Deep within the forest, Xiao Yu finds herself in a precarious situation. She is besieged by 2 seasoned students of the inner court, each possessing strength akin to a 1-star great fighter, their coordination impeccable and their onslaught relentless. Armed with a long spear, Xiao Yu dances through the shadows, struggling to hold her ground, yet the disparity in their realms places her in grave danger, her fragrant sweat glistening as her breath quickens. The hem of her long dress is torn by their energy, rendering her somewhat disheveled. Haha, junior sister, why resist stubbornly? Just hand over your fire energy. And my brother's promise not to make things difficult for you. One of the lanky senior sneers, his sword emitting a flurry of cold stars aimed at Xiao Yu's vitals. The other, shorter and stockier, relentlessly pounds at the gaps in her defenses, forcing her to retreat repeatedly. Xiao Yu grits her silver teeth, her beautiful eyes filled with determination. She understands that if her fire energy is seized, her entry into the inner court will be fraught with obstacles. Just as the lanky senior sword is about to breach her spear's defense, suddenly, a blurred afterimage, like a wraith, shoots forth from the shadows of the trees without warning. Moving at astonishing speed, it is none other than Xiao Chun, having pushed the shadow step to its utmost limit. His target is clear, aimed directly at the most significant threat, the lanky senior. Who goes there? The lanky senior senses danger and hastily raises his sword to block. However, Xiao Chen's speed far exceeds his expectations. Not making a direct assault, Xiao Chan points his fingers as if they were swords, rapidly thrusting an intangible yet potent surge of spiritual power, akin to a fine needle, towards the senior's brow. Soul Mark, bewildering heart. The lanky senior feels as though his head has been pricked by a needle. His consciousness momentarily blurs, and his movements become unavoidably rigid for an instant. In that fleeting moment, the faint golden energy within Xiao Chun erupts explosively. His right fist clenches, the sound of bones colliding ringing clear as energy rapidly condenses atop his fist, forming an invisible force. 8 Extremes Collapse. With a deep shout, his fist tears through the air, carrying an unstoppable momentum as it strikes fiercely towards the lanky senior's exposed chest. Boom! The heavy sound of flesh colliding resonates. Crack! Accompanied by the distinct sound of bones fracturing. Puffed! The lanky senior's eyes bulge as he spews forth a mouthful of blood mixed with shattered internal organs. His body hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing violently against a large tree before sliding down, completely incapacitated. All this transpires in the blink of an eye. From the moment Xiao Chun strikes to the moment the lanky senior lies grievously injured on the ground. Only 2 or 3 breaths pass. The expression of the stocky senior freezes in shock, transforming into sheer horror. He gazes incredulously at the suddenly appearing Xiao Chun, then at his fallen comrade, an icy dread surging from his feet to the crown of his head. A 7-star great fighter? Taking down a 1-star great fighter in a single blow. Is this a newcomer? Xiao Yu is equally stunned, her gaze fixed upon Xiao Chun, who has turned the tide of battle like a deity descending from the heavens. Her heart, once tense, relaxes, overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of security. Having successfully landed his blow, Xiao Chun does not linger. His cold gaze swiftly locks onto the stocky senior. The stocky senior, under the weight of Xiao Chen's soul-infused gaze, loses all resolve to fight, letting out a panicked cry as he turns to flee. Now you wish to escape? Too late. Xiao Chen scoffs, once again activating the shadow step, his form akin to a shadow clinging closely, his speed surpassing that of his opponent. He refrains from using the more energy-consuming 8 extremes collapse, opting for a straightforward hand chop enveloped in condensed faint golden energy, accurately striking the back of the stocky senior's neck. Ugh! The stocky senior lets out a muffled groan, his vision darkening as he collapses to the ground, unconscious. The battle begins with swiftness and concludes even more rapidly. 2 seasoned students at the 1-star Great Fighter level are dispatched by Xiao Chen's thunderous means in a mere moment. Xiao Chun quickly crouches down, retrieving the fire energy crystal cards from the 2 unconscious seniors' waists. Channeling his spiritual power, he easily erases the faint soul marks upon them. The cards reveal numbers of 15 and 12. A bountiful harvest. Xiao Chen's lips curl slightly as he tosses one of the cards to the approaching Xiao Yu. Cousin Xiao Yu, take this one. Xiao Yu receives the card, her eyes widening in delight at the number 12 displayed upon it. 12 days of fire energy? So much. This is nearly equivalent to what we would have accumulated safely in the forest over 12 days. Seasoned students of the inner court have accumulated wealth over the years, naturally more abundant than us newcomers. Xiao Chun explains, simultaneously brushing his own card containing 15 days of fire energy against his, increasing its value from 5 to 20. Before tossing the now empty card back to the unconscious lanky senior. We must leave this place quickly. The commotion we caused might attract others. Xiao Chen senses the surroundings and speaks solemnly. Xiao Yu nods eagerly, her gaze filled with gratitude and trust toward Xiao Chun. Had he not arrived in time, not only would she have struggled to protect her fire energy, but she might have also sustained injuries. Without further delay, the 2 select a direction and swiftly vanish into the depths of the forest. Through this encounter, Xiao Chen not only successfully rescued Xiao Yu, but also acquired valuable fire energy, instilling him with newfound confidence for the impending life in the inner court. The news of newcomer Xiao Chen's thunderous defeat of 2 seasoned students will likely spread throughout the fire energy hunting competition as the fallen seniors regain consciousness. Current situation: Xiao Chun has thunderously defeated 2 seniors, reunited with Xiao Yu, and acquired a substantial amount of fire energy. The 2 are now on the lookout for other members of Panmin. Choose the next course of action: active hunting, accumulating fire energy, leveraging Xiao Chen's prowess and perception. He actively sought out solitary or small groups of senior students within the inner courtyard to engage in counter-hunting, seizing additional fire energy to amass substantial resources for the Panmin's entry into the inner courtyard. Prioritize gathering, consolidate forces. The primary objective was to locate Xiao Yin, Sun Er, Xiao Ning, and other Panmin members, consolidating team strength to collectively confront potentially more formidable senior students, such as Wu Hao or other top-ranked experts. Seek shortcuts. Evade risks. Endeavoring to utilize his soul perception and insight, he sought safer or quicker paths through the forest to reach the inner courtyard gates, striving to avoid encounters with powerful senior students and preserve their strength. Ambush and counter. Await the weary. He sought advantageous terrain to set traps or ambushes, luring pursuing senior students into a counterattack to further seize fire energy and intimidate opponents. Chapter 128. The Reunion of the Rock, the Name of Yanchen. Upon reuniting with Xiao Yu, Xiao Chun remained unclouded by the triumph before him. He was acutely aware that, in this treacherous fire energy hunting competition, individual strength was ultimately limited. Only by reuniting the forces of Panmin could they confront greater challenges, especially from formidable experts like Wu Hao. Cousin Xiao Yu. Let us swiftly locate Cousin Xiao, Yin, and Sun Er, Xiao Chun remarked, attentively sensing their surroundings. Xiao Yu, without dissent, fully regarded Xiao Chun as their guiding beacon. The duo navigated swiftly through the dense forest, with Xiao Chun extending his soul power to its maximum range. His eye of insight, continuously scanning for energy traces and subtle movements. He was not merely searching for companions, but also evading potential encounters with other senior student teams. After approximately half an hour, Xiao Chen's expression shifted as he whispered, "Ahead, there are signs of a struggle. The energy signature is familiar. It's Xiao Ning. And Cousin Xiao Yan's presence too." They hastened their pace, breaking through a thicket, only to be met with a startling sight. Xiao Ning leaned against a tree, blood at his lips and pallid of face, evidently gravely injured. Meanwhile, Xiao Yin wielded a profound, heavy ruler, engaged in combat with 3 senior students from the inner courtyard. These 3 seniors were formidable, comprising 2 one-star grand fighters and 1 2-star grand fighter, who, in their coordinated efforts, had Xiao Yin subtly suppressed. Sun'er did not directly partake in the fray, but remained by Xiao Ning's side, occasionally flicking her fingers to unleash strands of golden flame, disrupting the opponent's onslaught and alleviating some of Xiao Yan's burden. However, she seemed to hold back, refraining from exerting her full strength. Xiao Ning, upon witnessing her brother's injury, Xiao Yu gasped and was about to rush forward. "Do not rush," Xiao Chun restrained her, his gaze sharply scanning the battlefield. The trio's teamwork was impeccable. Charging in recklessly would yield little effect. "We shall circle around and first eliminate the 1-star grand fighter responsible for the side harassment." Xiao Chun swiftly devised a strategy. He and Xiao Yu, utilizing the cover of the trees, silently maneuvered to the side rear of the battlefield. At that moment, the 1-star grand fighter was entirely focused on coordinating with his allies to assault Xiao Yin, seeking for flaws, completely unaware of the impending lethal threat approaching from behind. "Now!" Xiao Chun called out, and he and Xiao Yu sprang into action simultaneously. Xiao Yu's spear lunged forth like a dragon, aiming for the senior's back, forcing him to hurriedly turn and block. In that fleeting moment, as the old strength waned and new strength had yet to rise, Xiao Chun made his move. The misty steps allowed him to appear at the side of the senior as if teleporting, executing a simple yet effective combination, with the soul seal disrupting the senior's soul, causing his movements to falter. Then, with a fist enveloped in faint golden battle energy, he ruthlessly struck beneath the ribcage. 8 extremities collapse. Bang! Ah! A scream erupted as the 1-star grand fighter's ribs shattered, sending him flying and rendering him incapable of combat. The sudden turn of events left the other 2 seniors in shock. "It's that brat. How did he end up here?" The 2-star grand fighter recognized Xiao Chun, his expression darkening considerably. News of Xiao Chen's previous thunderous defeat of 2 seniors, one of whom was a 1-star grand fighter, had seemingly spread within a limited circle. With the pressure suddenly alleviated, Xiao Yan's spirits soared as he laughed heartily. "Cousin Xiao Chun, your timing is impeccable." His profound, heavy ruler swung with renewed ferocity, the ruler's wind howling and forcing the 2-star grand fighter to retreat repeatedly. The remaining 1-star grand fighter, sensing the tide turn unfavorably, contemplated retreat, only to be seized by Xiao Yan's opportunity, who forced him back with a fiery strike, while a timely golden flame shot forth from Sun'er, sealing off his escape route. Xiao Chun and Xiao Yu swiftly joined the fray, surrounding Xiao Yan. The 2-star grand fighter, witnessing one comrade incapacitated in an instant and another ensnared, realized he had no advantage against Xiao Yan, especially now with the enigmatic Xiao Chun and the spear-wielding Xiao Yu joining the fray, and understood the situation had turned dire. "Stop! We concede," he hastily called out, ceasing his assault and, with an ashen face, producing his fire energy crystal card. The other 1-star grand fighter, seeing this, reluctantly halted and surrendered his crystal card as well. Xiao Chun accepted the crystal cards without hesitation, extracting the fire energy within. These 2 seniors, being wealthier, provided 18 and 20 days' worth of fire energy, respectively. Xiao Chun allocated the majority of the fire energy to Xiao Yan and himself, considering Xiao Yan's significant alchemical consumption, while also distributing a portion to Xiao Yu and the injured Xiao Ning. Through this battle, the core of Panmin, Xiao Chun, Xiao Yin, Sun'er, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Ning, successfully reunited. "Cousin Xiao Chun, we owe you a debt of gratitude," Xiao Yin said, patting Xiao Chun on the shoulder, sincerely acknowledging his contribution. He could discern that Xiao Chen's strength had advanced since the selection competition, particularly that elusive soul interference technique, which was nearly impossible to guard against. "We're family. No need for such formalities," Xiao Chun replied, glancing at Xiao Ning's pale countenance. "Is Xiao Ning's injury serious?" After taking some medicinal pills and resting a bit, "He should be fine," Xiao Yin assessed. Sun'er, observing the reformed team, spoke softly. "Although we have reunited, our targets have also expanded. Senior Wu Hao and other top-ranked experts will likely take notice of us soon." Xiao Chen nodded, his gaze sweeping over the group. "Indeed. Moving forward, we cannot afford to disperse again. We must devise a unified strategy to traverse this forest. The rock has reunited, its brilliance beginning to shine. How will they navigate the treacherous landscape of the fire energy hunting competition together?" Current situation. The core members of Panmin have successfully reunited. defeating a small team of senior students and acquiring a substantial amount of fire energy. Team cohesion has strengthened, but the stakes have risen, potentially attracting stronger opponents. Please select the subsequent action strategy for the Panmin team. Steady progress, fight to sustain. The team will operate cohesively, advancing steadily towards the forest's end while actively seeking out senior student teams of comparable or lesser strength to hunt, continuing to accumulate fire energy while honing team coordination. High-speed maneuver. Avoid strong, strike weak. Utilizing the advantage of several team members' adeptness and agility, they will maintain rapid movement. Steering clear of known areas occupied by top-ranked experts, such as Wu Hao, specifically targeting solitary or small groups of senior students for quick strikes. Seizing fire energy before promptly relocating. Seek allies. Unite with freshmen. Attempt to contact other capable freshmen, such as the team led by Hu Jia, within the forest to form temporary alliances. Collectively resisting the oppression of the inner courtyard seniors, thereby increasing their chances of success in the hunting competition. Hold a strategic position. Await the weary. Identify a defensible and challenging terrain, like a cave or canyon, to temporarily fortify, establishing rudimentary defenses or traps to lure seniors into attacking, allowing for a counterstrike to conserve stamina and seize fire energy. Chapter 129, Roaming the Forest, Fire Energy Surge. After reuniting, the core combat strength of Panmin was intact, and their confidence surged. Faced with the potential threat of top-ranked experts, Xiao Chun and Xiao Yin, alongside Suner, briefly deliberated and unanimously decided to adopt a high-speed maneuver strategy, avoiding the strong and striking the weak. Our advantage lies in the individual strength of our members, as well as the remarkable agility exhibited by both cousin Xiao Yin and cousin Suner, alongside myself. Xiao Chun articulated, rather than passively awaiting the arrival of formidable adversaries. It is far more prudent for us to take the initiative to fracture our unity into sharp blades that slice through the air with unmatched speed, targeting only the softest of adversaries. A grin spread across Xiao Yan's face, revealing his pearly white teeth. This aligns perfectly with my intentions. Let them experience the taste of being hunted. Suner nodded slightly in agreement. After consuming their medicinal pills, Xiao Yu and the now stabilized Xiao Ning were eager for action. With their plans solidified, the five-member team sprang into action. They ceased their cautious concealment and instead allowed their presence to be felt to a certain extent, resembling hunters prowling through the forest. Yet their movements were erratic and devoid of any discernible pattern. At this moment, Xiao Qin's formidable soul perception proved to be of paramount importance. He functioned like a human radar, consistently sensing the energy fluctuations in the area ahead, accurately gauging the number of opponents and their approximate strength. Whenever they identified a solitary senior student or a small group comprised of 2 or 3 first or second-tier combat masters, the members of the Pan Yuan would pounce upon them like sharks scenting blood. Their combat strategy had become almost routine. Xiao Yin would draw the main fire with a frontal assault, wielding the Xian Zhong Qi with formidable force, often leaving the opponent overwhelmed. Xiao Chun would utilize his elusive steps and the enigmatic soul seal to execute flanking maneuvers and deliver critical strikes. His soul disturbances consistently creating opportunities for decisive blows. Suner would provide central support, her golden flames appearing and vanishing at will, adept at both long-range assistance and blocking enemy retreats, while Xiao Yu and Xiao Ning took charge of addressing any weaknesses, dealing with slightly weaker foes or preventing any escape attempts. Their synergy grew increasingly harmonious with each rapid assault, often concluding battles within mere minutes. They would seize fire energy, erase any traces, and then swiftly retreat, never lingering in one location for too long. Quick, over there, 3 of them, 1 at the second tier, 2 at the first. Engage. Retreat. There's a powerful presence approaching from the northeast, likely someone of Wu Hao's caliber. Shift southwest, there are 2 stragglers. Within the forest, the Pan Yuan team swept through like a tempest, leaving numerous senior students in dire straits, their hard-earned fire energy stolen, some even rendered unconscious before they could comprehend the situation. Gradually, the reputation of the new Rising Star team began to circulate among the senior participants in the hunting competition. Particularly notable were the black-cloaked youth Xiao Chun, whose peculiar agility and expertise in soul attacks instilled fear, and the black-cloaked alchemist Xiao Yin, whose immense strength and adeptness with fire were topics of hushed conversations. Some of the less formidable senior teams began deliberately avoiding areas where the Pan Yuan operated, fearful of becoming the next targets. Meanwhile, the figures on Xiao Chen's fire energy crystal card surged at an astonishing rate. Observing the number on his card surpassing 100, Xiao Chun felt little joy. Rather, he remained composed. He understood that such rapid plundering could not endure for long. On one hand, the senior students were not fools and would band together or summon stronger experts. On the other, their conspicuous actions had undoubtedly attracted the attention of true powerhouses. Our fire energy should suffice for the time being. During a brief respite, Xiao Chun addressed the group. Next, we must alter our strategy. I sense that as we approach the forest's edge, the powerful presences multiply. Wu Hao, as well as that Hu Jia and Bai Shan, are likely awaiting us ahead. Xiao Yan, polishing his Xian Zhong Qi, gazed with fervor. Are you afraid? Xiao Chun shook his head, his gaze penetrating the forest's depths. It is not fear. It is merely unnecessary to engage in futile entanglements. Our objective is to enter the inner courtyard, not to defeat every last senior here. It is time to make a full sprint towards the finish. All understood that the final stretch would undoubtedly be the most arduous trial. Current situation. The Panyuan gained substantial fire energy through swift guerrilla tactics and garnered a burgeoning reputation. Yet this might have drawn the attention of even stronger seniors. A decision to change strategy and charge towards the forest's end was made. Choose the action plan for the Panyuan's sprint phase. Direct breakthrough. Confront strength with strength, select a direction, and dash straight toward the finish at maximum speed, crushing any obstacles, regardless of their strength. With overwhelming force to breach the inner courtyard. Circumvent and stealth. Avoid the strong. Utilize Xiao Chen's perception and the team's agility to evade known powerful presences. Choosing the path of least resistance to quietly approach the finish. Feign weakness. Lure the snake from its hole, deliberately slow down, even feigning exhaustion or injury. To attract powerful seniors looking for easy prey, such as those lower on the strength rankings, to take action, then ambush them together to seize their richer fire energy. Join forces with newcomers. Charge as a group. Attempt to contact other newcomers who have also reached the final area, such as Hu Jia and Wu Hao, if they can be persuaded, to form a temporary alliance and collectively assault the seniors' final defense. Chapter 130, Stealth and Concealment, finally behold the door. After deciding to alter their strategy, the Panyuan members immediately retracted the energy they had previously been emitting, becoming more secretive in their movements. Xiao Chun heightened his soul perception to its utmost, functioning like a precise detector, continuously scanning the regions ahead and to the sides. 3 miles to the left front. There was a strong energy response, at least a 5-star combat master, likely Wu Hao. Xiao Chun lowered his voice, guiding the team to quietly shift to the right. Circumventing that area. Slightly ahead to the right, 2 presences lingered, presumably a checkpoint set by senior students. Xiao Chun alerted his team once more, and they skillfully maneuvered through the dense underbrush and complex terrain, slipping past the enemy's alert zone like elusive eels. Xiao Yan's alchemical soul perception was no less formidable, corroborating Xiao Chen's findings to ensure the safety of their route. Sun'er seemed to possess a unique sensing ability, occasionally identifying subtle energy traps or warning runes that even Xiao Chun had overlooked. The 5-member team darted through the perilous forest like phantoms in the night, executing their strategy of circumvention and stealth to perfection. They no longer sought combat, instead focusing all their energy on evasion and speed. Along the way, they glimpsed other newcomer teams clashing fiercely with seniors. Bai Shan's team was embroiled in a fierce battle with a group of seniors, their fighting spirit illuminating the surroundings. And further afield, the distinctive sounds of Hu Jia's whip and sharp commands could be heard. Yet, the Panyuan members restrained their impulses to intervene. Their sole focus remained on the finish line. This stealthy approach was immensely taxing on their mental fortitude, particularly for Xiao Chun, who was leading the way and already perspiring. However, the results were evident. They successfully avoided the vast majority of powerful seniors, especially those renowned on the strength rankings. As they delved deeper, the surrounding mist seemed to thin, and the energy in the air appeared more vibrant. Xiao Chun could sense an underlying call emanating from ahead, a unique energy field characteristic of the inner courtyard. We are almost there. Xiao Yan's eyes brightened, having sensed the change as well. The group's spirits lifted, and their pace quickened. Emerging from a towering grove of trees, their vision expanded. Before them lay a broad clearing. At the far end of the clearing stood an enormous stone gate, exuding an aura of ancient grandeur. The gate was firmly shut, adorned with intricate runes, with energy subtly coursing through them. Above the entrance, grand characters carved in a flowing script read, "Inner Courtyard." At last they had arrived. However, the clearing was not devoid of life. In front of the gate, around 20 to 30 individuals were gathered, either seated or standing. Among them were the formidable and sharp-eyed seniors of the inner courtyard, gathered in groups of 3 or 5. Their faces adorned with expressions of mockery and scrutiny as they observed the new students emerging from the forest, each bearing varying degrees of disarray. These seniors were evidently the final hurdle, or rather, the welcoming committee. In front of the crowd of seniors, Xiao Chun spotted several familiar figures. Wu Hao, clad in green attire and cradling a black longsword, his countenance stern. Hu Jia, with an alluring figure and a long whip in hand, her gaze exuding wildness and pride. And Han Xian, whose dark expression and unabashedly resentful glare fixated on their direction. Beside him stood several equally formidable seniors, garbed in the attire of the medicine guild, one of whom bore a striking resemblance to Han Xian, his eyes even more sinister, his aura unmistakably reaching the peak of a 6-star battle master. This must be Han Xian's elder brother, Han Feng, a formidable expert among the ranks of the inner courtyard. In addition to them, Bai Shan stood nearby with his entourage, his expression far from pleasant, seemingly having faced some adversity among the seniors. The appearance of the Pan men immediately attracted the attention of the entire assembly, particularly when they beheld Xiao Chun and Xiao Yan, who, despite their travel-worn appearance, maintained a composed aura, contrasting sharply with some disheveled and dispirited newcomers. Surprise flickered in the eyes of many seniors. Wu Hao's gaze fell upon Xiao Chun, an eyebrow arched in mild astonishment at his unscathed arrival at the finish line. Han Xian, gritting his teeth, growled, "Brother, it's them. That is Xiao Chun, and that is Xiao Yan." Han Feng's cold eyes swept over the members of Pan men, lingering momentarily on Xiao Chun and Xiao Yan, a chilling smirk curling at the corners of his lips. An invisible pressure permeated the open space, indicating that to truly step through the gates of the inner courtyard, they would need to undergo this final baptism. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Chun stood alongside Xiao Yan and Suner, confidently leading the members of Pan men towards the open area, towards the door, symbolizing a new journey. The true trial was only just beginning. Current situation. The members of Pan men have stealthily reached their destination, the gates of the inner courtyard in sight. But a multitude of seniors, including formidable foes like Wu Hao, Hu Jia, and the Han brothers, have gathered before them, forming the last invisible barrier. Choose the attitude and initial action of Pan men in facing this final situation. 1. Unyielding and composed, march forward, ignore the myriad gazes, maintain tranquility, and stride directly towards the gates of the inner courtyard, awaiting the announcement of results by the elders, adapting to any changes with steadfastness. 2. Proactive negotiation. Seize initiative. Either Xiao Yan or Xiao Chun could step forward to negotiate with the seemingly neutral Wu Hao or Hu Jia, testing their attitudes to avoid conflict with the medicine guild. 3. Confrontational. Showcase strength. In the face of the Han brothers' animosity, respond unwaveringly, even retaliating with words, to demonstrate the confidence and strength of Pan men, intimidating any would-be aggressors. 4. Enduring and low-key. Observe changes, temporarily maintain a low profile, blending in with other newcomer groups. Observing the development of the situation to see if any other variables arise, such as the appearance of elders or intervention by other factions. Chapter 131. Confrontation of the Gates. Elders intervene. The atmosphere in the open space grew even more delicate with the arrival of the Pan men members. Various gazes intertwined. Curiosity, scrutiny, mockery, and the unabashed cold hostility emanating from the Han brothers. Xiao Chun remained seemingly oblivious to it all. His gaze was calm as he exchanged a glance with Xiao Yan and Suner. The three discerned the same resolve in each other's eyes. Unyielding and composed, they marched forward. The 5 members of Pan men, under the focus of numerous gazes, stepped steadily towards the grand gates of the inner courtyard. They neither faltered in the face of the seniors' formidable presence, nor reacted excessively to Han Xian's venomous glare, as if the surrounding commotion held no relevance to them. Their singular objective was to enter the inner courtyard. This indifferent demeanor rendered some of the seniors, who anticipated a spectacle, somewhat disinterested, further intensifying the chill in Han Feng's eyes. Stop! Just as Xiao Chun and the others were about to cross the invisible encirclement formed by the seniors and approach the gate, a sinister voice echoed. The speaker was none other than Han Xian, stepping forward to block their path, his gaze fixed intensely on Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun, you injure my brother. Do you think this matter can simply be brushed aside? Han Feng's voice followed, low yet laden with oppressive force, the aura of a 6-star battle master subtly radiating, causing some of the weaker newcomers to pale in response. Xiao Chun halted, finally turning his gaze to Han Feng, his eyes unwaveringly calm. The rules of the fire energy capture competition permit competition for resources. Han Xian's lack of skill leading to his soul being injured is of no concern to me. Should he be allowed to seize from others without consequence, while others cannot retaliate? His voice rang clear and composed across the silent expanse, instantly drawing intrigued gazes from several seniors. The inner courtyard valued strength, and Xiao Chen's words, though direct, held merit. Han Feng narrowed his eyes, a glint of malice flashing within. Sharp-tongued, the inner courtyard is not the outer courtyard. Some prices are beyond your means to pay. Whether I can afford it is my concern, Xiao Chen retorted defiantly, locking eyes with Han Feng, his soul energy subtly gathering. Although the opponent's strength far surpassed his own, he refused to yield in spirit. Beside him, Xiaoyan quietly tightened his grip on the Xian heavy ruler, a pale yellow battle aura beginning to flow. Sooner, though still quiet, seemed to emanate a faint golden glow that shimmered around her. The atmosphere was charged with tension, on the brink of an explosive confrontation. The surrounding seniors revealed expressions of keen interest. Even Wu Hao and Hu Jia, who stood with arms crossed, turned their attention to see how these audacious newcomers would respond to Han Feng's pressure. A trace of savagery flickered across Han Feng's face as he seemed poised to teach this oblivious newcomer a lesson. Enough. Just as the situation teetered on the edge, a calm yet authoritative voice suddenly resonated through the air. The voice emanated from the direction of the grand inner courtyard gates. Unbeknownst to them, an elder clad in gray robes had appeared at the entrance, the same Elder Hua who had previously guided them to the forest's edge. Elder Hua's gaze swept across the assembly, briefly lingering on the tense standoff between Han Feng and Xiao Chun. Before he spoke softly but firmly, the rules of the fire energy capture competition were established by the Academy. As long as you reach this point, you have passed. Personal grievances will be resolved in the inner courtyard's arena. Now, everyone, behave yourselves. His words carried an invisible weight that instantly deflated the tense atmosphere. Han Feng's expression shifted several times. Before the elder of the inner courtyard, he dared not act recklessly, casting a fierce glare at Xiao Chan before retracting his aura with a cold snort and stepping aside. Though Han Xian was unwilling, he too followed suit. Elder Hua offered no further commentary, turning his attention to all the newcomers who had successfully arrived, proclaiming with a resonant voice, "Congratulations. You have successfully passed the fire energy capture competition and are now official members of the inner courtyard. Now, follow me into the academy." As his voice faded, the massive stone doors began to slowly open with a deep rumble, revealing an even broader expanse filled with abundant energy beyond. The inner courtyard had finally opened its gates to them. Xiao Chan took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult within, and, alongside the members of Panmen, followed Elder Hua's lead, stepping through the gate amidst the varied gazes of the seniors. A new world, new challenges lay before them. The new journey had begun at their feet. Upon entering the inner courtyard, please choose Xiao Chen's initial focus of attention. Acquainting with the environment, establishing a foundation. The foremost task is to familiarize oneself with the layout, rules, and significant structures of the inner courtyard, such as the Heavenly Flame Refining Tower, the Battle Techniques Pavilion, and the Mission Hall, seeking a suitable place for the Pan Gate to settle and establish a stable foundation before planning future endeavors. Confronting the Medicine Alliance, resolving crises. Aware that the conflict with the Medicine Alliance is unavoidable, I proactively gathered detailed information regarding the Medicine Alliance and Han Feng, consulting with Xiao Yin and Sun Er to devise strategies to counter the oppression from the Medicine Alliance. Enhancing strength, an urgent necessity, feeling the vast disparity in strength compared to the top-tier experts. I am eager to utilize the resources available in the inner courtyard, especially the Heavenly Flame Refining Tower, to enhance my capabilities, striving for an early breakthrough to the great fighter level. Developing the Pan Gate, recruiting talents, recognizing the limitations of solitary efforts. I immediately set about expanding the Pan Gate upon entering the inner courtyard, recruiting promising newcomers or disheartened veterans, rapidly forming a formidable force. Chapter 132. Initial entry to the inner courtyard, establishing the Pan Gate. As I stepped through the grand entrance of the inner courtyard, it felt as though I had entered another realm. The concentration of elemental energy in the air was several times more potent than that of the outer courtyard in Pingjin. Taking a deep breath, I felt every pore of my body open, and the flow of Do Qi seemed to hasten. Gazing around, pavilions and towers were nestled among the mountains and waters, their scale far grander than that of the outer courtyard. In the distance, floating peaks and swirling mist could even be seen, evoking a celestial ambience. However, at this moment, Xiao Chun and his companions had little time to appreciate the scenery of the inner courtyard. After Elder Hu briefly outlined essential precautions, such as prohibiting brawls in residential areas and the distribution of significant buildings, and distributed the keys to their lodging areas, the newcomers dispersed to settle in. The immediate priority was to find a place to establish themselves and gather information. Xiao Chun remarked to Xiao Yin and Sun Er. All three understood that, as newcomers, acting blindly would be a grave mistake. Following the directions on the keys, they found the new student area. This was a relatively independent courtyard zone, albeit with conditions evidently more modest than those of the outer courtyard, featuring courtyards of varying sizes. Clearly, a better living environment would need to be earned through strength and fire energy, utilizing the ample fire energy they had previously acquired. The Pangate promptly rented a relatively secluded, yet spacious courtyard, sufficient to accommodate core members and potential new recruits, thus establishing a temporary base for the Pangate. Once settled, Xiao Chun immediately organized the tasks. Cousin Xiao Yin, your sensitivity to energy is keen. Please join forces with Cousin Sun Er to investigate the specifics of the Heavenly Flame Refining Tower, including the required fire energy for entry, the effects of different levels, and the associated rules. Strength enhancement is paramount, and the Heavenly Flame Refining Tower is undoubtedly the core of cultivation in the inner courtyard. We must clarify this as soon as possible. Xiao Yin nodded, intrigued by the tower that could accelerate cultivation. Cousin Xiao Yu, Xiao Ning, you are tasked with exploring the new student area and the surrounding trading zone to gather intelligence, focusing on the current distribution of forces within the inner courtyard. Besides the Medicine Alliance, Wu Hao's Wu Gang, and Hu Jia's Demon Gate, what other forces should we be wary of, and are there any recent noteworthy developments? Information is the foundation for making sound decisions. Xiao Yu and Xiao Ning accepted their assignments and set off. Meanwhile, Xiao Qin remained in the courtyard, digesting the initial information gathered while contemplating the future development of the Pan Gate. As evening fell, those who had ventured out began returning. The news brought back by Xiao Yin and Sun Er was of utmost importance. The Heavenly Flame Refining Tower consists of 10 levels. The higher the level, the more potent the heart fire's body-tempering effects and the faster the cultivation speed, but the consumption of fire energy increases exponentially. The first level requires a daily consumption of 10 units of fire energy. It is said that from the 5th level onward, the daily consumption reaches astronomical figures. Moreover, higher levels necessitate greater strength to endure the scorching of the heart fire. Xiao Chun inwardly marveled. Although they had seized a considerable amount of fire energy, sustaining long-term cultivation at higher levels would likely be unsustainable. The significance of fire energy was once again underscored. Additionally, Xiao Yin added that there seemed to be Do Ling-level guardians within the tower, along with a mysterious elder in charge of the tower, enforcing strict rules against any form of private combat. Next, Xiao Yu and Xiao Ning returned with intelligence. The inner courtyard's power dynamics were indeed intricate. Xiao Yu reported that, alongside the Medicine Alliance, Wu Gang, and Demon Gate as the 3 dominant powers, there were numerous small to medium-sized factions intricately intertwined. The Medicine Alliance was indeed formidable, controlling a vast supply of medicinal resources, compelling many students to rely on them for pills. Xiao Ning expressed his concerns. Brother Chun, upon our arrival, we've heard whispers stating that the Medicine Alliance has declared intentions to make our Pan Gate's existence in the inner courtyard exceedingly difficult. Not only will they likely restrict our access to medicinal resources, but they may also create troubles for us in the mission hall and the arena. The pressure bore down like a mountain. Xiao Chun fell silent for a moment, yet his eyes betrayed no fear. Rather, they ignited with determination. He turned to Xiao Yin and Sun Er, stating resolutely, "It seems we have no time to adapt slowly. Strength and influence are both indispensable." "I concur." Xiao Yin clenched his fist. "We must enhance our strength as quickly as possible. I plan to enter the Heavenly Flame Refining Tower tomorrow to assess its effects. Regarding medicinal resources, I will expedite the process of refining several commonly used pills circulating within the inner courtyard. Breaking the Medicine Alliance's monopoly may take time, but we must at least ensure a steady supply for our own members." Sun Er softly suggested, "Perhaps we could attempt to engage with some factions that have grievances against the Medicine Alliance or those independent powerhouses unwilling to align with any faction." Xiao Chen nodded. Synthesizing everyone's input, a preliminary plan began to form in his mind. Excellent. Henceforth, we will adopt a tripartite approach. First, we will focus on enhancing our personal strength. The Heavenly Flame Refining Tower will be our primary battleground. Second, Cousin Xiao Yin will oversee medicinal resources, first securing our internal needs, then addressing external issues. Third, I will take the lead in reaching out to other factions while appropriately showcasing our strength to attract students who also wish to resist the oppression of the Medicine Alliance to join the Pan Gate. The Pan Gate, a vessel newly navigating the tumultuous seas of the inner courtyard, after experiencing initial disarray, finally set its course. The journey ahead remained perilous. Yet at the very least, they knew what actions to take. Current situation. The Pan Gate has been initially established, gaining understanding of the rules of the Heavenly Flame Refining Tower and the power dynamics of the inner courtyard, while facing explicit suppression from the Medicine Alliance. A strategy has been devised to enhance strength, produce self-sourced medicinal resources, and expand influence through a tripartite approach. Please choose Xiao Chen's next primary action. 1. Initial exploration of the Refining Tower, experiencing Heart Fire. The following day, enter the first level of the Heavenly Flame Refining Tower with Xiao Yin, personally experiencing the effects of Heart Fire body tempering, assessing their endurance and cultivation speed, preparing for subsequent training plans. 2. Proactive engagement. Visiting allies, attempt to visit Wu Hao or Hu Jia, both to express gratitude or explanation for the encounter during the fire energy hunting competition and to gauge their stance on the conflict between the Pan Gate and the Medicine Alliance. Seeking potential cooperation. 3. Making a name in the mission hall, earning fire energy. Proceed to the mission hall to undertake tasks suitable for the team with substantial rewards. To earn the urgently needed fire energy, while simultaneously showcasing the strength and style of the Pan Gate to attract attention. 4. Internal integration. Strengthening training. Refrain from external actions for the time being, utilizing the newly settled days to enhance training and coordination among existing members of the Pan Gate. Digesting the gains from the fire energy hunting competition to solidify their foundational strength. Chapter 133, Heart Fire Body Tempering, Establishing a Reputation Through Tasks. The following morning, Xiao Chun and Xiao Yin eagerly made their way to the renowned Heavenly Flame Refining Tower. The tower, pitch black and soaring into the clouds, faintly emanated waves of searing energy, causing the space around it to appear somewhat distorted. After paying each 10 days' worth of fire energy, a manageable expense for them, possessing over 100 units, the two stepped into the first level of the tower. Instantly, a scorching aura enveloped them, as if standing at the edge of a furnace. Curiously, an intangible heart fire began to kindle from within, scorching their meridians and refining their do qi. The searing sensation was accompanied by a slight sting. Yet it was also intertwined with a refreshing exhilaration as the fighting spirit was refined and accelerated. Xiao Chun immediately activated his unnamed cultivation technique, astonished to discover that under the tempering of the heart fire, the speed of his fighting spirit's condensation surpassed that of his usual practice. Even the soul fire within his consciousness seemed to have been stimulated, becoming more active and aiding in resisting the subtle influences of the heart fire on his soul. Such a peculiar heart fire. It truly lives up to its reputation. Xiao Yin was equally astounded, as his practice of the burning art appeared particularly sensitive to this fiery energy. The two of them immersed themselves in this efficient cultivation until they felt a throbbing pain in their meridians, compelling them to cease. Merely a few hours of training yielded results comparable to several days of arduous effort in the outside world. They must acquire more fire energy. Exchanging a glance, they recognized the determination reflected in each other's eyes. The refining energy tower, especially its higher levels, held an irresistible allure for them. Upon leaving the refining energy tower, Xiao Chun promptly gathered the core members of the Panmen. The refining energy tower proved exceptionally effective, yet the consumption of fire energy was immense. Idly consuming resources was not an option. They had to take the initiative. Xiao Chen's gaze swept over the crowd. Xiao Yu, Xiao Ning, continue leading the brothers in coordinated training, particularly in scenarios that may arise in the inner court involving team combat. My cousin Xiao Yin and I will head to the task hall. The task hall was located in the central area of the inner court, bustling with activity. A massive task display flickered with a myriad of assignments, ranging from gathering medicinal herbs and hunting specific magical beasts to providing protection, clearing designated areas, and even some high-difficulty tasks involving exploration of ruins or settling personal grievances, requiring mutual consent and notification. The rewards varied from a few points of fire energy to thousands. The appearance of Xiao Chun and Xiao Yin attracted considerable attention. Following the fire energy hunting competition, they had gained a modest reputation. Look, it's those two youngsters from Panmen. I heard they snatched a considerable amount of fire energy from the older students. They must be quite wealthy. Oof. They've offended the medicine guild. Let's see how long they can remain arrogant. The murmurs did not affect Xiao Chun. His sharp gaze scanned the display, quickly locking onto a particular task. Eliminate the bone-corroding rat swarm in the abandoned mine tunnels of the Northern District. Estimated strength of the Rat King is at the peak of the 3rd tier, equivalent to a human 9-star Dome Master to 1-star Great Dome Master. With a vast number of rats. Task requirements. Eliminate the Rat King and exterminate over 80% of the rat swarm. Task reward. 300 fire energy, team completion allowed. The reward was substantial, yet the difficulty was equally significant, especially with the vast number of rats and the potential for the Rat King to reach the level of a Great Dome Master, deterring many teams. This one will do, Xiao Chun declared to Xiao Yan. This task was perfect for assessing their combat capabilities, and the reward of 300 fire energy would suffice for their cultivation on the 1st level for a while. Xiao Yan nodded in agreement. The two accepted the task and left the task hall amidst numerous surprised and curious gazes. They actually accepted the task to clear the bone-corroding rat swarm. They truly are fearless. That Rat King is not to be trifled with, and the Rat Tide can wear one down. Let us wait to see them return in disgrace. No one believed they could complete the task alone. However, merely a day later, Xiao Chun and Xiao Yan reappeared in the task hall to report their completion. When Xiao Chun placed the chilling 3rd-tier magic core and the token representing the exterminated numbers on the counter, the entire hall fell silent for a moment. The steward responsible for task completion was momentarily stunned, and upon careful inspection, confirmed the task was accomplished, transferring 300 fire energy into Xiao Chen's crystal card. How is this possible? They completed it by themselves? That Rat King is comparable to a 1-star Great Dome Master, and there were so many bone-corroding rats. It seems the rumors are true. These two newcomers indeed possessed the audacity to back it up. Gasps of astonishment and murmurs of speculation filled the air. Yet, Xiao Chun and Xiao Yan maintained their composure, as if they had merely performed a trivial task. Only they knew that to swiftly conclude the battle, Xiao Yan had used the Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire to clear the field, while Xiao Chun had relied on his soul power and the 8 Extremes Collapse, coordinating with Xiao Yan to forcefully slay the Rat King, who had just recently advanced to the 1st tier. This victory solidified the names of Xiao Chun and Xiao Yan within Panmin, establishing their reputation in the inner court. Not only did they showcase formidable personal strength, but they also demonstrated their capability to acquire fire energy. Upon returning to the Panmin courtyard with their ample fire energy, the enthusiasm of Xiao Yu and the others in training skyrocketed. Meanwhile, some solitary students and small groups who had been observing from the shadows, previously hesitant about joining Panmin, began to reconsider. Panmin, a nascent star in the inner court, was beginning to emerge with a formidable presence. This also signified that their conflict with the Medicine Guild was about to come to the forefront. Choose the next course of action to respond to the potential escalation of suppression by the Medicine Guild. High-profile retaliation. Standing firm, respond to any provocation from the Medicine Guild, such as pill blockades or task disruptions, with the most resolute stance. Even publicly challenging the Medicine Guild in the trading area to swiftly establish Panmin's tough image. Form alliances. Seeking breakthroughs. Actively reach out to Wu Gang and other forces dissatisfied with the Medicine Guild's monopoly to establish temporary alliances or understandings to collectively oppose the Medicine Guild. Focus on development, building strength. Temporarily avoid direct confrontation with the Medicine Guild, concentrating efforts on utilizing the refining energy tower to enhance the capabilities of core members, and relying on Xiao Yan's alchemy skills for self-sufficiency in medicinal pills, accumulating strength. Proactively set a trap, luring them out, design a trap. Intentionally revealing a flaw to lure the Medicine Guild into taking action, then seize the opportunity to launch a fierce counterattack, gaining leverage within the Academy's rules. Chapter 134, Cultivating in Secrecy, the Pill Fire Ignites. The fame garnered in the task hall was akin to casting a large stone into a tranquil lake, allowing Panmin to initially establish its foothold in the inner court. However, Xiao Chun understood that this modicum of renown was still insignificant in the presence of true powerhouses and vast forces. The Medicine Guild loomed like a sword of Damocles, ready to descend at any moment. Rashly engaging in a full-scale conflict with them would not be a wise course of action. Patience, development, and accumulation of strength. Xiao Chun set the tone for the upcoming period during an internal meeting at Panmin, acknowledging that the Medicine Guild suppression would inevitably return. But they must not lose their composure or be led by the nose. Their core strength lay in their capabilities and self-sufficiency in medicinal pills. The others nodded in agreement. Thus, Pan Men entered a phase of low-key external activity while intensifying internal cultivation. Xiao Chun and Xiao Yin became frequent visitors to the heavenly burning, refining energy tower. Using the abundant fire energy they had earned and seized from previous tasks, they directly ascended to the second level for training. The intensity of the heart fire on the second level far exceeded that of the first, and the pain searing through their meridians and refining their fighting spirit multiplied. Yet the cultivation effects were equally astonishing. Xiao Chen's unnamed technique seemed to resonate in a wondrous manner with the heart fire. Under the continuous tempering of the heart fire, the pale golden fighting spirit within his energy sea became increasingly refined, and the tiny seedling of the fighting crystal appeared to grow stronger. His cultivation was steadily progressing towards the 8-star Dome Master Realm. During the process of resisting the heart fire scorch, his soul power also underwent a tempering, allowing for more precise control over the soul fire. Xiao Yan's progress was equally swift. The affinity of the burning art to fiery energy made him feel at home. In addition to his personal cultivation, Xiao Chun devoted a considerable amount of time to studying the foundations of the nether puppet technique and talisman crafting. He utilized materials acquired through the system and from the outskirts of the underground palace, and although the failure rate was exceptionally high, after consuming a substantial quantity of materials, he finally succeeded in crafting several basic exorcism talismans and energy disruption talismans. While these talismans had limited power, they might prove unexpectedly useful in critical moments. Simultaneously, Xiao Yin immersed himself deeply into the world of alchemy. He utilized the medicinal herbs collected from the pill sect and exchanged within the system to commence his ambitious endeavor of concocting several of the most popular third-tier elixirs in the inner court, such as the Qi Recovery Pill and the Power Accumulation Pill. Initially, due to his unfamiliarity with the prescriptions and the precise control of the flames, his success rate in alchemy was lamentably low, resulting in considerable waste of precious herbs, much to the chagrin of Xiao Yu and others responsible for logistics. Yet, Xiao Yan's innate talent for alchemy was indisputable, and with the guidance of the medicine elder, though unspoken, Xiao Chun could sense the subtle fluctuations of soul energy during Xiao Yan's refining process. His progress was nothing short of extraordinary. In less than half a month, he had achieved a stable production of commendable Qi recovery pills, with a success rate elevated to approximately 30%. When the first batch of Qi recovery pills, imbued with a delicate aroma and crafted by Xiao Yan's own hands, was distributed among the core members of the pill sect, excitement surged among them. This signified that the pill sect had finally taken its first step towards liberating itself from the constraints imposed by the medicine guild. Although the quality was modest and the quantity limited, it was undeniably a commencement. Xiao Ning, holding the pill, exclaimed with exhilaration. Xiao Yu also expressed her sentiments. With our own alchemist, we shall no longer be subservient to the whims of the medicine guild. However, as the saying goes, the tree desires tranquility, but the wind does not cease. The pill sect's low profile was perceived by the medicine guild as cowardice and isolation. Their oppression began to escalate. First, whenever pill sect members sought high-reward tasks within the task hall, they were invariably met with unexpected competition or premature leaks of task information, significantly increasing the difficulty of completion. Subsequently, in the trading area, any pill sect member attempting to set up stalls for selling materials or purchasing specific herbs would soon find themselves disrupted by members of Medicine Guild, who either maliciously drove down prices or engaged in frenzied buying. Most troubling was the Medicine Guild's use of its influence to curtail interactions between other disciples and the pill sect, subtly isolating them. Such news inevitably stirred discontent within the pill sect. Brother Chun, the Medicine Guild is becoming increasingly outrageous. Must we continue to endure this? Xiao Ning said indignantly. Xiao Chun, opening his eyes from cultivation, maintained a calm demeanor, though a flicker of cold flame danced within. He spoke slowly. The time has come. Our forbearance is not born of fear, but rather a means to amass strength. Now that our elixirs are self-sufficient and the core members have shown improvement, it is time for them to understand that the pill sect is not a pushover. The dormant tiger is about to reveal its fangs. Choose the pill sect's first targeted counterattack strategy against the Medicine Guild. 1. Elixir breakthrough. Low price dumping. Utilize the Qi recovery pills and other foundational elixirs refined by Xiao Yin to publicly sell them in the trading area at prices slightly lower than those of the Medicine Guild, thereby shattering their monopoly on low-tier elixirs and striking at their very foundation. 2. Task counterattack. Hard hit. No longer avoid the disruptions from the Medicine Guild. During the next task acquisition, if they encounter interference from the Medicine Guild again, they shall use overwhelming force to crush them and seize their task objectives. Boldly declaring the pill sect's return. 3. Public opinion mobilization. Expose the monopoly. Secretly spread the news of the Medicine Guild's monopolistic practices and oppression of disciples to garner sympathy and support from ordinary disciples. Morally isolating the Medicine Guild and diminishing its influence. 4. Precise strikes. Capture the thief by seizing the king. Gather evidence of misconduct or violations by mid-level leaders of the Medicine Guild, excluding Han Foam, and seek opportunities to publicly confront them, defeating them or sending them to the enforcement team to diminish the Medicine Guild's arrogance and trim its wings. Chapter 135. The Pill Arena Rises. Intimidation of Rascals. The relentless pressure from the Medicine Guild had evidently breached the pill sect's survival threshold. Xiao Chun understood that continued silence would only embolden their adversaries. Thus a counteroffensive was imperative. Since they wish to suffocate us in terms of elixirs and tasks, we shall sever their claws from these two fronts, Xiao Chun declared grimly, establishing a counter-strategy. The following day, the inner court's trading area buzzed with its usual vibrancy. The various elixir stalls controlled by the Medicine Guild continued to attract crowds. Yet prices remained stubbornly high, radiating an air of monopolistic arrogance. However, in a relatively secluded corner of the trading area, a brand new stall was quietly erected. The proprietors were Xiao Yu and Xiao Ning, and prominently displayed were bottles of qi recovery pills, their luster radiant and their aroma refreshing. Beside them stood a rudimentary wooden sign, clearly stating, Pill Sect Elixirs, Qi Recovery Pills, Premium Quality, Limited Daily Supply Price, 20% below market value. This sign was akin to throwing cold water into boiling oil, instantly igniting a sensation throughout the trading area. What? The Pill Sect is selling elixirs? At a 20% discount compared to the Medicine Guild? Is this for real? They can't possibly be inferior products, can they? Let's check it out. If the quality holds up, that could save us a great deal of fire energy. The crowd surged towards the Pill Sect stall, encircling it tightly. Although Xiao Yu and Xiao Ning felt a twinge of nervousness, they remained composed as they introduced, collected payments, and delivered the elixirs. The qi recovery pills, of exceptional quality and at such a favorable price, were swiftly snatched up. Do you have more? I want them all. Will you be back tomorrow? The fortunate buyers beamed with joy, while those who missed out wore expressions of regret, eagerly inquiring. This scene was promptly reported back to the Medicine Guild by their spies. In charge of overseeing the elixir trade in the trading area was a senior member of the Medicine Guild named Fu Ao, a 5-star fighter who often wielded his power with impunity. Upon hearing of this incident, he erupted in fury. This is outrageous. A bunch of fledgling newcomers daring to encroach upon the elixir business? They are cutting off my source of income. Follow me. Fu Ao immediately led several Medicine Guild lackeys, storming towards the Pill Sect stall with an imposing demeanor. At that moment, Xiao Yu and Xiao Ning were preparing to pack up. Stop! Fu Ao bellowed, blocking their path, his cold gaze sweeping over the stall. Who permitted you to sell elixirs here? Do you understand the rules? Xiao Ning stepped forward, unafraid. The trading area allows free trade. What is wrong with that? We have neither stolen nor robbed. We are selling our own refined elixirs. Who needs permission? Your own refinement? Oomph. Fu Ao scoffed. How do we know you haven't obtained inferior elixirs from elsewhere, deceiving your fellow disciples? Hand over all the fire energy you earned today and the remaining elixirs. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. As he spoke, he unleashed his 5-star fighter aura, attempting to intimidate Xiao Yu and Xiao Ning. The few lackeys behind him cracked their knuckles, their expressions menacing. The surrounding crowd fell silent, tension mounting as they witnessed this confrontation. The Medicine Guild had finally taken direct action. Just as Xiao Yu and Xiao Ning prepared to fight to the death, a calm voice rang out. Oh? I'm quite interested to see how you plan to be impolite. The crowd parted, revealing Xiao Chun walking over with measured steps, having just finished his cultivation. His aura was restrained, yet his eyes gleamed with sharpness, locking directly onto Fu Ao. Upon seeing Xiao Chun, Fu Ao's pupils constricted. He had heard the rumors surrounding the fire energy capture competition, yet with his inflated sense of identity and strength, he retorted defiantly. Xiao Chun, this is none of your business. Get lost. A cold smirk curved at the corner of Xiao Chen's lips. You dare to harm my Pill Sect members and sell my Pill Sect's elixirs. And you say it has nothing to do with me? He ceased his verbal sparring, stepping forward to unleash his mysterious shadow step. his form akin to a specter as he closed the distance to Fu Ao in an instant. Unprepared for Xiao Chun to strike so swiftly, Fu Ao hastily threw a punch, channeling his fighting energy. However, Xiao Chun did not dodge. He retaliated with a punch of his own, his pale golden fighting energy enveloping his fist, colliding with Fu Ao's blow in a straightforward manner. Bang! The two fists clashed, unleashing a turbulent wave of energy. The sneer on Fu Ao's face froze in an instant, replaced by astonishment. He felt an indescribable force, infused with an exceptionally refined fighting energy, shatter through his defensive barrier like a hot knife through butter, brutally crashing into his arm. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing resonated. Ah! Fu Ao let out a piercing scream, his body flying backward like a broken sack, toppling several stalls before he crash-landed in a disheveled heap, wailing in agony while clutching his contorted arm. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the scene. The 5-star Dome Master, Fu Ao, had been incapacitated by a single punch from the 7-star Dome Master, Xiao Chun. All onlookers, including the henchmen of the Medicine Guild, were left dumbfounded, gazing incredulously at the tall figure in the arena. Xiao Chun withdrew his fist, his icy gaze sweeping over the hushed henchmen of the Medicine Guild. Return and inform Han Feng that the alchemical business belongs to Panmin. Whatever means you possess, unleash them. Panmin will stand firm. His voice was low yet resonated with an undeniable air of authority, echoing through the quiet trading area. The henchmen of the Medicine Guild, as if granted amnesty, hurriedly lifted the howling Fu Ao and fled the scene, tails between their legs. Only after their disappearance did the trading area erupt into a tumult of astonishment. One punch. He had used but a single punch. The prowess of Xiao Chun was truly terrifying. Panmin was poised to confront the Medicine Guild head-on. This incident catapulted the reputation of Panmin's elixirs into the limelight, while the notorious name of Xiao Chun reverberated throughout the inner court once more. Panmin had declared its rise in the most direct manner, and the conflict with the Medicine Guild was now laid bare, leaving no room for retreat. Chapter 136. A sudden turmoil, the elders summon. The clout demonstrated in the trading area, along with the fearsome reputation of Xiao Chun, swept through the inner court like a tempest. The affordable yet high-quality recovery pills attracted a multitude of ordinary students, shattering the Medicine Guild's monopoly on low-tier elixirs and undermining its foundation. Furthermore, Xiao Chen's ruthless action of incapacitating the 5-star Dome Master, Fu Ao, forced many senior students who had previously dismissed Panmin to rethink their stance. However, the ensuing pressure surged significantly. The Medicine Guild was evidently not one to back down easily. Following the incident in the trading area, Panmin members felt an unmistakable increase in covert surveillance and hostility during their activities outside. Some factions allied with the Medicine Guild began to overtly and covertly ostracize Panmin. Even within the task hall, high-difficulty, high-risk bounty tasks targeting Panmin began to emerge, their intentions unmistakable. Although Han Feng had yet to take direct action, these minor provocations were already quite vexing. Xiaoyu was scrutinizing the recent bills for the maliciously inflated medicinal herbs, his brows furrowed. Xiao Ning expressed concern. Brother Chun, are we being too hasty? We've thoroughly enraged the Medicine Guild. The die is cast. There's no retreat. Xiao Chun interjected calmly. If we take a step back, the Medicine Guild will advance 10 steps. Only by demonstrating formidable strength and resolve that instills fear in them can we carve out space for respite and development. Fu Ao is merely a small fish. His defeat is inconsequential. The key lies in how Han Feng will respond next. Just as Panmin was deliberating on how to counter the Medicine Guild's impending retaliation, a student clad in the enforcement team's attire arrived at the Panmin courtyard. Who is Xiao Chun? The enforcement officer, expressionless, scanned the crowd and stated, by order of Grand Elder Su Qian, I am to summon Xiao Chun to the Elders' Hall for questioning. Su Qian, the Grand Elder, one of the true power holders in the inner court. A shiver ran through the crowd. The brawl in the trading area had actually stirred this esteemed figure. Xiao Yin stepped forward, standing beside Xiao Chun. What matter requires the Grand Elder's personal inquiry? I shall accompany him. The enforcement officer cast a glance at Xiao Yin, maintaining a professional demeanor. The Grand Elder has summoned only Xiao Chun. The reason will be revealed upon arrival. The atmosphere in the courtyard grew tense. A summons from the elders was fraught with uncertainty. If the Medicine Guild sought to exert pressure through this, it could be detrimental to Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun patted Xiao Yin's shoulder, signaling him to remain calm, and addressed the enforcement officer with composure. Please lead the way. What must come will come. Evasion is futile. He was curious to see what intentions the Grand Elder Su Qian harbored. Following the enforcement officer, Xiao Chen stepped for the first time into the core area of the inner court, the Elder's Hall. It was an ancient and grand edifice, suffused with an air of majesty and solemnity. Inside the hall, a venerable elder with white hair and a benevolent face, yet eyes as deep as the abyss, occupied the seat of honor. This was Grand Elder Su Qian. Flanking him were several deeply influential elders of the inner court, including Elder Huada. What caught Xiao Chen's attention was the fact that Han Feng stood nearby, his gaze icy and piercing as he regarded him. Disciple Xiao Chen pays respects to the Grand Elder and esteemed elders. Xiao Chen greeted, neither servile nor arrogant. Grand Elder Su Qian nodded slightly, his gaze falling upon Xiao Chen with scrutiny. Xiao Chen, regarding the conflict in the trading area with the Medicine Guild, resulting in Fu Ao's severe injury. Did such an event indeed occur? It did occur, Xiao Chen admitted candidly. Han Feng immediately interjected, his voice laced with suppressed fury. Grand Elder, please be aware, this Xiao Chen is of a violent disposition, flouting the rules of the academy and brazenly committing violence in the trading area, gravely injuring a member of my Medicine Guild and severely disrupting the order of the inner court. I implore the Grand Elder to impose severe punishment to serve as a warning. Grand Elder Su Qian did not respond directly, but turned his attention to Xiao Chen. What explanation do you offer? Xiao Chen raised his head, his gaze clear. In response to the Grand Elder, this matter arose from a cause. Fu Ao, a member of the Medicine Guild, forcibly obstructed our Panmin stall, slandering our elixirs as inferior and threatening to seize our elixirs and fire energy, intending to act unscrupulously. My disciple acted in self-defense, safeguarding the legitimate rights of Panmin. Many students present can testify. Does Academy protocol permit only the Medicine Guild to bully others, while we are not allowed to resist? His tone remained steady. Yet each word resonated with conviction, articulating the reasons behind his actions and turning the tables on Han Feng. Han Feng's expression darkened. Nonsensical. Your Panmin's unauthorized sale of elixirs disrupts the market and is already a violation. Oh. Xiao Chen regarded Han Feng sharply. Which rule in the inner court states that students cannot refine and sell elixirs independently? The Medicine Guild is allowed to sell. Why can't Panmin? Is it true that the elixir trade in the inner court can only be monopolized by your Medicine Guild? Han Feng was momentarily speechless. Indeed, there was no explicit prohibition against private trade in elixirs, and the Medicine Guild's monopoly stemmed more from its overwhelming strength than any formal rule. Grand Elder Su Qian raised his hand to halt the exchange. His profound gaze settled on Xiao Chen, then flicked to the grim-faced Han Feng, and he understood. This was not merely a simple brawl. It was a microcosm of the clash between old and new powers. In a trading area brawl, both sides bore responsibility. Grand Elder Su Qian spoke slowly, delivering a decisive verdict. Xiao Chen's response was excessive. He shall be penalized with a deduction of 100 fire energy points and placed under house arrest for 3 days to reflect on his actions. The provocative actions of the Medicine Guild members were inappropriate as well. They will receive a warning. This matter is hereby concluded. This punishment, seemingly equitable, was in fact quite lenient for Panmin and Xiao Chen. A deduction of 100 fire energy points was negligible, and a 3-day house arrest would conveniently allow for the digestion of recent gains. Han Feng was evidently dissatisfied with the outcome, but before Grand Elder Su Qian, he dared not voice further objections, merely casting an even colder glare at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, Grand Elder Su Qian's gaze once more fell upon him, his tone calm, yet imbued with significance. The inner court encourages competition, but it must be within the confines of established rules. Possessing strength is commendable, yet one must learn to temper their sharpness and remain composed. You may depart. Disciple shall heed the Grand Elder's teachings. Xiao Chen bowed respectfully and exited the Elder's Hall. He understood that Grand Elder Su Qian was both guiding him and warning him. The path ahead required greater caution, yet in matters worth contending, retreat was not an option. Upon returning from the Elder's Hall, Xiao Chen faced a new landscape. He must choose his focus for subsequent actions, abide by the restrictions, and engage in closed-door cultivation. Utilize this 3-day period of confinement to strive for the 8-star Dome Master rank, further solidifying his cultivation while delving deeper into the ethereal puppet technique and talismans to enhance his hidden strengths. Conceal and strategize against retaliation while appearing confined. Discreetly monitor the movements of the Medicine Guild through Xiao Yin, Sun Air, and others, adjusting Panman's defenses and operational strategies to preempt Han Feng's next retaliatory move. Seizing opportunities to strengthen unity, the verdict of administering 50 strikes to each elder should be judiciously propagated within the Panmin and the inner court, underscoring the legitimacy of Panman's actions, thereby further consolidating unity and attracting more dissatisfied disciples from the Yao gang. Attempting communication to alleviate tensions, it is deemed unwise to thoroughly provoke Han Feng. Thus, attempts will be made to convey a message of detente to the Yao gang through intermediaries, such as Mentor Ruo Lin and Elder Hua De, striving for a temporary period of peaceful development. Chapter 137, Confinement for Cultivation, Undercurrents Afoot. Upon returning from the Elder Council, Xiao Chun informed the eagerly awaiting members of Panmin about Elder Su Qian's verdict. Hearing that only 100 fire energy points were deducted and a 3-day confinement imposed, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This was considerably better than their worst expectations. The Elder's actions, seemingly punitive, were, in essence, protective. Xiao Sun quietly analyzed, stating that it both chastised us and served as a warning to the Yao gang. For the time being, Han Feng would likely refrain from employing overt means to exert pressure akin to those of the Elder Council. Xiao Qin nodded in agreement. However, this indicates that the clandestine struggle will intensify. This 3-day confinement presents both a crisis and an opportunity for us. He promptly set forth arrangements. First, he personally convened all Panmin members to clearly communicate the events leading to the Elder's verdict. He did not shy away from the conflict with the Yao gang, but instead emphasized that Panmin's actions were upright and aimed at securing a fair space for survival. Having garnered a certain degree of recognition from the Elder possesses keen discernment. Panmin has committed no transgressions. The Yao gang's bullying came first, and our resistance followed. It is only just. Xiao Chen's voice carried a compelling force, stating that during these 3 days of confinement, while I may be restricted, the affairs of Panmin require our collective effort. Our medicinal pills must continue to be sold, and at favorable prices. We must also hasten the enhancement of our strength. We shall demonstrate to all that Panmin is not to be trifled with. These words greatly bolstered morale and disseminated the message through the members that the Elder had not favored the Yao gang, thereby somewhat reversing public opinion and drawing the attention of several dissatisfied disciples towards the Yao gang's monopoly. Once internal sentiments were stabilized, Xiao Chun commenced his true confinement life, engaging in closed-door cultivation. Deep within the courtyard, Xiao Chun sat cross-legged, with several recently refined and superior quality recovery pills from Xiao Yin and the remaining Han Sui Dan placed before him. His foremost objective was to break through to the 8-star Dome Master level. With a thought, the unnamed cultivation technique operated at full capacity, and faint golden dough chi surged through his meridians like a tempest. Without hesitation, he swallowed a Han Sui Dan. The frigid medicinal power instantly unfurled, not as a biting cold, but rather a deeply penetrating coolness, creating a marvelous equilibrium with the heat generated from his cultivation. Stimulated by this force, the speed of Dou Qi circulation surged once more, fiercely assaulting the barrier that led to the 8-star Dome Master level. Simultaneously, the soul fire within his sea of consciousness flickered gently, aiding him in precisely controlling every ounce of medicinal power, perfectly integrating it into his Dou Qi for refining and purifying. As Xiao Chun concentrated on breaking through his bottleneck, the outside world did not remain tranquil due to his confinement. Xiao Yin and Sun took on the responsibilities of external communication and vigilance. Xiao Yin remained stationed at the medicinal refinement, ensuring a stable supply of Panmin S pills while also attempting to concoct higher-tier pills. Sun, leveraging her enigmatic methods and intelligence network, closely monitored every move of the Yao gang. Indeed, Han Feng was not idle. One day, Sun brought news that although he had not overtly defied the Elder's edict, members of the Yao gang had been frequently engaging with the forces of Wolf Fong and Qing Shan. Wolf Fong and Qing Shan are two considerable factions within the inner court, led by figures ranked lower in the strong list, who maintain an ambiguous relationship with the Yao gang. He intends to use them as pawns? Xiao Yin's gaze turned icy. Quite likely, Sun nodded, adding that she had received word that the Yao gang seemed to be secretly gathering rare medicinal materials, possibly related to Han Feng's preparation for concocting a certain high-tier pill, perhaps aiming to consolidate or enhance the core strength of the Yao gang. Upon receiving this intelligence, Xiao Yu and Xiao Ning, responsible for internal training and vigilance, intensified their patrols and covert watch around the courtyard. Panmin resembled a taut bowstring, operating efficiently both internally and externally during Xiao Chen's 3-day confinement, silently accumulating strength while remaining alert to the hidden threats lurking in the shadows. 3 days swiftly passed. As the morning sun of the 4th day illuminated the courtyard, a formidable aura abruptly erupted within the quiet chamber, only to swiftly retract. Xiao Chen gradually opened his eyes, his gaze sparkling with vitality, and a denser, more robust aura enveloped him than 3 days prior. He had achieved the 8-star Dome Master level. Furthermore, aided by the residual effects of the Han Sui Dan and the assistance of the Soul Fire, he felt a significant enhancement in both his physical strength and control over Do Qi. At this moment, he was confident in his ability to contend directly with a 1-star Great Dome Master without resorting to soul impact. He pushed open the door of the quiet chamber, and Xiao Yin, Sun and others who had been waiting outside immediately rushed forward. "Did you succeed?" Xiao Yin exclaimed, sensing the increasingly potent aura emanating from Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen nodded, scanning the crowd before finally fixing his gaze beyond the courtyard, his eyes sharp as blades. "Yes, the confinement is lifted. Now, it is time for us to take the initiative. Since the Yao gang wishes to play dirty, we shall entertain them with their own game." The tiger, having concluded its cultivation, had sharpened its claws and was poised to pounce upon its prey. Please choose Xiao Chen's first proactive move against the Yao gang's covert actions after his emergence from confinement. Taking the initiative, warning the minions, actively approach the Wolf Fong or Qin Shan factions, showcasing strength and warning them not to interfere in the struggle between Pan Min and the Yao gang, thereby clipping the Yao gang's wings. Cutting off the source, competing for medicinal materials. Investigate the sources of the rare medicinal materials the Yao gang is gathering, utilizing Pan Min's existing fire energy and personnel to seize the initiative or inflate prices to disrupt Han Feng's alchemical plans. Using their own tactics against them, similarly, covertly issue missions or bounties targeting the Yao gang's assets or key members for disruption and assault, allowing the Yao gang to experience the taste of being targeted from the shadows. Directly targeting the core, challenging Han Feng, considering that delay is unproductive. Directly issue a challenge to Han Feng, setting potential conditions such as an arena duel, aiming to shatter the current stalemate through a focal battle. Chapter 138. Cutting off the source, cleverly seizing the dragon beard root. Emerging from seclusion, Xiao Chun, having ascended to the 8-star Dome Master level, was not intoxicated by his newfound power. He understood well that the timing for a full-scale war with the Yao gang had yet to mature. Han Feng's peak strength at the 6-star Great Dome Master level remained a formidable obstacle. Rather than confronting him head-on, it would be wiser to exploit his vulnerabilities. Sunar, you previously mentioned that the Yao gang is secretly gathering rare medicinal materials, possibly related to Han Feng's alchemy? Xiao Chan inquired, his eyes glimmering with calculation. Sun nodded. Yes, according to fragmented information, they seem to have an urgent demand for dragon beard vine, Earth Heart Fire Grass, and Tricolor Ghost Orchid. Particularly a dragon beard vine over 50 years old, reportedly acquired by a certain elder years ago, which they intend to exchange for fire energy, attracting the Yao gang's special attention. Dragon beard vine, Xiao Chen's gaze sharpened. He had encountered this item in the system exchange list and certain alchemical texts. It is one of the principal ingredients for concocting the pinnacle 4th grade and even 5th grade Dragon Power Pill. The Dragon Power Pill can significantly enhance the physical strength of the user in a short period, making it a miraculous remedy for fighters engaged in close combat. If Han Feng were to successfully refine this pill, it would be extremely detrimental to Pan Min, whether for attracting strong-ranking experts or enhancing the core combat strength of the Yao gang. We must not allow the Yao gang to easily acquire this dragon beard vine, Xiao Chen asserted resolutely. Xiao Yan, how much fire energy do we have at our disposal? Xiao Yan pondered briefly. After deducting daily expenses and reserving resources for cultivation, he could mobilize approximately 800 points. 800 points, Xiao Chan contemplated for a moment, a glimmer of determination flickering in his eyes. This would suffice. We at the Pan Min shall acquire this dragon whisker vine. With the plan set, the Pan Min immediately sprang into action. Sunar was tasked with leveraging her intelligence network to accurately pinpoint when and where the elder possessing the dragon whisker vine would conduct transactions, typically in designated areas of the task hall for private exchanges. Xiao Yu and Xiao Ning were responsible for mobilizing fire energy and arranging personnel to provide support near the transaction location. On the day of the trade, within a side hall of the task hall, an elderly woman with white hair sat quietly in a corner, a jade box resting on the table before her. its lid slightly ajar, revealing a root that resembled a dragon's whisker, emanating a faint spiritual glow. Indeed, it was the 50-year-old dragon whisker vine. Members of the Medicine Guild had already arrived, led by a senior member named Hemung, whose strength surpassed that of Fu Ao. Having reached the rank of 7-star Dome Master, he stood resolutely at the forefront, flanked by several members of the Medicine Guild, subtly obstructing other interested disciples. Elder Lu, we from the Medicine Guild offer 600 fire energy for this dragon whisker vine, Hemung declared outright, presenting a considerably high price in an attempt to intimidate the other competitors. Upon hearing this, some disciples who were also interested in the item gasped and retreated. For this price far exceeded their expectations, revealing the Medicine Guild's resolute determination. The elderly woman, Elder Lu, did not even lift her eyelids, seemingly dissatisfied with this offer. At that moment, Xiao Chun, accompanied by Xiao Yan, parted the crowd and slowly made his entrance. The Pan Men offer 650 fire energy. Xiao Chen's voice was calm, yet it instantly captured everyone's attention. Humming's expression darkened as he turned to face Xiao Chun, his eyes glinting with frost. Xiao Chen, you from the Pan Men think yourselves worthy of such a precious herb? 700 fire energy. 750. Xiao Chen responded without hesitation, raising the stakes. 800. Hemming gritted his teeth. This price was beginning to sting. 820. Xiao Chen spoke again, his tone remaining flat, as if merely stating an inconsequential number. This was indeed the limit of what the Pan Men could mobilize. Humming's face turned ashen. He had received orders to acquire the dragon whisker vine at any cost. Yet 820 fire energy was simply too steep. He fixed his gaze on Xiao Chen, trying to discern any signs of bluffing on his face. But Xiao Chen's expression was as calm as a still pond. Hemung, a nearby member of the Medicine Guild, attempted to interject. Hemung abruptly waved his hand. His eyes locked on Elder Lu. 820 fire energy. Elder Lu, this price. However, Elder Lu slowly raised her head, her murky gaze sweeping over Xiao Chun and Hemung before finally resting on Xiao Chun. In a raspy voice, she spoke, "Young man, what purpose does your Pan Men have for this dragon whisker vine?" Xiao Chun, neither servile nor arrogant, returned the greeting. In response to Elder Lu, the Pan Men also possess alchemists who wish to attempt concocting a new elixir, requiring this herb as an auxiliary. A flicker of barely perceptible surprise flashed in Elder Lu's eyes, followed by a faint nod. If that is the case, it is yours. She astonishingly chose not to raise the bid further with the Medicine Guild, but instead pushed the jade box directly towards Xiao Chun. Elder Lu, you, Hemung exclaimed, a mix of shock and anger on his face. Elder Lu shot him a glance, her tone indifferent. In my exchanges, I consider not only fire energy, but also affinity. Young man from the Pan Men, pay up. Although Xiao Chun was equally astonished, he wasted no time, promptly transferring the amassed 820 points of fire energy into Elder Lu's crystal card, then carefully stowing away the jade box containing the dragon whisker vine. Let's depart. Without a glance at the furious Hemung, who looked as if he might explode, Xiao Chun turned and left with Xiao Yan. Behind them, the sound of Hemung's suppressed roar and the shattering of a jade vial echoed in the air. Success in intercepting the dragon whisker vine. Upon returning to the Pan Men courtyard, Xiao Yan eagerly opened the jade box, meticulously examining the dragon whisker vine. After confirming its age and medicinal properties, a look of exhilaration spread across his face. Indeed, it is a dragon whisker vine aged over 50 years. Its quality is exceptional. If Han Feng loses this item, his plan for the dragon power pill will be delayed by at least several months. Yet Xiao Chun frowned slightly, contemplating Elder Lu's last meaningful gaze and her decision. This Elder Lu seems to harbor deeper intentions. Regardless, the Pan Men's audacious maneuver this time had met with resounding success, not only thwarting the Medicine Guild's plans, but also humiliating them before numerous disciples. It was foreseeable that Han Feng's retaliation would be even more intense and direct. After successfully intercepting the dragon whisker vine, the rift between the Pan Men and the Medicine Guild had reached a boiling point. Xiao Chun gathered all core members, his expression grave, knowing they might resort to any means. We must be fully prepared. Under his directives, the Pan Men immediately entered a state of highest alert. On the periphery of the courtyard, Xiao Chun personally took action, utilizing previously crafted disruption talismans and evil-repelling talismans, combined with some rudimentary alert runes learned from the foundations of the Netherworld puppet technique, establishing several invisible warning lines. Any hostile energy fluctuations or unauthorized intrusions would trigger alarms. Xiao Yu and Xiao Ning were tasked with adjusting the guard shifts, ensuring 24-hour patrols, while core members were required to venture out in pairs and minimize their time outside. All procurement and trading activities were temporarily assigned to powerful individuals like Xiao Yin and Sun Er. The entire Pan Men resembled a startled hedgehog, bristling with defenses poised for any threat. However, mere defense could not resolve the crisis. It could rather embolden the adversary's spirit. While reinforcing their defenses, Xiao Chun and Xiao Yin conferred and decided to play another card, showcasing their prowess, particularly in alchemy. Days later, as dark currents swirled within the Medicine Guild, with many speculating how Han Feng might retaliate, a peculiar energy fluctuation suddenly emanated from above the Pan Men courtyard, accompanied by a rich fragrance of medicine. Although not exceedingly high level, the fluctuations of pill refinement were distinctly discernible. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Yin appeared at the courtyard entrance, cradling a pill the size of a dragon's eye, dark red in hue with 3 distinct lines on its surface. His voice rang out, clear and resonant, resonating throughout the surroundings, grateful for the attention of all fellow practitioners. I, Xiao Yin, an alchemist of the Pan Men, have recently fortuitously succeeded in refining a peak-grade 3rd-tier pill, the Crimson Flame Blood Rejuvenation Pill. This pill greatly benefits physical enhancement. Though the primary ingredient is not the dragon whisker vine, it nevertheless demonstrates the Pan Men's potential to fabricate high-tier pills. From this day forward, our esteemed PNM shall periodically unveil the Crimson Flame Blood Refining Pill at a fair price, inviting all fellow cultivators to partake in its virtues. This is a pinnacle-grade, 3rd-tier elixir, although it may not be the legendary Dragon Force pill that Han Feng aspired to concoct. This 3rd-tier pinnacle pill is indeed a rare resource within the inner court, particularly effective for disciples at the fighter and great fighter stages in refining their physiques. Xiao Yan's initiative undoubtedly proclaims to all PNM and not only dares to seize resources from the jaws of danger, but possesses the capability to assimilate these acquired assets. We have our own alchemists, capable of crafting the elixirs you seek. This maneuver has profoundly shocked the inner court disciples. A 3rd-tier pinnacle elixir. How long has Xiao Yin been in the inner court? His alchemical skills have advanced at an astonishing pace. PNM is poised to rival the Alchemist Guild for supremacy. It seems that from now on, purchasing elixirs will no longer be limited to the Alchemist Guild alone. Outside the PNM courtyard, the Alchemist Guild spies, witnessing this turn of events, quickly departed with grim expressions to report back. This combination strike caught the Alchemist Guild off guard. Their previously planned covert sabotage actions had to be temporarily shelved in light of PNM's stringent defenses and Xiao Yan's public display of alchemical prowess. To forcibly attack a well-prepared and newly emerged force that has just demonstrated its potential value carries significant risks and provides ample ammunition for criticism. With robust defenses and proactive demonstrations, PNM successfully withstood the Alchemist Guild's initial wave of retaliatory pressure, gaining valuable breathing room and further establishing its image as a burgeoning force daring to challenge the Alchemist Guild's monopoly in the hearts of many inner court disciples. However, both Xiao Chun and Xiao Yin are acutely aware that Han Feng will not relent so easily. This temporary tranquility signifies that a more formidable storm is brewing. After successfully enduring the initial pressure, PNM has secured a brief respite. The question remains, how should Xiao Chun utilize this precious time? Full throttle advancement. Elevate core. Leverage existing resources to focus on core members such as Xiao Chun, Xiao Yin, and Sun Er, striving to ascend to higher realms. Xiao Chun aiming for 9 stars. Xiao Yin targeting great fighter to confront the impending crisis with absolute strength. Expand production. Solidify foundations. Encourage Xiao Yin to refine elixirs. Increasing the production of the Crimson Flame Blood Refining Pill and attempting to concoct a wider variety of elixirs. Thoroughly establishing PNM's own elixir supply chain and liberating itself from external dependencies. Secret operations. Enhance backup. Xiao Chun secretly ventures once more to the periphery of the Underworld Palace, utilizing his enhanced strength and soul power to seek deeper communication with the soul-devouring beast or to explore more hidden secrets of the platform. Searching for rapid methods to enhance either his puppets or himself. Proactive diplomacy. Seek breakthroughs, capitalizing on PNM's rising prestige. Either Xiao Chun or Sun Er will formally engage with forces such as Wu Hao and Hu Jia to discuss potential collaborations, attempting to establish a united front against the Alchemist Guild. Chapter 140. A Triad Approach, Concealed Perils. After successfully fending off the Alchemist Guild's initial retaliatory pressure, PNM has gained a rare opportunity for respite. Xiao Chun is acutely aware that this calm is merely temporary. Han Feng's vengeance will only be delayed, not extinguished. Every moment must be seized to fervently enhance their own strength. A triad approach. During an internal meeting, Xiao Chun set the tone. Xiao Yan will oversee the elixirs, expand production, and solidify our foundation. I shall focus on discovering methods to swiftly bolster our hidden strengths, while all core members will utilize existing resources to push their cultivation to the limit. The plan was immediately set into motion. Prioritizing elixirs, solidifying foundations. Xiao Yan nearly resided in the temporarily modified alchemical chamber. The successful refinement of the Crimson Flame Blood refining pill greatly invigorated him, proving his rapid advancement in alchemical skills. No longer content with a single elixir, he began to attempt the production of the more in-demand 3-patterned Blue Spirit Pill and the more gentle and enduring Energy Accumulation Pill. Mountains of medicinal ingredients were transported into the PNM courtyard, transforming into vials of finished elixirs. Although the process was fraught with failures and significant losses, PNM's own elixir supply chain was visibly growing stronger and more diverse. These elixirs were prioritized for internal members, while the surplus continued to be sold at favorable prices, further solidifying PNM's reputation and influence among the inner court disciples, particularly those in the lower tiers. Core Surge, strengthening power. With the ample support of elixirs provided by Xiao Yan, PNM's core members entered a golden period of cultivation. Xiao Yu, Xiao Ning, and others tirelessly traversed between the sky-burning refining tower and the courtyard day and night, steadily enhancing their prowess. As for Xiao Chen, he temporarily set aside his deliberate enhancement of fighting spirit, focusing instead on the latent potential of his hidden cards, the Underworld Palace and the Dark Golden Puppet. Exploring the palace, seeking opportunities. On a moonlit night, Xiao Chen stealthily infiltrated the familiar secret realm once more. With his strength elevated to 8 stars fighter and his soul power firmly established at the 4th tier threshold, he felt considerably more confident this time. He refrained from hastily attempting to unlock the core passage and instead concentrated on the peripheral platforms and communication with the soul-devouring beast. He meticulously explored several corners of the platform that he had previously overlooked. Utilizing his enhanced soul perception and insightful eye, he discovered a concealed stone box containing a few higher-quality ink iron shards and a small handful of star sand. The latter is a precious material for repairing and enhancing the core runes of the puppet. After this fruitful expedition, Xiao Chun took a deep breath and faced the enormous shadow lurking before the dark corridor. He gently stirred his soul power, attempting to convey sentiments of goodwill and a desire for communication. He did not employ the soul mark to exert any form of pressure or interference. He merely released his soul aura, particularly the pure and masculine soul fire characteristic cultivated through the spirit essence technique. Initially, the soul-devouring beast exhibited no reaction. Its crimson gaze even hinted at a touch of impatience at being disturbed. Yet, Xiao Chen did not give up. He persistently and patiently conveyed his intentions while holding the puppet token obtained from the stone hall, allowing its faint aura to emanate naturally. After a prolonged period, just when Xiao Chen thought this communication had once again failed and was preparing to abandon the effort, a massive yet non-aggressive thought gently flowed into contact with his soul. Possession, token, weak inheritor. Disjointed yet ancient and obscure thoughts infiltrated Xiao Chun's mind, carrying the weight of timelessness. Xiao Chen's heart surged with astonishment. It truly could communicate. Moreover, it recognized this token. He immediately focused his mind, attempting to respond. Esteemed one, I mean no offense. I merely seek to explore the mysteries of this place and gain the power of protection. Underworld has perished, duty of protection, unchanged. Your strength is too weak to bear the core inheritance. However, I can assist you in repairing the puppet. A segment of knowledge regarding how to utilize star sand and soul iron more effectively to restore the puppet's right arm and certain bodily circuits, along with a simple method to temporarily stimulate the puppet's combat instincts, which requires a significant energy expenditure, was imparted into Xiao Chen's consciousness. Once the transmission of information concluded, that vast thought receded like a tide, and the soul-devouring beast returned to its indifferent, dormant state, as if nothing had transpired. Struggling against the disorienting effects of the soul information surge, Xiao Chun felt an overwhelming joy. Although he had not secured the core inheritance, The methods for repairing the puppet and temporarily activating its abilities were undoubtedly a timely boon. He dared not linger, offering a profound bow in the direction of the soul-devouring beast before hastily departing the palace with his newfound materials and insights. Upon returning to PNMN, Xiao Chun immediately entered seclusion, combining the foundational principles of the underworld puppet technique with the teachings imparted by the soul-devouring beast. Embarking on the task of restoring the dark golden puppet, the starlit sand infused into the runic circuit, while the spectral iron mended the energy pathways. After expending a considerable amount of mental fortitude and fighting spirit, the puppet's right arm shimmered faintly, appearing more agile, with several critical damages on its torso having been initially repaired. Although full restoration remained a distant goal, Xiao Chun sensed that the puppet's defensive capabilities and the offensive power of its right arm had already returned to the pinnacle level of a battle master. If he could successfully inscribe the temporary soul mark for activation, it might unleash a strike comparable to that of a low-star great battle master. In a triple-pronged approach, during this calm before the storm, the strength of the pillar gate grew quietly yet resolutely, akin to a sponge absorbing water. The efficacy of elixirs, personal prowess, and hidden trump cards were all advancing towards a more auspicious direction. However, just as Xiao Chun had preliminarily completed the repairs on the puppet and was about to emerge, Xiao Yu brought urgent news. Brother Chun, their movement from the pill help. Han Feng seems to have succeeded in concocting elixirs. Moreover, he has issued a challenge to spar with you in the arena 3 days hence. The storm had indeed arrived, in the most direct and unavoidable manner. Han Feng's open challenge was a predicament that could not be evaded. Xiao Chun faced a choice in how to respond. Bravely accept the challenge. Revealing all trump cards, agree to the duel directly, utilizing the 3 days for final preparations, planning to employ soul impact, talismans, and the preliminarily repaired puppet in a desperate battle against Han Feng. Delay and maneuver for an opportunity. Use the need for preparation as a pretext to attempt to postpone the duel, seeking more time to either break through to a 9-star battle master or further repair the puppet. Leverage strength against strength. Set rules. Accept the challenge, but propose restrictions, such as only contesting soul power or limiting elixir usage. Maximizing advantages while minimizing weaknesses to increase the odds of victory or at least achieve a draw. Forge an alternative path. Force a retreat. Do not respond directly to the duel challenge. Instead, leverage the recent prestige and elixir advantages of the Pillar Gate to pressure the pill help alongside other factions, or expose certain flaws of Han Feng to compel him to withdraw the challenge. Chapter 141. The challenge received, hidden talents await. Han Feng's challenge was akin to a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, instantly creating ripples throughout the inner courtyard. The peak 6-star Great Battle Master Han Feng personally issued a challenge to a newcomer, Xiao Chun, who had merely reached the 8-star Battle Master level. To outsiders, this was nothing short of a foregone conclusion. Within the Pillar Gate, the atmosphere grew tense to a breaking point. Brother Chun, you cannot agree. Han Feng intends to cripple you in the arena. Xiao Ning exclaimed, worry etched across her face. Xiao Yu furrowed his brow. Indeed, cousin Xiao Chun, the gap is too vast. We can find ways to maneuver or seek the elder's intervention. Even Xiao Yin bore a grave expression. Han Feng's move is aimed at establishing dominance, and he wishes to eliminate you as a threat. The odds of an 8-star Battle Master against a peak 6-star Great Battle Master were exceedingly bleak. Yet, Xiao Chen's gaze remained remarkably calm, even harboring a hint of cold determination. He slowly surveyed the crowd and declared in a firm voice, this battle is unavoidable. If we retreat, all the prestige we have accumulated will be for naught, and the Pillar Gate will be seen as a soft target to be easily manipulated. We must fight. He turned to Xiao Yin, his tone resolute. Cousin Xiao Yin, please respond. 3 days hence in the arena, I, Xiao Chun, accept this challenge. Xiao Chen understood that this was not a decision made in haste. Han Feng aimed to shatter the backbone of the Pillar Gate with this battle, while he intended to use it to declare the resilience of the Pillar Gate to the entire inner courtyard. This fight was not only about survival, but also about existence. As the news spread, the inner courtyard was thrown into an uproar. He accepted? Xiao Chen actually accepted? Insanity. He is courting death. An 8-star Battle Master against a peak 6-star Great Battle Master? What suspense is there? The Pillar Gate has been driven to the edge, forced to confront this head-on. Few believe in Xiao Chen's chances. The vast chasm of power appeared insurmountable to most observers. After accepting the challenge, Xiao Chun entered the final preparation phase. Contrary to external speculation, He was not anxious, but remarkably composed. He first sought out Xiao Yan. Cousin Xiao Yan, in these 3 days, I need your assistance to concoct several types of elixirs. Xiao Chun presented a list, requesting the most potent temporary burst elixirs, disregarding side effects for the moment, as well as elixirs that could rapidly restore fighting spirit, and those that could stimulate the soul, enhancing soul power temporarily. Xiao Yan scrutinized the list, his brow furrowing deeply. The first 2 are manageable, but the last elixir to stimulate the soul is exceedingly rare and poses great risks. If not controlled properly, it may damage the very essence of the soul. You mustn't concern yourself with that, Xiao Chan interjected, his gaze steely. For this battle, I'ma spare no effort. Have faith in my control over soul power. Seeing the determination in Xiao Chen's eyes, Xiao Yin realized persuasion was futile and nodded earnestly. Very well. I shall do my utmost. Subsequently, Xiao Chan secluded himself within a quiet chamber. He retrieved the dark golden puppet, which had been preliminarily repaired, and began to carefully inscribe the temporary activating soul mark on its core circuit and right arm joint, using his soul as the pen, blending it with his blood essence and fighting spirit, following the method taught by the soul-eating beast. This was an exceedingly intricate process, demanding utmost concentration, for even the slightest error could lead to catastrophic failure or even backfire upon himself. Xiao Chan was wholly immersed, his soul power intensely focused, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Simultaneously, he continuously simulated the forthcoming battle with Han Feng. Han Feng wielded fire attribute fighting spirit, which was bound to be ferocious and unrelenting. His own advantage lay in his soul power, the enigmatic soul mark, and the refined fighting spirit tempered by the soul fire. He must capitalize on strengths while avoiding weaknesses to seize that slender chance of victory. The soul mark's confounding interference, the explosive force of the 8 extremes burst, the elusive steps of the Mistral steps, and most critically, the soul impact, all must be utilized at the most opportune moment. He carefully stored the diamond talisman close at hand, a crucial item for survival in a critical moment. 3 days passed swiftly amid intense preparations. As the 3rd day's dawn pierced through the clouds, Xiao Chan emerged from the quiet chamber, his gaze as cold and resolute as tempered steel, devoid of any fear. His aura remained at the level of an 8-star battle master, yet he exuded the spirit of a drawn sword, its edge concealed. Xiao Yin handed him several jade vials, whispering, "The red vial contains the Fury Elixir, which can temporarily elevate your strength by about 3 stars, though its effects will leave you weakened for 2 hours afterward. The blue vial is the Rapid Recovery Elixir, restoring 30% of your fighting spirit quickly. The purple vial is the Focus Brew, which stimulates soul activity. Its effects are unknown, so use it cautiously." Xiao Chan accepted the vials, firmly patting Xiao Yan's shoulder, his gaze sweeping over the worried faces of the Pillar Gate members gathered at the door. He spoke with gravity, "Wait for my return." With that, he hesitated no longer. Turning resolutely, and with determined strides, he made his way towards the arena, the center of attention. Behind him, the tightly clenched fists of the Pillar Gate members echoed their silent rallying cries. In the arena, a sea of spectators gathered. Almost half of the inner courtyard students were drawn to this match, fraught with disparity yet rife with intrigue. On the high platform, Han Feng stood with arms crossed, exuding an air of arrogance, a cold smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he gazed upon the slender figure slowly ascending the stage. The storm had reached its zenith. Chapter 142, Confrontation on the Arena, Strategizing for Advantage. The arena's platform, paved with hard azure stones, was enveloped by a powerful energy shield capable of withstanding impacts from battles below the spirit fighting level. At this moment, the surroundings buzzed with fervent voices, all eyes fixated on the 2 adversaries facing each other atop the stage. On one side stands Han Feng, a renowned expert of the Inner Academy, a peak 6-star Dome Master, clad in a flowing blue robe. His presence is profound and resonant, with crimson-hued fire attribute, Do, Qi swirling around him, and his gaze exudes a haughty and frigid demeanor, as though he were observing a mere insect he could crush with ease. On the other side is Xiao Chun, a rising star with only the strength of an 8-star Dome Master. Dressed in a billowing black robe, he stands tall, his countenance eerily calm, and his obsidian eyes are as deep as a bottomless abyss, betraying no hint of emotion. "You truly dare to come?" Han Feng speaks first, his voice dripping with unabashed disdain. "I thought you would find some excuse to hide away, or have your cousin plead on your behalf." Xiao Chen replies coolly, his voice resonating clearly across the arena. Those from the Pan Gate are bound by their word. Yet you, Senior Han Feng, as a respected figure of the strong list, challenging a new disciple of the Inner Academy, do you not feel it beneath your dignity? At this, murmurs ripple through the spectators below. Indeed, it is hardly commendable to bully the weak. Han Feng's expression darkens, and he scoffs, sharp-tongued. In the Inner Academy, strength reigns supreme. You have repeatedly provoked my alchemy guild. Today, let me show you that some individuals are not to be trifled with. Enough talk, let us fight. He does not unleash his full power at once. Rather, he intends to toy with Xiao Chun, slowly tormenting him, aiming not only to win, but to do so with humiliation, thoroughly shattering Xiao Chen's confidence and that of the Pan Gate. With a firm stomp of his foot, Han Feng launches himself forward, his right hand clawing as crimson dough qi gathers, sending a scorching wave towards Xiao Chen's face. The speed is astonishing, yet the power is deliberately restrained to the level of a one-star dome master, clearly intended to test and humiliate. In the face of this fierce attack, Xiao Chen's gaze sharpens, and he immediately employs the phantom steps, gliding to the side with ghostly agility, narrowly evading the claw's tempest. He does not take the hit, nor does he immediately reveal his trump card. Dodge? Let's see how long you can keep that up. Han Feng sneers, intensifying his assault as his claws whirl like a storm, crimson shadows enveloping Xiao Chun and compressing the arena space. Xiao Chun pushes his phantom steps to the utmost, weaving through the myriad of claw shadows like a frail boat amidst a tempest, seemingly perilous, yet always avoiding the critical blows at the last moment. His soul power is highly focused, the eye of insight operating at full throttle, precisely predicting the trajectory and force of each of Han Feng's strikes. He is observing, waiting for Han Feng to reveal a flaw or for him to grow complacent due to underestimation. The audience watches in rapt attention. What exquisite footwork! But what use is mere evasion? Prolonged defense will ultimately lead to defeat. Senior Han Feng isn't even using his full strength. He's merely toying with him. On the high platform, Xiao Yin, Sun Er, and others clench their fists, sweat pooling in their palms. They understand that Xiao Chun is seeking an opportunity. After evading dozens of strikes, Xiao Chun appears somewhat disheveled, yet his breath remains steady. Han Feng, frustrated by his inability to land a hit, feels humiliated, especially with the murmurs from the crowd igniting his fury. Just a dodging waste. Han Feng bellows, altering his claw's trajectory, his speed suddenly increasing by a third, now reaching the might of a two-star dome master, aiming directly at Xiao Chen's heart, blocking a vast expanse for evasion. Now, a glint of determination flashes in Xiao Chun's eyes. He no longer retreats. Instead, he forcefully plants his left foot on the ground, halting his backward motion like a bowstring drawn tight. With his right hand, he aligns his index and middle fingers, conjuring a thread of intangible, ethereal soul fire needle, silently piercing towards Han Feng's exposed mind's eye. Soul seal, he focuses intently, unleashing its full power. Simultaneously, his left fist clenches, a faint golden dough qi surging violently, hinting at 4 hidden energies flowing beneath his skin, boldly confronting Han Feng's enhanced claw. 8 extremes burst, 4-fold hidden energy. Han Feng senses something amiss the moment Xiao Chun halts his retreat, but the soul attack is intangible and swift beyond imagination. He feels a sharp pain at his brow, as if a heated iron needle has brutally pierced his consciousness, plunging him into a fleeting void of agony. The force and trajectory of his claw towards Xiao Chun falter and deviates slightly. Boom! The clash of fist and claw resonates with a thunderous roar. The pale gold and crimson dough qi collide violently, erupting in a resounding crash. Crack! A faint sound of bone fracturing reverberates. A figure spews blood, staggering backward and crashing heavily at the edge of the arena. Silence engulfs the crowd. All eyes are fixed in shock on the figure that has been thrown back. None other than Han Feng. Though he struggles to rise, wiping the blood from his lips, his right hand, which had just collided with Xiao Chun, trembles slightly, revealing an unnatural bruise and swelling on the back of his hand. Clearly, he has suffered from that bizarre soul interference and a brutal confrontation. Meanwhile, Xiao Chun, though shaken by the recoil and forced back several steps, remains firmly planted on the stage. A wave of astonishment erupts after a brief silence. How is this possible? Senior Han Feng has been pushed back? What has happened? Did Senior Han Feng seem to falter for an instant? Was it a soul attack? Xiao Chun unleashed his soul power. An 8-star Dome Master actually repelled a 6-star Dome Master. This Everyone is stunned by this unexpected turn of events. The disdain and mockery on Han Feng's face have vanished, replaced by sheer shock, fury, and a hint of disbelief. He, in a single exchange, has been injured and forced back by an 8-star Dome Master. Very well, very well. Han Feng's voice echoes like a growl from the depths of hell, filled with murderous intent. Shao Chun, you have successfully provoked me. I will make you aware of what true disparity feels like. Crimson Do Chi erupts from him like a volcanic eruption, unreservedly pouring forth from his being. The terrifying pressure of a peak 6-star Dome Master instantly envelopes the entire arena. The real battle is only just beginning, and Shao Chun, having revealed his trump card, has thoroughly enraged a ferocious beast. Han Feng unleashes his full strength, and the tide of battle shifts dramatically. Choose Shao Chen's next course of action. Consume Fury Pill. Force an increase. Immediately swallow the Fury Pill to temporarily elevate his strength to the level of a Dome Master. Confronting Han Feng head-on in a bid to determine the winner swiftly. Evade and weave. Focus on consumption. Continue using agility and soul interference to evade Han Feng, buying time and depleting his Do Chi while searching for old wounds, if any, or habitual flaws, waiting for the right moment to strike. Utilize puppets. Catch off guard. Attempt to find an opportunity to unleash a newly repaired puppet during evasion, diverting Han Feng's attention to create an opportunity for a devastating strike. Prepare Soul Strike. All or nothing. Place all hopes on the most powerful Soul Strike, evading while silently gathering all soul power, preparing for a decisive blow. Chapter 143, Weaving and Dancing, Fire Dance Cyclone. Han Feng has completely erupted. The overwhelming Do Chi of a peak 6-star Dome Master blazes like crimson flames, causing the temperature of the arena to soar. The immense pressure makes it difficult for many spectators of lesser strength to breathe. You have forced me to use my full strength. You can take pride in that. Han Feng's visage contorts with rage, his earlier composure shattered. Shao Chen's bizarre soul attack, combined with his refined Do Chi, has made him acutely aware of the real threat and humiliation he faces. He must resolve this swiftly, reclaiming his dignity with overwhelming force. With a powerful stomp, he shatters the azure stone floor, sending fine cracks spidering out, transforming into a streak of crimson light. His speed, now more than doubled. A single punch was unleashed, the crimson fighting spirit coalescing into a solid flame-like fist imprint, bearing an intense heat and a destructive aura, hurtling towards Shao Chun. This advanced Xian-level fighting technique, flame-devouring fist. The power of this strike far exceeded the previous one, effectively sealing off all of Shao Chen's avenues for evasion. Faced with this frenzied onslaught, Shao Chen's pupils constricted, fully aware that he could not withstand it head-on. A pale, golden fighting spirit surged frantically into his legs. The Mistral steps activated to their utmost limit, his form becoming as light as a feather. In a moment of peril, he narrowly evaded the edge of the fiery fist imprint. The scorching airwaves stung his cheeks, and a portion of his black robe was even singed. Dodge? I wonder how long you can keep that up. Han Feng bellowed, launching a relentless barrage of punches, each fire-like fist imprint raining down upon Shao Chun like a meteor shower, covering a significant portion of the arena. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of explosions echoed throughout the arena, crimson fighting spirit erupting continuously, sending violent ripples through the energy shield. Shao Chun pushed his agility to the limits. Akin to a leaf caught in a tempest, struggling to weave through the dense flurry of attacks. His soul energy was intensely focused, the eye of insight exerting its utmost, predicting the trajectory of each fist imprint and searching for a gap so minuscule it was nearly non-existent. He was both expending energy and observing, analyzing Han Feng's rhythm of attack, the patterns of fighting spirit operation, and whether such intense aggression could lead to any openings born from fury. The audience below was on edge, gasping in astonishment. It was too swift. They could scarcely keep up. Shao Chun was utterly suppressed, left with no option but to evade. If this continued, he would inevitably be struck. Han Feng's flame-devouring fist was terrifying, being an advanced Xian-level technique. On the high platform, Xiao Yin and the others watched with bated breath. They could discern that Shao Chun was dancing on the edge of a knife, each dodge fraught with peril. He could not continue evading indefinitely. The depletion of his fighting spirit was too great. Shao Chun calculated calmly within, realizing that although his fighting spirit was refined, its total was far less than Han Feng's. Prolonged use of the Mistral steps was exceptionally taxing. He needed to counterattack, even if it was merely to disrupt, in a fleeting moment of evasion. Xiao Chun pointed his fingers like a sword, launching another soul mark to bewilder the heart. However, this time Han Feng was already prepared. Although he could not fully defend against the intangible soul attack, at the instant Xiao Chun struck, his soul energy instinctively coalesced in defense. With a roar, his rhythm of attack faltered slightly, while the soul needle still pierced his brow, causing a momentary haze of consciousness. It did not yield the same significant effect as the first time. That same trick will not work on me a second time. Han Feng sneered, intensifying his assault. Xiao Chen's heart sank. The soul interference was weakening. He continued to evade while swiftly swallowing a recovery pill prepared by Xiao Yan, rapidly regaining his expended fighting spirit. Simultaneously, his right hand discreetly grasped the diamond talisman. With prolonged defense comes inevitable loss. A particularly refined fire fist imprint grazed past Xiao Chen's shoulder. Though largely mitigated by his pale, golden fighting spirit, the scorching force still inflicted a painful sting upon his shoulder, causing him to stagger. "I've got you." Han Feng's eyes gleamed with malice. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, fighting spirit surged violently into his right fist, the crimson glow on his knuckles suddenly blinding, transforming into a miniature sun. "It's over." Flame-devouring fist, explosive flame. A colossal, refined fire fist, larger and more concentrated than any previous, with its center faintly glowing white, descended like a meteor, carrying an aura of annihilation straight towards the unsteady Xiao Chun. This strike had locked onto Xiao Chen's energy, leaving no avenue for escape. A chorus of gasps arose from the audience. Everyone believed Xiao Chun was finished. In this moment of utmost peril, a fierce glint flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. Instead of attempting to stabilize his form, he leveraged his unsteadiness, tilting his body at an incredible angle to fall backward, simultaneously activating the diamond talisman he held tightly. Buzz! A pale golden, translucent shield of light suddenly expanded around Xiao Chun. Boom! The terrifying explosive fist smashed against the golden shield, producing an ear-splitting roar. The violent shockwave radiated outward, causing the entire arena to tremble violently, the energy shield flickering erratically as though it could shatter at any moment. The golden shield flickered violently several times, but ultimately held firm against this lethal blow. However, the shield itself had dimmed significantly, covered in cracks. Seizing the precious moment afforded by the backlash of the explosion and the diamond talisman, Xiao Chun adjusted his stance. Propelling himself off the edge of the arena with a powerful push, his body shooting forward like a released arrow, charging towards Han Feng, who was slightly winded from his full-force attack. In his hand, he held a purple jade vial, the cork already popped open. It was the essence that could invigorate the soul. The outcome may hinge on this split second. With the diamond talisman having withstood a fatal blow, Xiao Chun surged forth. The essence in hand. Choose his next deadly counterattack method. Consume the essence, unleash the strongest soul impact. Immediately ingest the essence, disregarding the side effects. Pouring all soul energy into a single, powerful soul impact aimed directly at Han Feng's soul core. Feign an attack. Coordinate with a puppet ambush, make a gesture as if consuming a pill or launching a soul attack to distract Han Feng. Secretly unleashing a puppet to attack from the flank or behind. Close quarters combat. Unleash hidden power. Utilize the temporary mental exhilaration from the essence to channel remaining fighting spirit into the 8 extremes burst. Engaging in close combat with multiple hidden strikes aimed at severely injuring Han Feng. Blend reality and illusion. Create a mirage. Use soul mark and the possibly enhanced soul power from the essence to create a brief soul illusion to confound Han Feng. Crafting an opportunity for a decisive strike. Chapter 144, Phantom's Fatal Strike, a name established in battle. The residual shockwaves from the diamond talisman had yet to dissipate when Xiao Chun rebounded like a hunting cheetah. Han Feng had just completed his explosive strike, and his fighting spirit was in a delicate balance between spent and replenished, utterly unprepared for Xiao Chen's daring approach. In this fleeting moment, Xiao Chun unhesitatingly poured the essence into his mouth. As the liquid slid down his throat, it was not the searing heat he had anticipated, but rather an extreme chill that surged straight to the depths of his mind. In an instant, Xiao Chun felt as if his soul had been thrust into an icy fire, an indescribable pain and clarity erupting simultaneously. His thought processes accelerated in an instant, his soul perception becoming unprecedentedly acute. allowing him to clearly discern the subtle stagnation of Han Feng's fighting spirit flow and the fleeting expressions of astonishment and ruthlessness in his eyes. Now, a pale white soul flame illusion flickered in Xiao Chen's eyes. Instead of directly unleashing a soul impact that consumed vast energy and required extensive preparation, he channeled this surging soul energy stimulated by the potion, merging it with the soul mark technique. This energy surged forth like invisible ripples, not as an attack, but as a weaving of illusions, bewildering heart mirage kill. Just as Han Feng was about to forcefully gather his energy to deliver a fatal blow to this reckless challenger, the scene before him abruptly transformed. The approaching figure of Xiao Chun became momentarily indistinct, and in the next instant, 3 identical afterimages abruptly manifested, charging at him from the left, center, and right, each emanating a fierce killing intent. Each afterimage bore the same essence, speed, and gaze, as if they were all corporeal. An illusion? A sudden jolt surged through Han Feng's heart. With his profound soul power, he could discern that this was not a corporeal clone, but rather an exquisite illusion forged through superior soul interference. The pressing concern, however, was that Xiao Chen's true form must be concealed within one of these phantoms. At such a close range, and within such a fleeting moment, he was utterly incapable of discerning the genuine from the counterfeit through mere perception. Was it the left, the center, or the right? This moment of hesitation and indecision constituted a fatal flaw in the duel between masters. Just as Han Feng instinctively inclined his defensive energies towards all 3 directions, a fleeting distraction in his mind allowed the central illusion to seize an inconspicuous shard of black metal, obtained from the mine and the relay station. Resonating with the token in its grasp, without reservation, he poured all his remaining pale, golden fighting spirit into it, wielding it as a blunt dagger aimed to pierce Han Feng's vulnerable chest, where his defensive energy was notably weakened due to the explosive flames he had unleashed. Simultaneously, another hidden attack, Soul Seal, struck towards Han Feng's sea of consciousness like a venomous sting. A triple interference. The illusion bewildered the eyes, the soul disturbed the mind, while the true killing blow lurked beneath the facade, aimed directly at his vitals. With a muffled thud, it was not the sound of a blade slicing flesh, but rather the dull reverberation of condensed fighting spirit breaching his defenses. Ugh! Han Feng emitted a pained groan mixed with rage. Feeling as though he had been struck with great force in the chest, he staggered backward, unable to suppress a spurt of fresh blood. Although he narrowly avoided a critical injury, the blow to his chest left his fighting spirit sluggish, his breath faltering by more than half. At that moment, the 3 illusions dissipated simultaneously, revealing Xiao Chen's slightly pale yet sharp-eyed true form. The tip of the metal shard in his hand dripped with crimson blood. Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the arena. All eyes were wide in disbelief as they witnessed this dramatic turn of events on the stage. The peak 6-star Dome Master, Han Feng, had, astonishingly, sustained injuries once more, and it appeared that his wounds were severe. Impossible! A member from the Pharmaceutical Guild exclaimed in shock. Illusion? Soul illusion? He had actually harnessed his soul power to such an extent? An astute senior student gasped in horror. Xiao Yin, Sun Er, and others sighed in relief, their faces blooming with unrestrained joy. Han Feng clutched his bleeding chest, acutely aware of the stagnation in his fighting spirit and the waves of dizziness clouding his mind. His expression a tumult of disbelief, fury, and a hint of terror. Had he truly been defeated? Defeated by a mere 8-star Dome Master? Although his opponent had employed external aids, the diamond talisman, medicinal pills, and the enigmatic metal, the relentless array of strategies, particularly the ingenious and elusive use of soul power, sent a genuine chill down his spine. Han Feng attempted to utter something, but a surge of blood rushed forth, and he coughed again, his form swaying precariously. The outcome was clear. The presiding elder judge of the competition, a common elder from the inner court, timely stepped forward, placing himself between the 2 fighters. Casting a deep glance at Xiao Chun, and declared with a booming voice, "This battle goes to Xiao Chun." Boom! The elder's announcement detonated like a powder keg, igniting a cacophony throughout the arena. He won. Xiao Chun triumphed. An 8-star Dome Master overpowering a 6-star Dome Master. A miracle. The Pan Gate. Xiao Chun. Too formidable. From this day forth, who in the inner court would dare to underestimate the Pan Gate? A tsunami of fervent cheers erupted around them. Standing at the center of the arena, Xiao Chun breathed heavily, the side effects of the concentration essence beginning to take their toll as sharp pains coursed through his head, and his fighting spirit neared depletion. Nonetheless, he forced himself to stand tall, gazing calmly at Han Feng, whose face had turned ashen, as well as at the various members of the pharmaceutical guild below, their expressions a medley of emotions. In this confrontation, he had wagered all his trump cards and had narrowly secured victory. Not only had he preserved himself, but he had also elevated the prestige of the Pan Gate to unprecedented heights. Yet, he could distinctly sense a cold, serpent-like gaze fixed upon him from somewhere in the stands. It belonged to a being of greater power. The tides of change within the inner court would be irrevocably altered due to this battle. A hard-won reputation, but at a tremendous cost, likely inviting even greater scrutiny. Xiao Qian's immediate priorities post-battle were clear. Immediately enter seclusion for recuperation. Ignoring the external clamor, he would promptly return to the Pan Gate to recuperate, fully restoring his fighting spirit and soul while addressing the side effects of the concentration essence, stabilizing his realm. Make a grand appearance to reassure the masses despite his injuries. He would valiantly leave the arena alongside the members of the Pan Gate, showcasing their unity and spirit, further solidifying the fruits of victory and attracting talent. Exchange for treasures to compensate for losses, he would immediately connect to the system to review his strongman points, having received considerable rewards for defeating a formidable opponent, in exchange for items that could swiftly restore or heal his soul. Exercise caution and prepare for retaliation. Fearing a desperate counterattack from the Pharmaceutical Guild, he would arrange for heightened defenses at the Pan Gate while using Sunner to probe the attitudes of the inner court's higher-ups and any potential dangers. Chapter 145. Fame spreads in the inner court, yet undercurrents persist. The elder judge's proclamation of Xiao Chun wins resounded like thunder, triggering a wave of exuberance within the arena. Members of the Pan Gate embraced each other in jubilant celebration, while Xiao Yin and Sunner wore relieved smiles. However, as the protagonist, Xiao Chun felt a profound weakness and a sharp, needle-like pain emanating from deep within his soul. The side effects of the concentration essence began to aggressively rebound, compounded by his nearly depleted fighting spirit, rendering his current state dire. He mustered the strength to bow respectfully to the elder judge and those around him, and with Xiao Yin and Sunner flanking him for support, he hastily exited the raucous arena. He refrained from acknowledging the myriad of gazes, whether admiring, curious, or complex, along the way, aware that any superfluous engagement might become the final straw that broke his resolve. Upon returning to the Pan Gate's courtyard, Xiao Chun could no longer sustain himself. His complexion turned pale, and his body swayed. Cousin Xiao Chun, Xiao Yin rushed to support him. I must enter seclusion immediately. Xiao Chen's voice was weak, yet his gaze remained resolute. Cousin Xiao Yin, Cousin Sunner, the outside world is entrusted to you. The Pharmaceutical Guild will not rest easy. Exercise utmost caution. Rest assured, we know what to do. Xiao Yin nodded firmly, handing Xiao Chun several pills for nurturing the soul and restoring fighting spirit. Sunner gently added, Cousin Xiao Chun, focus on your recovery. We will safeguard the Pan Gate. Without further ado, Xiao Chun entered the innermost quiet chamber, activating simple protective barriers. Once inside, he sat cross-legged, first consuming the pills given by Xiao Yin. The gentle medicinal properties gradually nourished his nearly desiccated meridians and sea of consciousness. Subsequently, he initiated the foundational techniques of the soul cultivation method, the pale white soul fire flickering gently in his sea of consciousness, striving to pacify the agitated soul power resulting from overexertion. His unnamed technique also began to function gradually, absorbing the energies of heaven and earth to replenish his depleted pool of fighting spirit. The expenditure this time far exceeded previous encounters, weighing heavily on his soul. Without several days of arduous effort, recovery would likely prove elusive. Meanwhile, as Xiao Chun sequestered himself for recuperation, the winds of change swirled outside the Pan Gate. The news of Xiao Chun, an 8-star Dome Master, overcoming Han Feng, a peak 6-star Dome Master, spread like wildfire, rapidly reaching every corner of the inner court. The names Xiao Chun and Pan Gate were now, in earnest, drawing the heightened attention of all inner court students and factions. Many solitary powerhouses or small groups began to actively approach the Pan Gate, expressing goodwill or intentions to join. In the trading area, lines formed at the Pan Gate's medicinal stall, their reputation soaring to unparalleled heights. Xiao Yin and Sunner divided their responsibilities efficiently. Xiao Yin primarily handled inquiries from various parties while stabilizing the supply of medicinal pills, fully aware that this constituted the foundation upon which the Pan Gate stood. Sun, alongside Xiao Yu and Xiao Ning, diligently fortified the courtyard's defenses, activating all previously set warning talismans, doubling the patrol shifts, and ensuring that core members exercised heightened caution during their outings. Indeed, the Alchemy Guild did not retreat into silence following Han Feng's defeat. Instead, an oppressive sense of foreboding loomed, akin to a storm gathering on the horizon. With Han Feng gravely injured and in seclusion, another vice leader of the guild assumed command. While they ostensibly adhered to the courtyard's regulations, their covert surveillance and isolation tactics against the members of the Panmen grew increasingly frequent and clandestine. Rumors circulated that the Alchemy Guild was sparing no expense to procure elixirs capable of hastily healing Han Feng's wounds. What troubled Sun even more was her vague perception of several exceedingly subtle, yet formidable auras that had brushed against the edges of her awareness within the Panmen courtyard. Such presences could not belong to ordinary disciples. They were at least among the top 20 in strength, if not more potent beings. Xiao Qian's sudden emergence seemed to have captured the attention of the true elite within the inner courtyard. A tall tree attracts the wind. Sun conveyed her discoveries to Xiao Yan, acknowledging that while her cousin's performance had bolstered Panmen's reputation, it also placed them at the forefront of potential threats. The challenges that lay ahead might stem from both overt and covert sources. Xiao Yan, his expression grave, nodded in understanding. I comprehend. Before he emerges from seclusion, we must stabilize the situation and leave no openings for our adversaries. Amidst the tumult and crises, Panmen stood as a resilient rock, sustained by Xiao Yan and Sun during Xiao Qian's period of retreat, patiently awaiting the return of their true leader. Days later, Xiao Qian partially restored his strength and emerged from seclusion. Upon stepping out, warm sunlight cascaded upon him. Waiting outside were Xiao Yan, Sun, and others, who immediately approached him. How do you feel? Xiao Yan inquired with concern. No harm done, Xiao Qian replied with a slight smile, his gaze sweeping over the group. He could sense the weariness etched upon their brows, yet beneath it lay a newfound vigor. They had worked tirelessly during his absence. Xiao Yan quickly recounted the state of affairs, emphasizing the opportunities arising from Panmen's rising reputation, alongside the Alchemy Guild's clandestine counterattacks and the potential interest from even stronger figures. Listening intently, Xiao Qian pondered for a moment, a glimmer of wisdom illuminating his eyes. Reputation is a double-edged sword. It can attract attention, but also make us a target. We must transform this reputation into tangible power. He promptly resolved to take a dual approach. First, he summoned all Panmen members and officially announced the reorganization and elevation of the guild. From this day forth, we shall establish the Pill Hall, led by Xiao Yan, responsible for all matters concerning pill refinement, herb procurement, and sales. The Battle Hall will be temporarily overseen by me, with Xiao Yu and Xiao Ning as deputies, managing combat training, task assignments, and external defenses. The Intelligence Hall, under Sun's leadership, will handle information collection, analysis, and internal and external communications. Additionally, administrative duties will be managed collaboratively by core members, overseeing resource allocation and daily operations. This clear structure and defined responsibilities transformed the previously somewhat disorganized Panmen into a well-ordered entity. Simultaneously, Xiao Qian announced stricter standards for member recruitment and assessments, emphasizing quality over quantity to ensure that new members were both capable and trustworthy. This transformation within Panmen immediately resonated throughout the inner courtyard. The formalized organizational model clearly signaled long-term ambitions, attracting numerous students genuinely eager to align themselves with a powerful faction while prompting some previously neutral forces to reconsider their underestimation of Panmen. After successfully completing the initial reorganization and observing Xiao Yan, Sun, and others efficiently fulfilling their roles, Xiao Qian temporarily entrusted them with daily affairs and shifted his focus to his second plan, striving for a higher realm. The battle with Han Feng had profoundly underscored the vast chasm between the great fighter and fighter realms. Had it not been for his numerous hidden cards and advantages in soul power, he would have stood no chance of victory. To truly establish himself within the inner courtyard and navigate the impending storms, breaking through to the great fighter realm was of utmost urgency. He gathered the majority of the fire energy currently at Panmen's disposal and once again approached the Heavenly Flame Refining Tower. This time, he did not linger on the first or second levels. Instead, he paid a steep fee to access the third level. The intensity of the heart fire soared once more. The intangible flames seemed to scorch his very soul, inflicting not only pain upon his meridians, but also a trial of willpower. The concentration of elemental energy far exceeded that of the lower levels, nearly taking on a corporeal form. Seated upon the cultivation platform, Xiao Chun operated the unnamed technique fervently, guiding the immense and searing energy into his body. The pale, golden fighting energy, under the baptism of heart fire, was refined and compressed as though it were molten iron cast into a furnace. Within his energy sea, the minuscule pale, golden fighting crystal's embryonic form began to greedily absorb energy, slowly growing at a barely perceptible pace. He cast aside all distractions, immersing himself entirely in cultivation. His mind replayed every detail of his battle with Han Feng, deepening his understanding of the application of power and the timing of strikes. This post-battle reflection and practice yielded results far exceeding ordinary training. Time flowed slowly in the serene, yet agonizing cultivation. The numbers on the fire energy card diminished steadily, while Xiao Chen's aura grew increasingly profound and weighty, approaching a critical threshold. As Pan Men steadily developed within the inner courtyard, one of its founders was silently charging towards a stronger realm deep within the refining tower. The skies above the inner courtyard continued to shift, and a grander stage awaited him post-breakthrough. Xiao Chun was in seclusion at the third level of the Heavenly Flame refining tower, striving to reach a new realm. Please select the challenges or opportunities he might encounter during this critical moment. Heart fire, scorching the soul. Test of will. The heart fire on the third level exceeded expectations, triggering the side effects of the spirit essence, plunging him into a soul, illusion, and willpower trial, which he must navigate using the spirit cultivation technique and his own determination. Fighting energy crystallization. Manifestation of anomalies. The key to breaking through to the great fighter realm lies in the crystallization of fighting energy. This arduous process stirs the tower's energy, drawing the attention of other cultivators on the same level, potentially leading to trouble or opportunity. Unnamed technique. Sudden changes. The unnamed technique undergoes unknown changes under the pressure of heart fire, creating a synergy with the pale, golden fighting energy and soul fire, diverting the cultivation process from the norm with unpredictable consequences. External interference. Unexpected interruption. A malevolent entity, possibly orchestrated by the Alchemy Guild or other envious factions of the Pan Men, has discerned the location of his seclusion and seeks to disrupt his breakthrough, igniting a conflict. Chapter 147. Heartfire refines the heart, breaking and rebuilding. In the third level of the Celestial Flame Refinement Tower, the searing energy has almost become tangible, saturating the air with a heart-pounding heat. Sitting cross-legged upon the cultivation platform, Xiao Chen's pores expand, fervently absorbing the vast energies of heaven and earth. A pale, golden fighting spirit surges through his meridians, relentlessly battering against the barriers of the nine-star, Dome Master and beyond. Yet, the most formidable challenge arises not from the accumulation of fighting spirit, but from the insidious heart fire. The heart fire of the third level wields a power that far surpasses that of the lower tiers. It no longer merely scorches the meridians and tempers the fighting spirit. It seems to ignite the practitioner's inner turmoil, fears, and even the vulnerabilities buried deep within the soul. Xiao Chun, whose soul remains precariously unsteady due to the use of the spirit concentration potion, now feels as though he has been plunged in a boiling oil under the relentless burn of this heart fire. Illusions assail him from all sides. Han Feng's grotesque, vengeful visage flashes before him, flames lashing forth with a destructive aura, members of the Alchemy Guild lurking in the shadows, arrows raining down. The Pan Men courtyard collapsing amidst a sea of fire and bloodied figures of Xiao Yin, Sun Er, and others. He even glimpses the hazy outlines of his parents in the distance, calling out with endless sorrow. These phantoms are vivid and unrelenting, battering against his psyche, attempting to shatter his will and provoke the turbulent fighting spirit within him, threatening to lead him astray. Xiao Chun lets out a muffled groan, veins throbbing on his forehead, cold sweat instantly soaking his robe as his body begins to tremble. A piercing pain akin to needles and axes reverberates from deep within his soul, a consequence of the side effects of the spirit concentration potion compounded by the heart fire's searing torment. Remain composed. Guard your mind. Xiao Chun bites down on his tongue, the sharp pain jolting him back to clarity. He fervently channels the spirit cultivation art, the pale white soul fire in his sea of consciousness flickering and burning with unprecedented speed, emanating a pure, masculine energy as it strives to repel the encroaching heart fire and purify the chaotic illusions. This is an exceedingly perilous process, should his mind falter. The damage to his soul would be mild at best, with the potential for his fighting spirit to spiral out of control and his meridians to be annihilated. Steady yourself. Xiao Chun mentally roars, his formidable will akin to an unyielding boulder, firmly safeguarding the last vestige of clarity within his spirit. He transforms all distractions and fears into fuel for the heart fire, wielding the spirit cultivation art as a furnace, and his own will as the flame, engaging in a brutal self-tempering, to break and then to establish anew. He recalls his battle with Han Feng, reminiscing about countless life and death encounters. The path of cultivation is inherently one of defiance against the heavens, contending with both fate and humanity, and most importantly, grappling with oneself. If he cannot conquer the phantoms within his heart, how can he hope to ascend to the pinnacle? Time seems to lose all meaning in this moment. It is unclear how long has passed, but the chaotic illusions begin to recede like a tide, and the agonizing pain deep in his soul gradually subsides. Xiao Chun feels as though his soul has been stripped of all impurities, becoming more solid and transparent, though the overall quantity has not yet recovered from prior exertions. Its essence has been transcended. The pale, white soul fire appears to have swelled, its radiance now more stable. Simultaneously, the tiny pale golden dough crystal seed in his energy sea, under the relentless forging of the heart fire and the infusion of vast energy, finally undergoes a qualitative transformation. It is no longer merely a seed, but has fully coalesced into a crystal approximately the size of a yellow bean, perfectly rounded and radiating a brilliant pale golden light. This is the dough crystal. Boom! A powerful aura erupts from within Xiao Chun, forcing the surrounding scorching energy to part like a wave. His tightly shut eyes snap open, his gaze sparkling with intensity, akin to two bolts of cold lightning. Great Dough Master. He has finally stepped into this echelon. Although he is merely a one-star Great Dough Master, he can distinctly sense that the quality, quantity, and controllability of the fighting spirit within him have undergone a seismic shift. The pale golden fighting spirit is now more refined, moving with the precision of an extension of his own limbs, its power far surpassing that of the past. Feeling the surging strength within him, Xiao Chun slowly clenches his fists. The joy of his breakthrough is but a fleeting moment. He quickly regains his composure. His gaze turns toward the door of the cultivation chamber, his expression growing cold. At the moment of his breakthrough, his keen soul perception had captured the fleeting presence of a concealed aura outside, tinged with malice. It seems that even within this refinement tower, absolute safety is an illusion. Rising to his feet, he stretches his limbs, the crackling sound from his body filled with a sense of power. It is time to emerge. The Panmin requires a leader of Great Dough Master caliber, and certain individuals within the inner court must reassess the weight of the Panmin. Xiao Chun has successfully broken through to one-star Great Dough Master, sensing the malice lurking outside. He must choose his course of action upon emerging. Thunderous assault. Unmask the spy. Burst forth from the cultivation chamber, swiftly subduing the lurking individual outside, demanding their identity and intentions, setting an example for others. Patiently observe. Investigate in secrecy. Feign ignorance, leaving nonchalantly, then discreetly investigate the identity of the spy and their mastermind through Sun Air's intelligence network, plotting before taking action. Make a grand entrance. Intimidate the malicious. Unreservedly release the aura of a Great Dough Master, confidently exiting the cultivation chamber, returning to the Panmin with a commanding presence, thereby warning all those who lurk in the shadows. Leverage the rules, strike back, report the spying incident to the elder in charge of the refinement tower, utilizing the Academy's regulations to punish the offender, and using this as a reason to demand enhanced security measures within the tower. Chapter 148, The Hidden Dragon Surfaces. Secretly investigating the Puppet Master. Sensing the concealed and malicious aura outside, swiftly retreating, a glint of cold light flashes in Xiao Chen's eyes, yet he refrains from immediate action. Having just broken through, his realm requires further stabilization. And engaging in combat within the refinement tower would inevitably provide fodder for gossip. It would not be a wise course of action. He takes a deep breath, gradually retracting his overwhelming aura of a Great Dough Master to return to his usual state, though his eyes now appear even more profound and restrained. He pushes open the door to the cultivation chamber and steps out with a calm demeanor, casually scanning the corridor, yet he fails to detect the owner of that aura, indicating that the individual is exceedingly cautious and has long since slipped away. Xiao Chun remains composed, departing the Celestial Flame refinement tower like an ordinary student concluding their cultivation session, submitting the remaining fire energy and walking away leisurely. Upon returning to the Panmin courtyard, Xiao Yin, Sun Er, and others immediately sensed the powerful aura emanating from him, a stark contrast to before, eliciting both surprise and joy. Great Dome Master, Cousin Xiao Chun, you have succeeded. Xiao Yin steps forward, feeling the robust and refined fighting spirit within Xiao Chun, genuinely elated. A glimmer of astonishment crosses Sun Er's beautiful eyes as she softly says, "Congratulations, Cousin Xiao Chun." Xiao Chun nods slightly, though his expression lacks exuberance, and he solemnly states, the process of breakthrough was fraught with challenges. He recounts his experience with the heartfire in the tower and the sense of being spied upon outside. Such a thing occurred? Xiao Yu's brows furrow in anger. It must be those relentless alchemy guild scoundrels. Xiao Ning's face is also filled with rage. They dare to meddle within a refinement tower? It may not have been direct action, but to disrupt a breakthrough is a heinous act. Xiao Yan's expression darkens. No one understands better than an alchemist the severe consequences of being interrupted during a breakthrough. Sun Er ponders for a moment and states, Cousin Xiao Chen's choice to remain patient is wise. Acting rashly without evidence could lead to a counterattack. Leave this matter to my intelligence network for investigation. Xiao Chen nods. That is exactly my intention. Cousin Sun Er, I implore you to utilize all available channels to uncover the identity of that spy and whether there is someone orchestrating behind the scenes. I want to know who, aside from the Alchemy Guild, is watching us in the shadows. Understood. Sun Er acknowledges the order, quietly departing to arrange the necessary personnel. Subsequently, Xiao Chen turned his gaze toward Xiao Yin and said, Cousin Xiao Yin, regarding my recent breakthrough, it is prudent that we refrain from making a grand announcement. To the outside world, I shall continue to be recognized as an 8-star Dome Master. Xiao Yin was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped Xiao Chen's intentions. You wish to feign weakness to lure the enemy out? Indeed. A cold smirk graced Xiao Chen's lips. Since there are those who take pleasure in operating from the shadows, let us surprise them. I am keen to see how many more vile creatures will reveal themselves. In the following days, everything at the Panmin proceeded as usual. Xiao Chun remained largely reclusive, making only occasional appearances, deliberately maintaining his aura at the 8-star Dome Master level, even allowing a hint of weakness from a recent injury to surface now and then. The development of Panmin continued steadily, but there was a noticeable shift towards heightened defenses, creating an impression of struggling to survive under the pressure from the Medicine Guild. This Fade indeed managed to confound some observers, and the clandestine surveillance appeared to grow more active. 3 days later, Sun Er returned with the results of her investigation. I have uncovered the identity of the individual, she stated, her voice laced with a chill. He is one of the Wolf Fong members, an elder known as Lu Dao, possessing strength comparable to a 3-star Grand Dome Master. Wolf Fong? Xiao Chen's expression hardened as he recalled that during the conclusion of the fire attribute hunting competition, Han Feng had seemingly interacted with someone from Wolf Fong. Truly, a lackey of the Medicine Guild. Furthermore, Sun Er continued, I have also discovered that the leader of Wolf Fong, Pashan, has recently maintained close ties with the Medicine Guild, seemingly receiving substantial benefits in the form of medicinal pills. There are also indications that Wolf Fong has assisted the Medicine Guild in handling unsavory matters on more than one occasion. The clues pointed directly to Wolf Fong and the Medicine Guild lurking behind them. Their malicious intent was evident, having dispatched spies at the critical moment of Xiao Chen's breakthrough. The enemy had revealed their fangs, albeit from the shadows. It was time to respond. Having ascertained that Wolf Fong was covertly undermining his breakthrough under the direction of the Medicine Guild, Xiao Chen chose not to retaliate with brute force immediately. Such an approach would undoubtedly be gratifying, yet could play directly into the hands of the Medicine Guild and embroil Panmin in a full-blown conflict with Wolf Fong, thereby depleting their strength. Wolf Fong's allegiance to the Medicine Guild was merely driven by profit, especially concerning medicinal pills. Xiao Chun conferred with Xiao Yin and Sun Er, stating, Since they dare to extend their claws, we shall sever the very roots of their existence. With a strategy in place, Panmin's Alchemy Hall, under Xiao Yan's leadership, commenced a war devoid of smoke. To begin, Xiao Yin meticulously analyzed the information gathered by Sun Er, identifying the primary medicinal pills that Wolf Fong members frequently purchased from the Medicine Guild, including the Recovery Pill, which rapidly restores Do Qi, the Power Pill, which enhances strength, and the Earth Origin Pill required by their leader, Pashan. Subsequently, Panmin's Alchemy Hall publicly announced that they would begin mass production and supply of superior quality recovery and power pills at significantly lower prices, 15% less than those offered by the Medicine Guild. Simultaneously, Xiao Yin began attempting to decipher the formula for the Earth Origin pill. Although this pill ranked at the pinnacle of the third tier and was challenging to concoct. With Xiao Yan's current alchemical skills and the covert guidance from Medicine Elder, it was not beyond the realm of possibility. Once the news broke, it incited considerable unrest within Wolfang. The lower-ranking members, indifferent to any agreements between their leaders and the Medicine Guild, were unwilling to squander their resources on overpriced pills when they could obtain more effective alternatives at a lower cost. Initially, the leader Pashan could suppress dissent with his authority, mandating that members must procure their pills exclusively through the Medicine Guild. However, as time passed, and the reputation of Panman's pills for their quality and affordability grew, coupled with the internal disarray in the Medicine Guild due to Hanfeng's severe injuries, Wolfang members began to covertly purchase Panman's pills, disregarding Pashan's orders. What troubled Pashan even more was that Panman seemed to strategically release small quantities of urgently needed pills in the trading area just before Wolfang's teams undertook significant missions, or would preemptively acquire essential medicinal materials before Wolfang could. Such precise strikes were undoubtedly the work of that enigmatic information network. Damn it, those scoundrels at Panman! Pashan roared, shattering a jade cup in his hand, his expression dark as thunder. He sensed his grip on the team was slipping, and the resentment among his members was mounting. Leader, this situation cannot continue, one of his confidants expressed anxiously. The brothers are growing discontent with the Medicine Guild, feeling used as mere pawns without sufficient rewards. Panman's pills are undeniably more affordable. Silence, Pashan bellowed, yet he knew deep down that his confidant spoke the truth. The support provided by the Medicine Guild paled in comparison to the troubles and losses they were incurring. Was it truly worth offending a formidable, cunning force like Panman for the sake of promised pills from the Medicine Guild? At that moment, a subordinate hurried in with alarming news. Leader, it's bad. The Earthheart fire herb we've been watching for so long was snatched away by someone from Panman during a task exchange. The Earthheart fire herb was a crucial ingredient for concocting the Earth Origin pill. Pashan had invested considerable time and effort to secure this herb. Panman, Xiao Chun. Pashan trembled with rage, his eyes ablaze. He felt ensnared in an invisible web, immobilized, as the very foundation of his survival was being systematically pried away and dismantled. The strategy of undermining their foundation yielded remarkable results. The rifts between Wolfang and the Medicine Guild, driven by the most direct issues of profit, were steadily widening. Meanwhile, the architect of this turmoil, Xiao Chun, remained composed at Panman, keenly observing the unfolding situation. He understood that when Wolfang could no longer derive sufficient benefits from the Medicine Guild, or worse, face losses, their alliance would inevitably collapse. And without Wolfang, the Medicine Guild would find it challenging to execute many of their nefarious schemes. As the strategy began to bear fruit, fissures appeared between Wolfang and the Medicine Guild. Xiao Chun contemplated his next course of action. Strike while the iron is hot. Incite Wolfang. Engage through intermediaries or discrete channels to connect with discontented members or leaders within Wolfang, offering medicinal pills or future benefits in an attempt to sow discord from within. Shift focus, target the Medicine Guild. Considering Wolfang is no longer a significant threat, redirect efforts toward the Medicine Guild itself, capitalizing on their leaders' injuries and internal instability to further undermine their business and reputation. Consolidate gains, enhance strength, temporarily ease external offensives. Using the opportunity presented by Wolfang's entanglements to focus entirely on enhancing the strength of Panman's core members, particularly himself, ensuring a solidification of his one-star Grand Dome Master Realm and continued advancement. Form alliances, apply pressure, proactively reach out to competitors of the Medicine Guild, such as Wu Hao or Hu Jia, sharing portions of medicinal benefits or intelligence in an effort to forge a more robust alliance to jointly pressure the Medicine Guild. The strategy of the Dan War operates with the precision of a surgical scalpel, striking at the very lifeblood of the Wolfang's alliance with the Medicine Guild, leading to a chorus of discontent within its ranks and a growing rift with the guild. However, Xiao Chun remains unperturbed by the initial triumph. He is acutely aware that both the Wolfang and the Medicine Guild are fundamentally rooted in strength. Without a formidable foundation, any scheme is akin to a fortress built upon sand, vulnerable to the tempest's fury. The Wolfang, for the moment, poses little threat, while the Medicine Guild lies in a temporary state of dormancy due to Hanfeng's grievous injuries. This presents a golden opportunity for us to amass strength. In a recent internal meeting at the Panman, Xiao Chun established the tone, issuing orders to prioritize the fortification of defenses and diligent cultivation, refraining from instigating conflicts unless absolutely necessary. Once the command was disseminated, the entire Panmin operated like a finely tuned machine, albeit this time, its focus turned inward. Under the vigilant oversight of Xiao Yin, the Dan Hall ramped up its operations, consistently supplying high-quality, reasonably priced foundational elixirs to stabilize the market. Moreover, Xiao Yin embarked on the ambitious endeavor of refining a broader array of third-grade elixirs, even making strides toward the threshold of fourth-grade potions. The ample supply of elixirs provided robust logistical support for the cultivation of Panmin members. Meanwhile, the Battle Hall, under the management of Xiao Yu and Xiao Ning, instituted a more rigorous training regimen. This included not only individual cultivation of fighting spirit and honing combat skills, but also significantly increased team collaboration exercises and formations training. Xiao Chan occasionally descended to the field, imparting his first-hand battle experience against Han Feng and the nuances of soul power application to the core members, thereby rapidly enhancing the practical combat capabilities of the entire battle hall. The intelligence hall, led by Sun Er, became increasingly clandestine yet efficient. It continued to monitor the movements of rival factions, such as the Medicine Guild and the Wolf Fong, while also extending its reach deeper into the inner courtyard. Gathering intelligence on top-tier experts in the strength rankings, the various secret realms within the inner courtyard, and ancient rumors, thus providing vital intelligence support for the future development of the Panmin. As for Xiao Chun himself, he retreated into a semi-secluded state once more. He did not rush to ascend the heavenly burning refinement tower for a higher star rating, but chose to meditate in the tranquil solitude of his courtyard, deeply contemplating the mysteries of the great fighter realm. As a one-star great fighter, he had transformed his fighting spirit into crystal, undergoing a metamorphosis in energy essence. He required time to acclimate to this more potent and refined power, mastering it with effortless grace. He diligently practiced the 8 extremities collapse, attempting to layer his hidden strength to the 5th and even 6th levels. He deepened his understanding of the mysterious steps, enhancing his agility in short distances to an unpredictable degree. More importantly, he needed to resolve the lingering issues surrounding the concentration paste and further cultivate the spirit-nurturing technique. His battle with Han Feng and the heart refining within the refinement tower had illuminated the significance of soul power. The soul fire within his sea of consciousness gradually regained vitality under the nurturing of the spirit-nurturing technique, becoming even more solid and enabling him to master soul power with increasing finesse. Simultaneously, he continued to clandestinely study the dark golden puppet, utilizing new materials obtained from the underground palace and techniques imparted by the soul-devouring beast. He made slow yet steady progress in repairing the puppet. Although complete restoration remained distant, the puppet's right arm's offensive capabilities and torso's defensive strength had reached a commendable level, becoming a hidden trump card. Just as the Panmen focused on their cultivation and steadily enhanced their strength, the inner courtyard did not remain devoid of turbulence amidst the temporary calm. Sun Er's intelligence hall detected some unusual movements. It appeared that the Medicine Guild, under Han Feng's remote guidance, was undergoing some form of consolidation. While outwardly low-key, behind the scenes, they were actively acquiring specific herbs and rallying personnel. More notably, the previously passive factions led by Wu Hao and Hu Jia seemed to have intensified their scrutiny of the Panmin. Particularly, Wu Hao, whose members within the Wu Gang had expressed interest in the Panmin's elixir business on several occasions in public forums. The storm clouds gathered ominously. As Xiao Chan emerged from his seclusion, listening to Sun Er's report, his gaze remained calm. He understood that the Panmin's period of concealed cultivation was likely coming to an end. The internal strength would ultimately require validation in the external tempest. It seemed that someone could no longer sit idly. Xiao Chan gently tapped his fingers on the table, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. Very well. It was time to show the inner courtyard just how formidable the Panmin had become. With the period of seclusion concluded and external pressures resurfacing, Xiao Chan contemplated his primary course of action in response to the impending storm. Initiate a visit to test Wu Hao, make a strong appearance, and host an elixir conference. Take preemptive action against the Medicine Guild, or maintain a defensive posture and await developments. Chapter 151. The Elixir Conference unfolds a new chapter in the system. Just as Xiao Chan pondered how to confront the forthcoming wave of challenges, a cold voice that had been silent for some time suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! The host's faction, the Panmin, has begun to take shape, establishing a foothold in the inner courtyard and successfully breaking through to the Great Fighter realm. The phase of growth task has been completed. Rewards are being calculated. Reward: 3,000 strength points. 1 scroll for the Advanced Xian Rank Fighting Technique Purple Cloud Wings. 1 formula for the 4th grade Elixir Spirit Enhancing Pill. Ding! The host strength has reached the Great Fighter level. System permissions enhanced. Exchange list updated. Special item categories unlocked. Ding! A new main quest has been issued. Dominate the inner courtyard. Quest requirement: make the Panmin a recognized top force in the inner courtyard. Criteria: at least 3 members in the top 20 of the strength rankings, or the host in the top 10. Quest rewards: to be determined by completion level, at least including 1 Earth rank fighting technique fragment and 5,000 strength points. A series of system notifications invigorated Xiao Chun. 3,000 strength points. The Advanced Xian Rank Flight Technique Purple Cloud Wings. The formula for the Spirit Enhancing Pill. A precious elixir that could directly elevate a great fighter's strength by 1 star was invaluable. System: open the exchange list and view the special item category. Xiao Chun silently commanded. The luminescent screen unfolded, revealing a limited yet intriguing array of new items. Low-level Secret Realm Exploration Talisman. Enables a one-time exploration of a designated area, with a chance to uncover hidden secret realms or resource points. Requires 800 points for exchange. Ethereal Mimicry Mask, single use. Can simulate any aura within 2 major realms below the host for 1 hour. Requires 500 points for exchange. Low-level Enlightenment Card, Fragment. Collecting 10 fragments can synthesize a low-level Enlightenment card, which has a chance to enter a state of enlightenment upon use. Each fragment costs 200 points. Random Contract Scroll, Fragment. Has a minuscule chance to establish an unequal contract with an unbound magical beast or special existence. Requires 1,500 points for exchange. High risk. Low success rate. These special items possess peculiar functionalities that may yield extraordinary effects in specific circumstances. After a brief contemplation, Xiao Chun opted to spend 500 points to exchange for an ethereal mimicry mask and 800 points for a low-level secret realm exploration talisman, preparing for any unforeseen needs. The balance of strength points stood at 1,700. The system's rewards and new features instilled in Xiao Chun a profound sense of confidence. He immediately summoned Xiao Yin and Sun Air, handing over the Ziyun Wing Scroll and the recipe for the Douling Dan to Xiao Yin. Flight Martial Arts. Douling Dan. As Xiao Yin received these 2 items, a dazzling brilliance ignited in his eyes. This is fantastic. With these, our strength will surge considerably. Xiao Yin, let us delve into the flight martial arts together and master it swiftly. As for the crafting of the Douling Dan, there is no rush. We will attend to that once your alchemical skills have advanced further. Additionally, have the information hall keep an eye out for the necessary materials, Xiao Chun instructed. Subsequently, he conveyed the newly released system task along with his thoughts. To dominate the inner courtyard is no trivial endeavor. At this juncture, we must further amplify our renown and solidify our position. I propose that Xiao Yin takes the lead and orchestrates a grand pill conference for our pill sect. Upon hearing this, a spark of inspiration ignited in Xiao Yan's eyes. What a splendid idea. This will be an excellent opportunity to unveil the new pills we have crafted and showcase the depth of our pill sect. With the plan set, the pill sect sprang into action. The news quickly spread, and 3 days later, the inaugural pill conference was to be held in the plaza outside their courtyard. Various pills would be displayed and sold in limited quantities, including the newly developed Ice Heart pill, which aids in calming the mind and resisting inner fire, and the Wind Walking pill, which temporarily boosts speed, with even rare treasures making an appearance. As the announcement reverberated, the inner courtyard once again turned its attention towards the pill sect. Were they truly preparing to officially challenge the Medicinal Guild in the arena of pill crafting? The 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the day of the conference, the area outside the pill sect was teeming with people. Not only were there numerous lower-tier students, but even some solitary powerhouses from the rankings, as well as representatives from the Wu Gang and the Demon Sect, had discreetly arrived. Standing atop a hastily constructed platform, Xiao Yin presented dozens of jade vials on a jade table, the fragrant aroma of pills wafting through the air. He confidently introduced the various pills, his demeanor calm and self-assured, as he demonstrated the effects of the new pills and ultimately revealed a pill emitting a tricolored aura. The crowd erupted in astonishment. A tricolored aura. Is that the pinnacle grade 3 pattern Qing Ling pill? An astute observer exclaimed. The 3-pattern Qing Ling pill was remarkably effective for breaking through the bottleneck at the Great Fighter stage and held immense value, while the Medicinal Guild could mass-produce it. The price was exorbitant. Yet, the pill sect had managed to refine it and was now publicly showcasing it. Holding the jade vial, Xiao Yan's gaze swept across the audience, lingering particularly on the positions of several spies from the Medicinal Guild, as he proclaimed in a clear voice, "This pill, our pill sect can also refine. In the future, we shall supply it periodically. The quality of pill sect pills is supreme, and the price is reasonable. We welcome all fellow cultivators to supervise." At that moment, the reputation of the pill sect reached new heights. Countless fiery gazes fixated on the 3-pattern Qing Ling pill, as well as on the pill sect itself. Just as the atmosphere of the conference reached its zenith, an incongruous, chilling voice suddenly rang out. "Humph, merely seeking to attract attention. Who knows whether your pills are genuine? They could very well be subpar products, mere tricks to deceive the masses." Following the sound, the crowd parted to reveal a group of imposing figures pushing their way through. At the forefront stood the burly leader of the Wolf Fong, Pashan, his face marked by a scar. Behind him trailed Lu Dao and others, their expressions grim. What was destined to arrive had finally come, and at the most opportune moment during the pill conference. Pashan, the leader of the Wolf Fong, had chosen to challenge them during the event. Xiao Chun faced this confrontation with several potential responses. 1. Assertive suppression. Establish authority on the spot. Xiao Chun could directly intervene, using overwhelming force to intimidate Pashan, even resorting to violence to assert the pill sect's dominance. 2. Convince with pills. Verify on the spot. Xiao Yin could step forward, inviting a neutral elder or renowned student to verify the authenticity and quality of the 3-pattern Qing Ling pill before the crowd, thus using facts to counter Pashan. 3. Endure and circumvent. Temporarily avoid conflict. Believing that a direct confrontation at the conference would be detrimental, Sun Er or Xiao Yu could engage Pashan diplomatically, temporarily stabilizing the situation and dealing with the aftermath later. 4. Leverage public opinion. Shift the narrative. Publicly expose the Wolf Fong's collusion with the Medicinal Guild, which had repeatedly targeted the pill sect, thereby guiding the onlookers' opinions and placing Pashan in an unjust position. Chapter 152. Pill confirms integrity, a clash of wills. Pashan's words, laden with skepticism and provocation, fell like cold water into boiling oil, instantly silencing the lively conference as all eyes turned towards him and Xiao Yin on stage. Was this a directive from the Medicinal Guild, or merely a reflection of the Wolf Fong's own grievances? Regardless of the motive, it was a blatant challenge to the integrity of the pill sect. If mishandled, the nascent reputation they had built could be shattered in an instant. In the face of Pashan's provocation, Xiao Yin displayed no signs of panic. Instead, a subtle smirk graced his features. He did not seek direction from Xiao Chun, but stepped forward, calmly meeting Pashan's gaze. "Leader Pashan, what do you mean by that? Do you doubt the authenticity of our pill sect's pills? And if I do?" Pashan crossed his arms, sneering. "The 3-pattern Qing Ling pill is a treasure beyond compare. Do you think your newly established pill sect is worthy of crafting it? Who knows if you have procured some inferior pills from elsewhere, or if you are outright deceiving us with forgeries?" Oh, Xiao Yin remained unperturbed, instead lifting the captivating tricolored pill and declaring loudly, "Since Leader Pashan harbors doubts, let us resolve this simply. Is there anyone present who can be trusted, or perhaps a senior from enforcement team, or any elder well-versed in pills, who would like to conduct an on-the-spot verification? If my pill sect pills are found to be even a fraction false, I will willingly forfeit my alchemical skills, and the pill sect shall dissolve." At these words, gasps rippled through the crowd. To forfeit one's alchemical skills and dissolve the pill sect. What audacity and confidence! Pashan's expression shifted slightly. He had not anticipated Xiao Yan's audacity in making such a solemn vow. "Very well. Since Junior Xiao Yin possesses such confidence, I shall serve as a witness." An aged voice emerged as the crowd parted, revealing a sprightly elderly man in a refining robe. Many recognized him as an honorary elder from the inner courtyard's pill hall. Surnamed Mu, a 4th-grade alchemist known for his fairness and integrity. Seeing Elder Mu step forward, Pashan's expression darkened further, yet he could not obstruct the proceedings. "Thank you, Elder Mu." Xiao Yin respectfully presented the 3-pattern Qing Ling pill. Elder Mu took the pill, scrutinizing it closely, even bringing it to his nose for a whiff, and employing a touch of spiritual power to sense its surging yet gentle medicinal essence. After a moment, a glimmer of appreciation crossed his eyes as he addressed the crowd clearly. This pill is undoubtedly the three-pattern Qing Ling pill. Moreover, its medicinal power is harmoniously blended with minimal impurities. Its quality is truly exceptional. The one who crafted this pill has already grasped the essence of a third-grade alchemist in terms of heat control and spiritual mastery. Elder Mu's appraisal was definitive. Boom! The venue erupted in even more fervent discussion and awe than before. It was indeed the three-patterned Qing Ling pill, and of superior quality. The pill sect truly had an alchemist capable of refining pinnacle-grade, three-pattern pills. How old was Xiao Yan? His alchemical talent was astonishingly formidable. In that instant, all doubts evaporated, replaced by profound admiration for the prowess of the pill sect. Pashan and the members of the Wolf Fong behind him turned a shade of deep crimson, frozen in place, caught between a rock and a hard place. They had intended to stir chaos, yet inadvertently became stepping stones that highlighted the quality of the pill sect's pills. Xiao Yin turned his gaze towards the visibly distressed Pashan, his tone still calm, but imbued with undeniable authority. Leader Pashan, do you still harbor any doubts? Pashan opened his mouth, yet no words emerged. He felt a burning shame on his face, as if he had been publicly slapped countless times. He glared at Xiao Yin with venomous resentment, then shot a fierce glance towards a certain direction in the crowd, presumably where the eyes of the Medicine Guild were stationed. Ultimately managing to squeeze out a few words through clenched teeth, "We are leaving." With that, he led the members of Wolf Fong away amidst a cacophony of boos and derision, retreating in disgrace. This commotion not only failed to tarnish the reputation of the Pill Association, but instead amplified its renown. Everyone became acutely aware that the Pill Association possessed a genuine genius in alchemy, with its pills standing up to any scrutiny. The event concluded triumphantly, marking another resounding victory for the Pill Association. However, from a distance, Xiao Chan observed the venomous glare of Pashan as he departed. Fully cognizant that the conflict with Wolf Fong, and indeed the Medicine Guild behind it, had escalated to an irreconcilable state. The brief tranquility had been shattered, and what lay ahead would likely be an even fiercer struggle, both overt and covert. The Pill Association's resounding success had thoroughly intensified the discord with Wolf Fong. Xiao Chun contemplated his next course of action. Take the initiative and strike against Wolf Fong. Seizing the moment when Wolf Fong's reputation is in tatters and morale is low, unite all available forces to launch precision strikes against their assets and influence, aiming to cripple them completely and sever the wings of the Medicine Guild. Focus on development and enhance core strength. Viewing external pressure as motivation, continue to concentrate efforts on strengthening the Pill Association itself, particularly by swiftly transforming the newly acquired Purple Cloud Wings and the Spirit Fighting Pill formula into combat power. Ally with Wu Hao to counter the Medicine Guild. Proactively engage in deeper discussions with Wu Hao's faction regarding a potential alliance. Preparing to face the frenzied retaliation that the Medicine Guild may unleash. Explore the Secret Realm in search of opportunities. Utilize the low-level Secret Realm Exploration Talisman to seek out hidden secret realms or resource points near the inner courtyard, hoping to discover opportunities for rapid strength enhancement or rare resources. Chapter 153. Seeking Secrets, Initial Exploration of the Nether Abyss. The success of the Pill Association and the ignominious retreat of Wolf Fong had bestowed upon the Pill Association unprecedented prestige and a brief respite. Yet, Xiao Chun understood that the Medicine Guild would not simply relent. The day Han Feng recovered would herald the resurgence of the storm. Every opportunity must be seized to bolster strength. He recalled the low-level Secret Realm Exploration Talisman he had exchanged for in the system. The inner courtyard spanned a vast area, undoubtedly concealing numerous hidden realms or resource points. If he could locate one, it might yield unexpected rewards. Contemplating this, Xiao Chun resolved to employ the talisman. He did not make a grand show of it. Instead, he chose a quiet night to stealthily depart from the Pill Association's courtyard, venturing into a relatively secluded valley in the back mountains of the inner courtyard, extracting the low-level Secret Realm Exploration Talisman, inscribed with mysterious runes. Xiao Chen infused it with a wisp of fighting energy as per the system's instructions. The talisman was instantly activated, transforming into a gentle azure light that, as if imbued with sentience, circled in the air before darting towards an unassuming stone wall on the eastern side of the valley. Buzz! Upon contact with the light, the stone wall rippled like water, revealing a series of distorted and blurred rune apparitions, emanating an ancient, eerie aura thick with soul fluctuations from behind the wall. Indeed, there was a hidden secret realm. Xiao Chen's heart leaped with joy, but he soon furrowed his brow. Why did this aura feel somewhat familiar? Eerie, ancient, laden with soul fluctuations. Suddenly, he recalled Xiao Sun'er's previous warning. Be cautious of the nether abyss. Could it be that the stone wall led to the so-called nether abyss? Just as Xiao Chun grappled with uncertainty, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Hidden secret realm entrance detected, comparing with database information. Comparison successful. Confirmed as one of the outer entrances to the nether abyss. Triggering side quest. Explore the nether abyss. Quest requirements. Conduct preliminary exploration of the outer region of the nether abyss. Map a simple layout. And obtain at least one type of nether attribute material, such as soul stones, nether grass, etc. Quest rewards. 1,000 strength points. A clue to the soul cultivation technique fragment, second layer. It was indeed the nether abyss. Moreover, the system had issued a related quest. The rewards, particularly the clue to the soul cultivation techniques, second layer, stirred his excitement. With risk comes opportunity. Xiao Sun'er's warning still echoed in his ears. But the subsequent techniques of the soul cultivation technique were of paramount importance to him. Xiao Chun pondered briefly, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. The opportunity lay before him. How could he retreat in fear of risks? Furthermore, this was merely the outer region. Taking a deep breath, he activated his fighting energy to envelop himself, while the soul fire within his consciousness flickered, radiating a pure, masculine aura to ward off the potential chill and soul erosion. Cautiously, he extended his hand towards the rippling stone wall. The moment his palm made contact, a powerful suction force surged forth, distorting the scenery before him. After a brief moment of dizziness, Xiao Chun found himself in a starkly different environment. The sky was perpetually dim, devoid of sun or moon, with only a hazy gray light offering limited visibility. Beneath his feet lay black earth, riddled with jagged stones and withered, twisted trees. The air was thick with frigid energy, several times colder than the outside world, intermingled with tendrils of invisible soul power attempting to invade his body and erode his mind. Such dense, malevolent energy and soul force. Xiao Chun promptly activated his unnamed technique and the soul cultivation technique, intertwining pale golden fighting energy with soul fire to dispel or purify the encroaching chill and soul energy. He surveyed his surroundings, realizing he stood upon a low hill, facing an endless expanse of black wasteland, with distorted mountain silhouettes visible in the distance. Above the wasteland, he could faintly discern drifting, semi-transparent phantoms, emitting silent wails, fragments of souls coalescing into vengeful spirits. This was the outer realm of the nether abyss. Cautious not to underestimate the situation, Xiao Chun immediately suppressed his aura, activating the Eye of Insight to its fullest extent, and began to explore with utmost care. He needed to map the area and search for the nether attribute materials specified in the system quest. Danger lurked everywhere upon the wasteland. In addition to the pervasive chill and the harassment from vengeful spirits, black shadow-like soul-devouring beasts, originating from the same source as the guardians of the underground palace, albeit significantly weaker, would suddenly emerge from the ground or shadows to attack the souls of living beings. Utilizing his formidable soul perception and agile movement, Xiao Chun deftly avoided or dispatched these threats time and again. Simultaneously, he discovered some nether grass emitting a faint blue glow, growing in the crevices of the jagged stones, along with some cold, tentacle-like soul stones buried beneath the black soil. He meticulously collected these materials, relying on his extraordinary memory to sketch the topography of his path in his mind. Just as he gathered the third nether grass, a sudden surge of energy and sounds of combat erupted from a nearby grove of twisted dead trees, accompanied by a somewhat familiar, furious shriek. That voice belonged to Hu Jia. Xiao Chen's gaze sharpened. He had not anticipated encountering an acquaintance here. He suppressed all his presence, and, using the shadows of the jagged stones and withered trees, stealthily approached. In this unexpected situation at the outskirts of the nether abyss, he discovered Hu Jia seemingly embroiled in a fierce struggle. Please choose Xiao Chen's next course of action. Watch and wait. Seize the opportunity, conceal himself, and observe the situation between Hu Jia and her adversaries, assessing the circumstances before deciding whether to intervene or capitalize on the situation for his own benefit. Step in to assist. Forge a bond. Reveal himself immediately to help Hu Jia combat her enemies, using this opportunity to mend relations with this top genius of the inner courtyard and perhaps even cultivate a friendship. Take a detour, continue exploring, prefer to avoid unnecessary complications. steering clear of the combat zone to focus on his exploration and material collection tasks, prioritizing the system's requirements. Covert interference, mutual destruction. Utilizing the power of the soul or talismans, one can secretly disrupt the battlefield, creating chaos that leads to both Huojia and her adversaries sustaining mutual injuries, allowing oneself to emerge and clean up the aftermath. Chapter 154. The Yellow Sparrow lurks, the Soul Priest. Xiao Chun, akin to a specter of the night, concealed his presence to the utmost, stealthily maneuvering amidst the jagged stones and twisted, withered trees, drawing near the site of the fierce combat. Hidden behind a massive black rock, he gazed intently ahead. Before him lay a relatively open expanse of dark ground, where Huojia, clad in red, wielded her long whip. The shadows of the whip swirling like a crimson dragon, infused with fierce fighting spirit as she battled against three eerie black figures. These three shadows were not corporeal entities, but rather human forms coalesced from dense black mist, their eye sockets flickering with ghostly blue flames, wielding blades forged from sinister energy. Their methods of attack were cunning and elusive, each strike imbued with a chilling force capable of eroding the very soul. They were the Soul Guards. Xiao Chun recognized these unique energy beings from the Soul Abyss. Their strength was roughly equivalent to that of a human 3 to 4-star great fighter. And due to their intangible nature, physical attacks were rendered significantly less effective, making them exceedingly troublesome. Huojia's prowess was evidently formidable. Having reached the level of a 5-star great fighter, her long whip executed with supernatural finesse, and the scarlet fighting spirit seemed to possess a certain restraining effect against these chilling energies. Yet, faced with the relentless assault from the 3 Soul Guards, she found herself at a disadvantage, perspiring profusely, breath quickening, her beautiful visage betraying a hint of anxiety and fury. Cursed specters, why won't you relent? Huojia managed to force back one of the approaching Soul Guards with a whip strike, but was suddenly struck by a cold blade from the side, tearing through her sleeve and exposing a segment of her snow-white arm, upon which a thin layer of black frost quickly formed, momentarily hindering her movements. The other 2 Soul Guards seized the opportunity, blades drawn, aiming for Huojia's vital points, just as it appeared that Huojia was on the verge of injury. Xiao Chen's gaze remained calm. He still refrained from intervening. He was waiting, biding his time for a more opportune moment, or perhaps to see if any other variables would emerge. Indeed, just as the Soul Guard's attack was about to land, a flicker of determination flashed in Huojia's eyes, as if she had resolved to take a critical step. Biting her tongue, she sprayed a mouthful of blood onto her whip. Crimson Flame Whip Technique, Incinerate the Heavens. The whip erupted in a blinding scarlet glow, appearing as though it were genuinely aflame, exuding an intense heat that seemed capable of incinerating all within its path. Striking fiercely towards the 3 Soul Guards. Boom! A violent clash of energies exploded, intertwining scarlet and ghostly blue light as the 3 Soul Guards emitted silent howls, their forms visibly thinning, clearly suffering grievous injuries. However, having invoked a secret technique, Huojia's complexion paled instantly, her aura diminishing significantly, evidently drained from the exertion. At that moment, a sudden change unfolded. The 3 injured Soul Guards did not continue their assault. Instead, as if summoned, they swiftly retreated, merging into the densest darkness at the center of the clearing. Following this, the darkness began to writhe, as if it were a living entity, and a larger, more solid figure gradually materialized. Draped in a tattered black cloak, it bore a staff made of bone, the top adorned with a pulsating ghostly blue gemstone, emanating a far greater soul pressure than that of the Soul Guards. The Soul Priest. Xiao Chen's pupils constricted. This was a being of a higher echelon than the Soul Guards, its strength likely approaching that of a human 8 or even 9-star great fighter. Moreover, it excelled in various bizarre soul attacks. Upon its emergence, the ghostly blue gaze of the Soul Priest locked onto the weakened Huojia, its bony staff raised, unleashing an invisible wave of soul shock that rippled outward. Huojia had just executed a secret technique, and her mind was at its most vulnerable, faced with this soul-targeting shockwave. She let out a muffled groan, her body trembling violently, her gaze momentarily losing focus, on the brink of losing her will to resist. Now is the moment. A glimmer of fierce determination ignited in Xiao Chen's eyes. The opportunity he had been awaiting had finally arrived. With Huojia severely drained and the Soul Priest's attention diverted, it was the perfect moment for him to strike. He no longer concealed himself. his form darting forth from behind the rock like a wraith. His target neither Huojia nor the 3 injured soul guards, but rather the soul priest, who had just unleashed its soul shock and was momentarily vulnerable due to the aftereffects. Simultaneously, the breath simulation mask he had long since gripped was activated, releasing a powerful fire attribute aura of a 5-star great fighter that surged forth from him. This aura bore a striking resemblance to Huojia's essence. The sudden turn of events caused the ghostly blue flames of the soul priest to flicker. Clearly caught off guard by the emergence of this second formidable fire attribute intruder. The time had come, and Xiao Chun unleashed his assault. Choose his attack strategy: soul confrontation, strike at the core, invoke soul seal, or prepare a soul shock to confront the soul priest head-on, targeting its core soul flame with his most potent soul power. Feint and strike, targeting the staff. Employ agile movements to create the illusion of attacking the soul priest directly, while secretly aiming for the bone staff. Clearly the source of its power. Cooperate with Huojia, swift resolution, alert Huojia, and together execute a strategy where one holds the line while the other focuses on offense, striving to eliminate this formidable foe in the shortest possible time. Seize materials, make a quick escape, execute a feint to draw the soul priest's attention, while covertly targeting any precious underworld materials it may be guarding, and upon acquiring them, immediately utilize purple cloud wings to escape. Chapter 155. A Duel of Soul Flames. Seeking victory amidst danger. Just as the soul priest had completed a powerful soul shock, it found itself in the delicate interval of having exhausted its previous strength yet not having regained new vigor, when Xiao Chun seized a moment to strike, his timing impeccable. Coupled with the auras simulated by the breath simulation mask, mirroring Huojia's 5-star Great Fighter Fire attribute, it instantly disrupted the soul priest's judgment. However, Xiao Chun's intention was not to rely on this false fire attribute for a physical assault. He understood that in confronting such a purely soul energy entity, a confrontation at the soul level was paramount. Just as the soul priest instinctively turned the bony staff toward Xiao Chun, startled by the sudden fire attribute aura. Within Xiao Chun's consciousness, that faint white soul flame ignited with unprecedented speed, burning fiercely and coalescing. The soul cultivation technique was pushed to its limits. Channeling all the soul power he could muster, along with the unique purification and masculine qualities of the soul cultivation technique, compressing it into an invisible yet remarkably refined soul spike. This was not a mere area disruption, but a soul shock infused with the majority of his current soul power. Soul seal, break the soul. Lacking any earth-shattering spectacle, only an invisible ripple surged forth at a speed that transcended thought, instantly crossing the distance between them, piercing harshly into the soul priest's head, composed of ghostly blue flames. A piercing, soul-rending shriek erupted from the soul priest, reverberating through the air. Its towering form trembled violently, contorting, the surrounding black mist surging chaotically, the ghostly blue flames in its eye sockets flickering like a candle in the wind, teetering on the brink of extinguishment. Xiao Chun's soul shock, infused with the essence of the soul cultivation technique, inflicted damage far surpassing any physical assault upon this pure soul entity. The purifying masculine force within acted like a toxic substance, eroding at its very core. However, the soul priest was, after all, a being nearing the strength of a 9-star great fighter, its soul essence immensely robust. Even amidst grievous injury, its instinctive counterattack surged forth. At the pinnacle of the skeletal staff in his grasp, the ethereal blue heart gem erupted with a dazzling radiance, a more concentrated, chilling wave of spiritual energy, imbued with resentment and corrosive power, surged forth like a vengeful serpent, striking back violently along the trajectory of Xiao Chun's soul impact. Oomph! Xiao Chun let out a muffled groan, as if struck by a heavy blow. His complexion instantly turned as pale as paper, and he staggered backward, with blood seeping from his 7 orifices. He felt as though his soul was pierced by countless icy venomous needles. The frigid and vengeful force frantically eroding his sea of consciousness. The soul fire in his sea of consciousness flickered violently, its light dimming as it desperately burned and purified the invading alien soul power. Yet its pace lagged far behind the rate of erosion. Just then, another crimson whip shadow, reminiscent of a celestial dragon, swept in with a breath that, though weakened, remained fervently vigorous and struck fiercely against the unsteady, severely wounded soul priest. It was Huojia. Though affected by the soul shockwave and in a dire state, she was ultimately a top-tier genius with a resilient spirit. Seizing the precious opportunity created by Xiao Chun, she summoned her last vestiges of fighting spirit and retaliated. Bang! The crimson whip struck the soul priest's cloak, erupting in a cloud of black mist. The soul priest emitted a more anguished wail, its already wavering form becoming even more ethereal. It cast a resentful glance at both Xiao Chun and Hu Jia, seemingly aware that it could not succeed today, and its form suddenly exploded into a swirling mass of black mist, engulfing the three injured soul guardians, retreating like a tide into the depths of the desolate plains, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The crisis was temporarily averted. Xiao Chun could no longer maintain his composure, dropping to one knee, gasping for breath, the excruciating pain from deep within his soul nearly causing him to faint. He hastily retrieved the soul-nurturing elixir prepared by Xiao Yin and swallowed it, then activated the foundational chapter of the spirit essence technique, barely managing to suppress the wounds to his soul. Meanwhile, Hu Jia also slumped to the ground, her complexion pale, gazing at the equally disheveled Xiao Chun. Her beautiful eyes filled with a complex expression. She had not anticipated that, at a crucial moment, it would be this Xiao Chun, with whom she had little rapport and who had felt some estrangement due to the competitive relationship between the Pill sect and the Demon sect, who would save her. "Are you all right?" Hu Jia's voice bore a hint of weakness and an almost imperceptible awkwardness. Xiao Chun shook his head, suppressing the metallic taste in his throat. His voice hoarse. "I'm still alive. This place is not safe. The chilling soul power is still eroding us. We must leave the nether abyss swiftly." He mustered the strength to rise, his gaze sweeping over the spot where the soul priest had vanished, discovering several high-quality Yin soul stones and a small fragment of withered branch, exuding a strong spiritual wave akin to crystal, soul-nurturing wood. Indeed, there were spoils. Moreover, the soul-nurturing wood was an exceptional material for nourishing and repairing souls. He quickly gathered these items. Crisis averted. Both were in dire straits. Please choose how Xiao Chun should interact with Hu Jia and evacuate next. 1. Reveal identity, propose cooperation, remove the breath-simulating mask, disclose his identity, and suggest temporarily teaming up to ensure mutual protection while leaving the nether abyss, thereby improving relations with Hu Jia and the demon sect. 2. Maintain disguise. Swift separation. Preserve the FA-Ade of a 5-star Grandmaster with fire attributes. Brief her with a few words, and choose a direction to leave swiftly on his own, avoiding excessive contact. 3. Demand compensation, equal exchange, clearly state his assistance, and request Hu Jia to provide corresponding compensation, such as elemental energy, intelligence, or a favor from the demon sect, viewing this rescue as a transaction. 4. Cautiously accompany. Remain vigilant, do not disclose his identity or deepen the connection. Agree to leave together, but remain secretly vigilant against potential changes once Hu Jia's condition improves. Chapter 156, Special Side Story. The Full Moon over Canaan. Warmth in the Pill sect. In the month of Xianyue, the autumn air grew more pronounced. A luminous, jade-like full moon hung high above Canaan Academy, casting its gentle light that adorned the rooftops of Peace Town and the pavilions of the inner courtyard with a soft silver sheen. The air was imbued with a faint scent of osmanthus, mingling with the fluctuations of fighting spirit from daily training and the fragrant aroma of medicinal pills, creating a unique and warm festive atmosphere. Today marked the annual Mid-Autumn Festival on the Duki continent. Even within the fiercely competitive and arduous inner courtyard, the tension was notably relaxed on this day. The Academy did not organize a grand celebration, but tacitly permitted students to hold small gatherings. The task hall closed early, and the training tower extinguished its urging lights, seemingly advising these tireless seekers of strength. Occasionally, one should pause to gaze at the moon above. In the Pill sect courtyard, lanterns were hung, and although not extravagant, it radiated the warmth of home. Xiao Yu and Xiao Ning, accompanied by a few nimble members, had early on tidied the courtyard to perfection, hanging red lanterns adorned with crooked drawings of the rabbit spirit or inscribed with the character for Pill, which, though not exquisite, reflected their heartfelt efforts. In the center of the courtyard stood a massive round table, piled high with fruits and snacks. Most eye-catching were several large platters of mooncakes, not particularly beautiful in appearance, but exuding an enticing sweetness and warmth. These were crafted by Xiao Yu and several female members based on the customs of the northern region of the Gamma Empire, filled with crushed red bean paste mixed with nuts. Though they could not compare to the creations of a professional pastry chef, they were infused with profound sincerity. "Come, everyone, stop your training. It's a festival today. Come and have something to eat." Xiao Yu called out cheerfully, hands on her hips. Xiao Yin was forcibly dragged out from the alchemy room, still carrying a faint scent of medicine. He looked at the table laden with food and the relaxed smiles of his companions, and his long, tensed face softened slightly. He picked up a mooncake and took a bite, nodding. Not bad, Sister Xiao Yu, well done. Of course, Xiao Yu replied proudly, lifting her chin. Sun Er sat quietly to the side, a faint smile gracing her lips as she observed the bustling conversations. Hailing from an ancient clan, she had witnessed countless rare delicacies and grand celebrations. Yet this simple and somewhat rough gathering brought her an unprecedented sense of solidity and warmth. She delicately pinched a piece of mooncake, savoring it in small bites. Her gaze wandering, lost in thought. Xiao Ning and several members of the battle hall huddled together, munching on mooncakes while animatedly discussing the application of a particular fighting technique. Their faces flushed from the debate, only to burst into laughter moments later due to a shared joke. Princess Yayu also arrived, bringing several jars of fine wine from the royal distillery of the Gamma Empire. Although not of the highest vintage, it was still a rarity within the inner courtyard. The crisp aroma of the wine mingled with the sweetness of the mooncakes, enhancing the festive atmosphere. As the deputy sect master, Xiao Chun, however, did not engage in the lively discussions. Alone, he held a cup of tea, seated on a stone bench in a corner of the courtyard, leaning against an ancient osmanthus tree, gazing up at the full moon in the sky. The moonlight flowed like water, illuminating his youthful yet unusually composed face. Memories of his arrival at Canaan Academy, entering the inner courtyard, founding the Pill sect, and contending with the Alchemy Guild flashed rapidly through his mind. The sorrow of losing his parents at an early age, the warmth and coldness from the collateral branches of his family, the hardships on the path of cultivation, and the warmth of comrades standing shoulder to shoulder. All these emotions quietly surged within him on this moonlit night. Raising my head to gaze at the bright moon, lowering it to reminisce about my hometown, he softly recited a poem not belonging to this world, a hint of melancholy rising in his heart. Where was his hometown? Why was he hiding here alone? A gentle voice broke through his reverie. Xiao Yin had approached unnoticed, offering him a cup of fine wine brought by Yao Yu. Try this. It's more fitting for the occasion than your tea. Xiao Chen accepted the cup, lightly clinking it against Xiao Yan's, and took a sip. The spiciness and richness unfurled in his throat, washing away a trace of sorrow. He chuckled softly, remarking, I simply find this moon to be exceptionally round. Xiao Yin settled beside him, gazing at the moon in silence for a moment before replying, Indeed, it is quite round. I wonder if my father in Wutan City is also gazing at this same moon. His tone bore a hint of longing for his father, as well as a sense of the weighty responsibilities he bore. The two shared a moment of quietude, relishing the rare tranquility and serenity. The bond between brothers required no words, existing instead within the shared experience of wine and moonlight. After a while, Sun Er gracefully approached, carrying a platter of meticulously sliced fruits. She placed the fruit tray upon the stone table and gently said, Though the moonlight is beautiful, it needs the warmth of humanity to accompany it. Cousin Xiao Chun, Brother Xiao Yin, please try this moonlight fruit, which the sisters from the information hall specifically sought today. It is said to only ripen around the full moon night, containing a trace of moonlight energy that is mildly beneficial for nurturing meridians. Xiao Chun and Xiao Yin expressed their gratitude, picking up the crystal-clear fruits that shimmered with a faint moonlit glow. Upon tasting, they found them to be delectably sweet and juicy, a gentle coolness flowing through their limbs, providing immense comfort. Observing the subtle loneliness that had once lingered in Xiao Chen's brow dissipate, Sun Er felt a flicker of satisfaction. Just then, Xiao Yu's boisterous voice rang out. Hey, you three, stop pretending to be profound over there. Come on, we're playing the game of passing the flower drum. Whoever it lands on must perform. Xiao Ning laughed heartily, picking up an inverted wooden basin and a pair of chopsticks, preparing with great seriousness. Xiao Chun, Xiao Yin, and Sun Er exchanged smiles, all caught up in the lively atmosphere, rising to join the merriment. In an instant, within the courtyard of the Pan Men, the sounds of drums, laughter, cheers, and even off-key singing intertwined, with even the usually reserved Sun Er being coaxed into reciting an ancient poem rich in meaning, drawing applause from the crowd. The moonlight poured down generously, enveloping the small courtyard and illuminating every smiling face with remarkable clarity. Perhaps the road ahead remained fraught with thorns, and perhaps tomorrow would still demand facing fierce competition and challenges. But at this moment, on this mid-autumn night where the moon was full and people gathered, the hearts of all within the Pan Men were tightly bound together. As the saying goes, at this moment, we share the same sky, and warmth surpasses the chill of autumn. Perhaps this is the truest essence of reunion. Chapter 157, Special Side Story, The Panmin Celebration, A Legacy of Flame. In the golden autumn of October, with the sky high and crisp, a fervent and jubilant atmosphere enveloped both inside and outside the Canaan Academy, contrasting sharply with the usual tense ambience of Cultivation. Today was not a traditional festival of the Academy, but rather a celebration originating from a distant Eastern kingdom, marking the national day. This custom was said to have been brought back by a predecessor of the Academy who traveled the continent in ancient times, resonating with the Academy's spirit of self-reliance, unity, and renewal, thus leaving an indelible influence within its walls. This year's occasion held particular significance for the burgeoning faction of the Panmin. It was not only their first national day since establishment, but also a moment for the Panmin to confidently showcase their spirit and cohesion to the entire Inner Academy after successfully establishing their presence amidst numerous confrontations with the Medicine Guild. The Panmin courtyard had been festooned anew, with a grand red banner hanging above the entrance, emblazoned with the powerful calligraphy of Xiao Yin. The rock endures forever. The predominant color of vibrant red, symbolizing vitality and hope, replaced the usual solemnity of Cultivation, infusing the space with an invigorating energy. Quick, clean that area over there. Arrange the tables and chairs neatly. Yes, just like that. Are all the ingredients prepared? Today we must showcase our best. Xiao Yu, like a capable conductor, commanded the bustling crowd, ensuring that final preparations were underway. Xiao Ning, accompanied by members of the battle hall, was tasked with maintaining order and security. Despite being in their own courtyard, they remained vigilant, their sharp gazes scanning the surroundings to ensure that no unforeseen disturbances would disrupt the festivities. Today, the doors of the Panmin stood wide open, welcoming not only all members, but also extending sincere invitations to other students who were friendly or neutral towards the Panmin. This was both an internal celebration and an external display. In the center of the courtyard, several large cauldrons had already been set up, roaring with flames and wafting enticing aromas. This was no ordinary banquet, but rather a unique feast of flavors, featuring contributions from members hailing from various corners of the world, each presenting a dish or delicacy representative of their hometowns. There were whole roasted lambs from the northern regions of the Gama Empire, spicy and sour fish soup in the style of the Izumo Empire, specialty smoked meats from the Black Corner region, and even a peculiar hot pot from the far-off central state, bubbling with fragrant broth that captivated all present. Today, Xiao Yin temporarily set aside his alchemy furnace, donned an apron, and personally prepared a medicinal dish he reconstructed from fleeting memories, said to have a slight nurturing effect on fighting spirit. Becoming one of the focal points of the event, Sunera remained quiet, yet the members she led transformed into the most graceful hosts, weaving through the guests, serving fine teas and exquisite wines, introducing the various dishes, their demeanor exuding warmth and charm, inadvertently enhancing the Panmin's appeal. At this moment, Xiao Chun, the founder and soul of the Panmin, stood on a raised platform at one corner of the courtyard, gazing at the bustling crowd below, filled with laughter and joy, his heart brimming with emotion. From a distant branch of the Xiao family in Wutan City to now being a leader of a faction within the Inner Academy, the journey had been arduous and scarcely spoken of. Yet, witnessing the united and spirited scene before him, he felt every sacrifice had been worthwhile. Esteemed members, Xiao Chen's clear voice rang out, imbued with fighting spirit, echoing throughout the courtyard. The clamorous crowd gradually quieted, all eyes turning towards the figure on the platform. Xiao Chan surveyed the familiar and unfamiliar faces below, his voice resonating with a weight of recollection and unwavering resolve. Today, we gather here, first to celebrate the spirit we all recognize and cherish, and second, to commemorate the Panmin, who have weathered storms and begun to emerge. Recalling the early days of the Panmin, when they were but a handful struggling to survive in the cracks of the Outer Academy, and later facing oppression and formidable foes in the Inner Academy, his voice carried the heaviness of memories tinged with unyielding determination. Yet, as members of the Panmin, we have steadfastly planted our roots in this Inner Academy, relying on our indomitable spirit, trust in one another, and mutual support, solid as rock. The festivities of today, the unity of today, are forged through the sweat and loyalty of every member. Below, every Panmin member, from the elders to the newly joined, involuntarily stood taller, their faces brimming with pride and excitement. However, the road ahead is long, and formidable adversaries remain. Xiao Chen's tone shifted, becoming more resolute. The oppression from the Medicine Guild has not ceased, and powerful experts abound in the Inner Academy. We must not allow ourselves a moment of complacency. This celebration is not an endpoint, but a new beginning. May our Panmen, like the spirit of this festival, strive for self-improvement, unite as one, and pass on the flame. One day, we shall stand atop the Inner Academy. Stand atop the Inner Academy. Long live the Panmen. From the crowd below, someone shouted, and immediately, a chorus of voices surged in response, the sound reverberating mightily. The fervent atmosphere reached its peak. Even some students from other factions who had come to observe were struck by this powerful cohesion, secretly astonished. This Panmen was indeed not to be underestimated. With the speech concluded, the grand banquet commenced. Fine wines and exquisite dishes flowed. Laughter and chatter filled the air, and even members engaged in impromptu displays of martial prowess, eliciting rounds of applause. The entire Panmen courtyard transformed into a joyous ocean. Xiao Chun descended from the platform, joining Xiao Yin, Sun Er, Xiao Yu, Xiao Ning, and other core members at a table. They raised their glasses in a silent toast, with everything communicated without words. As he took a sip of wine, Xiao Yin smiled and remarked, "Shall we consider this our establishment of a new stronghold, a celebration of rebirth?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen paused for a moment, then chuckled as he gazed at the prominently displayed red banner inscribed with solid as a rock, his gaze drifting far away. "Perhaps, but for us, this place is our nation, and the people of the Panmen are our citizens. To protect it and strengthen it is our current duty and honor." The spirit of resilience and continuity belonging to the Panmen was indelibly etched into the hearts of every member at that moment, becoming a powerful impetus for their relentless progress. The future turmoil within the inner courtyard would undoubtedly be rendered more magnificent by this vibrant and united faction. Chapter 158. United in the Abyss, each reaping their needs. The excruciating agony of a wounded soul surged like relentless tides, forcing Xiao Chun to stand. His gaze sweeping over several exquisite soul stones, and a piece of soul nurturing would before swiftly stowing them into his storage ring. Now is not the time for meticulous examination. Though the ghostly priest had retreated, dangers still lurked around the periphery of the nether abyss, and no one could ascertain if further threats were lying in wait. He turned to Hujia, who was also in a poor state and slumped on the ground. The complex emotions flickered in her beautiful eyes, shock, gratitude, and a hint of awkward pride inherent to a genius. "Are you all right?" Hujia's voice was frail. Xiao Chun shook his head, suppressing the metallic taste in his throat. His voice slightly hoarse from the soul injury. "I'm not dead yet. We cannot linger here. The chilling energy is still eroding us. We must hastily depart from the nether abyss." His mind raced as he made a swift decision. Maintaining the disguise was now meaningless and might lead to misunderstandings. He brushed his hand across his face, causing the effect of the breath mimicry mask to dissipate, revealing his originally handsome but somewhat pale visage. "It's you, Xiao Chun?" Hujia's eyes widened in astonishment as she recognized him. She had never anticipated that the enigmatic and powerfully gifted 5-star Dome Master, capable of wielding such bizarre soul energy, would be Xiao Chun of the Panmen, the prodigy rumored to have defeated Han Feng with his 8-star Dome Master prowess. "It is I," Xiao Chun admitted calmly, his tone steady. "Senior Hujia, we are both in less than ideal conditions, and acting separately could lead to unforeseen complications. Let's temporarily join forces and exit the nether abyss first. We could discuss everything else later." His proposal was both reasonable and pragmatic, devoid of ulterior motives or threats, simply the most sensible course of action given their circumstances. Hujia was not one to be obstinate. After a brief contemplation, she nodded. Struggling to rise, she faltered due to the excessive depletion of her do, qi, and mental energy. Xiao Chun stepped forward, extending his hand in a gesture of support without making direct contact, maintaining an appropriate distance. "Be careful." Hujia steadied herself with his assistance, took a deep breath to regulate her chaotic do qi, and glanced at Xiao Chun. "Thank you. I owe you one. It's merely mutual assistance." Xiao Chun waved off nonchalantly, then his gaze sharpened as he looked towards a direction in the wasteland. "I have a rough memory of the route I took here. We should be able to return near the entrance by going this way. Stay close. My soul perception can still barely hold on." With that, the two ceased further conversation, as Xiao Chun led the way, with Hujia following closely behind, cautiously moving toward the entrance of the nether abyss. Along the way, Xiao Chun extended his soul perception to its utmost limit, steering clear of wandering vengeful spirits and areas of unstable energy. Though his soul was injured, The foundational techniques of the soul-nurturing art continued to operate slowly, the soul fire flickering as it purified the encroaching cold energy, simultaneously granting him a heightened sense of danger beyond that of an ordinary individual. Hu Jia followed behind, watching the somewhat unsteady yet resolute figure ahead. Her heart stirred with tumultuous emotions. This Xiao Chan was indeed as extraordinary as the rumor suggested. Not only was his combat prowess formidable, but his mastery of soul, energy, and adaptability to the environment were truly remarkable. With both him and Xiao Yan in the Pan Men, their rise to prominence would likely be unstoppable. Approximately half an hour later, a faint light appeared on the otherwise gray horizon, the distorted spatial ripples hinting at the exit. Both individuals felt invigorated and quickened their pace, finally passing through the watery barrier and returning to the secluded valley in the rear mountain of the inner courtyard. The fresh air and warm sunlight, though it was night, it felt warm compared to the nether abyss, enveloped them, imparting a sense of renewal. Back in a safe environment, the temporary atmosphere of cooperation between them subtly shifted. Hu Jia straightened her somewhat disheveled attire and turned to Xiao Chun, her tone regaining some of its former pride, though softened compared to before. Xiao Chun, I shall remember today as events. We of the Demon Gate are not ungrateful. Xiao Chun smiled slightly, understanding that this daring rescue had opened a potential channel of communication between the Pan Men and the Demon Gate, a far more valuable outcome than mere material compensation. Senior Hu Jia, you flatter me. Between comrades, mutual assistance is only natural. Hu Jia nodded, choosing not to say more, and turned to leave. After taking a few steps, she paused, turning her back to Xiao Chun. Be wary of the Medicine Guild. Han Feng is one who repays grievances tenfold. Also, the Wolf Fong seems to be growing close to the Green Mountain faction. With that, her figure flickered and vanished into the forest. Was that additional intelligence? Xiao Chen's gaze flickered. It seemed that this venture had yielded more than he had anticipated. He did not linger, confirming that there were no onlookers before swiftly departing the rear mountain, making his way toward the Pan Men courtyard. The urgent matter now was to return quickly to heal his wounds and process the gains from the Nether Abyss expedition, including the system task rewards and the unexpected signal of an ally. Safely returned, though his soul was injured, the rewards were substantial. Choose Xiao Chen's primary course of action upon returning to the Pan Men. Enter seclusion immediately to heal and solidify his soul. Distribute resources to enhance overall strength. Study the findings and explore leads. Proactively reach out to solidify relationships. Chapter 159, Resource Distribution and External Observations. Dragging his weary and soul-injured form back to the Pan Men courtyard, Xiao Chun immediately sensed a distinctly different atmosphere from usual. Although it was already late at night, the courtyard was still ablaze with lights, and the patrolling members were full of spirit. Upon seeing his return, they all respectfully bowed, their eyes brimming with trust and anticipation. Evidently, the success of the Dan Conference and his recent disappearance in the Nether Abyss had further united the Pan Men and amplified their reliance on him as their core leader. Xiao Chun did not disturb too many people and directly sought out Xiao Yan, who was still engrossed in researching the Purple Cloudwing Scroll and the Dose Spirit Pill formula, as well as Sun'er, who was coordinating intelligence. You're injured? Your soul is wounded? Upon seeing Xiao Chun's pale complexion and somewhat vacant gaze, Xiao Yan's brow furrowed immediately. As an alchemist, he was particularly sensitive to fluctuations in soul energy. A flicker of concern also crossed Sun'er's beautiful eyes. It's nothing serious. There were some gains, though the cost was not insignificant, but it was worth it. Xiao Chun waved his hand, signaling that he was still holding up. He swiftly recounted the journey to the abyssal ravine, omitting the intricate details of the system's tasks, merely stating that he had fortuitously discovered the entrance and ventured forth to explore. When danger arose, it was by chance that he encountered Hu Jia, and together they managed to extricate themselves from peril. Upon concluding his narrative, he produced several exquisite soul stones and a fragment of soul-nourishing wood, placing them upon the table. These soul stones, such quality, and this is it truly soul-nourishing wood, Xiao Yan exclaimed, his eyes igniting with fervor as he beheld the two items, particularly the withered branch that emanated a potent resonance of soul energy. Both were exceptional materials for nurturing and mending the soul, their worth to an alchemist immeasurable. Indeed, we have managed to procure these amidst danger, Xiao Chen nodded. Cousin Xiao Yan, I entrust these materials to your care. The soul stones can be ground into potions or utilized to arrange simple formations for soul nurturing. As for the soul-nourishing wood, slice off a small portion, and, in conjunction with other ingredients, attempt to concoct a pill capable of healing soul injuries. Prioritize my own wounds, and should there be any surplus, you may keep it for your own research or use. He was acutely aware of the complications that soul injuries could entail and understood the urgency of a resolution. Entrusting materials to Xiao Yan was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. Rest assured, with these materials, I am confident I can concoct a soul-soothing pill, which will greatly benefit your condition. Xiao Yan solemnly stowed away the materials, immediately beginning to mentally formulate the pill's recipe. Turning his attention to Sun Er, Xiao Chen remarked, "Cousin Sun Er, who Jia cautioned me before leaving that the Wolf Fang has been closely associating with the Qing Shan. Please instruct the intelligence hall to closely investigate Qing Shan's movements and any potential new connections they may have with Wolf Fang or the medicine gang." Qing Shan? Sun Er furrowed her brow slightly. It was indeed an established force within the inner courtyard, led by Yin Hao, whose strength ranked around the top 20. His greedy nature made him susceptible to lucrative offers. If the medicine gang were to promise substantial benefits, they might indeed intervene. I will arrange for an investigation immediately. After addressing these pressing matters, a wave of profound weakness washed over Xiao Chun, the pangs within his soul becoming increasingly pronounced. For now, I shall leave external affairs in your capable hands. I must retreat to recuperate, he stated to Xiao Yan and Sun Er. Here are several soul-soothing powders I previously crafted. Though they're not of high grade, they can temporarily alleviate the pain of your soul. Please take them. Xiao Yan promptly retrieved several jade vials and handed them to Xiao Chun. I will hasten the creation of the soul-soothing pill. Sun Er added softly, "Cousin Xiao Chun, focus on your recovery. We shall handle matters outside." Xiao Chun accepted the pills without further ado, his heavy footsteps guiding him back to his secluded chamber. He first consumed the soul-soothing powder offered by Xiao Yan, a refreshing sensation spreading through him, momentarily quelling the tumult and agony within his soul. Next, he grasped the fragment of soul-nourishing wood. Although it had yet to be refined into a pill, merely being near it allowed him to sense a gentle wave of soul energy gradually nurturing his damaged consciousness. He settled into a cross-legged position and devoted himself to the foundational exercises of the spirit cultivation technique, channeling the energy from the soul-nourishing wood and the potency of the pills to mend the fissures in his soul and revitalize the dim flicker of his soul flame. As he immersed himself in the healing process, a system prompt resonated within his mind. Ding. Side quest. Explore the Abyssal Ravine, completed. Quest rewards, 1,000 strength points. Clue 1 for the fragment of the spirit cultivation technique, second layer, has been dispatched. Current strength points balance, 2,700 points. Clue for the fragment of the spirit cultivation technique, second layer on the night of the full moon. Draw upon the radiance of a lunar star to illuminate the spirit jade bai, and the trace of subsequent methods shall be revealed. Hint. The spirit jade bai is suspected to be located in the forbidden area atop the scripture pavilion of the inner courtyard. A clue for the second layer. The forbidden area atop the scripture pavilion? Xiao Chen's heart stirred. This was undoubtedly a piece of vital information. Yet the top of the scripture pavilion was a place beyond his current reach. It seemed that after his recovery, he would need to devise a means to elevate his permissions or seek alternative pathways. Suppressing this thought, he redirected his focus to the pressing matter of his healing. Within the confines of the Panmin, Xiao Yan was refining pills, Sun Er was investigating, and Xiao Chun was healing, functioning akin to a finely tuned machine. Meanwhile, the ramifications of the Panmin's pill conference continued to brew outside, with the medicine gang lying in wait, Wolf Fang's collusion with Qing Shan, the subtle shifts in the attitude of the demon sect, and the tumult within the inner courtyard quietly converging in the shadows, unnoticed, as Xiao Chun secluded himself for healing. External circumstances swirled with hidden currents. The Panmin's strategic direction during his recuperation was to be chosen as follows: steady development, consolidate achievements, suspend all external expansion efforts, wholly digest the prestige and resources accrued from the pill conference, enhance the strength of internal members, fortify defenses, and respond to changes with unwavering stability. Limited counterattack. Strike to alarm the tiger. Conduct limited and precise counterattacks against the collusion of Wolf Fang and Qing Shan, targeting their mission objectives, sabotaging their resource points, and demonstrating the Panmin's unassailable resolve. Diplomatic breakthrough. Unite against common foes. Actively engage with the forces of Wu Hao in an attempt to establish a more formal alliance and jointly confront the potential united pressures posed by the medicine gang and its affiliates. Public opinion manipulation. seize the moral high ground, disseminate evidence of the collusion between the medicine gang, Wolf Fong, and Qing Shan, utilizing the intelligence hall to guide public sentiment within the inner courtyard and isolate the medicine gang faction. Chapter 160. Deepen roots, await the winds to rise. With Xiao Chan in seclusion for healing, command within the Panmen naturally fell to Xiao Yin and Sun Er. Both understood the severity of Xiao Chen's soul injury and recognized the necessity for time to recuperate. Furthermore, the Panmen, having garnered substantial prestige from the Pill Conference and the Abyssal Ravines exploits, required time to solidify and digest these gains. Thus, after deliberation, the two unanimously resolved to adopt a strategy of steady development. Issuing orders, Xiao Yin addressed the gathered core members, stating, effective immediately, the Panmen will suspend all external expansion efforts. Each division will shift its focus inward. The command was swiftly executed. Under Xiao Yan's oversight, the alchemy hall operated at full capacity. He successfully utilized a portion of the soul-nourishing wood, combining it with other rare ingredients to produce several commendable soul-soothing pills, which were promptly delivered to Xiao Chen's secluded chamber. Concurrently, he optimized the refining processes for other commonly used pills, enhancing both their success rates and quality, and began gathering materials based on the Spirit Dough pills formula in preparation for a future challenge to become a fourth-tier alchemist. A robust stockpile of pills served as the foundation for the Panmen stability. Under the management of Xiao Yu and Xiao Ning, the battle hall entered a fervent phase of training and refinement. The imagery of Xiao Chen's battle with Han Feng, recorded through memory crystals, was meticulously analyzed, with all members striving to absorb his combat techniques and maintain composure against formidable foes. Daily drills in team coordination became essential, with various small formations practiced repeatedly, aiming to achieve a synergy greater than the sum of their parts when confronted with stronger adversaries. New members underwent rigorous assessments and training, swiftly integrating into the collective. Under Sun Er's leadership, the intelligence hall became increasingly clandestine and efficient. On one hand, it closely monitored the movements of the medicine gang, Wolf Fong, and the newly emerged Qing Shan faction, gathering any information that could prove detrimental to the Panmen. On the other, it systematically compiled detailed intelligence on the major forces, secret realms, and powerful individuals, especially those ranking high on the strength list, within the inner courtyard, establishing a dedicated intelligence repository for the Panmen to support future decision-making. In terms of internal affairs, a few meticulous and prudent core members collaborated in management to ensure equitable resource distribution, orderly courtyards, and the unhindered logistics of the members. The entire Panmen resembled a deeply rooted tree, striving to absorb nutrients during the interludes of calm amidst the storm, fortifying its branches and roots. Within the courtyard, the sounds of cultivation, the humming of pill furnaces, and fervent discussions of tactics echoed continuously, painting a scene of vibrant vitality. Externally, however, the Panmen exhibited an unusual modesty. They refrained from proactively accepting high-reward tasks that could incite conflict, maintaining normal sales of pills in the trading area, and avoiding any further provocative actions. Even in the face of minor provocations and tests from the Wolf Fong and Qing Shan, the Panmen predominantly opted to evade direct confrontation, relying instead on their robust defensive system to neutralize threats without launching an aggressive counterattack. This retreating posture initially disappointed those eagerly anticipating a spectacle, allowing the Wolf Fong and Qing Shan to grow somewhat emboldened. However, as time passed, perceptive individuals began to discern the underlying strategy. The Panmen were not acting out of fear. Rather, they were gathering strength. The aura of their members steadily intensified, and the cohesion within their ranks became discernible through the formidable barriers they had erected. This silence, rather than signifying weakness, bore the ominous weight of an impending storm. Within the ranks of the medicine gang, the injured Han Feng darkened at the reports from his scouts. He had anticipated that the alliance between the Wolf Fong and Qing Shan would cause the Panmen to falter, yet he was taken aback by their composure. I indeed underestimated them, Han Feng coldly remarked, issuing orders for Pashan and Yin how to refrain from rash actions and await his further instructions. He required time to recuperate and the perfect opportunity to decisively dismantle the Panmen. While the inner courtyard appeared to have returned to a semblance of tranquility, beneath this placid surface, the undercurrents of various factions surged with increasing intensity. All were acutely aware that when the slumbering beast of the Panmen reopened its eyes, it would surely unleash far greater turmoil. Time slipped away in this peculiar calm, amidst the covert struggles of power, In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. On this day, the door to Xiao Qin's meditation chamber finally creaked open. A more solid and profound aura emanated from within, signaling Xiao Qin's recovery and enhancement of his abilities. Following his emergence, he contemplated his primary course of action in light of the current circumstances. Assess the results. Enhance the battle hall. Personally evaluate the training outcomes of the battle hall over the past fortnight. Guide the members in their cultivation. And share preliminary insights on the Ziyun Wing to bolster the overall combat prowess of the Panmen. Strategize proactively. Target Qingshan. Conclude that the period of defense has passed and that a proactive assault is necessary. Devise a plan to target the Qingshan faction allied with the Wolf Fang, severing the wings of the Medicine Gang and breaking the stalemate. Seek contact. Explore the Jade Bai. Pursue further information regarding the Yuanshan Jade Bai based on system clues. Or seek opportunities to engage with the higher echelons of the Scripture Pavilion to prepare for acquiring the second layer of the Yuanshan Ju. Make a grand entrance. Deter the malevolent. No longer remain low-key. Make a conspicuous appearance alongside Xiao Yin and Sun Er in the common areas of the inner courtyard, demonstrating the intact status of the core leadership of the Panmen, showcasing their enhanced strength, stabilizing morale, and intimidating adversaries. Chapter 161. Secrets of the Jade Bai. The Elder S Trial. After half a month of seclusion, aided by the dual effects of the soul-nourishing pill and the soul-nurturing wood, Xiao Qin's spiritual wounds had completely healed. In fact, he had turned misfortune into fortune, refining his soul's power. With the pale soul flame now significantly enlarged and its radiance stabilized, his cultivation had firmly established itself at the pinnacle of a 1-star dome master, mere steps away from 2-star. Upon emerging from seclusion, he did not immediately delve into the specific affairs of the Panmen. Rather, he first engaged in a deep discussion with Xiao Yin and Sun Er to comprehend the developments in the inner courtyard over the past month. Learning that the Panmen had maintained their defense and solidified their foundation, while external forces had made minor moves without causing significant upheaval, brought him a measure of comfort. The Medicine Gang's restraint and the collusion between the Wolf Fang and Qingshan hinted at brewing a far more significant storm. Xiao Qin analyzed, "We must seize this tranquility before the tempest and expedite the enhancement of our high-end combat capabilities." His gaze fell upon the clues for the second layer of the Yuanshan Ju provided by the system. The Yuanshan Jade Bai, a forbidden area at the apex of the Scripture Pavilion, Xiao Qin pondered, was heavily guarded and accessible only to a select few, even among the elders. Gaining access to the Jade Bai was akin to scaling the heavens. The Scripture Pavilion was overseen by several elder officials, whose status was exalted, commanding respect even from the elders of the inner courtyard. Sun Er provided what information she had, indicating that entry to the top tier could only be achieved through significant contributions to the academy or special permissions from individual elders. Significant contributions? Special permissions? Xiao Qin furrowed his brow. Both paths seemed fraught with difficulty. Major contributions were elusive, while obtaining an elder's permission required fortuitous circumstances. Perhaps we could inquire about the elder's information from Mentor Woolen or Elder Huda, or discover if there are alternative routes to access the top tier of the Scripture Pavilion. Xiao Yin suggested. Xiao Qin nodded. This indeed appeared to be the sole breakthrough opportunity. He resolved to adopt a dual approach. On one hand, he directed Sun Er's intelligence network to discreetly gather all information regarding the elders of the Scripture Pavilion, including their preferences, temperaments, and past deeds. On the other hand, he personally visited Mentor Woolen. Mentor Woolen was not surprised by Xiao Qin's visit and welcomed him warmly. When Xiao Qin subtly inquired about the top tier of the Scripture Pavilion and its elders, a look of surprise crossed her face. The top tier of the Scripture Pavilion? That is where the Academy's most precious techniques, combat skills, and ancient secrets are housed, fiercely guarded, with the Grand Elder personally overseeing it. Why you asked about this? It is not a level you should be concerning yourself with at this time. Xiao Qin had already prepared his explanation, feigning confusion as he replied, "Recently, I have been cultivating a soul technique and have had an inexplicable sensation as if something from the top tier of the Scripture Pavilion is calling to me, prompting me to seek your guidance, Mentor." This reasoning, half-truth and half-lie, effectively framed the system's guidance as a personal intuition regarding his cultivation. Upon hearing this, Mentor Woolen pondered for a moment and said, "Cultivation is a profound endeavor, and such sensations can indeed occur. However, the top tier is a forbidden area with strict rules, and even I cannot take you there." She regarded Xiao Qin with a thoughtful expression, then added, "However, If you truly wish to ascend, there may be a way. Please guide me, mentor. Xiao Chen's Spirit Sword. At the end of each month, the Scripture Pavilion opens the difficulties wall. This was established by an elder who is passionate about exploring various cultivation techniques and combat difficulties. Any student who can present a cultivation question that even he cannot answer or who can resolve an existing query on the wall stands a chance of being granted an audience with him and possibly gain access to the higher levels of the Scripture Pavilion. As for whether one could enter the top tier through this means, it would depend on one's fortune and the elder's disposition. The difficulties wall. This is an opportunity. Thank you, mentor, for the information. Xiao Chen expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Departing from Mentor Roland's residence, a plan began to take shape in Xiao Chen's mind. The wall would open at the end of the month, and there were about 10 days remaining. He needed to prepare a sufficiently challenging question or attempt to answer an existing one within this time frame. This was no simple task. A question capable of stumping an elder was hardly commonplace. Moreover, resolving an existing difficulty required profound knowledge and unique insights. Perhaps he could derive a question related to the Yuan Ju or Yiming puppet technique involving souls or ancient runes, Xiao Chen mused. This might represent his greatest advantage. The path to obtaining the second layer of the Yuan Ju had begun to reveal itself, yet the road ahead remained a formidable challenge requiring utmost effort to surmount. With the knowledge of the difficulties wall's existence, an opportunity to engage with the elder had emerged. Please choose Xiao Chen's focus for the next 10 days of preparation. In-depth study of remnants. Create a challenge. Delve deeply into the remaining fragments of the Yuan Ju and the foundational texts of the Yiming puppet technique. Integrating personal cultivation experiences to conceive a profound and intricate question regarding soul cultivation or ancient runes. Extensive reading. Seek a question. Frequently visit the mid-lower tiers of the Scripture Pavilion, perusing a plethora of texts on techniques and combat skills, particularly obscure and ancient records, in search of a topic that could potentially challenge the difficulties wall. Consulting the elder, harnessing strength through Xiao Yin, indirectly seeking counsel from the concealed elder Yao. Leveraging his profound insights to potentially uncover or conceive challenges that would pique the interest of the esteemed elders. Exchanging assistance, seeking inspiration, connecting to the system. Utilizing the PowerPoints to exchange for auxiliary knowledge or items such as difficulties in cultivation discussions. Introduction to Ancient Runes, in pursuit of inspiration. Chapter 162, System Enlightenment. The initial formulation of the challenge. Upon realizing that the difficulties wall is the key to engaging with the esteemed elder and subsequently exploring the essence of the divine jade, Xiao Chen refrained from blindly diving into the vast sea of books in the Scripture Pavilion or hastily seeking assistance from Elder Yao. Instead, he first considered his greatest reliance, the path of the strong system. Inside the quiet chamber, Xiao Chen delved into his mind, establishing a connection with the system's interface. The system filtered through the exchange list, identifying all books, jade slips, and auxiliary items related to cultivation difficulties, technique analysis, and ancient knowledge. The interface shimmered, swiftly presenting several entries. Common missteps in cultivation on the Duki continent, elementary knowledge of the profound realm, documenting hundreds of common cultivation pitfalls, and their solutions from the Do practitioner to Do spirit stages. Exchange requires 300 points. Detailed explanation of ancient runes, fragment, intermediate knowledge of the profound realm analyzing the meanings and basic applications of known ancient runes. Exchange requires 600 points. Discussions on the application of soul power, advanced knowledge of the profound realm essays left by an unknown soul master, involving some unconventional soul techniques and hypotheses. Exchange requires 900 points. Moment of enlightenment incense, single-use consumable when ignited, it can slightly enhance comprehension, aiding in the contemplation of challenges or the creation of combat techniques, with effects lasting for 1 hour. Exchange requires 400 points. Upon seeing these items, Xiao Chen's eyes sparkled, particularly the discussions on the application of soul power and the moment of enlightenment incense were exactly what he needed. Without hesitation, he made his choices. He exchanged for discussions on the application of soul power and the moment of enlightenment incense. Ding! Consumed 900,400,1300 points of power. Exchange successful. Current balance of power points, 1,400 points. With a flash of light, a peculiar gray book, neither metal nor jade, and a seemingly unremarkable incense stick appeared in Xiao Chen's hands. He first picked up the discussions on the application of soul power. The book was not thick but felt heavy in his grasp, as if it bore the weight of countless wisdom. Upon opening its pages, The text was not printed in regular typeface, but rather inscribed in a unique script marked by the imprint of soul power, exuding a distinct charm. Xiao Chen immersed himself in its contents, eagerly devouring the material. The anonymous elder proposed many whimsical, yet subtly aligned conjectures pertaining to the essence of the soul. For instance, he questioned whether soul power could undergo a tribute metamorphosis akin to Do Qi, whether it could simulate the innate abilities of magical beasts, and even daringly hypothesized the existence of pure soul life forms and their modes of existence and cultivation. Although these notions were largely conjectural, lacking systematic validation and practical application, the ingenuity embedded within greatly expanded Xiao Chen's perspective, providing him with fresh angles on the essence of the divine technique and soul seal. After 2 days of intensive study, having roughly absorbed the book's content, Xiao Chen ignited the moment of enlightenment incense. A light, fragrant aroma reminiscent of sandalwood, yet with a crisp undertone, wafted through the quiet chamber. Xiao Chen immediately felt a clarity of mind, as though his cognitive speed had significantly increased. Previously vague connections in his cultivation suddenly crystallized. Thoughts regarding the soul, techniques, and runes collided and intertwined in his mind. He began to weave together the conjectures from discussions on the application of soul power, the profound meanings from the fragments of essence of the divine technique, the rune knowledge from foundations of the nether puppetry, and his unique experiences in refining light, golden Do Qi, and condensing soul fire, crafting a challenge that would surely captivate the esteemed elder. As time passed, and the incense slowly burned down, Xiao Chen occasionally furrowed his brow in deep contemplation, at times fervently scribbling on paper, outlining intricate routes of soul operation and rune combinations, continuously refining his ideas. Finally, just as the incense was about to extinguish, a spark of brilliance flickered in Xiao Chen's eyes, prompting him to cease writing. On the paper before him lay a succinct yet penetrating question: the exploration of the potential and feasible pathways for the resonance of Do Qi and soul power at the low-tier stages. Dome Master. Great Dome Master. This query involved the profound integration of Do Qi and soul, two fundamental forces in the early stages of cultivation, necessitating a deep understanding of soul mastery and an extraordinary grasp of the essence of Do Qi. Notably, beneath this question, Xiao Chen appended a complex and precarious preliminary model of the resonance, derived from his light golden Do Qi and soul fire characteristics, with energy balance and manipulation precision requirements that could be deemed extreme. This inquiry stemmed not only from his unique cultivation experiences, but also from insights gained through the knowledge exchanged in the system, venturing into a realm seldom explored by the mainstream cultivation systems of the Duqi continent. He felt an 80% certainty that this question would undoubtedly pique the interest of the elder, who was known for his passion for unraveling enigmas. With more than half of the 10-day preparation period elapsed, the challenge had begun to take shape. The next step was to await the opening of the difficulties wall at the end of the month. The challenge was ready. In the final days leading up to the opening of the difficulties wall, Xiao Chen had several options for action. Deliberate refinement. Striving for perfection. Continue to enhance the challenge of resonance, refining the conceptual model to ensure its logical coherence and depth, avoiding being easily discerned or deemed superficial. Practical verification. Accumulating confidence, temporarily set aside theory, entering the arena or accepting tasks for practical combat, experiencing the application of Do Qi and soul in battle. Preparing for potential evaluations by the elder. Gathering intelligence on rivals. Have the information hall inquire about past occurrences during the opening of the difficulties wall and potential competitors, ensuring he is well informed. Adjusting state, calmly awaiting, cease all activities that drain mental energy, engage in calming practices, and optimize his state to the best condition. Ready to embrace the forthcoming opportunity. Chapter 163. Pursuing Excellence, the Theory of Resonance. With the challenge taking shape, Xiao Chen did not indulge in self-satisfaction. Rather, he grew increasingly composed. He understood that, in the presence of the discerning elder, even the slightest oversight could result in the loss of this opportunity. In the remaining days, he resolved to devote all his energy to further refining and scrutinizing the challenge of resonance. He once again entered a state of relentless dedication. The floor of the quiet chamber was strewn with sheets of paper filled with calculations, sketching energy pathways. Do Qi originates from the Dantian's Qi Si, while the soul resides in the brow's consciousness Si. The two belong to distinct systems and possess vastly different energy natures. To achieve their resonance, a bridge must be found, or a special node, must be reached to attain frequency alignment. Xiao Chun murmured to himself, his fingertips entwined with light, golden do qi and a trace of intangible soul power, attempting to conduct exceedingly subtle manipulation and fusion experiments externally. Pop! A soft sound echoed as the do qi and soul power once again extinguished due to conflicting natures, failing to achieve balance. Undeterred, Xiao Chun wiped the fine sweat from his brow and continued pondering. My light, golden do qi, refined through soul fire, already possesses a hint of soul's masculine characteristics. And the soul fire, due to the essence of the divine technique, is capable of energy refinement. Perhaps the key lies not in forced fusion, but in guidance and resonance. He recalled how, during the application of Soul Seal, the soul power drew upon Do Qi for assistance, and how, during the heart fire body forging, Do Qi and the soul jointly bore pressure, fostering each other's growth. Inspiration surged once more. He unfurled a fresh sheet of paper, beginning to revise the conceptual model. He transformed the initial concept of forcibly constructing energy nodes externally or at specific meridian points into a more sophisticated approach, guiding both his fighting spirit and soul power to simultaneously act upon an exceedingly obscure acupoint within the body. This hypothesis was inspired by vague sensations he had experienced while cultivating the unnamed technique, leading him to assume the existence of certain elusive locations. By leveraging the uniqueness of this acupoint, he aimed to harmonize the natural frequencies of the two forces, thereby fostering a deeper mutual nourishment and amplification, rather than merely a simplistic accumulation of energy. This modification elevated the entire concept from a crude technique to a realm that nearly touched upon the Tao, delving into an understanding of the hidden treasures of the human body and the essence of energy, instantly raising both its depth and complexity to a higher echelon. To underpin this revised concept, Xiao Chun began an intense study, fervently consulting all foundational theoretical texts regarding human meridians, acupoints, and the essence of energy available at the library, even going so far as to expend 200 points of his strength to exchange for a book titled Preliminary Exploration of Human Energy Nodes, a high-level knowledge text to the yellow tier, to fill the gaps in his understanding. He tirelessly debated, calculated, and refined the details of the resonance model. How could he accurately locate and stimulate the hypothesized acupoint? In what ratio and frequency should the fighting spirit and soul power be infused? After achieving resonance, what specific impacts would it have on the quality of his fighting spirit, the intensity of his soul, and even his cultivation speed? How could he mitigate any potential risks and backlash? Every detail was meticulously crafted, balancing bold hypotheses with cautious verification based on existing theories. While many aspects remained speculative, the uniqueness of his thought processes, the breadth of his inquiries, and the depth of his self-awareness were enough to captivate attention. As the end of the month approached and the night before the opening of the difficulties wall arrived, Xiao Chun finally set down his pen. He gazed upon the several finalized sheets on the table, filled with dense handwriting and intricate diagrams of energy flow, and let out a long sigh. The conundrum before him had coalesced into the pinnacle of his current wisdom, merging his unique cultivation experiences, the knowledge acquired through the system, and the culmination of his efforts over the past 10 days. Success or failure would hinge upon the morrow. He carefully stored the papers away, refraining from pondering any further cultivation matters, instead opting for a bath and changing his attire to clear his mind, allowing his spirit to relax completely, like a bow drawn taut, poised in stillness just before release. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a serene glow within the tranquil room. Meanwhile, discussions regarding the opening of the difficulties wall had quietly circulated among a select group in the inner courtyard. Some self-proclaimed scholars, or those with exceptional talents among the new students, were eagerly preparing to make a lasting impression before the elder. An invisible contest was about to unfold before the enigmatic wall of the library. The day of the difficulties wall had arrived. Xiao Chun contemplated a strategy as he prepared to participate. Strike later, observe the changes, not rushing forward, but first observing what questions others posed and which challenges were addressed, to gauge the overall level of the difficulties wall and the elder's preferences. Seize the initiative, take the lead, immediately stepping forward to present his original resonance dilemma, striving to leave a profound first impression on the elder. Act discreetly, conceal one's brilliance, blending into the crowd to pose a question without drawing undue attention, hoping to quietly seize an opportunity. A dual approach, presenting a question and an answer, alongside his own question, also attempting to address an existing query that he happened to have researched, increasing the likelihood of catching the elder's attention. Chapter 164. Before the difficulties wall. A dual strategy employed. Deep within the library stood a jet-black stone wall, towering about 30 feet high and spanning 50 feet wide. This was the renowned difficulties wall of the inner courtyard. Its surface was as smooth as a mirror, inscribed with a dense array of characters and patterns through a special energy, representing unresolved challenges accumulated over the years, covering aspects from techniques and combat skills to alchemy and the continent's secrets. Today, around 20 to 30 individuals had gathered around the wall. Though not many, those who had come were all distinguished members of the inner courtyard, either possessing formidable strength or unique expertise in certain areas. The atmosphere was tinged with solemnity and tension. Draped in a simple black robe, Xiao Chun quietly melded into the crowd, swiftly scanning the myriad challenges on the stone wall while also observing those around him. He noted several individuals with formidable auras, clearly renowned experts, as well as a few focused scholars deeply immersed in the world of knowledge. He refrained from acting hastily, opting instead to quickly peruse the existing questions on the wall. How can one avoid the energy dissipation exceeding 30% when condensing the third level of the high-tier technique flowing fire technique during the fire dance lotus phase? Why does the third-tier elixir wind spirit pill always present a pale blue hue upon completion, contrary to the pure white documented in the texts? What are the historical connections between the celestial phoenix's illusory form and the ancient celestial phoenix clan's bloodline? These queries varied widely in nature and difficulty. With his powerful soul force and agile mind, Xiao Chun swiftly filtered through them. Suddenly, his gaze fixed upon a question concerning soul cultivation. When cultivating the crystal soul technique to the stage where the soul resembles a crystal diamond, why does the range of soul perception shrink by 30%? He had heard of the crystal soul technique, known for refining the soul and enhancing its defenses. The situation described seemed rather peculiar. Logically, refining the soul should enhance sensitivity and broaden perception. Xiao Chun felt a stir of inspiration. Combining his experiences with the essence of spirit technique to condense soul fire and insights from reading discussions on the application of soul power, he began to formulate some conjectures. Perhaps this was not a negative development, but rather a unique phase in the transition from broad and diffuse perception to a more focused and condensed quality of awareness, with the key lying in how to adapt to and control this higher quality perception, guiding it outward. This answer would aptly showcase his distinctive insights within the realm of the soul. The moment felt right. Xiao Chun no longer hesitated. Stepping forward, he approached a steward responsible for recording, pointing to the question regarding the crystal soul technique and said in a deep voice, "Senior, I may have some shallow insights on this matter and would like to attempt an answer." The steward recognized Xiao Chun, the recently prominent figure from the rock gate. In a flicker of surprise, crossed his eyes. Nodding, he handed over a specially crafted soul power carving pen. Taking the pen, Xiao Chun moved to the empty space beneath the question and began to write slowly on the stone wall, channeling his soul power. His handwriting, though not particularly elegant, bore a unique soulful essence, clearly articulating his analysis and conjectures, emphasizing the core idea of how qualitative changes triggered a shift in perception patterns, and proposing several hypothetical methods for readjusting and guiding the expansion of this perception. Upon completing his response, he did not pause but turned directly to the steward, retrieving the prepared sheets of paper. "Additionally, I have another cultivation dilemma that has eluded my understanding and would like to seek guidance from the elder." He presented the papers. The steward initially glanced through them casually, but as he continued reading, his expression gradually turned serious. When he encountered the title discussing the fundamental resonance of fighting spirit and soul power at lower tiers, as well as the complex and profound model of deductions that followed, he gasped in astonishment. The angle of his question was astute, the implications far-reaching, and the deductions audacious, truly unprecedented. Could this be a question proposed by a mere newcomer? He regarded Xiao Chun with deep admiration, not daring to be negligent, and respectfully stated, "Please wait a moment. I will present this question to the elder immediately." The steward hurriedly took Xiao Chun's query and his original challenge, making his way toward a side hall behind the stone wall. The surrounding crowd also became aware of the commotion, particularly noting the grave expression on the stewardess' face, which prompted a flurry of curious and inquisitive gazes. Some individuals had caught sight of the insights that Xiao Chun had inscribed upon the stone wall regarding the soul condensation technique. As they pondered over it, their expressions turned to astonishment, and their looks directed at Xiao Chun transformed instantly. Who is this individual? How can he possess such profound understanding of soul cultivation? What did he present that even Steward Chun regards with such seriousness? It seems to be Shao Chun of the Panchon sect, the freshman who defeated Han Feng. Whispers of speculation began to ripple through the crowd. Shao Chun stood composedly, his face tranquil, though his heart felt a slight tension. With both strategies in play, he had done his utmost. Now, he awaited the elder's response. Approximately the duration of a stick of incense later, Steward Chun returned. A hint of undeniable astonishment etched upon his face. Approaching Shao Chun, he unconsciously lowered his voice. Shao Chun, Elder Chinmu requests your presence. Elder Chinmu. It is indeed the esteemed elder renowned for establishing the wall of difficulties and passionately delving into complex inquiries. The crowd erupted into a flurry of excitement, countless envious, jealous, and curious gazes converging upon Shao Chun. To be personally summoned by the elder is an extraordinary opportunity. Shao Chun felt a certainty within and clasped his hands to Steward Chun, saying, I appreciate your guidance, senior. Under the scrutiny of the crowd's intricate gazes, Shao Chun followed Steward Chun into the depths of the side hall, a place symbolizing a higher authority within the scripture pavilion. Whether he could access the soul jade was contingent upon his forthcoming conduct. He was about to face Elder Chinmu. Shao Chun contemplated his attitude and strategy for this encounter. Neither servile nor arrogant, arguing with reason, maintaining respect without excessive humility, brimming with confidence in his queries and answers, engaging in an equitable academic discussion with the elder, showcasing his intrinsic value, humbly seeking guidance, performing the disciples, lowering his stance, primarily seeking counsel, emphasizing his confusion, hoping for the elder's direction, leaving an impression of humility and eagerness to learn, appealing to his interests, discussing difficulties, seizing the elder's love for exploring complexities, proactively introducing more intriguing questions or ideas regarding cultivation, the soul, and techniques, thus piquing his profound interest, speaking candidly, stating his intentions at an opportune moment, openly confessing his awareness of a source related to his cultivation at the upper echelons, hoping for a chance to observe it, thus revealing his ultimate aim. Chapter 165, a dialogue in the side hall, words flowing like pearls. Following Steward Chun through a series of tranquil corridors, Shao Chun arrived at a side hall suffused with a gentle aroma of books and the essence of ancient scrolls. The interior was sparsely furnished, with towering bookshelves lining the walls, laden with an array of scrolls and ancient texts. An elderly man, clad in a plain gray robe, with hair and beard as white as snow and a lean visage, sat behind a wooden desk cluttered with books, holding the very sheets Shao Chun had submitted. This man was none other than Elder Chinmu. Upon hearing footsteps, Elder Chinmu lifted his gaze. His eyes, far from clouded, were instead clear and profound, as if capable of discerning the depths of one's soul. His gaze fell upon Shao Chun, imbued with scrutiny and intense interest. Disciple Shao Chun. I pay my respects to Elder Chinmu. Shao Chun advanced a few steps, bowing respectfully without servility. Elder Chinmu waved his hand, signaling Steward Chun to withdraw, then raised the papers in his hand, stating directly, You have indeed presented me with quite a conundrum. This notion of source resonance is remarkably audacious, especially your deductive model, which at first glance seems fanciful, yet upon closer examination, it subtly aligns with certain profound truths. Moreover, your response to the question regarding the soul condensation technique is refreshingly novel. His tone was calm, yet bore a hint of excitement akin to encountering an intriguing plaything. You flatter me, Elder, Shao Chun replied with a slight bow. I merely indulge in whimsical thoughts from time to time, recording them as they come, unaware of my own limitations. I humbly seek your guidance. Whimsical thoughts, occasional insights? Elder Chinmu chuckled and set the papers down, leaning slightly forward, his gaze fixed intently upon Shao Chun. Then let's indulge in whimsical thoughts together. In your view, if this source resonance is feasible, what would be its greatest benefit for low-tier cultivators? And what potential drawbacks might it entail? Shao Chun understood that the trial had commenced. This elder was indeed, as the rumor suggested, directly engaging in philosophical discourse. After a brief contemplation, he replied with composure. In response to the elder, I believe the greatest benefit lies not in an immediate surge of combat prowess, but rather in solidifying foundations and broadening potential. Qi and soul are fundamental to cultivation. If a deep connection is established early on, it is akin to laying a robust foundation of interlocking structures for a towering edifice. which would yield immeasurable advantages for future breakthroughs into higher realms and the exploration of the essence of power. As for the drawbacks, the foremost concern is peril. Should the two source energies become even slightly imbalanced, the consequences could range from meridian damage to severe soul injury, culminating in the complete destruction of one's cultivation. Furthermore, it risks prematurely depleting potential. If subsequent inheritance cannot keep pace, it may become a constraint. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Elder Chinmu's eyes, clearly pleased with Xiao Chen's response. He no longer confined himself to the questions posed by Xiao Chen, but began to pose increasingly intricate inquiries. Reasonable. Now tell me, aside from perception, manipulation, and the application of soul combat techniques, can soul energy be utilized for the direct refinement of the physical body? If we view the human body as a microcosm of a universe, with the dantian as the sun and the sea of consciousness as the moon, what then are the acupoints? Are they energy nodes, or perhaps portals connecting the inner and outer worlds? Ancient formations often rely on energy cores or magical beast cores as their driving force. Could we construct a heart formation purely operating on soul energy, with a highly refined soul imprint at its core, supplemented by specific runes? Each question posed was more intricate than the last, delving into various facets of cultivation, some of which were mere unverified conjectures of Elder Chinmu himself. Xiao Chen's mind was intensely focused, his soul energy operating at an unprecedented speed. He synthesized his experiences from practicing the soul-nurturing technique and the phantom puppet technique, along with knowledge gleaned from the system's exchanges, boldly hypothesizing and cautiously validating. He refrained from providing absolute answers, instead presenting his deductions, conjectures, and potential challenges, all the while showcasing his insights and discernment, maintaining a sense of reverence and curiosity toward the unknown. Constructing a heart formation centered on the soul imprint is theoretically plausible. Yet the challenges lie in the stability of the soul imprint and the sustainability of energy supply. Perhaps we could draw inspiration from the rune structures of puppet cores. Yet the compatibility between soul energy and rune materials must be addressed. As for the notion of acupoints as portals, I wholeheartedly concur. Perhaps at lower tiers, these portals remain unopened or only slightly ajar, gradually revealing themselves as cultivation advances, thus facilitating a connection to a broader inner universe, and even invoking energies from the external world. In that moment, within the side hall, an exchange unfolded between the elder and the youth, a spirited dialogue that flowed seamlessly. Many of Xiao Chen's ideas, though seemingly naive, often emerge from unique perspectives, brimming with astonishing potential and insight, causing the seasoned Elder Chinmu to frequently nod in approval and exclaim in delight. Elder Chinmu's gaze toward Xiao Chen had transformed from initial interest to unmistakable admiration. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Elder Chinmu exclaimed thrice, his countenance radiating joy. It has been long since I have engaged in such an exhilarating discussion on these intricate matters. Xiao Chen, you are remarkable. Not only do you possess extraordinary talent, but what is even more commendable is your courage to question and your willingness to explore. He rose and paced within the hall for a few steps before suddenly halting and turning to face Xiao Chen, his gaze profound. Your visit here today, I presume, is not solely for the purpose of philosophical discourse, is it? Earlier, you mentioned to Steward Chen that you sense something at the upper echelons that resonates with your cultivation. The moment of truth had arrived. Xiao Chen's heart raced, aware that the attainment of his goal hinged upon this singular moment. Elder Chinmu had directly inquired about his intentions. How shall Xiao Chen respond regarding the matter of sensing the upper echelons? 1. A candid revelation. A humble request for opportunity. I earnestly recount my unique sensations experienced during the cultivation of my esoteric technique, sincerely beseeching the venerable elder for a chance to behold the pinnacle, even if it is only from a distance. 2. Inquisitive indirection. Subtle probing. Rather than providing a direct answer, I inquire whether the elder is aware of any objects at the pinnacle that might resonate with soul cultivation techniques, subtly guiding him to articulate the existence of the spirit embodying jade by. 3. Demonstrating value. Securing qualification. I emphasize my potential in the realms of soul cultivation and theoretical knowledge, insinuating that, if granted the appropriate inheritance, I shall undoubtedly contribute significantly to the academy in the future, thus seeking to secure my qualification. 4. Establishing a commitment. Earning trust. I assure the venerable elder that, regardless of whether I can locate the corresponding artifact, the insights gained today will remain confidential. And should I achieve success in the future, I shall not forget the Elder's guidance today. Chapter 166. Candidly seeking the path, the opportunity of the Jade-Bai. Faced with the profound gaze of the venerable Qianmu, as if he could see through the depths of one's heart, Xiao Chun understood that any semblance of subterfuge would be futile. Taking a deep breath, he adopted a demeanor of utmost solemnity and sincerity. Daring not to conceal the truth from the elder, Xiao Chun clasped his hands and spoke earnestly. The technique I cultivate is rather extraordinary, being a fragment focused on the path of the soul. Recently, during my practice, I have indeed sensed a distant calling from the direction of the top of the scripture pavilion, as if an essence akin to my own were beckoning me, igniting a yearning within me that is difficult to suppress. I am fully aware that the pinnacle is a restricted area within the academy, governed by strict rules. I do not dare to harbor such fanciful thoughts. However, having the privilege of meeting you today and discussing the way, akin to basking in the warmth of spring, I humbly request whether it might be possible to grant me even a fleeting glimpse to assuage the obsession in my heart, for which I would be eternally grateful. His words were a blend of truth and artifice. The peculiar sensations indeed stemmed from his technique, a system clue. Yet attributing the calling solely to his cultivation was a fabrication. His attitude was one of profound humility, brimming with an eagerness for knowledge and a reverence for the established order. Elder Qianmu listened intently, his fingers gently tapping the surface of the desk, withholding immediate response. His crystalline gaze lingered on Xiao Chen's face for an extended moment, seemingly appraising the sincerity of his words and the significance of the matter at hand. The hall fell into a profound silence, the only sound being the slow, deliberate flow of the aged tome's unique aroma. After a considerable pause, Elder Qianmu finally spoke, his voice imbued with a distant resonance, a calling from the same source. Soul techniques, the pinnacle. It seems I am reminded of something, he murmured. Could it be the spirit embodying Jade-Bai? Xiao Chen's heart raced at that moment. The spirit embodying Jade-Bai. The elder indeed possessed knowledge of it. Yet, he dared not reveal any trace of his excitement, instead allowing a delicate expression of confusion and anticipation to surface. Elder Qianmu regarded Xiao Chun, a flicker of nostalgia and sentiment passing through his eyes. The spirit embodying Jade-Bai was left behind by a remarkably gifted predecessor who specialized in the soul during the Academy's founding era. It is said to contain fragments of insights and legacies from their soul cultivation. Yet, over the centuries, few have managed to glean any understanding from it. Only those with exceptional soul talent, whose techniques resonate with its mysteries, can hope to unlock its profound secrets. He paused, his gaze sharpening once more as he directed it towards Xiao Chun. Since you have sensed its call, it is evident that your soul talent and cultivated technique indeed share a connection with the Jade-Bai. Very well, Elder Qianmu appeared to have made a decision. With a sweep of his sleeve, a verdant wooden plaque, intricately carved with complex vine patterns, materialized in his hand and was offered to Xiao Chun. By holding this Qianmu token, you may ascend to the pinnacle of the scripture pavilion. But remember, you have but one opportunity, with a time limit of 1 hour. Whether you can derive something from the spirit embodying Jade-Bai depends entirely on your own fortune. During this time, you must not damage any items nor approach within 3 paces of the Jade-Bai. Once the hour is up, you must leave immediately without lingering. Xiao Chun stifled his excitement and reverently accepted the warm plaque with both hands. Upon contact, he felt a surge of vibrant life force and a unique wave of authority emanating from it. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your generosity. I shall adhere strictly to the rules, and I would never dare to transgress. Xiao Chun bowed deeply, his voice brimming with gratitude. Elder Qianmu waved his hand, returning to his seat behind the desk and picking up another ancient tome, as if the previous exchange had been a trivial matter. Go forth. Remember, while opportunities on the path of cultivation are important, foundational principles in one's character are even more fundamental. Do not squander your innate gifts. I shall diligently remember your teachings, esteemed elder. Xiao Chun bowed once more before carefully exiting the side hall. With the Qianmu token in hand, feeling its gentle warmth, Xiao Chun recognized that the greatest obstacle to accessing the second level of the soul-embodying technique had been cleared. What lay ahead was the direct confrontation with the enigmatic spirit-embodying Jade-Bai, to seize the opportunity that rightfully belonged to him. He had but 1 hour to make his mark. Having gained access to the pinnacle for 1 hour, please select Xiao Chen's approach upon entering and confronting the spirit-embodying Jade-Bai. 1. Soul communication. evoking resonance from a safe distance. Release my soul power, particularly the aura of the soul-embodying technique and soul fire, attempting to communicate with the jade by and draw forth its inner legacy. 2. Calm observation. Seeking patterns, rather than rushing to act, meticulously observe the overall patterns and energy flow of the jade by, searching for its operational rules and any potentially hidden nodes of information. 3. Practicing the technique, testing through action, directly channel the fragment of the soul-embodying technique, simulating a cultivation state to see if the jade by responds and reveals subsequent teachings. 4. Connecting clues, moonlight reflection. Remain mindful of system clues, attempting to find methods to invoke the lunar starlight at the pinnacle, even if it is not nighttime, or observe whether the jade by possesses a structure corresponding to moonlight. Chapter 167. The mystical patterns of the jade by secrets of the starlight. Holding the Qianmu token, Xiao Chan navigated effortlessly through the layers of guardians surrounding the scripture pavilion, ascending the spiral stone staircase leading to the pinnacle. The higher he climbed, the more obscure and ancient the surrounding energy fluctuations became, and the air was suffused with a serene essence that calmed the spirit. The pinnacle was not as expansive as he had imagined. Rather, it was a relatively compact circular space. The dome, constructed of an unknown material, allowed a hazy celestial light to filter through, resembling daylight. Within the space, the sparse bookshelves held not scrolls, but rather various jade slips and peculiar minerals, each emanating distinct energy fluctuations, clearly treasures of immense value. At the center of the space stood the legendary spirit-embodying jade by. The jade by stood approximately 10 feet tall, 3 feet wide, exuding a warm, milky white hue, as though sculpted from the finest spiritual jade. Its surface was not smooth as a mirror, but adorned with countless naturally formed, arcane patterns that flowed as if alive, radiating gentle yet profound waves of soul energy. Recalling Elder Qianmu's admonition, Xiao Chun halted 3 paces away from the jade by. He refrained from immediately channeling his technique or releasing his soul power. Instead, he took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, activating his eye of insight to its fullest extent, and began to observe the mysterious jade by meticulously, inch by inch. His gaze first settled upon the flowing patterns. At first glance, these patterns appeared chaotic, yet upon prolonged observation, he began to sense that they seemed to adhere to an exceedingly complex rhythm, outlining celestial trajectories. The contours of mountains and rivers, and even patterns resembling the meridians of the human body. A profound sense of attraction and resonance emanated from the depths of his soul, compelling him to immerse himself immediately. Yet he forcibly restrained this impulse, continuing his meticulous observation. He discerned that the soul waves emanating from the jade by were not uniform. Rather, they exhibited subtle fluctuations in intensity akin to breathing. The source of these waves seemed concentrated about a third of the way up from the top of the jade by. His gaze shifted upward. The light cascading from the dome was not directly illuminating the jade disk. Rather, it was refracted through a clever design, converging into an exceedingly faint, almost imperceptible silvery beam, precisely landing upon the source of the oscillation. A spark ignited within Xiao Chen's heart as he recalled a clue from the system. Could it be that it was not imperative to wait for nightfall, but rather that the dome's architecture was capable of perpetually gathering a hint of the elusive lunar radiance? He meticulously scrutinized the intricate patterns on the jade disk where the beam fell. The designs there were denser and more complex than in other areas, subtly forming a blurred image of a full moon surrounded by stars. However, this pattern was exceedingly obscure. Had it not been for his keen spiritual perception and intentional search, it would have remained undiscovered. On this night of the full moon, drawing upon the lunar radiance to illuminate the jade disk, Xiao Chun mused over the clue. His mind suddenly cleared. The crux lay in the act of drawing forth and illuminating. It was not merely a passive waiting for moonlight, but rather a necessity to actively summon a more potent lunar brilliance, precisely directing it onto the image of the full moon. Though he currently lacked the ability to draw genuine lunar radiance, the jade disk itself seemed to possess a certain characteristic of absorbing and transforming celestial light, including lunar brilliance. That persistent, faint silvery beam served as proof. Perhaps I need not summon external starlight, but rather enhance the jade disk's own illumination of that particular pattern. A bold idea emerged. How to enhance it? By utilizing spiritual power? Or? Xiao Chun's gaze flickered as he recalled the soul fire that contained a hint of the soul-nurturing art characteristic. Though the soul fire was not of a cold nature, its purity, imbued with a masculine essence, might also harbor the essence of energy, potentially serving as a catalyst or fuse. As time slipped away, nearly half of the hourglass had elapsed. No more hesitations. Xiao Qian resolved to take a risk. He remained 3 zhang away, concentrating his spiritual power to the utmost, allowing that faint white soul fire in his sea of consciousness to gently sway, extracting an exceedingly fine, condensed flame, not for attack, but imbued with a pure, nurturing intent, carefully reaching towards the jade disk's obscure full moon pattern, attempting to merge with the persistent silvery beam to amplify its radiance. This was an exceptionally intricate operation, demanding a high level of control over one's spirit. Xiao Qian focused entirely, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Initially, the jade disk remained unresponsive. Just as he was on the verge of giving up and considering another approach, that thread of soul power infused with his soul fire, upon touching the intersection of the silvery beam and the full moon pattern, caused the jade disk to tremble violently. A resonant hum erupted, a wave of soul energy, far more vast and pure than before, surged forth from the jade disk center, akin to a slumbering dragon awakening from eons. The energy throughout the entire upper space quivered. Simultaneously, the previously obscure full moon pattern on the jade disk suddenly radiated a soft, moonlit glow. The brilliance flowed, swiftly spreading along the intricate lines, ultimately coalescing in the center of the jade disk into a script composed of pure soul energy, shimmering with lunar light. It was indeed the second layer of the soul-nurturing art cultivation method. Success! A surge of elation filled Xiao Qian's heart. He dared not delay for even a moment. His soul power absorbing each character and every energy pathway depicted on the jade disk with the fervor of a sponge soaking up water. He had successfully drawn forth the jade disk's essence, revealing the second layer of the soul-nurturing art. Time was running short. He contemplated his memory strategy. 1. Full-force memorization, striving for completeness, unreservedly applying all his soul power to memory, aiming to capture every detail of the second layer within the time limit, leaving no omissions. 2. First grasp the overview, then focus on the essentials, quickly memorizing the overarching principles and core essence of the second layer, prioritizing the crucial soul operating pathways and methods for breaking through bottlenecks, recording as many details as possible. 3. Utilize the system for auxiliary recording, attempting to see if the system could scan or record if such functionality existed or could be temporarily activated, ensuring absolute certainty. 4. Understanding first, memorization as a supplement. While memorizing, striving to comprehend its meaning. Even if unable to memorize everything, grasping the core ideas first, gradually filling in the details later. Chapter 168. System Imprinting, Successful Withdrawal. As the script composed of pure soul energy glimmered on the jade disk, Xiao Qian was filled with immense excitement. Yet an overwhelming sense of urgency followed. The hourglass's limit loomed like a sword suspended above his head. He had to secure this precious method within the limited time. Forcing memorization? The risk was too great. Such a profound and intricate technique could lead to catastrophic errors with the slightest oversight, even resulting in madness. In this critical moment, an idea struck him like a bolt of lightning. The stronger path system, since it could exchange for all things, could it assist in recording? System, can you scan and record this soul technique before me? Xiao Qian called out internally. Beep. A high concentration of pure soul energy information flow detected, consistent with the characteristics of a technique inheritance. Would you like to consume 500 strength points to activate the temporary imprinting function to fully record this information flow? Note, the imprinted content will be stored in the system database, and the host can access it anytime for study. Indeed, it was possible. Although it required the expenditure of 500 strength points, it was entirely worth it compared to this opportunity. Immediately imprinted, Xiao Qian issued the command without hesitation. Beep. Consumed 500 strength points, activating temporary imprinting function. Imprinting in progress. An invisible wave radiated from within Xiao Qian, silently enveloping the lunar script on the jade disk. He sensed the system swiftly scanning, analyzing, and recording each symbol and every segment of energy flow in a manner he could not comprehend. This process lasted approximately 10 breaths. Beep. Imprinting completed. The second layer of the soul-nurturing art cultivation method has been fully recorded and stored in the database. It succeeded. A great weight lifted from Xiao Qian's heart, and he felt an immediate sense of relief. With the system at hand, certainty was guaranteed. Just as the imprinting completed, the moonlit glow on the jade disk began to gradually recede, and the soul script became vague, dimming, until it ultimately vanished completely. The jade disc reverted to its previous state of warm, milky white, its patterns flowing smoothly, as if nothing had transpired. The vast waves of soul energy throughout the upper space also gradually subsided. Xiao Chun understood that the opportunity had come to an end. He dared not linger. Respectfully bowing once more to the jade disc before decisively turning and swiftly departing along the path he had come. As he held the 1,000-wood token and stepped out of the attic's entrance, he happened upon Elder Chun waiting there, evidently keeping track of time. The hour was just right. Upon seeing Xiao Chun emerge, Elder Chun nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over Xiao Chen's face, seemingly searching for something. But Xiao Chen's expression remained calm and his aura contained. Elder Chun could perceive nothing amiss. Thank you for your patience, Senior. Xiao Chun returned the 1,000-wood token to Elder Chun. Did you obtain anything? Elder Chun inquired curiously as he accepted the token. After all, few students were granted access to the upper levels by the elders of the 1,000-wood pavilion personally. Xiao Chun revealed a perfectly measured smile, tinged with a hint of regret and satisfaction, and ambiguously replied, "The tomes within the pavilion are vast and profound, greatly broadening my horizons, and I have benefited immensely. However, time was limited, and I could not savor them fully, which is somewhat regrettable." This statement was effectively non-committal, yet his demeanor left no room for criticism. Elder Chun, seeing this, ceased to press further, nodded, and departed. Xiao Chun descended from the Sutra Pavilion alone, feeling the substantial rewards nestled within his embrace, the system database. His heart brimming with exhilaration. The second tier of the Yun Shunju. With it, his soul power was destined to undergo a qualitative leap. This advancement was crucial for enhancing his overall strength, particularly in preparation for the increasingly complex challenges that lay ahead. Now that he had acquired the technique, it was time to return to the Panmin to diligently cultivate, transforming this second tier of the method into his own formidable power. The skies of the inner courtyard were bound to become tumultuous, once more due to his imminent breakthrough. Having successfully obtained the second tier of the Yun Shinju, Xiao Chun returned to the Panmin. He briefly informed Xiao Yin and Sun Er of his gains and the necessity for immediate seclusion before proceeding directly to his quiet chamber, activating the strongest protective barriers. Seated cross-legged, Xiao Chun took a deep breath, allowing his consciousness to delve into his mind and connect with the system. Retrieve the cultivation method for the second tier of the Yun Shunju. Beep. The cultivation method for the second tier of the Yun Shunju has been retrieved. In an instant, a vast and intricate stream of information surged into Xiao Chen's consciousness. Unlike the foundational nurturing and gathering of soul fire in the first tier, the content of the second tier was far more profound, directly addressing the refinement of the essence of the soul and the initial transformation of its form. At its core, it was known as the nirvana of soul fire, converting the void into spirit. The method elaborated on how to use the soul fire condensed in the first tier as a foundation to draw upon deeper layers of soul power, subjecting the soul fire itself to an arduous process of refinement. With each successful nirvana, the soul fire would not only become more solid and pure, but its form and characteristics would subtly evolve, gradually transforming from mere flame into a more sentient spiritual fire. Additionally, the method included a complex and arcane route for the operation of soul power, aimed at expanding the sea of consciousness and strengthening the capacity of the soul's origin. The dangers therein far exceeded those of the first tier. The so-called nirvana occurred in the liminal state between the extinguished and unextinguished soul fire. A misstep could lead to the disintegration of the soul fire and a devastating blow to the soul itself. Xiao Chun meticulously studied every detail, calculating the trajectory of energy flow, not daring to let down his guard. He did not immediately begin cultivating. Instead, he first consumed several calming pills that Xiao Yin had prepared, adjusting his condition to its peak, ensuring his soul power was harmonious and abundant. After 3 days of preparation, Xiao Chun finally commenced his cultivation. He cautiously guided the faint white soul fire within his sea of consciousness according to the instructions of the second tier. Initially, the soul fire simply operated along the new route, gradually growing stronger. However, when Xiao Chun attempted to channel more soul power and began the first nirvana, a tremendous force struck the soul fire as if an invisible hammer had forcefully impacted it. Xiao Chun felt the entire sea of consciousness violently tremble. The glow of the soul fire dimmed in an instant, flickering perilously close to extinguishment. While an excruciating pain emanating from the very core of his soul nearly caused him to lose consciousness, he steadfastly clung to his mental focus, fervently applying the stabilizing techniques recorded in the second tier to maintain the flickering spark of the soul fire with his formidable willpower, simultaneously guiding the dispersed soul power to reassemble, akin to rivers converging into the sea, infusing it into the seemingly dying ember in a more intricate manner. This was an excruciating and protracted ordeal. Xiao Chen's complexion turned ashen, his body trembled uncontrollably, and his robes were soaked with sweat. He felt as if his soul were being torn apart and forcibly reassembled, teetering on the brink of destruction and rebirth. Time passed without measure. Just as Xiao Chen's willpower approached its limit, the dim ember suddenly surged, as if breaking free from some restraint, erupting into a more brilliant and refined pale white luminescence. The volume of the flame seemed to shrink slightly, yet at its core, that pure white glow became even more radiant. The flame's form grew more agile, as if it possessed a rudimentary consciousness, exuding a pure and formidable soul pressure. The first nirvana was a success. Xiao Chen exhaled a breath of turbid air, feeling as though he had been utterly drained, yet the profound sense of fulfillment, strength, and clarity emanating from the depths of his soul was an unprecedented marvel. He could distinctly perceive that not only had the totality of his soul power increased significantly, but its purity and controllability had also undergone a qualitative transformation. The scope of his sea of consciousness had nearly doubled. The soul fire post-nirvana, with its burning and purifying capabilities, along with its dominion over soul power, far surpassed its previous state. Was this the might of the second tier of the Yun Shinju? Xiao Chen felt a jolt of astonishment. The enhancement derived from merely the first successful nirvana was so immense. What heights would his soul power reach if he cultivated the second tier to its completion and underwent multiple nirvanas? After stabilizing his newly attained realm, he eagerly began to experiment. With a mere thought, the soul fire that had undergone nirvana flickered slightly, and a more condensed strand of almost tangible pale, white soul power silently extended from the quiet chamber, instantly enveloping the entire Panmen courtyard. Every subtle movement of grass and trees, the circulation of members' fighting spirit during cultivation, even the distant murmurs from the trading area, resonated clearly within his heart. Every detail vividly apparent. The range and precision of his soul perception had increased several-fold. Moreover, he felt his mastery over the soul seal had become far more adept. Should he invoke heart bewilderment or soul shock at this moment, their potency would surely be incomparable to before. Unaware of how much time had passed, when Xiao Chen had initially grasped the power of the second tier and concluded this session of cultivation, nearly half a month had elapsed. He pushed open the door to his quiet chamber, sunlight flooding in, and a surge of immense confidence welled within him. With his greatly enhanced strength, it was time for certain individuals to reacquaint themselves with the Panmen. With the second tier of the Yun Shanju taking initial shape and his soul power surging dramatically, Xiao Chen pondered his first course of action upon exiting seclusion. Explore the abyss of the underworld again to test strength. Venture alone to the outskirts of the abyss of the underworld, seeking stronger soul creatures or exploring new territories to assess the practical effects of his enhanced soul power. Make a name in the arena. Challenge the weak on the leaderboard. Directly head to the inner courtyard arena, challenging a lower-ranked opponent around the 40th position to officially embark on the journey of leaderboard rankings. Take the initiative, confront the Qing Shan. Seek trouble with the Qing Shan faction, using their collusion with the Wolf Fong as a pretext to engage in a limited conflict, demonstrating the Panmen's resolute stance. Visit Wu Hao, showcase strength. Proceed to the Wu Gang's base under the guise of friendly exchange to display a portion of his strength, gauge their attitude, and promote a potential alliance. Chapter 170. Return to the Abyss, the Soul's might initially revealed. With his cultivation breaking through to the peak of the one-star great fighter and the second tier of the Yun Shanju taking initial shape, his soul power had completed a qualitative leap. Xiao Chen could distinctly perceive the more substantial flow of light, golden fighting spirit coursing through his body, while the soul fire, reborn from its nirvana, resembled a newly crowned monarch, commanding a vastly more powerful and purified soul force than ever before. He required a practical trial to test and acclimatize to this surging power, as well as to acquire additional materials of the nether attribute, whether for his own cultivation or for Xiao Yan's research. The perimeter of the nether channel undoubtedly represented the optimal choice. Without alarming anyone, Xiao Chan stealthily returned to the valley at the rear of the inner courtyard's mountain. He skillfully activated the entrance, his figure merging into the water-like barrier. The familiar dim sky, the chilling air, and the pervasive energy of death and fragmented souls enveloped him once more as he re-entered the outskirts of the nether channel. However, his sensations this time were entirely different from the last. Previously, he had to exert all his strength to operate his techniques and soul fire, merely to fend off the ubiquitous energy erosion and soul disturbances. Yet this time, with merely a flicker of thought, the soul fire emanated a soft, nearly imperceptible white halo that enveloped him. The frigid energy and chaotic soul fragments attempting to invade were rendered powerless upon contact with this halo, dissipating like snow beneath the sun, unable to inflict any harm upon him. He could even sense that the pure nether attribute energy and soul power surrounding him, drawn in and purified by the halo of soul fire, transformed into a refreshing energy that gradually replenished his consumption. Is this the effect of a qualitative change in soul power? Xiao Chan rejoiced inwardly. Thus, his endurance in prolonged battles within the nether channel would be greatly enhanced. He did not linger at the periphery, but, guided by his formidable soul perception, advanced directly towards the desiccated woodlands where he had previously encountered the soul priests. He sought a stronger adversary. Soon, he beheld his target. Once again, 3 soul guards appeared, yet their aura was noticeably stronger than the last trio, roughly equivalent to a 4-star great fighter among humans. They patrolled around a hollow, shrouded in dense black mist, seemingly guarding something. Xiao Chen's gaze sharpened. Without concealing his presence, he stepped forth. The 3 soul guards immediately detected him, their ghostly blue flames leaping violently, emitting a silent howl as they brandished their energy blades, transforming into 3 trails of black smoke that lunged at him. They evidently remembered the human who had previously thwarted them. Facing the rapidly approaching soul guards, Xiao Chan stood resolute, unflinching and without employing his fighting spirit. He remained still, while the soul fire in his sea of consciousness stirred slightly. Buzz! An intangible yet solidified soul pressure radiated from him, expanding abruptly like a wall of substance. The 3 aggressive soul guards, upon encountering this soul pressure, came to an abrupt halt as if they had collided with an invisible fortress. Their forms, composed of swirling black mist, twisted violently. The ghostly blue flames in their eye sockets flickered wildly, as if engulfed by overwhelming suppression and dread. The second layer of the soul art, the soul pressure. This technique, based purely on the level of the soul, proved exceptionally effective against opponents whose soul bodies or powers were far inferior. With a flick of his thought, Xiao Chan pointed as if wielding a sword, lightly tapping through the air. Soul seal, annihilation needle, 3 slender strands of pale white light, more delicate than a strand of hair, yet infused with the primal power of his reborn soul fire, pierced directly into the energy cores of the 3 soul guards. There was no earth-shattering explosion, nor were there anguished wails. The 3 soul guards merely froze momentarily. Then, their black mist forms began to disintegrate from within, dissipating as the ghostly blue flames extinguished in an instant. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into pure nether attribute energy, vanishing into the air, leaving behind 3 even more condensed soul stones that fell to the ground. Instant kill, confronting soul guards equivalent to a 4-star great fighter. Xiao Chan had not even moved from his spot. Relying solely on soul pressure and an improved soul seal, he had dispatched them in an instant. This overwhelming power left even Xiao Chan himself somewhat astonished. With the enhancement of his soul power, his dominance over these incorporeal beings, reliant on soul energy for existence, was truly formidable. He stepped forward to collect the 3 high-quality soul stones, casting his gaze towards the mist-laden hollow. His soul perception indicated that a plant radiating profound soul fluctuations resided there. Just as he prepared to investigate further, a fragmented thought, laced with fear yet tinged with a hint of deference, unexpectedly entered Xiao Chen's mind. This thought did not emanate from the hollow, but rather from a shadow behind him. Xiao Chen pivoted sharply, instantly locking onto that shadow with his soul power. He beheld a ghostly figure, more substantial than the soul guards, yet considerably smaller. Trembling like a timid child, curled up in fear. Was this a weak ghost possessing a certain degree of intelligence? Encountering an intelligent yet feeble ghost, Xiao Chen had to choose how to respond. Directly purify, eliminating future threats. Without hesitation, he would purify it, for within the Nether Channel, outsiders could not be trusted, and leaving any potential risks was unwise. Attempt to communicate, gathering information. He would utilize his soul power to attempt communication with this weak ghost, seeking to glean deeper insights about the Nether Channel. Employ tactics to enforce servitude. He could invoke the soul seal or other soul techniques to implant restrictions within this ghost, subjugating it as a spy within the Nether Channel. Ignore it, continuing exploration. He could disregard this weak ghost and directly investigate the hollow to acquire the soul plant. Chapter 171. Soul Speaker, the Ghost Servant of Two. The fragmentary thought conveyed by the weak ghost, though disjointed, clearly expressed fear and a faint desire to appease. This stirred something within Xiao Chun. An intelligent ghost might serve as a window into understanding this mysterious realm. He tempered a portion of his soul pressure, yet his soul power remained firmly anchored on that shadow, transmitting a serene yet undeniably authoritative soul intent. Can you communicate? What is your existence? Sensing the oppressive aura had somewhat diminished, the weak ghost seemed to relax, its form coalescing slightly into a vaguely humanoid shape, though its features remained indistinct. Composed of thin black mist, the thought it conveyed was still halting, yet considerably clearer. Respected strong one, I am a wanderer of this place. We are very weak, only seeking to survive. Wanderer? Xiao Chun seized upon this key term. Are there many like you? How do you differ from those soul guards and soul priests? Guards and priests are devourers. They consume us to grow stronger. Atu's thoughts brimmed with terror. We, the wanderers, only absorb stray energy and hide. Xiao Chun understood. The soul beings in the periphery of the Nether Channel were indeed divided into factions, those aggressive entities like the soul guards and priests, which grew by devouring other soul bodies, were the devourers. In contrast, the weak ones like Atu, surviving solely by absorbing ambient energy, were the wanderers. What were you trying to tell me earlier? Xiao Chun redirected the conversation. Atu's vague visage turned towards the misty hollow, its thoughts infused with longing and trepidation. There lies the soul-calming flower, which is of great use to us, but a formidable creature guards it. Soul-calming flower? Xiao Chen's soul perception meticulously swept across the depression, and indeed, deep within the black mist, he beheld a plant that was entirely a deep azure, resembling a sleeping lotus, exuding an aura that instilled profound tranquility in the heart and mind. The soul-soothing flower contained pure soul energy that far surpassed the nether grass he had previously harvested. It was undeniably a treasure of immense benefit to the soul. Furthermore, the formidable creature spoken of by Tu was also within Xiao Chen's perception. At the bottom of that depression lurked a soul wave that was even more potent than that of the previous ghostly priest, its power likely nearing the pinnacle of a human 9-star great fighter, perhaps even brushing against the threshold of spirit dough. Do you wish to leverage my strength to obtain the soul-soothing flower? Xiao Chen's soul intent carried a hint of coldness. Atu's soul trembled in fear, hastily conveying his thoughts. No, I wouldn't dare. Deceiving a strong being, I can assist you. I know its weaknesses. It fears pure yang fire. Yang fire? A flicker of intrigue ignited within Xiao Chun. His soul fire, cultivated through the soul refinement technique, particularly after the second nirvana, indeed possessed a trace of pure yang characteristics, which might just counter this frigid soul entity. Speak, how can I assist you? What do I stand to gain? Xiao Chun inquired nonchalantly, fully aware of the need to be cautious with a stranger like Atu, yet willing to consider a transaction if it were reasonable. You deal with the beast, and in return for obtaining the soul-soothing flower, simply grant me a petal. Atu's thoughts brimmed with earnestness. I can pledge a soul oath, vowing loyalty to you, and guide you to other areas of the cave. A soul oath? Loyalty? Xiao Chen's gaze flickered. The binding force of a soul-level oath is formidable, particularly for a pure soul entity like a Tuesday. If it dared to commit to such an oath, it would indeed provide a means of control. Moreover, having a local guide familiar with the environment would undoubtedly prove advantageous for his subsequent explorations of the Nether Gorge. Very well. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Chun consented to this transaction. You shall now swear your soul oath of loyalty to me, with no intent of betrayal or harm, and you will answer all my questions truthfully. Afterward, I shall grant you a petal of the soul-soothing flower. Upon hearing this, Atu's soul quivered with excitement as it promptly performed an ancient soul contract ritual, condensing a strand of its life source to issue an unwavering soul oath of loyalty. Xiao Chun could distinctly perceive an invisible soul shackle binding itself to A2's core. With a mere thought, he could disperse its soul entirely. Having subdued the first native of the Nether Gorge, Xiao Chen's gaze returned to the depression. Now, tell me the specifics of that formidable creature and its weaknesses. With A2 as an insider, the odds of confronting the guardian of the soul-soothing flower had undoubtedly increased significantly. Subduing the ghostly A2. Gaining knowledge about the guardian monster. Please select Xiao Chen's next hunting strategy. 1. Direct assault. Soul fire conquers. Relying on powerful soul strength and the masculine qualities of soul fire, directly challenge the guardian monster head-on, overwhelming it with absolute strength. 2. Ambush and lure. Wait for the right moment. Collaborate with A2 to lure the guardian monster out of the depression, then launch a surprise attack while it is out of advantageous terrain. 3. Feint and seize. Swiftly snatch. Create disturbances to attract the guardian monster's attention, while swiftly infiltrating the depression to snatch the soul-soothing flower and make a hasty retreat. 4. Meticulous planning, cooperative surround. Avoid rushing into action. First, have A2 describe the guardian monster's attack methods and habits in detail to formulate a comprehensive plan, ensuring absolute certainty. Chapter 172. Encircling the shadow, strategically acquiring the soul flower. Having subdued the ghostly, A2 was akin to gaining a pair of eyes within the Nether Gorge. Xiao Chun did not act recklessly despite his newfound strength. Caution was paramount when facing an unknown entity that could potentially touch upon the threshold of Spirit Dough. He withdrew to a relatively safe position behind a large rock with A2, commencing a detailed inquiry. What specific form does that creature take? What are its attack methods? What are its patterns of movement? Now bound by the soul oath, A2 answered Xiao Chen's questions candidly, its thoughts flowing more freely. Master, that is the remnant soul of a shadow crocodile, not a pure ghostly entity. It retains some characteristics from its past life. It is massive, lurking beneath the mud of the depression, adept at soul impacts and manipulating shadows for strangulation. Most of the time, it remains dormant, guarding the soul-soothing flower, awakening only when it senses powerful energy approaching or when the flower is disturbed. A remnant soul of a shadow crocodile, capable of both soul and physical shadow attacks? Xiao Chun furrowed his brow. This was more troublesome than he had anticipated. What are its weaknesses, aside from its fear of yang fire? Does it have high resistance to physical attacks? Or does it exhibit any fixed attack patterns? It has high resistance to pure physical attacks. Its shadowy body is difficult to damage. However, after it unleashes a powerful soul impact, there is a brief moment of vulnerability as its soul power flows back. That is when its defenses are weakest. Additionally, it seems sensitive to sound, particularly high-frequency soul sound waves, which can agitate it. A2 recalled with effort. The information gradually crystallized. Xiao Chun swiftly envisioned various strategies in his mind. A direct assault, while potentially victorious, would likely be exhausting and could lead to injuries, which would be unwise in such a perilous place as the Nether Gorge. Feigning and seizing posed risks regarding whether he could succeed before the creature reacted, as well as the challenge of escaping afterward. Luring it out would place A2 at significant risk, and there was no certainty it would leave the depression. Ultimately, a relatively prudent plan took shape in Xiao Chen's mind to exploit the information gap and orchestrate a meticulously planned encirclement, with the objective not of extermination, but rather of acquiring the soul-soothing flower. He relayed the plan to A2 in detail. Although A2 felt some trepidation, the constraints of the soul oath and its yearning for the flower compelled it to agree to cooperate. Moments later, the plan commenced. Xiao Chun concealed his presence, quietly maneuvering to the opposite side of the depression. Meanwhile, A2, following the instructions, floated above the depression and began to vibrate its soul body in a peculiar manner, emitting a silent yet soul-targeting high-frequency wave. The wave was akin to nails scraping against glass for soul entities. Deep within the mud of the depression, a furious soul intent surged forth. Annoying insect, seeking death. Boom. A condensed black shadow, akin to the tail of a giant crocodile, violently lashed out from the mud, wielding the power to tear souls apart, sweeping toward the airborne A2. A2, terrified, felt its soul nearly flee its body, yet remembered Xiao Chen's command. In the instant the shadow struck, it darted sideways while simultaneously amplifying the high-frequency soul wave to its utmost peak. The remnant soul of the shadow crocodile was thoroughly provoked. Its massive form, composed of shadows and black mist, fully emerging from the mud, its crimson soul eyes locked onto the provocatively darting A2, its enormous jaws opening to unleash a more terrifying soul impact wave, infused with negative emotions, gathering strength for an imminent eruption. Now, Xiaochun, fully prepared and positioned on the opposite side of the depression, suddenly revealed himself. He did not attack the crocodile's main body. Rather, he directed his focus squarely upon the azure, soul-soothing flower. With the mysterious steps in full force, his figure darted like lightning. Simultaneously, he extended his right hand, the power of the reborn soul fire coalescing at his fingertips, transforming into a pale white soul blade imbued with the intent to purify and sever. This was a technique he had developed from the soul mark and the second layer of the soul refinement technique, named soul cleave. Sizzle. The soul blade sliced with unparalleled precision through the stem of the soul-soothing flower. The frigid black mist, which corroded souls, dissipated like snow in the sun upon contact with the soul fire blade. The soul-soothing flower fell in response. At that very moment, the remnant soul of the shadow crocodile unleashed the fully charged soul impact, crashing toward the space where A2 had previously occupied, distorting the very fabric of that area. And it itself, due to this all-out strike, fell into a brief state of soul stagnation. Go! Xiaochun swiftly seized the fallen soul requiem flower, casting not a glance at the enraged yet momentarily immobile specter of the demonic crocodile, and shouted at the startled A2's day. Without pausing, he shot away in the direction away from the depression. A2 quickly regained composure, transforming into a wisp of black smoke to closely follow. Behind them, the thunderous, soul-wrenching roar of the shadowy demonic crocodile echoed with boundless fury and resentment, making the entire hollow tremble. Yet it ultimately could not catch up. Having lost the soul requiem flower and escaped the mire, it seemed to have its reservations. A flawless diversion, a precise strike, not to confront head-on, but to take only what was needed. After distancing himself from that area, Xiaochun finally halted, gazing at the ethereal blue flower in his hand, exuding a rich fragrance of the soul, a satisfied smile gracing his face. This journey had yielded ample rewards. In accordance with their agreement, he plucked the smallest petal and flicked it to the eagerly awaiting A2's day. "Thank you, master," A2 exclaimed with fervor as it received the petal, immediately absorbing it, visibly solidifying its soul form at an observable rate. Observing the loyal, albeit reluctantly, and useful A2, and glancing at the soul requiem flower in his hand, Xiaochun pondered that perhaps he could establish a temporary stronghold in this nether abyss. Having successfully acquired the soul requiem flower and subdued the specter A2, he contemplated the following strategic utilization of the nether abyss. Establish an outpost. Continue development. Instruct A2 to find a relatively safe hidden spot as the secret outpost of the pillar gate within the nether abyss. Periodically returning to gather resources and train. Delve deeper. Seek the core. With A2's guidance, attempt to explore deeper into the nether abyss, searching for its core secrets or more precious resources. Hunt the devourers. Refine soul techniques. Utilize the nether abyss as a training ground for soul combat skills, actively hunting spectral guardians, priests, and other devourers to enhance practical combat abilities. Research the soul requiem flower. Enhance elixirs. Return immediately and deliver the soul requiem flower to Xiao Yan for research to see if a higher grade soul elixir can be refined, thereby enhancing the soul power of the core members of the Pillar Gate. Chapter 173, The Outpost of the Abyss. In the frigid depths of the nether abyss, the gray mist surged like solidified tides, silence being the eternal theme here. Xiaochun stood upon a relatively dry patch of gravel, the soul requiem flower, missing a petal, emanating a gentle and pure soul radiance that dispelled the bone-chilling aura within several feet around him. Beside him, a faintly transparent specter, A2, trembled, its soul form wavering slightly in fear. Master, this area is relatively safe. Approximately 3 miles to the east, there lies an abandoned soul-devouring ghost vine nest. The rock walls there are exceedingly hard, and the residual aura of the ghost vines deters most low-tier specters from approaching. A2's voice resonated directly within Xiaochun's mind, laced with flattery and trepidation. Xiaochun nodded slightly, his profound gaze sweeping the surroundings. With the powerful perception granted by the initial completion of the second layer of the soul essence technique, he could discern within the gray mist countless chaotic, greedy soul fragments, as well as several obscure, yet potent presences further away, comparable to high-level soul masters or even stronger entities. This place was fraught with danger, yet harbored immense opportunities. Merely at the periphery, he had already discovered the soul requiem flower and the soul stones. The value deeper within was undoubtedly significant. Lead the way, Xiao Chun stated succinctly. Under Atu's guidance, Xiao Chun concealed his aura, executing the shadow step to its utmost, his form flitting like a specter among the jagged stones and withered ancient trees. Soon, a cave concealed behind a crevice in the mountains came into view. The entrance was cloaked in dry, twisted vines, exuding a faint scent of decay and an unsettling chill that made the soul uneasy, precisely the residual aura of the soul-devouring ghost vines that Atu had mentioned. Xiao Chun unleashed his soul power, probing cautiously for a moment, confirming that no living creatures were lying in ambush, before parting the vines and slipping inside. The interior of the cave was more spacious than he had anticipated, approximately 10 zhang square, with the ground and walls made of a hard black rock, still bearing remnants of long-dead, shriveled vine tendrils. Most intriguingly, deep within the cave was a narrow fissure large enough for a single person to pass through, leading to deeper underground, which could serve as an emergency refuge. Excellent. Xiao Chen nodded in satisfaction. He flipped his wrist, revealing several soul stones of varying qualities in his palm, then channeling his soul power to inscribe intricate runes, forming a simple array from the foundational techniques of nether puppetry. The little soul gathering array. This array could slowly gather the dense, cold energy and scattered soul power of this place, while harmful to the living, cultivating orthodox techniques. It would nourish the specter 8-2, stabilizing its soul form and potentially enhancing its intelligence over time. More importantly, maintaining the array long-term could gradually alter the energy field of this area, aligning it more with the soul attributes under Xiao Chen's control, allowing future members of the Pillar Gate to adapt more effectively to the environment. As the runes sank into the ground, the soul stones were embedded in specific positions, and a miniature array, exuding a faint dark glow, quietly took shape. The cold energy within the cave began to converge toward the center at a remarkably slow pace. Atu cheered, eagerly drifting to the center of the array, greedily absorbing the significantly purified cold soul power, its once faint soul form visibly solidifying. Thank you for your generosity, Master. Atu's voice brimmed with gratitude. Xiao Chun paid no heed to its flattery, sitting cross-legged at the edge of the array, beginning to plan. This location, as an outpost, held immense value. Firstly, it could serve as a temporary safe haven and supply point for Pillar Gate members entering the Nether Abyss for training. Secondly, Atu was familiar with the surrounding environment and could guide members in targeted resource gathering, such as soul stones, soul-nourishing wood, though rare. There might be overlooked remnants in the periphery, or even hunting specific, valuable materials from shadow-type magical beasts or specters. Furthermore, this place was rich in cold energy, which, when combined with specific formations or treasures, might aid in the cultivation of the Shadow Chi Body refinement technique. Thinking of the Shadow Chi Body refinement technique, Xiao Chun felt a stir within. That low-tier body refinement technique from the cave's predecessors had long remained unpracticed due to a lack of suitable cold energy sources. Now, being in the Nether Abyss with this initially modified outpost, perhaps he could attempt to embark on this path. He did not act immediately, but instead retrieved the Soul Requiem flower. The loss of a petal had not diminished its core medicinal properties. The pure soul power remained immensely attractive to his soul, which had just completed its first rebirth. Yet he suppressed the urge to absorb it immediately, carefully sealing it away. This item was of great significance. Perhaps Xiao Yin could refine a higher-grade soul elixir from it, yielding results far superior to direct consumption. Afterward, he examined the dark golden puppet. Its right arm and part of its torso had undergone preliminary repairs, and after inscribing a temporary driving soul mark, this puppet finally regained a semblance of combat capability. Xiao Chun attempted to infuse a trace of fighting spirit into it, and the runes on the puppet's right arm flickered slightly, emanating an energy fluctuation equivalent to that of a peak soul master, should the moment call for it. By expending a significant amount of energy, such as that degraded version of the soul core fragment, or directly injecting a substantial amount of his fighting spirit, it could even unleash an attack comparable to a low-tier great soul master. This was undoubtedly a formidable trump card. A Tuesday Xiao Chen called out. Atu, reveling in the array's nurturing, promptly floated over, now with a more defined form. It resembled a hazy, earth-toned figure. You're most familiar with this area. I need you to accomplish a few tasks. Xiao Chun instructed, first Ascertain all relatively safe routes within a 10-mile radius centered on this location. Resource points, such as soul stone veins, areas where soul requiem flowers or soul nourishing wood may grow, and the distribution of powerful specters or magical beast layers. Secondly, be vigilant for any signs of human activity, particularly those related to the Nether sect. Thirdly, should there be any solitary spectral guardians whose prowess does not exceed the pinnacle of the Battlemaster realm, one might endeavor to lure them here. The first two options are intended for intelligence and resources, while the third serves the purpose of honing one's skills. The pursuit of these devourers not only fortifies the power of the second layer of the soul nurturing technique, but also refines soul techniques such as the soul seal and soul needle. Furthermore, the core soul energy they possess can be purified and absorbed, thereby accelerating soul cultivation. Upon hearing this, A2's soul form stirred with excitement. Rest assured, Master, A2 will handle it with utmost care. I am intimately familiar with this place. Having been born and raised here, A2 is well acquainted with the periphery of the Nether Abyss. Now, nourished and with an awakening intellect, A2 is brimming with enthusiasm. Xiao Chun nodded, retrieving several simple talismans for warding off evil and disrupting energy, which he handed to A2 in the event of insurmountable danger. Activate these talismans to temporarily disrupt or disperse lower-tier specters, and I shall sense your condition. Once arrangements were complete, Xiao Chun did not depart immediately. He resolved to linger for a while, both to solidify his recently achieved breakthrough and to personally explore the vicinity. Validating A2's intelligence and attempting to draw forth a trace of the Nether Abyss's sinister energy, to ascertain whether he could gain entry into the sinister body tempering technique. Approaching the cave entrance, he gazed out at the eternally gray world, his thoughts swirling within. The Nether Abyss is merely one of the secret realms of Canaan Academy, with its depths concealing the enigmatic Nether sect and soul-eating beasts. Establishing a forward base, steadily consolidating resources from this locale, and enhancing both his own strength and that of the Rockgate is the cornerstone for weathering future storms. The threats from the Medicine Alliance, Wolf Fong, and Green Mountain have not receded. The competition within the inner court grows increasingly fierce, and the enigma surrounding the source core and the Nether sect looms like a sword suspended over his head. He inhaled a breath of the frigid air, rich with soul energy, his gaze resolute. The path of the strong can only be traversed step by step, lest one shatter the heavens themselves. Current options: 1. Station at the forward base, preliminary body tempering. Remain at the forward base, utilizing the chilling energies of this location to attempt formal cultivation of the sinister body tempering technique, while personally familiarizing oneself with the surrounding environment and verifying A2's intelligence. 2. Soul hunting practice, tempering the Rock Gate. Return to the Rock Gate. Select a few trusted core members, such as Xiao Yu and Xiao Ning, and have A2 guide them for initial training at the forward base, hunting lower-tier specters and gathering resources. 3. In-depth reconnaissance, mapping the area. Order A2 to cautiously explore deeper into the Nether Abyss, focusing on whether there are other valuable resource points or anomalous regions, and attempt to create a more detailed map of the inner areas. 4. Research puppetry techniques. Repair puppets. Utilize the relatively safe environment of the forward base to delve deeply into the foundations of Nether puppetry, attempting to further repair the dark golden puppet or create more intricate runes using existing materials. Please make your selection. Enter the option number 1, 2, 3, or 4. Chapter 174, Shadow Mapping. Within the forward base cave, the minor Een spirit gathering array emitted a steady dark light, slowly converging pure cold energy. A2's soul form floated within, having become significantly more solid than before. One could even faintly discern its facial features, radiating an invigorated vitality from its growing intelligence. Xiao Chun sat cross-legged at the edge of the array, his faint golden battle energy circulating gently, dissipating the traces of cold energy that permeated his body. Having just concluded a round of recuperation, his peak Battlemaster realm was now thoroughly stabilized, and his soul power, bolstered by the second layer of the soul nurturing technique, flowed like hidden currents beneath a tranquil lake, deep and formidable. Opening his eyes, he focused on A2 at the center of the array. With a thought, he conveyed his command through their soul bond. A2, it is time. A2 immediately emerged from its meditative state, respectfully drifting before Xiao Chun. Master, please command me. You are familiar with this place. I need you to scout deeper into the Nether Abyss, Xiao Chun stated calmly, yet with an undeniable authority. Avoid those presences you cannot contend with, and focus on 3 aspects. First, Ascertain whether there are other resource points akin to the soul-silencing flower, soul-nurturing wood, or higher-quality soul stones. Second, remain vigilant for any anomalous energy fluctuations, topographical features, or traces potentially linked to the Nether sect. Third, endeavor to ascertain the regular activity range of powerful specters, such as those at the priestly level. As he spoke, Xiao Chun produced several blank jade slips and a specially crafted soul power engraving pen. Items he had exchanged from the system using points earned through strength. Record the terrain, resource points, and hazardous areas you discover as comprehensively as possible within these jade slips. I require a detailed map of the inner regions of the Nether Abyss. A2 gazed at the jade slips and engraving pen, its soul form flickering slightly, a mixture of excitement and trepidation evident. Master, the depths are indeed more perilous, and there are formidable entities present, including potential soul beasts. However, A2 will do its utmost, aware that this was an opportunity to prove its worth. A2 also recognized the significant challenge it posed. Safety first. Xiao Chun flicked his fingers, sending a more refined warding talisman and a newly drawn concealed soul talisman into A2's grasp. In the event of insurmountable danger, activate the talismans to retreat immediately. I will sense your general condition through our soul bond. Yes, Master. A2 accepted the talismans, transforming into a nearly invisible shadow that silently melded into the gray mist outside the cave. After sending A2 off, Xiao Chun did not remain idle. He understood the paramount importance of intelligence. A comprehensive map would not only serve as a guide for future explorations, but also as a valuable strategic resource for the rock gate. Approaching the cave entrance, he allowed his soul power to extend outward like invisible tendrils. With the second layer of the soul nurturing technique taking shape, both the range and quality of his perception had undergone a qualitative leap. The gray mist no longer presented an absolute barrier. He could vaguely sense the flow of energy within a radius of several hundred meters. Those were the wandering weak specters, and there lay the faint tremors emanating from a meager soul stone vein. Further afield, he detected a subtle yet frigid aura, coiled within a depression, likely the lair of a powerful devourer. He retrieved another jade slip, beginning to sketch a rough map of the outer region centered around the forward base. Integrating his recent perceptions with the information A2 had previously provided, he meticulously annotated the intensity of the sensed energies, topographical features, and known specter distribution points. This process was not merely cartography. It deepened his understanding of the energy rules within the Nether Abyss. Time passed slowly in silence and vigilance. Approximately 2 hours later, Xiao Chun felt a stir within his heart, sensing through their bond that A2 was hastily returning, its soul energy fluctuating chaotically as if it had endured a taxing journey. Soon, A2's shadow emerged from the mist, re-entering the cave. Its soul form appeared somewhat dimmer than when it had departed, clearly having expended considerable energy. Its spirit was notably exhilarated. Master, I have discovered a plethora of information. A2 eagerly presented several recorded jade slips. Commencing its report, approximately 15 miles to the east lies a soul-sinking marsh, enveloped in soul-corrupting miasma. However, at the center of the marsh, there appears to be the aura of soul-consolidating grass, albeit guarded by a formidable marsh poison crocodile spirit, estimated to possess the strength of a great battle master. About 20 miles to the north, there exists a thicket of jagged rocks, within which lies a concealed cave that emanates extremely pure soul stone vibrations, likely of high quality. However, I dared not approach too closely, as there were 2 spectral guardians patrolling nearby, each equivalent to 5-star battle masters, seemingly guarding something. Additionally, A2's voice lowered slightly. Tinged with fear, I sensed an exceedingly subtle yet profoundly sinister and malevolent aura about 30 miles to the southwest, near the edge of a ruin. It bears a resemblance to the sensation of your token, the soul character token, but it is distinctly different, more ferocious. I did not dare to approach, only recording the outline of that ruin from a distance. Xiao Chun accepted the jade slips, immersing his soul power within them. The information recorded within the jade slip is far more detailed than the account provided by A2. Although certain aspects are obscured due to A2's trepidation, the geographical features, relative distances, and intensity of energy responses are marked with remarkable clarity. The soul-sinking marsh, high-quality Een soul stone mines, and the enigmatic ruins. These pieces of information are invaluable. Particularly, the aura emanating from those ruins casts a heavy pall over Xiao Chen's expression. Is it akin to the puppet token, yet more ferocious? Could this be related to the underworld sect, or perhaps another entrance or subsidiary structure of the underworld mausoleum? Well done. A2, Xiao Chun commended without reservation. Please proceed to the core of the formation and restore your soul power. He carefully extracted a petal from the soul-calming flower, delicately separating a nearly imperceptible amount of pollen, which he then flicked into the soul-gathering array. In an instant, the array glimmered faintly with a dark light, enhancing the purifying effect of the souls. A2, overwhelmed with gratitude, immediately floated into the center of the array to absorb its essence with all his might. Meanwhile, Xiao Chun consolidated all the information, beginning to sketch a more comprehensive map on his own jade slip. The outer regions were relatively clear, while the inner layers marked several critical resource points and danger zones, distinguished by various colors of soul power seals. The ruins to the southwest were conspicuously marked in red, accompanied by a question mark. This preliminary map of the inner layers of the underworld gorge, though still rife with blanks and unknowns, possesses immense strategic value. It delineates potential avenues for acquiring precious resources and identifies perilous areas to circumvent. As he gazed at the map taking shape in his hands, Xiao Chen's mind began to strategize his next course of action. Should he venture into the soul-sinking marsh in search of the soul-consolidating grass, or devise a method to scout and perhaps seize the high-quality soul stone mine? Or, more prudently, should he first ascertain the secrets of the southwestern ruins? He stowed away the jade slip, his gaze once again cast towards the endless gray mist beyond the cave. The veil of the underworld gorge was being gradually unveiled by him, and with it, danger and opportunity would inevitably follow. Current options: 1. Surprise attack on the mine. Seize resources. Based on A2's map, the target is set on the mine that potentially harbors high-quality soul stones. Formulate a plan to eliminate or divert the guards. Swiftly seize the resources and bolster one's foundation. 2. Explore the marsh. Plan for action. Proceed to the soul-sinking marsh. Cautiously investigate the specifics of the soul-consolidating grass and the marsh's poison crocodile soul, and assess the feasibility of acquisition. The soul-consolidating grass is beneficial for soul cultivation, yet the poison crocodile soul poses a significant threat. 3. Observe the ruins, investigate the underworld, prioritize a distant reconnaissance of the southwestern ruins, endeavoring to uncover the source of that ferocious aura and determine its connection to the underworld sect or the underworld mausoleum, while evaluating the risk level. 4. Secure the outpost. Digest information, avoid hasty advances, return to the Pangu Gate, entrust the soul-calming flower to Xiao Yin for alchemical study, and share the map information with Xiao Yin and Suner to collaboratively discuss the next collective action plan. Please make your choice. Input option number 1, 2, 3, or 4. Chapter 175, Stealthy Assault on the Mine. Within the outpost cave, Xiao Chen's gaze lingered on the mark representing the high-quality soul stone mine on the map jade slip. Resources are the eternal pursuit of cultivators, particularly those capable of directly enhancing soul power or serving as essential materials. The development of the Panga Gate, his own cultivation, and even the repair of puppets necessitate a substantial quantity of high-quality soul stones. 2 5-star soul guardian-level specters stood sentinel, and Xiao Chun gently tapped the jade slip, rapidly contemplating strategies in his mind. Should he opt for a frontal assault, with his peak 1-star great fighter strength and vastly superior soul power and combat techniques, victory would not be difficult to achieve. However, such an approach would undoubtedly create a significant commotion, potentially attracting more formidable entities or triggering unforeseen events within the mine, leading to a loss that would outweigh the gains. Atu. He roused the spectral guide recovering within the soul-gathering array. You previously mentioned that those 2 guards were watching over the mine. Do they have a fixed patrol route and a defined alert zone? A2's soul form had solidified once again, and upon hearing the question, he promptly replied, "Yes, master. They stand approximately 10 zhong from the cave entrance, one on the left and one on the right. Their patrol route forms an intersecting semicircle, and they periodically switch positions. Their alert zone encompasses the area directly in front of the cave entrance, appearing to have diminished awareness towards the sides and rear. Moreover, they seem more rigid than typical soul guardians. Their soul fire fluctuations are quite uniform, reminiscent of how you control that large figure, the puppet master. More akin to being controlled." A thought sparked within Xiao Chen. Are they a form of higher-level specters? Or perhaps the mine itself harbors some anomaly, or something within is influencing them. Are they sensitive to soul fluctuations? Xiao Chun probed further. Extremely sensitive. The last time I merely approached to record the terrain. They immediately sensed my presence and turned to look in my direction. A2 recounted, still shaken. Xiaochen contemplated for a moment, a plan gradually coalescing in his mind. A direct assault is unfeasible, hence a stealthy approach, utilizing his formidable soul power and the characteristics of the soul cultivation technique. He might be able to engage in combat without a sound. He checked his own condition and belongings once more. The dark gold puppet's right arm had been repaired and could unleash a powerful strike in a critical moment. The soul-mark-derived soul annihilation needle and soul cutter are particularly suitable for combating these soul entities, while Shadow Step could ensure his movements remain elusive. The breath-concealing talisman and obscuring talisman obtained from the system would also prove useful. Let us proceed to confront those two guards. Xiaochen rose, his gaze sharp. Once more entering the mist-laden underworld gorge, Xiaochen executed Shadow Step to its utmost, his form resembling a wisp of green smoke. Utilizing the cover of jagged rocks and withered trees, he swiftly and silently advanced northward in accordance with the map's indications. A2 transformed into a shadow nearly indistinguishable from the gray mist, leading the way while continuously sensing the surrounding soul fluctuations to evade wandering specters. After roughly the duration of an incense stick, an area filled with bizarre stones came into view. The rocks here exhibited a dark iron-gray hue, taking on an array of peculiar shapes reminiscent of a stony forest. The chilling energy permeating the air was notably denser than that of the periphery. Master, just ahead. Passing through this stone forest will lead us to the cave entrance. A2 conveyed the information, simultaneously indicating the general patrol positions of the two Spectre guards. Xiaochen nodded, signaling A2 to remain vigilant in place. He took a deep breath, fully activating soul cultivation technique, his soul power coalescing like the finest veil, perfectly concealing his aura. Energy fluctuations, and even signs of life. Concurrently, he activated a breath-concealing talisman and an obscuring talisman, rendering his form even more indistinct. As if he had entirely merged with the surrounding environment. Like a wraith, he flitted through the stone forest, his footsteps silent upon the moss-covered ground. Soon, through the gaps in the stones, he glimpsed the cave entrance, approximately twice the height of a person, shrouded in darkness and radiating pure soul stone fluctuations. Before the entrance, two solid forms drifted slowly. These were two Spectre guards clad in tattered armor, wielding spears condensed from soul power. Their spectral bodies were a deep gray, with icy soul fire flickering in their eye sockets, their movements indeed exhibiting the rigid regularity that A2 had described. The energy fluctuations they emitted remained firmly within the five-star Great Fighter realm. Xiaochen concealed himself behind a massive, peculiar stone, his soul power acting as invisible tendrils, meticulously discerning their patrol rhythm, blind spots, and mutual responses. As anticipated, their vigilance was stringent towards the front, yet a brief, rhythmic gap in perception existed towards the sides and rear, particularly near the stone forest. Now is the moment. As the two guards completed a position exchange and simultaneously turned their gazes towards the opposite side of the cave entrance, Xiaochen made his move. Shadow Step Phantom. His form instantly cast a fleeting shadow, resembling a wraith as he darted forth from the shadows of the stone forest. His target aimed directly at the vulnerable back of the guard to his left. Simultaneously, two meticulously condensed, invisible ripples surged forth from his fingertips. Soul Combat Technique. Soul Obliteration Needle. In pursuit of a fatal strike and absolute silence, Xiaochen unleashed two soul obliteration needles, each directed at the two guards. This exertion placed a considerable burden on his recently enhanced soul power, yet he had to ensure absolute success. Puff, puff, two exceedingly faint sounds, akin to the bursting of bubbles, resonated almost simultaneously. The guard on the left, whom Xiaochen had designated as his primary target, suddenly stiffened, a barely perceptible pinhole materializing at the center of its back. The soul fire within its eye sockets flickered violently for a moment before swiftly dimming and extinguishing. The soul power spear it wielded disintegrated, and its entire soul form began to dissipate like ethereal smoke. The guard on the right simultaneously fell victim to the soul obliteration needle, its form quivering violently, fluctuating between light and dark, evidently gravely injured. It did not collapse immediately. It seemed intent on raising an alarm, its soul energy oscillating intensely. Xiaochen's gaze turned icy, though he was not surprised. He had never anticipated the complete annihilation of two five-star soul master-level phantoms in perfect synchrony. At the instant the right guard's soul energy surged, his premeditated follow-up attack was already in motion. He shaped his fingers like a blade, a pale golden combat aura coalescing at his fingertips, infused with soul power. As he made a sweeping gesture toward the injured guard from distance, Soul combat technique, soul slash, an intangible wave, sharp and cutting, swept across the guard's neck. The soul energy the guard had just begun to gather was severed like a rope cut by a keen blade, abruptly ceasing. Its raised hand froze in midair, and a distinct fissure began to form at its neck, swiftly spreading until, with a resounding pop, it transformed into pure points of soul energy, dissipating into the air. From the onset of the assault to the elimination of the two guards, the entire process spanned less than 3 breaths, executed with precision and without any significant noise. Xiao Chun breathed slightly heavier. The continuous deployment of high-intensity soul combat techniques had left him feeling a modicum of fatigue, yet his eyes shone brightly. He swiftly collected the few soul cores left behind by the dissipated guards, each more solid than the ordinary phantoms, an excellent resource for soul cultivation. He dared not linger, his form flashing as he approached the entrance of the cavern. Extending his soul power inward, he confirmed the absence of further ambushes before cautiously stepping inside. The cave was not deep. After traversing approximately 10 zhong, he reached the end. The conclusion was not a natural vein, but rather a clearly hewn, small stone chamber. At the center of the chamber stood a modest stone platform, embedded with 3 fist-sized crystals, pitch black as ink, emanating an astonishing chill and soul energy. High-quality, Yin soul stones. Each contained energy far exceeding that of the ones he had previously acquired. Scattered beneath the platform were dozens of slightly smaller, yet equally exquisite Yin soul stones. Xiao Chen's heart trembled, his gaze immediately drawn to some indistinct wall paintings and a seated skeleton in the corner of the chamber. The murals appeared to depict some form of sacrificial scene, while the skeleton's bones were lustrous, faintly shimmering with a jade-like sheen, indicating that it had possessed remarkable strength in life. Beside the skeleton lay an inconspicuous black pouch. It was indeed not so simple. Xiao Chan inhaled deeply, suppressing his excitement. This expedition into the cavern seemed to yield rewards beyond his expectations. Current options: 1. Collect immediately, withdraw swiftly, disregard the murals and skeleton. Hastily gather all high-quality Yin soul stones and the black pouch, and leave this perilous place to study further at the outpost. 2. Investigate thoroughly. Unravel secrets. Take a risk and spend some time examining the mural contents, inspecting the skeleton and the black pouch, attempting to discern the origins of this place and any potential hidden secrets. 3. Set up deceptive traps, divert attention. After collecting the resources, intentionally leave some traces at the cave entrance to create the illusion that a powerful phantom or another force was responsible, confounding any potential subsequent investigators. 4. Contact A2. Explore together. Allow A2 to enter the cavern. Utilizing its spectral traits, it may perceive information from the skeleton or murals that humans cannot detect. Please make your choice. Enter the option number 1, 2, 3, or 4. Chapter 176, The Legacy of Soul Jade. Within the stone chamber of the cavern, time seemed to stand still. Xiao Chen forcefully suppressed the urge to immediately collect all the Yin soul stones. He understood that opportunity often accompanies risk, and information itself is one of the most vital resources. This evidently artificially carved stone chamber, the enigmatic murals, and the mysterious skeleton all spoke of an extraordinary past. He first spread his soul power like mercury, meticulously sensing every corner of the chamber, ensuring there were no hidden formations, traps, or residual soul imprints. Under the perception granted by the second layer of the soul nurturing technique, aside from the dense, inextricable chill of soul power and the faint jade light emanating from the skeleton, no other anomalous energy nodes were detected. Slightly reassured, Xiao Chan then directed his gaze toward the murals on the walls. The murals, worn with age, were somewhat indistinct, the colors having long faded, leaving only deep engravings. As he approached for a closer look, he discerned that the mural's content seemed to be divided into several sections. The left side depicted a group of individuals clad in identical black robes, with their cuffs embroidered with some peculiar emblem, resembling entwined chains and a ghostly visage, engaged in a ritual before a magnificent underground palace. They were bowing towards a blurred altar, seemingly constructed from countless skulls. This emblem caused Xiao Chen's pupils to constrict. It bore a resemblance to certain patterns on the token he held, as well as the design on the hem of the silver-faced figure's attire in his memory. It was the Netherworld sect. The central mural appeared chaotic, seemingly illustrating a fierce battle. The black-robed figures clashed with various phantoms, exuding immense auras, even engaging in combat with several gigantic puppets, leading to the collapse of the underground palace and the shattering of the altar. The mural on the right was reduced to a few sparse strokes, suggesting the depiction of a solitary figure, likely the owner of the skeleton, fleeing in haste with some items, among which the outline of crystal was faintly discernible. Ultimately arriving at a site resembling this cavern, where it seemed to have buried something before sitting down in meditation, eventually becoming a mere skeleton. Fleeing, burying Xiao Chen's thoughts raced. The owner of this skeleton was likely a survivor of the internal strife within the Netherworld sect or an encounter with external enemies. He had taken with him some important items, perhaps these high-quality Ean's soul stones, or perhaps something else, hiding here until he ultimately sat in meditation. His gaze fell once more upon the seated skeleton. The bones were lustrous, faintly exuding a jade-like glow, characteristics of someone who had cultivated combat aura to an exceedingly high level, at least a Dowang level or above. A Dowang powerhouse had quietly meditated here. Xiao Chen's heart grew solemn, and he slightly bowed to the skeleton. Regardless of its nature, a strong individual deserves a fundamental level of respect. His gaze then shifted to the inconspicuous black pouch beside the skeleton. The pouch was neither cloth nor leather, feeling icy to the touch, devoid of any adornment. However, Xiao Chen's soul power sensed a layer of extremely faint restrictions affixed to it, seemingly originating from the same source as the energy of the Ean's soul stones, which had nearly dissipated over time. He attempted to activate the soul-nurturing technique, directing a thread of pure soul power like a needle toward that layer of restriction. The restriction quivered slightly, offering no resistance. Rather, upon sensing the unique soul power imbued with the essence of soul fire from the soul-nurturing technique, it gradually dissipated like melting ice and snow. Indeed, this place is inextricably linked to the Netherworld sect and the soul-nurturing technique. Xiao Chen's heart was filled with understanding as he reached for the black pouch. The pouch felt light in his grasp. Upon opening it, he probed inside with his soul power, and astonishment instantly graced his face. This was indeed a high-grade storage pouch. The internal space was over 10 times larger than the intermediate storage ring he possessed. The items within made his heart race. The first to catch his eye were several deep-colored, larger soul stones, their quality surpassing even the 3 on the stone platform. Truly exquisite. Next were a few rolls of dark-hued jade slips. A cursory glance revealed that one of the slips was titled Advanced Techniques of the Soul Puppetry, while another bore the title Detailed Explanation of the Insha Soul Formation. There was also a nameless slip, its material reminiscent of the beast skin scroll he had received, containing fragments of the essence of the soul technique. In addition to the jade slips, there was a small jade vial, adorned with a label reading Soul Essence Diluted. Although Xiao Chen was unaware of its specific effects, the name alone, coupled with the ethereal aura emanating from the vial, indicated that it was far from ordinary. Furthermore, there were several unidentified metal materials and a palm-sized dark red token that was neither wood nor metal. The front of the token was engraved with the character for Underworld, while the back displayed a simplified diagram of the Underworld's tomb. He felt a surge of excitement. Even Xiao Chen, with his usual composure, found it difficult to suppress his exhilaration. The value of these discoveries, particularly the advanced techniques of the soul puppetry and the unknown beast skin jade slip, was immeasurable. The soul essence was evidently a top-tier treasure for nourishing the soul. He carefully stowed away the black pouch, its worth far exceeding that of the soul stones. Only then did he proceed to collect the 3 high-quality soul stones from the stone platform, as well as the dozens of premium soul stones scattered about. Throughout the process, he maintained a heightened vigilance, his soul power continuously monitoring the movements outside the cave entrance. Once he had completed his collection, the stone chamber felt instantly empty. Xiao Chen cast a final glance at the skeleton and the mural on the wall, his mind already forming a few conjectures. This person was likely an elder or significant figure from the Underworld sect who had fled with part of their legacy and resources during internal strife or unforeseen events, concealing themselves here. Ultimately, they may have succumbed to severe injuries or other reasons, unable to depart and passing away in this very spot. The ghostly sentinels outside may have been set to guard this place during their lifetime, yet with the passage of time, their sentience had gradually eroded, leaving only their instinctual patrols. This was not a place to linger. Xiao Chen was acutely aware that although he had dealt with the sentinels, the fluctuations from the recent battle were exceedingly faint and might still attract the attention of certain entities. Moreover, this stone chamber was evidently man-made, and it was possible that the underworld sect or related forces would possess some form of special perception. Without further hesitation, he swiftly exited the mine, retracing his steps discreetly towards the outpost. Along the way, he deliberately erased any potential traces that could be followed. Upon returning to the outpost cave, Atu immediately approached. Sensing the residual soul fluctuations on Shao Chun and a faint trace of soul stone essence, indicating that his master had undoubtedly reaped substantial rewards. Shao Chun did not immediately count his spoils, but first sat cross-legged to recuperate, restoring his expended soul power and fighting spirit. Simultaneously, he sent a fragment of his consciousness to communicate with the strongman path system in his mind. System: analyze the unknown beast's skin jade slip and the information regarding the soul essence. Ding. Analyzing unknown jade slip requires 300 strongman points. Analyzing soul essence diluted information requires 50 strongman points. Do you confirm? Confirm. An invisible wave swept through the items in the storage pouch. Soon, the information was relayed back. Analysis complete. The unknown jade slip contains the records of the third layer of the essence of the soul technique, preliminary fragment, including some visualization diagrams and an introduction to the secret method of the second rebirth of soulfire. Prerequisites for cultivation: achieve the second layer of the essence of the soul to a major completion, with soul power reaching the standard of a 5th grade alchemist. Supplemented by the soul tranquil flower, soul wood essence, or soul treasures of equivalent rank for support. Soul essence, a treasure of the soul, condensed from the core of the finest soul stone vein over millennia. It possesses miraculous effects for nourishing, repairing, and enhancing the soul's essence. The diluted version's efficacy is reduced. It still far exceeds ordinary soul elixirs. It can be directly absorbed or used as the primary ingredient for high-grade soul elixirs. Shao Chun was astounded. The fragment of the third layer of the essence of the soul essence. These two items were nothing short of a boon for him. The subsequent techniques of the essence of the soul had always been one of his greatest concerns, and he never expected to find a lead here. Although it was merely a preliminary fragment, it pointed towards a direction and requirements. The soul essence, moreover, could significantly accelerate his soul cultivation, potentially even benefiting soul entities like Old Medic. This adventure had been worth it. After finishing his meditation, Shao Chun opened his eyes, his gaze sharp and focused. He turned to Atu and instructed Atu, for the time being, continue to monitor the movements around the mine and the southwest ruins. Report any anomalies immediately. Yes, Master. Atu acknowledged promptly. Shao Chun then began to meticulously count and categorize his recent acquisitions. A substantial number of premium soul stones would sustain both him and his team members for an extended period of soul cultivation. The advanced techniques of the soul puppetry and detailed explanation of the Insha soul formation would require time for study and would greatly assist in repairing puppets and establishing a more robust outpost. The underworld, token, and metal materials had yet to reveal their uses, but their possession by that powerful figure indicated their significance. Most importantly, of course, were the clues regarding the third layer of the essence of the soul and the soul essence. This meant that his future cultivation path had become clearer, albeit filled with new challenges. Current options: 1. Seclude for cultivation, break through the bottleneck. Utilize the newly acquired diluted soul essence and abundant soul stones, in conjunction with the second layer of the essence of the soul, to attempt a breakthrough to the 5th grade alchemist realm while preparing for the third layer, in seclusion at the outpost. 2. Return to the Pillar Gate. Share the spoils, bring back a portion of the soul stones and a small amount of soul essence to the Pillar Gate, and discuss with Xiao Yin and Suner, leveraging Xiao Yan's alchemy skills to process the soul tranquil flower and soul essence to refine higher grade elixirs, thereby enhancing overall strength. 3. Study puppetry. Upgrade puppets. Focus on researching the advanced techniques of the soul puppetry, utilizing the newly acquired metal materials and soul stones to attempt a deeper repair of the dark golden puppets, enhancing their combat capabilities. 4. Explore the ruins. Validate conjectures based on clues from the mine's murals. The southwest ruins may be related to the upheaval of the underworld sect, carrying the underworld token. Conduct a deeper reconnaissance of the ruins' periphery to validate its connection to the underworld's tomb. Please make your choice. Enter option number 1, 2, 3, or 4. Chapter 177. The Second Rebirth of Soulfire. Within the outpost cave, The dark light of the minor Een spirit-gathering formation seemed to grow even deeper due to the items Xiao Chun had extracted. He embedded the 3 exquisite soul stones he had taken from the stone platform into the core of the formation, replacing the previous ordinary materials. In an instant, the formation's efficiency in gathering cold energy and scattered soul power surged dramatically, causing the temperature within the cave to plummet, with tiny crystalline ice shards imbued with soul light forming in the air. Atu let out an excited low cry, eagerly sinking into the center of the formation, its soul body visibly solidifying and clarifying at a remarkable pace. However, Xiao Chen's attention was entirely focused elsewhere. He sat cross-legged at the optimal energy convergence point on the edge of the formation, holding the jade vial containing the diluted soul essence. As he slightly opened the bottle, an indescribable fragrance wafted into the air. Merely inhaling it felt as though his soul were being washed in a warm spring, bringing immense comfort. He did not consume it immediately. Instead, he first took out the bee-skin jade slip obtained from the black pouch, the 3rd layer of the essence of the soul, preliminary fragment. As his soul power delved into it, a torrent of obscure and intricate information flooded into his mind. Unlike the 2nd layer, which primarily focuses on condensing the soul fire, refining impurities, and completing the first rebirth, the preliminary phase of the 3rd layer emphasizes visualization and compression. It presents an exceedingly abstract diagram of the 9-tiered soul tower, demanding that the practitioner, upon achieving a substantial foundation of soul fire at the 2nd layer, conjure the ethereal image of this tower within the sea of consciousness. Using the soul fire as a foundation, one must continuously refine and compress the soul's power, instigating a qualitative transformation that triggers the 2nd rebirth of the soul fire. This process is far more perilous than the 1st rebirth. Visualizing the 9-tiered soul tower requires an extraordinarily formidable mastery over the soul. A moment's carelessness could lead to soul turbulence, resulting in mild injuries, or at worst, a collapse of the visualization and a backlash from the soul fire. Furthermore, the process of compressing soul power is excruciating, akin to forcibly compressing an intangible gas in a liquid, serving as a profound trial and tempering of the soul's essence. The technique explicitly states that one must possess the soul calming flower or an equivalent treasure to safeguard the mind before attempting this. Attaining the soul power equivalent to a 5th-tier alchemist is the threshold. The soul jade essence and soul calming flower are the guarantees, while the 9-tiered soul tower visualization serves as the core. Xiao Chun murmured to himself, his eyes ablaze with fervent flames. The risks are immense, yet the rewards are equally astounding. Upon successfully completing the 2nd rebirth of the soul fire, his soul power would be firmly established at the 5th-tier alchemist level, potentially even brushing against the 6th tier, resulting in a colossal transformation in both the quality and quantity of his soul, thereby amplifying the potency of his soul combat techniques. With the foundation of the 2nd layer of the soul cultivation technique, and having undergone 1 rebirth, his soul power is far more refined than that of others at the same level. Coupled with the soul jade essence and soul calming flower, he felt compelled to give it a try. Resolute, Xiao Chun ceased his hesitations. He first adjusted his state to its peak, the pale, golden fighting spirit surging through his meridians, his physical vitality brimming. Then, he meticulously poured out a drop of the liquid jade-like soul jade essence, diluted, and let it drip into his mouth. The soul jade essence dissolved upon entry, not flowing down his throat, but transforming into an exceedingly pure and gentle torrent, surging directly towards the center of his brow and the sea of consciousness. In an instant, Xiao Chun felt as if his entire soul were immersed in a warm ocean, an unprecedented sensation of comfort enveloping him. As his soul essence greedily absorbed this power like parched earth receiving a nourishing rain, any subtle damages incurred from prior cultivation and battles were instantly replenished, and his soul began to grow, solidifying and expanding. Now is the time. Xiao Chun swiftly focused his mind, exerting his full effort to operate the 2nd layer of the soul cultivation technique. Within the sea of consciousness, the soul fire, having undergone a rebirth, and now displaying a pale golden hue, surged violently, burning fiercely. Simultaneously, he began the arduous task of visualizing the 9-tiered soul tower, referencing the records within the jade slip. This visualization was exceedingly complex, with each tier of the tower adorned with profound runes, symbolizing different soul mysteries. Initially, the shadow of the soul tower was unclear, wavering violently as he barely formed a base, as if it could collapse at any moment. Piercing pain emanated from the depths of his soul, a manifestation of overexertion and insufficient control over his soul power. Xiao Chun maintained a clear mind, leveraging his extraordinary willpower and the continual nourishment from the soul jade essence to forcibly stabilize the visualization. He slowed his pace, no longer seeking instant formation, but instead constructing it stroke by stroke, rune by rune. Time passed in silence. Inside the cave, only the faint hum of energy flow and the contented sighs of a absorbing soul power could be heard. Beads of sweat formed on Xiao Chen's forehead, his complexion alternating between pale and flushed, yet his gaze remained steadfast. After an indeterminate time, a somewhat ethereal, yet structurally complete nine-tiered soul tower finally stood majestically within his sea of consciousness. Although merely a shadow, it exuded an ancient aura capable of suppressing all evils and refining soul essence. Successfully visualizing it was merely the first step. The real trial lay ahead, drawing the soul fire into the tower and compressing it for refinement. With a thought, the pale golden soul fire within his sea of consciousness divided, approximately one-third morphing into a golden stream that flowed gently into the base of the soul tower. Boom! The instant the soul fire entered the tower's foundation, the entire shadow of the tower trembled violently, its runes igniting as an unimaginable pressure surged from all directions, frantically compressing the soul fire. It felt as if it were being crushed to oblivion. The agony was far beyond his imagination, as though his entire soul were placed upon an anvil and relentlessly hammered. Xiao Chan stifled a groan, his body trembling uncontrollably, his teeth clenched tightly. The compressed soul fire flickered erratically, its size visibly shrinking, yet its color began to deepen into a more profound gold, simultaneously becoming increasingly ferocious, as if it might break free from its restraints and retaliate against its master. At this crucial moment, the gentle yet immense medicinal power of the soul jade essence acted as a stabilizing anchor, continuously repairing the soul damage inflicted by the compression and soothing the raging soul fire. Without hesitation, Xiao Chun retrieved the soul calming flower, missing a petal, and placed it on his brow. The soul calming flower emitted a cool and gentle wave of soul energy, akin to a mother's hand, gently comforting Xiao Chen's mind, which was on the brink of losing control due to excruciating pain, allowing him to maintain a sliver of clarity and firmly control the visualization of the soul tower and the compression of the soul fire. Compress, refine, compress again, and refine again. This was an agonizingly slow process. Xiao Chun immersed himself completely, forgetting the passage of time. The soul fire within the sea of consciousness was gradually compressed into the base of the soul tower, undergoing relentless tempering. The pale golden hue slowly transitioned to pure gold, the soul fire's volume diminishing, yet the energy contained within grew, increasingly terrifying. Uncertain how much time had passed, when the final wisp of separated soul fire was successfully compressed into the base of the soul tower, merging with the other compressed soul fire to form a radiant new soul fire, no larger than an egg, but gleaming like pure gold and emanating a heartbeat-like wave of power. A resounding hum erupted. The entire shadow of the nine-tiered soul tower burst forth in blinding brilliance. The tower's runes seemed to come alive, swirling incessantly. That immensely compressed, pure golden soul fire appeared to reach a critical juncture, abruptly contracting inward before erupting with a thunderous roar. The second rebirth commenced. The soul fire, tenfold more intense than the first rebirth, gushed forth from the base of the soul tower, instantly enveloping the entire sea of consciousness. This time, the soul fire did not merely burn impurities, but rather birthed new life through destruction, fervently scorching and assimilating Xiao Chen's original soul power, forcibly elevating it to the same echelon as the pure golden soul fire. The agony escalated once more, as if his soul were cast into a furnace for reshaping. Yet, armed with the experience from the first rebirth, alongside the dual protection of the soul jade essence and soul calming flower, Xiao Chun endured through sheer will. As the rebirth soul fire gradually subsided, reconverging within the sea of consciousness, the original pale golden soul fire had entirely vanished, replaced by a more refined and profound essence, resembling liquid gold, pure golden soul fire. The volume of the soul fire had diminished by nearly half, yet the soul pressure it exuded was several times more potent than before. The shadow of the nine-tiered soul tower slowly dissipated, but its effects on compression and refinement had permanently altered the essence of his soul. Xiaoqian slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of faint golden light flashing within his gaze. He felt as though the entire world had transformed. The gray mist no longer obstructed his vision. He could even perceive the subtle trajectories of energy flow within a radius of several hundred meters outside the cave. Any rustle of grass or movement of even the most inferior specter was vividly reflected in his perception. His soul power had reached the level of a fifth-tier alchemist. Moreover, it was a soul power of extraordinary quality, far surpassing the typical fifth-tier alchemist's capabilities. With a mere thought, a tangible soul destruction needle formed instantaneously at his fingertip, its soul fluctuations sharp and unmatched. He was confident that if he were to encounter that 5-star fighter-level ghostly guardian again, a single soul destruction needle would suffice to severely injure or even obliterate it. At last, he had succeeded. Xiaoqian exhaled a long, heavy breath, feeling the transformative power of his soul coursing through him, a satisfied smile gracing his features. This period of seclusion had been fraught with peril, yet the rewards he reaped were commensurate with the risks he undertook. However, just as he relaxed his mind, the long-forgotten sound of the system notification echoed in his consciousness once more. Ding! The host's soul power has undergone a qualitative transformation, reaching the level of a fifth-tier alchemist, and has successfully visualized the ethereal image of the nine-tiered soul tower, preconditioned for the third layer of Yunshenju. The authority of the strong path system has been upgraded. The exchange list has been updated. Newly added are several fifth-tier alchemical formulas, soul cultivation secrets, and high-grade materials. The analysis function has been upgraded. Intermediate, it can now consume more strong points for in-depth analysis of more complex items and energy structures, with a certain probability of breaking restrictions and deducing incomplete information. Main quest released. The Summons of the Netherworld Dungeon. Current options. 1. View the quest and plan the dungeon. 2. Test soul techniques and consolidate cultivation. 3. Refine elixirs to solidify foundation. 4. Exit seclusion and consolidate forces. Please make your choice. Enter option number 1, 2, 3, or 4. Chapter 178. The Summons of the Dungeon and the Waves of the Strong List. The moment the system notification faded from his mind, Xiaoqian's thoughts delved deeply into the implications. The elevation of his authority, the update of the list, the upgrade of the analysis function, all were sources of exhilaration. Yet what tugged most at his nerves was the newly released main quest. He examined the quest, the Summons of the Netherworld Dungeon. A luminous screen unfurled within his consciousness. Main quest, the Summons of the Netherworld Dungeon. Quest background. The host soul power has reached the precondition for the third layer of Yunshenju and has successfully visualized the ethereal image of the nine-tiered soul tower, thus preliminarily qualifying for the sensing of the core inheritance within the Netherworld Dungeon. The puppet token resonates more profoundly with the host's soul, and an invisible summoning has been issued to those who meet the conditions from the slumbering entities deep within the dungeon. Quest objective. Within 3 months, utilizing the puppet token, enter the core area of the Netherworld Dungeon, pass through the core trials, and obtain the complete technique for the third layer of Yunshenju along with the puppet heart. Quest hints. The entrance to the dungeon core is located in the ruins deep in the southwestern direction of the Netherworld Gorge. The specific coordinates have been transmitted to the host's mind via the token. The core trials are closely related to soul power, puppet manipulation, and the inheritance of the Netherworld sect. Please prepare thoroughly. Unknown risks and competitors may exist within the core area of the dungeon, which may include remnants of the Netherworld sect or other summoned entities. Quest rewards. 10,000 strong points. The complete technique for the third layer of Yunshenju, 1 puppet heart, and 1 random high-tier puppet crafting blueprint, along with 1 special lottery opportunity from the system. Failure penalty. Soul damage. Degree determined by quest completion status. Deduction of 5,000 strong points if points are insufficient. A random skill or ability already learned will be stripped away. Upon finishing the quest description, Xiaoqian's pupils contracted slightly. A 3-month deadline, with the objective directed straight at the dungeon core. The rewards were astonishingly generous. Those 10,000 strong points would allow him to indulge in the System S exchange list. Not to mention the coveted complete technique for the third layer of Yunshenju and the puppet heart that could fully restore his dark golden puppet. Yet, the penalties for failure were equally severe. Soul damage and the stripping of abilities were burdens he could not bear. The southwestern ruins were indeed the key. Xiaoqian recalled the reports from A2 and the contents of the cave paintings. All clues pointed to that location. The vague coordinates transmitted from the token further indicated the specific entrance. Pressure surged upon him. 3 months. He needed to optimize his condition and enhance his strength as much as possible during this time to confront the core trials and potential competitors. The dungeon core was far from comparable to the peripheral platforms. He temporarily exited the quest interface to examine the updated exchange list and functions of the system. Exchange list, new additions, techniques, and combat skills. Soul Tower Compression Technique. Assists in compressing soul power. Advanced Soul Secret Method, 1,500 points. Thousand Illusions, Soul Silk Technique. Control Type Soul Combat Skill, Advanced, 1,800 points. Alchemical Formulas. 5th Tier Elixir. Soul Refining Pill. Solidifies and enhances 5th Tier Soul Realm. Requires petals of Soul Calming Flower or equivalent main ingredients. Formula, 800 points. Resurrection Purple Gold Pill. Quickly restores a large amount of soul power. Peak 5th Tier. Formula, 1,200 points. Materials. Star Crystal. Repairs Puppet Core Array. 500 points per piece. 10,000-year Warm Jade. Nourishes the soul. Counters Insha. 800 points for a small piece. Barrier Breaking Talisman. Can temporarily break certain energy barriers and restrictions. Single use. 300 points per piece. Special items. Intermediate Secret Realm Exploration Talisman. Soul Protection Amulet. Can withstand 1 soul attack at the Do Wong level. Single use. 2,000 points. Analysis Function. Intermediate can analyze more complex items, such as incomplete technique deduction, ancient restriction analysis, unknown energy tracing, etc., consuming strong points depending on the difficulty of the analysis target, ranging from 100 to 5,000 points, with the success rate related to the host, soul power, and understanding of the analysis target. There were many valuable items, yet the points were still inadequate. Xiao Chun gazed at his remaining 1,400 strong points, his brow furrowing slightly. With the increase in authority, while valuable items had increased, their prices had also risen steeply. He had to be frugal. The immediate priority was to solidify his newly achieved 5th Tier Soul Realm and prepare for the exploration of the dungeon core. His gaze scanned the list, quickly locking onto a few selections. Exchange for Soul Tower Compression Technique. Exchange for the Soul Refining Pill Formula. Exchange for a Barrier Breaking Talisman. Ding. Consumption of strong points. 1,500 points. Soul Tower Compression Technique. 800 points. Soul Refining Pill Formula. 300 points. Barrier Breaking Talisman. Total 2,600 points. Insufficient strong points. Exchange failed. Xiao Chan was taken aback, suddenly recalling that he only had 1,400 points. He helplessly rubbed his forehead. It seemed he had to make some compromises. He exchanged for Soul Tower Compression Technique. Ding. Consumption of strong points. 1,500 points. Exchange successful. Remaining strong points. 100 points. Watching his strong points dwindle into the negative, Xiao Chen's lips twitched slightly. However, the Soul Tower Compression Technique would assist him in mastering his soul power post-rebirth, allowing him to unleash its maximum potential. Thus, the expenditure of 1,500 points was justified. As for the Soul Refining Pill, he would have to find a way to gather the materials himself or obtain them through other means. A torrent of information surged into his mind, revealing the cultivation method of the Soul Tower Compression Technique. This method was not one of visualization, but rather a unique technique for the operation of soul power. It could simulate some of the pressure of the 9-tiered soul tower, enhancing the condensation, attack, and defense of his soul power, endowing it with a tower-like characteristic that significantly augmented its might. Just as he was about to immerse himself in initial comprehension, his brow suddenly twitched. Through a faint soul mark left at the entrance of the outpost, he sensed a familiar aura rapidly approaching. It was Xiao Yu. What was she doing here? Could it be that something had happened at the Pan Gate? Xiao Chun immediately suppressed his aura, signaling Atu to conceal himself, while he approached the cave entrance. Soon, the tall and agile figure of Xiao Yu emerged at the edge of the stone forest, a hint of urgency on her face. Upon seeing Xiao Chun safe and sound, she visibly sighed in relief. Xiao Chun, you are indeed here in seclusion. Xiao Yu hurriedly stepped forward, her words spilling forth rapidly. There has been an incident in the inner courtyard. What kind of incident? Xiao Chun's heart tightened. The fact that the usually cheerful Xiao Yu was so anxious indicated that it was no trivial matter. It's the strong rankings challenge. Xiao Yu explained. I don't know what kind of agreement the Medicine Guild and the Wolf Fong, along with those guys from the Green Mountain, have reached, but there's several hidden experts, or those who have just made breakthroughs, have suddenly begun to challenge our Panmen members like wildfires in the past few days. Xiao Ning and Yao Yu have sustained serious injuries, and we've lost quite a bit of our fire energy. Even the representatives sent by guild leader Wu and Master Hu Jia, who came to express goodwill, were challenged under various pretexts and suffered losses. They are clearly targeting us at Panmin, attempting to suppress our momentum, and even forcing Brother Xiao Yan and you to step forward. Xiao Chun's gaze instantly turned cold. He had just made a breakthrough and was preparing to unleash his abilities, only to find trouble knocking at his door. Han Feng from the Medicine Guild. It seems his injuries have nearly healed, and he has begun to stir restlessly again. The Wolf Fong and Green Mountain are merely two vicious hounds pushed to the forefront. What about Xiao Yan? Xiao Chun inquired in a low voice. Brother Xiao Yan is still in deep seclusion within the Heavenly Flame refining tower, attempting to break through to the great fighter level, and we are currently unable to contact him. Sun Er said that this matter should be decided once you emerge from seclusion. Xiao Yu looked at Xiao Chun, her beautiful eyes shimmering with anticipation and a hint of barely perceptible worry. Xiao Chun, you seem to have grown stronger? Xiao Chun nodded slightly, refraining from elaborating on the breakthrough in his soul power, and instead asked, what are the rules for their challenges? What is the current ranking of the strong rankings? According to the rules of the inner courtyard, those ranked lower can challenge the top 50. The victor replaces the loser S rank and corresponding fire energy benefits. Several of their members have already squeezed into the top 50 and are continuously challenging our members. Currently, I hold the highest rank in Panmin, having just reached 48th. But it feels quite strenuous. Xiao Yu clenched her fist, evidently filled with resentment. The strong rankings are not only a matter of honor and fire energy, but also a symbol of status. The higher the rank, the greater the resources and influence one can gain in the inner courtyard. The Medicine Guild's actions aim to fundamentally weaken Panmin's foundation and potential for development. With the inner courtyard's turmoil and the summons from the underworld's tomb pressing in from both sides, Xiao Chun's eyes flickered as he weighed his options rapidly in his mind. Although the core mission of the tomb has a 3-month deadline and is indeed urgent, the inner courtyard is the foundation. If the rear is unstable, how can he venture into perilous lands? Moreover, the strong rankings challenge itself is an excellent opportunity for tempering and could rapidly yield fire energy. Perhaps he could even earn some points for strong practitioners. The system has not issued any related tasks, but maintaining Panmin and striking against hostile forces aligns with his fundamental interests on the path of a strong practitioner. I understand. Xiao Chun's tone was calm, yet imbued with a reassuring strength. Let's go back. It's time to let those in the inner courtyard know that Panmin is not a soft persimmon they can squeeze at will. He glanced back at the deep cave and the frontline formation, temporarily entrusting this place to a Tuesday. The summons from the underworld's tomb is important, but before that, he must first resolve the immediate troubles and seize this opportunity to further hone himself. Perhaps he can also procure some materials needed for refining soul-tempering pills from the Medicine Guild. A storm within the inner courtyard's strong rankings is set to erupt with Xiao Chun's emergence. Current options: 1. Forceful return. Establish authority in the strong rankings. Immediately return to the inner courtyard and directly challenge the highest-ranked experts from the Medicine Guild, Wolf Fong, and Green Mountain, defeating them with overwhelming might to instill fear in the small fry and solidify Panmin's position. 2. Covert investigation. Divide and conquer. Do not rush to take action. Instead, utilize the intelligence network of the Information Hall, Sun Er, to ascertain the specific plans and personnel details of the Medicine Guild and other factions, seeking internal contradictions or weaknesses for a targeted strike. 3. Alchemical preparation. Suppress with might. Prioritize utilizing his status as a 5th-grade alchemist and attempt to refine a batch of high-quality pills, such as peak 3rd grade or even 4th grade, to arm Panmin members, using resource and pill advantages to counter the challenges. 4. Dual progression. Tomb first. Consider the inner courtyard disputes as mere trifles, while the tomb mission is paramount. Arrange for Xiao Yu and others to temporarily endure, while he himself takes resources into the underworld's ravine to begin exploring the southwestern ruins in search of the core entrance to the tomb. Please make your choice. Please enter the option number 1, 2, 3, or 4. Chapter 179. The Fist of Chun Shakes the Arena. Xiao Chun and Xiao Yu departed from the outpost of the underworld's ravine, their figures like lightning as they traversed through thick gray mist, swiftly returning to the inner courtyard of the Jialan Academy. The lingering chill of death and silence was replaced by the vibrant energy of the heavens and earth. Yet within Xiao Chun's heart, a cold battle intent was coalescing. He did not return to the Panmin residence, but instead proceeded directly towards the inner courtyard's arena. Xiao Yu followed closely behind, observing his upright and tranquil silhouette, her initial anxiety strangely settling. She could sense that Xiao Chun had become somewhat different upon emerging from seclusion, though she couldn't quite articulate it. That contained confidence and the faint aura of soul pressure made her deeply believe that those petty clowns were in for a calamity. The inner courtyard's arena was always a cacophony of voices. The massive circular arena, constructed from hard black rock, was surrounded by tiered stands. At this moment, a fierce battle was ongoing on the largest platform at the center. On the stage, a robust young man clad in Panman attire was struggling to hold his ground. Blood trickling from his mouth, his battle armor riddled with cracks. It was Xiao Ning. His opponent, a bald man dressed in wolf fang attire with a sinister countenance, wore steel gauntlets on his hands and attacked with ferocity, each punch slicing through the air with a piercing howl, forcing Xiao Ning to continually retreat. Wolf Fang Break Mountain? Ranked originally at 49, he had just defeated the former 45 from Panman, and it seemed his rank would rise again. An announcer shouted from the stands, provoking a wave of uproar and discussion among the spectators. Panman has suffered greatly these past few days, being challenged in turn by the sycophants of the Medicine Guild. Several core members have been injured. I heard that even those from the Wu Gang and the Demon Gate have been implicated. The Medicine Guild is determined to suppress Panman this time. Who let Panman rise too quickly and seize the benefits of the pill business? With Xiao Yin and Xiao Chun absent, aren't they just easy targets? Xiao Ning is about to lose. Amidst the murmurs, Break Mountain let out a sinister laugh, seizing upon a flaw in Xiao Ning's defense. The raging battle energy surged forth from his steel fists, transforming into a ferocious wolf head phantom, lunging straight for Xiao Ning's chest. Wolf Fang's bone-crushing fist. Xiao Ning's complexion changed drastically. There was no time to evade, and he could only grit his teeth, gathering the little battle energy he had left in his arms to block. Boom! With a muffled sound, Xiao Ning was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, spitting out a mouthful of blood mid-air before crashing heavily at the edge of the arena. Struggling for a moment, but unable to rise. Useless. Break Mountain spat disdainfully, arrogantly surveying the stands, his gaze sweeping over the area where the Panman members were seated. Filled with provocation, is there not a single capable fighter in Panman? It seems those so-called strong rankings experts are merely inflated by pills. The members of Panman glared furiously at his words, with Yao Yu's small face flushed in anger, wanting to rush up but being restrained by those beside her. Upon seeing her brother grievously injured, Xiao Yu's beautiful eyes ignited with fury, ready to charge onto the stage. At that moment, a calm yet crystal clear voice, like a cold spring flowing through the clamorous arena, reached everyone's ears. Does the dog of the wolf Fang dare to bark at my Panman? The voice, though not loud, carried an extraordinary penetrating power that subdued the clamor in the arena. Everyone turned their gaze toward the source of the sound and beheld a young man in a black robe slowly approaching the entrance of the arena. His features were strikingly handsome, yet his eyes held a depth as profound as an abyss. Indeed, it was Xiao Chun, who had emerged from his seclusion after many days. It was Xiao Chun. He had finally returned. A thrilling spectacle was at hand. The members of the Panmen erupted into cheers, as if they had found their bulwark. Conversely, the faces of those from the Medicine Guild, Wolf Fang, and Qing Shan grew grim in an instant. In particular, in one corner of the stands, Han Feng, whose injuries had healed but whose face still bore a pallor, gazed at Xiao Chun with a menacing glare that seemed capable of dripping with malice. Xiao Chun paid no heed to the reactions around him. He advanced steadily toward the arena, his gaze landing on the struggling Xiao Ning, who was attempting to rise. A flicker of coldness flashed across his eyes. He flicked his fingers, and a healing pill, exuding a rich medicinal fragrance, accurately shot into Xiao Ning's mouth. Take him down to heal, Xiao Chun instructed the approaching members of Panman. With that, he stepped forward, his form floating like a specter as he landed gracefully atop the arena, facing off against Pashan from a distance. Xiao Chun. Pashan's gaze sharpened. For reasons unknown, the calmness in Xiao Chen's eyes stirred an inexplicable chill within him. He forced out a mocking laugh. What is this? The turtle finally dares to show itself? Here, to avenge the worthless members of your Panmen? Xiao Chun did not respond to his taunts. Instead, he turned his attention directly to the elder referee at the edge of the arena and calmly stated, "Elder, I wish to challenge him." The elder referee glanced at Xiao Chun and then at the ranking stone tablet before nodding. The challenge is in accordance with the rules. Xiao Chun, having not yet entered the rankings, challenges the current 49th ranked, Pashan. Begin the battle. As the words fell, A fierce glint flashed in Pashan's eyes, and he struck first. Aware of Xiao Chen's previous victory over the 8-star Dome Master Bai Cheng, he dared not be careless. He unleashed all his power with a ferocious attack. Howling Wolf Strike. His fists crossed, and Do Qi surged wildly, transforming before him into a colossal energy wolf. More solid and formidable than before, roaring with an aura capable of rending the very fabric of existence as it lunged at Xiao Chun. This strike had already reached the pinnacle level of an 8-star Dome Master. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the stands. It was evident to all that Pashan was intent on killing. Yet, in the face of this unparalleled onslaught, Xiao Chun stood resolute, neither flinching nor dodging, not even deploying any Do techniques. He simply raised his right hand slowly, fingers clenched, as a pale golden Do Qi enveloped it like flowing water. Within that Do Qi lay a faint, heart-stirring essence of masculinity and authority, a power refined through soul fire, imbued with the characteristics of the soul. He stepped forward, causing the ground to tremble slightly, and his right fist shot forth like a cannonball. No extravagant brilliance, no astonishing phenomena, just the simplest, most direct of punches. Seeking death. Pashan's grin widened, as if he could already envision the scene of Xiao Chun being torn apart by his howling wolf. However, in the next moment, boom! The pale golden fist collided violently with the energy wolf. The anticipated deadlock never materialized. In the horrified gaze of all, that pale golden fist seemed to possess an indomitable might, cleaving through the ferocious energy wolf as effortlessly as a red-hot iron cutting through butter. The force did not cease. Under Pashan's suddenly constricting pupils, it smashed mercilessly against his crossed arms. Crack! The bone-crunching sound resounded sharply. Pashan felt an indescribable colossal force, accompanied by a searing masculine aura, surge through him. His proud Do Qi armor crumbled like paper, his arms twisted and deformed, and he was sent flying backward as if struck head-on by a colossal ancient beast, blood spewing forth as he was sent hurtling over several meters, crashing into the wall beyond the arena and embedding himself deeply within it, unconscious. One punch, merely one punch. The 49th ranked, peak 8-star Dome Master Pashan defeated. The entire arena plunged into a profound silence. All present stared in disbelief at the figure in the black robe, who had retracted his fist as if he had merely performed a trivial task. That was an 8-star Dome Master. Even if Xiao Chun were a great Dome Master, it seemed implausible for him to achieve such an effortless victory with a single punch. What was the quality of his Do Qi? In the stands, Han Feng suddenly rose, his face ashen. The expressions of those beside him, including Hemong, mirrored his shock. Xiao Chun slowly withdrew his fist, feeling the surging pale, golden Do Qi within him and the subtly intertwined soul power that had become second nature to him. He remained calm, reflecting on how the second soul fire rebirth had not only enhanced his soul, but also subtly refined his control over Do Qi and its essence. Pashan was merely the first stone to test the fruits of his seclusion. He lifted his gaze, sweeping across the direction of the Medicine Guild, Wolf Fong, and Qing Shan in the stands, finally settling on the grim-faced Han Feng. His voice remained calm, yet bore an undeniable authority that echoed throughout the arena. Next, which of you from the Medicine Guild dares to step forward? Current options. 1. Seize the momentum. Direct challenge at Han Feng. Ignore the other minor players and directly challenge the higher-ranked, possibly still injured leader of the Medicine Guild, Han Feng. A public defeat would deliver a heavy blow to their influence. 2. Sweep away the lesser foes, build momentum, accept challenges from any members of the Medicine Guild, Wolf Fong, or Qing Shan, taking them on one by one, to utterly crush their morale and restore the lost fire, energy, and dignity for Panmen. 3. Name Hemong, cut off their wings, specifically challenge Hemong, the strongest member of the Medicine Guild aside from Han Feng, a 7-star Dome Master, to weaken their overall strength before assessing how Han Feng would respond. 4. Know when to withdraw, consolidate gains, demonstrate strength, and intimidate opponents, then withdraw at an opportune moment. As the primary goal is the Underworld Palace. Utilize the gained fire, energy, and prestige to prioritize healing and resource exchange for Panmen members, enhancing overall strength. Please make your choice. Enter option number 1, 2, 3, or 4.